Deep in the starry sky, a colossal serpent, millions of kilometers long, coils above the Milky Way. It looked down at the shattered continent beneath its feet, its golden and red vertical pupils flashing coldly like two stars. "Hand over our sacred artifact," it said, "or we'll kill you." In the center of the continent, a man covered in blood and barely breathing lay heavily in a deep pit, but even so, a faint smile remained on his face. Tsuchiyo slowly raised her right hand. On her middle and ring fingers she wore a strange bone ring. It resembles a snake, covered with fine, rice-grain-sized scales, its head and tail connected, wriggling and coiling between two fingers as if it were alive. "Hey, isn't it all you want, this Ouroboros ring? Little Yemming, let me tell you clearly now, the ring has completely recognized its owner. Even if you kill me, it won't change anything," Tsuchiyo said firmly. As soon as the words fell, the giant serpent that had been destroying galaxies suddenly turned icy cold. The next instant, its sky-covering tail swept across, and the entire starry sky began to collapse with a deafening roar. Tsuchiyo had never imagined that after dominating the game for over 100 years he would end up like this. He let out a roar filled with resentment and despair. "Ding! You are dead!" As the system notification popped up, Tsuchiyo completely lost consciousness. When he regained consciousness, he sat bolt upright in bed, gasping for breath, his forehead covered in cold sweat. He instinctively touched his body. His chest was still there, and his legs were unharmed. I'm not dead?" Tsuchiyo was stunned, then quickly looked around. The cramped rented room, the old fan, the peeling paint on the desk, and the graduation photo on the wall that had long since yellowed. Everything was incredibly familiar, because this was the first room he rented after graduating from university, and also the starting point of the story. Suddenly, a piercing advertisement blared from outside the window. "The highly anticipated groundbreaking online game, Destiny, officially launches tonight at 6 p.m. Hearing this, Tsuchiyo froze. Destiny? Launching today? A moment later, he immediately picked up his phone to check the date, and was shocked to see it. At the same time, he confirmed one thing: he had really been reborn, and he had been reborn on the day the full immersion online game Destiny was launched. This game features a 1:1 real-time currency exchange rate, a 100% immersive experience, and incredibly realistic NPC interactions, making you feel like you're living a second life. But it is by no means an ordinary online game, because soon the game world will be connected to reality, and in-game attributes, items, and equipment can be brought into reality. Powerful players will become gods in the real world, but at the same time, monsters will invade reality, wantonly destroying civilization. Players must fight to the death to defend their homes, and death will be the true end. But what shocked him even more was that he discovered a familiar Ouroboros-shaped bone ring gradually appearing on his middle finger. "This is the Ouroboros ring!" Tsuchiyo never expected that this sacred artifact, representing longevity, immortality, and the cycle of fate, would be reborn along with him. However, at this moment, it was missing half. Perhaps his rebirth was related to this divine artifact. After all, he had just obtained it, and hadn't even had a chance to study it before being killed. Just as he was deep in thought, a familiar yet unfamiliar system notification suddenly came to his mind. "Ding! Congratulations on successfully binding the game device Ring of Destiny, 7, Ouroboros Ring. Ding! When the game launches, you will receive a red mythical talent, 1 platinum treasure chest, 1 epic hidden class, and 1 skill slot." In the game's Destiny system, quality is divided into 6 tiers: white, common, green, excellent, blue, superior, purple, epic, gold, legendary, and red, mythical. Tsuchiyo never expected that the Ouroboros ring, known as the 7th Ring of Destiny, would directly grant him a top-tier red mythical talent. The next moment, he couldn't help but burst into laughter, releasing all the suppressed emotions in his heart. In this life, he knew everything, all the opportunities and rewards, hidden professions, god-level quests, and future storylines. Now that he has been given a second chance, he must quickly master all the functions of the Ouroboros ring and use his memories from his previous life and his mythological talents to rapidly increase his strength in preparation for the upcoming monster invasion. He will climb step by step to the top to become the strongest, dominate both the game and the real world, and completely rewrite his tragic fate from his previous life. After calming down, Tsuchiyo thought to himself, since the Ouroboros ring can directly serve as a gaming device, then I don't need to buy a gaming pod at all. Moreover, his Ouroboros ring is even more advanced than the most advanced Supreme Game pod on the entire Blue Star. I can't wait to get into the game. After a long and agonizing wait, the time finally came to 6 p.m., and the server officially opened. Tsuchiyo excitedly closed his eyes. Initiate connection! Whoosh! The next second, Tsuchiyo felt his body sinking. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a vast and boundless world. Beneath his feet stretched a vast, boundless lake, its end nowhere in sight. Ding, lost soul, how shall I address you? Tsuchiyo stroked his chin, quickly typing in his most familiar ID. Twilight. He'd always liked the name, even though it was a bit cheesy. Ding! A nice name. See? Even fate approves of it. On your long journey of pursuing destiny, you need some abilities to protect yourself. Ding! Randomizing a red mythical level talent for you. Here it comes. In the next instant, a dazzling red light burst forth from Tsuchiyo's body. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the red mythical level talent Destiny. Destiny description: your destiny will not be recorded in the river of fate, and your future cannot be spied upon by any being. My fate is in my own hands, not in the heavens. Rank: Red Mythical Destiny Star, 6 Effect 1 Fortune. After each monster kill, you will receive an additional drop reward of 1-2, level number, as a random multiple, experience, currency, materials only. Effect 2, unlocked at level 10. My fate is in my own hands, not in the heavens? Tsuchiyo's eyes lit up immediately upon seeing the description. This effect is outrageous. The first effect alone is already ridiculously powerful. Killing monsters grants extra loot. This is practically a bug-level ability. The higher the level, the higher the maximum multiplier for extra loot. While others get one reward for killing a monster, he might get several times, dozens of times, or even more. If we kill a boss, that would be interesting. Tsuchiyo couldn't help but start to think. When I was killed by Jormungandr, I was level 10086. In other words, if you reach that level again in the future, there's a chance that killing monsters will yield tens of thousands of times more materials. Not to mention, there's also an unlocked and completely unknown effect too. Knowing the unique nature of his destiny, Tsuchiyo suddenly had a strange feeling the moment he obtained this mythical talent. It was as if some inexplicable constraint had been lifted from my body. It was like a gaze that had been watching me had suddenly vanished. Lost soul, what identity do you wish to assume as you travel the world? The next moment, the lake in front of Tsuchiyo began to churn. Pop, pop, pop. Stone statues symbolizing different professions slowly rose up. Tsuchiyo let out an awkward sigh. Logically speaking, there are a total of 7 class statues. Melee classes: warrior, assassin, knight. Range classes: archer, priest, mage. And there's a special class that only pay-to-win players, those using game pods or higher-level gaming devices, can choose: the summoner. By choosing one of the statues, one can become the corresponding profession and embark on their own journey. However, Tsuchiyo stared blankly at the only statue in front of him, which was none other than a summoner statue. Why do I only have one class statue here? The purple light emanating from the statue's surface made it clear that this was the epic hidden class granted to him by the Ouroboros ring. What does epic mean? In terms of both growth potential and uniqueness, it's enough to crush the vast majority of ordinary classes and even surpass many boss templates. Ding! Please select your class. Upon hearing the prompt, Tsuchiyo's lips twitched slightly. I don't even have a choice. He then carefully examined the class statue in front of him, which was clearly different from that of a summoner. The woman in the statue bowed slightly. In her left hand she held a stack of playing cards Tsuchiyo had never seen before. Her right hand continuously tossed and rolled various dice, including 6-sided and 8-sided ones. A large hat on her head obscured most of her face, revealing only a mysterious smile. Tsuchiyo smiled helplessly and slapped the statue's leg. Smack! The next second, a deafening system notification rang in his ears. Ding! Congratulations on choosing the epic level unique hidden class Card Master as your starting class. Card Master Introduction. Nothing much to do today, time for a card game. You can change your destiny and evolve the cards in your hand. Don't worry, as long as you're not caught, it's not considered cheating. Rank, Purple Epic Star, for Effect 1, Magic Attack plus 10%, Mana Points plus 50%, Mana Recovery plus 100%. Effect 2, can consume gold, experience, or materials to upgrade, advance, and mutate the card. The moment her class was determined, a black formal suit appeared out of thin air around Tsuchiyo. Unlike other ordinary classes, summoners possess an exclusive star blue robe and an additional equipment slot, a cloak slot. Compared to other classes, they naturally have an extra piece of equipment providing attribute bonuses. The Card Master, who transcends the summoner system, also inherits this characteristic. However, his robes have been modified into a tailcoat style. The main focus is one word: cool. Tsuchiyo closed the class panel with a hint of regret. Although I couldn't choose the assassin class I'm most familiar with my hundreds of years of combat experience, I can make a name for myself in any class. Thinking of this, Tsuchiyo smiled and began studying his profession again. He was indeed very interested in the Card Master class. After all, the Card Master's weapons. Tsuchiyo raised his right hand. He gently pinched his index and middle fingers together. Whoosh! A rectangular white light materialized between his fingertips. It was a blank card, without any suit or number. My attack method is playing cards? The next moment, Tsuchiyo raised his hand and flicked it. The card instantly transformed into a white light and flew straight out. It flew for more than 20 meters before the light and shadow slowly dissipated. A standard ranged attack method. It's somewhat similar to the attack style of the hidden class, the Rune Master, but not exactly the same. It's not as good at area of effect attacks as the Rune Master, but its attack speed is significantly faster. It's more like a spellcaster. Just then, the system notification sounded again. Lost one, find your own path in the vast sea of stars. At the same time, a new option appeared before Tsuchiyo's eyes. Ding, enter the game now? Tsuchiyo took a deep breath. Then, he raised his hand and pointed directly at the yes mark. The next instant, Tsuchiyo's figure completely vanished from the lake's surface. Chapter 3 Exclusive Skill Card Cheating Techniques. Ding! Welcome to Novice Village number 11451. As the system notification sounded, Tsuchiyo appeared in a spacious marble plaza. Flashes of white light continuously appeared around him, and players who had just created their accounts were teleported in. The once quiet newbie village was quickly turned into chaos by these players. Some were busy adding friends, some were recruiting guild members on the spot, and others were causing all sorts of mishaps as soon as they entered the game. Seeing the lively scene before him, Tsuchiyo then gave up on his plan to find the village chief to accept a quest. He already knew the beginner quest process by heart, so there was no need to squeeze into the crowd. After a moment's recollection, he quickly locked onto his target. Of the 4 types of quest materials, the easiest to obtain is the Grey Wolf in the west. After determining the direction, Tsuchiyo headed directly towards the west side of the village, taking out the platinum treasure chest from his account creation reward. As an initial treasure chest, it can randomly yield various resources. While ordinary players can only obtain a silver treasure chest at most, the platinum treasure chest in Tsuchiyo's hands is even a level higher than the gold level, and its value naturally far exceeds that of ordinary rewards. As soon as the treasure chest appeared, its dazzling light effect immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding players. Many people assumed it was a silver treasure chest obtainable only by players in the VIP gaming pod, and their eyes gleamed with envy as they speculated about Tsuchiyo's identity. Tsuchiyo outwardly appeared disdainful, but inwardly he was quite pleased. He then turned his attention back to the treasure chest, and the first item caught his eye. It was a purple card with ornate patterns inlaid along its edges. The back featured a sinister skull design, while the front depicted a skeletal dog howling at the sky, its blue and white soul flames flickering in its eye sockets, as if it possessed a life of their own. Suchio's eyes lit up, and he immediately checked the attributes. Summon Skeleton Wolf Pack Quality. Purple Epic Effect. Consumes mana to summon a pack of skeleton wolves to assist in battle. Upon seeing the quality, Suchio gasped. An epic level card, even in the early game, was extremely rare. Card masters differed from ordinary summoners. Summoners relied on their pet inventory for battle, while card masters stored summoned creatures in card packs. Suchio opened his card pack, and there lay this purple card. Looking at the card's attributes, Suchio didn't hesitate for a moment, and immediately chose to learn it. The next second, the card transformed into countless points of light and merged into his body, establishing a wondrous connection. From that moment on, as long as he consumed mana, he could summon a pack of skeleton wolves to fight at any time. Feeling the power within him, Suchio's lips curled into a slight smile. I am an army all by myself. Then, he looked at the second reward. This time it wasn't a card, but a skill book. Card Cheating Skill Quality. Blue, Excellent. Effect 1. Increases attack speed by 50%. Effect 2. Deals an additional 50% magic damage every fifth attack. Upon seeing the skill description, Suchio's expression turned somewhat strange. What does it mean to be good at cheating? He can't even shuffle the cards properly. What does that have to do with cheating? Despite the complaints, the skill's effect is undeniably powerful. It not only significantly increases attack speed but also deals additional damage, making it a top-tier skill among blue-quality abilities. Suchio is acutely aware of how demanding the skill system in Destiny's Path is. Many players, even in the late game, only have blue-quality skills at their best. Furthermore, skill slots are limited, and learning the wrong skill is extremely costly. Because skills are bound to the player's soul, even choosing to forget them later will result in a loss of attributes. Therefore, every skill slot is exceptionally precious. After a moment's careful consideration, Suchio made a decisive decision. Learn! Ding! You have successfully learned the skill card cheating technique. As the system notification appeared, the skill book transformed into a stream of light and merged into his body. Suchio nodded in satisfaction. The 2 core rewards from this treasure chest far exceeded his expectations. The rest were standard supplies, 20 large health potions and 20 large mana potions. While not a large quantity, it was enough to sustain them during the early stages of the game. After collecting all the items, Suchio continued towards the edge of the village, opening his attribute panel at the same time. Nickname, Twilight Level, LV1 Talent, Destiny. Red Class, Card Master. Purple Fate Star, 15 Strength, 15 Agility, 15 Constitution, 15 Intelligence, 15 Health, 150 Mana, 225 Card, Summon. Skeleton Wolf Pack, Purple, Skill, Card Speculation, Blue. Looking at the incredibly luxurious newbie panel, Suchio could only think of one sentence. This is awesome! Soon, he left the newbie village and arrived at the vast grassland. The setting sun dyed the entire grassland golden, and in the waist-high grass, gray wolves roamed back and forth. Watching the wolf pack not far away, Suchio smiled. The show's about to begin. Chapter 4, Class Characteristics. Card Mutation. Chaos reigned in the western suburbs of the starting village as large teams of players ganged up to hunt down a pack of gray wolves on the grassland, only to be soundly defeated. The reason was simple. The attributes of these level 1 monsters were simply too outrageous, far exceeding the capabilities of ordinary players. Suchio glanced at the Grey Wolf stats. 30 attack points, 350 health points, and it even had a passive skill that boosted its attack power. With such stats, its attack was several times that of an average player, and its health was astonishingly high. No wonder so many people were stuck in the beginner quest phase. Is this quest really bugged? We need to collect 10 wolf fangs to complete the first stage. If the first level is like this, how are we supposed to play the rest? Players complained incessantly. Facing monsters like this, without a properly configured team and unified command, there's almost no chance of winning. This is why major guilds began frantically recruiting members, seizing the opportunity to expand their influence. Many solo players reluctantly joined guilds, hoping to progress through the quests as soon as possible. Just as everyone was discussing this, someone suddenly noticed a figure walking alone towards the monster area. "Who's that? He's not planning to solo this, is he?" Everyone followed their gaze and saw a young man in a suit slowly walk into the wolf pack. The next second, he raised his hand, and a light shone beside him. A summoner? Even a summoner wouldn't be this strong in the early game, would they? However, after the light faded, everyone was stunned. More than a dozen summoned beasts appeared around the young man at the same time, standing densely packed together. What kind of profession is this? What kind of summoner can summon so many at once? A hidden profession! It's definitely a hidden profession! This scene instantly attracted hundreds of players around, and even the leaders of several guilds who were recruiting members turned their attention to it. Tsuchiyo looked at the grayed-out card in his hand, a hint of surprise in his heart. The image on the card was indeed a skeleton wolf, and the summoned creatures before him were the skeleton wolf pack summoned by the card. The number of skeleton wolves varied depending on their quality. He already had 2 common quality wolves, 4 excellent quality wolves, and 8 superb quality wolves. Now, with his epic quality wolves, he could summon a full 16. The number has doubled. Tsuchiyo smirked. 16 summoned beasts were equivalent to a full-strength squad. He immediately checked their attributes and discovered that each skeleton wolf possessed considerable combat power, with health points more than double his own. More importantly, with his current mana, he could sustain these skeleton wolves for over a minute. Both in terms of numbers and endurance, they far surpassed those of an ordinary summoner. Just then, a wandering gray wolf entered the vicinity. Upon spotting the skeleton wolves, it immediately growled and charged straight at them. Tsuchiyo glanced at it and calmly gave the order. Go! In the next instant, 16 skeleton wolves simultaneously locked onto their target, their soul flames flashing, and pounced. At the same time, a semi-transparent card phantom flew out from Tsuchiyo's hand. Bang! Damage numbers immediately popped up above the gray wolf's head. Then, more than a dozen skeleton wolves launched an attack simultaneously, with massive damage continuously appearing. In just 1 second, the gray wolf's health was reduced by a large amount. Although the gray wolf fought back fiercely, biting the nearest skeleton wolf and dealing 25 damage, this was negligible against the skeleton wolf with 240 health points. Seeing that its opponent had only lost a tenth of its health, the gray wolf was clearly desperate. Before it could struggle any longer, the second round of concentrated fire had already landed. In an instant, the gray wolf's health bar was completely emptied, and it collapsed on the spot. Too difficult. Tsuchiyo sighed seriously. No wonder it's the gray wolf that gives countless novice players a headache. It actually took me 2 seconds to take it down. If the surrounding players heard this, they would probably break down on the spot. Ding! Congratulations on successfully defeating the gray wolf. LV.1. Experience plus 21, copper coins plus 1, wolf fang plus 1. Ding! Fate triggered, granting an extra 1x drop rate. Ding! Experience plus 21, copper coins plus 1, wolf fang plus 1. Ding! Card Master class effect triggered, discovered extractable essence within the wolf fang's sharp fangs and claws. After the kill, a new class trait was triggered. Tsuchiyo's eyes lit up as he looked at the system notification. The true power of the Card Master was finally beginning to unfold. Chapter 5 Obtaining the Essence Sharp Fangs and Claws. Am I seeing things? It's only been a short time, and they've already taken down a gray wolf? Sure enough, those skeleton wolves weren't illusions. They were all real. What kind of hidden class is this? It's too powerful. The surrounding players discussed among themselves, utterly shocked. Tsuchiyo vaguely heard someone shouting in his direction, and his expression immediately turned strange. That big guy, over 2 meters tall and burly, actually wanted to recruit him into a team? Tsuchiyo immediately ordered. Go deeper into the grassland. He had to stay away from this group to avoid being targeted. The next second, the skeleton wolf pack cleared a path ahead, sweeping aside the gray wolves. Tsuchiyo was protected in the middle, quickly advancing into the depths of the grassland, soon distancing himself from the outer players. At the same time, the Starry Night Guild leader, watching his retreating figure, immediately said to the vice guild leader. Follow him, see if we can get his contact information. She keenly sensed the immense value of this necromancer. The vice president gave chase at full speed, and other guilds followed suit. As they pursued, they discussed amongst themselves. There aren't many who can solo the Grey Wolf. Strictly speaking, it wasn't soloing, it was a complete annihilation by summoned creatures. That's still a testament to his own strength. In their view, someone so powerful at this stage would surely have a bright future. Unfortunately, Suchiyo went further and further in, and with the Grey Wolves constantly respawning, those chasing him were quickly blocked on the outskirts. Ultimately, the major guilds had no choice but to give up. Return to the team, there will be other opportunities later, Guild leader Shinye said, withdrawing his gaze and continuing to organize the team for leveling. Once away from the crowd, Suchiyo finally breathed a sigh of relief. He released all the skeleton wolves to freely fight monsters, then took out a mana potion and drank it down. The continuous summoning had consumed a lot of mana, and his mana was already more than half gone. After drinking the potion, Suchiyo suddenly remembered a system notification he had just heard. He opened the log to check. Ding! The card master class effect triggered, revealing that the wolf fang contained an extractable essence, sharp fangs and claws. Seeing the notification, Suchiyo immediately recalled the card master's second ability. It allowed him to consume gold, experience, and materials to upgrade, advance, and mutate cards. He immediately took out a wolf fang from his backpack to examine it. The next moment, the system interface automatically popped up. The wolf fang material contained essence, sharp fangs, and claws. It has high compatibility with the skeleton wolf pack card. Fusion and mutation are recommended. Immediately afterward, the essence attribute appeared before his eyes. Fangs and claws quality, common white effect, attack power plus 10 progress, 0 to 50. Suchiyo looked at the interface, his expression somewhat strange. Originally, it was a traditional online game, but now it suddenly felt like a collectible card game. Collecting materials, extracting essence, and strengthening cards, this growth system is quite interesting. And it only requires 50 wolf fangs. With double drop rates, killing 25 Grey Wolves will suffice. That's not difficult for him right now. So Suchiyo immediately started grinding monsters like crazy. System notifications kept ringing out. Fate triggered, extra 1x drop rate. Experience plus 21, copper coin plus 1, wolf fang plus 1. Experience plus 19, copper coin plus 1, wolf fang plus 1. Experience plus 20, copper coin plus 1, wolf fang plus 1. Suchiyo closed the notification while chugging a mana potion. Thanks to the fortune effect, he was gaining rewards almost every second. Although his monster killing efficiency was astonishing, his mana was also being depleted rapidly. Fortunately, the recovery potions from the platinum chest were quite effective. Restoring 20 mana points per second was more than enough to sustain his current consumption. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Another bottle of medicine went down, and Suchiyo let out a long sigh of relief. But after drinking for so long, he still couldn't help but let out a burp. Looking at his slightly bulging stomach, Suchiyo looked helpless. I really can't drink anymore. I need to at least change things up. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered a special guild from his past life. That guild was almost entirely composed of female players, and most of them were crafting professions. They were experts at discovering various niche markets and money-making opportunities. Sewing artists were responsible for optimizing equipment appearances. Blacksmiths were responsible for modifying weapon designs. Alchemists researched various flavors of healing potions. Many players liked their products. However, Suchiyo couldn't remember the guild's name anymore. Over the years, all-female guilds had sprung up everywhere, and mergers and name changes were commonplace. As time passed, his memory had become hazy. Moreover, that guild later focused on making money, and its combat strength was never particularly outstanding. He vaguely remembered that when he was over level 10,000, the opponent's highest level was only around 1,800. That was a long time ago. Thinking of this, Suchiyo shook his head, no longer wasting brain cells recalling the past. Just then, a system notification suddenly sounded. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the loot, Grey Top Hat. Tsuchiyo raised an eyebrow and smiled. Oh? Finally got a good item. Chapter 6 Gentleman's Suit. He'd only killed a dozen or so gray wolves, and already got equipment drops. Tsuchiyo was somewhat surprised. The drop rate in Fate's Path was notoriously low. Most players might grind for half a day and still not see a single piece of equipment. He hadn't expected to get something so quickly. Unfortunately, the expected fortune effect did not trigger. As expected, I can't get extra equipment. After all, the fortune bonus only applies to experience, gold, and materials, and doesn't affect equipment. Tsuchiyo then checked the attributes of the new equipment. Gray top hat description: a low-key gray leather top hat, from the helmet section of a gentleman's suit. Quality: common white. Class restrictions: mage, priest, summoner. Effect: intelligence +5, agility +2. At the same time, information about the gentleman's set appeared before him. He had only collected the helmet piece so far, but even just 2 pieces would increase intelligence, mana, and recovery efficiency, making it quite useful for magic-based classes. Not bad equipment. Tsuchiyo put on his top hat with satisfaction. For a summoner, intelligence and mana are the most crucial attributes, since summoning a pack of skeleton wolves consumes a significant amount of mana. After putting on his equipment, he gently lowered the brim of his hat, flicked 2 fingers, and a white light card shot out, accurately hitting a low-health gray wolf in the distance. -33, critical hit. The spell's damage ignored physical defense, instantly killing the gray wolf. Ding! Successfully killed a level 1 gray wolf. Experience +21, copper coins +1, wolf found +1. Ding! Fate triggered. However, no extra rewards appeared this time. Seeing the damage numbers, Tsuchiyo was very satisfied. 33 points of damage. Even if an assassin allocates all points to agility, they need to reach level 5 to have a chance to deal that. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but complain. Why did I play an assassin in my past life? Wouldn't it have been more fun to play a summoner? But he quickly dismissed the idea. Summoning is too expensive, so I'll pass. In his previous life, he was realistically poor. He not only used a free game helmet to enter the game, but also specifically chose the assassin class with dissection skills to increase his material income. That's why he had a deep impression of the beautiful guild from his past life that was adept at spotting business opportunities. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remember their name. What was their name again? Tsuchiyo rubbed his forehead. Some things are like that. You feel the answer is right there, but you just can't remember it. Time continued to pass. Just as he was continuing to grind monsters, a new system notification suddenly sounded. Ding! Wolf fangs have been collected 50 to 50. Extract the essence fangs and claws. Extract! The next second, all 50 wolf fangs in his backpack turned to ashes at the same time, leaving only 50 firefly-like white specks of light. The points of light slowly converged, eventually coalescing into a white card. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the essence, fangs and claws. On the card, one side features sharp wolf fangs, and the other side features sharp wolf claws, radiating a cold, icy light. Pretty cool, actually. However, in Tsuchiyo's opinion, his own summoned skeleton wolf pack was cooler, since the skeleton wolves on that card actually moved. At that moment, the system popped up another prompt. Add to card, summon skeleton wolf pack? Tsuchiyo confirmed immediately. The fangs and claws card flew up automatically, slowly approaching the summoned card. As the 2 cards made contact, a flash of white light appeared, and they quickly merged together. At the same time, bursts of white light also shone from the skeleton wolves fighting all around. The gray wolf, now surrounded, froze. The skeletal wolf that had been tearing at it so fiercely had suddenly stopped. It turned to flee, only to find itself completely blocked off, with no way to escape. A moment later, the white light dissipated. All the skeleton wolves had changed appearance. Their fangs were sharper, and their claws were longer and sharper, making them look much more ferocious. In short, they had been completely enhanced. Ding! Summoning. Skeleton wolf pack successfully fused with fangs and claws. As the notification sounded, the skeleton wolves launched another attack. Asterisk swoosh. 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 Asterisk damage numbers flashed across the screen. -22. -22. -22. After the enhancement, their monster clearing efficiency nearly doubled. The meager defense of a level 1 Grey Wolf was utterly negligible against the enhanced skeleton wolves. Seeing this scene, Tsuchiyo smiled. I'm getting a little embarrassed to bully level 1 Grey Wolves anymore. How about I go find a level 2 Grey Wolf to practice on? But before he could finish speaking, a level up notification suddenly sounded. Ding! Experience points full, level increased to level 2. Ding! Destiny Star 15 detected. 15 free attribute points gained. Please allocate them promptly. Upon hearing the notification, Tsuchiyo's smile deepened. Now, not only level 1 Grey Wolves, but even level 2 Grey Wolves will be bullied. Chapter 7 Upgrade. Attributes doubled. Let's start allocating attributes. Tsuchiyo clicked on the notification in the log, and an attribute allocation panel immediately popped up. Looking at the full 15 free attribute points, he was in high spirits. Destiny stars are one of the most important growth attributes in one's destiny. The more destiny stars one has, the stronger their future potential. An average player starts with only 5 destiny stars, but he now possesses far more than most. Tsuchiyo looked up at the night sky and saw 15 destiny stars shining brightly. He grinned. Much brighter than that ominous star from this morning. But he quickly shook his head. Unfortunately, these destiny stars are far from enough for my destiny. There's no need to worry about how to allocate attribute points. Tsuchiyo simply put all 15 points into intelligence. As intelligence increased from 20 to 35, magic attack increased from 22 to 38, mana increased from 225 to 525, and mana regeneration also skyrocketed from 30 points per minute to 70 points per minute. After his attributes surged, his stamina significantly improved. At his current recovery rate, maintaining the skeleton wolf pack's consumption only resulted in a loss of 2 mana points per second. Thinking about how he could finally get rid of those awful mana potions after leveling up a few more times, Tsuchiyo was filled with renewed energy. Just then, a wolf howl suddenly rang out. Tsuchiyo turned his head and saw that all the skeleton wolves around him had simultaneously expanded in size, and their attributes had also received a huge boost. The upgraded skeleton wolves had an attack of 44, health of 570, and defense of 11. Although Tsuchiyo's own attributes only increased by 25%, the combat power of his summoned creatures almost doubled, and there were a total of 16 of these skeleton wolves. Looking at the massive wolf pack before him, Tsuchiyo's lips curled into a slight smile. With my current strength, wiping out a village shouldn't be a problem. However, he quickly shook his head as soon as he said it. He was still in the beginner village stage, and the faction wars hadn't started yet. Such thoughts were just wishful thinking. Thinking of the starting village, Tsuchiyo suddenly remembered something. In his previous life, someone seemed to have triggered a hidden quest in the starting village, but it was discovered by players from other servers, and it had been so long that his memory was very vague. After racking his brains for a long time, a flash of inspiration suddenly struck him. Goryo, the 4 symbols for. Tsuchiyo suddenly realized that the hidden quest seemed to be related to the 4 basic monsters in the beginner village. The starting continent corresponds to 4 elements: wind, fire, water, and earth. Therefore, the starting village also has 4 types of monsters. Grey wolves correspond to the wind element, rock boars to the earth element, fire lizards to the fire element, and water snakes to the water element, with levels increasing accordingly. Normal quests require collecting 10 wolf fangs, 10 boar hides, 10 fire sacks, and 10 snake gallbladders. The hidden quest requires increasing the quantity tenfold, collecting 100 sets of materials each, for a total of 400 materials. Tsuchiyo vaguely remembered that the completion condition wasn't to hand the materials to the village chief, but to a certain female NPC. Unfortunately, his memory cut off again when he thought of the crucial part. He complained helplessly. Little Yemen's tail slapped me to pieces. How did it even wipe out my memories? After thinking for a long time without any results, Tsuchiyo simply gave up. Since he hadn't even gathered all the materials yet, thinking about it further was pointless. Especially the wolf fangs. He'd used up 50 in one go when summoning the wolf pack, and his inventory was now empty. Instead of worrying about the hidden quest, he decided to farm the materials first. Having made up his mind, Tsuchiyo led the skeleton wolf pack deeper into the northeast direction of the number 11451 beginner village. More level 2 gray wolves were spawning there. After collecting the wolf fangs, they could head directly to the back mountain to farm rock boars. Tsuchiyo waved his hand and gave the order. Start farming! Just as the wolf pack charged out, a system notification suddenly sounded. Ding! Number 11451 slaughtering gray wolves in the beginner village too fast, triggering boss gray wolf. Hearing the notification, Tsuchiyo raised an eyebrow. A boss had been triggered? Chapter 8 Hidden Boss Grey Wolf. Finally figured it out! Kim Minjun adjusted his glasses, his face full of excitement. He wore a half-black, half-white robe and a brick-shaped hat, muttering. As expected of the Onmyoji profession, able to discover a new profession by deducing fragments of information. White scraps of paper slowly coalesced in his hand, forming a complete intelligence bar. Let's see what the intelligence I bought for 5 million alliance coins says. The note read, Newbie Village Intelligence. Killed 20 gray wolves within 30 minutes to summon gray wolf. Limited to 1 use. Kim Minjun's eyes lit up. Great! Hidden intelligence in the newbie village, limited to 1 use. But I can't do it alone right now. He secretly decided to level up quietly and amaze everyone. System notification sounded. Ding! Newbie village boss triggered gray wolf. Kim Minjun covered his face. My 5 million! Tsuchiyo looked at the screen and nodded slightly. I remember Grey Wolf. In her previous life, it was George, the Death Knight of the White Eagle Federation, who triggered it. George stored souls using the Shield of the Dead, resulting in an explosion of attributes. He also led elites to form an anti-Huang front, suppressing the entire server. Tsuchiyo frowned slightly, but the more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Since it's my turn in this life, then the opportunity is mine. He opened his log to check the coordinates, but suddenly found himself covered by a long, dark shadow behind him. Looking up, he saw a gray wolf, 2 meters tall and 4 meters long. Its gaping maw dripped saliva, and its eerie green eyes stared intently at him. A low growl filled with murderous intent rang out. Tsuchiyo frowned. Gray wolf swung its claws fiercely, but Tsuchiyo dodged with a backflip, simultaneously firing a critical strike card. -57. Thank goodness I was an assassin in my past life. I can't dodge a claw that's right in my face. 16 skeleton wolves immediately charged at Grey Wolf, and the battle began. Grey Wolf stats, level 5, bronze boss, attack 200, health 30,000, skills, summon Grey Wolf, bite, command aura. Tsuchiyo's eyes widened. 200 attack? 1 touch and I'm done for. Luckily, he reacted quickly and dodged the fatal blow. After a round of attacks, Grey Wolf only lost 2% of its health. Tsuchiyo thought to himself, this guy is too tough. Then, Grey Wolf howled to the sky, a white halo lighting up beneath his feet, summoning Grey Wolf. All Grey Wolves within 100 meters were also enhanced by the halo, their attack power skyrocketing. Just as a newly spawned Grey Wolf charged towards Tsuchiyo, 2 skeleton dogs swiftly intercepted it, beginning their attack and tearing at it. Tsuchiyo smiled, lightly stroking his Ouroboros ring. The show's starting. Chapter 9 Fully Healed and Resurrected. That wolf kill was way too fast. Did our village trigger a boss? I've died 3 times already. 3 times. Where are the coordinates? This is way too deep. Is it a bug? Who can get in? The players were buzzing with discussion. Several guild war leaders exchanged glances and whispered in a private chat. Could it be that person who triggered it? He fought his way here, the boss is right here. He fought his way through wolves, wolves in his path, wolves in his way. Enough talk, it's only a kilometer, let's go for the first kill. The guild leader's eyes lit up. This was the first boss after the server opened. Taking the first kill would not only be a source of pride for the guild, but could also lead to a raise. Let's go! The guild leader has given the order. Let's fight it out, no sneak attacks. Just as everyone was gathering, the Starry Night Guild was still farming grey wolves. Xia Yubing shook her head. No, my skills aren't up to par. I'll focus on helping the newbies develop steadily. The guild leaders felt a pang of sympathy. Xia Yubing, the guild leader of Starry Night Guild, was a top 10 female player in terms of skill rating, and you call this poor skill? Then you go ahead and do your work, we'll go over there. Watching the other guilds perish, Xia Yubing smiled faintly and continued leading her guild to farm experience materials. Whoosh! Grey Wolf slapped at the skeleton wolf with its paw, but it nimbly dodged, resulting in a counterattack of -36. Oh whoa! Grey Wolf roared in pain, shaking off the skeleton hound that tried to approach, and glared fiercely at Suchio. It didn't understand why it couldn't win when it was so much stronger than him. The surrounding grey wolves and big grey wolves spread out to attack, restraining the remaining skeleton hounds, leaving only 4 still harassing him. -38. A sharp pain shot through his kidney. Grey Wolf turned around and saw that the human, even slipperier than the skeleton wolf, had reappeared. Roar dash! A wolf can be killed but not humiliated. Grey Wolf fiercely bit a skeleton wolf, -229, -229, -229, destroying a skeleton wolf in a few seconds. The damage is outrageous, Suchio said calmly. If a summoned creature dies, just summon it again. It only costs a little mana. After several bottles of mana potions, new skeleton wolves entered the fray, and the battle continued. Seeing that the number of skeleton wolves remained unchanged, Grey Wolf's rage intensified, and he pounced on Suchio. Suchio focused intently, dodging claw attacks and evading bites, casting a 2-finger card, -38. Grey Wolf's teeth nearly ground to dust. This human was even more slippery than a skeleton wolf. Suchio sneered. You think all these years of training as an assassin have been for nothing? Grey Wolf swung its tail violently, sending steel needles flying, -230. Suchio's health instantly dropped, its brown eyes turned into golden vertical pupils, and its aura surged. Woo! Grey Wolf tucked its tail between its legs, sensing danger. Suchio looked at the Ouroboros ring on his right hand. Revenge. Resurrects with full health and mana upon death. All attributes plus 50%, 1 minute, 24-hour cooldown. Permanently increases damage dealt to killed units by 50%. Although only half the effect remained, it was enough. Come on, round 2. Suchio activated his card, and the skeleton wolf launched a full-scale attack. Its agility soared to 23. Easily dodging the Grey Wolf, instantly turning the tide of the battle. The Grey Wolf's health slowly decreased, and all the surrounding wolves died, leaving only it. Until, thud! The Grey Wolf's health bar was empty, and it collapsed heavily to the ground. Suchio clapped his hands lightly. Done! Ding! Hide ID? Just kidding! The next moment, Grey Wolf's corpse exploded, sparks flew everywhere, and the announcement rang out. Congratulations to player anonymously for killing boss Grey Wolf. Reward 10,000 experience, 10 silver coins, and plus 100 reputation with the Church of Light. Chapter 10. The act must be completed. On the grassland, wolves swarmed everywhere, and the players complained incessantly as they advanced. Someone exclaimed, Why are there so many wolves as we go in? We didn't even notice at first. Someone else joked, I love grinding low-level monsters with the guild girls. The atmosphere was tense yet slightly comical. The boss was only 200 meters away, but layers of level 2 grey wolves blocked their way. The guild leaders' faces were grim. 30% of their supplies had been used up, and even if they didn't lose items, they would lose experience. Continuing to advance was too risky. Everyone was mentally considering retreat, collapse, sell out, or escape. The problem was, turning back now would be too embarrassing. They had spent money and recruited people, only to not even see the boss. How could they save face? Just as they were worrying, a system announcement rang out. Ding! An anonymous player has killed the boss Grey Wolf, rewarding 10,000 experience points, 10 silver coins, and 100 reputation points with the Light faction. The guild leaders' eyes lit up instantly. They had found an excuse. They immediately started acting, in the public chat. It was just one step away from being stolen. Who was that? An anonymous assassin stole it and ran away. They acted as if they had really experienced a fierce battle to steal the boss. As the battle ended, they exchanged glances, their faces still grim, but they gave each other a high five in unison. Retreat! Today's humiliation will be repaid 100-fold in the future. Players flooded the screen with comments, their gossip-loving mentality overflowing. Who on earth managed to snatch the boss from the hands of the 6 major guilds? Only Xia Yubing, the leader of the Starry Night Guild, frowned slightly and remained silent. Do whatever you want. She clearly had a clear understanding of the situation. On the other side, Su Qiu, the real anonymous player, saw the message on the public screen and chuckled to himself. I understand a man's pride. But pride has to be earned with money. I'll make a quick buck when I have time. Then, he checked the boss drops, 10,000 experience points to instantly level up to level 3, a double boost to both combat power and wealth. He chose to use it without hesitation. Silver coins, converted into alliance currency, yielded a considerable income, resulting in a spectacular increase within an hour of the server opening. But most importantly, the 100 points of Church of Light reputation, faction currency, could be exchanged for hidden resources and unlock special faction quests. Su Qiu secretly looked forward to it. Once I reach the main city, I can accept Church of Light quests. He looked down at the corpse of Grey Wolf, and a system notification popped up. Ding! Defeated Grey Wolf LV5, experience 216, copper coins 20, wolf soul +1. Fate triggered, additional 3x drop rate. What? Triple drop rate? Su Qiu was astonished. It was equivalent to fighting 4 bosses as one. Experience points skyrocketed, copper coins doubled, and the skeleton wolves carried their loot back to my backpack, doubling their storage space under a stroke of luck. My backpack was overflowing with wolf fang materials. Although I was still a little short of completing the hidden quest, the experience gain was just a step away from level 4. Copper coin income continued as usual, but the next second, a new system notification popped up. Ding! Sufficient gold coins detected. Upgrade card summoning, Skeleton Wolf Pack? Chapter 11 Attributes soar. Combat power doubles. Hiss! Su Qiu gasped. Upgraded cards? A typical summoner's summon beasts are almost fixed, with attributes calculated as a percentage of the summoner's stats. But his cards can actually be upgraded, and only by spending money. He opened the message. Upgrade Summon Skeleton Wolf Pack for 10 silver coins? The upgrade effect showed attack, health, and defense all increased by about 30%. 1,000 copper coins for a 30% upgrade. That's a steal! Su Qiu was excited and spent the money without hesitation. Instantly, the Skeleton Wolf Pack glowed faintly, its combat power noticeably increased. He resisted the urge to check the attributes, because the real focus was on the wolf soul in his backpack. After taking out the wolf soul, the system notification appeared, contains 3 essences: a white ordinary wolf elite, a tearing attack, and a green excellent command aura. A full 3 essences, and a green excellent one at that. My combat power is about to double. Su Qiu's eyes flashed. The wolf soul is a smooth, white jade disc that allows melee characters to learn wolf-related skills. Su Qiu recognized its value at a glance, but he only intended to use it to enhance his cards. He decisively poured all 3 essences into the Skeleton Wolf Pack. The system notification read, High compatibility, fusion and mutation recommended. Instantly, 3 essence cards merged into the Skeleton Wolf Pack. Wolf Elite evolved one skeleton wolf into an elite bone wolf, increasing its attributes by 1.5 times. Bite made attacks ignore 10 points of defense. Command Aura increased the attack power of all units by 10% while the elite bone wolf was present. The 16 skeleton wolves transformed accordingly, one of them swelling by half its original size, growing from thigh height to waist height, almost large enough to be a mount. After the light dissipated, an extra row of bumpy joints grew along the elite bone wolf's spine. Su Qiu shook his head. Let's not ride it. Then, he began to allocate 15 free attribute points. Constitution +10, Health 250, Defense 12, Intelligence +5, Magic Attack 51, mana 1057, mana regeneration 1.5s. Although the improvement was not significant, his survivability increased greatly. A summoner's skill lies in their summoned creatures, a card master's skill lies in their cards. Tsuchiyo was excited and couldn't wait to check the skeleton wolf's attributes. At this moment, the system notified him that he had obtained loot, a gray glove and a green class skill book. Tsuchiyo ignored the skill book and opened the glove, agility +5, intelligence +2, constitution +2. The gentleman's set 2-piece bonus is activated, intelligence +5, mana +500, and mana regeneration doubled. Tsuchiyo's intelligence reached 47 points. Finally, he checked the skeleton wolf's attributes. Skeleton wolf level 2 attack, 80, magic attack 120%. Health, 1020, magic attack 2000%. Talents, fangs and claws, bite, command aura. Elite bone wolf level 2 attack, 111 health, 1530 defense, 31 consumes 5 mana every 5 seconds, lasts 389 seconds. Talents, fangs and claws, bite, command aura. With a surge in combat power and comprehensive attribute enhancement, Tsuchiyo felt the true power of the card master. Chapter 12 Second Skill Card Selection. 22 Skill Effects. Tsuchiyo looked at the level 2 skeleton wolf in front of him, a slight smile playing on his lips. 79 attack power, plus 10 points of defense penetration from its bite, almost equals 89 points of output against enemies of the same level. 2 bites would be enough to kill other players. Not to mention that elite bone wolf, 111 attack, 1530 health, 31 defense, it's practically invincible among its peers. Of course, it's only this strong because I'm controlling it, Tsuchiyo said confidently with a smile. His gaze turned north towards the starting village. He planned to challenge the rock boars in the North Mountain after farming the wolf fangs. With a wave of his hand, the skeleton wolves immediately sprang into action. Faced with the skeleton wolves and elite bone wolves whose stats had surged, the gray wolves were instantly routed, surrendering within a few rounds and dropping their materials. Tsuchiyo's level was higher than Grey Wolf's, so the drop rate was slightly lower, but the luck bonus made it less of a problem. You guys go ahead and farm, I won't bother you. Tsuchiyo looked at the last item in his backpack, a random job skill book. It was a green, excellent quality item that could randomly unlock job skills, and he had to learn one first. The system is tricky. Before level 100, a skill slot is unlocked every 10 levels, but later on, even more levels are required. Skill books have a low drop rate, but they give players plenty of time to think. Tsuchiyo smiled bitterly to himself. As a reborn man, he couldn't afford to waste this opportunity. He stared at the skill book, thinking of the hidden class, card master, and slapped the book. A green light flashed. Ding! Obtained the green excellence skill, card selection. The card selection feature allows the card master to actively choose cards from their deck for the next attack, adding various effects. It's a green, excellent, quality card, containing 22 tarot cards, each equivalent to a skill effect: silence, healing, enhancement, explosion. One skill is almost equivalent to 22 skills. Tsuchiyo's eyes widened, and he swallowed hard. Green, excellent? That's too powerful! Without hesitation, he started learning. System notification. Initial card selection level 1. Randomly unlocks 1 card number 2 priestess. Can heal friendly units. 3-second cooldown. Tsuchiyo nodded. This card system is very unique. Increasing skill quality increases card recharge count. Increasing skill level increases the number of cards in the deck. This means that the same card can be reused repeatedly in a short period of time, and more skills can be combined, perfectly matching the card master profession. After organizing the skill panel, he looked at the wolf fang and other items in his backpack and smiled. That's enough. Sell them for gold coins, and you can also level up the wolf. He put all the unnecessary equipment, pet eggs, quivers, and runes into the exchange, ready to cash out. As he headed north towards the mountain, a rock boar spotted him, its hooves pounding the loose rocks as it prepared to charge. Under the moonlight, Tsuchiyo conjured a semi-transparent white card at his fingertips, and the skeleton wolves bared their fangs, poised for attack. The moment the rock boar pounced, the card flew out, and the wolves charged simultaneously. Chapter 13 Special Event: The Rampage of Pigs. In the western part of the beginner village, a female priest excitedly held up a white skill book, about to run to hand it to the captain, when a gray wolf suddenly pounced. At the critical moment, Xia Yubing swiftly turned, scooped the girl up, and easily dodged the attack. His cool move immediately made the girl's eyes sparkle. After escaping danger, Xia Yubing glanced at the skill book. It was a white, basic skill called backstab, which dealt extra damage when attacking from behind. It was a skill that required precise control, and when used well, it could even surpass its quality. However, Xia Yubing only glanced at it before calmly saying, "Not bad. The guild will buy it for 30 silver coins. You have priority." The pastor girl was taken aback. "Guild leader, you don't want it. You haven't learned any skills yet." Xia Yubing shook her head. "You guys learn them." Although the girl was a little confused, she still took the skill book and went to exchange it for contribution points. Watching her teammates leave, Xia Yubing's heart was actually not calm. Others might not know, but she knew very well. Skills, which seem to be something you should learn as early as possible, are actually a huge pitfall. The number of skill slots in your journey is limited, and if you randomly learn low-quality skills early on, you'll easily regret it later. It's better to go for high-quality skills from the start than to settle for less. While high-quality skills are difficult to cultivate, their growth potential far exceeds that of ordinary skills. Skill upgrades either rely on skill imprints or require consuming experience to condense imprints. Either way, it means a greater investment. But in the grand scheme of things, the more you invest, the more astonishing the returns often are. Therefore, Xia Yubing still hasn't learned any new skills. Even so, thanks to her skill and awareness, her damage output remains consistently the highest in the team. "As long as I find a way to acquire high-quality skills, I definitely won't miss it," Xia Yubing said resolutely. Just then, exclamations suddenly arose from the surroundings. "Look at the exchange! So much equipment and materials! And quivers, runes, and pet eggs! Who listed all this stuff? It's all anonymous players!" Listening to the crowd's discussion, Xia Yubing frowned slightly. Nowadays, the vast majority of players in the newbie village have joined guilds. Normal drops are usually bought up by the guild. Someone who can produce so much stuff at once is definitely not an ordinary player. Soon, a figure appeared in her mind, the necromancer who led the skeleton wolf pack deep into the grasslands. "It's very likely him," Xia Yubing mused. Even the previously encountered boss might have been discovered and killed by him. After all, she knew the level of the other guilds. Finding a boss was already considered lucky. Thinking this, she continued browsing the exchange. The next second, her gaze suddenly stopped. In the auction list, a white jade magatama was being fiercely bid on. The price had already exceeded 5 figures. The item's name was Wolf Soul. Meanwhile, Suchio had just finished off a rock boar when he heard a series of successful transaction notifications. A large amount of copper coins were continuously arriving in his account. Hearing the system notifications, he was in a very good mood. However, he had no time to check his earnings. Because something even more interesting had happened, the rock boar had gone berserk. Looking around, dozens of rock boars, divided into different groups, were charging wildly down the hillside. Trees were snapped. Rocks were shattered. Resources were scattered all over the ground. This wood and stone could be taken back to the village to exchange for copper coins. Unfortunately, no one dared to go in and collect them at this moment, because the berserk rock boars were simply too ferocious. Rock boar level 3 attack 100 plus 50, health 2000 plus 500 skills, tough skin, charge, berserk. In berserk mode, all rock boars' attack power increases significantly. They are already typical stat-based monsters. High health, high defense combined with the charge skill make them incredibly destructive. Suchio couldn't help but sigh. "We actually encountered a rampaging pig herd event. This was a rare special event in the beginner village. Because pig monsters reproduce extremely quickly, when their numbers reach a certain scale, the system will trigger a rampage mechanism. They will either fight each other or collectively charge into the surrounding area, thereby reducing their population. However, danger often comes with reward. The rock armor on the boar will fall off with each collision, reducing its defense and health. Once the rampage ends, it becomes the easiest time for players to reap the rewards. Therefore, each rampage event signifies a bountiful harvest. In his past life, some players even streamed betting odds on dying rock boars, letting viewers guess which herd would survive. The odds were often ridiculously high. The only ones who were guaranteed to win were always the ones running the betting. Thinking about this, Tsuchiyo couldn't help but feel a little envious. Others made money with their brains. He made money by sheer hard work. The gap was still quite large. However, he quickly regained his composure. Looking at the chaotic herd of pigs ahead, Tsuchiyo slowly retreated. Wait a minute. Based on the experience of countless players, one should never force their way through in the early stages of a berserk rampage. Even his skeleton wolf pack was no exception. Just now, after activating automatic target acquisition, more than a dozen skeleton wolves that charged in were pushed back within seconds. Their health points dropped by a tenth. Left with no other choice, Tsuchiyo had to switch back to manual control. But the next moment, he suddenly laughed. Unless my skeleton wolves are even more monstrous than them. Just then, the system notification sounded again. Ding, sufficient gold coins detected. Upgrade the card summon, skeleton wolf pack, by consuming 40 silver coins? Looking at the pop-up prompt, Tsuchiyo didn't hesitate at all. Upgrade! Chapter 14 Hidden Achievement, Unity. Chapter 14 Hidden Achievement, in the Unity Exchange. Consumables like arrows and runes can only be used temporarily. Therefore, it won't sell for much money unless you sell in large quantities with low profit margins. Rare items like equipment and skills are extremely valuable. That's right, Tsuchiyo was talking about Wolf Soul. I really don't know which rich bastard actually spent 2 gold coins to buy Wolf Soul. Tsuchiyo licked her lips with delight. That's 20,000 yuan. If it weren't for the 20,000 yuan he received, Tsuchiyo wouldn't have chosen to upgrade his summoned skeleton wolf pack and go head-to-head with the rampaging rock boars. Therefore, Tsuchiyo decided to befriend that rich tycoon later. He wants to spend money, and he wants to make money. Isn't this a win-win situation? As for the portion of money spent by oneself. Ding! Upgrade the card summon, skeleton wolf pack by spending 40 silver coins, 4,000 copper coins? Upgrade! Ding! Do you wish to upgrade the card summon, skeleton wolf pack by consuming 1 gold coin, 10,000 copper coins? Upgrade! Tsuchiyo did not hesitate at all. I spent 14,000 union coins in one go. The card summon, skeleton wolf pack, has been upgraded to level 4. $14,000. Back then, I only spent this much money to fully unlock Narcissus's potential. Although it was a sad story, Tsuchiyo had a smile on her lips. Because spending 14,000 yuan is definitely worth it. Ding! The purple epic card summon skeleton wolf pack has successfully reached level 4. Attack, magic attack 120% to 180%. Health, magic attack 2000% to 3000%. Defense, 40% to 60% of magic attack. Click to view the attributes of summoned skeleton wolf pack. Even the most basic skeleton wolf has 31 points of defense, and a whopping 30 points of health. It's just as good as the rock boar. The elite bone wolf leading the pack has terrifying stats. It almost completely crushed any leading pig. To play an assassin, you have to unleash your full power. A sunny smile appeared on Tsuchiyo's lips, and he waved his hand. This time, I'll show you who the real numerical monster is. Roar dash! The skeleton wolves roared and charged straight into the rampaging pig herd. As for Tsuchiyo, he found a high rock and watched the fire from across the river. After all, countless rock hogs are engaged in fog-generating activities, so the air quality is probably not just PM 2.5, but even PM 250. Before Tsuchiyo even got close, a blindness debuff that reduced his hit rate had already appeared above his head. And -16. -25. -22. -18. -37. The damage caused by pig herds is truly terrifying. With his handsome but frail little body, he simply couldn't withstand any hardship. "I'll play support here." With a grin, Tsuchiyo produced a long, dark green card in his hand. The front of the card features a person who looks similar to Tsuchiyo, exuding mystery, but holding a wooden staff in his hand. At the bottom of the card, a string of letters is printed. Magician. What a handsome card, just like me. After fiddling with the card for a moment, Tsuchiyo spotted a group of pigs about to charge at the skeleton wolf pack, and then threw the card out. Call out. The card spun and flew towards the group of rock boars. -25252525252525. Because the boars were too close together, this magician instantly hit 7 boars. Swish. A strange sound rang out. The movement speed of the 7 rock boars was instantly reduced by 20%. The charging skill of the pigs, which is boosted by their movement speed, is also reduced in power. When they headed the skeleton wolf's rear, it only caused minor, painless damage. Skeleton wolf. Roar, that's it! Of course, there is also one reason. The skeleton wolf now has an incredibly high HP. That 1 or 2,000 health points is enough for those pigs to take you down a dozen times over. And Tsuchiyo flicked her fingers and took out another card. The card depicts a long-haired girl with her eyes covered by white silk, her hands clasped together in front of her chest, and her head tilted back in prayer. Behind her was a 7-colored 6-pointed star magic circle, shining brightly. At the bottom of the card, a string of letters is printed. Priestess. Compared to the magician's rather somber background, the priestess card is much brighter. It's just that the ball is no good, like the wind sprite Sylph. Oh. Sylph the wind elf is the strongest in the wind territory on the light side. He's an alcoholic. There's no difference between sleeping lying down and sleeping face down. We've gone off topic. Tsuchiyo threw the priestess card directly at the skeleton wolf, which had the lowest health. The next moment, the skeleton wolf that received this card had a considerable number displayed above its head. +128. After being swarmed by countless rock boars and reduced to only half health, its health was instantly restored. As a summoner, my own damage output may not be high, but my mana is quite substantial. Skills like these, where the amount of healing is related to the mana cost. Tsuchiyo really likes it the most. The cooldown time is a bit annoying. Tsuchiyo is getting too big for his britches. Priests have a cooldown on healing, but I'm not a priest, so it's outrageous that my healing also has a cooldown. Ding! Your summoned creature survived for 1 minute during the Rampage Pig event. Congratulations on triggering the hidden achievement Unity. Tsuchiyo, ? What? Hidden achievements? Tsuchiyo had never seen anything like this before. Immediately. What was the effect of Tsuchiyo clicking on this so-called Unity? Unity. Level 1-0 to 2. Effect. When the team deals damage to the same target, the damage is stacked by 1% and lasts until the end of the battle. Chapter 15 The boss is on the 5th floor. Chapter 15 The boss is on the 5th floor. Increased damage buff. Awesome! Tsuchiyo laughed so hard her legs couldn't close. This means that if your 16 skeleton wolves attack the enemy at the same time, the damage they can deal will be stacked by 16%. Tsuchiyo keenly observed in the rampaging pig incident. Each group of pigs is considered a single unit. When wolves fight pigs, they do not distinguish between individuals. In other words, even if the wolf pack only damages 1 pig, it can instantly stack up to 16 layers of the Unity buff. That's terrifying. Furthermore, judging from the level and experience required, it seems that if the wolf pack survives for another 2 minutes, this Unity buff will reach level 2. The longer they survive, the stronger they become. Tsuchiyo immediately updated the instructions. Hide. Hide in there for as long as you can. Following Suchio's orders, the wolf pack stopped attacking. Instead, it became something like a suckerfish. The most powerful group of pigs is the one next to you. Try to minimize the harm you may suffer. Suchio kept pouring magic recovery potions into his mouth. Almost all of the restored mana was used to create magician and priestess cards. One slows down the enemy and reduces the damage your own team takes. The other heals a low health friendly unit. Play it safe, however you can. Ding! Your summoned beast survived for 2 minutes during the Rampage Pig event, successfully upgrading their Unity skill to level 2, increasing damage by 2% with each attack. 0 to 4. Ding! Your summoned beast survived 4 minutes during the Rampage Pig incident, successfully upgrading their Unity skill to level 3, increasing damage by 3% with each attack. 0 to 8. As she watched the continuous stream of system notifications, Suchio's face flushed. Seguida. For a moment, Suchio felt as if he had traveled back 100 years. This is the joy of being the sixth child. However, this is just a beginner's village, so there aren't many pigs here. The rampaging pig incident ended in just over 10 minutes. The Unity buff also stopped increasing, causing Suchio the most troublesome situation. Level 3, 7 to 8. It feels like ants are crawling all over my body. Suchio was in great distress. If it weren't for the fact that several groups of pigs suddenly rushed over while we were hiding. This has reduced the number of skeleton wolves, preventing them from gaining experience. They must be resurrected to continue counting towards experience points. Now we can elevate Unity to level 4. Level 4! Each stack of the buff increases damage by 4%. 16 of them would be a 64% damage bonus. Suchio was very angry, so he stood up from the rock and looked at the rock boars who had just finished their rampage, shed their rock armor, and looked very comfortable. He gave the following orders to the skeleton wolves. Charge them for my sake! As soon as the command was given, the skeleton wolves opened their mouths and howled. I was following orders and trying to stay put, but those pigs really hurt me. Now. Finally, it was their turn to go berserk. Roar dash! The skeleton wolves strode forward and instantly charged into the herd of pigs who were preparing to rest. -103. -107. -151, critical hit. -113. -175, elite bone wolf. The skeleton wolves, dealing maximum damage, attacked as if biting into the rock boar's carotid artery with every single attack. Lips lick flesh, claws pierce blood. Under attack from a pack of wolves. In just a few seconds, a rock boar died a violent death. Ding! Congratulations on successfully defeating the rock boar LV.3. Experience plus 64, copper coins plus 3, boar hide plus 1. Ding! Fate triggered, experience plus 128, 2x, copper coins plus 9, 3x, pigskin plus 1, 1x. If one rock boar falls, the skeleton wolves will make thousands upon thousands of rock boars fall. If the rock boars hadn't worn down their own defenses, this battle would have been incredibly difficult. Shouldn't it be delayed by at least a few seconds? Fortunately, I upgraded the skeleton wolf pack to level 4. Immediately, Suchio clasped her hands together in prayer. Thanks, big dog gate. Suchio realized what was happening. He immediately opened the exchange's interface. I checked the transaction information. Finally, they found the ruthless big spender who had spent a fortune to acquire wolf soul. Starry night. Late summer. Suchio frowned, realizing that things were not so simple. Late summer. This ID. Suchio remembered. The player ID that always manages to find ways to make money from strange angles is called Late Summer. Only that Late Summer Guild's prefix doesn't seem to be Starry Night. Upon seeing the words, Late Summer, Suchio recalled the name of that guild. I think the guild's name was Li Yi. Suchio wasn't sure if it was the same person, so he casually clicked on the accompanying message of the transaction. Friend, you're very capable. May I add you as a friend? Let's keep in touch and do more business together. Do more transactions in the future? Between the lines, Tsuchiyo only saw the word, make money. Apart from this message, most of the other messages were also from people wanting to add them as friends. In the future, prioritize warrior equipment, and offer higher prices for mage skills. It's all business! Tsuchiyo and others both chose to approve the application. Because the transaction is anonymous, you will remain anonymous even after adding each other as friends. On the surface, the other party does not know who Tsuchiyo is. But those battle commanders had already guessed Tsuchiyo's identity with a high degree of certainty. They were all smart people. They saw through it but didn't say anything, so no one brought it up again. After adding each other as friends and exchanging a few pleasantries, Tsuchiyo also noted down each other's identities. Only 4 guilds truly have the most say. Blood Wolf. Wrathful Claw Battle Leader, a bald, goofy-looking man in a red robe. A professional warrior. Hanfeng, Aoshua, the leader of the battle group, has long hair and a reserved, somewhat brooding personality. He wears a blue robe. He is a professional archer. Fayun, leader of the Thunder battle group, wears glasses, short hair, and a purple robe. He is a professional mage. Starry Night. Summer Night, the club president, a long-haired beauty in a black robe. A professional assassin. On the surface, the first 3 guilds have the most members and the strongest strength. But secretly, these guild leaders all knew that even if they all joined forces, they wouldn't be as strong as the Starry Night Guild. In particular, they had wasted time looking for the boss before. Meanwhile, the Starry Night Guild took the opportunity to develop its strength. Now that we've included the wealthiest guilds in the village, Tsuchiyo grinned. It would be unreasonable not to make a profit. Then, Tsuchiyo. Why by ba buwu shidi shima ka ba ka? Everyone. Boss's words are like the sun breaking through the clouds, they've enlightened us. Xia Yubing pinched her chin. It turns out that there are so many free construction materials in the back mountain every now and then, and there is no danger at all. Besides selling construction materials to the village chief in the beginner village, other methods are also available. It can also be exchanged for village construction progress. A higher village development level can expand the player's inventory and improve the player's attributes. These are all great finds, practically free. Several major guilds sent people directly to Beishan to collect wood and stone. They also understood that Tsuchiyo had brought this up in order to get out of trouble. After all, picking up trash requires a lot of manpower. They're already being generous by sharing information. Shouldn't we let them enjoy it too? Blood Wolf. Wrathful Claw. If anyone else said this, I wouldn't believe it. But since you said it, I'll definitely wait. What? So you're already farming rock boars in the back mountain? That's a level 3 monster. The combined level of the 3 battle leaders is only level 3. Hanfeng, Aoshua. Boss, I'll buy anything related to archers at a high price. I'll buy as much as you have. Fayun, Thunder. How old are you? Have you no shame? Stealing business here? Boss, I'll pay double. While the battle leaders chattered away, only Xingye, Wanxia remained silent. Pigs running rampant, pigs moving randomly. Tsuchiyo was too lazy to get involved in how they fought over equipment and items, since in the end all the money they spent was for her. All I need to do is collect the money. Final. Each guild gave Tsuchiyo 10,000 as an intelligence fee. However, the original amount was supposed to be 40,000, but they felt the number was bad, so they raised 50,000. Then, Tsuchiyo receives a 10% share of the exchange of infrastructure materials in each guild. It feels so good to be rich. As Tsuchiyo sighed, he saw several other battle group leaders smiling and sighing as well. As expected of a big shot, he only asked for such a small amount of money. Is this all charity? Use your brain. A big shot like him wouldn't be short of money. He's a hidden class owner in the Supreme Gaming Pod. It's $1 million. Exactly. This is only the first level. The big boss could have easily kept it from us. He's just giving us a way out. So you physical damage dealers are all idiots. This is hidden information. The big boss revealed it so that our village could lead the other villages. So that our guild could lead the other guilds. So that Yan Wang could lead other national servers. The battle commanders couldn't help but gasp. That makes sense. So that's how it is. The boss is brilliant. I've learned something. Sharp. When it was finally Tsuchiyo's turn, she could only silently type out one word. 6. Chapter 16, New Essence Thick Skin and Thick Flesh. Chapter 16 New Essence, Thick Skin and Thick Flesh. Humph. Hearing the pig-like screams around him, Tsuchiyo casually tossed out a priestess card, restoring the health of a skeleton wolf. He then looked at the considerable number of pigskins in his backpack. Just now, I received a message. Ding! The raw pork skin contains essential nutrients. It's tough and has thick flesh. Thick skin. Brief description: thick-skinned. You may die. Quality: white, ordinary. Effect: health plus 200. Progress 50 to 50. I never expected that this pigskin, covered in stone fragments, would contain such valuable ingredients. By the power of fate, Tsuchiyo quickly collected 70 or 80 pigskins. Then, a portion of it was exchanged for a thick-skinned, fleshy essence. Ding! The thick-skinned essence is highly compatible with the skeleton wolf pack card. Fusion and mutation are recommended. Ding! Pigskin collected 50 to 50. Extract the essence thick skin and meat. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the essence of thick skin. This card, made of thick skin and concentrated essence, is a robust rock boar. The rough, frosted texture of the pigskin, the perfectly placed dark yellow rock patterns, and the tight muscle texture. Everything about this pigskin shows just how perfect it is for making aspic. Tsuchiyo was afraid that if she looked at it again, she would get greedy, so she confiscated it. Ding! Would you like to buff the card, Summon Skeleton Wolf Pack? Yes. Ding! Summoning, Skeleton Wolf Pack successfully fused with thick skin and thick flesh. The two are combined into one. Skeleton Wolf Health, 1530 to 1730. Elite Bone Wolf HP, 2295 to 2495. My skeleton wolves are one step closer to invincibility. Perfect, the more health I have, the easier it will be to deal with fire lizards. Tsuchiyo nodded. This thick, tough skin is really bad for the stomach and lungs. Just then, Tsuchiyo heard the system notification again. Ding! Congratulations! You have reached the maximum experience point and successfully leveled up to level 4. Ding! Your destiny star is detected to be 15. You have been given 15 free attribute points. Please allocate them promptly. Huh! It's been upgraded! Tsuchiyo directly opened his attribute panel to check it. Indeed, it's time for an upgrade. When I killed Grey Wolf before, the 10,000 experience points rewarded by Destiny directly leveled me up to level 3. It's just one step away from reaching level 4. Now that so many rock boars have been killed, this kick has finally been made up. In this upgrade, Tsuchiyo allocated attributes more comprehensively. Agility plus 5, Constitution plus 5, Intelligence plus 5. Attack speed, movement speed, health, defense, damage, summons. A complete upgrade. After adding it, Tsuchiyo frowned. We need to find a way to improve our destiny star. These attributes are simply not enough to allocate. If there were any other players around Tsuchiyo, they would definitely agree wholeheartedly upon hearing this. Exactly, what can you gain from 5 points of free attribute? It's a pity there's no one around right now, otherwise Tsuchiyo would definitely answer. I could add them all. It takes nearly 20,000 experience points to go from level 4 to level 5. I'll need to take some time to recover. Tsuchiyo closed the attribute panel and looked at the other gains in her backpack. Apart from the monster materials, Tsuchiyo's backpack now contains quite a few more items that he doesn't need. As usual, All of them will be listed on exchanges. Ding! The rock fang sword transaction was successful. Player Blood Wolf, Rage Claw purchased it. Congratulations, you have received 5 silver coins. Ding! The stone arrow transaction was successful. Player Hanfeng, Aoshua purchased it. Congratulations, you have received 15 copper coins. Ding! As soon as the items were placed on the table, Suchio's Alipay kept ringing. Money is appreciating incredibly fast. Of course, Suchio wasn't so unlucky that all the goods she sold were things she couldn't use herself. 2 pieces of the gentleman's set equipment also dropped. Gray belt. Description: a low-key gray leather belt. A belt piece worn with a gentleman's suit. Quality: white, ordinary. Location: belt. Classes: mage, priest, summoner, magic-based classes. Effect: Constitution +5, Agility +2. Gray leather jacket. Description: a low-key gray leather coat. A piece of equipment for the breastplate section of a gentleman's suit. Quality: white, ordinary. Location: breastplate. Classes: mage, priest, summoner, magic-based classes. Effects: Constitution +3, Intelligence +2, Agility +2. As expected of a gentleman's suit that is not good at fighting. Suchio's expression showed a hint of helplessness. They really aren't adding any power at all. However, as a card master, adding power is indeed of little use. How can you swing someone if you don't even have a weapon? Take the cards? Thinking about this, Suchio was actually quite looking forward to it. What does my weapon look like? Ding! The 4-piece gentleman's suit set has been activated. Ding! Set bonus upgraded to Intelligence +10, Mana +1000, Mana regeneration efficiency +200%. After putting on his gear, Suchio now had 4 pieces of his gentleman's suit. With the additional attribute bonuses, Suchio's own mana recovery has reached a terrifying 354 minutes. On average, it can recover 5.9 units per second. Although the panel shows 5 points, it can actually regenerate 6 mana points per second. It's enough to cover the mana cost of summoning a pack of skeleton wolves. It's about time I considered getting a new summoning card. Suchio checked his card master profile. If it were an ordinary profession, Suchio wouldn't need to be investigated. But this card master is a hidden class. I've never even heard of it. Moreover, there is no information on Baidu, Jifu, or Gogo. It's not on the official website for. Ultimately, I found a clue in my own job description. The container that holds these summoning cards is called a card pack. Card packs are essentially the lifeblood of card players. Every 5 levels a card master gains, they will automatically unlock 1 card pack slot to hold summoned cards. The second slot unlocks at level 5. The third slot unlocks at level 10. The fourth slot unlocks at level 15. And so on. This is the most basic method for expanding capacity, almost identical to that used by the summoner class. There are some special expansion channels, but those are beyond my current access. However, this information means once I reach level 5, I'll be able to have my second batch of summons. Suchio rubbed his hands together excitedly. But I haven't obtained any new summoning cards yet. Suchio scrolled through her job description. Logically speaking, summoning cards like pet eggs can be obtained from monsters. But we haven't seen a single one. Suchio frowned slightly. Just like pet eggs, the drop rate is extremely low. Speaking of pet eggs, the only one I got was a wolf egg when I killed Grey Wolf. You can imagine how difficult it is to fall off. But since the boss drops so many rare items. Suchio then looked towards the east side of the number 11451 beginner village. Night had fallen, the sky was filled with stars, and the bright moon was hidden behind the clouds. The starting village was brightly lit, while the surrounding area was pitch black. Except for the eastern part of the beginner village. The area east of the beginner village was glowing red from bottom to top, as if a forest fire had suddenly broken out. It illuminated the forest in a fiery red. I remember there's a regional boss in the east of the village. Maybe I can get a summon card before level 5. Tsuchiyo made a decision in her heart. A wood-dash! Just then, a wolf howl rang out. Tsuchiyo glanced at her backpack subconsciously. There are enough pigskins for 100 units. Tsuchiyo stood up from the boulder and straightened his clothes. Time to go kill the fire lizards. Under the cover of night, Tsuchiyo led the skeleton wolves toward the firelight. What? What was that just now? It vanished in a flash. Big black rats? A whole bunch of them. Don't get distracted. Keep collecting stones. The timber team over there has already been replaced by a new batch of people. Chapter 17 Shawl. Chapter 17 Shawl. Ding! You have gained 12 copper coins. Ding! You have gained 11 copper coins. Ding! You have gained 13 copper coins. On the way to the east of the village, Tsuchiyo's wallet kept ringing. These are all dividends from guilds like Starry Night, Blood Wolf, and Cold Wind. It feels so good to have someone constantly sending me money. Tsuchiyo was extremely satisfied. Send a few more, and we'll have enough money to upgrade the summoned skeleton wolf pack to level 5. It has to be said Destiny is quite the cunning old fox. That's so stingy. Not only does it automatically deduct 10% tax from all transactions on the exchange, even the cost of upgrading your own cards has increased excessively. Upgrading from level 1 to level 2 costs 1,000, which is acceptable. Upgrading from level 2 to level 3 costs 4,000, which is reasonable. Upgrading from level 3 to level 4 costs 10,000, which is reasonable. However, the price increased to 40,000 alliance coins when upgrading from level 4 to level 5. That's a whopping 4 gold coins. This is not something an ordinary person could accumulate. The price won't increase to 100,000 again when upgrading from level 5 to level 6, right? If that's really the case, Tsuchiyo has no choice but to accept it. But Tsuchiyo could only hope that fate would be a decent human being and not be so hateful. Roar. Just then, Tsuchiyo heard a notification from the skeleton wolf. Turning around and looking ahead, a gust of hot air rushed towards me. Tsuchiyo narrowed her eyes slightly. Arrive. Looking around, almost every boulder had a fire lizard that was 4 or 5 meters long lying on it. They looked just like the little Charmander from Pokemon, with a cluster of burning flames on their tails. The slightly brighter eastern part of the beginner village appeared much brighter under the illumination of these fire lizards. Then, at the border between this bright forest and the starting village, lay the corpses of many players who had chased after the light. As for why there were corpses. Salamander. Description: a lizard that's been getting a sore throat. Level 5. Attack, 180. Life, 2000. Skills, Tui, sulfur substances. Haha. Description: Shaw. Effect: increases the attack range of the fire salamander. Sulfur substances. Description: salamanders possess a fire lung. Effect: the fire lizard's attacks can inflict continuous burning damage on enemies. In terms of the ratio of level to attributes, the salamander is not as good as the rock pig. But the salamander has its reasons for being strong. Elemental damage, damage over time, range damage. If such a powerful monster also had the same health as a rock boar, wouldn't that be unreasonable? Given these attributes, which level 1 player could survive here? And they can attack remotely, that is to say. These guys have a wide range of hatred. Tsuchiyo searched for a relatively safe route and analyzed. If we rush in, we'll be attacked by countless fire lizards, doubling the difficulty. But the regional boss that Tsuchiyo is targeting is still deep inside. Tsuchiyo's lips curled into a smile. In other words, we need to advance smoothly all the way forward. You need to take down the boss before the other fire lizards spawn, Otherwise you'll be surrounded by them and put in danger. With a flick of his fingers, a priestess appeared out of thin air in his hand. If I know the fire salamander's spawn time and location, with my healing output, it shouldn't be a problem. Immediately, Tsuchiyo had a thought and led the skeleton wolves into the stone forest. Call? A nearby fire lizard noticed an alien species appearing in its territory. It opened its enormous mouth, filled with fangs. Heh! A flame ignited from its mouth. The next moment, pooh! It spewed out a fireball the size of a basketball. It hurled itself at the nearest elite bone wolf. Because the elite bone wolf was extremely fast, it was very close to the fire lizard and couldn't dodge the fireball. Laugh. A corrosive sound that made one's ears itch instantly rang out. -180. -18. -18. The fire elemental damage ignored the elite bone wolf's defense value, directly causing considerable damage to it. It also has a burning effect, causing the elite bone wolf to continuously lose health. Roar! The elite bone wolf cried out in pain, but its movements didn't falter at all. Still going full throttle, charging straight towards the fire lizard. Tsuchiyo understood that once they started charging, they couldn't stop, and immediately said, "It's on fire!" He then tossed the priestess card in his hand over. Immediately restored the elite bone wolf's lost health. +180. It's not that Tsuchiyo loves dogs to death. Instead. Heh. 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 At this moment, he and the wolf pack had already entered the range of hatred of more than one fire lizard. Since our own recovery methods are limited, we should use CD as soon as possible. Just as the other salamanders were about to unleash fireballs, the skeleton wolves had already closed in on the enemy. They started tearing and biting without any mercy. -105. -108. -111. Three-digit damage numbers bounced above the heads of every fire lizard. The wolf pack, operating in a coordinated manner, continuously triggers the unity buff. Each attack increases damage by 3%. Even with its hard scales, the salamander's defenses were breached by the biting attack, and it was still unable to withstand the terrifying onslaught of the wolf pack. Of course, the salamander won't just cry out in pain. Several fireballs came hurtling towards us. -180. -180. -180. Just one round. The elite bone wolf has already lost 1/5 of its health. It's even continuing to lose health. Some of the bones in its body had been burned to black charcoal by the high temperature, but the puppy was still working. Fortunately, Tsuchiyo's skeleton wolves were of a high level. My health is high enough to last a very long time. Furthermore, after incorporating the essence of the rock boar's thick skin and meat, its health points are increased again. The numerical value is equivalent to all characters being able to withstand one normal attack from a fire lizard for no apparent reason. I'd like to see how long you can hold out. Tsuchiyo stared intently at the enormous fire lizard. For Tsuchiyo, this battle was not entirely unfavorable. At least the salamander itself is bright enough. Direct contact with the blind during nighttime operations. And because salamanders are huge, Tsuchiyo's skeleton wolves can now swarm and unleash their full damage on a single enemy. Unlike the previous rock boar and grey wolf, which were forced into a 5-on-1 or 7-on-1 situation. This time, the effect of unity was maximized. Damage can be instantly increased to 48%. Of course, that's just an ideal value. The reality is, the fire salamanders won't even survive long enough for the skeleton wolves to stack their damage. Ding! Congratulations on successfully eliminating the level 5 fire lizard. Experience +126, copper coins +5, flame sack +1. Ding! Fate triggered, gaining an additional 126 experience, 1x, 20 copper coins, 4x, and 2 flame sacks 2x. With 2 familiar system notification sounds, the battle ended instantly. Tsuchiyo could only wear a helpless expression. How come you only have 2000 HP? You're too fragile. The fire lizard has something to say about Tsuchiyo's cheeky demeanor. Hee hee. Chapter 18 Area Boss, Flame Dragon Lizard. Chapter 18 Area Boss, Flame Dragon Lizard. Newbie Village West. I wonder what the pros are doing. Why aren't they listing equipment again? The rock boars have spawned, there are no more building materials to collect, and I'm not getting any equipment drops from monsters. What am I going to do? I'm practically a living weapon that can't survive without the pros, double peace sign. If I were the official account of the game, I'd ban your account on the spot. Is that how you use emojis? The boss must have his reasons for doing this, so stop asking around. Just focus on grinding and leveling up. You have the nerve to tell me to level up properly? My elite 20-man squad is already level 2. And you only have a few? Hey! I've got a short temper. You think you're so tough just because you're a marksman and have high damage in the early game? Wait until I, the mage, get farmed up. You won't be begging me on your knees. Listening to these grown men, who showed no composure whatsoever as a battle commander, bickering like children, Xia Yubing frowned slightly, then addressed her team members. Leave one elite team, which will be divided into 20 captains, to continue training new recruits. The remaining 3 elite teams will come with me to Beishan. Yes. Okay, Sister Xia. After giving the order, the group of beauties followed Xia Yubing quietly toward North Mountain. As the beauties passed by the several battle commanders, they secretly glanced at them and chuckled softly. Whether it was his imagination or not, Blood Wolf, Wrathclaw seemed to see one of the female warriors mouth 2 words. Slender dog. How can we tolerate this? Fayun, Thunder, I took a screenshot. See? That girl called you little dog. I, Angry Claw, am not one to cause trouble, but if it were me, I definitely wouldn't stand for it. Shut up. She didn't call you, did she? If you're so capable, why don't you lead a team to Beishan yourself? You're incompetent. So what? With self-righteous indignation. Cold wind. Proud snow. Honestly, Angry Claw, I really think you could go now. Serious face. Snow Wolf. Wrathful Claw. Huh? Really? I'm in the front row, my stats aren't high enough, are they? Suspicious. Hanfoam. Aoshua put his hand on Nuzio's shoulder. Believe in yourself. Your face is much thicker than the rock boar's hide. They can't break through your defenses. Damn it! The White Emperor's holy sword. Ha! I'll slide tackle. Only Fayun Latane glanced at the two with disdain, then looked to the north. I don't know if the big shot needs any help, but his undead wolf pack is so powerful, he shouldn't lack damage, right? Beginner Village East. Damn it! I wish the damage was higher. Tsuchiyo stared at the battlefield, which was far from over. Since he couldn't kill them one by one in a second, Tsuchiyo was destined to let the skeleton wolves advance steadily. Roar! The skeleton wolf roared angrily, staring fiercely at the fire lizard that had just spat on it, waiting for Tsuchiyo's order to charge forward and take revenge. Tsuchiyo then threw out another priestess card, sending them charging back into the battlefield. Continue! At a command, the skeleton wolves, who had just finished their battle and recovered slightly, charged at the next fire lizard. During the battle, Tsuchiyo was not idle either, quickly evaporating his magic points. Priestess, magician. Whenever the fire lizards showed any intention of moving to deal damage, Tsuchiyo would immediately throw out a magician. Reduce their already slow movement speed to a snail's pace. Then send your skeleton wolves rushing forward. Prioritize eliminating those clever fire lizards. The remaining immobile fire lizards provided a precious halftime break for both myself and the skeleton wolves. As the battle intensified, Tsuchiyo also realized the drawbacks of the card selection skill. My mana is draining so fast! After gulping down a bottle of mana-restoring potion, Tsuchiyo twisted to the side, dodging a fireball shot towards him, and solemnly said, Indeed, there's no such thing as an idiot's lunch. If we were to describe it according to the theory of relativity of fate proposed by a certain female news anchor from later generations, it would be: the quality of this thing is there for a reason. Since this skill is so powerful, we must make it weak in some way. Really. Each time a card is selected, 5% of Tsuchiyo's mana will be instantly evaporated. If you ignore magic recovery, you can only cast 20 card selections. Now, the cooldown time has become his biggest constraint. The faster the card cooldown, the faster you'll run out of mana. Especially when releasing the Priestess card. The cooldown is only 3 seconds. It consumes over 100 mana points every 3 seconds. Even if you have decent mana regeneration, it still takes about 20 seconds to recover approximately 5% of your mana. Luckily, I still have enough mana potions in my backpack. After glancing at the dozen or so large bottles of mana potion, Tsuchiyo was full of confidence. Continue the fight! With Tsuchiyo's orders as their support, the skeleton wolves fought without any hesitation. Soon. 2, 5, 10. With the rapid fighting and carnage, a large area of open space was quickly cleared out in the stone forest. The skeleton wolves are given more and more room to maneuver and hide. Of course, the battle remains difficult. After all, the mission is to go straight in and take down the boss. At least, if the skeleton wolves stick close to the fire lizards to attack, the target monsters won't have time to open their mouths to spit fireballs and will only be able to deal physical damage. Ton ton ton! Tsuchiyo blew another bottle of magic recovery potion and condensed cards to aid in the battle. This time, however, Tsuchiyo conjured a strange card in his hand. The card depicts a handsome man in fine clothes, who appears drunk with a smile on his face, staggering towards a bottomless abyss. The card is frozen in the moment when he is about to take his final step. At the bottom of the card, a string of letters is also printed. Fool, fool. I'm quite curious, what would it be like if this card were animated? Tsuchiyo didn't focus all his attention on this card. Instead, he aimed at a fire lizard in the distance with its mouth wide open, about to spew out a fireball, and threw it out. I have a gift for you. Heh. The fire lizard's neck itched as its mouth filled with spiciness, then it suddenly closed its mouth. Gurgle. That mouthful of flaming liquid went straight into my mouth and down my throat. The fire lizard didn't bar its teeth, but instead leaped up from its spot, brandishing its claws. Tsuchiyo grinned and said, "Hee hee." The next moment, the salamander was finally able to open its mouth. A woo! Roar! Whoosh! -36, critical hit. -36, critical hit. -36, critical hit. Looking at the salamander that was happily baring its teeth and claws after receiving the gift, Tsuchiyo's lips curled into a smile. So happy? Then, the skeleton wolves, now free, pounced on the fire lizard and gave it a full-body spa treatment. The fire lizard was quickly killed by the spa. Finally, he offered experience coins and a flame pouch as a return gift to Tsuchiyo. I'm so embarrassed, Tsuchiyo said shyly, looking at the flame pouch in her hand. Ding! The material contains essence a heat storage organ. Heat storage organ. Description: a fiery lung that stores a large amount of heat energy grows. Quality: white, ordinary. Effect: can be actively detonated, causing area damage. Progress: 42 to 50. Ding! The essence of the heat storage organ is highly compatible with the card Skeleton Wolf Pack. Fusion and mutation are strongly recommended. Unsurprisingly, the salamander's ingredients also contain some gems. And extremely high compatibility? Tsuchiyo's eyes widened. I've never seen such a shocking notification. Moreover, the meaning of can be actively detonated is. Did they go from melee soldiers to suicide squads? I have to say, the Fool's card's effect exceeded my expectations. Number 0. The Fool. Costs 5% mana. Your next attack will silence the target for 1 second. Cooldown, 5 seconds. The Fool is the first card in the deck. It does not cause damage, is unaffected by magic attacks and mana, and appears to have no potential for growth. But it possesses what is arguably the strongest silence effect. It should be understood that almost all abilities that transcend ordinary attacks can be called skills. Let's leave aside instant cast skills, but any skill that requires casting or has a precast animation is a different story. They will all be restrained by silence. They're even more invincible against magic-based classes like mages. Moreover, the card's cooldown time is only 5 seconds. Silences the enemy for 1 second every 5 seconds. Unfortunately, it struggles against groups of enemies, but against single enemies. Roar dash! Before Tsuchiyo could finish speaking, a deafening roar suddenly came from the front of the battlefield. Just a few dozen meters ahead of the front line where the skeleton wolves and fire lizards were fighting, the view suddenly opened up. There was a huge open-air lava field. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Bubbles kept rising from the magma. The next moment, a gigantic, fiery red lizard, 2 meters tall and 7 meters long, crawled out of the lava. Its appearance is even more majestic. The scales on its body are finer, and have a sharper shape. From any angle, it's easy to see that this behemoth is terrifyingly powerful. Ding! You have disturbed the slumbering boss, the flame dragon lizard. It is very angry now. Tsuchiyo's lips curled into a smile. They're here. Chapter 19 Level 5 Skeleton Wolf Pack. Chapter 19 Level 5 Skeleton Wolf Pack. Flame Dragon Lizard. Brief introduction: the king of fire salamanders, and the sworn enemy of the water dragon snake. After fighting it, he was seriously injured and his attributes were greatly reduced. Level 10. Rank: Black Iron Boss. Attack 400, damage taken. Life 30,000 injured. Skills: Tui, Liquid Sulfur, Scorching Scales, Heavenly Fire. Update: 12 hours, refreshes 12 hours after death. Shaw. Description: Tui Tui Tui. Effect: the Flame Dragon Lizard has an extremely long attack range, and each attack can deal 2 instances of damage. Liquid Sulfur. Description: the Fire Dragon Lizard's internal temperature is high enough to melt sulfur. It inspires fear in peacock players. Effect: each attack from the Flame Dragon Lizard inflicts the burn, continuous loss of health, and corrosion, reduction of defense, effects on the opponent. Scorching Scales. Description: you have a high fever. Effect: increases defense and fire resistance. Skyfire. Description: the Flame Dragon Lizard expelled all the liquid sulfur from its body. Effect: deals high fire damage continuously within the selected area, and inflicts the liquid sulfur effect. This boss is purely attack-oriented. Its defining characteristic is its destructive power. This is still the attribute after being severely injured. If the condition is fully restored, then... Tsuchiyo paused for a second. I don't think I've ever actually seen what the Flame Dragon Lizard looks like after it has recovered. After all, this boss's injury was set by the Fate setting. However, according to the setting, the Flame Dragon Lizard is either fighting with the Water Dragon Serpent, or healing the wounds from fighting with the Water Dragon Serpent. This is love. Snap. Just then, another fire lizard collapsed to the ground. Roar dash! Seeing its kin die, the Flame Dragon Lizard felt provoked and roared, its mouth emitting a bright light. Pa! Pa! The next moment, 2 consecutive spitting sounds burst from the mouth of the Flame Dragon Lizard. 2 fireballs, each the size of a bucket, shot straight at a low-health skeleton wolf. -400. -600, critical hit. In the blink of an eye. Before the skeleton wolf could even react, it was instantly burned to ashes. Myo saw instant kill. Tsuchiyo's heart skipped a beat. If it were an enemy who was instantly killed, Tsuchiyo would be slightly happier. But it was his own skeleton wolf that got instantly killed. It's all blue. Tsuchiyo stretched out his hand, channeling magic into his right hand, and condensed a semi-transparent summon skeleton wolf pack card. Gala Gala. Immediately, a brand new skeleton wolf was reassembled and appeared beside Tsuchiyo. Superior! After the skeleton wolf was reborn, Tsuchiyo immediately gave the order. All the skeleton wolves swarmed forward. It charged straight at the flame dragon lizard that had just crawled out of the lava. Roar! The flame dragon lizard also entered battle mode, seizing the opportunity when the skeleton wolves approach, turning its body and flicking its tail. Whoosh! Tsuchiyo's eye twitched as he hallucinated Jormungand whipping his own tail. So he quickly gave orders to the skeleton wolves. Jump! The next moment, all the skeleton wolves jumped one by one like they were skipping rope, dodging the flame dragon lizard's sweeping attack. The flame dragon lizard turned its head, looked at the skeleton wolf who was completely unharmed, and snorted a spark. Is this how you hide? But this was just a minor episode in this life-or-death battle. After dodging the attack, the skeleton wolves moved at full speed and continued to close in on the flame dragon lizard. The largest elite bone wolf had already approached the flame dragon lizard and was attempting to engage it in combat. Oh whoa! The elite bone wolf was about to bite the flame dragon lizard's foreleg. -121. Hiss! This injury made Tsuchiyo gasp in shock. A level 4 elite bone wolf, dealing a whopping 161 damage. Bite can ignore 10 points of the opponent's defense. This bite only caused 121 points of damage. That means this fire dragon lizard has a defense of a whopping 50 points. Even a regular level 10 player, with all points allocated to strength, couldn't break through the defense of this flame dragon lizard. Terrifying. Tsuchiyo sighed inwardly, clutching the fool's card in his hand. Be ready to interrupt the flame dragon lizard's skills at any time. At this moment, the other skeleton wolves had also approached the flame dragon lizard, opening their mouths wide to bite its fine scales. Unity +1. Unity +1. Unity +1. When the skeleton wolves attack the same unit, the damage keeps stacking. It quickly filled 16 layers. Damage is directly increased by 48%. A normal skeleton wolf has 116 attack points. It could originally only deal 76 damage. As a result of the unity effect, we successfully reached 112 points. One in front and one behind. Almost nothing happened. But this is different for creatures with high attack power after their armor is broken. When the unity buff is fully stacked, the elite bone wolf deals a whopping 179 damage. It has even higher attack power than the attack power shown on the panel. It's easy to imagine how much hatred the elite bone wolves evoked in the eyes of the flame dragon lizard. That is indeed the case. The flame dragon lizard was almost completely dominating the elite bone wolf. A small fireball grazed the elite bone wolf. The elite bone wolf's ribs were burned to charcoal and shattered. It looks extremely tragic. Only a sliver of health left. Just as the flame dragon lizard was about to unleash another breath attack to burn the elite bone wolf to ashes. Fool! Tsuchiyo seized the opportunity and threw a card directly at the target. Silence effect activated. This made the fire dragon lizard, which was about to breathe fire, swallow it back. Wah! The fire dragon lizard suddenly shut its mouth, just like the fire lizard that had choked before. My mouth felt both swollen and hot. You can't spit it out yet. Even with frantic flailing of its limbs and tail, it couldn't break free from the confinement of its mouth. They had no choice but to swallow the scalding lava. However, the sulfurous magma made it snort, and some water spilled from its nostrils. Just 1 second later, the full silence effect wore off. The flame dragon lizard opened its mouth, and the remaining lava mixed with the smell of sulfur dripped from the corner of its mouth, making it look even more ferocious. Heh! An angry growl came from its chest. Although the elite bone wolf escaped while the fire dragon lizard was injured. But this was only a temporary survival. The flame dragon lizard's attack was so fierce that Tsuchiyo's skeleton wolf simply couldn't withstand it. But it's only a temporary hold-up. Tsuchiyo licked her lips. Just now, the ever-increasing gold coins finally broke through the 40,000 mark. The summoned skeleton wolf pack card, which had been stuck at level 4 for some time, finally has the opportunity to be upgraded. Ding! Do you wish to upgrade the card summon, skeleton wolf pack by spending 4 gold coins, 40,000 copper coins? Level 5 effect preview. Attack, magic attack 180% to 210%. Health, 3000% to 3500% of magic attack. Defense, 60% to 70% of magic attack. Upgrade! The next instant, a dazzling white light simultaneously shone on the bodies of all the skeleton wolves. All sorts of injuries were healed in that instant. The elite bone wolves, which were just moments ago in a pitiful state, are now radiating vibrant life. From the panel perspective, the attributes have been significantly improved. Name, Skullwolf. Level 5. Attack 152, originally 116. Life, 2265, originally 1730. Defense, 41, originally 31. Name, Elite Bone Wolf. Level 5. Attack, 214, originally 161. Life, 3298, originally 2495. Defense, 62, originally 46. Compared to before, this attribute has been upgraded to a terrifying value. The Elite Bone Wolf's defense has skyrocketed to 62 points. Taller than the Flame Dragon Lizard. An ordinary player's attack wouldn't even scratch it. It would just be polishing. What else can be said about this attribute? Level 5, okay. Once the cooldown was over, Tsuchiyo conjured a priestess card in his hand, ready at any moment. Come on, round 2! Chapter 20 Suicide Type Summon Beast, Exploding Firewolf. Chapter 20 Suicide Type Summon Beast, Explosive Firewolf. Attributes boosted, status fully restored. The situation on the battlefield began to tilt in Tsuchiyo's favor. But at that very moment... Ho dash! Heh! 2 lizard cries came from beside Tsuchiyo. Tsuchiyo knew without even turning around. Salamanders have respawned. I just cleared out the fire lizards around here, and they've already respawned. This only proves one thing. These 2 fire lizards were monsters that had died before. They randomly respawned within a certain range and happened to spawn right behind Tsuchiyo. Not very lucky. Tsuchiyo frowned and could only temporarily transfer 6 wolves from the wolf pack fighting the flame dragon lizard at the front line. Prioritize dealing with the spawning fire lizards. He fought alongside the 6 wolves, using normal attacks on the fire lizard and skills on the fire dragon lizard. The fewer skeleton wolves there are on the front lines, the greater the pressure becomes. My health dropped incredibly fast. But that's all we can do. Fortunately, the skeleton wolves' attributes were improved. The efficiency of killing fire lizards is much faster than before. Ding! Congratulations on successfully eliminating the level 6 fire lizard. Experience plus 152, copper coins plus 7, flame sack plus 1. Ding! Fate triggered. Ding! Congratulations on successfully eliminating the level 5 fire lizard. Experience plus 121, copper coins plus 5, flame sack plus 1. Ding! Fate triggered. Before long, the fire lizard died suddenly, and one of the 6 skeleton wolves was seriously injured, while 3 others were slightly injured. Fortunately, none of them died. Otherwise, it would definitely make the already scarce mana resources even worse. It has to be me again! Tsuchiyo said this, even though he hadn't dealt much damage. In this high-temperature environment, Tsuchiyo himself will inevitably be affected by the flames, and his health will continue to decrease. Fortunately, Tsuchiyo kept increasing his physical attributes. This gives you a health bar of 400. Although I wouldn't dare to get hit by the flame dragon lizard, these minor scratches and bumps are no big deal. Tsuchiyo felt it was a bit of a waste of life-restoring potions. This large bottle of healing potion can restore 20 health points per second for a full 60 seconds. But even though I'm already at 0 health, it only takes 20 seconds to get back to full health. But I only have high-grade potions. After reluctantly turning the bottle once, Tsuchiyo became even more serious. In order not to waste any more potions, we have to kill that giant lizard as soon as possible. Ding! Inflammation sacs have been collected, 50 to 50. Extract the essence heat storage organ? Just as the skeleton wolves were all going to cause trouble for the fire dragon lizard, Tsuchiyo suddenly heard a notification. Have you collected them all? Tsuchiyo Ning produced a priestess card, casually tossed it to the elite bone wolf, and then focused her attention on examining the essence. Tsuchiyo discovered. The heat storage organs do not appear directly on the skeleton wolf's body. Rather, it is a selective mutation. Spend magic points to make any skeleton hound grow fire lungs. Then what is there to hesitate about? Tsuchiyo waved his hand and directly merged it into the summoned skeleton wolf pack. Buzz! When the flame dragon lizard saw the skeleton wolves flashing a faint light again, it immediately assumed a defensive posture. When they were glowing just now, they were much stronger than before. Is it going to get even stronger again? With its health points already down to around 40%, the flame dragon lizard felt its life hanging by a thread, like a torch in the wind. But the next moment, the light on the skeleton wolves faded. Nothing happened. The flame dragon lizard was taken aback, then swung its tail and attacked again. You dare mess with me? Good boy/girl. Meanwhile, Tsuchiyo, who had activated the essence of the heat storage organ in the distance, no longer paid attention to the battlefield. This heat storage organ is a bit bugged, isn't it? Preview of results. Spends mana. Skeleton wolf transforms into explosive fire wolf, its base attributes change, and it gains the talent self-destruct. Attack, increased from 100% to 200%, 248. Life, reduced from 100% to 50%, 1032. Defense, reduced from 100% to 20%, 8. Talent, self-destruction, deals area damage to surrounding enemies upon death. Attack power increased to twice its normal value. And it's an area of effect attack. You call this ordinary quality white essence? Tsuchiyo silently repeated to himself. Relativity can't just be a good thing. There must be a price to pay. Immediately, upon seeing the mention of spending mana points, his eye twitched involuntarily. As expected. Spend 10,000% of the maintenance cost to mutate. Goodness. 100,000%. 100 times. This is too much, huh? Tsuchiyo was taken aback. Etc. 100 times the maintenance cost? If I remember correctly. It seems that the maintenance cost of a single skeleton wolf is only 1 mana. Even a 100-fold increase only yields 100 magic points. That's terrifying! Tsuchiyo couldn't help but curse under his breath. But this mutation is indeed useful. Tsuchiyo turned his attention back to the battlefield. At this point, both sides were in dire straits. The flame dragon lizard had a skeleton wolf firmly clamped in its jaws, rendering the wolf immobile and causing its health to plummet. Just as another skeleton wolf was about to die, Tsuchiyo waved his hand. 100 magic points for the cricket, spent. The next moment, the skeleton wolf was suddenly illuminated by a white light. The flame dragon lizard grinned when it saw this. Are you trying to fool me again? But soon, the flame dragon lizard realized that something was wrong with what was in its mouth. The thing stuffed in my mouth is still getting bigger. Whoosh! Slurp! Because I wasn't prepared, I bit too hard and my jaw almost dislocated. Just then, the light disappeared. Fire dragon lizard discovery. The skeletal wolf in its mouth transformed from a skinny skeleton into a juicy, orange-red skeletal wolf with a large belly. No. We can no longer describe it as a skeleton wolf. It had a layer of skin the color of white bones. Apart from his round, bright orange belly, his other limbs and body parts were still skin and bones. Some are deformed. The flame dragon lizard was puzzled. What's going on? Immediately, its eyes darted to the human in the distance with a smirking expression. Tsuchiyo said confidently. Yes, I did it. Tsuchiyo immediately gave the order. Burst. Instructions issued. Even though the fire wolf was still low on health after the mutation, its body suddenly expanded further. The next moment. Boom! The flame dragon lizard, whose mouth had just been stretched to its limit, now had its jaw completely dislocated. Ah! It hurts. It hurts so much. This explosion completely robbed it of its biting attack mode. Ah dash! If it weren't for its only remaining offensive organ being its fire lungs, the fire dragon lizard would have been so angry that its lungs would have exploded. With a roar, the fire dragon lizard's body also began to swell. But it's not the stomach, it's the lungs and the chest. Immediately, it tilted its head back to the sky. A brighter, hotter light shone from his gaping mouth. Fire rain! Tsuchiyo grinned. That old bastard really went after the reporter. The big one is coming. Immediately, Tsuchiyo threw out the fool card that he had been holding for a long time. Watch me cripple your skills, huh? Tsuchiyo was taken aback. Because the fire dragon lizard's fire rain skill is the White Eagle Federation style of Iajutsu that empties the magazine. You must expel all the inflammatory fluid from your body. As a result now, after the silence takes effect, it can no longer spray. But its belly was swollen like it was pregnant. It's bright and big. And it keeps getting bigger. I didn't do this, did I? A sense of foreboding rose in Tsuchiyo's heart, and he quickly sent a signal to all the skeleton wolves. Make them run to your side quickly. Then they piled up like a human pyramid. Cover yourself with it. The next moment, the silence effect ended, and the energy within the flame dragon lizard reached its peak. It opened its mouth again. Boom dash! A deafening explosion rang out. Subsequently, players in starting village number 11451 all saw this shining light in the east of the starting village. Is that the fireworks described in ancient books? Fireworks? What are those? They look like the iron sparkling fireworks we have here. How much iron must have been used to create such a huge spark? I don't know how much iron it contains, but I do know that if you touch it, it will definitely hurt. Holy crap! Tsuchiyo gritted her teeth and got up from the ashes of the skeleton wolf. The fiery dragon lizard's heavenly fire just now burned a total of 11 skeleton wolves to death. Even if those skeleton wolves were all low on health. But this is enough to show just how powerful this heavenly fire was. As expected of the flame dragon lizard's life-saving skill. Tsuchiyo stared at the half-dead flame dragon lizard before him, its body now noticeably darker, and a smile crept across his lips. That's it. The flame dragon lizard was so angry he wanted to curse. But by then, it had come to terms with it. After unleashing its ultimate skill, weakened, it could only watch helplessly as the human summoned the skeleton wolf once again. It then launched another attack on itself. Final. Ding! Announcement of fate. Ding! Congratulations to the anonymous traveler for being the first to defeat the area boss Flame Dragon Lizard. Rewards, plus 20,000 experience, plus 20 silver coins, and plus 200 reputation with the Church of Light. Ding! The area boss has died for the first time. The fire lizard of Yanhuan has decreased in combat power by 10%, and the fire lizard of Novice Village number 11451 has decreased in combat power by 20%. Chapter 21 I became a substitute? Chapter 21 I became a substitute? Korea. 6.83 million/6.87 million. Kim Minjun, with his bowl-cut hairstyle, kept his eyes glued to the progress bar while spending money on in-game purchases. He hasn't farmed monsters for 2 hours since the last intelligence report suddenly became invalid. Since I'll have subordinates to lead when the time comes, I might as well focus on deducing the hidden intelligence first. Then I can strike with deadly accuracy. There's an old saying in China. If you want to get rich, build roads first. Rounding down means exactly that. 7 million! Ding! Congratulations on successfully deducing new information. It's out! Kim Min-jun's eyes were bloodshot with excitement. Finally! After spending another 7 million alliance coins, I finally unlocked a new piece of intelligence. Immediately, Kim Min-jun checked. Newbie Village information. The area boss in the east of the Newbie Village, the flame dragon lizard, and the water dragon serpent in the south of the Newbie Village have extremely strong hatred for each other. Defeating either one will unlock the hidden quest. Water and fire cannot coexist. Limited to 2 attempts. East of the beginner village? Kim Min-jun took a deep breath and calmed down. I remember the monsters were all around level 5 or 6, so the boss must be level 7 or 8, right? With that thought in mind, Kim Min-jun felt it was time for him to return to the public eye. After all, this hidden mission requires strength. Immediately, Kim Min-jun grinned, patted his numb legs, and stood up from the ground. Ding! The anonymous traveler from Yanhuang has successfully defeated the boss, Flame Dragon Lizard. Ding! Traveler Linzian from Yanhuang has successfully defeated the boss Flame Dragon Lizard. Ding! The intelligence has expired. Ugh! What the hell? Kim Min-jun blurted out a phrase from the quintessence of Goryo. How come it's the Yanhuang people again? What the hell, it's that anonymous player again. Ding! You have been detected using profanity, and will be muted for 30 minutes. Kim Min-jun's mouth disappeared instantly, and he started smashing things around the Newbie Village with his claws outstretched. If he doesn't erupt in anger, what else can he do? Kim Min-jun went offline immediately. Investigate. Investigate thoroughly. Who exactly is this anonymous player? Yanhuang Yanjing outfit. A woman dressed in white, carrying a 3-foot-long blue copper sword, stood on a hot rock. She exudes an ethereal beauty, radiating an otherworldly yet grounded charm. Before her, countless women fluttered like butterflies, confronting a gigantic fire lizard of enormous size. To the naked eye, these women had all reached level 3. They were far superior to countless other players of the same level. Even their skills are no different from those of professional gamers. When to attack, when to dodge, and when to recover? Although each woman had a different attack rhythm, they achieved a well-coordinated team effect. The level 10 flame dragon lizard was completely overwhelmed and had no chance to fight back. The woman in white, however, showed no joy whatsoever. Instead, a hint of displeasure crossed her face. The 7-star sword formation buff that comes with the sword immortal class is leveling up too slowly. 7-star sword formation. Description: when the number of team members is 7-14-21-28-49, a multiple of 7, the attribute is increased. Level 1. Effect 1, you can choose from the following astrological attributes: Tian Shu, strength increase; Tian Xian, agility increase; Tian Ji, constitution increase; Tian Quan, intelligence increase; Yuheng, critical hit increase; Kai Yang, evasion increase; Yao Guang, resistance increase. Effect 2, not unlocked. This is the sword immortal class that comes bundled with my supreme gaming pod, and its accompanying talent ability 7-star sword formation. Basically, the more people there are, the better the effect and the greater the attribute bonus. As long as there is fighting within the sword formation, the 7-star sword formation's experience points will increase. Killing monsters will grant you extra experience. However, the amount of experience required to upgrade the sword formation to level 2 is simply enormous. Kill even more. A murderous glint flashed in the white-clad woman's displeased eyes. Roar dash! Just then, the flame dragon lizard roared to the sky, preparing to unleash heavenly fire. Tianxian open. Withdraw! Back up! Run further away! countless women retreated. The woman in white lightly touched the ground with her toes, transforming into a straight white streak, fearlessly charging straight towards the flame dragon lizard. Sister Lin, go ahead! Sister Lin, don't be impulsive! The next moment. Ding! Announcement of fate. Ding! Congratulations to the anonymous traveler for being the first to kill the area boss flame dragon lizard. Rewards, plus 20,000 experience, plus 20 silver coins, and plus 200 reputation with the Church of Light. Ding! The area boss has died for the first time. The fire lizard of Yanhuan has decreased in combat power by 10%, and the fire lizard of Novice Village number 11451 has decreased in combat power by 20%. Yay! Sister Lin took down that big one, huh? Who? Upon hearing the system notification, the women were taken aback, and then discovered that the 7-star sword formation buff on them had disappeared. The captain's name was on the team roster, and his health bar suddenly went empty. But the next instant, a deafening notification rang out. Ding! Congratulations to Traveler Lin Zian for becoming the second person to kill the area boss Flame Dragon Lizard. Reward, 10,000 experience, 10 silver coins, and 50 reputation with the Church of Light. Ding! The area boss has died for the second time. Yanhuang's fire lizard combat power has decreased by 5%, currently 15%, and the fire lizard in the beginner village number 7777 has decreased by 10%, currently 20%. Sister Lin is dead again. Pharmacist! Revive me quickly! I can't make any more pills anymore. Let me rub it for you. No! The next moment, Lin Zian, whose face was slightly bloodless, opened her eyes, her displeasure unchanged. Am I dead? Did we win? First kill? After learning the situation, Lin Zian's expression of dissatisfaction deepened. Anonymous player. Several announcements resounded throughout the Destiny. Many players on servers that only opened in the early hours of the morning couldn't sleep. If it were the initial announcement, I would have tolerated it. But this announcement has benefited the entire Yanhuang server. How can we tolerate this? What was that famous quote from Emperor Yanhuang? Seeing that kid make money makes me feel worse than when I lose money. Immediately. Keyboard warriors from all over the world have applied to participate in the battle. Wang Defa? Another announcement from newbie village number 11,451? This is the third time. This is outrageous. What on earth is going on? Why is Yanhuang able to trigger announcements so frequently? It's definitely cheating. This is the only trick the Yanhuang people know. I request a thorough investigation. Reopen the server. Damn it, it's a hidden boss and a level 10 boss. This is something no normal player can possibly defeat. The despicable Yanhuan people must have achieved their fame by using sheer numbers and risking their lives. Even more ruthless and bloodthirsty than the White Eagle Federation. And Yanhuang. Because of the firewall protection, most players don't know what players on foreign servers are thinking. Even if a very small number of players know that foreign servers are slandering the game. Let them talk. You're eating meat in front of the dog, and you can't even let it bark a couple of times? But the necessary counterattack must still be launched. Then, most Yanhuang players posted screenshots and videos. This level 5 monster is too strong. How can an ordinary person possibly defeat it? It's a fire lizard. That's right. Look at this. I lured a rock boar and a fire lizard into a one-on-one fight. The fire lizard lost. Who's the higher level monster here? MP4-inch. I want to go abroad because the monsters there are more challenging. I don't want to live a life where I can make money easily. Of course, the vast majority of Yanhuang players are too lazy to lane, and are only surprised by this. How long has it been? There have been 3 server-wide announcements already. I just finished my summer homework and logged in. This is what a top-tier player looks like. And it was all triggered by my Yanhuang player. I understand the logic, but I remember our Yanhuang only managed to snag one supreme game pod, right? How come 2 players triggered the announcement? Who exactly is that anonymous player? Oh right! And that anonymous player triggered it twice. Wait, could that anonymous player be the supreme game pod player from Yanhuang? Of course. Big shots like him have to be a little mysterious. Unfortunately, Lin Ziyun comes from an ancient martial arts family and rarely participates in verbal disputes. Otherwise, if she saw that the player said the anonymous player was a VIP gaming pod user, she would still be displeased and say, "I've become a stand-in?" Chapter 22 Isn't this also a kind of minotaur? Chapter 22 Isn't this also a kind of minotaur? Hiss! Adding them together. The combat effectiveness of salamanders nationwide has decreased by 15%. In my village, it's decreased by 25%. Suchio glanced at the fire lizards that had spawned in the distance, and clicked his tongue in amazement. I've become someone who planted the tree. No way! Suchio immediately sent out the newly resurrected skeleton wolves. Kill! I want to enjoy this first wave of benefits too! With that 20,000 experience points, I successfully leveled up to level 5. Coincidentally, the fire lizards are level 5 and 6. There will be no drop rate reduction. Moreover, they become so easy to kill after their attributes are lowered. Salamander. Description: a lizard that's been getting a sore throat. Level 5 to 6. Attack 135 to 157, originally 180 to 210. Life 1500 to 1800, originally 2000 to 2400. Skills: Tui, sulfur substances. All fire salamanders' combat power has been reduced by 1 level. It's safe to say that Salamence is easier to defeat than rock boar now. Cuckoo salamander, don't you want the water snakes to know that your race's fighting strength has declined? After laughing, Suchio checked the loot dropped by the flame dragon lizard. Ding! Congratulations on successfully defeating the flame dragon lizard, LV10. Experience plus 384, copper coins plus 40, flame crystal plus 1. Ding! Fate triggered. You have gained an additional 1536 experience, 4x, 120 copper coins, 3x, and 2 fire crystals, 2x. Ding! You have obtained the following items: Summon. Flame Dragon Lizard green. Everlasting Staff green. Scale Fire Shield, gray leather boots, 40 fire arrows. Staring at the long strip of debris, Suchio just wanted to clap his hands and shout, "Thank you, boss!" With this total of 1,920 experience points, Suchio's already nearly full experience bar was instantly maxed out. Instantly level up to level 6. You only have a full 30 free attribute points to allocate. Let's not even talk about the copper coins, they're just a brick on a long road. And Yen Jing. Special drops from the Flame Dragon Lizard boss. 3 pieces were produced in total. Just like when we fought the big bad wolf, it was like killing 3 bosses in one go. Suchio was overjoyed. With Destiny around, farming materials is incredibly easy. Looking at the familiar light shimmering on the flame crystal, Suchio understood immediately. The essence I'm looking for is in here. But Suchio didn't take it directly. Instead, she looked at what she most wanted to see right now. New summoning cards. Upon receiving the 20,000 experience points, Suchio heard a system notification that sounded like heavenly music. Ding! Congratulations! You have reached the maximum experience point and successfully leveled up to level 5. Ding! Your destiny star is detected to be 15. You have been given 15 free attribute points. Please allocate them promptly. Ding! Your level has increased to 5. Your card pack limit has increased by 1. Congratulations! You can now hold more summoned cards. Suchio's mind raced, and he took out the second summoning card from his backpack. Summon. Flame Dragon Lizard Swarm. Quality, excellent blue. Effect. By injecting magic points into it, you can summon a swarm of fire dragon lizards with ranged attack capabilities to assist in battle. Compared to summoned skeleton wolf pack, this summoned flame dragon lizard is one tier lower, only being a blue excellent. However, under the same conditions, a blue-grade excellent pet egg is already a high-level pet egg that summoner players cannot buy even if they beg and plead and spend a lot of money. And the Summon Fire Lizard card can only summon 4 fire lizards. The epic card Skeleton Wolf Pack has its energy divided into 16 parts. The same card, when downgraded to rare, will also be divided into 8 parts. The blue-grade Summon Flame Dragon Lizard will only release energy into 4 lizards. Therefore, it is clear that the Summon Flame Dragon Lizard's combat power is by no means inferior to that of the Skeleton Wolf. Tsuchiyo immediately checked the card's attribute reference. Name: Flame Dragon Lizard. Level 1. Attack 71, Magic Attack 120%. Health 530, Magic Attack 900%. Defense 11, 20% Magic Attack. Duration: consumes 20 mana every 5 seconds. Talent: Liquid Sulfur. Skills: None. Liquid Sulfur. When dealing damage to the enemy, it inflicts a burning effect that lasts for 5 seconds, with the burning damage being 10% of the direct damage. Comparison of Skeleton Wolf attributes with the same intelligence attribute. Name: Skullwolf. Level 1. Attack 53, Magic Attack 150%. Health 885, Magic Attack 1500%. Defense 18, 30% Magic Attack. Duration: consumes 20 mana every 5 seconds. Talent: None. Skills: None. After reviewing the attribute comparison, Tsuchiyo had only 2 words in his mind. Great! Even cards of excellent quality. But these fire dragon lizards are born with special talents. 10% burning damage, lasting 5 seconds. That's practically a 50% damage increase. Isn't this even cooler than the Skeleton Wolf? Tsuchiyo didn't hesitate at all. He simply stuffed the cards into the card pouch at his waist. The next moment. My turn! Draw a card! Immediately, Tsuchiyo had a beautifully crafted card with a blue border in his hand, and in the center of the card was a triumphant fire lizard. Its golden vertical pupils stared straight at the sky, as if there was something in the sky that made it resentful and angry. With a flick of his finger, 4 orbs of light appeared around Tsuchiyo. As the light faded, it revealed a flame dragon lizard that looked almost identical to the other fire lizards around it. However, these fire dragon lizards are smaller than ordinary fire lizards. It seems to be because the energy in the body, or the blood, is more condensed. The scales on the surface of the fire dragon lizards are more delicate, their claws and teeth are sharper, their eyes are more piercing, and even the color of their bodies is much brighter orange. He's pretty handsome, but he looks a bit like the offspring of that flame dragon lizard boss. Tsuchiyo's lips curled into a smile. Let's call you young flame dragon lizard. Ding! The card has been renamed Summon, Young Flame Dragon Lizard. Heh. The 4 baby fire dragons looked unhappy when their owner said they were small, and let out a low growl of dissatisfaction. But there was nothing they could do. Everything was just the master's order. After summoning the cards, Tsuchiyo looked at Yunjing. This is a rare material dropped by the flame dragon lizard. Immediately. Card Master, class effect activated. Ding! The flame crystal material contains essence scorching acid, high temperature throat, elastic oral cavity, and dragon blood diluted. Ding! The scorching acid essence is highly compatible with the fiery wolf. Fusion and mutation are recommended. The flame crystal obtained from the flame dragon lizard is the same as the flame sac obtained from the fire lizard. It's not suitable for them, but it's suitable for the fusion of skeleton wolves with variants. Isn't this a kind of minotaur? Chapter 23 Hidden Mission: Fire and Water Cannot Coexist. Chapter 23 Hidden Quest: Fire and Water. Let me check the attributes of the new essence. Immediately, Suchio pointed. Hot acid. Brief description, ouch. It's so hot. Quality, white, ordinary. Effect, when dealing damage to an enemy, reduce their defense by 10 points, lasting until the end of the battle. Not bad support ability. Suchio really liked the effect of the scalding acid. If the fire wolf mutates and detonates before battle, it's equivalent to all friendly units dealing plus 10 damage. Then, when facing the boss again, the battle will be much easier. After all damage bonuses such as critical hits, armor penetration, and unity are calculated based on the damage after armor penetration. It's just that this description is weird. Without saying a word, Suchio directly extracted the essence of the scorching acid. Then, another 100 magic points were spent to mutate a skeleton wolf into a fire wolf, and then this essence was added to it. Ding! Summoning, skeleton wolf pack successfully fused with scorching acid. After inquiring, Suchio learned that, although the fiery wolf and the skeleton wolf are different species, but it's like the difference between elite bone wolves and skeleton wolves. It belongs to the same variant of the summoned skeleton wolf pack card. It is not considered an additional card. Therefore, when fusing essence, it is still considered as fused into the summoned skeleton wolf pack card. Aside from the scorching acid essence, the remaining essence is finally related to the lizards. Suchio took out the remaining 2 flame crystals. Extract! Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the premium high-temperature throat pipe. High-temperature throat. Description: a throat that maintains a consistently high temperature and humidity allows the ejected magma to remain active for longer. Quality: white, ordinary. Effect: attack range plus 50%. Ding! Congratulations on achieving your advanced elastic oral care product. Flexible oral cavity. Description: the oral cavity, used for temporary food storage, has been reinforced to provide stronger elastic potential energy to hot saliva, allowing it to be sprayed further. Quality: excellent, green. Effect: learn the skill corrosive sulfur. Corrosive sulfur liquid sprays a semi-molten sulfuric acid liquid at a designated area, dealing 150% damage to enemies within the area. This is the essence of the boss. Suchio laughed even more happily. Not only did it increase the attack range, but it even mastered a skill. This skill is just a loose version of Heavenly Fire. If I had more of my young flame dragon lizards, when they released the corrosive sulfur together, they would have become the skyfire that almost killed me. Subconsciously, Suchio looked back at the ashes on the ground. Those are all evidence of the skeleton wolves protecting themselves. A gust of wind blew by, and the skeleton wolves galloped away. After undergoing the essence mutation, the young flame dragon lizards can now be directly deployed to the battlefield. Suchio looked at the 4 lizards beside him that were chasing his tail and said with certainty. However, it's a pity that we couldn't extract the last bit of dragon blood. This is what made Suchio sigh with regret. However, if you don't get out the first time, just kill it again, and it will drop out again. Destiny is a game like this. It's all because I was too lucky before. I can't let this happen, I can't let this happen. After extracting the essence to mutate his summoned beasts, Suchio checked the last item. Hidden quest: water and fire cannot coexist. Water and fire are incompatible. Mission description: the fire lizard and the water serpent clan are sworn enemies. Slay the water serpent clan's chief, the water dragon serpent, to accompany the fire dragon lizard in death, and you will obtain the treasures of both clans. Mission objective: kill the water snake 0-100, kill the water dragon snake 0-1. Quest reward: blood fusion stone. Quest hint: the fire lizards and water snakes have a blood feud. They are irreconcilable enemies. Blood fusion stone: can fuse and stabilize different bloodlines. Blood melting stone. Upon seeing the words, blood fusion stone, Suchio's eyes narrowed. I haven't heard of the water and fire cannot coexist mission, but I have heard of the announcement for the first kill of the regional boss in my previous life. After all, That's news that can reduce the monster combat power of the entire server. That's enough to make other servers envious. The one who got the first kill was not George from the White Eagle Federation, whom Suchiyo had been longing for. Instead, it was Yenhuang's Lin Ziyun who got the second kill this time. Because George wasted too much time when he was killing Grey Wolf. It will take several hours to defeat Grey Wolf and achieve a leap in strength. But Lin Ziyun is different. I remember that Lin Jianxian, who never smiled and always had a sullen face, had an incredibly awesome skill. He could trade his life for injury. Therefore, Lin Ziyun and her 7-star sword team always progressed very quickly in the game. Always at the forefront of the game. But it's fine, as long as George doesn't benefit from it. Suchiyo smiled, recalling an old saying from Yenhuang. Seeing that kid lose money makes me happier than when I make money. As for this blood fusion stone, we can only wait until we kill the water serpent to see what the two clans' most precious treasures are worth. Suchiyo made a decision and immediately gave orders to the young flame dragon lizards. You guys go kill the fire lizards too. The inflammatory cyst is still a bit lacking. The 4 young fire dragon lizards obeyed the command, turned their heads, and looked at the fire lizards that were fighting with the skeleton wolves. Then a gurgling sound came from his throat. Heh. With a puff of his cheeks, he spat out a mouthful of red, sticky liquid. Tui! 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 4 consecutive spitting sounds rang out, accompanied by 4 globs of orange-yellow hot slime that drew an unsightly arc in the air before accurately hitting the fire lizard's head. -51. -52. -50. -49. Roar woo! The salamanders, who had never been burned before, got to experience it this time. They were all screaming in pain. It's a pity I don't have any money on hand right now, otherwise I would definitely upgrade the young flame dragon lizards. This damage is equivalent to one of my own basic attacks. Thinking of this, Suchiyo's smile froze. Etc. Doesn't that mean I'm the weakest member of the team? No, I'm sure I still have a purpose. At the very least, this family can't be without me, right? Suchiyo felt much better after thinking about it this way. He then casually opened his own attribute panel. It's time to allocate my 30 free attribute points. Chapter 24, Female NPC in the Beginner Village? Chapter 24, Female NPC in the Beginner Village? Agility +5. Constitution +5. Intelligence +20. Suchiyo instantly allocated all 30 free attribute points. I've never fought such a rich war before. His intelligence attribute skyrocketed from 59 to 79. It increased by 1/3. This also means that the combat power of all of Suchiyo's summoned creatures has increased by 1/3 again. Roar? The young flame dragon lizard made a series of puzzled sounds. He didn't realize where this sudden surge of power within him came from. But the skeleton dog beside it came closer, put its paw on its shoulder, and said earnestly, "Awu." The young flame dragon lizard's vertical pupils widened in shock. Can this even be considered normal? However, since that's what the experienced wolves have to say. The young fire dragon lizards all turned around to look at their human master, and began to believe them a little. How do these things communicate when they can't understand each other's language? Suchiyo picked at his ear. Although summoned creatures cannot speak, they can convey their thoughts directly to the summoner through a mental link. They just communicated and interacted through Suchiyo, the translator. They're treating me like Wi-Fi. Suchiyo was at a loss for words, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Ding! Congratulations on successfully eliminating the level 6 fire lizard. Experience +147, copper coins +7, flame sack +1. Ding! Fate triggered, gaining an additional 588 experience, 4x, 21 copper coins, 3x, and 6 fire sacks, 6x. Nice! 6x drop rate! Suchiyo rubbed his hands together happily. When gathering materials, luck is simply a magical skill. We've only killed a dozen or so, and we're not far from our goal of 100 flame sacks. Rustle, rustle! Just then, Tsuchiyo alertly heard the sound of some creatures moving around from the side. The skeleton wolves, who had just killed the fire lizard, also raised their heads alertly and looked in that direction. Who is it? Just as Tsuchiyo was guessing, the shared vision of the skeleton wolves told him the answer. A bald man suddenly emerged from the rocks, and upon seeing the skeleton wolf, he was overjoyed. Wow! Isn't that the boss's wolf? That loud voice and that signature bald head, the Blood Wolves' battle leader? Tsuchiyo raised an eyebrow, a question forming in his mind. What is he doing here? Just then, other noises also came at the same time. I knew it! The big boss must be here. Can't you guys look after the mage? What if we get separated from the group? Shut up, mage! Hearing the dense, incessant sounds, Tsuchiyo frowned slightly. Is everyone here? However, not many people came. Before long, a dozen or so figures appeared in Tsuchiyo's field of vision. Blood Wolf's bald warrior, Cold Wind's smoldering archer, Fayun's sharp-tongued mage, and Starry Night's beautiful assassin. And their close deputy captain and several trusted confidants. Is this the anonymous big shot? So handsome. My God! He's so handsome he's practically ingrained in my bones, but why do I feel like he bears a slight resemblance to the leader of the Ao Shui battle group? Don't talk nonsense! Does Ashua even deserve it? Cold Wind. Proud Snow, ? What did I do? I haven't even said anything yet. The bald man chuckled, rubbed his hands together, and said to Tsuchiyo. Hey boss, did the boss drop anything you don't need? I've got plenty of money! You idiot! How dare you talk like that? The smoldering archer, with his superior agility, instantly appeared in front of Tsuchiyo and spoke in a familiar, waiter-like tone. We're here to ease your burden. Tsuchiyo's face immediately showed a hint of disgust. What kind of people are these? At this moment, Xia Yubing from the Starry Night Guild understood Tsuchiyo's confusion and replied. Thanks to you, fire lizards are now easier monsters to kill than rock boars. In addition, the higher the level of the fire lizard, the higher the drop rate of items, so we brought the team here. After speaking, Xia Yubing nodded slightly. I hope I haven't bothered you. Tsuchiyo's face stiffened upon hearing this. Would it be impolite to say, I'm disturbing you? At this time? Good. Tsuchiyo immediately reached out and beckoned. The 16 skeleton wolves and 4 young fire dragon lizards simultaneously gathered back to their side. This move really made the summoner captain of the Starry Night Guild envious. Summoned at will, dismissed at will, how cool is that? Why aren't my summoned beasts this cool? At this moment, the slow-moving commander of the Fayun battle group finally arrived late. Sorry boss, I'm late. Is there anything left that I can use? The bald man glanced at him and said, The big boss hasn't even said he'd sell yet. And you're already eyeing his stuff? You deserve to be punished. Fayun, thunder. After some negotiation, Tsuchiyo also learned the second reason why these players came to find him. After all, face-to-face transactions can reduce the taxes paid by Destiny by 10%. That's right. Exchanges are garbage. Not even dogs would use them. Wouldn't it be better to give that spare money to the big shots? Tsuchiyo. Who was the most enthusiastic about grabbing them back then? That's it. The everlasting staff. Excellent green quality. It can also increase fire attribute skill damage by 20%. 30,000. Are you selling it, big shot? Fire shield. Holy crap. That's god tier gear. It reflects fire damage when attacked. Why am I not a knight? I'll take all 40 fire arrows, boss, just name your price. You, Ashua from the Cold Wind Guild, why did you buy a rocket? I want to. It's none of your business. After the transaction was completed, everyone sat in a circle. Some were lamenting that they had no money in their pockets, while others were happily examining the equipment they had snatched. Some stared enviously at the props others had bought, saying, "Just let me touch one, please." In this transaction, Tsuchiyo acquired a total of 7 gold and 56 silver, 75,600 copper. Another 70,000 yuan has come in. Playing Destiny's Path can actually make you money. However, Tsuchiyo also noticed something. The Starry Night Guild purchased the fewest items this time. Out of money? Xia Yubing noticed Tsuchiyo's gaze and responded. The bidding was a bit too fierce before, and I'm a little short on cash now. I'm still trying to recoup my losses. However, it's all worth it. Being able to obtain the blue excellent grade bone removal skill from the wolf soul is enough to meet the skill requirements up to level 20. While Xia Yubing was speaking, the scene was still noisy. But when Xia Yubing mentioned the skill that could be obtained from the wolf soul, it was of excellent blue quality. The scene became much quieter. This is just for showing off. Everyone present at the time tried to snatch that piece of wolf soul. But since skills are acquired randomly, no one dares to gamble too much. Result: Xia Yubing only spent 20,000 yuan and got a skill of excellent quality. That skill! If we're going to go for the higher end, someone would definitely buy it even if it were priced at 200,000. This is a god-tier skill from highly skilled players. Even Tsuchiyo couldn't help but glance at Xia Yubing again, suppressing his heartache as he said, "Boning? That's not a skill that just anyone can master." Xia Yubing smiled faintly. "It's a little difficult, but not too difficult. Bone removal is a skill exclusive to the assassin class. When attacking the same location, the damage percentage stacks. The higher the level, the higher the maximum damage percentage. You should know that monsters can move. How difficult is it to attack the same location? The higher the quality of the deadening, the more wounds can exist simultaneously. For ordinary players, this skill is a complete waste of skill slots. But for a pro like Xia Yubing, that's an old lady blowing her nose. Hold it in your hand and pinch it. No, it should be said that it's like adding wings to a tiger. Oh right, there's something I forgot to mention." Bald Man, who had gotten nothing, enviously handed the scale fire shield to the vice captain. Then, wanting to make his presence felt in front of Tsuchiyo, he spoke up. "Hey boss, I don't know if you've seen the message. A female NPC has arrived in the starting village." Chapter 25 features another type of ranged attack monster. Chapter 25, another ranged attack monster. A female NPC? A jolt of electricity seemed to run through Tsuchiyo's mind, as if he had grasped something. Is that female NPC wearing the robes of the Church of Light? Upon hearing Tsuchiyo's reply, the bald man's angry smile vanished. So boss, you knew all along. Hanfeng, Aoshua glanced at the bald man, raised his head, and said, "Ha! What doesn't this big shot know? You'd better forget about your petty schemes. Aoshua, I swear you're an immortal." Ignoring the fact that the battle group leader had started scuffling again, Tsuchiyo's mind was already in turmoil. The NPC for the hidden quest in the beginner village has appeared. Simply hand over the collected materials to the NPC of the Church of Light to obtain the hidden quest. That's the only hidden quest in the starting village. Thinking of this, Tsuchiyo's lips curled into a smile. But that female NPC didn't say a word. At this moment, Xia Yubing's long legs felt slightly numb. After shifting her sitting position, she spoke. "We tried to negotiate with them, but perhaps because they were seriously injured, they were very wary of us travelers and only occasionally spoke to the villagers who believed in the Church of Light. Now she has moved into the village's IP room, and we can't interact with her. We can only send people to observe her secretly." As she spoke, Xia Yubing looked at Tsuchiyo. "Do you have any suggestions?" Clearly, the sudden appearance of the female NPC also piqued the guild leader's interest. "I just don't know how to trigger the interaction." Not only Xia Yubing, but the other battle group leaders also turned to look at Tsuchiyo, their faces full of anticipation. Now Tsuchiyo understood. Besides grinding monsters and trading, these people had another main purpose. They came to me to extract information. However, I do have some information about that NPC. The wounds on that NPC should all be emitting black smoke, right? Upon hearing Tsuchiyo's words, the battle group leader sat up straight immediately. There's a chance. The bald man shifted his position, craning his neck forward as if afraid of missing something. Yes. The mage adjusted his glasses, recalling the details. It wasn't just the black aura. Although we couldn't see her health bar, we could still sense that she wasn't in good condition and was probably seriously injured. Tsuchiyo hummed in agreement, scratching his head with a pained expression. I participated in the closed beta and have some recollection of it, but it's been so long that I can't quite remember. As you know, Destiny has been promoted for several years and has a lot of content, so it is indeed quite a long time ago. Ao Shui nodded secretly. No wonder this expert is so amazing. He's an extremely rare beta tester. A look of regret crossed the bald man's face. I can't remember? What should we do then? The mage slapped the bald man on the back of the head, then leaned closer to Tsuchiyo with a smile and secretly slipped him a gold coin. Boss, please take this opportunity to think about it again. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Tsuchiyo quietly accepted the gold coins, her expression brightening. Huh! I remember now! Baldashue. Everyone. Xia Yubing watched this scene with a slight frown, but pursed her lips and said nothing. Let's continue contributing materials to the newbie village, Tsuchiyo said. Whether it's monster materials or infrastructure materials, we contribute them all to the village. After all, the village chief is a believer in the Church of Light, so he can just mindlessly farm village contribution points. The quest will be issued once the NPC has recovered from his injuries. Upon hearing Tsuchiyo's information, everyone felt as if the clouds had parted and the sun had shone through. Everything became clear. Isn't this the same thing the boss asked us to do before? Is the boss just trying to fool us? Whispering. Thunder, did you waste your money? Whispering. Bullshit. Don't you understand? This means the big boss was already making plans back then. The expert didn't mention the hidden quest at all before, but he already told us how to solve it. We just didn't realize it. That's right. I should have realized it when I saw the NPC and the village chief were in contact. How come I didn't think of that? Damn it. Spending all my time with a bunch of idiots is ruining my life. This is the stupidity tax I should pay. Tsuchiyo remained calm as he watched the battle commanders once again trying to decipher his divine will. Yes, that's exactly what I think. Well then, boss, we won't bother you any longer. The battle commanders, along with their respective subordinates, rose and prepared to leave. We've been away from the team for quite some time. It's time for us to get back to leading the team to grind monsters. After bidding farewell to Tsuchiyo, the battle leaders headed towards their respective battle groups. After saying goodbye, Tsuchiyo also got up from the warm stone. The female NPC is nowhere to be seen in the house. It seems she won't reappear until dawn. Immediately, Tsuchiyo looked towards the deep blue sky to the east. Let's try to collect the last snake gallbladders before dawn. Tsuchiyo reached out and summoned his summoned creature again, then headed towards the snake pool in the south. Water snake. Description: a snake that spits water. Level 7. Attack: 240. Life: 2000. Skills: seize any opportunity, chill poison. Seek opportunities. Description: look, this is the slippery creature. Don't come in. Effect: increases critical hit rate. Cold poison. Description: can you tolerate this temperature? Effect: reduces the movement speed of the enemy after taking damage. Like the fire lizard, it is another monster that attacks from a distance. Tsuchiyo took a deep breath of the slightly damp air and said with disdain. Furthermore, the attacks have a high chance of critical hits and will also reduce the enemy's movement speed. I have to say, water snakes truly deserve to be the last monster in the starting village. The intensity matches its difficulty. Fortunately, based on the principles of relativity, water snakes are relatively scattered. In combat, you might even need taunt-type skills to pull monsters away. This is the final challenge. Tsuchiyo smiled slightly, preparing to issue an attack command to his summoned creatures. But at that moment, the young fire dragon lizards roared to the sky. Roar dash! The next moment, all the water snakes that heard the roar raised their upper bodies and turned to look in Tsuchiyo's direction. Tsuchiyo stared into the eyes of dozens of snake-like eyes and secretly swallowed. Good news, no more mockery. Bad news, the feast is about to begin. Looking at the dense swarm of water snakes crawling towards him, preparing to spit water, Tsuchiyo understood. So the blood feud mentioned in the mission was this serious. Their whole family of snakes came out to drive out the Tartars. But Tsuchiyo wasn't afraid at all. Prepare for attack! Tsuchiyo waved his hand and tossed out several gold coins. Ding! Successfully consumed 10 silver coins, 1,000 copper coins, card summon. Young flame dragon lizard level increased to level 2. Ding! Successfully consumed 40 silver coins, 4,000 copper coins, card summon. Young flame dragon lizard level increased to level 3. Ding! Successfully consumed 1 gold coin, 10,000 copper coins, card summon. Young flame dragon lizard level increased to level 4. Ding! Successfully consumed 4 gold coins, 40,000 copper coins, card summon. Young flame dragon lizard level increased to level 5. The 4 most spirited young fire dragon lizards besides Tsuchiyo instantly swelled to several sizes. It looks even more imposing, and its body color is even darker. Fire power ready! Tsuchiyo stared at the group of water snakes, a smile spreading across his lips. Fire! Chapter 26 Water Dragon and Serpent, Dead. Chapter 26 Water Dragon and Serpent, Dead. Roar dash! Knock 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 knock! Hiss dash! Under the cover of night, the once damp, cold, and deathly silent snake pool was filled with the sounds of a fierce battle. Corrosive sulfur liquid! Upon hearing Tsuchiyo's command, the young flame dragon lizards once again lunged upwards. Then it accurately hit a group of water snakes that had piled up behind the skeleton wolf battle line. Tsuchiyo conjured a magician card with his left hand and transformed a newly resurrected skeleton wolf into a raging fire wolf with his right. Go! Immediately, the magician and the fiery wolf simultaneously charged into the battle. They shattered the enemy's already crumbling battle lines even further. Clearly, in terms of both quantity and quality, the water snakes are more numerous and stronger than Tsuchiyo's summoned beasts. But under Tsuchiyo's unpredictable tactics of fighting and retreating, it was always the water snakes who suffered serious injuries. Ton ton ton! After downing another bottle of medium-sized mana recovery potion, which he got for free from another guild, Tsuchiyo couldn't help but let out a burp. This number of replies is much lower than that of the large bottle. In battles where mana is consumed extremely quickly, Tsuchiyo could barely drink anymore. After all, there's now an extra young flame dragon lizard summoning card. The mana required to maintain a summoned creature is doubled. My natural mana regeneration isn't enough again. When we get back to the starting village, we'll need to buy a lot more large-sized mana recovery potions. Bigger is better. However, the battle came quickly and ended just as quickly. Because the enemy was chasing and attacking the fire lizard, all the monsters were exhausted by Tsuchiyo's actions. The magician's slowing ability is no joke. Before long, Tsuchiyo had obtained a massive amount of monster materials. Of course, there are also Ding! Snake gall bladder sample detected contains essence delayed mucus. Delayed mucus. Quality, white ordinary. Effect, the attack reduces the enemy's movement speed. Ding! Snake gall bladder sample detected contains essence snake venom. Snake venom. Quality, white ordinary. Effect, when dealing damage to the enemy, inflicts a poison effect that lasts for 5 seconds. The poison damage is 10% of the direct damage. Ding! The slowing slime essence is a perfect match for the young flame dragon lizard card. Ding! Snake venom essence is a perfect match for the skeleton wolf pack card. What's there to hesitate about? Extract! The snake gall in Tsuchiyo's backpack instantly turned into powder and disappeared. The next moment, all the skeletal wolf's fangs and claws were coated with a poisonous black film. All young fire dragons secrete a sticky substance containing neurotoxins from their parotid glands. The ensuing battles became even more one-sided. Even Tsuchiyo's army no longer needed to fight and retreat. Let's just go for it. This completely baffled the snake. Why would a wolf have snake venom? And it's even more poisonous than theirs. But they aren't snakes or wolves, are they? Snake venom cannot be stacked. It takes 5 seconds to reach maximum damage. Therefore, Tsuchiyo's commands to the summoned beasts were much simpler. We have the advantage now, and there are many skeleton wolves, so attack once and then switch targets to maximize damage. Before long, all the water snakes were wiped out. After Tsuchiyo slowly used the priestess to heal everyone, he walked towards the deepest part of the snake pool. Ding! You have disturbed the sleeping boss water dragon serpent. It is very angry now. A system notification sounded. A long, drawn-out hissing sound came from the snake pool. The boss is here! The next moment, a giant black python, 10 meters long and as thick as a round stool, slowly crawled out of the snake pool. Unlike ordinary water snakes, this huge black snake had fin-like growths extending from both sides of its neck. It expands and contracts with each breath, which looks quite terrifying. Hiss. Water dragon snake. Brief introduction. The king of water snakes, he is the sworn enemy of the flame dragon lizard. After fighting it, he was seriously injured and his attributes were greatly reduced. Level 10. Rank, Black Iron Boss. Attack 500, damage taken. Life, 40,000 injured. Skills, find a crack, use cold poison, molt, lay eggs. Update, 12 hours, refreshes 12 hours after death. Seek opportunities. Description, I can't get in. I just can't get in no matter what I try. Effect, increases critical hit rate and critical hit damage. Cold poison. Description, I'm so scared. Oh no! I'm cold. Effect, after the enemy takes damage, their movement speed and attack speed are reduced. Molt. Description, I just shed my skin, don't. Effect, when receiving fatal damage, restores 10% of maximum health, but inflicts a sensitivity effect, increasing damage taken by 10%. Spawning. Description, I, a snake, love laying eggs the most. Effect, for every 5% decrease in health, lays an egg and summons a water snake to aid in battle. The snake egg can be broken. Familiar attributes, as expected of a water snake. Tsuchiyo Ning drew a fool's card, preparing for battle. It's almost dawn, you'd better hurry up and die. Looking at the snake's head, which was 3 meters tall and held high, Tsuchiyo stopped pretending. Use your mouth! The next moment, the skeleton wolf charged at the water dragon snake, and the young fire dragon lizards also opened their mouths and spat their flaming liquid at the water dragon snake. Hiss hiss hiss! The skeleton wolves went up and started scratching and stabbing at us relentlessly. -122. -125. -128. In just one round of attacks, it took away 5% of the water dragon serpent's health. Unity is truly a god-tier buff for defeating bosses. Hiss dash! The injury woke the water dragon snake up instantly. These skeleton wolves are ridiculously strong. Of course, the boss won't just sit idly by. So he simply turned and twisted. A giant egg, a full meter tall, sprouted from behind its tail. Snake eggs. Description, after 30 seconds, a level 5 water snake will hatch. Attack its egg. Attack its egg and you win. Attack 0. Defense 50. Life 5,000. A problem that's clearly visible to the naked eye. Su Qiu immediately dispatched some troops to be responsible for defusing the bombs. Meanwhile, he and most of the remaining summoned creatures continued to kill snakes. Roar dash! The young fire dragon lizards let out a roar, raising their heads to gather their strength. -300. -300. -300. -300. Su Qiu was pleasantly surprised to discover the damage inflicted on the water dragon serpent by the young flame dragon lizards doubled after their defenses were breached. This is hatred. With a slight smile, Su Qiu was extremely satisfied with the situation. This is equivalent to using 4 baby fire dragons as 8. Thanks to the considerable damage from Su Qiu's summoned creatures, the snake egg was quickly shattered. Moreover, it was under Su Qiu's control. The moment the snake egg cracked, the water dragon snake's health was reduced to 90%. Hiss! They immediately laid another egg. Su Qiu, familiar with the process, continued defusing the bomb. If other players saw this, their eyes would pop out. This water dragon and snake design isn't meant for solo play. The ability to lay eggs is to disperse the player's forces. Surprisingly, Su Qiu managed to control the pace of the damage. He managed to completely dominate the boss that was considered the strongest in the beginner village, all thanks to his summoned creatures. Elegant, so incredibly elegant. Once Su Qiu got the rhythm of the battle under control, he reduced the water dragon serpent's health points as easily as playing a game. 34,120 to 40,000, 85.3%. 27,551 to 40,000, 68.8%. 19852400000, 49.6%. 8,923 to 40,000, 22.3%. Hiss dash! Soon, after Su Qiu paid the price of 6 skeleton wolves and 5 young fire dragon lizards, the water dragon snake's health points were reduced to 0. Don't ask why 5 of the 4 baby fire dragons died. He died twice because of the dragon lizard. Snap! The water dragon snake fell into the pool, splashing up a huge spray of water. But once the pool water soaked and moistened its body, the water dragon snake suddenly began to surge. In a flash. Wow, that's fast. The water dragon twisted and shed a layer of skin. Health points are instantly restored by 10%. However, facing Su Qiu's summoned beast army, whose combat power was already extraordinary, it's still not enough. Hiss! The water dragon snake, which had died and been reborn, fell down once more. This time, it no longer had the strength to rise. Su Qiu, meanwhile, basked in the morning sunlight. Ding! Announcement of fate. Ding! Congratulations to the anonymous traveler for being the first player to defeat the area boss water dragon serpent. Reward, plus 30,000 experience, plus 30 silver coins, plus 300 reputation with the Church of Light. Ding! The area boss has died for the first time. Yanhuang's water snake combat power has decreased by 10%, and the water snake in the number 11451 beginner village has decreased by 20%. In just one night, Su Qiu killed 3 bosses. It gave Destiny a tiny bit of shock to Yanhuang. Chapter 27, 100% attributes bring reality to the scene. Chapter 27, 100% attributes bring reality to life. Wait a minute! Did I see that right? It's on the announcement again. I haven't even killed a single gray wolf. How come the pro has already killed 3 bosses? Thanks to Destiny, I've once again realized the gap between myself and the top players. This guild must be amazing, right? At this stage, without a well-equipped and well-coordinated team, it's impossible to beat the boss. I mean, is it possible that the 3 anonymous accounts are actually 3 players? So, are there any guilds that want me? If not, I'll ask again later. Countless esports enthusiasts woke up to a barrage of shocking news. A miracle of 4 announcements in one night. Real esports, straight to the point. Yanhuang is the worst. Not the same name. The ancient martial arts family admits that the supreme game pod has been pre-selected and bound to Lin Ziyun by the family head. 4 of the 9 winners of the supreme game pod from the Earth Federation have been confirmed. Shocking! Is there a second hidden supreme cabin player in Yanhuang? The starting point of Yanhuang Esports Rise, Destiny. Making a fortune in a single day. A certain guild of the Blood Wolf Guild recouped its investment in just 1 day. Magic Lettuce Guide, minimum requirements for 3-player kill of the Grey Wolf. Is the anonymous player a hidden class, the Necromancer? These are the top-ranking news stories. It also attracted countless ordinary people outside the gaming community. Playing games without spending money is one thing, but you can even make money from it. Are the monsters of our Yanhuang simpler than those of other countries? I picked up a helmet yesterday, I'll try it out tonight. Killing a monster earns about 2 yuan, that's pretty good, I'll treat it as a part-time job. Following the announcement. On this day, the number of players in Destiny reached a new high. The person who created this miracle stared blankly at the system notification in front of them. Ding! You have been playing for 12 consecutive hours. We recommend logging off to rest and do some other activities. Note, your power in the game is illusory, no matter how strong you are. Yes, it's definitely time to rest. Etc. Su Qiu suddenly remembered something and quickly checked her physical condition in reality. Hiss! Sure enough, after entering the game, I lay flat on my back all night without turning over. In the sweltering summer heat, let alone the rashes that would develop on your back. If we don't move it soon, it'll probably develop lividity. Su Qiu immediately tidied up the pile of things on the ground. Run straight towards the starting village. Players should find a safe zone to log off. Otherwise, when you log in next time, there's a chance you'll encounter monsters, enemies, perverts, or other such enemies. Boys must take good care of themselves when they go out. Su Qiu ran back to the starting village and logged off with peace of mind. Dash! As soon as he logged off, Su Qiu felt as if he had been gang-fighted all over. Muscle stiffness, soreness, numbness throughout the body, cramps. Su Qiu knew that this was her body's forced restart function. Otherwise, if the blood doesn't circulate properly, it could really lead to necrosis. I almost forgot, non-game pod players don't have the support of massage beds and nutrient solutions, so they can't stay online for too long. Although he possessed an Ouroboros ring, he was a complete non-gamer. Pain points are normal. Su Qiu stared at the yellowish-white ceiling, his face contorted in pain as he pondered. I definitely need to buy a budget gaming pod, at least so that next time I won't. Just as Su Qiu was enduring the pain and thinking about what kind of gaming pod to buy, a warm current suddenly flowed from my right hand. A warm current instantly spread throughout my body. Wherever I went, I experienced no further physical discomfort. That feels so good. Su Qiu got out of bed, clenched her fist, and the numbness was gone. All right? Moreover, this warm current did not move too fast and could not be stopped. After Su Qiu recovered, the warm current disappeared quietly, as if nothing had happened. Dr. Jie, you have a miraculous cure! However, this warm current seemed to have restored more than just its own body. Su Qiu stretched her neck, waist, and wrists. I noticed that it no longer makes any crunching sounds. They're even full of energy. They have inexhaustible energy. In my past life, I was a novelist. A bottle of cola, a pack of cigarettes, and 2,000 words a day. It's no surprise that my health is so poor. Later I played Destiny. I quit smoking, but I'd gotten addicted to the internet. But I remember my body only started to improve when the game invaded reality, and everyone was able to bring out some of their attributes. Su Qiu was puzzled. But at that moment, a blue, semi-transparent panel that was extremely familiar to Su Qiu suddenly appeared before his eyes. Nickname, Dusk. Talent, none. Occupation, none. Attribute 1, Strength 15, Agility 25, Constitution 35, intelligence 60, 30 free attribute points can be allocated. P.S. The peak value for a normal person is 5. Attribute 2, attack 15 to 66, physical magical, defense 17, health 350, magic 600. Cards none. Skills none. Aren't these the attributes from my destiny? How come they all came out? Tsuchiyo couldn't help but gasp, then looked at the ring on her hand. Could it be that the person who possesses the Ring of Destiny can bring out the game's attributes in advance? You should know. Players won't be able to bring out attributes until New Year's Day, 6 months from now. From then on, players were able to gradually unlock attributes, as well as data on items and equipment. But on New Year's Eve before that, the monsters in Destiny will appear in reality before you do. In addition, human technological products are directly rendered obsolete. The entire Earth Alliance will be plunged into a long period of disorder. At that time, everything in reality will be redistributed. This is the greatest New Year's gift in human history. However, I actually unlocked the attribute 6 months ahead of schedule. Even my weakest strength is 3 times that of an ordinary person. Not to mention, after defeating the boss, the rewarded experience allowed me to level up twice. Currently, I still have a full 30 attribute points unallocated. Now I am Superman. Immediately, Tsuchiyo then prepared to climb into bed and continue playing games. With Ijiroboro's ring, one doesn't need to move their body at all. Wouldn't this completely dominate Destiny's path? Thump! But just then, a muffled thud came from the wooden door of his rented room. It seemed like something bumped or knocked outside the door. What the hell? Tsuchiyo walked to the door of the room, pulled the door open, and found that the doorway was blocked and she could not get out. Several workers were struggling to carry a civilian gaming pod. After all, I live in a shared apartment, and the living room is partitioned. The corridor was very narrow, making it extremely difficult to move things around. Excuse me. Right in front of Tsuchiyo, a short-haired boy, not very tall, wearing an oversized gray short-sleeved shirt and shorts, was also struggling to lift a corner of the game pod. He seemed startled by the opening of the door, quickly turned to apologize to Tsuchiyo, and didn't dare to move too much, continuing to help the master carry it inside. He had thin arms and legs, and he shuffled along in oversized slippers, inching forward little by little. Upon seeing her appearance, Tsuchiyo finally remembered. These are my neighbors in my shared apartment. But we've hardly ever met. Fine. Tsuchiyo responded casually. Good boy. He had just mentioned the monster in his room when the door opened. Tsuchiyo thought a monster had appeared too. Just then, when the boy adjusted his position, he suddenly stepped on his own slipper. He lost his balance and fell down, brushing against the wall. Hey! The 3 workers were already struggling to carry it. This time, the gaming pod, weighing several hundred pounds, crashed directly towards the boy. The craftsmen couldn't catch him even if they wanted to. Whoosh! He had already slipped and fallen to the ground, and only had time to close his eyes. He covered his face with his elbow and let out a frightened whimper. In that instant, he could already imagine how painful it would be if both of his legs were crushed. I gritted my teeth and prepared to endure it. However, the imagined excruciating pain did not come. Stop lying down, are you mopping the floor? Is that the voice of the tenant who opened the door earlier? She squinted and glanced over secretly. I saw a hand resting on the corner of the game pod I had just been carrying. 1. He caught it with just one hand. This is incredibly heavy. Although he was surprised, his body did not freeze. He quickly climbed out of the gap where the hand was raised, not caring how dirty the unattended corridor floor was. Nonsense. My leg almost fell off. Who cares about dirt? Thank you. Tsuchiyo glanced at the scruffy, grimy cross-dresser who had just crawled out without responding. This is a real greyhound. Take a break over there. Master, you go over and help them carry the front. I'll walk here by myself. The worker next to him was stunned when he saw Tsuchiyo take one side of the game pod from him and talk without blushing or panting. Damn, this young man! Then, taking advantage of the gap the crossdresser had just emerged from, he reached the front. With Tsuchiyo's help, the game pod was easily moved to the scholar's room. The technicians then began connecting the wires. However, the scholar's room was beyond Tsuchiyo's expectations. The light blue color scheme of the home furnishings creates a clean, tidy, and refreshing look. It's refreshing and eye-catching at first glance. But Tsuchiyo frowned slightly. Only because the room was clean and odorless, and it wasn't just for crossdressers. Hiss! Tsuchiyo instinctively stepped back. That crossdresser really does have fair and delicate skin, and those old perverts online really do like guys with penises. Just then, the crossdresser came over, carrying several bottles of water in his flat chest. With a sincere smile on her exquisitely beautiful face veiled in black, she thanked Tsuchiyo and handed her one of the bottles. Brother, have some water. Chapter 28 Blood Fusion Stone. Hidden Quest Trigger. Chapter 28 Bloodstone Fusion. Hidden Quest Trigger. Games are still the best. Tsuchiyo logged back in and looked out the window at the novice village where smoke was rising from the chimneys, feeling a sense of security. When Tsuchiyo logged off, he simply found a nearby hotel and then logged off. The inn in Destiny is not just for show. Players will receive a buff after resting in the inn for a period of time. Notice. It's time to rest. Playing duo queue all night in a hotel doesn't count. The buffs you receive are selectable. Energetic. Level 1. Effect: Mana Recovery Efficiency plus 50%. Time: 5 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds starting from when you left the hotel. This is the buff that Tsuchiyo chose, the one most suitable for summoner-type classes. Most guilds, before they have their own territory and main city, they would all prioritize booking hotels as their own gathering place to provide guild members with combat buffs. But this costs a lot of money. There was no one around at the moment. Tsuchiyo also had a rare moment to take stock of his generous rewards after killing the water dragon serpent. However, Tsuchiyo did not take out the items dropped by the water dragon snake first. Instead, they first took out a white, semi-transparent piece of skin. Water dragon snake shedding. This is the skin that fell off when the water dragon snake used its molting skill during the battle. Ding! The raw material, water dragon snake molt, contains essence scales. Ding! Scale skin essence has high compatibility with the young flame dragon lizard card. Fusion and mutation are recommended. Scaly skin. Description: a layer of scales covering the delicate snake's body, possessing a certain degree of elasticity. Quality: excellent green. Effect: after 10 seconds of not taking damage, gain a scale shield equal to 20% of your maximum health. What a gem! Tsuchiyo felt an instant, eternal love for him. As ADCs, the young flame dragon lizards lack survivability the most. Only by staying alive can you have the opportunity to contribute. During the battle with the water snakes at dawn, young flame dragon lizards deal double damage to water snakes, and the water snakes do the same when they retaliate. This resulted in extremely heavy casualties among the young flame dragon lizards. Reviving them took a lot of my magic. However, now that they have this layer of scales, the young flame dragon lizard's survival ability will be greatly guaranteed. With a flick of his 2 fingers, Tsuchiyo fused the card depicting the translucent snake scale pattern into the young flame dragon lizard. Whoosh! Subsequently, the body color of all the young fire dragons was no longer a bright orange-red. Instead, a layer of gray skin was added, making it look like it was viewed through frosted glass. The attributes have also changed slightly. Health points: 1659, 331. With this shield, the young flame dragon lizards felt very safe. The skin covering the scales, isn't that a scabbard? Suchio stopped the dangerous topic and turned to look at the rare materials dropped by the water dragon snake itself. Cold crystal. This kill of the water dragon serpent was the most enjoyable one Suchio had ever done. Because when the frost crystal drops, it triggers a 5x drop rate. Suchio obtained a total of 6 frost crystals. Looking at the few crystals in his hand that were shimmering with blue light and blue aura, Suchio's mouth was crooked from smiling. Ding! The material frost crystal contains essences snake venom, green, slowing mucus, green, egg-laying, white, and dragon bloodline, diluted. Snake venom green, when dealing damage to the enemy, inflicts a poison effect that lasts for 5 seconds, which can stack up to 2 times. The poison damage is 10% of the direct damage. Slowing slime green, reduces the enemy's movement speed and attack speed by 10% for 2 seconds. Once these 2 essences are extracted, the essence from the skeleton wolf and the young flame dragon lizard directly upgraded their ranks. Even stronger effect. If the essence can be upgraded. Suchio gazed at the wolf clan elite and command aura on the skeleton wolf. If we could have one more skeleton wolf, or enhance the group buff effects, that would double their combat power. Then, Suchio looked at the most anticipated essence egg laying. Suchio looked at the card in his hand with several eggs printed on it, and then at the young flame dragon lizard in front of him. The young flame dragon lizard glanced at the card in Suchio's hand, then subconsciously took a few steps back and shook its head. Woo! Suchio chuckled. Sweetie, give it a try. Ugh! The young flame dragon lizard resisted even more fiercely. But it was all for naught. The next moment, the card fusion was successful. The young fire dragon lizards quickly checked themselves. Without Kun. She's become a female lizard. Roar dash! For baby fire dragon lizards let out weak, mournful cries as they faced the sky. What? I was originally a female lizard? That's alright then. Suchio, on the other hand, eagerly examined the results of the egg-laying process. Laying eggs. During battle, a lizard egg can be laid, which hatches into a baby lizard to help in the battle. The baby lizard inherits the original lizard's skills and talents, and can deal 50% damage and withstand 200% damage. It's equivalent to, Suchio calculated slightly, having 4 more clones to help in the battle. Yes, the firepower is stronger. Finally, Suchio exchanged a cold crystal for Zhanglong's bloodline, thin card. This card looks a bit strange. Among the cards without quality markings, there is a blue dragon made of water vapor. The closer you get to the center of the card, the more intense the blue dragon's color becomes, and the more realistic its head appears. But this blue dragon appears to be asleep and only occupies the bottom right half of the card slot. This card appears to be only half complete. As for the other half, don't even think about it. It must be the dragon bloodline of the flame dragon lizard. Suchio put the unfinished card into her backpack. That concludes our gains from the water dragon snake. There is another item, which is also obtained by killing the water dragon snake, but it is not dropped by it. Ding! Congratulations on successfully completing the quest. Water and fire cannot coexist. And obtaining the item blood fusion stone. This blood-melting stone looks like a petrified heart. Knock knock knock. Every now and then, it will flash a light. The light alternates between red and blue, appearing very regular. Bloodstone. Effect: it can fuse bloodlines and quell any misunderstandings or anger within them. If nothing unexpected happens, it must be related to the bloodline of dragons again. Suchio put the stone back into his backpack and stretched. Today is another day full of energy. Just then, the view outside the window changed. A beautiful woman dressed in a loose white robe that exudes a sense of holiness walked out of a luxurious hotel. Above her head, a striking name was displayed. White Cardinal Catherine. The white church robe embroidered with blue swirling patterns concealed Catherine's figure, but it was easy to tell from her beautiful face that she was a stunning beauty. Figure? Unimportant. All you need is a mouth. In any case, you have to interact with NPCs to accept a quest. When Suchio saw this outfit, she was certain. That's the NPC who triggers the hidden quest. Chapter 29. You don't want to delay the defense of the city because of your injury, do you? Chapter 29. You wouldn't want to delay the defense of the city because of your injury, would you? Bishop Catherine, I believe in the Church of Light, can you give me a mission? Hey beautiful, look, I've changed my ID to Believer of Light, so giving me a quest isn't too much to ask, is it? Sister, please give me a kissing session. Silent and aloof, I like it. This NPC looks like a priest. He's got amazing healing power. I have to say, this dress is really big, hee. As soon as Catherine stepped out of the inn, a group of players surrounded her, wanting to receive an unusual quest. Her clothes were different from those of the villagers. In a novel, wouldn't that be a perfect NPC who issues hidden quests? But they've been shouting here until their throats are dry and they're practically burning. But Catherine remained seated on the white wooden bench, quietly basking in the sun. There is a white, semi-transparent spherical barrier in a semicircle centered on her. Players cannot get close. Let Catherine bask in the morning sun. Suchio stood at the back of the crowd, feeling helpless. This is a soundproof barrier used by church staff during their retreats. No one can hear us at all. Looks like I need to figure out a way to take on a mission. But just then, Catherine seemed to sense something and suddenly opened her eyes. His bright blue-purple eyes locked onto Suchio. Wow! She's opened her eyes. What beautiful eyes! Like sapphires! Brothers, I got up too early and I'm not feeling well. I'm going offline for a bit, and I'll grab a hand-drip coffee to perk myself up. Destiny Modeler, you deserve a bonus! This Catherine Chun danced Gokura Kujodo on my Photoshop. As everyone went mad, Catherine, who had just opened her eyes, stood up and walked gracefully in a certain direction. She moved! Catherine moved! Has she been sitting for too long and wants to get up? Here she comes! A beautiful woman is walking towards me. Huh! How did I get pushed aside? All you care about is AC Antarctic numbers, huh? Why would a white-robed bishop from the Church of Light seek you out? And so, amidst the fervor of the world's attention, after using a barrier to push through the crowd, Catherine arrived in front of Suchio, nodded slightly in greeting, and uttered a melodious sound. Devout believer in the light, could you do me a favor? Upon hearing this, everyone present paused slightly. Then it exploded. Hiss! What's going on? Who is he? Why would my wife Catherine ask him for help? It hurts. It hurts so much. Only Suchio, standing opposite her, smiled slightly, understanding what was going on. This is because my Church of Light's reputation with the faction is working. Having prestige with a particular faction is equivalent to becoming a member of that faction. Suchio possesses a full 600 points of reputation with the Church of Light. Even ordinary believers in the Church of Light, who have been worshipping the God of Light for decades, may not be able to contribute this much prestige. Suchio achieved this number in just one night. We have to thank those bosses for their enthusiastic contributions. Compared to other travelers, it was naturally easier for Suchio, one of their own, to get Catherine to reveal her unspeakable secrets. A traveler? Catherine reminded Suchio when he didn't respond. Suchio finally realized what was happening and responded with a smile. Miss Catherine, please speak freely. Catherine nodded slightly and glanced at the players around her. There are too many people here, so I hope you're the only one who knows about this. These words were absolutely devastating. No! Say what you have to say to my face! Don't sneak around! I don't want to be the victim. It hurts. It hurts so much. I sensed something was going on. Sister, can't you come to me? Although that man is handsome, it's outrageous that good looks can't put food on the table. He really lives off his good looks. Suchio understood upon hearing this, and straightened his handsome gentleman's suit. "Miss Catherine, this way please." Immediately, the two walked to a corner. Catherine clasped her hands together and closed her eyes slightly, and a familiar soundproof barrier unfolded. They turned this place into a private world for two. Now, those players who followed along hoping to eavesdrop were grinding their teeth in frustration. "But I just can't get past it. I can't hear anything. Darkness is stirring in the traveler's heart." Catherine lowered her hands and began to speak eloquently. "Beyond the northern mountain of this village lies the territory of the dark faction, the Corridor of Ashes. I heard that a priest from a dark cult came to the Ash Corridor, preparing to sacrifice living beings in order to expand the village into the territory of the dark faction. So I came here to purify the evil. As a result, I was ambushed and seriously injured in the battle with the dark priest. I had no choice but to return to the village to recuperate. She must be hiding in some canyon, absorbing the life force of living beings to heal her injuries." Upon hearing the above, Tsuchiyo's eyes lit up. "I've never heard these stories before. It's different from the hidden quest I knew. This is another hidden mission." Unaware of Tsuchiyo's thoughts, Catherine continued. "The Ashes Corridor is the territory of the dark faction. That priest will recover from his injuries much faster than I will. At that time, she will lead an army of the undead to attack the city. We cannot sit idly by and wait to be destroyed, so—" Catherine looked at Tsuchiyo and smiled gently. "Therefore, I hope that you, as a fellow believer in the light, will go to the columbarium and take a look at the composition of the dead there. So that when she attacks the city, the village chief and I can prepare a response. Would you be willing to help me?" As soon as Catherine finished speaking, several options immediately popped up in front of Tsuchiyo's eyes. A. Unwilling, uninterested, might as well wait to die, Catherine's favorability - church reputation. B. That's a columbarium. It costs extra, church reputation plus. C. Okay, I'll go scout that area, Catherine's favorability plus, church reputation plus. D. I am irreconcilably opposed to the dark faction, Catherine's favorability plus, church reputation plus. P.S. Your choices will affect the difficulty of this task. Option A is self-explanatory. Surely no one would choose this to give up the hidden mission, right? But tasks that typically offer the option to abandon. Both are very difficult. Option B involves demanding more compensation to complete the task. Therefore, one can also gain some prestige from the church. But clearly, Catherine wouldn't be so happy. But she wouldn't say anything, since she had accepted the mission herself. Options C and D are pretty much the same. It's really just a matter of attitude. But Option C reminded Tsuchiyo of a particularly despicable hero in a certain game. So, I am mortal enemies with the dark faction, Tsuchiyo said with righteous indignation. Exploration? No need to explore. It's all zero. I've already scattered the ashes of every undead I can see. Upon hearing this, Catherine's expression visibly softened considerably. Thank you, traveler. Ding! Cardinal Catherine's favorability towards you has increased by 100, currently at 150. Approved. Even the favorability rating has been directly upgraded from neutral to approved. Once the task is completed, you'll surely receive even more. Traveler, I will focus on recovering from my injuries and dealing with the enemy's siege. I'll leave the exploration to you. Catherine smiled gently, while the players outside the barrier gritted their teeth even more. The aloof beauty now appeared somewhat frail. Who wouldn't be confused by this? Ding! Congratulations on successfully accepting the quest to explore the Corridor of Ashes. Ding! Your choice is D. The task difficulty is being assessed. Ding! The difficulty of the mission to explore the Ash Corridor has been locked at level B. Mission objective: proceed to the Asuera Corridor and increase the area's exploration level to 5%. Task difficulty B. Quest rewards: Catherine's favorability, Church of Light reputation. Task progress 0%. Nice. Suchio was overjoyed. I got a hidden B-level quest before I even got up this morning and hadn't done anything yet. There are 9 difficulty levels for the mission. Normal mission, Fed. Rare mission, CBA. Top tier missions, SSSSSS. The earlier you receive high-quality missions, the faster you will progress. Without any extraordinary encounters, a normal player can only ever receive ordinary level quests in their lifetime. The beginner quests, with 4 stages combined, only amount to an F rank. You can imagine how difficult it is to get a good task. To get rare missions, you need to curry favor with various top forces, build good relationships, or rely on your luck. As for S rank and above top tier missions, go to sleep early. You can dream about anything. Therefore, you can receive a B-level mission on the second day of Destiny. Suchio felt like it was an incredible stroke of luck that a beautiful woman had fallen from the sky. But Suchio felt. And then there's even more joy to come. Immediately, Suchio smiled and whispered to Catherine. Miss Catherine, you don't want to delay the defense of the city because of your injury, do you? Chapter 30 The Corridor of Ashes. Chapter 30 The Corridor of Ashes. Traveler, what makes you say that? Catherine looked up at the traveler who was a head taller than her. Suchio smiled slightly, took one out of his backpack, and handed it to Catherine. I think I can do more for the Church of Light. Catherine reached out and took the bag with both hands, puzzled. Then, upon looking inside, his blue-purple pupils suddenly contracted. This is... The bag was stuffed full of monster materials. These are all materials from the monsters around the starting village. Catherine looked at Suchio silently. If I remember correctly, these travelers should have arrived yesterday. But only one night has passed, right? They actually managed to kill all 4 types of powerful monsters near the village. They killed 10 times as many. According to records, travelers would complete their mission on the 3rd day. Village chiefs in each area would record names one by one at that time, and report the travelers at the front of the line to the church so that the church could give them special attention. But now, let alone whether the village chief reports it or not. Not a single village chief in the entire Terra continent has reported a name. Genius! Catherine's assessment of Suchio can be summed up in just 2 words. A genius beyond compare. Such a genius must not be seduced by the dark cult. He must be kept in the hands of the Church of Light. No! We must keep them in the hands of the Wind Sprite branch. Beneath the throne of the Light Dragon are 4 spirits, wind, fire, water, and earth. Although they are both members of the Church of Light, they are different branches and there is some behind-the-scenes competition between them. Suchio looked at Catherine, who was staring at him without saying a word, and felt a little puzzled. Why aren't you saying a word? Is it a bug? So he spoke up to remind her. Miss Catherine? I'm sorry, Twilight, I lost my composure. Catherine realized her mistake and looked at Suchio with even more fervor. Ding! Cardinal Catherine's favorability towards you has increased by 50, currently at 200. Approved. Suchio. Although she didn't know what had happened, Suchio was still quite surprised to be able to get 50 points of favorability for free. Raising an NPC's favorability is incredibly difficult. And Catherine actually called herself by her ID. If Catherine hadn't called out to him, Suchio would have forgotten that his game ID was Twilight. I have witnessed your strength. Indeed, with your abilities you are capable of doing much more. Catherine nodded slightly, accepted the package, and her smile became even warmer. I believe that if a greater opportunity arises, you can seize it too. Suchio humbly shook his head. Miss Catherine, you flatter me. I couldn't have seized such a great opportunity as yours. Of course, you can't hold the handle either. Just then, Catherine's smile faded, and she replied with a smile. Just as you said before, my injuries will definitely affect the defense of the city. Upon hearing this, Suchio nodded secretly. What Catherine said is indeed true. Following the plot development of the previous life, the starting village will trigger a city defense event between the 3rd and 5th day. By then, top-tier elite players had already earned the right to leave the starting village and head to the main city. So most of them left. Those who remained were mostly casual players, making it difficult to defend the starting village. And if players participate in defending the city, if the city fails to be defended, you will lose levels and attributes. This has resulted in even fewer players wanting to stay in the starting village. In some beginner villages, the bishop even dies because the defense is too weak. Tsuchiyo sighed helplessly as he observed the starting situation for players in the light faction. But if I can recover quickly, I can defend the village and save more people, Catherine continued. At dusk, in the columbarium, there is a special plant called the mandala flower. They grow in places where death energy accumulates and have the natural ability to purify death energy. This herb can heal my injuries. Please collect more. Hearing this, Tsuchiyo understood. It's just collecting materials, right? I'm more than good at that. Ding! Congratulations on successfully accepting the quest collect mandragora flowers. Ding! The difficulty of the exploration corridor is F. The reward will increase based on the number of mandrake flowers collected. Mission objective: go to the ossuary and collect mandrake flowers. Task difficulty F. Quest rewards: Catherine's favorability, Church of Light reputation. Task progress 0-infinity. Nice. A task that can be started and stopped at any time, offering a high degree of freedom. And the mission rewards can be upgraded. This is a personal commission of mine, Catherine said with a slight smile. The Wind Spirits branch of the Church of Light is never stingy with its generosity towards its friends. Upon hearing Catherine repeat the word Wind, Tsuchiyo couldn't help but chuckle. Why are you emphasizing your own power? But the next moment, Tsuchiyo saw Catherine clasp her hands together and close her eyes. It seems to be a prayer. Ding! Cardinal Catherine has blessed you with holy light. Holy light blessing. Effect: you and your summoned creatures can regenerate an additional 10 health points per second. Hiss. Automatic health regeneration buff. This is truly the most precious gift for the summoned creatures. Although I have a priestess, she has a cooldown and can only target single targets. It consumes quite a bit of mana each time. Now we have the blessing of the holy light. The survival pressure on our team has been reduced by more than a little bit. The ash corridor is filled with the aura of death. I hope the blessing of the God of Light can help you, Catherine said with a slight smile, withdrawing her hand. Tsuchiyo was extremely satisfied. Thank you, God of Light, these blessings have been a great help. Leave the task of collecting mandrake flowers to me. Catherine bowed gracefully. Thank you for your help, Traveler Twilight. Yes, a familiar place. After saying goodbye to Catherine, Tsuchiyo arrived at the columbarium amidst the kind gazes of countless people. After spending more than 2 hours crossing the northern mountain of the village, Tsuchiyo's view suddenly opened up before him. A huge, gray-white canyon appeared, stretching as far as the eye could see. The columbarium corridor, stretching for several kilometers, is situated in a canyon, albeit a flatter one. No, it's you. On the vast, gray-white ground, all sorts of skeletal monsters roam. This place is like a battlefield, filled with the scent of corpses. And ashes fall like snow all the time. As expected of the territory of the Dark Faction, this is just the right place. Tsuchiyo looked at the newly added environmental status above her head. Toxic smog. Effect: 1 health point is deducted every second. For players in the Light Faction. The environment here is toxic. Even if you do nothing, you will be poisoned to death. Fortunately, I have the blessing of the holy light, so this bit of poison will not affect me at all. With a slight smile, Tsuchiyo raised her hand and beckoned. 20 beams of light appeared around me in succession. 16 skeleton wolves and 4 baby fire dragon lizards then appeared. Let's begin our exploration! Chapter 31, The Salvation Ceremony, begins. Chapter 31, The Salvation Ceremony begins. Korea. 9.8 million! 9.85 million! 9.9 million! In the cramped room, a figure with bloodshot eyes was frantically clicking the pay-to-win button. It seems that spending money on in-game purchases is as important to him as a heartbeat. But something's wrong. His heart is beating a little fast. I refuse to believe it. You can't buy a single piece of useful information with money. Kim Min-jun was spending money on in-game purchases while simultaneously seething with hatred. Because he thought of that anonymous player again. Twice. This has happened twice already. An anonymous player has stolen my opportunity twice. I clearly paid for it. I was the one who arrived first. 5 million at once. 7 million at once. Both of these opportunities should have been mine. But that anonymous player beat them to it. They were just one step away. Kim Min-jun was so angry he couldn't sleep all night. The moment I close my eyes, a strange figure appears and robs me right in front of me. He not only robbed it, but also slapped himself in the process. There's an old saying in Yanwang, one can tolerate an uncle, but one cannot tolerate an aunt. I can't afford to offend the ancient martial arts families of Yanwang, but I can't afford to offend a mere anonymous player. 10 million! Just then, the fragments of intelligence in his hand coalesced once more. Newbie village information. Collect 100 wolf fangs, 100 pigskins, 100 fire sacks, and 100 snake gallbladders, and give them to the visiting church personnel in the newbie village to receive a hidden quest. Limited to 1 attempt. This is a collection mission. Kim Min-jun's eyes lit up. This task requires no skill. As long as the required quantity is collected, that's fine. Kim Min-jun immediately stood up and shouted, "Someone come here!" A man in black immediately entered through the door. "What are your orders, boss?" "Go and collect them for me quickly." Ding! The hidden quest has been obtained by an anonymous player. The information is no longer valid. Kim Min-jun remained silent. He was just moments ago so full of anger, but now, for some reason, he has fallen silent. I always feel like I'm living in his shadow. It's that damn anonymous person again. Kim Min-jun turned around and looked at the man in black. "Have you found out the identity of that anonymous player?" "Not yet." The man in black had barely finished speaking when a voice suddenly came through his earpiece. He immediately exclaimed to Kim Min-jun with delight, "Boss, we've got a lead!" Kim Min-jun's eyes suddenly lit up. "What did you say?" the subordinate repeated. "We found a lead!" Kim Min-jun took a few deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down. "Explain." The man in black swallowed hard. "After screening, most of the players in the number 11451 beginner village are located in the Jinan region of Shishan province in Yanwang." A hint of murderous intent flashed in Kim Min-jun's eyes. Southern Shangxi. Skeleton wolf. Synopsis: a wolf skeleton that has been resurrected from the dead. Level 10. Attack 300. Life 5000. Skills: explicit attack, double attack, vampiric aura. Explicit. Description: exposed bones. Effect: increases the skeleton wolf's evasion rate. Double attack. Description: you're not going to bite? I'll bite twice. Effect: after several attacks, the next attack will deal damage twice in a row. Vampire. Description: let me take a puff. Just one puff. Effect: restores health equal to 10% of the damage dealt upon attacking. Looking at the skeleton wolf roaming in the distance, Suchio nodded secretly. My wolves still look better to the eye. They are both skeleton wolves, but those wild monsters contain death energy within them. Its body was covered in black stains and grass, and there were also some tears in some places. They looked far inferior to the skeletal wolves he had summoned, with their fair and smooth skin. It's time to upgrade my attributes. I gained 30 free attribute points after leveling up twice, but I didn't allocate them. For the majority of the time to come, I will be spending my time in this long, several kilometer-long corridor of ashes. So, agility plus 10. Constitution +5. Intelligence +15. To explore the map quickly, movement speed is unavoidable. And in this environment of blood loss, it's only natural to increase your constitution a little. The last 15 points of intelligence will be used to upgrade your summoned creatures. Name, Skullwolf. Level 5. Attack, 219 plus 10 plus 32, magic attack 210% plus fangs claws plus command aura. Defense, 72, 70% magic attack. Health, 3805, magic attack 3500%. Talents, sharp fangs and claws, biting, command aura, heat storage organs, scorching acid, snake venom. Name, Flame Dragon Lizard. Level 5. Attack, 247, magic attack 240%. Defense 36, 35% magic attack. Health, 2163 plus 432, magic attack 2100%. Duration, consumes 20 mana every 5 seconds. Talents, liquid sulfur, high temperature throat, elastic mouth, dragon blood, thin, slowing mucus. Skills, corrosive sulfur solution, spawning. After your own attributes are improved. The summoned creatures are also much more powerful than before. So. Tsuchiyo looked at the wandering skeleton wolves and waved his hand. Begin the ritual for the deceased. Obeying the order. The skeleton wolves moved on all fours and charged straight out. The young fire dragon lizards twisted in place and laid 4 lizard eggs behind them. The next moment, the lizard eggs split open. 4 smaller lizards were born from it. Immediately, the young flame dragon lizard and the baby flame dragon lizard opened their mouths at the same time and spat their flames at the hostile skeleton wolves in the distance. With the essence of its high-temperature throat, the young flame dragon lizard has a range of up to 30 yards. More than most players and monsters. It can even inflict considerable damage on the skeleton wolf before it can actually hit it. Boom boom boom. -196. -195. -19, burning. -39, burning 2 layers. -295, critical hit. -3, movement speed. -0.2s, attack speed. After a full 8 streams of flaming liquid were sprayed out. The enemy is fully buffed by the abnormal status alone. It's both the cold slowdown and the hot bleeding. The skeleton wolves on the other side were completely dumbfounded. It stared at its health bar, which was now only half full. How did I get frostbite and burns at the same time? But it didn't have time to think. Because the pack of skeleton wolves opposite them, whose origins were unknown but who were all very clean, had already charged over. They are clearly not as powerful as me. But I have this feeling that I can't beat them no matter what. Oh, dash! Sensing something was wrong, the skeleton wolf could only howl. This attracted the attention of other skeleton wolves in the vicinity. But at this moment, the pure and innocent wolf pack has arrived. The skeleton wolf only had time to open its mouth and bite the other one. -225. Ouch. Why is it so hard? +22. The life-steal effect activated, restoring a negligible amount of health. The next moment. -475, critical hit. Ouch. Woo. It only managed to let out a slight whimper before a dense, throbbing pain shot through its body. Ding! Congratulations on successfully defeating the skeleton wolf, level 10. Experience +199, copper coins +8, bone crusher +1, mandragora +1. Ding! Fortune triggered. Experience +1194, 6x, copper coins +40, 5x, bone crusher +7, 7x, mandragora +3, 3x. Mandala flower collection progress, 4-infinity, current quest reward, F. A very fruitful experience! Tsuchiyo received more than 5 times the loot just from killing a single skeleton wolf. Tsuchiyo took a mandala flower out of her backpack. The mandala flower is entirely black, with a pattern in the center resembling a distorted human face. As time goes by, this face even moves. It looks very strange. But I have to say, mandrake flowers are indeed excellent at purifying death energy. When the mandala flower absorbs death energy to its maximum absorption limit, it will turn into a small white flower. The distorted face will gradually disappear. Near the edge of the Light Faction's territory, there are these small white flowers everywhere. I almost forgot! Tsuchiyo glanced at his level. L.8, 1059 to 36,000. The talent, Destiny, is marked. When I reach level 10, I can unlock the second effect. Tsuchiyo was really looking forward to it. How amazing will the second effect of this mythical talent be? Not only that. When I reach level 10, the third slot in my card pack will also be unlocked. What kind of summoned beasts will I get then? Tsuchiyo subconsciously twirled the Ouroboros ring. The good days have only just begun. Roro would dash. Just then, a long drawn-out wolf howl came from afar. The hostile skeleton wolves all turned their heads and looked in Tsuchiyo's direction. The ground covered in ashes trembled slightly, and terrifying skeletal wolves emerged from it. The battle has only just begun. Chapter 32 Crossdresser, want to try it? Chapter 32 Crossdresser, want to try it? Roar! Ding! Congratulations on successfully defeating the skeleton wolf, level 11. Experience plus 842, copper coins plus 62, bone crusher plus 5, mandragora plus 2. Ah! Ding! Congratulations on successfully defeating the skeleton wolf, level 9. Experience plus 1215, copper coins plus 21, bone crusher plus 1, mandragora plus 6. Ah! Ding! In group combat, the skeleton wolf and young flame dragon lizard, under Tsuchiyo's command, demonstrated combat power far exceeding that of 20 units. All enemies are as fragile as paper, they crumble at the slightest touch. If it's not broken, then tap it again. But one thing must be said. These skeleton wolves are a tough nut to crack. Tsuchiyo was somewhat dissatisfied. It's not that the skeleton wolves have particularly high defense. Simply because they are too explicit. With their blatant abilities, they can dodge from time to time, which reduces the damage dealt by Tsuchiyo's legion. Efficiency has decreased by at least 20%. Fortunately, Tsuchiyo had a large number of skeleton wolves, and their attack frequency was high enough. This meant that the exploration of the columbarium was not progressing too slowly. Exploration progress, 0.08%. Exploration progress, 0.09%. Exploration progress, 0.1%. The columbarium corridor is huge. Although all exploration missions are like this, Tsuchiyo couldn't help but sigh like this. Exploration missions are essentially missions to explore the fog of war. If a player has not acquired a map in Destiny's Path, the map interface will be completely black. Only through exploration can the map interface of a certain area be gradually illuminated. That's how exploration missions work. At the current pace, it would take about a full day to light up 5% of the columbarium corridor. Tsuchiyo nodded secretly. Yes, we should be able to complete the exploration mission before the Dark Priests attack the city. Feeling relieved, Tsuchiyo checked her backpack. In the battle against the hostile skeleton wolves, Tsuchiyo also obtained a lot of bone fragments. Tsuchiyo rubbed his hands together, ready to begin the much-anticipated extraction process. Ding! Essence detected in the material fragment's skeleton body. Skeletal body. Description: a body that is both drafty and sturdy. Quality: excellent green. Effect: defense plus 10, evasion rate plus 10%. Progress 193 to 200. Ding! The essence of skeleton body has high compatibility with the skeleton wolf pack card. Fusion and mutation are recommended. As expected. This result was not unexpected for Suchio. After all, it was a skeleton wolf that was killed. When fellow villagers meet, they'll kill you without hesitation. It would be unreasonable not to discard some of the essence that the wolves themselves could use. Not long after. Collect 200 pieces of broken bone. Suchio also successfully extracted the essence of the complete skeletal body. This card features a skeleton soldier. Like Suchio's skeleton wolf, it looks clean, hairless, fair, and smooth. After fusing it with the skeleton wolf pack, the skeleton's bodies became smoother and more translucent. It looks like it's been waxed. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Suchio touched it. It was so smooth. With the blessing of a skeletal body, the skeleton wolves have a defense rating of 82. And it also possesses the valuable ability to dodge when fighting against the enemy. Suchio could occasionally glean information from the densely packed damage numbers. I saw words like miss and miss. Although you can dodge, this smooth feel won't last forever. With continuous battles, the skeleton wolves were also covered in wounds. But under the blessing of holy light, the skeleton wolves' worn-out claws and teeth grew back. The broken bones are healing again. This phenomenon can only be described as a miracle. Whenever Suchio's skeleton wolves reach below half health, Suchio will pause his advance, waiting for the troops to report back. Once the count is full, then we'll begin a new round of full-speed exploration. And as it continues to advance, the variety of monsters appearing before Suchio has also increased. Skeleton snake, skeleton pig, skeleton warrior, skeleton archer, skeleton centaur. The entire columbarium corridor is practically a world of the dead. Suchio smiled slightly and produced a magician's card in his hand. It's time to clean up the trash. About half an hour later, a strange notification reached Suchio's ears. Ding! Someone nearby has sent you a warning signal. Suchio was taken aback. What the hell? I clicked on this message in the log to take a look. Suchio discovered. It means that someone is actually knocking on your door. Therefore, the system determined that someone was reminding it. When I opened the door, no one was there. I looked down and saw it. It's that cross-dressing little dog who almost had his leg broken by the game pod this morning. Good afternoon, bro. The greyhound was no longer dirty. It had changed into a beige t-shirt. There was also a faint scent of shower gel. He was wearing an apron, and he looked up at himself with a hearty laugh. I didn't even get a chance to properly thank you this morning before you went back to your room. I notice you haven't left the house all morning, so I figured you probably haven't eaten. Perfect timing, a friend of mine is coming over at noon, so I'll cook a few dishes to entertain her. At this point, the cross-dresser pointed his pointed chin at the large square table in the living room. There were 3 or 4 plates on it. Stir-fried tomatoes and eggs, stir-fried zucchini with garlic, stir-fried lettuce, and a plate of luncheon meat sprinkled with chopped green onions. There's a rice cooker next to it. You can tell it's rice just by the smell. These are all very common dishes, but the color and aroma are absolutely top-notch. If you don't mind, have some with me, just to help me taste it. Suchio originally wanted to refuse. But just then, his stomach let out a long protest. Gurgle. Suchio blushed. Suchio didn't realize what was happening until her stomach growled. Since I was reborn yesterday at noon, I've been drinking recovery potions in the Destiny Path. I didn't eat anything in real life. That's awkward. Hee, sit down, big brother, I'll get you some rice. The cross-dresser gave a sweet smile and turned to get some rice. She left Suchio with a slender and petite silhouette. What a kind and caring old man. Suchio immediately slapped herself. What are you thinking about? Oh, by the way, my name is Zhongli. What's your name, big brother? While serving the rice, Zhongli asked Suchio a question. Suchio's eyebrow twitched. This name gives me a great sense of security. My name is Suchio, Su as in Su Xian, Chio as in spring and autumn period. You can call me whatever you like. Brother Su. Zhongli turned around, presenting the fragrant rice to Suchio with both hands, a gentle smile on her face. Then you can call me Xiaoli. Why not call her Zhongji? Zhongli sat on a chair to the side, smiling as she narrowed her deep, bright eyes and said, Brother Su, were you thinking about the little fence just now? Suchio's gaze shifted. It tastes good. That's a bit abrupt to change the subject. After a short chat, the two became somewhat acquainted. It's delicious. Suchio's eyes lit up after taking a bite of rice. This is much better than what you get in restaurants. Hearing the praise, Zhongli chuckled. Thank you, Brother Su, please have more. You're so strong, you must exercise a lot every day. You must be very hungry. Seeing Suchio enjoying her food, Zhongli couldn't resist picking some up with her chopsticks and starting to eat as well, making some slightly awkward noises. If I hadn't spent all my money on the civilian gaming pod, I would definitely have treated you to something even better, Brother Su. But I don't have any money right now, hee, so I can only treat you to some of my cooking, Brother Su. In the end, there was almost another accident because of the game pod, but luckily Brother Su was there. Suchio didn't take it to heart at all. It was just a small favor, it's all in the past. If you don't have money, come and be my free cook. The crisis won't hit until the end of the year. I can't possibly eat takeout for the next 6 months, can I? As they ate and chatted, the conversation drifted to the culprit, the civilian game pod. The game pod I bought is the Destiny Special Edition. Destiny is a lot of fun, and you can also make money. Zhongli gently bit her chopsticks with her pearly teeth, her pink lips glistening with oil as she spoke. That's why I'm thinking of getting a better device. I see, Suchio said after finishing her meal. Zhongli stopped him as he was about to wash the dishes. I'll do it. I'm wearing an apron, so I can wash it while I'm at it. When Zhongli snatched the bowl from Suchio's hand, Suchio only felt that her smooth little hands were a little cold. The young man's kidneys are failing. Subconsciously, Suchio looked at Zhongli's weak back. Black shorts that didn't go past the knees, and slender, straight, fair legs. TSK, even Rin Tosaka would be ashamed of herself. Huh! Just then, Suchio suddenly remembered something. It seems I haven't asked directly yet. This Zhongli. Is he really a boy? Just then, Zhongli turned to look at Suchio and asked with interest. Brother Su, would you like to give it a try? Chapter 33 Supreme Player, Yaeni, Artoria. Chapter 33 Supreme Player, Yaeni, Artoria. Destiny is the hottest game right now, and you can even get a free helmet. Zhongli said while washing the dishes. You won't regret giving it a try. I'm using a gaming pod, so I'll have a better start. I'll carry you then. Upon hearing this, Suchio suppressed her shock. I will try. Goodness. He had just thought Zhongli was playing for such a big game. Okay, bye-bye. After a brief chat, Suchio, having eaten and drunk her fill, returned to her room. Sign up. When Suchio opened her eyes again, she was back in the columbarium corridor. Now that we've had our fill of food and drink, it's time to get back to grinding. Gazing at the densely packed undead monsters in the distance, and further still, the fog of war obscuring their view, Suchio clenched his fist. Let's begin. Brother Su is even more of a homebody than me. He went back to his room right after finishing his meal. In reality, after glancing at Suchio's room, Zhongli sat back down and began to rub her arms. Hiss. It hurts so much. But she still had a happy smile on her face. After pursing her lips, Zhongli finally served herself a bowl of rice. What friends are coming? After finishing her meal, Zhongli wrapped the leftovers in plastic wrap and put them in the refrigerator before finally returning to her room. As soon as I lay down in the gaming pod, I was greeted by a barrage of friend notifications. Zhongli closed them all, leaving only messages from a few close friends and family members. Captain, you've really got to play Destiny. What have you been up to these past few days? I moved house, bought a cabin, and got a leg extension. Zhongli joked with her longtime friend. What? One girl immediately exclaimed excitedly. So you have 3 legs now? Let me see. +1. Pa, Zhongli said irritably. What are you thinking? But Zhongli was too lazy to explain. Without Suqiu, he would definitely have lost both his legs. Call on! Hearing Zhongli's familiar voice, the girl happily replied. Great! Our Tian Shu can finally be activated. Sister Ziyun has been waiting for you for a long time too. The other 6 have already started. Can we catch up with their pace? With Xiao Lily, who has the highest skill rating in the entire Yanhuan Guild, our Tian Shu will definitely become the #1 guild. Looking at the familiar messages from her friends, Zhongli's face broke into a confident smile. With me here, there's no problem. We will definitely become the most dazzling star among the 7 stars of Liye. I don't know how much time has passed. Ding! Your current environment is abnormal, with the added status of toxic smog. Toxic smog. Effect, deducts 2 health points per second. As they went a little deeper, Suqiu heard a system notification. The health debuff above my and my summoned creatures' heads has become even stronger. I am wholeheartedly devoted to the blessing of the holy light, Suqiu said, mimicking the priestess by clasping her hands in a fist salute. I feel that I have more faith in the holy light. Exploration is like tilling the earth. To prevent any oversights, we must traverse the land inch by inch. Therefore, it consumes a lot of energy. At this moment, Suqiu casually opened the official Destiny website to check the news. Yanhuang reaches a new high. Lin Ziyan led her team to successfully kill the water dragon serpent. The VIP player slots for the Sakura Empire server have been confirmed. Yane. Notice from the light faction, toxic smog has spread deep into the northern mountains. Low-level players should proceed with caution. How to win over the aloof NPCs in the starting village. Insiders reveal, contribute resources. Starry Night Guild has created a mini-game. Successful bet on pigs. And sincerely invites all players to play. A beautiful female NPC was flirted with by a mysterious player. Pictures don't lie. The supreme player of the Rose Royal family, Artoria Pan, is suspected of possessing a high-level bloodline, having successfully fused with the bloodline of the flame dragon lizard. Now this is what an official website should be like. Suqiu then became interested and began to look through it. All the previous announcements were related to me. What's the point of reading it like a diary? These are the things that feel new and exciting. Lin Ziyun's progress is also faster than in her previous life. Suqiu stroked her chin as she recalled. The more monsters she kills with her 7-star sword formation, the higher her level becomes. It's perfect for group monster hunting. It has excellent compatibility with the game Destiny. If the Yakatsuki of the Sakura Empire were to say, she is a popular shrine maiden at the largest Ye shrine in Sakura Empire. She is beautiful and can sing. Suqiu remembered her hidden profession. She is a songstress. God Tier Legion support. It can instantly grant the army multiple buffs. They are also very difficult to deal with in the mid to late game. As for Artoria, without even considering whether she possesses a superior bloodline, her supreme talent automatically granted her a dragon bloodline. Suqiu's lips curled into a smile. I remember that guy, despite having impure blood, arrogantly changed his real-world household registration after stripping away the dragon bloodline from the flame dragon lizard he fused with. Suqiu immediately clicked on the title. The names highlighted in bold are the renaming announcements. Altria, Pen. The royal family's name was officially changed to Altria Pendragon. The Pan family, which had been in use for 1,000 years, came to an end on this very night. Suqiu smiled and closed the message, which had little to do with her. At the time, I suspected that players who could afford the premium gaming pods must know something. Otherwise, these messages are too unusual. As it turns out, these families with some lineage did indeed keep their secrets hidden. Recalling the invasion of fate in my previous life. The forces behind the 10 top-tier gamers were also the first to express their opinions. Or protect the Earth. Or form alliances with each other. Or seek refuge in the abyss. Every move indicates. Having already taken the lead over everyone else in their destiny, they have become giants who stand above all others. Those traitors who sided with the abyss and then turned against humanity. Tsuchiyo's lips curled into a smile. I've come to dig up your roots. Start by defeating the first boss. He was already vying for the opportunities of other Supreme players. Each of the 9 Supreme players has their own way of becoming stronger. If I poured all the water from these 9 channels into myself, how strong would I become? Tsuchiyo thought to himself. At least strong enough to hold down little Yeming's tail and prevent her from pulling it out, right? Just thinking about that scene fills Tsuchiyo with enthusiasm. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the loot, Grey Pants. Just then, Tsuchiyo suddenly heard some exciting news. Shipped. This time, it's the 6th piece of the gentleman's suit that I can actually use. Finally, I can collect all 6 pieces. In front of the mother and baby fire dragon lizards, Tsuchiyo put on new pants. Ding! The 6-piece gentleman's suit set has been activated. Ding! Intelligence plus 15, mana plus 1500, mana recovery efficiency plus 300%. The gray trousers provide 3 points of agility, 2 points of constitution, and 1 point of intelligence. Combined with the attribute bonuses from the 6-piece set, Tsuchiyo's intelligence attribute has successfully exceeded 100. Reached 102. Tsuchiyo couldn't stop smiling. So beautiful. In my previous life, my main attribute broke through 3 digits. It seems that I only reached this number after arriving in the main city, Windrise City, and completing a full set of 7 pieces. I also had to level up to level 18. In this life, I already have such attributes at level 8. If other players could see Tsuchiyo's attributes, they would definitely exclaim in surprise. You call this level 8? But why haven't I gotten the Cardmaster's weapon yet? Tsuchiyo said helplessly. I guess it's no wonder it's a weapon for hidden professions? Just then, a message came from the family of Loving Each Other 11,451. Any tips or tricks for killing the flame dragon lizard? It was sent by Bald Angry Claw. This group was created when Tsuchiyo met with representatives from various guilds. Any good information will be shared there. Result. It had been quiet inside for quite some time. The group chat only gets really lively when Tsuchiyo wants to clear out her backpack. Han Feng, Aoshue. We feel our equipment is about the same, and the flame dragon lizard has just spawned. So we're asking you for some advice. Tsuchiyo thought for a moment, then carefully typed a reply. Stand and fight. Boss, stop messing around. With a slight smile, Tsuchiyo responded. Wait for me a moment. Fayun, thunder. Is the boss busy right now? Confused. The battle leaders exchanged bewildered glances. It seems like something's wrong with the boss. What should we do? How about we try playing it again? It's tough. It can continuously drain your health and reduce your defense, and other fire lizards will spawn around you. This flame dragon lizard is backed by a lava pool, so we can't form a circle to fight it. Our damage output is halved. Shouldn't we at least wait for the Starry Night Guild to arrive? Having more people won't help, my friend. This is a regional boss. The more people we have, the more fire lizards we'll have to face. Can our team, which we've only trained for a day, manage to manage it? Damn it, this boss's combat power has already been reduced by a quarter, so why can't we still beat it? Beep beep beep. Just then, a notification sounded in the Loving Family 11451 chat group. The monk clicked on it, and his eyes suddenly widened. My fingers trembled slightly. Seeing this, the bald man with angry claws asked the monk, What's wrong? Did you get lost in the starry night? The reserved and arrogant man glared at the bald man and asked in the same way. Has the starry night arrived? The mage slowly turned the chat interface around, showing it to everyone. Tsuchiyo. I'll be there shortly. Chapter 34 Don't do anything reckless. We're still young. Chapter 34 Don't do anything reckless. We're still young. Big boss, you really came? Ao Shui stared wide-eyed at Tsuchiyo in front of her, not quite able to react for a moment. Baldy's angry claws also emitted an incredulous sound. Is the boss really that free? Snap! The mage, thunderclap, slapped him across the face. How dare you speak like that? -1. The bald man picked at a drop of blood, touched the back of his head, and said, I heard from my teammates that after the boss received the quest from the beautiful female NPC, he headed north. Of course they're busy, how could they have time to help us? The battle leaders nodded in agreement. The bald man was right. Tsuchiyo nodded secretly. I'm really not here to help them. Then don't waste your time. Starry night. Late Summer summoned a wolf-toothed dagger from her backpack and looked at Tsuchiyo. What do you need us to do? Tsuchiyo pursed her lips. I need you to get away from me. But I can't say it. Furthermore, if you defeat the boss later and get items that you don't need, you'll have to sell them to them. Let them stay here. Therefore, I solemnly replied. I need your help to control the fire lizards around me and keep them from coming over. The battle leaders and guild leaders obeyed the order and dispersed. Then we can't help at all, can we? Shut up! Just listen to the boss. Exactly. Don't they know their own level? What if they end up making things worse? If the expert manages to defeat the boss, we still don't have a strategy guide, right? How do we fight it after that? Idiot! You don't even understand this. Giving a man a fish is not as good as teaching him how to fish. The boss is telling us to figure it out ourselves. Oh, I see. I get it now. The expert is truly amazing. Hearing the comments around her, Tsuchiyo was both amused and exasperated. You guys have done all that work. Immediately, Tsuchiyo arrived at the lava pool. Ding! You have disturbed the slumbering boss, the flame dragon lizard. It is very angry now. A familiar notification sound rang out. A huge, warm old friend appeared before him. Roar dash! An angry roar came from its mouth. The players in the distance were so startled that they turned around. No matter how many times I see this boss, it's still terrifying. One spray and I'm left with a sliver of health. The remaining burning damage would be enough to kill me, but one hit from that would be a single health potion. Could the boss beat the flame dragon lizard by himself? I mean, what if he beat it by luck before? You think you can take down both the water dragon and the snake at the same time if you're lucky? Are you stupid? Exactly, you might as well just say that the big shot's talent is just luck. Once Tsuchiyo entered battle mode, he ignored everyone else and turned his attention to the weakened attributes of the flame dragon lizard. Flame dragon lizard. Brief introduction: the king of fire salamanders, and the sworn enemy of the water dragon snake. After fighting it, he was seriously injured and his attributes were greatly reduced. Level 10. Rank: Black Iron Boss. Attack 300, damage taken. Life: 22,500 injured. Skills: Tui, Liquid Sulfur, Scorching Scales, Heavenly Fire. Update: 12 hours, refreshes 12 hours after death. After the nerf, this boss's stats look like a pet's. Tsuchiyo grinned and summoned his legion. 16 skeleton wolves and 4 baby fire dragon lizards then appeared. Roar! As soon as the young flame dragon lizard emerged, it let out its familiar, menacing cry. When they saw the enemy this time, they were stunned. This looks so familiar. Several young fire dragon lizards turned their heads to look at Tsuchiyo. Huh, is this me? This is you, Tsuchiyo admitted. You were much older back then. Roar! The young flame dragon lizard let out a low growl of dissatisfaction. You're saying you're still young, right? As a result now. Roar! Upon seeing the 4 female baby fire dragons, the fire dragon lizard let out an excited howl. This terrified the young fire dragon lizards. Hey, don't do anything reckless. Whoosh, I'm still so young. Tui. This isn't lizard language, it's an attack launched by a young fire dragon lizard. -348, critical hit. A mouthful of flaming liquid sprayed directly onto the head of the flame dragon lizard. The flame dragon lizard's health bar instantly evaporated by 1.4%. This is even assuming the flame dragon lizard has fire resistance. It goes without saying. How terrifying is the new damage from the current young flame dragon? Roar! The flame dragon lizard groaned softly in pain after taking the blow. Then it stuck out its long black tongue and licked the injured area. It should clearly be a scene of licking blood from a wound. But Suchio and the young flame dragon lizards heard a sound. Slurp. All the summoned creatures fell silent. The young fire dragon's face instantly filled with disgust. The skeleton wolves also wanted to have expressions, but they couldn't. Wow! Suchio raised an eyebrow. Has designs on my lizard? Immediately. Suchio's mind stirred. They didn't even ask if I agreed. The next instant, all the summoned creatures received Suchio's command. Awoo! The elite bone wolf led the pack and charged ahead. It bared its teeth and launched a relentless attack on the flame dragon lizard. -248. -255. -262. With continuous attacks, the unity buff is maxed out. Damage increase +48%. The elite bone wolf took a bite. -527, critical hit. It was just one attack by the wolf pack and the young fire dragon lizards. The flame dragon lizard lost 19.7% of its health. I can't believe my eyes. 1/5 of your health, gone just like that. Why does it feel like the boss is attacking me, even though the pro is fighting the boss? Don't get distracted. The fire salamanders have spawned. Clearly, this happened in just half a minute. It has completely changed the worldview of all the surrounding guilds. The battle commanders who were able to free up their hands also began to carefully observe the battle. When the tail is whipping, it will twist its waist first, and that's when you can jump. The boss's aggro will only shift when ranged attacks deal more damage than melee attacks. 2 people can stand together to block the fireball and share the damage from the boss's 2 normal attacks. They had just finished taking notes. The boss over there was down to its last sliver of health. He then unleashed his final heavenly fire skill. Suchio also seized this opportunity and handed over the fool card he had been holding. Wow! The fiery dragon lizard swallowed the scalding heavenly fire in one gulp. I've finally managed to interrupt you this time. Ding! Congratulations on successfully defeating the flame dragon lizard, level 10. Experience +387, copper coins +41, flame crystal +1. Suchio clapped her hands. Done! Everyone stared blankly at the flame dragon lizard, now a corpse, then glanced at the team in the distance, which hadn't yet fully deployed its formation. Speechless and choked with emotion. Tui! 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 Even though the flame dragon lizard was already a corpse, the young flame dragon lizard continued to relentlessly stab the body. Although last hitting is a good habit. But Suchio couldn't help but joke. TSK, we are all of the same origin, why are we so eager to destroy each other? Upon hearing the word root, the young flame dragon lizards angrily turned around and glared at Suchio. He turned back angrily. They added insult to injury with even more malice. The bald, angry-clawed man nearby awkwardly approached. Boss, do you really need us? Suchio thought for a moment, then tried to be tactful. Of course we need it. If you guys hadn't reminded me, I would have forgotten that the flame dragon lizard had spawned. Everyone. Chapter 35 Card Upgrade. Epic Frost Fire Dragon Lizard. Chapter 35 Card Upgrade. Epic Frost Fire Dragon Lizard. Hey bro, can we save the video? A deputy commander spoke up asking. I was afraid I wouldn't remember, so I recorded it. But Suchio didn't take this matter to heart at all. All you need to do is Photoshop the person out. Several squadron leaders walked over with complicated expressions. It feels like I've learned it, but it also feels like I haven't. It's weird. Next, we'll loot the corpses. Suchio turned around and looked at the corpse of the flame dragon lizard. This is the normal procedure. Kill monsters, loot their corpses, and obtain items. But the bald man suddenly interrupted. Boss, how about letting Wansha have it? Starry Night. Late Summer looked at the bald man, her expression a mixture of dissatisfaction and anticipation. The monk saw Suchio's outstretched hand suddenly stop and quickly explained. Late Summer has a talent. She can gain extra rewards by dissecting corpses. The bald guy wants you to take more. Suchio looked at Xia Yubing with interest. Gained an extra reward? Not bad talent. How much extra can I get? Xia Yubing said modestly. Not much. For now, we can only get an extra 10%. Once we reach the maximum proficiency level and level 2, we can get an extra 20% drop rate. Although it was said to be modesty, everyone could detect a hint of pride in it. After all, this is someone else's unique talent. After finishing their monster kills that day, everyone dragged their corpses to the Starry Night Guild so she could dismantle them and then return them. I can break it down for you, no fees required. Xia Yubing replied with a rare smile. Of course, if you need it. Before Xia Yubing could finish speaking, Suchio had already turned her head back. Unnecessary. Xia Yubing. Everyone. This big shot is a bit arrogant. Do I not need the extra materials that are given away for free? Even if you get 10% more copper coins, you can add an egg to your lunch, right? Then, in front of several battle leaders, Suchio placed his hand on the corpse of the flame dragon lizard that was about to be burned to death by the young flame dragon lizards. Break down. Immediately, a message that only Suchio could hear was transmitted. Ding! Fortune triggered. You have gained a total of plus 1936 experience, 6x, plus 205 copper coins, 5x, and plus 7 fire crystals, 7x. The surrounding battle commanders naturally couldn't hear this warning. But they can see it. The fire dragon lizard's corpse vanished instantly. Suddenly, hundreds of copper coins appeared on the ground. A total of 7 fire crystals appeared. And several pieces of equipment, dozens of runes and arrows. This must be a treasure dragon. Can it drop so many things? $200? Wow. You can get that much from killing a boss? I teamed up and farmed all night, and only got $70. Wow. Flame crystals. 7 of them? Aren't these supposed to be drops only from bosses? How can so many drop? In comparison, the equipment seems much more normal. Slaps himself. I actually felt that losing equipment was a normal thing. This isn't fate at all. Amidst everyone's astonishment, Fayun Leiting secretly glanced at Xia Yubing, then at Suchio, and understood. Why would an expert say it's unnecessary? The pros can kill monsters and get several times the loot. Why would I care about a penny or two? Done. Suchio didn't care about the other props. He simply held a piece of fire crystal in his hand. You guys name your price for the rest. As soon as Suchio finished speaking, the battle leaders who had just been getting along well suddenly became wary of each other. Let go! This arrow is mine! You were the one who bought this arrow last time. What good is it for a mage to steal a shield? Stop it! These are my clothes! Not dropped equipment! Save me 1 flame crystal! I want to forge a flame sword. I've been using this broken iron sword all night. While everyone was amicably discussing the ownership of the items, Suchio sat to the side, silently reciting a thought. Extract. The next moment, flame crystal vanished. Ding! Congratulations on successfully extracting the essence of dragon blood, diluted. As soon as the notification sound appeared, a familiar-looking card appeared in Suchio's hand. A card with a dragon head made of flames in the upper left corner. With a flick of his finger, Suchio summoned another familiar card in his hand. Now I have 2 dragon bloodlines. Based on the description. Both of these dragon bloodline cards can be used on the young flame dragon lizard. However, all of these will cause irreversible changes in the young fire dragon lizards. Frost lizard. Description: after absorbing the bloodline of the water dragon, the dragon lizard was promoted to a subdragon, its basic attributes changed, and it awakened the talent of the water dragon bloodline. Water dragon bloodline. Effect: each attack deals additional water attribute damage equal to 1% of the user's maximum health. Salamander. Description: after absorbing the bloodline of the fire dragon, the dragon lizard was promoted to a subdragon, its basic attributes changed, it awakened the talent of the fire dragon bloodline, and the skill of the fiery dragon breath. Fire dragon bloodline. Effect: each attack deals additional fire damage equal to 1% of the user's maximum health. From this perspective, the 2 types of dragon lizards are equally superior. But perhaps it is precisely because they are incompatible. Therefore, Suchio can only choose one of the 2 options. If I choose just one of the bloodlines, these 4 baby fire dragons will need a new name. I hate making choices. Suchio smiled helplessly and took out a stone heart that shone with red and blue light from his backpack. This is the meaning of your existence, isn't it? Ding! Use bloodstone? Use. The next moment, the stone heart in Suchio's hand simultaneously lit up with both red and blue light. This light seems to have warmth. The blood-melting stone itself was melted into a glowing liquid. The 2 dragon bloodlines, thin, on the other hand, also seemed to sense something. After a slight tremor, they were fused together by the liquid light. Suchio immediately gasped. The connection between light and liquid? Ding! Dragon bloodline, diluted, fusion successfully completed. At this moment, the cards in Suchio's hand successfully merged into one. The red dragon in the upper left corner, and the blue dragon in the lower right corner look very contrasting. But the firelight and the water light surprisingly blended together. Hybrid dragon lizard. Description: a hybrid dragon lizard that ascended to subdragon status after absorbing the bloodlines of 2 dragons, possessing a unique physique. Its basic attributes changed, and it awakened the frost-fire bloodline talent. It can subsequently absorb other, diluted, dragon bloodlines to undergo mutation. Frost-fire bloodline. Effect: each attack inflicts additional water and fire damage equal to 1% of the user's maximum health. Nice! Suchio smiled with satisfaction. Originally, the strength of the dragon bloodline was already overpowered. Now, after fusing 2 bloodlines with different attributes, their effects are superimposed. It's even stronger now. Immediately, Suchio took out the Summon Young Flame Dragon Lizard card from his waist. Let me see just how strong the fused dragon lizard is. Then they inserted the essence of the hybrid dragon lizard. The 4 young fire dragon lizards that were perched around Suchio suddenly sensed something and raised their heads. Its body surface emitted a dazzling blue light. Ding! Summoning, young flame dragon lizard successfully fused with hybrid dragon lizard. As the system notification sounded. Suchio noticed that the blue light emanating from the young flame dragon lizards was gradually deepening. Until it turned purple. Ding! Card summon, young flame dragon lizard successfully upgraded. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the purple epic card summon. Frost Fire Dragon Lizard. The card has been upgraded. Suchio checked the new Frost Fire Dragon Lizard's attribute panel. Name: Frost Fire Dragon Lizard. Level 5. Attack: 247 to 336, Magic Attack 240% to 300%. Defense: 36 to 67, Magic Attack 35% to 60%. Health: 2163 to 2912, magic attack 2100% to 2600%. Duration, consumes 40 mana every 5 seconds. Talents, liquid sulfur, high temperature throat, elastic mouth, dragon bloodline, thin, slowing mucus, scales, frost fire bloodline. Skills, corrosive sulfur solution, spawning. A huge boost to my attributes! Tsuchiyo couldn't help but marvel. The frost fire dragon lizard now possesses 3 times the attack power of its predecessor. Each attack also deals additional elemental damage equal to 1% of the attacker's maximum health. 336 plus 29 plus 29 is equal to 394. That's almost 400 damage. Moreover, the growth in defense and health was also unexpected. These 4 Frostfire lizards are incredibly tanky and deal massive damage. Wow, those lizards of yours look so cool! At that moment, Tsuchiyo heard the sound of the bald man's angry claws. Tsuchiyo turned her head to look when she heard the sound. The juvenile fire dragon lizards were found to have all slightly increased in size. The whole thing has been completely renovated. The scales on its body surface are even brighter red. And it's no longer cute and rounded, but has become much sharper. Each leaf is even arranged like a rhombus. Although each scale is fiery red, it reflects a blue glow when exposed to sunlight. The originally gray scales changed after the bloodline of the young flame dragon lizards was altered. It turned into a translucent blue color. This layer of blue is only visible when viewed from the side, adding a touch of strange brilliance to the even more vibrant dragon scales. 2 small, white, bony horns also began to grow from the head of the Frostfire dragon lizard. It gives me a feeling of getting closer to the dragon race. In short, it can be summed up in 3 words. Sparrows are eating crickets. Chapter 36, The Destiny Ranking, is now open. Chapter 36, The Destiny Ranking. Now open. As the old saying goes. So cool. Absolutely amazing. It's beyond words. The upgraded Frostfire dragon lizard, judging solely from its appearance. Among all the current Destiny pets, ranking in the top 3 is definitely not a problem. Boss, we've finished dividing it up, please check it. The mage Latane collected everyone's money and handed it all over to Tsuchiyo. Tsuchiyo glanced at it. 15 gold coins. A whopping 150,000. I made a profit by killing just 1 monster. Didn't you say you had no money at midnight? Tsuchiyo couldn't help but ask. The battle leaders exchanged a smile. Hee, isn't this all thanks to you, boss? Because we've grown so fast, a few of us have been promoted to vice presidents, and we can now control a lot more money. The guild leader said if it's good stuff, just buy it. The guild will reimburse you. I've become the elite leader of our Blood Wolf Guild. My men are all top-notch. They're even stronger than the guild leader's team. The battle group leaders never dreamed of this. Destiny has only been open for 1 day. Their identities underwent a dramatic change. I feel like I wasted all those years playing games. Boss, is there anything I can help you with? I just want to do my part, however small. Please don't be so polite. Upon hearing this, Tsuchiyo asked directly. Have you guys managed to get any weapons with the gentleman's set? If I'm not mistaken, it should be related to cards. As soon as Tsuchiyo finished speaking, the guild leaders immediately typed messages to the entire guild. Da. Although they had never heard of a gentleman's suit before, what if the rest of the guild had seen one? Now it's time to test your speed. Every battle group leader knows this. Whoever can present the gentleman's set to the big boss first will get closer to him. We'll buy back any weapon that drops the gentleman's set. Don't ask, it's a trade secret. What about the other groups? Ask the other groups. The guild leader didn't hesitate to send a message directly to his guild headquarters. As long as I can get it. If the transaction is conducted within the same village on the exchange, Destiny will charge a 10% handling fee. A 20% transaction fee will be charged for transactions within this server, country. The full Destiny trading feature is not yet unlocked. Just as several battle group leaders were frantically trying to curry favor. Xiaoyubing, who had been silent and reserved, looked at Suqiu with a strange expression. He then took out a cloth bag that looked like a hand shield from his backpack. Is this what you mean? Upon hearing Xiaoyubing's voice, the typing hands of several battle leaders suddenly stopped, and they all stiffly turned around. Huh? Suqiu raised an eyebrow and looked at the cloth bag. Gentleman's card holder. Description: a low-key gray leather card holder, worn on the back of the hand, with a compartment for storing cards. A weapon slot piece from the gentleman's set. Quality: white, ordinary. Location: weapon. Effect 1, Intelligence plus 10, Agility plus 5, Magic attack plus 10%. Effect 2, Card cut. There is a 10% chance to perform a second attack with each attack. This is exactly the weapon I need. Suqiu never dreamed that the gentleman's set weapon would come so easily. This weapon is really powerful. Not only did it increase intelligence by 10 points, which is equivalent to what a normal player would gain at level 2. The multiplicative range of magic attacks has also been increased by 10%. You need to know. The attributes of summoned creatures are calculated based on their magic attack values. Even the card master's passive skill only provides a 10% damage increase. And this gentleman's card holder is the same. It's just a white, common-grade piece of equipment. Suqiu couldn't even imagine how powerful the higher quality card master exclusive equipment would be. Give. Xiaoyubing came to Suqiu's side and directly traded the leather card holder, which looked like a handguard, to Suqiu. Then, as if remembering something, he added, "This is an extra bonus I received when I dissected a rock boar, triggered by my dissection talent. I kept it because nobody else could use it." At this point, Xiaoyubing stared at Suqiu and asked seriously, "My talent is very useful." Suqiu took the card holder with a wry smile. "It's really useful. I look forward to your anatomical talent improving." After putting the card sleeve on the back of his right hand, Suqiu felt that his fingertips could touch several things that looked like silk threads. With a thought and a flick of his finger, several white, semi-transparent cards appeared out of thin air in Suqiu's hand. Splash! After playing the cards with one hand, Suqiu nodded secretly. Many things came easily. Several battle group leaders twitched at the corner of their eyes as they looked at Suqiu's flower card. So handsome? Doesn't that make them all seem dull? But now they're really stunned. The big boss finally had something he needed, and the Starry Night Guild beat him to it. Send. However, at this moment, Suqiu's eyes widened slightly. The instant he equipped the set, Suqiu heard a notification. Ding! Anonymous? What is there that needs to be announced? Suqiu clicked to confirm her anonymity. A deafening notification echoed throughout the entire Destiny path. Ding! Major announcement from Destiny. Ding! Major announcement from Yan Wang. Ding! Congratulations to anonymous player for becoming the first player to collect the complete set. The leaderboard feature is now open. Ding! The currently open rankings are Destiny level ranking and Destiny equipment ranking. Note: players ranked at the top of all leaderboards, except for the level leaderboard, will receive additional attribute bonuses. Was that another system announcement? The bald man pressed his right hand against his ear, seemingly not quite reacting yet. Then I looked around at the other people. They noticed that everyone was looking at Suqiu. Now, even before I realized it, I did. This announcement. It was definitely triggered by a powerful player again. But leaderboard? One ranking system is for player levels, and the other is for equipment. Let's not even talk about the latter, it has absolutely nothing to do with me now. But the former ranking list. The bald man laughed angrily. I'm someone who follows the big shots around and picks up the scraps. It should be able to rank in the top 100, right? Immediately. The bald man quickly opened the system panel and pulled up a new panel of 3 white bar icons that appeared side by side. This is precisely the leaderboard feature. Then, a number appeared on his frozen smile. Number 1558, Flame Emperor Blood Wolf. Wrathful Claw, Level 5, 67.4%. Blanche. I didn't even make it into the top 1000? Who are these talented people at the top of the list? As a result, the bald man turned around and looked at the rankings of the people next to him. Number 1463, Yan Wang Fian. Lei Tang, Level 5, 72.3%. Number 1171, Yan Wang Cold Wind and Snow, Level 5, 80.7%. Hateful. These two guys who were scavenging for bargains with me are actually higher level than me. Number 957, Yan Wang Starry Night. Late Summer, Level 5, 91.4%. Good heavens! As expected of the guild leader of Starry Night Guild. For some reason, I found her to be more impressive than those two idiots. Baldy's angry claws felt much better. Huh! That's not right. It's only been less than a day since the server opened. Level 5 players can only rank around 1000th. So, who are these amazing people at the front of the line? The bald man swallowed hard, glancing at Tsuchiyo in the distance, whose fingers were twitching as he scanned the list. He immediately clicked the top button. Moment. A familiar face appeared before the bald man's eyes. Number 1, Yan Wang Anonymous, Level 9, 34.5%. Hiss! The bald man gasped. It wasn't just because Tsuchiyo's character level was almost twice that of his own. Even more so because Number 2, Yan Wang Lin Zian, Level 7, 93.8%. Number 3, White Eagle Federation George, Level 7, 86.7%. Number 4, Ursa Swafari, Level 7, 79.3%. Number 5, Big Boss. Leaving other high-end players behind by a full level. You should know. Ranked at the top of the list. These are all top-tier players who have monopolized the premium gaming pods. But the big shots still trample on them. Became high and mighty. Number 1. Unable to catch up. At this moment, the few remaining thoughts in Baldy's angry claws popped into his head, and this idiom came to mind. Truly beyond our reach. Chapter 37. Nothing tastes better than dumplings, and nothing's more formidable than your sister-in-law. Chapter 37. Nothing tastes better than dumplings, nothing's more powerful than my sister-in-law. White Eagle Federation. Die! A blond, blue-eyed young man brandished a huge black shield and slammed it down on the water dragon snake in front of him. With a soft thud, the water snake's health points reached 0, its body went limp, and it collapsed to the ground, turning into a corpse. Finally dead! Although he successfully defeated the boss, the burly man's face was still full of dissatisfaction. Without saying a word, he directly plunged the black shield in his hand into the corpse of the water dragon snake. The next moment, the massive black shield in the burly man's hand seemed to come alive. A flash of blood-red light appeared on the tip of the shield, which was embedded deep within the corpse. It was like an invisible giant hand had appeared. It grabbed the water dragon snake's corpse and began to devour it. Smack, smack, crunch! One bite after another. Snake skin, flesh, and bones. The black shield did not pause for the slightest. It was quite bloody and it devoured the entire water dragon snake carcass without being picky. Then the blood-red light on the shield tip gradually spread across the entire shield and onto the strong man's hand holding the shield. Strength +5. Agility +1. Constitution +2. Intelligence +0. The burly man closed his eyes and took a deep, blissful breath. This is the feeling of power. Ding! Major announcement from Destiny. Ding! Major announcement from Yan Wang. Ding! Congratulations to anonymous player for becoming the first player to collect the complete set. The leaderboard feature is now open. Ding! Before the burly man could finish enjoying himself, a series of deafening system notifications suddenly interrupted his climax. Fuck! What happened? The burly man angrily opened the ranking list, and became even angrier. Why am I only ranked third? And what's more, ahead of me in line are actually 2 Yanwang people. His eerie green eyes were fixed on the anonymous player in first place. It's all because of you. If it weren't for this anonymous player killing the flame dragon lizard first. The Yanwang people don't let things snowball. That Lin family member wouldn't either. Fuck! The burly man roared angrily. He is the heir apparent to the prestigious George family, the leading family in the Earth Alliance. They'd actually consider second place? I should always be number one, just like my name, George. He took a deep breath and looked at the black shield in his hand. Since I can't be number one in terms of level, then the Shield of the Dead, which can evolve infinitely, must be number one. George immediately clicked on the second leaderboard that had been opened. Destiny's Gear Ranking. Number 1, Ouroboros Ring Mythical, Owner, Yanwang Anonymous, Damage plus 10%. Number 2, Shield of the Dead Epic, Owner, White Eagle Federation George, Damage plus 9%. Number 3, Phoenix Sky Epic, Owner, Yanwang Linziyun, Damage plus 8%. Number 4, King Slayer Excellent, Owner, Ursus Warfani, Damage plus 7%. Number 5, Breath of Kings Excellent, Owner, Rose Royal Artoria Pendragon, Damage plus 6%. Number 6, Inazuma Sanshin Excellent, Owner, Sakura Empire Yaeni, Damage plus 5%. Number 7, Gold Coin Excellent, Owner, Deshabate Allah Chieftain, Damage plus 4%. Number 8, Buddha's Palm Excellent, Owner, Salman of the Peacock Kingdom, Damage plus 3%. Number 9, Banner of Command Excellent, Owner, Faroba Texas, Damage plus 2%. Number 10, Third Hand Excellent, Owner, Goryo Anonymous, Damage plus 1%. Wang Defa? George's hand holding the Shield of the Dead was trembling. He couldn't believe his eyes. My Shield of the Dead is only ranked second? Still can't get first place? That's not the most important thing. Most importantly, that anonymous player actually possesses a divine artifact. Is the Ouroboros ring only allowed to be upgraded to mythic level at the very least? Suchio closed the leaderboard with a sense of helplessness. Indeed, the normal item quality is divided into ordinary, excellent, superb, epic, legendary, mythological. But the Ouroboros ring is an existence that transcends the continent of Terra. Its grade is much higher than mythical. In the early stages of Destiny, the story was still set in the world of Terra. That level of affix should not exist yet. Therefore, the grade of the Ouroboros ring had to be lowered. Of course, the effects of the Ouroboros ring will not be reduced in any way. But mythical level equipment is enough to shock the entire Destiny world. When all the players of Destiny saw the mythic level equipment ranked first on the equipment leaderboard, it's completely boiling over. The anonymous player's identity instantly became the hottest topic in Destiny. Find it. Find it for me right now. I'll pay $1 million. I absolutely have to get this Ouroboros ring. Check it out quickly. Ask that person if they're selling the account. If not, ask if they're willing to rent it. I'll give them 100,000. Just let me have some fun. Hey, why can't I see the equipment's effects? I created this account after lunch, and I haven't even gotten a single common level item yet. How come some pros are already getting mythic gear? Is this the difference between me and the big shots? I refuse to accept this. Numerous clubs have offered hefty rewards to find out who this anonymous player is. I really want to buy that mythical ring from the anonymous player. But they wanted to find that anonymous person among millions of players. How difficult. Don't worry, boss. We don't know anything. He may not be good at playing dumb, but he can be genuinely dumb. We're not one of those big guilds that only care about making money. We'll help you hide your identity. Everyone who has met you here is trustworthy. These were the words Tsuchiyo spoke to the battle group leaders when they said goodbye. Tsuchiyo didn't care. It was only a matter of time before his identity was exposed. Of course, the later the better. This way, I'll have more free time and won't be bothered by various troubles. Pooh! Then Tsuchiyo heard a voice that sounded like disbelief. Looking back, all I saw were frost-fire lizards attacking the undead in the distance. Vomit! The handsome frost-fire dragon lizards spat out a ball of red and blue flames at the enemy. -436. -41, fire damage. -41, water attribute damage. -43, burning damage. It was only for the instant the molten metal touched the skeleton warrior. This resulted in an extremely high damage of 561. That level 9 skeleton warrior only has a meager 2,000 health points. A single basic attack from 4 frost-fire dragon lizards instantly wiped out the opponent. Awesome plus! Tsuchiyo raised his arms in celebration. The intelligence attribute is increased after completing the set and upgrading to level 9. The gentleman's card set increases spell damage by 10%. The top-ranked equipment increases all damage by 10%. This caused Tsuchiyo's magic damage to skyrocket from 79 to 158. It's doubled! What does this mean? The attributes of the summoned creatures are also doubled. They could easily wipe out twice the number of their previous troops. Tsuchiyo was very satisfied with the Frost-Fire Dragon Lizard's current combat strength. After several fusions of essences, the Frost-Fire Dragon Lizard has grown from a small lizard that needed protection into a capable elder brother who can stand on his own. No, it's the eldest sister-in-law. Nothing tastes better than dumplings, and nothing's better than my sister-in-law. Several lizards were having a good time killing each other when I subconsciously shivered. Ding! Congratulations on successfully collecting 500 mandala flowers. The reward for the mandala flower collection quest has been upgraded to level E. Ding! When 1,000 mandrake flowers have been collected, the mission reward has been upgraded to D grade. Just then, a notification came, and Tsuchiyo smiled slightly. Great! The mission reward has been upgraded! The quest to collect mandrake flowers ends when the Dark Priest sieges the city. So collect as much as you can now. I remember. Tsuchiyo stroked her chin as she recalled. In his previous life, Kim Min-jun didn't have much free time because he started his mission very late. But despite his immense wealth, he still managed to get a D-level mission reward. With this in mind, Tsuchiyo had a new goal. How could it not be better than that Korean? Immediately, Tsuchiyo began rubbing his head in thought. Which area has the fastest undead respawn rate? Based on Tsuchiyo's current combat strength, facing 20 monsters of the same level at the same time is no problem at all. The most efficient way is to fight 30 monsters of the same level. However, the distribution of death energy in the Ash Corridor is not even, resulting in an unpredictable respawn of the undead. Either Tsuchiyo can't defeat all the monsters, or he needs the skeleton wolves to constantly pull the monsters away. Of course, Tsuchiyo's current location is still very close to the north mountain of the beginner village. Most of them require pulling and handling monsters. That's a waste of time. The Corridor of Ashes is a tiny branch of the Valley of the Dead, just like one of the roots of a tree. Tsuchiyo pondered. The closer you get to the Canyon of the Dead, the denser the deathly aura becomes, but... Gazing at the distant horizon shrouded in the fog of war, Tsuchiyo refused. I can't get over it, no matter how I think about it, I can't get over it. My goal is to get the exploration progress of the entire Bones Canyon to 100%. As someone with OCD, if I end up with an irregular map because I'm walking along, that would be unbearable. But... Tsuchiyo looked at the mountainside beside the Columbarium corridor. I remember there was a cave in the mountainside in the Columbarium. The cave has a fissure that connects to the Canyon of the Dead, causing the cave to accumulate death gases. This results in low-quality undead, but an unusually large number of them. If we find it, the efficiency will double. Only. Tsuchiyo's gaze settled on the fog of war. It will take some time. Over the next day, Tsuchiyo maximized her movement speed, directly increasing the exploration progress of the Ash Corridor to 6.3%. Although we've met the requirements for exploring the Ash Corridor, we're still far from exploring the entire Ash Canyon. Tsuchiyo gazed at the setting sun over the western mountains and stretched comfortably. But this progress has exceeded Tsuchiyo's previous expectations by 5%. Moreover, Tsuchiyo noticed it. As you kill undead creatures, the concentration of deathly aura in the Columbarium corridor has also decreased slightly. Although not many. But that's enough to reduce some of the pressure on defending the city. The most important point is... Tsuchiyo looked at the cave in front of him, a smile spreading across his lips. I've found you. But at that moment, Tsuchiyo suddenly heard a shocking notification he had never heard before. Ding! Congratulations on discovering the hidden dungeon Dark Skeleton Cave, 10,000 to 10,000. P.S. This dungeon is subject to environmental factors and has a limited number of attempts. Those who clear it first will gain access to this dungeon. Chapter 38 Hidden Dungeon Dark Skeleton Cave. Chapter 38 Hidden Dungeon Dark Skeleton Cave. A hidden dungeon? Tsuchiyo raised an eyebrow. After clearing the dungeon for the first time, will I gain access to unlock the dungeon? Tsuchiyo wasn't surprised by this type of copy, because he had seen it before. In her previous life, Lin Zian had publicly revealed a copy of the game called Origin Forest to the world. That was 2 months after the launch of Destiny. It is also the first fully public copy to appear in the world. Only players with access rights can enter the instance. If you fight monsters inside, you can obtain an item called Source Energy Cluster. Each time a source gas cluster is used, it can increase the maximum magic points by 1. This is pure bliss for magic-based classes. These types of instances all have a limit on the number of times they can be accessed. Once used up, it will lose its dungeon status and become a regular map. What Tsuchiyo found strange was, this is a dungeon called Dark Skeleton Cave. How come I've never heard of it? You need to know. This instance is right next to the starting village. Arranged according to the terrain sequence, if someone clears this dungeon first, it should be made public first. Tsuchiyo squinted, suddenly realizing something. The information about the terrain of this rift came from the White Eagle Federation. That leaves only one possibility. The White Eagle Federation first discovered the Dark Skeleton Cave dungeon and completed it. It was not made public to all players of Destiny. Instead, they waited until the information was processed internally before releasing the map details. That's something only the White Eagle Federation could do. Tsuchiyo had no other thoughts about the White Eagle Federation's actions. Everyone will prioritize themselves. But you had the nerve to say you'd never seen it before, but taking half of the spots from the Origin Chi Forest to study its mechanisms is going too far. Tsuchiyo smiled slightly, only one decision remaining in her mind. You ate so much in your last life, so let's help you lose some weight in this one. I gladly accept this Dark Remains Cave. Corpse Cave. Dungeon description. This is a cave filled with the deathly aura of the Dark Faction, where countless dark creatures and undead coexist. Dungeon objective, clear both floors and eliminate all enemies. Recommended dungeon, L.15. Dungeon drops, bat wings, blood beads, bat eggs, bone shards, mandragora flowers, class skill books, class equipment. First clear of a dungeon, access rights, 10,000 times. Once you eliminate all the monsters on both floors, you will gain access. Tsuchiyo nodded secretly. Right next to the beginner village with a maximum level of 10, a dungeon with a recommended level of 15 has appeared. As expected of you, Destiny. Immediately, Tsuchiyo raised his hand and pressed on the system panel. Ding! entering the dark skeleton cave dungeon. Ding! You have arrived at the dark skeleton cave. Ding! Your current environment is abnormal, with the added status of toxic smog. Toxic smog. Effect: deducts 10 health points per second. As soon as Tsuchiyo entered the instance, before he even opened his eyes, he heard an ominous voice. Is the aura of death so strong here? Tsuchiyo sniffed the thick earthy smell in the air and frowned slightly. The level of smog here exceeded Tsuchiyo's expectations. 10 health points are deducted every second. It directly negated my blessing of holy light. Tsuchiyo saw that the aura emanating from himself and his summoned creatures had been suppressed to the surface of his skin by the death energy. If the deathly aura were any stronger, it would harm me. Now that's a bit more challenging. Tsuchiyo flicked her fingers, and a picture of a priestess appeared at her fingertips. Be prepared for treatment at any time. However, before Tsuchiyo could even step into the instance, a deafening system notification rang in his ears. Ding! Announcement from the Yenwang server. Ding! The prosperity level of Novice Village number 11451 has reached 100,000 to 100,000, successfully upgraded to level 2. Ding! Monsters around Novice Village number 11451 have been strengthened, combat power plus 10%, experience gain plus 10%, gold gain plus 10%, material drop rate plus 10%, item drop rate plus 10%. Ding! Traveler number 11451 from the starting village has gained plus 100 inventory slots, plus 50% health regeneration, and plus 50% mana regeneration. While within the starting village's territory, movement speed is increased by an additional 20%. Ding! White Cardinal Catherine bestows a blessing upon Novice Village number 11451 Blessing of Light. Blessing of Light. Effect: restores 5 health points per second. Duration: 6 hours. Ding! White Cardinal Catherine has issued a quest to all players in starting village number 11451 explore the Ash Corridor. Mission objective: proceed to the Ossuary Corridor and increase the area's exploration level to 1%. Task quality D. Quest reward: Church of Light reputation. Task progress: 6.38%. Tsuchiyo's eyes widened slightly as he looked at the continuous stream of system notifications, a hint of delighted confusion in his expression. They did it? The battle group leaders I knew. In just 2 days, the prosperity level of the newbie village has truly been maximized. It directly boosted the player's attributes significantly. In that case, I guess I don't need a priestess anymore. Tsuchiyo glanced at the priestess card in his hand, then silently put it back into the deck. Beep beep beep. Tsuchiyo's system panel also vibrated a series of times. The expert wasn't lying. The benefits of upgrading the village are huge. Even the starting village has been completely renovated. A brand new starting village. The monsters are a bit stronger, but the loot drops have increased accordingly. I could grind here for a year. Backpack expansion, we at Starry Night really need this. Health and mana regeneration are increased by half. That's like everyone getting a piece of equipment. Plus, you get a movement speed bonus near the village. It'll make it even easier for agility-based characters. I can get a healing blessing of light buff every day. How many potions can I save each day? That's all money. Wow, a D-rank mission for everyone. Am I dreaming? Excited and joyful voices echoed from the chat room. Even Xiaoyubing, who is usually indifferent, couldn't hide the joy in her voice. These attribute bonuses and free tasks. The vast majority of them were picked up for free in Beishan after listening to Tsuchiyo's advice. Which one isn't priceless? Ordinary players might not understand why their captain ordered them to collect infrastructure materials for donation. But now they all understand. Commander! Great! Moreover, their guild leader defied all opposition and did not contribute these materials to the guild. Commander! Be tough! However, their battle leaders, upon learning of the praise their team members had given them, were quite surprised. There was only one sentence in my heart. Wow, that's tall and hard! Tsuchiyo glanced at the conversation briefly and then stopped reading. He then led his summoned creatures to the very center of the dark skeleton cave. There, in complete darkness, countless red lights appeared. Dark blood bat. Description: a bat whose entire body is pitch black due to long-term contact with death energy. Level 10. Attack 500. Life 3500. Skills: Sonic Wave, Vampire Fangs. Sound waves. Description: let me hear where you are. Effect: can detect stealth and increases critical hit rate. Vampire Fang. Description: let me have a sip. Just one sip. Effect: each attack restores 10% of the damage dealt's health. Bring it on. Tsuchiyo's 10 fingers twitched slightly. The show is about to begin. Tui! 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 Faced with the dense swarm of dark blood bats, the frost fire dragon lizard launched a relentless attack. Minus 441. Minus 440. Minus 442. Minus 441. Relying solely on one's own output is not enough. The frost fire dragon lizards gritted their teeth. Ugh dash! With a forceful pull, a giant blue and red egg appeared behind the lizard's tail. With a snap, the giant egg hatched. 4 smaller frost fire lizards hatched from them. The baby dragon lizards followed their mother, tilting their heads back to accumulate flaming fluid, constantly maintaining their output. Awoo! The skeleton wolves would also leap up from time to time, damaging the dark blood bats in mid-air. Hiss hiss hiss. Minus 374. Minus 376. Miss. Minus 373. Miss. Miss. Against flying enemies, the skeleton wolf, which can only fight in melee, is much less effective. Tsuchiyo frowned slightly. Since the enemy can fly, the protagonist of this battle is the frost fire dragon lizard. The most that skeleton wolves can do is attract the enemy's attention. Make sure they don't threaten the team's backline damage dealers. Squeak squeak squeak! In addition to the y-axis, the dark blood bats also move along the z-axis. This results in a significant drop in the skeleton wolf's hit rate. At least 4 out of 10 attacks will miss. Roar! The skeleton wolves howled and howled in fury. Sure enough, positioning is the best way to dodge. By this calculation, the bats have a higher evasion rate than the skeleton wolves in Bone Canyon. Tsuchiyo conjured a magician's card in his hand and shot it directly towards the area where the dark blood bats were most densely packed. Chua! 158-159-158-158. The magician's area of effect damage is a sphere. It's best suited for attacking groups of enemies that are in the air. Tsuchiyo's card directly blew up 6 dark blood bats. The dark blood bat's movement speed has been drastically reduced. Now the skeleton wolves can hit them. The elite bone wolf leaps. After biting the hind leg of a dark blood bat, it dragged it off by force. The skeleton wolves pounced on them. It bit me to death. Tsuchiyo could tell. The battle left the skeleton wolves filled with resentment. Stay calm, it's alright, we'll kill him sooner or later, Tsuchiyo reassured him. After hearing Tsuchiyo's words, the skeleton wolves calmed down a little. Silently enduring the harm, it continues to attract the bat's attention. Even in between battles, Tsuchiyo did not forget to observe the battlefield. The enormous cave is rather flat, with a height of only 20 meters, roughly equivalent to a 6-story building. Hundreds of unactivated dark blood bats were hanging on it. There's an even bigger one in the distance. He's obviously the boss. A total of 200 level 9 small bats, plus a level 13 large bat boss. Tsuchiyo nodded secretly. This is completely different from the dark skeleton cave I'm familiar with. In Tsuchiyo's memory, this map doesn't have any bats hanging from the ceiling. Otherwise, Tsuchiyo wouldn't have come with only this small army. Suchio said helplessly. I should have gotten another card that can attack air units, and then come here with another type of summon. Fortunately, it's alright. My Frostfire Dragon Lizard is strong enough. It will only take a little time. The battle continues. It is blessed with holy light, divine light, and the blessing of the priestess Suchio. Although the health of Suchio's summoned creatures fluctuated, they remained healthy throughout. In addition, the skeleton wolves responsible for absorbing damage also have the ability to dodge. This resulted in low casualties for the skeleton wolves. Summoned creatures can respawn. The enemy is not an option. The number of dark blood bats dying keeps piling up. 10, 50, 100. Half an hour later. The last dark blood bat's health reached 0, and it fell to the ground, turning into dust and dissipating. Next, it's your turn. Suchio gazed at the enormous bat, which was hanging upside down in the distance, and was at least 3 meters long. Just as Suchio was consuming magic points to revive a skeleton wolf, the giant bat in the distance stirred. Ding! You have disturbed the boss, the Vampire King Bat. P.S. Currently available information. A 3,600-word chapter. I'm going all out. Please give this a 5-star review if you've made it this far. Another long chapter is coming next. Chapter 39 Exclusive Equipment. The Eye of Peeping. Chapter 39 Exclusive Equipment. The Eye of the Spy. As the system notification sounded. Buzz. A strange fluctuation came from here. Suchio saw the bat open its scarlet eyes. Then, it released its 2 claws and, with its 4-meter-long wings flapping, flew into the air. Squeak dash! A sharp cry came from its mouth. The boss battle has begun. Suchio's eyes also revealed the other party's attributes. Vampire Bat. Synopsis: the king of the dark blood bats, infected by death energy, has become a crazed bloodlust. Level 13. Attack 1000. Life, 50,000. Skills: ultrasonic waves, bloodthirsty fangs, taking advantage of a downfall, vanishing into darkness. Ultrasound. Description: I've found you. Effect: can break stealth and increases critical hit rate and accuracy. Bloodthirsty fangs. Description: slurp it up, it's so delicious. Effect: each attack restores 20% of the damage taken as health. Kicking someone when they're down. Description: bats will smash you bunch of bad guys to death. Effect: the vampire bat removes a stone from the top of a cave, dealing area damage to ground units. Disappearing into darkness. Description: you can't see me, you can't see me. Effect: the vampire bat king enters stealth mode. Actively attacking to break stealth will deal double damage. Passively breaking stealth will cause the user to fall into a stealth state. This boss's attributes are that of an assassin. Suchio frowned slightly. Our own lineup is meant to be used to fight the enemy openly and honestly. You could say that what they fear most is assassins. An attack power of up to 1000. One touch on me is enough to kill me twice over. If they become invisible, they can sneak up behind you. That damage is enough to kill me 4 times over. Luckily, my Ouroboros ring has been upgraded. Ouroboros ring. Introduction? Quality? Location, ring. Occupation, all. Effect 1, revenge. After death, the player respawns with full health and mana, and all attributes are increased by 50% for 1 minute. Cooldown, 24 hours. Furthermore, the damage you deal to the unit that killed you is permanently increased by 50%. This effect currently has 2 charges. Updated at level 20. Effect 2, shedding skin. Players can choose to shed their skin. The shed skin forms a clone, which possesses all of the player's abilities and can assist in combat. The clone lasts for 10 minutes with a 12-hour cooldown. The clone's location can be a spatial coordinate, and the player and clone can swap positions once. Each clone can only be swapped once. Updated at level 20. Effect 3, unlocked at level 20. The current Ouroboros ring has the effect of revenge. 1. After Tsuchiyo's level is raised to 10, the charging effect is increased to 2 times. This is equivalent to Tsuchiyo having 2 extra lives. Hey, you think I'll die in 1 hit? I can take 3 of your attacks. If you can't increase your tankiness, then increase your lifespan. This can be considered a disguised increase in tankiness. Plus, Effect 2 is unlocked. Tsuchiyo can molt to create a clone that lasts for 10 minutes. There is nothing that Tsuchiyo cannot solve. If there is, then there will be 2 of me. Tsuchiyo smiled slightly and looked at the giant vampire bat. Come on, let's see if you're enough for me to use shedding skin. The next moment. Squeak! The vampire bat let out a shriek and flew backward. His figure vanished into the darkness in an instant. Tsuchiyo's eye twitched. Holy crap! He went invisible right from the start? Come over! Tsuchiyo immediately gave the order. Immediately, all the skeleton wolves moved closer to Tsuchiyo. They surrounded and protected Tsuchiyo. Humph! Bone wolf armor! Combine! After ensuring his safety, Tsuchiyo waited for the vampire king bat to reveal itself. The next moment. Squeak, squeak, squeak! A screeching sound of fingernails scratching a blackboard rang in Tsuchiyo's ears. Tsuchiyo was so shocked that goosebumps rose all over her body. -2064, critical hit. Immediately. A damage spike worth 4 figures appeared before Tsuchiyo's eyes. There. The skeletal wolf, already weakened, was instantly torn to pieces. This must be the highest damage I've ever seen. Tsuchiyo's expression darkened, and he commanded the other skeleton wolves to pounce. Miss, 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 miss. Countless notifications of missed attacks emanated from the vampire king bat. None of the 15 skeleton wolves could harm it. However, the 4 large and 4 small frostfire dragon lizards aimed at the vampire king bat, and spat out flaming liquid that accurately hit the boss. -421. -421. -421. A series of numbers popped out from the body of the vampire king bat, along with a dense array of fire and water damage numbers. And there are also -4 movement speed, -0.2 attack speed. The battle became easier after the sludge reduction effect was activated. Just like the battle with the bats before. As long as we can apply a debuff that reduces both movement speed and attack speed to this type of agile boss. That way, at least we won't be as helpless as we were before. Gala gala. Tsuchiyo reached out and summoned a new skeleton wolf. This freshly baked skeleton wolf has a whopping 5,730 health points. Show me how you disassemble it again? It seemed that he understood Tsuchiyo's provocation. The vampire king bat is about to make some next moves. But it didn't fly straight towards Tsuchiyo, instead, it flew to an even higher altitude. Crack! The sharp claws used for hanging upside down can break off a boulder the size of a millstone directly from the top of the cave. And it grabbed it, and flew to the top of Tsuchiyo's head. Squeak, squeak, squeak! The vampire bat, making a soft noise, seemed to be saying, You're the one who told me to tear this down. Tsuchiyo immediately swallowed hard. It's so big, isn't that inappropriate? The next moment, the vampire king bat loosened its grip on its claws. Withdraw! Tsuchiyo shouted. They scattered among the skeleton wolves. Bang! The huge, pitch-black rock crashed down on the spot where Tsuchiyo had been standing. 458-424-482-421. The skeleton wolves ran fast, avoiding the splash of rubble. However, the short-legged frostfire lizards still suffered damage from this attack. Hiss! Fortunately, the frostfire dragon lizards have become much tougher after their attribute growth values changed. This injury is negligible. But the little lizards that had been summoned earlier were smashed to the ground, leaving them with only a sliver of health. Any further scratches or scrapes would be fatal. Tsuchiyo glanced at the frostfire dragon lizards. The frost-fire dragon lizards shook their heads, signaling to Suchio. It can't lay eggs yet. Now, Suchio took a deep breath and looked at the vampire king bat, which had once again vanished into stealth mode. It's going to be a long game. Still can't get in touch with the big boss? Archer Ashua asked Mage Leitang. Thunder nodded, displaying the chat interface. The boss's status shows an abnormal space, he must be busy. The bald man with the angry claws looked puzzled. What kind of busy activity would cause an abnormal space to appear? What abnormal space would there be in the newbie village? There aren't any dungeons. Ao Shui glanced at the angry claw. Stop talking nonsense. Then she looked at Xia Yubing. How about we go explore first? Xia Yubing nodded slightly, looking at the necklace in her hand. I can only show him this equipment when we meet. The bald man scratched his head angrily. Although the big boss once said that some weapons might be related to cards. But a pro player's profession isn't necessarily a card player, right? That's such a low-class name. Seeing that Xia Yubing, who had just revealed her equipment, looked like she wanted to hit him, the bald man immediately changed his tune. But the fact that you managed to produce a hidden class card master's exclusive equipment, your anatomical talent is truly exceptional. This necklace called Eye of Peeping is amazing. The craftsmanship is so exquisite. Even if the pro player isn't a card player, just based on the necklace's appearance alone, they would definitely love it. When everyone saw that the bald man had actually uttered some kind words, they all stopped looking at him. Instead, he turned his gaze to the silver necklace with gilded patterns in Xia Yubing's hand. Peeping Eye. Synopsis: a necklace rumored to offer a glimpse into destiny, but it lacks the most crucial stone of fate. Quality? Effect 1. All attributes plus 5, intelligence plus 5, maximum mana plus 50%. Effect 2. Spy. Consumes 10% of maximum mana to view everything in the specified area. Can break stealth and dispel fog of war. Range and duration are related to the mana consumed. Effect 3. Unlocked after socketing a stone of destiny. Xia Yubing pursed her lips slightly. As a woman, the allure of such stunning jewelry is undeniable. However, she still decided to give the equipment to Suchio as a way of repaying Suchio for providing the information. Until the upgrade of number 11451, all 100,000 players benefited. Only then did everyone realize how valuable Suchio's intelligence was. Now, players in other starting areas around the world are following suit and contributing resources. Those who were the first to taste the benefits also deeply understood this. We gave Suchio too little before. You should give us a little more. Perfect. I got this pretty good-looking piece of equipment when I killed the water dragon serpent. It's not appropriate to just give him money, let's give him this equipment as well. Xia Yubing added. He definitely has everything we have, so this is the only thing he can show off. Even if he can't use this equipment, I can just buy it back later. The three grown men exchanged a glance and could only shout. The boss is generous. Well then, let's go explore the Columbarium corridor. Pork knuckle! Pork knuckle! Corpse cave. I've finally worn you down. Suchio looked at the vampire king bat lying on the ground in the distance, barely alive with only 1% health left, and a happy smile appeared on his lips. Not only Suchio, but the skeleton wolves were even happier. They were hung up and beaten by this vampire bat for over an hour. Now my revenge has finally been achieved. If Suchio hadn't given the order, they would have gone and killed that flying rat this morning. Of course, Suchio also felt intense hatred in her heart. Bite that flying rat to death! The skeleton wolves charged straight at them. Ding! Congratulations on successfully defeating the boss vampire king bat. Rewards for the upper level of Dark Skeleton Cave are being calculated. Ding! Congratulations! You have gained 50,000 experience points, 30 silver coins, 200 bat wings, and 1 blood bead. This reward from higher authorities is quite good. Suchio's eyes lit up. This instance has a maximum player limit of 20. If divided equally among 20 people, each person will receive 100 alliance coins. In addition, there are all sorts of other props. I estimate that I can earn about 200 yuan per transaction. Earning 200 yuan per transaction is a great deal. And I did it all by myself. Your profits will increase 20 times. Make a fortune! A huge fortune! Just as Suchio was about to click to claim it, another voice suddenly rang in my ears. Ding! Fate triggered. I'll blanch it. Suchio's eyes widened in surprise. This can actually trigger good fortune? Chapter 40, 3rd Summoned Creature Vampire King Bat. Chapter 43rd Summoned Creature Vampire King Bat. Ding! Fate triggered. Experience 50,000, 1x, silver coins 120, 4x, bat wings 600, 3x, blood beads 9, 9x. Ding! You have obtained the following drop cards: Vampire Bat Egg, Skill Imprint, Shadow Blade, Black Magic Robe. How many? Suchio was taken aback. The experience and silver coins from before were fairly normal. In this way, Suchio gained 100,000 experience points. Enough to skip level 11 and go straight to level 12. However, due to skill limitations, it needs to be postponed for a period of time. The 160 silver coins in total are equivalent to more than 10,000 yuan. Suchio doesn't yet know what use the 800 bat wings are. But the final boss's exclusive drop blood beads. 10 of them actually fell. Great! This is really good fortune. Immediately, Suchio examined the fallen items. Batwing. Description: bat wings imbued with blood energy. Consuming them can enhance one's blood and chi, but they are poisonous. Effect 1. After ingestion, the user enters a poisoned state, losing 10 health points per second for 10 seconds. Effect 2. Increases maximum health by 1 point after consumption. Each player can consume 500 units. Consume 100 health points to increase maximum health by 1 point? Suchio grinned. This deal was totally worth it. Suchio didn't care whether it was raw or cooked, and directly picked up a palm-sized bat wing in his mouth. It's like dried meat, it just doesn't have much flavor. Ding! You have consumed poisonous food. Poisoning. Effect: health minus 10 to 2 seconds. 10 seconds later, Suchio heard another notification. Ding! You have absorbed the blood essence of the batwing. Your maximum health increases by 1 to 500. Suchio glanced at his pitifully low health points. Health points, 550 to 551. It really works! Suchio was overjoyed. My biggest weakness is that my skin is fragile. And they often get itchy skin and go looking for trouble for no reason. This item, which can increase the maximum health, can make up for my shortcomings. This kind of tool is needed by everyone, regardless of their profession. Suchio put another one in his mouth, thinking of a business opportunity that would make him a lot of money. Immediately, Suchio looked at the other items dropped after the boss vampire King Bat died. The most prominent one, of course, is that card floating in the air. Suchio reached out and took it. Sudden! A blinding green light shone directly into Suchio's eyes. This is Dash. Summon. Vampire King Bat. Quality, excellent green. Effect: by injecting magic points into it, a vampire bat can be summoned to assist in battle. Suchio stared blankly at the card in front of her, unable to react for a moment. Green excellence? Suchio had considered that her luck wouldn't always be so good. There will always be a few times when you're just short. But I didn't expect it to come so quickly. Suchio glanced at the card holder at her waist. After reaching level 10, your card pack will be expanded. It can accommodate a third pet now. I'm also really looking forward to seeing what my third pet will be. As a result, Suchio immediately lost her expectations. How strong can an excellent grade summon card be? Is this the legendary law of conservation of luck? Is it my turn to be unlucky? But out of politeness, Tsuchiyo still reached out and tapped the card, glancing at the attributes of the Vampire King Bat. Name: Vampire King Bat. Level 1. Attack 139, Magic Attack 50% plus Agility 100%. Health 1390, Magic Attack 500% plus Agility 1000%. Defense 22, Magic Attack 10% plus Agility 10%. Duration: consumes 30 mana every 5 seconds. Talent: Bloodthirsty Fangs. Skill: Vanish into Darkness. Bloodthirsty Fangs. Description: Slurp, it's so delicious. Effect: each attack restores 10% of the damage dealt's health. Disappearing into darkness. Description: you can't see me, you can't see me. Effect: the Vampire Bat King enters stealth mode. Actively attacking to break stealth will deal 150% damage. Passively breaking stealth will cause the user to be stunned. Tsuchiyo's face stiffened. Huh! You call this excellent? This attribute panel is way too overpowered. This hasn't even been infused with the essence yet. There is a fixed lifesteal talent, and an invisibility skill that allows you to become invisible and deal extra damage. And there is also a special attribute calculation mechanism. Besides magic damage, it's also related to my agility attribute. Tsuchiyo nodded slightly. That's interesting. In this way, you don't have to focus on intelligence attributes. The agility attribute points added earlier weren't wasted. It's just that their life growth rate is a bit low, making them prone to sudden death. And you're so special, it would be a shame not to add you to my wallet. Immediately, Tsuchiyo reached out and waved his hand, instantly evaporating a portion of his magic points. Come out, Vampire King Bat! The darkness beside Tsuchiyo suddenly twisted, and then a large bat with a wingspan of 1 meter and a length of 1 meter emerged from it. Squeak! The Vampire King Bat was still a little confused when it was first summoned. I didn't realize what was going on with me. But it knows at least one thing. They now have a master they need to serve. Tsuchiyo reached out and gently rubbed the Vampire King Bat, which was covered in fine downy hairs. He then shed tears of emotion. Finally, I can pet a pet that I like. Other people's pets are cats and dogs, with plenty of meat and fur, and they feel soft and comforting to touch. And what about myself? It's either a skeleton wolf, just a bunch of dry bones. It's either a large lizard, with hard, scaly scales all over. But this flying mouse is different. Just close your eyes and you'll feel amazing when you touch it. Snoring, the vampire bat purred as it felt Tsuchiyo's caress. This made the skeleton wolves and frost fire dragon lizards jealous. Woo! Hiss! They all huddled closer, nuzzling against Tsuchiyo. At this point, how could Tsuchiyo dare to voice her previous disdain? I had no choice but to reach out and pet all the summoned creatures. While petting it, Tsuchiyo didn't forget to glance at the 10 blood beads that fell when the boss died. Since it was you who died, you can definitely use it. Vampire King Bat. Whether it understood or not was unimportant. Tsuchiyo understood anyway, and looked at the newly displayed system notification. Ding! Blood droplet detected contains essence vampiric aura, excellent. Ultrasonic wave, excellent. Agile body, excellent. Bloodthirsty apprentice, fine. Crimson killing intent, epic. Tsuchiyo stared at the densely packed essence behind the blood droplets, her mouth gradually opening wide. So much essence? After a long while, Tsuchiyo looked at his own Vampire King Bat and said in a trembling voice, "You're really something." Chapter 41 Pay to Win. A huge upgrade for everyone. Chapter 41 Pay to Win. Everyone gets a major upgrade. Squeak, 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 squeak. Hearing the Vampire King Bat's explanation, Tsuchiyo understood. You mean to say, besides containing essence, does this blood bead also retain the heritage of your clan? Tsuchiyo pinched his chin and asked the Vampire King Bat. Squeak. The Vampire King Bat let out a regretful sound. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Upon hearing this, Tsuchiyo nodded and said, I see. Some bloodline inheritances have very strong energy, which you cannot withstand at your current level. You need to advance to a higher level or upgrade your skill. Having understood the Vampire King Bat's meaning, Tsuchiyo selected the usable essence from the blood beads. Vampire Aura. Synopsis: a mouthful of blood after a meal brings unparalleled joy. Quality: excellent green. Effect: with each attack, it restores 20% of the damage dealt as health, and other friendly units also restore 20% of the damage dealt as health. This essence can provide Tsuchiyo and his summoned creatures with a lifesteal effect. Improved battery life to a certain extent. After Tsuchiyo extracted it, he discovered. Huh! You can use it too? What puzzled Tsuchiyo was the elite bone wolf lying on the ground to one side, its ribs exposed for Tsuchiyo to rub. Huh! The elite bone wolf let out a puzzled sound, clearly not understanding what Tsuchiyo was talking about. Tsuchiyo pretended that she hadn't said anything. After all, having one summon that can emit an aura is enough for the team. Even if there's an extra one, the lifesteal effect can't be stacked. Otherwise, I would definitely give one to each of you. Next up are the equally excellent green ultrasonic waves and the agile body. The former gives the vampire bat the ability to see through invisibility. It also increased the critical hit rate and critical hit damage. The latter significantly increases the Vampire King Bat's evasion rate. Tsuchiyo clicked on the detailed attributes of the Vampire King Bat and took a look. Critical hit rate, 20%. Critical hit damage, 180%. Evasion rate, 40%. All characters in the Destiny path have an initial critical hit rate of 5%, an initial critical hit damage of 150%, and an initial evasion rate of 0%. Therefore, it can be seen that. Wow, that adds a lot to my stats! Tsuchiyo was extremely envious. Almost every 5 attacks, it can deal 180% critical damage. In addition, it has a base evasion rate of 50%. If we categorize the summoned creatures, the skeleton wolf is a warrior. Frostfire dragon lizard is an archer. The Vampire King Bat is an assassin. As an assassin, in close combat, the most important things are positioning and dodging. The Vampire King Bat, which can fly, also has a 40% evasion rate. No wonder it took me so long to beat your flowers back then. Tsuchiyo glanced at the Vampire King Bat with regret. Vampire King Bat. After applying the essence, Tsuchiyo started calculating her wallet. My summoned creatures haven't leveled up in a long time. I got a new pet now. Let's upgrade you guys. Wallet minus 80,000, Skullwolf, level 5 to 6. Name, Skullwolf. Level 6. Attack, 446, 240% magic attack plus fangs claws plus command aura. Defense, 136, 80% magic attack. Health, 6520, magic attack 4000%. Wallet minus 80,000, Frostfire Dragon Lizard, level 5 to 6. Name, Flame Dragon Lizard. Level 6. Attack 537, magic attack 340%. Defense, 111, 70% magic attack. Health, 4740, 948, magic attack 3000%. Wallet minus 55,000, Vampire Bat, level 1 to 5. Name, Vampire King Bat. Level 5. Attack, 417, magic attack 150% plus agility 300%. Health, 2502, magic attack 900% plus agility 1800%. Defense, 77, magic attack 30% plus agility 50%. Ouch! That hurts! Tsuchiyo clutched her heart, feeling excruciating pain. It was only with great difficulty that I managed to save up about 200,000 yuan. It was gone in the blink of an eye. The wolf lizard bat is indeed difficult to raise. Chapter 42 Card Selection Upgrade. Number 8 Power. Chapter 42 Card Selection Upgrade. Number 8 Power. However, the strength you get from spending money is real and tangible. As expected, only one vampire bat appeared. Despite its only excellent green rank, it is by no means inferior to a purple epic rank army. Among the remaining props, Tsuchiyo put a piece of dried meat in her mouth and continued searching. What is this? Tsuchiyo's eyes lit up as he found a square white light mark among the fallen items. Skill Spirit Seal! A Skill Spirit Seal actually appeared! Skill Imprint. Description: the Spirit Seals required to upgrade skills can be refined, upgraded, and advanced by consuming experience points. Grade: Green Excellent. Level 1. Effect 1. Upgrades the Level 1 Excellent skill to Level 2. Effect 2. Two of these Spirit Seals can be combined to form one blue Excellent Grade Spirit Seal, and this Spirit Seal can be broken down into two white Common Grade Spirit Seals. I can upgrade my card selection skill now! This is truly an unexpected delight. Tsuchiyo was almost in tears. He immediately clicked on the system notification that had been stuck for so long. Ding! Congratulations! You have reached the maximum experience point and successfully leveled up to level 10. Ding! Your destiny star is detected to be 15. You have been given 15 free attribute points. Please allocate them promptly. Ding! Your level has increased to 10. Your card pack limit has increased by 1. Congratulations! You can now hold more summoned cards. Ding! Your level has increased to 10, and you've gained 1 skill slot. Congratulations! You can now learn more skills. Ding! Your level has increased to 10, unlocking the mandatory quest Trial of Fate I. Trials of Fate I. Task Restriction: Upgrade function temporarily sealed. Mission Objective: Upgrade all skills to level 2 to unlock the upgrade function. Task Prompt: You can successfully upgrade your skill by acquiring a skill imprint, or consuming experience points. Task Reward: Main City Pass: Only those with this pass can enter the main city. Skills: Why are they such a bottomless pit? It's because of this. Tsuchiyo was furious. Every time a player levels up by 10, a Trial of Fate will appear. The mission objectives are largely the same, which is to upgrade all skills to level 2, 3, or 4. But what bothers him is that his skills are hard to upgrade. For example, I'm currently at level 10. But the skill bar isn't full yet. If I don't learn the third skill, I'll be stuck at level 10 for the rest of my life. Of course, Tsuchiyo knew. This is a protection mechanism that Destiny provides for travelers. The higher your level, the wider the map you can access, and the stronger the enemies you will face. If you don't learn more skills, you're just asking for trouble. If your skills aren't strong and your level isn't high, then that's not something you need to worry about in Destiny. That's something I need to consider. Tsuchiyo's current distress stems from this. I am an extremely rare hidden profession. Even the drop rate for class-specific equipment is incredibly low, let alone class-specific skills. Upgrading the first 2 skills to level 2 before finding the third skill can also increase combat power. Tsuchiyo thought this way, but when she thought about how she was going to use the experience she had worked so hard to gain to upgrade her skills, she felt it was a waste. If you don't have a skill imprint, you can only condense one by consuming experience. The experience points consumed are considerable. I am currently level 10, and I need 55,000 experience points to level up. This number is required to condense a level 1 skill Spirit Seal of the common rank. But the skill quality varies, and the skill imprints consumed during upgrades will also vary. The cost of condensing an excellent grade skill imprint is twice that of a normal grade 1. Excellent grade skills are 4 times better than ordinary skills. Epic skills are 8x faster. Legendary skills are multiplied by 16. And so on. Just to name a single card cheat technique I have right now, a fine card pick requires 6 times the experience. A full 330,000. But now. Tsuchiyo gazed at the skill seal emitting a green glow in his hand. This skill imprint is equivalent to 110,000 experience points. We saved a lot. Immediately, Tsuchiyo reached out and slapped the skill imprint onto the card selection skill. Ding! Card selection skill successfully absorbed Spirit Seal. Level increased to level 2. Ding! One card has been randomly unlocked from the deck. A new card has been unlocked. Tsuchiyo's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly opened his card selection panel. I want to see what new cards have been unlocked. Ding! Card successfully unlocked. Number 8 Strength. Number 8 Strength costs 5% of mana. Your next attack empowers the target unit, increasing their attack power, 50% magic damage plus 50% of the mana cost, for 30 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes. Chapter 43 The Wolf Shepherd Cain, 2 Bosses. Chapter 43 Shepherd Cain, 2 Bosses. Power! Tsuchiyo exclaimed in surprise. This new card is really strong. It can grant a buff to friendly units that lasts for 30 seconds. The enhancement values are related to one's magic attack and magic cost. In other words, the higher the intelligence attribute, the better the enhancement effect. Based on my current attributes. Tsuchiyo did a quick calculation. Holy crap! My attack power has increased by 185. My magic attack is only 158. With this addition, my attack power doubled. Huh! Wait a minute! Tsuchiyo suddenly thought of a question. My card-picking skill is now at the excellent level. Each card can be charged once. What would happen if I strengthened myself with power, and then condensed another power? No nesting dolls. Wait a little longer. Tsuchiyo's ears went blank. Suddenly I thought of an even more overpowered way to play. Looking at the summoned creatures around him, Tsuchiyo murmured. The attributes of my summoned creatures are inherently related to my magical attacks. If my magical attack doubled, wouldn't that double the combat power of my summoned creatures? Tsuchiyo grinned. This is power! With her power withdrawn and everything prepared, Tsuchiyo headed straight for the next level. Ding! You have entered the Dark Skeleton Cave, lower level. Ding! Your current environment is abnormal, with the added status of toxic smog. Toxic smog. Effect, deducts 15 health points per second. As the familiar notification sound came, Tsuchiyo nodded secretly. Only when it's strong enough does it taste right. Currently, even Holy Light Blessing and Light Blessing cannot restore health to one's own units. This is the level of strength a properly recommended 20-player team should have. Tsuchiyo stepped into the even darker lower level. Before Tsuchiyo could even see what was on this floor, he heard the voice of the Vampire King Bat. Squeak! Is this a scam? Tsuchiyo understood, and at the same time, a sense of alarm arose in her heart. He quickly dodged to the right with a side lunge. Call out dash! Thump! A long, white bone spear slammed into the spot where Tsuchiyo had just been standing. Buzz! At this moment, the 2-meter-long spear shaft was still trembling slightly, which showed how much force this bone spear had generated. What the hell, they're going to open the door and kill us! Tsuchiyo has seen this scene many times before. Such traps are set up in countless dungeons. As soon as any outsider enters, they will launch a preemptive and powerful attack. Fortunately, the Vampire King Bat, the assassin scout, served as a reminder. Otherwise, I would have lost my first life here. The next moment, the bone spear trembled even more violently. Click-clack. It actually pulled itself out. As the rubble fell, the bone spear was sent flying backward. They disappeared back into the darkness. Tsuchiyo squinted and muttered, Damn it, I can't see! But just then, the Vampire King Bat flapped its wings and flew higher, opening its small mouth as follows. Squeak dash! Ultrasonic waves activate. At this scream, Tsuchiyo's eyes lit up. although the underground space here is still very dark. But in the sonic feedback received by the Vampire King Bat, it was as bright as day. Tsuchiyo also immediately recognized the familiar scene. Skeleton Wolf L.10. Skeleton Warrior L.11. Skeleton Archer L.12. Just like the ash corridor outside the dungeon, it's full of undead monsters. These are the monsters I want to fight. Moreover, these undead creatures were distributed in a very orderly manner. It's like a formal organization. There are 40 skeleton warriors in front, each accompanied by a skeleton wolf. After the skeleton warriors come hordes of skeleton archers. If the player cannot break through the skeleton warriors' defense immediately, that means you'll be constantly harassed by the skeleton archers. If the player's front line can't withstand the attack, or their recovery ability isn't strong enough, they'll definitely perish on the second floor. And behind the undead legion stood a huge skeleton, at least 2 meters tall. The long, white-boned spear that had just shot at it was now in its hand. It's obvious without even thinking about it. You were the one who ambushed me just now. Cain the Wolf Hunter. Brief introduction. One of the wolf shepherds under the command of the Dragon of Death, ordered to infiltrate the Ash Corridor and obey the orders of the Dark Priest. Level 15. Attack 1000. Life, 80,000. Skills: Spear Throw, Sweeping Strike, Wolf Taming, Command Aura. Wolf Shepherd. Description: Every wolf herder carries a wolf king with them at all times. Effect: Summons a wolf king, who will lead a pack of wolves to aid in battle. Tsuchiyo only realized it when he saw the last skill, Wolf Tamer. There is indeed a huge skeletal wolf to the left of Shepherd Cain. Skeleton King Wolf. Synopsis: The Wolf King under Cain, the Wolf Shepherd, will fight alongside Cain. Level 15. Attack 800. Life, 50,000. Skills: Bite, attacks inflict bleeding effect, multi-attack, deals additional damage every 3 attacks, summon, summons a bone wolf every so often, Wolf King, deals damage to wolf-type enemies plus 10%. There are 2 bosses on this floor? Chapter 44, Destiny, Second Talent Killing Luck. Chapter 44, Destiny, Second Talent Killing Luck. Facing 2 bosses simultaneously won't be an easy battle. But Tsuchiyo glanced at the 2 guys whose stats were off, but ultimately focused his attention on the skeletal Wolf King. Although this bastard looks somewhat powerful, he holds his head high with an arrogant air. But your wolf isn't as good-looking as mine. After observing Cain the Wolf Hunter for a while, Tsuchiyo has made up her mind. Aside from that spear throw just now, this boss will not take any further action for the time being. Then I'll go first. Tsuchiyo stopped feeding bat wings and focused on the battlefield. Use the skeleton wolves to distract and hold off the enemy's melee units. Don't get bogged down in battle. The damage output will be handled by the long-range frost fire dragon lizard and me. Vampire Bat, your job is to draw the enemy's guns in the air. Don't think about attacking, just dodge if you can. Upon receiving Tsuchiyo's order, the numerous summoned creatures nodded in agreement and prepared to act. And they also saw. Tsuchiyo conjured a white light token out of thin air in his hand. This is. The head coach is warming up. I have to take action too. This is the most difficult challenge ever against a higher level. If he doesn't intervene, his summoned creatures will likely perish here. After all, I still have some output to show for it. Before Tsuchiyo could even make a move, he discovered that all the summoned creatures were staring at him. What do you mean? You don't believe me? The summoned creatures all turned their heads away, refusing to look at Tsuchiyo. But Tsuchiyo also understood their silence. Except for the Vampire Bat. It has just hatched and doesn't yet know how powerful its owner is. Humph, I'll show you what I'm capable of. Tsuchiyo smiled slightly. If it were the Tsuchiyo of the past, perhaps his combat power really wouldn't be that strong. But now, I've leveled up to level 10. Besides card pack expansion and skill upgrades. God-level talent, Destiny. But it also unlocked Effect 2. Destiny. Synopsis. Your destiny is not recorded by the River of Fate, and your future cannot be known by any being. Your fate is in your own hands, not in the hands of heaven. Rank, Red God level. Destiny Star 6. Effect 1, Fortune. Each time you kill a monster, you will receive an additional drop of 1, level number, as a random multiple, limited to experience, currency, and materials. Effect 2, Killing Luck. Each attack on an enemy deals an additional damage equal to a random multiple of 1, level number 2. Effect 3, unlocked at level 20. Hissing? The Frostfire Dragon Lizard asked Tsuchiyo, meaning. Then why didn't you make a move before? Tsuchiyo put her hands on her hips. Have you ever seen a boss that attacks right from the start? The 4 Frostfire Dragon Lizard tails all pointed towards Kane, the wolf herd, on the distant stone platform. Tsuchiyo. Looks like we have no choice but to take action now. With a thought, the numerous summoned creatures instantly understood and entered a state of battle readiness. Playing around is fine, but we don't joke around during serious battles. Roar dash! The skeleton wolves howled and charged toward the skeleton warriors waiting below. The vampire bat also has 1 wing, soaring into the sky. The skeleton archers on the battlefield were first drawn to the vampire king bat. One by one, they drew their bows and shot arrows. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Miss. Miss. -416. Miss. The agile vampire bat darted left and right in the air. Few bone arrows could hit it. With its agile body, it's even more nimble than the previous flying mouse. Tsuchiyo smiled confidently and looked at the Frostfire Dragon lizards around him, who had already accumulated enough fiery liquid. It's our turn! The next moment, Tsuchiyo fired both the light token and the flame liquid in his hand at the skeleton warrior who was locked in combat with the skeleton wolf. -498-47-47. -501-47-47. -497-47-47. -499-47-47. -158. The damage numbers displayed after the damage numbers, 1 red and 1 blue, represent the damage dealt by the Frostfire lizards. As for that embarrassing 158 below, without a doubt, it was Tsuchiyo who did it. The skeleton warrior, struck by this card, merely tilted his head back slightly. I am a skeleton warrior with a full 7,000 HP. Even if we withstand this volley of fire, what difference will it make? The Frostfire Dragon lizards squinted at Tsuchiyo, their eyes filled with. Where's the promised damage? Tsuchiyo kept smiling. Don't rush, let the cards fly for a while. Chapter 45 Vampire King Bat Talent Advancement. Chapter 45 The Vampire King Bat's talent advances. The next moment, the skeleton warrior that Tsuchiyo just hit with his light card. The area on his head that was hit suddenly exploded violently. Bang! -948, for X damage plus critical hit. Ha! The skeleton warrior, who had been indifferent just moments before, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. The smoke dissipated. The skeleton warrior was completely baffled. His head was blown off. Fortunately, I'm a skeleton soldier. I can fight even without a head. You're lucky! I'm currently level 10, so the highest I can trigger is an additional 5x damage. The result was a 4x multiplier. And it also landed a critical hit. It blew up half of that skeleton warrior's life. The surrounding Frostfire Dragon lizards were all stunned. This isn't right, is it? Is this the kind of damage their master could inflict? Tsuchiyo, of course, would not stop there. Condensing light at your fingertips, unleashing explosive power. -158. Bang! -316. -158. Bang! -474. -158. Bang! minus 158. Each time Suchio launches a light card, it produces an explosion. Each explosion doubles the damage Suchio inflicts. Let me put it another way. Suchio can now inflict at least twice the damage he used to. My card cheating technique has finally come in handy. Suchio's eyes welled up with tears. Card cheating was the first skill Suchio acquired. Because it's a passive skill, it doesn't appear in many situations. And because there are stronger summons, the demand for A is even less. But now, how about we just upgrade it? To upgrade a blue-grade skill to level 2 without the support of skill imprints. Only 220,000 experience points, let's go! Immediately, Suchio made a sweeping gesture. Ding! Excellent grade skill imprint successfully condensed. Ding! Card gambling skill successfully absorbed the spirit seal. Level increased to level 2. Card cheating techniques. Description: you are skilled at cheating, with nimble fingers, extremely fast hand speed, and often produce surprising results. Quality: excellent blue. Level 2. Effect 1, passive your attack speed plus 100%. Effect 2, passive every fifth attack you make will deal an additional 100% magic damage. Upgrading the card cheat to level 2 directly granted Suchio double attack speed. Furthermore, every 5 attacks will trigger double damage. Let me show you the power of a magic machine gun! Suchio grinned, and moved his 2 fingers even faster. They shot the monsters so hard they were practically begging for mercy. All players have an initial attack speed of 0.5 seconds. Suchio currently has 60 points of agility, with each point increasing attack speed by 5%. Looking at the stats alone, Suchio's attack speed is 1.5 seconds. It can fire 3 times every 2 seconds. Even faster than the frost fire dragon lizards. And now, with double attack speed, I can fire 3 cards per second. Even if I only trigger the lowest level of 1x extra damage, I can still deal 6 times the spell damage shown on the panel per second. After a quick calculation, Suchio found it even more enjoyable to shoot. The Frostfire Dragon lizards hissed incessantly. It cried out, "Master is amazing!" So the protagonist wasn't refusing to act before. He was just giving them a chance to shine. The skeleton wolves also fought much more hard. If they don't work harder, they feel like they're going to lose their jobs. Of course, this is just their own opinion. Suchio himself is a magic archer, a ranged class. Naturally, you still need a tank to hold the enemy in front so you can safely deal damage. But since the skeleton wolves thought that way, Suchio didn't stop them. Who wouldn't love a pet that works so hard? Bang 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 bang. The sound of continuous explosions was deafening. Suchio joined the battle to help deal damage. The enemy's front line was killed at a rate that exceeded everyone's expectations. The skeleton warriors might be tough and hold out for a while. But the skeleton wolves, with only 400 to 5,500 health points, couldn't withstand it. Almost every second, a skeleton wolf is shattered into bone fragments and shot to death on the spot. And at this time, the boss in the distance also made a move. However, it wasn't Cain the wolf, but the wolf beside him. Ah! The giant bone wolf suddenly howled. Ding! The skeleton wolf king has summoned one skeleton wolf to join the battle. It can summon minions? Suchio glanced at the large wolf and then continued attacking. It only summons one bone wolf, nothing serious. It won't change the course of the battle at all. Suchio continued to summon priestesses to heal his summoned beasts, while simultaneously conjuring light cards to unleash continuous damage. Minus 434. Plus 43. Minus 435. Plus 43. Minus 433. Plus 43. With the vampire aura, Suchio's skeleton wolf has a certain level of endurance. Moreover, the skeleton wolves attack faster than the frost-fire dragon lizards. On average, it can absorb about 50 health points per second. Although they don't recover much health, their skeletal bodies allow them to dodge some attacks from time to time. This allows their blood vessels to remain at a healthy level. In comparison, the condition of the vampire king bat is the most difficult to guarantee, although it has a high evasion rate. But she couldn't resist a squad shooting at her. It was responsible for drawing the attention of the enemy's skeleton archer and remained in the air. They also dared not activate the skill of entering darkness. If you become invisible, the skeleton archers will target their master. It can only occasionally dive down, bite the archer, and suck up some blood to recover. But this is just a drop in the ocean. Tsuchiyo's priestess cards are mostly used to restore her. However, it still happens every half minute. Tsuchiyo will have to consume magic points to revive him. Squeak, squeak, squeak! The vampire bat was extremely aggrieved. My first battle was this difficult. It's going to give her psychological trauma. Fortunately, this highly focused combat was of great help to her. Ding! Your vampire king bat has mastered the innate talent, swift shadow body. Upon hearing this, Tsuchiyo was suddenly taken aback. My summoned creature actually learned a talent on its own. Tsuchiyo immediately clicked to check the new talent. Agile body, swift shadow body. Grade, green, excellent, blue, superior. Effect, base evasion rate 50% to 60%, movement speed plus 50%. Chapter 46, Who is the real boss? Chapter 46, Who is the boss? Holy crap, this evasion rate! Tsuchiyo couldn't take his eyes off the Vampire King Bat's attribute panel. The base dodge rate alone is 60%. If you're lucky, most people won't hit that mark even once in their entire lives. Tsuchiyo's mind was filled with images of dodging and shaking. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The skeleton archers shot left and right, but they couldn't hit their own flying rats. Vampire Bat's survival ability has suddenly increased dramatically. With the vampire bats drawing enemy fire, Tsuchiyo and the other summoned creatures can unleash their full damage potential. The number of hostile forces, bone wolves and skeleton warriors, is also steadily declining. Ah! Just then, the giant bone wolf howled again. Ding! Enemy numbers are currently below 90%. The skeleton wolf king has summoned 2 more skeleton wolves to join the battle. An extra one is summoned every time the total number of troops falls below 10%, and it seems that the summoning takes 40 seconds. Tsuchiyo squinted and analyzed for a moment, then grinned. That's it. I'd like to see how many you can summon. A mere 1 or 2 bone wolves will not affect Tsuchiyo's army's victory at all. Ding! The health level is below 80%. The skeleton wolf king has summoned 3 more skeleton wolves to join the battle. Ding! The health threshold is below 70%. The skeleton wolf king has summoned 4 more skeleton wolves to join the battle. Ding! As time goes by, the number of enemy troops decreases. The longer the interval between when the skeleton wolf king summons the bone wolves. When the skeleton wolf king summons 4 skeleton wolves at once, the melee forces are basically wiped out. When it summoned 5 bone wolves, the skeleton archers had already lost more than half of their strength. When it wanted to summon 6 bone wolves, there's no need to summon it anymore. Go ahead and howl! Louder! I love hearing dogs howl like wolves! Tsuchiyo used his magic points to revive 4 dead skeleton wolves and laughed at the skeleton king wolf not far away. Heh. The elite bone wolf also let out a threatening growl at the skeletal king wolf standing above. But at that moment Cain, the wolf herd wielding a long spear, seemed to sense something and suddenly lowered his head. The blue soul fire flickering in its eyes was fixed on the skeleton wolves beside Tsuchiyo. An unpleasant, goosebump-inducing sound squeezed out from between the teeth. A new pack of wolves. Tsuchiyo raised an eyebrow. What does this mean? After Cain the wolf herd uttered those words, he slightly raised the bone spear in his right hand. Only when they got closer did Tsuchiyo see clearly. That bone spear had no spearhead, just a bone shaft. It looks like the wooden pole a shepherd holds when herding sheep. A man lassoing a horse? However, this one is made of bone, which looks even more horrifying. Thump! Kane the wolf herd slammed it to the ground with a thud. Its sole fire was fixed on Tsuchiyo's bone wolves, flashing incessantly. Good wolf, mine! Ding! Shepherd Kane has developed a strong interest in your wolf pack. Upon hearing this, Tsuchiyo raised an eyebrow. Another one who wants my baby? Kane, the wolf herd, didn't respond, but said to himself, I want it. The Bone King wolf boss beside him slowly lowered its head, looking arrogantly at the elite bone wolves beside Tsuchiyo. Roar dash! Tsuchiyo's wolf pack sensed the threat and roared in protest. Ding! Hidden event triggered the battle of the Wolf Kings. Tsuchiyo was somewhat surprised. A hidden event? Kane the wolf herd's soul fire flashed, and a parchment scroll flew out from the skeleton draped in wolf skin. The skeleton king wolf, obeying Kane's command, grants your pack a glorious war of the wolf clan. 1. The defeated either die or join the enemy's wolf pack. 2. When all units' health reaches 0, they will not die, but will leave the battlefield. 3. Outsiders are prohibited from interfering. Unless you kill me! Kane, the wolf herd, declared this confidently with unwavering resolve. A tyrannical treaty! Tsuchiyo's eyes narrowed. You're really stealing my wolf! And your wolf has lived for who knows how long, it's even become a boss! This is not fair! Kane the wolf herd remained unmoved. My rules are above yours. If you want to interfere, defeat me! After saying that, Kane raised his lasso stick, and a wall of white bones immediately appeared on the field. Before Tsuchiyo could stop them, all the skeleton wolves were trapped inside. My wolf! No! Tsuchiyo mimicked the fifth prince's expression, reaching out and making a flustered sound. Hee hee hee! Kane let out a sharp laugh upon seeing this, and beckoned the skeleton king wolf boss to jump into the wall of bones as well. Ding! The battle for the wolf king begins. The notification sound had just been emitted. Tsuchiyo's 16 skeleton wolves resolutely charged towards the skeleton king wolf. Kane disagreed. A suicidal act. He had witnessed the entire battle between the group of skeleton wolves. That little over 400 damage was nothing to his skeleton king wolf. The skeleton king wolf will definitely smash them all before it reaches half health. Incapacitated. Result. Minus 412. Minus 424. Minus 654, critical hit. Minus 449. -40-40-40, poisoning. Why are these skeleton wolves dealing more and more damage? Unaware of the reason, Kane immediately raised his bone spear, and a halo of light shone around him. Ding! Shepherd Kane activates command aura. The skeleton king wolf is affected, its attack power increases by 10%. The Bone King wolf's soul fire within the wall of bones suddenly turned red. The wolf's fangs and claws are even sharper throughout its body. It slapped a claw at the leading elite bone wolf. Minus 884. The damage numbers are almost double those of an elite bone wolf. They appear above its head. 1/10 of the elite bone wolf's health bar evaporated instantly. But we can still fight. Tsuchiyo's eyes are about to split. This is unreasonable. You said you wouldn't interfere. Seeing Tsuchiyo's appearance, Kane laughed so hard his bones trembled. Strengthening myself doesn't count as meddling. If you want to interfere, defeat me. As he spoke, Kane aimed the bone gun in his hand at Tsuchiyo. He looked completely unreasonable. Tsuchiyo looked like she was about to cry from being bullied. Then I'm going to beat you. With a change of tone, Tsuchiyo's face revealed a mocking smile. The next moment, a card with a golden fist printed on it appeared in Tsuchiyo's hand. The fist in the card shines with golden light, brimming with power. A string of letters is also printed below the card. Strength. Kane didn't know what Tsuchiyo was going to do, or what the effect of this card was. But Suchio's sudden change in appearance made him feel somewhat strange. Be ready for battle immediately. I need to take advantage of this human's loss of wolf's protection and kill him quickly. The result is what happens next. To Kane's astonishment, the human slammed the card in his hand into his own body. What happened? Wasn't that card meant to defeat yourself? Oh, whoa! Just then, Kane suddenly heard a familiar voice. It was the howl of the skeletal wolf king. It quickly turned to look at its wolf. In that instant, he discovered that his skeleton king wolf's health points had dropped by nearly 20,000. The skeleton king wolf has followed me for so long, and has been getting stronger, but it only has 50,000 health points. How? What's going on? Until he saw the characteristics of the pack of wolves. Name, Skullwolf. Level 6. Attack 957. Defense, 284. Life, 13,920. Name, Skullwolf. Level 6. Attack, 1,368. Defense, 422. Life, 20,780. Kane's soulfire suddenly swelled considerably. Who's the boss? Chapter 47, Dark Skeleton Cave, cleared. Access granted. Chapter 47, Dark Skeleton Cave, cleared. Access granted. Human! What have you done? Kane immediately thought of the human, and quickly turned to look at him. How come that elite bone wolf has 20,000 HP? Suchio responded to Kane with an innocent expression. I didn't do anything. Suchio conjured a white, ordinary light card in his hand. I just wanted to kill you, and that's all I did was slightly strengthen myself. Suchio then flicked her finger. The white light beam traversed space and struck Kane directly. Minus 343. Boom! Minus 1,715, 5 times. Ah! The card struck, causing the Wolfkeeper Kane's soulfire to tremble and let out a painful howl. What happened? A single normal attack wiped out 4% of his own health. This is different from the damage I just saw. They didn't deal this much damage when they fought the skeletons left behind by the Dark Priest. Roar, 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 dash! The enhanced skeleton wolves were as energetic as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Once you've got your sights on the skeleton king wolf, start firing relentlessly. The skeleton king wolf rose up in resistance. Multiple attacks. Tier. Convene. Ding. The skeleton king wolf has summoned one skeleton wolf to join the battle. But the skeleton king wolf wasn't particularly high in damage to begin with. The damage it can inflict has also increased from 1/6 of the skeleton wolf's health in a single attack to 1/20 in a single attack. Its attack, after deducting the opponent's defense, leaves very little. This guy not only got bigger, he got tougher too. The skeleton king wolf was shocked. If this continues, I simply cannot possibly hold on until the end. They'll definitely go to the opposing camp first. No! Lord Kane, please save me. You're talking nonsense. You call this a little enhancement? Shepherd Kane said fiercely. Suchio felt extremely wrong. But this is the only enhancement skill I have. Seeing that Suchio was not behaving himself, Shepherd Kane locked onto Suchio with his soul fire and roared. Despicable humans! Make a decision immediately, bend your knees, and jump off the platform. He brandished the enormous bone spear and lashed out at Suchio. Sweep through the enemy ranks. Deals high physical damage to enemies in a fan-shaped area in front. Suchio had anticipated this and dodged the attack by slashing backward. The frost fire dragon lizards scattered around opened their mouths and spat out the flaming liquid that had been accumulating in their mouths for a long time. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 1166-102-102 1164-102-102 1165-102-102 1166-102-102. The Frostfire Dragon lizards also received enhancements. A single volley of fire wiped out over 5,000 of Kane's health. Ah dash! Kane, who had been hit by a barrage of cannonballs, roared in pain after his first attack failed. We haven't done anything yet. 1/10 of my blood is gone. I'm the boss. I am the wolf shepherd most valued by the Dark Priest. Damn humans! Kane is aiming at Tsuchiyo. Throw the spear. Chua! The already highly accurate spear-throwing technique is even more unlikely to miss at this extremely close distance. Tsuchiyo herself had already tried her best to dodge. He was still hit hard in the shoulder by that shot. It was nailed to the ground 3 meters away. Minus 1,364. Although it didn't hit a vital spot. But the damage from this shot is more than enough to kill someone with thin skin and low health. Humph! Humans! Kane slowly rose to his feet, his white skull radiating arrogance. Even if you strengthen it further, what difference will it make? Victory, or so, belongs to Kane. He also saw that the bodies of the fire lizards of unknown lineage around him began to shrink. This is precisely the phenomenon where character death causes enhancements to fail. In a little while, all of these summoned creatures will die. Aside from the skeleton wolves that I restrained with a contract. The contract, supposedly to prevent outsiders from interfering, is actually meant to sever some connection between the summoned creature and the summoner. Summoners can enhance their summoned creatures. However, the summoned creature will not disappear after the summoner dies. This trick never fails. Kane was laughing very happily. Rat! And then, in the next instant, the 4 fire lizards launched another attack on him. Etc. What happened? Kane turned his head and looked at the salamanders that had hit his shoulder. Wasn't that summoner dead? How can they still attack? Oh. Just then, a wolf's mournful howl came from behind Kane. Could that sound be? Kane quickly turned around to look. I discovered that my skeleton king wolf's health points have been depleted. All that was left after it was dismantled was a wolf skull. Its health bar was reduced to a mere 1 point. Defeated? Kane's voice trembled as he heard an unbelievable voice in his ear. Ding! Your skeleton king wolf has lost the battle for the wolf king. According to the contract, it will no longer follow you. Wait! That human! Wasn't he dead? I should win this battle. You're done already? I thought it would take a while. A clear, teasing voice came from in front of Kane. Kane's soul fire flickered as he looked back at what lay before him. There. The human who had just been killed by his own bone spear was tidying up his torn clothes from the battle. The hole in his shoulder was gradually repaired as his health points recovered. You're not dead? Kane's soul fire trembled. He's dead. Tsuchiyo pointed to the small hole on the shoulder of her clothes. Can't you see the clothes are torn? Oh dear, the clothes are fixed now. Kane was taken aback by Tsuchiyo's words and didn't react for a moment. It's just being brought back to life, it's not a big deal. Tsuchiyo smiled slightly and raised her hand to gesture. Kill it. Upon hearing this, Kane suddenly became alert. He discovered that the fire lizards of unknown lineage had not made a move. Instead, a sound of bones cracking came from behind. With a single stomp, the skull of the Bone King Wolf, which only had 1 point of health left, shattered completely. The soul fire then dissipated. Kane realized what was happening, and turned around with a pained expression, saying, No! My wolf! However, by then, no one would respond to him anymore. No. Tsuchiyo twitched her index finger, smiling as she consumed some magic points. It's my wolf. As Tsuchiyo's magic points were injected, countless joints appeared out of thin air beside him. Gara gara gara. The joints combine and assemble. The next moment, a brand new, large-sized skeleton wolf appeared beside Tsuchiyo. Resurrecting is much easier than slowly recovering health. After being reborn, the crimson in the eyes of the skeleton king wolf faded. It has now turned into the standard blue color of Tsuchiyo's skeleton wolves. Its body was also much smaller, its wolf claws and fangs were stained black with snake venom, and its body's surface was covered with a smooth glaze. It has become the second elite bone wolf in Tsuchiyo's army. You agree, Kane? Kane stood frozen in place, watching helplessly as his skeletal wolf nuzzled affectionately against Tsuchiyo's hand. His body trembled, and the soul fire flickered even more violently. Damn humans, ah! Enraged, Kane instantly sent the spear flying back into its hand. He strode towards Tsuchiyo. And then, a huge black shadow appeared out of nowhere behind Kane. -1504, critical hit. The Vampire King Bat, who had been hiding and waiting for the right moment, took the opportunity to actively break free of its invisibility. And it hit Kane squarely in the shoulder. And luckily, it triggered an additional 180% critical strike damage. They've achieved the highest number of goals ever. Squeak! The vampire bat let out a fierce cry in the air, as if to say, I told you not to hit my master's shoulder! Even without the power boost, the Vampire King Bat is already an explosive king. With a thought, Tsuchiyo summoned the wolf pack back together. It's time to end this. The next moment, the wolves went berserk. The dragon lizard spat. The blood bats tore and bit. Ding! Congratulations on successfully defeating the boss, Shepherd Kane. You are now calculating the rewards for the lower level of the Dark Skeleton Cave. The notification sound had just been emitted. An even more deafening system notification followed immediately. Ding! Congratulations on clearing the hidden dungeon, Dark Skeleton Cave. You have successfully gained access to the Dark Skeleton Cave. Note: all Dark Skeleton Caves except for Beginner Village number 11451 are closed. Dark Skeleton Caves in other beginner villages will only open with your permission. Ding! Current number of attempts available is 10,000 to 10,000. Ding! Calculating completion rewards. Chapter 48 Pure Bone Marrow. Everyone recovers health. Chapter 48 Pure Bone Marrow. Full healing. Korean clothing. Young Master George, I'm not lying to you. I do indeed have the ability to obtain information in advance. Kim Minjun opened his communication with the young master of the George family of the White Eagle Federation, bowing as he made the call. They looked extremely humble. Oh. George scoffed. Since you have the ability to gather intelligence, why don't you use it yourself? I haven't seen any information about you in the game. His pain was touched, and Kim Minjun's smile froze. He continued. Young master is joking. It's because I'm too greedy and always want to find a hidden quest, but my strength is not enough. You see, I'm still only level 1. Therefore, I would like to cooperate with you. George planted the black shield into a skeleton dog, absorbing its essence while remaining silent, waiting for his next words. Kim Minjun chuckled to break the awkward silence and continued. If you don't mind, I'd like to raise it for you. I'll pay you to find hidden intelligence so you can gain the upper hand. The final profits will be split 30/70ths, of course. 70% is yours. George stared coldly at Kim Minjun upon hearing this. Your deal lacks any sincerity. What level am I to you? You dare ask me for 30%? 91%, otherwise forget it. Kim Minjun's lip twitched. Ruthless. That's fucking ruthless. You, old White Eagle, are truly ruthless to the core. Am I predicting it won't cost anything? Even if we only give 10%, we might not even break even on costs. But... no problem, Mr. George, as you say. George's eyes darted around before he finally glanced at Kim Minjun. You actually agreed to that? That's quite an idea. But who wouldn't love to do a business that makes money for free? If there is danger, then we can break the contract. Kim Minjun's eyes also flashed with a sharp light. This tactic is called driving away the tiger to devour the wolf. If I can't beat him, and I'm far inferior, then young Master George must be quite formidable. George immediately sent the intelligence he had on hand. This is the intelligence I newly calculated using 10 million alliance coins. There is a hidden dungeon at coordinates 1558, 777 in the Ash Corridor. Players who clear the dungeon first will gain access to it. Other players cannot enter the dungeon without the permission of the dungeon creator. George's eyes lit up when he saw the intelligence report. This intelligence is excellent. It's good to be able to monopolize a hidden dungeon. This coordinate is still some distance from me. If the information is correct, I will give you your share. Hearing the slightly joyful tone in his voice, Kim Min-jun lowered his head and responded. May you make a fortune. Is this what the right to open up is? Suchio chuckled as he looked at the golden key floating in his hand. It's just like a golden key to a king's treasure vault. And this key is actually linked to a space. It's confirmed, destiny, plagiarized FGO. Suchio put the key away and looked at the system notifications. Because the instance is not open to outsiders, there was no server-wide announcement. Suchio absolutely loved this feeling of making a fortune quietly. Ding! Dark skeleton cave dungeon cleared. Toxic smog dissipated. A system notification sounded. The entire cave is much brighter now. The air also became pure. As a result, the aura of holy light and blessing of light reappeared on Suchio and his summoned creatures. The health points lost due to injury are gradually recovering. Comfortable. As the status indicators gradually increased, Suchio examined what he had gained from this dungeon run. First, the items obtained after clearing the lower level of the Dark Remains cave. Ding! Congratulations! You have gained 70,000 experience points, 50 silver coins, 200 bone fragments, 400 mandala flowers, 1 pure bone marrow, and 1 wolf card. Double it! Suchio said happily, feeling like a gambling addict. Ding! Fate triggered. Bonus gain, 420,000 experience, 6x, 250 silver coins, 5x, 600 bone fragments, 3x, 3,200 mandala flowers, 8x, for pure bone marrow, 4x, 3 wolf cards, 3x, dot. Cool! Suchio punched the air several times in a row. The sheer number of numbers caught Suchio off guard, leaving her momentarily stunned. How much experience is that? 6x bonus experience. I directly gained 480,000 experience points. Goodness. Seeing a six-figure number all at once was a bit hard to accept. Suchio took a deep breath and looked back. 300 silver coins, totaling 30,000. Another substantial income. There are also materials dropping later. I mainly wanted to farm mandrakes, and I got a whopping 3,600 of them. I spent about an hour and a half grinding in the Dark Remains cave, and it gave me the equivalent of half a day's worth of rewards outside. They really made a fortune. There were also bone fragments. These bone fragments can be collected and crafted into equipment by blacksmiths and tailors. It takes 10 pieces of bone to make one piece. 800 pieces of broken bone, 80 sets. Enough to arm a whole battalion of guild members. Not to mention the loot dropped by the later bosses. Pure bone marrow is a liquid pearl that floats in the air. It is entirely white. Pure bone marrow. Description: bone marrow with highly concentrated energy. Effects: after consumption, base health plus 10%, base health recovery plus 10%, constitution plus 10, health plus 100, limited to one use. An item that increases maximum health? Great! The increase in base health is equivalent to an additional 10% increase when converting constitution into health. It's the same as the passive skill of the card master class back then. This is equivalent to solving the problem at its root. What's there to hesitate about? Drink! Suchio immediately swallowed a drop of bone marrow. Cough, cough, cough. Suchio's face instantly contorted in pain. Not only does this bone marrow have no taste, but it also tastes like the last sip of plain water. The kind that's covered in lime scale. Ding! Congratulations on successfully consuming pure bone marrow. Constitution plus 10, base health plus 10%, base health regeneration plus 10%, health 550 to 837. I've gained a lot of weight! Suchio was overjoyed. Once I finish consuming the Batwing buff, I'll be able to withstand one of Kane's shots. There's still hope in achieving this small goal. Besides taking the medicine, Suchio also heard a familiar voice in her ear. Ding! Detected that the pure bone marrow contains essence. Active bone marrow. Active bone marrow. Brief description: highly active bone marrow. Quality: excellent green. Effect: restores 5 health points per second. Oh! Suchio was delighted. This active bone marrow will automatically restore health once unlocked. This directly grants the skeleton wolves the ability to regenerate. This is an amazing skill for long-term missions like exploring the ossuary. Extract! The liquid pearl in my hand suddenly lit up. Whoosh! The liquid pearl then transformed into a card printed with a thick white bone. It's like there's an X-ray glass in the middle of the bone, allowing you to see the tiny blood vessels inside. The blood in the blood vessels flows in waves like a water pump. Looks energetic. Merge! The next moment, active bone marrow and summoned skeleton wolf become one. The skeleton wolf's health regeneration rate has also increased by 1/3. In this way, even if the blessing of holy light and the blessing of light fail, you can heal your injuries on your own. Suchio smiled with satisfaction. It also saves on its own blue. Similarly, active bone marrow can also unlock the healing function for frost fire dragon lizard and vampire king bat. After consuming 2 more liquid pearls, Suchio had completely extracted all the benefits of the pure bone marrow. Let's exchange this last one for money. After collecting the pure bone marrow, Suchio looked at the items dropped by the skeleton king wolf boss. Next up is the wolf card. Chapter 49 Purple Epic Quality Whiplash. Chapter 49 Purple Epic Quality Lash. Whoosh! The elite bone wolf that had just appeared beside Suchio let out an embarrassed whimper. I know, your former master. After calming down the newly joined skeleton wolf, Suchio found it increasingly fascinating. Through the battle for the Wolf King, this skeletal wolf, which originally belonged to the wolf shepherd Kane, has successfully signed a contract with him. He became his own wolf. He became the second elite bone wolf in his own wolf pack. The number of wolves in the skeleton wolf pack card has now been expanded to 17. 2 elite bone wolves, 15 skeleton wolves. This truly fulfills my previous wish, and it can also be considered a disguised enhancement of the elite wolf clan. Immediately, Suchio looked at the second material, the wolf card. This prop is a flattened bone piece, or domino. Because it's made of wolf bones, it's called wolf bran. The dominoes are blank, thick in the middle and thin at the edges. Some of them resemble bone weapons from the Stone Age. Ding! The wolf card material has been detected to contain the essence, multi-attack. Multiple attacks. Description: you're not going to hit me? I'll hit you twice. Quality: excellent green. Effect: every 4 attacks, the next attack deals an additional 1 instance of damage. The Skeleton King Wolf's multiple attacks? Suchio raised her voice by 1 octave. This is my favorite skill. Like its own card cheating techniques, it's a passive skill that increases damage. But this is a card cheating technique involving summoned beasts. I'm alone, and I can only attack once per turn. But a dozen or so summoned beasts can attack more than a dozen times at once. This multi-target attack is easier to trigger with the more summoned beasts you have. Extract. Suchio immediately applied the multi-attack buff to the skeleton wolves. Roar! The numerous skeleton wolves suddenly felt their joints become much more flexible. It will be easier to attack. As for the remaining wolf cards, Suchio looked at a delightful clue. Ding! Card Master triggers hidden condition. Using a wolf card summons a skeleton wolf, enhancing the summoning of a skeleton wolf pack, up to a maximum of 3 times. Is there anything more perfect than this? Tsuchiyo's heart raced, and she immediately crushed all 3 wolf cards in her hand. Ding! Summon skeleton wolf pack strengthened, skeleton wolf +1. Ding! Summon skeleton wolf pack strengthened, skeleton wolf +1. Ding! Summon skeleton wolf pack strengthened, skeleton wolf +1. 3 notification sounds rang out in succession. 3 brand new skeleton wolves immediately emerged from beside Tsuchiyo. Oh! The elite bone wolves nuzzled closer, sniffing each other to get acquainted with each other's scent. Tsuchiyo also nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the expanded scale. Now I have a full 20 skeleton wolves to line up in the front row. Previously, this was limited by the size of the legion. I only dare to fight 20 monsters at a time. Now, even if I were to fight 30 monsters at the same time, I wouldn't be afraid. Efficiency has improved dramatically. I admit it, I got arrogant. In addition to items, some bone weapons also appeared as loot after clearing the game. Bone bow, spiked club, wolf summoning staff, etc. But Tsuchiyo didn't take a closer look at those equipment, since he couldn't use them himself. I've finally finished looking at the loot drops for the lower level of the Dark Skeleton Cave. Tsuchiyo took a deep breath and checked the first kill reward for the Dark Skeleton Cave. Ding! Congratulations on successfully clearing the Dark Remains Cave and receiving the unique reward. Excellent Class Equipment 1. Epic Class Skill 1. Terra Reputation 10. Nice! Clearing this hidden dungeon for the first time actually earned me reputation with the Terra continent. You need to know. Aside from the light and dark factions, the continent of Terra is also home to other factions. There are also neutral factions with even greater power and stronger combat capabilities. Some are extremely ancient, existing for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Over the course of time, there will always be some frictions, whether good or bad, with the 2 major camps. When travelers negotiate with it, the prestige of the 2 factions could very well backfire. By that time, the more precious and rare Terra reputation will play a crucial role. There's an old geezer in the Canyon of the Dead. Tsuchiyo recalled the old man in black robes who was so composed, and who cursed the light dragon and the dark dragon every day. Then he shook his head and stopped thinking about him. Don't think about him, it will make you unhappy. Then Tsuchiyo looked at the backpack. There was a ring inside that emitted a blue light. The ring depicted a black silhouette with a question mark on it. There was also a book emitting a purple glow, also marked with a question mark. These are my professional equipment and skills! Tsuchiyo rubbed his hands together excitedly. Tsuchiyo knows all too well how difficult it is to obtain items for hidden professions. But now, I've got 2 things at once. Tsuchiyo felt as if she had just gotten a great time. Withered Vine Ring. Description: a ring woven from vines that have completely lost their vitality, yet you can still feel its remarkable power. Quality: excellent blue. Effect 1: all attributes +5. Effect 2: your summoned creatures deal 10% more damage. Powerful! Simple and straightforward text descriptions, making it easy to understand. Tsuchiyo put it directly on the middle finger of her left hand. My attributes have increased by 20 points. Become stronger in every way. Furthermore, the attack power of all summoned beasts also increases. Boosting the combat power of my summoned beasts is perfect for me. Just then, Tsuchiyo heard the familiar prompt again. Ding! Anonymous? Upon hearing this, Tsuchiyo's lips curled into a wide grin. This time, I won't stay anonymous. The next moment, a deafening system notification resounded throughout the entire Destiny path. Ding! Congratulations to player Twilight for obtaining the Withered Vine Ring, successfully entering the top 10 of the equipment rankings. Gain a damage bonus. Ding 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 ding. After the Withered Vine Ring was added to the rankings, a sound of its ranking rising was heard. Finally, the withered vine stopped at position number 7. Number 6. Inazuma Sanshin Excellent, Owner, Sakura Empire Yaeni, damage plus 5%. Number 7. Withered Vine Ring Excellent, Owner, Yanhuan Twilight, damage plus 4%. Number 8. Gold Coin Excellent, Owner, Des Habit Allah Chieftain, damage plus 3%. Number 9. Just by acquiring a single piece of equipment, he managed to push the rich players a bit out of the game. Tsuchiyo smiled slightly. Furthermore, they even pushed the Koreans out of the top 10 in the equipment rankings. Nothing could be happier than this. If that must mean I also obtained a skill book, and an epic one at that. Immediately, Tsuchiyo took out the skill book from his backpack. The moment the skill book was exposed to light, the text on it became visible. Castigate. Synopsis. Condensing a magical whip, lashing allies makes them stronger with pain, while lashing enemies makes them weaker with pain. Rank Purple Epic. Level 1. Effect 1. Deals physical damage equal to 0.5% of the target's health to allies and applies 1 stack of wrath. Allies can stack up to 2 times, and summoned units can stack up to 4 times. Lasts 30 seconds, with a 10-minute cooldown. Effect 2. Deals physical damage equal to 1% of the enemy's health and applies 1 stack of sensitivity. Normal monsters can stack up to 3 times, elite monsters can stack up to 2 times, and bosses can stack up to 1 time. Lasts for 30 seconds, with a 10-minute cooldown. Rage, attack power plus 10%, attack speed plus 10%, movement speed plus 10%. Sensitive, damage taken plus 10%, attack speed minus 10%, movement speed minus 10%. Take note of the nature of the whipping. Tsuchiyo couldn't help but gasp. What an insane skill! Chapter 55 times the exploration efficiency. Chapter 55 times the exploration efficiency. This skill should be comparable to the Summoner's Whip. Tsuchiyo affirmed. But the Summoner's Whip skill can only be used on allies. And it can only enhance attack power and movement speed. However, his own self-punishment. Not only does it increase attack speed, but it also allows you to stack a full 4 layers of buff. Once fully stacked, it grants 40% attack power, 40% attack speed, and 40% movement speed. That alone is enough to justify its status as an epic skill. Not to mention it can also reduce the enemy's combat attributes. During combat, inflict the sensitive effect on the enemy. Reduces the opponent's attack speed, and movement speed by 30%. TSK. Tsuchiyo was extremely satisfied with this skill. If heaven had not given birth to me, Tsuchiyo, my fate would have been like an eternal night. By slapping the book, Tsuchiyo instantly learned the whip technique. No, that's not it. I learned the skill. Next, once I upgrade whip to level 2, I can unlock level 11 and get a pass to the main city. When the time comes, you can do whatever you want. You can leave the starting village at any time and head to the nearest main city to begin a new fantasy adventure. If you want to upgrade a level 1 skill of epic quality without a spirit imprint, Tsuchiyo clicked to view. It requires 8 times the experience, which is 440,000 experience points. Hiss! Tsuchiyo gasped, then laughed heartily. Perfect timing! I have experience with spending more money than I can ever spend. Isn't this a coincidence? Immediately, Tsuchiyo condensed his experience into 8 white, ordinary grade skill imprints. Synthesized. 4 excellent. Combine them again. 2 excellent ones. Combine them again. 1 epic. Done! Tsuchiyo immediately embedded the skill imprint into the skill. Ding! Epic skill Whiplash level upgraded to level 2. Rage duration, 30 to 40 seconds. Sensitive duration, 30 to 40 seconds. Yes, the upgrade effect is to delay the battle and increase its duration. Tsuchiyo nodded and looked at the notification in front of him. Ding! Congratulations! You have reached the maximum experience point and successfully leveled up to level 11. Ding! Your destiny star is detected to be 15. You have been given 15 free attribute points. Please allocate them promptly. It's been upgraded. As usual, 5 points in agility, 5 points in constitution, and 5 points in intelligence. Agility indirectly enhanced his attack speed and the attributes of the Vampire King Bat. The physique, under the influence of the refined bone marrow, provides itself with 55 health points and 5.5 health regeneration per minute. Intelligence has enhanced the combat power of all summoned creatures. Next is the question of who will own these 10,000 dark skeleton caves. As Tsuchiyo pondered how to handle the situation, he led his army out of the instance. The items dropped in this dungeon can significantly increase your maximum health. Frontline characters can improve their survivability. Back row characters can prevent them from being stolen and killed instantly. It can be said to be of paramount importance. That dog is so much tougher than George because he cleared this dungeon. So, after a month, when the Destiny version 1.1 update was released and the Destiny Battlefield event was launched, the entire White Eagle Federation's combat strength was stronger than anyone imagined. Tsuchiyo gritted her teeth in hatred and fed another bat wing into her mouth. Ding! Maximum HP increased by 173 to 500. Therefore, we have to use them to make bigger profits, Tsuchiyo judged. The more money you exchange, the stronger your summoned beasts will be. But if you were to ask who is the richest person in the entire Yanwang, Tsuchiyo narrowed his eyes and uttered a name. Lin Ziyun. In Yanwang, who can compare to the wealth of the Lin family, whose lineage has lasted for thousands of years? But it's probably impossible to contact her through real-world channels. What a coincidence! Destiny is the best channel. In Destiny, players are allowed to have the same name. Because every player has a unique identification code when they register. You can easily add someone as a friend by using their ID code. I remember that person's Destiny number was. Tsuchiyo squinted as she recalled the events and typed a string of letters into the black box. Ni Shivodioe PPLE. Ding! Search successful. Send a friend request to player Lin Ziyun? Luckily, Lin Ziyun from my past life always covered my face with her ID number and kept asking me to add her. Even if I didn't want to remember it, I still remembered it. Tsuchiyo smiled helplessly and clicked send. Ding! Sent successfully. This way, you can get your friend's location. The 10,000 slots for clearing the dark skeleton cave can also be processed. Swish. As his left foot stepped back onto the soft ashes, Tsuchiyo looked up at the sky. Finally, we can see the sun! Squeak, squeak, squeak! As soon as it emerged from the cave, the Vampire King Bat let out a shrill scream. It fluttered its wings and hid behind Tsuchiyo, clinging to Tsuchiyo's tuxedo. It looked like the mark on Batman's chest in 3D. Tsuchiyo also understood the screams he had just heard from the Vampire King Bat. Ah! My bad eye! It seems this little guy isn't quite used to the sun yet. Adapt gradually. Soon, the vampire bat, like a little penguin separated from its father, got off Tsuchiyo's body and flew into the air. Tsuchiyo also noticed that the Vampire King Bat's dark pupils had become narrower and smaller, like a cat's. That's what a pet should be like. After giving it a good rub, Tsuchiyo glanced at the map. Now, we can continue our sweep of the entire columbarium corridor. As dusk approached, Tsuchiyo's exploration progress in the columbarium corridor has also skyrocketed to 11%. Exploration efficiency has increased nearly 5-fold. After all attributes were boosted, Tsuchiyo's movement speed increased even further. Although they still can't catch up with the skeleton wolves, they've reached parity with the frost-fire dragon lizards. And now, there's an extra vampire bat in the team. With this little flying bat around, it will be much easier to explore the fog of war. It is constantly using ultrasonic technology. You can often find undead enemies that have turned to ashes and are lurking underground, ready to ambush you at any moment. Although it can't detect things far away, it's enough for close-up work. In addition, the number of skeleton wolves has increased by 30%, so there is no longer a need to fight and retreat when fighting enemies. Go straight in and suppress them with firepower. Suchio and the Frostfire Dragon Lizard both had an extremely satisfying time shooting. In that case, I might only need 4 or 5 days to bring the exploration progress of the entire Columbarium corridor to 100%. Suchio smiled and squinted her eyes. I remember that in her previous life, Warfani Aversus was able to switch between human and bat forms thanks to her bloodline. This made her the first player to complete 100% exploration of the Ash Corridor map in the early stages of the game. Then the bloodline was purified, and the Blood Disciple bloodline evolved into the Baron bloodline. Suchio nodded secretly. If I can be the first to max out the exploration progress of the Ash Corridor. And what will happen to me then? As descendants of the dragon, it's not unreasonable to directly extract a dragon bloodline, right? Just as Suchio was lost in thought, 2 system notifications suddenly sounded in his ears. Starry night, late summer. I found a piece of equipment. I wonder if you need it? Should I come find you? Linzian. Who are you? Equipment? What rare equipment did she get this time? Suchio was still a little hopeful. So he sent the coordinates to Xiaoyubing. He smiled mysteriously and sent Linzian a few words. You know who I am. Chapter 51 Earning 10 million through tears and blood. Chapter 51 Earning 10 million through tears and blood. I don't care who you are. Linzian saw the anonymous message without any context and immediately deleted it. Having obtained hidden intelligence, he and his teammates are exploring the Bone Ash Canyon, planning to weaken the undead forces that will be attacking the city in a few days. You suddenly received a friend request from someone who found you by your ID. They found me through my ID and then hid their own identity. When Linzian first saw the message, she thought it was a spam text. After all, he had never revealed his Destiny ID to anyone. But this is the most secretive of all Destiny. This is a destiny predicted by the family elders, a destiny that will shake the world and break all existing rules. Destiny, whatever happens, there is a reason for it. So, who exactly is this anonymous person? Etc. Linzian had a flash of inspiration. Sharp eyes locked onto the word, anonymous. Subconsciously, Linzian thought of the anonymous player who was pressing down on her. Will it be? Is it really him? Looking at those 6 words. You know who I am. Linzian hesitated before typing a reply. What do you want with me? After a long while, the other party replied with a message. Let's discuss a business deal. So, it's a pleasure working with you? They spent a full 20 minutes discussing the matter with Linzian. Suchio finally sold the Dark Skeleton Cave for a price he was satisfied with. For every person who clears the Dark Skeleton Cave, Suchio's wallet will receive 10 silver coins. The Dark Skeleton Cave can only accommodate a total of 10,000 people. So, I can only earn 10 million. Suchio couldn't hide her sorrowful smile. If the rewards from the dungeon are divided equally, each person can only be allocated 10 bat wings, which is equivalent to 10 points of maximum health. According to this calculation, it costs 1 silver coin for every 1 point of maximum health. Linzian's already unfriendly expression grew even more displeased. That's outrageous. Even more so than George from the White Eagle Federation. Hearing the president's anger, the 2 graceful nuns exchanged a glance. Sister Yun, can't we not buy it? No, Linzian said in a low voice. He said that Ye Shrine and the George Foundation are willing to pay 20 silver coins per person to buy it. Upon hearing this, the 2 young female mages exchanged bewildered glances. They don't understand. It's just a game. Even for such a small amount of value, is it necessary to auction it off directly between the 3 kingdoms? And that anonymous player. Is it really possible to make contact with 2 other large multinational conglomerates? Ultimately, With the assistance of destiny, the contract was reached. Lin Ziyin's nervousness ultimately manifested in 8 words in her friend's message. It's just a small business, thank you for your hospitality. With 10 million, just how powerful would you become? Suchiyo gazed at the summoned creatures sweeping away the undead in front of him, filled with anticipation. Preliminary calculations show that it will take 160,000 copper coins for summoned creatures to level up from level 6 to level 7. It takes 320,000 copper coins to upgrade from level 7 to level 8. It costs 640,000 to upgrade from level 8 to level 9. I can't think about it. I can't think about it. Suchiyo clutched her heart, unwilling to accept the fact that she had no money. Boss! Just then, a familiar loud voice appeared. Suchiyo looked back and saw the 3 musketeers plus Xia Yubing again. It's as if the warbands of these 4 guilds are bound together. The group approached and got straight to the point. I'm talking about this piece of equipment. Xia Yubing took out a necklace from her backpack, and after showing a slight reluctance, traded it to Suchiyo. He looks good. Suchiyo looked at the necklace in her hand. Peeping eye. Synopsis: a necklace rumored to offer a glimpse into destiny, but it lacks the most crucial stone of fate. Quality: excellent blue. Effect 1: all attributes plus 5, intelligence plus 5, maximum mana plus 50%. Effect 2: spy, consumes 10% of maximum mana to see everything in the specified area. Can break stealth and dispel the fog of war. Range and duration are related to the mana consumed, card master only. Effect 3: unlocked after embedding a stone of destiny, card master only. Hiss! Suchiyo gasped sharply. This equipment is so versatile. Effect 1 can increase a total of 25 attribute points and also increases the maximum mana. For someone like me who prefers summoning, now is the perfect time. And it also has Effect 2 spying. Similar to when a priest player changes class to prophet at level 15. One of the skills you will learn is called farsightedness. The effect is similar. It can also be used to explore the field of vision, break stealth, and dispel fog. But such equipment effects are actually exclusive to the Card Master class? What's more, there's also Effect 3, the effects of which are currently unknown. What have I done to deserve this? Suchiyo was overjoyed. Previously, I was somewhat dissatisfied with the Vampire King Bat's ultrasonic abilities. It seems to only be able to detect close-range areas, which could easily put the Vampire Bat itself in danger. So, after acquiring the skill of spying, then you don't need to worry about the previous problems at all. As for the Stone of Destiny mentioned in Final Effect 3, Suchiyo searched her memory. I wonder if the stones on that gate of destiny that connects to the Tower of Eternity count as Stones of Destiny. Thinking of this, Suchiyo shook her head. Those are things that will only appear after the Destiny version 1.1 update next month. That's still a long way off. The bald man came over to join in the fun. I wonder if you, sir, can use this equipment. Upon hearing this, Suchiyo shook her head slightly and uttered a regretful sound. It can be used, but I'm not a card master. Only the attribute bonus of Effect 1 can be obtained. The smiles on the faces of the several battle commanders turned sour. The bald man glanced at Xia Yubing and muttered under his breath. I knew it! How could a pro's profession be called card master? That name is too lame. Suchiyo's eye twitched. Good lad, I'll remember you. Suchiyo continued halfway through her sentence. However, since this is your kind gesture, I will accept it. 25 attribute points, that's a pretty good number. Xia Yubing pursed her lips but said nothing. You've put in a lot of effort. Well, I've decided to share an opportunity with you. As she spoke, Suchiyo telepathically communicated with the key to the dark skeleton cave. 4 of the spots were allocated to them. Opportunity? Xia Yubing looked at Suchiyo, not understanding why he would say such a thing. But the next moment, a system notification sounded in her ear. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully obtained entry qualification for the Dark Skeleton Cave Dungeon. Only those with this qualification will receive rewards upon completion. This is... Xia Yubing's eyes widened involuntarily. Hidden dungeon. I've never heard of a hidden dungeon in the beginner village. The bald man looked at Su Qiu in shock. Su Qiu shrugged. Well, now you've heard about it. After. Despite strong dissuasion from several battle group leaders, Su Qiu pocketed another 40,000 yuan. Watching their departing figures, Su Qiu fell into deep thought. Did I lose out? Small business, low profit but high volume, low profit but high volume. After calming herself down, Su Qiu put the necklace on her neck. Ding! Congratulations to player Twilight for obtaining the equipment, Eye of the Peeping Eye, successfully entering the top 10 of the equipment rankings. Gain a damage bonus. Su Qiu raised an eyebrow, and said with interest. They're in the top 10 of the equipment rankings again? Chapter 52 Legion Summoner, Banner of Command. Chapter 52 Legion Summoner, Banner of Command Number 10, Eye of the Peeping Excellent, Owner, Yanhuang Anonymous, Damage plus 1%. Holy crap! What's going on? How long has the equipment ranking list been out? It's already been updated twice. One time it belonged to Yanhuang, and the other time it also belonged to Yanhuang. How wonderful! Right now, 4 of the top-ranked items on the equipment leaderboard belong to Yanhuang. Awesome! Is the owner of that newly appeared equipment anonymous, another player, or another top-ranked player? This time they've knocked out another player from Furoba, ha ha! The 10th one. Su Qiu thought of Xia Yubing. Since this piece of equipment can make it onto the leaderboard. This indicates that Xia Yubing had never worn this equipment after acquiring it. They said they'd give it to me, so they just gave it to me without even thinking about wearing it for a while first. Su Qiu nodded secretly. As expected of a businessman, he keeps his word both openly and secretly. This time, the equipment that was pushed aside by the Eye of Insight was the Banner of Command. It's the equipment of the Faroe Islands Texans. Using flags as weapons, that's so Faroe style. Despite his joking remarks, Su Qiu did not underestimate the command banner of Texas. Because Texas's profession is Legion Summoner. Every summoning is about winning by sheer quantity. A true human wave tactic. In contrast, his individual combat strength is not strong. Therefore, this command banner, which can enhance the group's status, was created to match it. The more legions there are, the longer the buff lasts, and the higher the quality of the Banner of Command will be. With a slight smile, Su Qiu said from afar. Thank you for taking good care of my Banner of Command. With these 3 pieces of equipment from the top 10 of the equipment list combined, my magic attack will increase by 15%. The pet's damage attributes will increase by an additional 10% on top of this, influenced by the Withered Vine Ring. Name, Skeleton Wolf, Elite Skeleton Wolf in parentheses. Level 6. Attacks, 592, 778. Defense, 165, 243. Life, 7960, 11840. Essentials, Sharp Fangs and Claws, Elite Wolf 2, Bite, Command Aura, Heat Storage Organs, Scorching Acid, Snake Venom, Multi-Attack, Active Bone Marrow, Multi-Attack. Name, Frost Fire Dragon Lizard. Level 6. Attack 726. Defense, 136. Life, 5820. Essentials, Liquid Sulfur, High Temperature Throat, Elastic Oral Cavity, Frost-Infected Bloodline, Sluggish Mucus, Scaly Skin, Egg Production, Active Bone Marrow. Name, Vampire King Bat. Level 5. Attack, 568. Defense, 96. Lifespan, 3096. Essence, Vampire Aura, Swift Body, Vanishing into Darkness, Ultrasound, Active Bone Marrow. These are the summoned beasts in their normal state. Su Qiu can also use enhancement to double their attributes. Use Whiplash again to increase the attack of your summoned beasts by another 40%. TSK tisk TSK. Tsuchiyo couldn't help but admire. At that time, my 20 summoned beasts will be 20 bosses. After checking the attributes, Tsuchiyo continued to lead the summoned beasts to explore the ash corridor. This time, it has the effect of spying. Tsuchiyo spent 621 magic points to illuminate 1,242 square meters of fog of war. And this lighting effect can last for a full 31 seconds. This is much better than ultrasound. It does use up a bit of mana. Currently, his mana regeneration is as high as 1256, which means he can regenerate 1,256 mana points per minute. To maintain the existence of the summoned creature, 1080 mana points are consumed per minute. The two cancel each other out, so I can only recover 176 mana points per minute. If you don't use any skills, it will take 3.5 minutes to release one. Thinking about this, Tsuchiyo felt that the ultrasound he could get for free was even more appealing. But neither of them will affect Tsuchiyo's current judgment. Keep exploring. Time flies. 1 hour, 3 hours, 6 hours. Tsuchiyo's exploration of the columbarium corridor also continues to improve. 14.8%, 21.5%, 36.7%. Sunset and moonrise. Every time Tsuchiyo explores the columbarium for 6 or 7 hours. The system will then notify you that someone is sending you a signal in real life. Is dinner ready? That was Zhongli calling her to eat. Tsuchiyo logged off the game as usual and glanced at the pitch-black night outside the window. Start using positive self-suggestion. Just treat Zhongli as a man, and Zhongli as a man. Because I couldn't bring myself to ask. Therefore, Tsuchiyo still does not know Zhongli's gender. She is breathtakingly beautiful. She's gotten so thin she's practically flat. We dare not say, we dare not ask. What if I ask? What if Zhongli really is a woman? Wouldn't that mean losing a crucial meal ticket? Having mentally prepared herself, Tsuchiyo opened the door to her room. Then I saw an extremely beautiful and pure-looking woman prepare a hot meal. As she took off her apron, she looked at herself with a very gentle expression. Brother Su, here you go. Eat less at night. I made rice porridge with some side dishes, which is easy to digest. Wife. Tsuchiyo clutched her heart and swallowed the 2 words that had just escaped her lips. He then sat down at the table familiarly, sipping his porridge while turning the bowl. How's it going, Brother Su? What level have you reached in Destiny? How far have you progressed? As soon as they started eating, Zhongli asked excitedly. They are clearly very interested in Tsuchiyo's current progress. Ever since Zhongli recommended that Tsuchiyo play Destiny last time. To ensure he could stay in touch with his meal ticket, Tsuchiyo started playing Destiny's Path. Tsuchiyo nodded in response. I'm not even a few levels high, and you can't even see my name on the leaderboard. I'm currently being guided by a few kind level 8 veterans to explore the Ash Corridor. Upon hearing Tsuchiyo's progress, Zhongli automatically ignored the first half of the sentence and excitedly rattled off. It's so much faster with a pro guiding us. The newbie monsters in our Yanhuang server are much weaker than those in other servers. We level up much faster too. We have to thank the anonymous player at the top of the leaderboard. Someone analyzed that because that anonymous player was the first to kill the regional boss, our Yanhuang's game progress was at least 20% faster. Even level 7 or 8 water snakes are hard to beat on foreign servers, but we can already explore the second map outside the starting village. I'm already level 10. It's a pity I haven't gotten any skill imprints yet, so I can only accumulate experience to condense them. I'll be able to level up to 11 by tomorrow morning. I'll leave the starting village right away and go to the main city to scout things out for you. Once you get there, I'll take you there. I got an ice sword from the water snake. I'm really powerful now. As she said this, Zhongli raised her chopsticks high, her eyes sparkling. It's obvious. She really loves games, especially Destiny. Moreover, some players have indeed finished exploring the initial area and are too lazy to continue exploring the ash corridor. They set off ahead of others on the road to the main city. Seeing this, Tsuchiyo pondered for a moment and then said, "Let's go to the main city later." "Huh?" Zhongli lowered her arm and asked in a puzzled voice. "What's wrong, Brother Su?" "I heard it from a big shot," Tsuchiyo replied. He said, "Something big is going to happen in the newbie village in the next couple of days. Those who know, know." Upon hearing this, Zhongli, still biting her chopsticks, tilted her head to the side, not understanding what it meant. But the next moment her eyes suddenly lit up. "Hidden intelligence! It's hidden intelligence! Your boss must have information about some hidden event." Upon hearing this, Tsuchiyo raised an eyebrow and thought for a moment. "Wow! That's right. It seems that not many people know about the Dark Priest's siege. Brother Su, did that big shot tell you anything else?" Zhongli asked anxiously again. Tsuchiyo chuckled and placed the empty bowl over. "The boss said, 1 more bowl, please." Chapter 53 The Black-Robed Priest Taluna. Chapter 53 The Black-Robed Priestess Taluna. A major boss siege event. Zhongli looked at Tsuchiyo slurping porridge and secretly postponed her plan to go to the main city. "It's a pity, Brother Su, that we're not from the same village, otherwise we could have defended the city together. It's okay, there will be other opportunities in the future." After Tsuchiyo finished drinking, Zhongli snatched the bowl and started washing it. With a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? After saying goodbye to each other, the two began their all-night gaming session. Tsuchiyo continued to explore the troublesome little devil the ash corridor. "Ding! Congratulations! You have reached the maximum experience point and successfully leveled up to level 13. Ding! Your destiny star is detected to be 15. You have been given 15 free attribute points. Please allocate them promptly." After an unknown amount of time, Tsuchiyo heard the notification that his experience points were full again. "With good fortune, my upgrades are faster than a rocket. Of course, not Musk's ship." Players need 77,000 experience points to level up from level 11 to level 12. It takes 101,000 experience points to go from level 12 to level 13. This was a considerable gap. But Tsuchiyo relied on the effect of good fortune. Killing one monster is equivalent to killing 7 or 8. If you're lucky, you might even get 10 times the experience points. "It's a pity that there are so few monsters here. I might have already reached level 13. With a helpless smile, Tsuchiyo continued to distribute the attributes evenly among agility, constitution, and intelligence. This will enable you to improve your combat and survival abilities more comprehensively. Just then, a familiar system notification sounded in Tsuchiyo's ear. "Ding! Your current environment is abnormal, with the added status of toxic smog. Toxic smog. Effect: deducts 15 health points per second." I've already gone this far. At this moment, he had already ventured deep into the deserted area of the Columbarium Corridor. Exploration progress of the Columbarium Corridor, 94.7%. 15 health points are deducted per second. That's enough to turn this place into a dead zone. In other words, Tsuchiyo has an excellent physique. In addition to the blessings of holy light, and today's share of the blessings of light. Only then can it be immune to the erosion of the deathly aura of this place. Even without any accumulation of death energy, the concentration here is already equivalent to that of the dark skeleton cave. Tsuchiyo sighed and looked up into the distance. Affected by the pitch-black aura of death, Tsuchiyo and his summoned creature's vision was greatly obstructed. Moreover, a very strange phenomenon has emerged here. Logically speaking, the denser the death aura, the more undead creatures should be. But here, the deathly aura was so thick that it obstructed visibility. There were no undead creatures around. That's enough for today. Although the exploration speed would be much faster than before without the interference of undead creatures. But Tsuchiyo decided to play it safe. Because I wonder if it's the fate talent that's taking effect. Tsuchiyo always felt a little uneasy on the back of her head. It seemed as if something was spying on me from the darkness. This feeling is the same as when I first met Warfarin. I feel like I could be attacked at any moment. I feel very insecure. At least go back to the starting village and report to Catherine. Just then. Oh! A long, soft exclamation reached Tsuchiyo's ears from somewhere unknown. For no apparent reason, Tsuchiyo's pores suddenly contracted. Ding! You are being watched by the black-robed priestess, Talyanara. Upon hearing this system notification, Tsuchiyo felt a chill run down his spine. What happened? A black-robed priest? Where did it come from? How could a priest from the dark faction be here? The next moment, Tsuchiyo heard that cold female voice again. Lackeys of the light faction. The sound came from all directions and was getting closer and closer. Tsuchiyo could only hear a seductive maturity in it, but couldn't discern the direction at all. A thought flashed through my mind. Spying. Moment. Centered on Tsuchiyo, the darkness of more than 1,000 square meters around him was suddenly illuminated. It shone brightly in Tsuchiyo's heart. Found you! Tsuchiyo looked to her left. It was deep within the black mist there that a figure was walking towards this place. The black hat and black robe couldn't hide her graceful figure and elegant demeanor. She's clearly an extraordinary woman with lofty ambitions, just like Catherine. Etc. Catherine? Tsuchiyo suddenly realized something. Roar. The skeleton wolves and the twin flame dragon lizards also let out threatening growls. They looked warily in the direction of the figure. The vampire bat didn't make a sound, but instead flapped its wings and disappeared into the darkness. What an intriguing little guy! How could you see me? From within the black mist, the woman spoke again. This time, she no longer hid herself, but stepped out of the black fog and came to Tsuchiyo. The first thing that came into Tsuchiyo's view was her striking chest, followed by a small, white foot that seemed to illuminate the darkness. Above her slender feet was a high-slit church robe, completely different from the conservative attire of the Church of Light. The fork goes all the way up to the top of the fair thigh, making it look very convenient for movement and fighting. Unlike the restrictive clothing of the Church of Light, which is inconvenient to take off, these garments are not restrictive. This is why the Dark Order possesses a hidden profession that the Church of Light lacks, the assassin. But thankfully, the dark priest before them was not an assassin. Because she did not have leg rings to secure the dagger and the throwing needles on her thighs. If this priest were an assassin, he would have undoubtedly met his end here without even thinking. At the same time, Tsuchiyo sighed inwardly. What a pity! It's such a waste not to put leg rings on such beautiful legs. It's just that I have good eyesight. Tsuchiyo smiled. If you were to become an assassin, I wouldn't be able to find you. Oh? Is that so? The dark priestess placed her delicate hand on her hip, revealing a beautiful curve to her body. It's a pity I'm already a priestess. I can't change my class to assassin. At this point, she seemed to sense something, and frowned slightly as she stared at Tsuchiyo. You have that woman's scent on you. What kind of aura is that? Does it smell like perfume? Which woman? Tsuchiyo asked with a look of even more innocent confusion than Zhongli. But the hands behind his back were secretly gathering magic. That woman who hurt me. The smile on the dark priestess's face gradually turned cold, and the dark death aura around her also rippled slightly. Ding! The black-robed priestess Talyanara's affection level towards you has decreased by 50. Current affection level, -100, mutual loathing. Hiss. Depend on. Good grief, they didn't like me much to begin with. You should have said so earlier. If you had, I wouldn't have pretended. What does it have to do with me if she hurts you? Tsuchiyo finished gathering magic points in his hand, and the opponent's attribute panel lit up before his eyes. Black-robed priestess Taluna. Synopsis: the severely wounded black-robed priestess is recuperating here. Your intrusion has disturbed her recovery. She is now furious, and sensing the presence of her mortal enemy, the White Archbishop Catherine, on you, she has decided to unleash her rage upon you. Grade? Quality, excellent blue. Attack? Life, 500,000? Injured. Skills, weakness curse, reduces enemies' attack power and movement speed, dark blessing, increases allies' attack power, dark entanglement, summons tentacles to imprison the opponent, summons Cerberus. You want to take my fire? Tsuchiyo gritted her teeth and said. Then let's give it a try. Chapter 54 Taluna's affection +1? Chapter 54 Taluna's favorability +1? Then I won't be polite, sister. A flash of bloodlust crossed the eyes of the dark priestess Taluna. The space beside her suddenly trembled. It broke open with a total of 7 cracks. Darkness is entwined. 7 tentacles suddenly shot out from the pitch-black, eerie spatial rift. The tentacles moved incredibly fast, appearing in front of Tsuchiyo in the blink of an eye. But Tsuchiyo remained unmoved. They weren't worried at all about their tentacles hurting them. Roar! The skeletal wolf protecting Tsuchiyo roared and pounced on one of the tentacles, protecting Tsuchiyo behind it like a mother hen protecting her cub. Doesn't this seem a bit like food possessiveness? In this safe environment, Tsuchiyo was finally able to get a good look at the tentacles. Tentacle. Description: deals continuous damage to the target and applies slow, weaken, or imprisonment effects based on the target's strength attribute. Attack: 2,500. Life: 50,000. Skills: corrosive slime, gradually reduces the opponent's defense, sweet scent, applies a vulnerable status to the enemy, causing them to take extra damage, slippery, greatly increases evasion rate, adept at finding openings, greatly increases critical hit rate and critical hit damage. Depend on those tentacles, those attributes. Taluna summoned 7 bosses at will. Each tentacle has a separate panel on top. And affected by the evasion rate of the slippery skill, Tsuchiyo dispatched a full 16 ordinary skeleton wolves to bite down. Only with great difficulty did they manage to control these 7 tentacles. -243. Miss. 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 -248. Moreover, these tentacles have extremely high defensive capabilities. When the skeleton wolves bite, the damage is halved. For each attack that deals 50,000 health points, it's practically painless. To completely ignore the effect of this dark entanglement skill, we need to eliminate all the tentacles. And that's only 1 round. Taluna lost half of her fighting power. But this scene surprised Tallulah slightly. How could someone from the light faction be able to control their own tentacles? They're pretty strong. Tsuchiyo grinned. There are even stronger ones. Upon hearing this, Taluna's alluring red lips curved into a slight smile. Interesting, I'm starting to like you a little. Ding! Black-robed priestess Taluna's affection level towards you has increased by 5. Current affection level is -95, they don't see eye to eye. Tsuchiyo? What the heck? My favorability rating has suddenly increased a bit. Their relationship deteriorated from mutual dislike to complete incompatibility. In other words, you can try chatting now. So will you let me go? Tsuchiyo asked earnestly. We can't beat them. There's absolutely no way this woman could beat me. This is essentially just a basic attack. She still has a whole bunch of skills she hasn't used yet. Taluna crossed her arms and smiled beautifully. I will make sure you die with dignity. Upon hearing this, Tsuchiyo's eyebrows twitched. If you still want to kill me, then say something. As expected, my favorability rating is still too low. If it were a few dozen points higher, maybe we could actually make it work. It seems my first death will end here. Tsuchiyo sighed inwardly. What bad luck! Buzz! At that moment, the holy light blessing and the light blessing on Tsuchiyo's body simultaneously shone with a ray of light. It illuminated the surrounding darkness. Tsuchiyo's familiar voice also came from within the light. Twilight, did you encounter Talona? White Cardinal Catherine's voice clearly showed concern and anxiety. Hang in there, I'll be there shortly. Is Catherine coming to save me? So touching. Okay, I'll try to stall for time. After replying, Tsuchiyo breathed a sigh of relief, confirming her main quest. Live on. Taluna's smile remained unchanged, but a chilling killing intent flashed across her face. It's that woman. Now you'll die even faster. Tsuchiyo grinned. That's not up to you. Then let my sister give it a try. Taluna pointed her finger, and a jet-black death ray tore through the space. It shot straight towards Tsuchiyo. So fast. This caught all the summoned beasts completely off guard. The next moment, Tsuchiyo felt a sharp pain in her chest. All I could see was a terrifying, pitch-black number. Minus 12,036. 5-figure damage. This is still too early for Tsuchiyo, who only has 1380 health points. There was a pop. Tsuchiyo's body fell backward to the ground. I actually quite like you. Retracting her blood-red nail-polished fingers, Taluna uttered a regretful sound as she looked at Tsuchiyo's corpse. But unfortunately you shouldn't be here. As for the summoned creatures, Taluna didn't bother with them. If the master is dead, how long can the summoned creature live? Just then, a whooshing sound suddenly came from behind Taluna. Laugh. Minus 1263, critical hit plus stealth breaker. The timing of this sneak attack was perfect. Just when Taluna thought she had killed Tsuchiyo and relaxed her guard, the vampire bat's attack successfully scratched Taluna's clothes on the back. Tear a huge gash open in it. Her snow-white skin on her back was exposed. Upon closer inspection, 2 small, wing-like black marks can be seen on the lower back. But as for the extent of the damage... Squeak! The Vampire King Bat was extremely surprised. That swipe of its claw just now. Only a red scratch was left on Taluna's back. Not even a scratch. Escape. Run. The next moment, Taluna realized what was happening. Look back. A terrifying purple light flashed in his eyes. The Vampire King Bat suddenly felt its movement speed drop drastically. Immediately, Taluna conjured a jet-black magic orb in her hand and shot it swiftly toward the Vampire King Bat. Minus 8,034. Vampire King Bat, please. Watching the Vampire King Bat instantly turn to ashes, Talula's smile vanished, replaced by a chilling expression completely different from before. I hate it when people attack me from behind. Why is this bat attacking me? Taluna pondered. Some summoned beasts have an extremely close relationship with their masters. Even if the master dies, the summoned beast will not disappear, but will launch a final counterattack against the killer. That little guy has some skills. Yeah? But just then, Taluna heard a familiar voice coming from behind her. What a coincidence! I love attacking people from behind. Taluna didn't have time to turn around. A searing pain instantly shot through my back. Smack! A loud crack of a whip came from Taluna's back. Immediately following this was an indescribable pain that spread throughout the body. Taluna, who was attacked from behind again, couldn't help but let out a groan of pain. Minus 4,321. And? The pain coming from the wound is not just pain. There's also a feeling that's hard to describe. Something's wrong with this whip. Tsuchiyo, whose eyes had turned into golden snake pupils, looked at the black whip in his hand that had vanished, a hint of regret on his face. This skill is great, it's a pity that you can only use it once on a boss unit. Immediately, Tsuchiyo reached out and summoned a brand new vampire bat to his side. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The recently deceased vampire bat kept acting cute towards Tsuchiyo. Tell me how scared she was just now. After comforting her for a while, Tsuchiyo looked at Taluna, whose face was flushed and who was staring at him with a look of shame and indignation. So how are we going to get through the rest of the time? Ding! Black-robed priestess Taluna's affection level towards you +1, current affection level is -94, they don't get along. Tsuchiyo. Chapter 55 Cerberus Descends. Chapter 55 Cerberus Descends. You deserve to die! Taluna opened her arms, the car lights flashed, and then a wooden staff inlaid with a black crystal ball appeared in front of her. It is Talula's weapon! It's clear that she was really serious at that moment. Thump! Taluna gripped the wooden staff with both hands, paused in front of herself, and poured a surge of magical power into the staff. Summoned Cerberus. The next moment, the space behind Taluna gradually distorted. A huge stone gate is vaguely forming. This is impressive. This is way cooler than when Tsuchiyo summoned the wolf lizard bats. Is that the gate to the abyss? Tsuchiyo recognized the extraordinary nature of that door at a glance. Almost all summons associated with the dark faction are summoned from the abyss. Just like the tentacles summoned by Talula, they are a type of abyssal creation that can be found everywhere in the abyss. You actually recognized me? Taluna smiled, her face flushed, but she still stared at Tsuchiyo with murderous intent. But little brother, you will still die a terrible death. The appearance of the abyss gate revealed a faint trace of demonic energy. Even the tentacles summoned by Taluna have been strengthened to some extent. Ding! Tentacle attack power +10. Ding! Tentacle defense +5. Ding! Tentacle HP +100. Ding! Every so often, the tentacles would become even more ferocious, struggling to break free from the skeleton wolves that controlled them. Even though my favorability rating has increased, why is he even more determined to kill me? Tsuchiyo smiled bitterly, and a joker card materialized in his hand. The fool. Can we interrupt the abyss gate she opened? Immediately, Tsuchiyo aimed at Taluna, who was channeling magic into her, and threw it at her. Taluna felt the magic of her tears falter for a moment, but nothing happened. Little brother, are you trying to make me laugh? That gate to the abyss is still slowly opening. So is it funny? Tsuchiyo's eyebrow twitched. As expected, the gate of the abyss has been summoned, and interrupting her magic is useless. Taluna's lips parted slightly. You are more interesting to me than I am. As she spoke, 4 more cracks appeared in the space beside Taluna. More tentacles burst forth and shot towards Tsuchiyo. Again? But before Tsuchiyo could give the order, the remaining skeleton wolves pounced and steadily controlled the 4 newly appeared tentacles. And it made a provocative statement. Roar! Upon hearing this, Tsuchiyo's smile froze. If I didn't mishear. Their own skeleton wolves seemed to be saying. You have to be careful what you do before you can beat your master. What's this? Is this a new idiom? Tsuchiyo immediately gave the order. The frost fire dragon lizard attacked her, while the skeleton wolf, the vampire king bat, and I dealt with the tentacles together. These tentacles tied down most of their forces. It's highly unlikely that they can even try to pull Taluna away. We must solve these problems first. Throw out a light card and enter battle mode. Attack speed skyrockets to 3 cards per second. -264. Bang! -792. Miss. -396, critical hit. Bang! -1584. -528, card cheating. Bang! -1086. Miss. Miss. I kept attacking, and although I missed occasionally, I still managed to take down 9% of the tentacle's health. In addition, besides controlling the attacks of the skeleton wolf with tentacles and the vampire bat, there was also the threat of attacks. The burst of damage can still take away about 30% of a tentacle's health. Of course, the tentacles won't just stand there and take the beating. With attributes equivalent to those of a boss, they also unleashed their formidable attack power upon Tsuchiyo's summoned creatures. Swoosh! In addition, There are powerful auxiliary damage skills such as corrosive slime, sweet scent, and the ability to exploit any gaps. This further weakens the status of Tsuchiyo's summoned creatures. This war of attrition was so difficult and bloody that it was fought exceptionally hard. Ding! Congratulations on successfully eliminating the LV-15 tentacle. Experience plus 394, plus 20%, copper coins plus 18, plus 20%, strange slime plus 1. Ding! Fate triggered. Gain an additional 2,364 experience, 6x, 54 copper coins, 3x, and 7 strange slime, 7x. Ding! Congratulations on successfully eliminating the LV-15 tentacle. Experience plus 396, plus 20%, copper coins plus 19, plus 20%, strange slime plus 1. Ding! Fate triggered. Gain an additional 1980 experience, 5x, 209 copper coins, 11x, and 3 strange slime, 3x. Killing these tentacles actually gives you experience and materials? A thought flashed through Tsuchiyo's mind. This shows that Taluna did not sign a contract with them, nor did she treat them as pets. Instead, they were forcibly pulled from the abyss and made to obey orders. Just how strong is this Taluna? How strong must Catherine be to have inflicted such serious injuries on her? Tsuchiyo's heart sank even further. Why isn't Catherine here yet? Fire! Fire! Meanwhile, the frost fire lizards, who were attacking from a distance, activated their corrosive sulfur skill. Roar! Just as Tsuchiyo was stalling for time, the frost fire dragon lizards finished laying their eggs. 4 little ones were born. Thud, 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 thud. 8 consecutive spitting sounds rang out. Along with 8 clusters of corrosive sulfur that could cause area damage, it fell from the sky and hit Taluna. 612-87-87 614-87-87 611-87-87 615-87-87. Several densely packed damage numbers appeared on Taluna and the Abyss Gate. The originally extremely strong corrosive effect only slightly burned Tallulah's clothes. There was absolutely no damage to the skin or flesh. It looked so soft. This puzzled Tsuchiyo greatly, and she really wanted to try it herself. The damage numbers displayed on the Abyss Gate are even lower. The damage from the Frostfire lizards will only show a number of 1 or 200 when they hit you. I feel like I don't need to try Tsuchiyo. It looks very hard. Multiple attacks. Multiple attacks. Multiple attacks. With more attacks, the skeleton wolf will trigger more multiple attacks. Even with a high evasion rate, the wolf's attacks can still hit several times. No problem. Tsuchiyo looked at the abyss gate that was gradually opening, and said with a slight frown, "We can eliminate all the tentacles before that door opens." At the same time, Tsuchiyo also hoped that White Cardinal Catherine could arrive as soon as possible. If that Cerberus really gets summoned, then I'll really be in trouble. No, it seems that even if Cerberus isn't summoned, it will still die. Why does Tallulah summon Cerberus? Want to see who's more of a dog, your own skeleton wolf or me? After several more attacks, 2 tentacles were successfully destroyed. I also sacrificed a total of 6 skeleton wolves. To various expenses. Tsuchiyo heard Tala's slightly amused teasing voice again. Are you sure, little brother? The next moment, Tsuchiyo noticed a purplish-black magic circle suddenly appearing beneath her feet. Curse of weakness. He can still concentrate on casting spells? Tsuchiyo was startled. In an instant, a strong feeling of weakness spread throughout my body from the inside out. Just like a real 24-hour day. Even breathing feels difficult. Ding! You have been afflicted by a weakness curse. All your attributes have been reduced by 70%. This is called a weakness curse? This is like tying yourself up and sending yourself straight to someone's bed. With only 30% of its attributes left, how can it possibly struggle? affected by the revenge effect. Your own attributes were increased to 150%, but now they have been reduced by 70% from that value. That means I only have 45% of my attribute values left. After the attributes are reduced, the combat power of all summoned creatures is greatly reduced. The skeleton wolves were also showing signs of losing control of their tentacles. Their attributes are all calculated as a percentage of Tsuchiyo's attributes. The damage inflicted on the enemy is calculated by addition or subtraction. The skeleton wolves could have over 400 attack power just now, but now they only have 80 or 90. We have no choice but to take action now. They can still fight. Immediately. Tsuchiyo flicked his finger, and a card depicting a fist gleaming with golden light appeared in his hand. I don't really want to use any buffs, because most buffs have extremely long cooldowns. It will only have the best effect when used at the most critical time. Now is the time! Strength. The next moment, Tsuchiyo's attack power surged by 139. It's 29 points higher than the original magic attack. The summoned beasts have regained their previous combat power, and are even stronger than before. It's even more efficient at destroying tentacles. Oh? Talina looked at Tsuchiyo with a hint of appreciation in her eyes. My younger brother is quite good at fighting. Tsuchiyo was busy fighting off the tentacles, and replied with a cruel laugh. I can fight even better! Upon hearing this, Talina smiled slightly. Is that so? In that case, can you still fight? The next moment, Tsuchiyo sensed something was wrong and turned around to look. The gates of the abyss have been fully opened without anyone noticing. 3 bloody, ferocious dog heads, each the size of a car, were peeking out from within. Cerberus. Arrive. Chapter 56 The Back View, Catherine. Chapter 56 A Glimpse from Behind, Catherine. TCH. Just then, the golden light in Tsuchiyo's eyes dissipated. It was restored to a human eye. At the same time, the slightly unusual pink color on Tallulah's skin also disappeared. The strange condition has been removed. Talina narrowed her eyes slightly, looking at Tsuchiyo with greater relaxation. A 40-second abnormal state, that's impressive. Turning to look at the 3-headed hellhound behind him, which was at least 10 meters tall and 20 meters long, he chuckled to himself. It seems I overestimated you, sister. Now. Talina successfully summoned Cerberus as an aid. She no longer needed to input magic, which freed her up to unleash more skills to deal with Tsuchiyo. Maybe. Tsuchiyo frowned as he looked at the enormous 3-headed hellhound. Cerberus. Synopsis. The guardian of the Abyss Gate was forcibly summoned while enjoying a meal and was injured, which made it even angrier, and it wanted to tear everything apart. Level 20. Quality, excellent blue. Attack 3000. Life, 200,000 injured. Skills, Cerberus, deals damage 3 times with each attack, or can attack 3 targets simultaneously. Compound teeth, inflicts a tearing effect with each attack, causing the opponent to continuously lose health. Roar, stuns surrounding enemy units, causing them to be stunned for a period of time. King of Dogs Bloodline, deals additional damage to enemies of the same type. Hiss. Upon seeing the attributes of Cerberus, Tsuchiyo couldn't help but gasp in horror. This is way too strong! However, she is slightly weaker than Tallulah. Just as expected. Cerberus and Tallulah. Just like the Skeleton King Wolf and the Wolf Shepherd Cain. They are all similar to the existence of 2 bosses. Indeed. As long as you can win the fight, a group brawl is indeed quite normal. Tsuchiyo said it was normal, but her teeth were clenched tightly. Catherine. If you don't come now, you don't need to come at all. Wait for me in the village. Next, Talina looked at Tsuchiyo, waved her staff, and summoned 7 more tentacles. This made Tsuchiyo's summoned creatures even busier, and they died and were injured even faster. A bead of cold sweat broke out on Tsuchiyo's forehead. I really have to send it. Let me see. Talina said, staring at Tsuchiyo with great interest. How many more good things are you still hiding? At this point, Talina flicked her fingers. Cerberus leaped in an instant. Like a giant meteorite, it crashed down on Tsuchiyo. Damn it! I haven't finished clearing out the tentacles yet. Another huge guy suddenly appeared. My heart skipped a beat. Tsuchiyo suddenly produced a magician card from his hand. Throw it at Cerberus to slow its movement speed. And incidentally, have a small frost fire dragon lizard spit flaming liquid at it. Further reduce movement speed. All other outputs continue to eliminate the tentacles. Cerberus does not have any skills that reduce its own status. Take out all the tentacles first, then we can at least hold our own against Cerberus in full strength. But, given everyone's current state, it will take quite some time to kill the tentacles. Never mind. The next moment, countless long whips formed from magic appeared in Tsuchiyo's hand. Clap, 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 clap. Tsuchiyo transformed into Teacher Ma and unleashed a barrage of whips in an instant. No matter who's around him, he'll smoke with anyone he sees. Roar dash! Hiss dash! Squeak squeak squeak! Even a dog that was passing by got whipped. Of course, the dog refers to Cerberus. All summoned creatures will have their health slightly reduced after being hit by the whip. But attack power, attack speed, and movement speed have increased by 40%. Cerberus's 3 attributes will decrease by 10%. The Vampire King Bat flew out from the group, instantly disappeared into the darkness, and appeared directly beside Cerberus. Squeak! It took a big bite out of its body. Minus 2,984, breaking stealth with 2 hits plus 180% critical hit rate. The strongest attack that the Vampire King Bat can currently deliver. Successfully bit off nearly 2% of the target's health in one bite. Woof! The Cerberus, in pain, reacted swiftly and bit back. Minus 2,882. Minus 2,882. Minus 2,882. 3 terrifying damage numbers flashed above the Vampire King Bat's head in an instant. The Vampire King Bat, whose health was already low, only lasted until the second bite before being torn to ash and pulverized. This attack also bought Tsuchiyo and his summoned creatures 2 precious rounds of attack time. After these 2 rounds of attacks, only the last 2 tentacles remained. However, it will no longer inflict any negative status effects on Tsuchiyo's army. But my biggest negative state is still that of Tallulah. Unfortunately, I don't have the ability to purify myself right now. Tsuchiyo was even considering whether or not to die. I used the 3rd life from the Ouroboros ring to remove all abnormal statuses. But if we actually do that, then we're really going all in. We can still play. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Tsuchiyo was the first to turn his gun around, and with his right hand, as if having a cramp, he shot cards straight at Cerberus. Compared to the enormous 3-headed dog, the line formed by the cards Tsuchiyo shot out in the air wasn't even a dog leash. It was practically a fishing line. But this fishing line suddenly exploded, causing Cerberus to howl incessantly. Oh whoa! When Tsuchiyo got ruthless, he even whipped himself twice. When the whiplash skill is used against friendly units that are not summoned, only 2 layers can be stacked. Such is the bond. With his attack power increased by another 20%, Tsuchiyo's damage is not to be underestimated. Especially now. Tsuchiyo's level has reached level 13. The killing luck effect can deal an additional 1.6 times the damage. In addition, with the card cheating technique, Tsuchiyo can deal double damage every 5 attacks. When you're lucky, a single card can deal an extra 12 times the damage. Minus 278. Bang! Minus 1112 4 times. Minus 278. Bang! Minus 556 2x. Minus 278. Boom! Minus 3,336, 6x plus card cheating. The loudest explosion. Tsuchiyo directly reduced Cerberus's attack power by nearly 3%. Tsuchiyo's attack speed is as high as 3 seconds. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Bang bang bang. Before the summoned beasts could free up their hands, this was a solo show for Tsuchiyo. Certainly. This little bit of output time was bought with the life of Vampire King Bat. Tsuchiyo will certainly not forget its contributions. Then, after expending a large amount of mana again, the Vampire King Bat Queen was successfully resurrected. Go and stall for time again for my sake! After letting out a pitiful squeak, the Vampire King Bat still disappeared into the darkness and flew towards Cerberus. Want to try the same trick again? But just then, Talina suddenly spoke up from afar. Then a black light flashed in her eyes. A simple icon of an eye suddenly appeared on the head of Cerberus. The next moment, squeak! The Vampire King Bat has suddenly been exposed. I'm feeling dizzy. It was immediately torn to shreds by Cerberus. Damn it! Tsuchiyo gritted his teeth inwardly. Tanura is actually going to interfere? And I just resurrected the Vampire King Bat, and I haven't had time to resurrect the other dead summons yet. Cerberus. They've already rushed right in front of me. Damn it! Tsuchiyo was always ready to revive a third life. It seems I'll have to use my most trump card. But at that moment, a golden shooting star streaked across the sky in the distance. Talina sensed something, and with a flick of her enchanting eyes, it's finally here. Whoosh! The golden light suddenly appeared before Tsuchiyo's eyes. In the golden light, a pure white figure raised his right hand, with a blue tome for advancement suspended in the air. It was the golden light emanating from the manual that formed a shield, protecting Tsuchiyo behind him and firmly isolating the Cerberus's attack outside the shield. A familiar voice came from behind the voluptuous woman. Sorry, Dusk, I'm late. Chapter 57 Those two people are still alive. Chapter 57 Those two people are still alive. No, you've come at just the right time. Tsuchiyo let out a long sigh and stood up. Almost there. He was about to die from being bitten by a dog. Taking advantage of this brief respite, Tsuchiyo hurriedly continued to revive the dead summoned creatures. He didn't believe he was absolutely safe with Catherine around. Roar! The three-headed hellhound took several bites, but when it found that the light barrier under its mouth was completely unaffected, it gave up the attack. He just stared fiercely at everything inside the light shield, ready to attack at any moment. Catherine didn't focus her attention on the three-headed hellhound in front of her, but instead stared at Tallulah, who was looking on with a smug expression in the distance. Do you find it amusing to bully a newcomer? Talina responded with a smile. Yes. Incomprehensible. Catherine's expression was serious, and a pure holy light shone from her body. Tsuchiyo immediately felt refreshed. The curse of weakness has been successfully purified. Seeing that Tsuchiyo had recovered, Catherine glanced at Tallulah. Let's go. Tsuchiyo's eyes widened. They spoke with such force earlier, I thought a fight was about to break out. I love watching women fight. Certainly. Tsuchiyo also knew that this place was close to the Canyon of the Dead, which was considered the territory of the Dark Faction. Retreat first is the most reasonable course of action. What if the other side has some kind of ambush here? Then we'll be in trouble. Trying to leave? Talina gave a bewitching, cold snort. Did you ask me? Tsuchiyo? Are you serious? The next moment, a purple-black six-pointed star array instantly formed on the ash ground beneath Tsuchiyo and Catherine's feet. What's this? When Catherine saw the magic circle, she frowned slightly, her mind filled with vigilance. But Tsuchiyo was startled and quickly spoke. Get out of here right now! Upon hearing this, Catherine wanted to activate the teleportation skill of the spellbook in her hand again, hoping to take Tsuchiyo with her and leave this place. It turned out that it couldn't be moved at all. We can't leave! Catherine's voice also carried a hint of tension. Since you're already here, don't be in such a hurry to leave, Talina said with a smile. The next moment, from the 6 points of the hexagram, 6 enormous tentacles instantly extended. Each tentacle is as thick as 4 people could hug and is 15 meters long. It was incredibly thick and bulging with heat, and looked full of power. If I don't treat you properly, wouldn't I seem very heartless? After saying that, Talina looked at Tsuchiyo. Don't you like whipping? How about I get a turn? Tsuchiyo made a demi gesture with both hands. I refuse. Whipping? A hint of doubt rose in Catherine's mind. What did I miss? Then Tsuchiyo asked. Miss Catherine, do you have any skills to increase defense or enhance this light shield? Catherine bit her lip, looked up at the 6 towering, tree-like tentacles, and uttered a regretful sound. Yes, but it won't improve my condition much. My injuries haven't fully healed yet, and I don't know how long I can hold out. Upon hearing this, Tsuchiyo felt as if a huge danger was looming over her and Catherine's heads. You can die, you'll just lose some experience and be resurrected in the starting village. But what if Catherine dies? Then all the time I spent exploring the ash corridor and collecting mandala flowers would be wasted. Etc. Why do I collect mandrake flowers? It's just treating Catherine's wounds, isn't it? I will try my best. Catherine poured all of her remaining magic power into her strongest skill. Legendary skill Wind God's Protection. Immediately, the wind rises. A gentle breeze blew past Catherine. It brings a touch of coolness to this windless place. Tsuchiyo also felt a cool breeze, something she hadn't experienced in a long time. The wet, sticky, and humid feeling from fighting those tentacles was absolutely unbearable. Call dash! Chi-Foam quickly replaced the light barrier, protecting the 2 of them inside. When Catherine saw those tentacles, she had a bad feeling. During his previous battle with Tallulah, he prevented her from summoning anything, resulting in only 1 tentacle appearing. But now that I've come to rescue Tsuchiyo, it gives the other side enough time to set up a trap here. It summons 6 tentacles at the same time. Outside, there's also the Cerberus, lurking and ready to strike at any moment. Call. A spherical wind wall gradually appeared around Catherine and Tsuchiyo. May the wind god protect you. With her hands clasped in a fist, Catherine maintained the protection of the wind god, but she felt very uncertain. Is it true that as long as you have the mandrake flower, you can recover from your injuries and withstand this attack? Just then, Catherine heard Tsuchiyo's question. Yes, the mandala flower can absorb death energy and convert it into life energy that everyone needs. This is very important to a white-robed bishop of a wind spirit guild living in the forest. How many mandrakes do you need? Catherine said. The more the better, but a little over 1,000 is enough as long as we maintain the wind god barrier. Below. Catherine was speechless. Because she saw that Tsuchiyo had traded over a full 10,000 mandala flowers. Ding! Do you wish to receive 10,000 mandala flowers? Catherine's eyes gradually widened. Dusk, did you collect this? Yes, Tsuchiyo said, her face full of regret. Why is the maximum number of flowers that can be traded at one time limited to 10,000? Catherine? Catherine's hand, which had accepted the mandala flower, froze in midair, momentarily stunned. What does only mean? Ding! Do you wish to receive 10,000 mandala flowers? Ding! Do you wish to receive 10,000 mandala flowers? Ding! Catherine? Stop looking, Catherine, hurry up and use it. Didn't you say the more the better? They're enjoying their time together inside. How could they bear to leave me all alone outside? Talina crossed her arms and looked at the wind god guardian in the distance, whose gaze was distorted. This skill can distort the air, making it impossible for outsiders to see what's happening inside. But Talina could sense that the 2 people were still inside. I can get jealous too, you know. Talina flicked her finger. The next moment, The 6 thick tentacles received the command and simultaneously tilted back, gathering their strength. It then slammed down hard on the spherical barrier within the 6-pointed star array. Call dash! A loud whooshing sound rang out. The 6 tentacles slammed into the very center almost simultaneously. The ashes filled the sky like towering buildings. You actually dared to come to my dark faction's territory for the sake of a mere traveler. Tallulah stopped looking at the center of the dust. Because those 2 people definitely won't survive. But the next moment... Snort! The 6 thick tentacles, emitting an indescribable shriek, rose high once more. What? Tallulah frowned slightly as she looked up at the gray mist. Those 6 tentacles that rose above the dust were all severed in half. The tentacles' health points evaporated by more than half in an instant. At this moment, it was flowing with bluish-black blood and went limp again. Hidden in the dust. What happened? What exactly happened within the gray fog? The next moment, a powerful gust of wind blew out from the gray fog. The dust vanished instantly. A magic circle automatically appeared in front of Tallulah, blocking all the oncoming dust. It also allowed her to clearly see what was in the dust. Those 2 people are still alive. But the next moment... Whoosh! The white-clad woman's figure vanished from the spot in an instant. She immediately appeared in front of him, her slender, fair right hand clenched into a fist and charged up her strength, then slammed it hard into the magic circle in front of him. Bang! Click! Click! The magic circle shattered instantly. Tallulah slid backward to a safe place before she could finally look at the woman in front of her, who was radiating holy light as if she were wearing a suit of holy armor. A look of surprise immediately crossed his face. Your injuries were more serious than mine. How did yours heal? Chapter 58 Card Upgrade. Golden Legend. Bloodthirsty Demon Wolf. Chapter 58 Card Upgrade. Golden Legend. Bloodthirsty Demon Wolf. I won't tell you! Catherine cried out and lunged forward, her fist glowing with holy light as she slammed it towards Tallulah. Cerberus, the 3-headed dog, wanted to come and protect its master. As a result, he was blasted away by Catherine's holy light shockwave. It took off and flew dozens of meters into the air. Bang! It crashed not far behind Suchio. Even Tallulah, who couldn't hold back without getting serious, spread her hands. An ominous black energy emanated from her body. The black wing mark on her lower back also transformed into 2 real, jet black wings. Whoosh! Black wings spread. 2 figures, one in white and one in black, instantly clashed in battle. But it's clear that Tallulah, still recovering from her injuries, is being overwhelmed by Catherine. Suchio was completely dumbfounded. If I remember correctly, Catherine should be a priest, right? Suchio had indeed considered giving the flowers to Catherine Mandela. She might provide players with certain buffs during the subsequent siege battles. Just like the previous blessings of holy light and blessings of light. After all, he had never seen what Catherine was like when she was actually fighting. But I never expected this. After she recovered from her injury, they used holy light as a shockwave to smash it. The art style is completely off. Oh! Just then, a painful groan came from behind Suchio. Suchio turned his head and saw the 3-headed hellhound that had been blasted over. At this moment, its health points were reduced to 1/3. It painfully got up from the ground. His head was drooping. He was clearly still unconscious. A head was swaying, clearly still a little dizzy. A head turned towards Suchio, its expression gradually hardening. Are you trying to use me to vent your anger? Like master, like dog. Suchio smiled slightly and said to the summoned creatures beside him, who had been resurrected and were ready to unleash their power. Babies, get ready to serve our guests! When its attributes were extremely poor, it didn't even care about this Cerberus. Now that I'm back to my old self, I'm even less arrogant. The 2 armies clashed quickly. This time, Because one of Cerberus's heads was unconscious, and the other head's eyes were spinning. Their combat effectiveness has further declined. In total, each attack will only deal 1.5 times the damage to Tsuchiyo's summoned creatures. It's half the price of before. Furthermore, Taluna was too busy taking care of herself to cast the true side effect that could reveal its invisibility. This allowed the Vampire King Bat to get his revenge. Holding that unconscious dog's head, they started a feast. Oh! Cerberus, the three-headed dog, severely misjudged its own strength. One skeleton wolf can be destroyed every 2 attacks. But there was a gap between these 2 attacks. Enough for Tsuchiyo's legion to take away 2% of its health. Just 1 minute later. Wah! The most alert head of Cerberus surrendered. Stop fighting? Tsuchiyo raised an eyebrow and told the summoned beast to stop for the time being. His still-dazed mind finally came to its senses, but he knew he couldn't win. They also chose to surrender. When the last brain finally woke up. Aside from a slight pain in the back of my neck. Then I saw myself lying face up, exposing my belly to everyone. The human was sitting casually on the white fur on his belly. He was holding a large bat in his arms, whose belly was round and full, and he didn't know what it had eaten. As the human petted the bat, a sly smile played on his lips as he asked himself, "To be or not to be?" Thus, the 3 heads of Cerberus reached a consensus. Ding! Cerberus has surrendered and will no longer be your enemy. Ding! Your reputation with Cerberus has increased by 100. Your current reputation level is neutral. Ding! Cerberus has proactively severed its connection with the black-robed priestess, Taluna, and will no longer provide her with any attributes. Ding! Card Master's effect activated. Add Cerberus to your summon, Skeleton Wolf Pack? Ding! Cerberus has agreed to be added to the card deck. Summon Skeleton Wolf Pack has received a significant boost. Ding! Congratulations! Your card summon, Skeleton Wolf Pack, has successfully been upgraded from Purple Epic to Gold Legendary. Damn it! How did she get so much stronger? Taluna, whose expression was unusually serious, was once again blasted back by Catherine's holy light fist. She then flapped her black wings and steadied herself in the air. She definitely didn't just recover from her injuries, she probably even leveled up several times. Tsuchiyo's image flashed through her mind. What did that man do with her in that typhoon? It's going to be tough to win. Just then, Taluna felt as if a link in her soul had suddenly snapped. It's like an elastic rope being broken in the middle. Taluna felt a sudden, sharp pain in her body. Physical attributes plummeted. What's going on? Why can't I sense Cerberus anymore? Could it be? Cerberus is dead. That human, barely level 13, actually managed to defeat my level 20 Cerberus? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. But she didn't have time to think. The next moment, wings of wind gathered behind Catherine, and she rushed in front of him once again. A troublesome woman. No man likes that, Taluna said with a dangerous smirk. Catherine retorted angrily. Why should I be liked by men? Bang! This time, it's a clash. Taluna was blasted much farther than before. Catherine also found it much easier to handle. But, taking advantage of the force of this attack, Taluna flew straight towards the direction of the Great Canyon of the Dead behind her. Without the slightest hesitation. It ran away? Catherine wanted to give chase upon seeing this. But this is, after all, enemy territory. The Grand Canyon of the Dead is not far away. What if this is also a trap set by Taluna? After thinking for a moment, Catherine breathed a sigh of relief and turned away, no longer giving chase. We should hurry back and check on the evening. Taluna flew several hundred meters to make sure Catherine wasn't chasing her before folding her wings and landing on the ground. He looked back at Catherine, who was flying towards the horizon. Taluna frowned slightly. I'll come back to find you all, cough cough. With a soft cough, blood trickled from the corner of Taluna's mouth. The number of health points above his head also dropped by several tens. The blood made her lips even more vibrant and alluring. We need to find another place to recover from our injuries. The columbarium is not safe. Ding! Congratulations! Your card summon, Skeleton Wolf Pack, has successfully been upgraded from Purple Epic to Gold Legendary. Upon seeing this system notification, Tsuchiyo's eyebrows furrowed involuntarily. It's leveled up? Just because a new wolf was added, it leveled up? The next moment, Tsuchiyo felt the blanket beneath her gradually shrinking. Looking down, I saw that Cerberus was starting to shrink. Get used to this summoning card. Tsuchiyo, holding the sleeping vampire king bat, leaped off his belly and saw that all the skeleton wolves were now glowing with a dazzling purple light. What happened? Just as Tsuchiyo was somewhat puzzled as to why the skeleton wolf had advanced in rank, the system notification sounded in my ear again. Ding! Cerberus announces that he is new here and has shared a portion of his bloodline, hoping not to be bullied by his seniors. Ding! The skeleton wolf has successfully evolved into a bloodthirsty demon wolf. Ding! The bloodthirsty dire wolf has automatically learned the twin-headed talent and the bloodthirsty skill. Double-headed. Description: a dire wolf with 4 legs, 4 eyes, and 2 mouths. Effect: attacks deal double damage calculated separately. Bloodlust. Description: I only like this red wine, other drinks make me cough. Effect: actively consumes 10% of current health to enter bloodlust state, increasing attack speed by 30%. Duration is related to the amount of health consumed. Ding! Summon Skeleton Wolf has been renamed Summon Bloodthirsty Demon Wolf. Ding! Wolf population has increased. Chapter 59 Terrifying Magic Consumption. Chapter 59 Terrifying Magic Consumption. Korea. You're messing with me. Kim Minjun bowed tremblingly, listening silently to the angry roar from the other end of the phone. There's no hidden dungeon at these coordinates. George frowned, a surge of anger rising within him. It took me 2 days to reach the coordinates, 1558, 777. But there was nothing there. It's just an ordinary stone wall. George then realized he had been tricked. Just because of one sentence from Kim Minjun, I wasted 2 days of my time. I shouldn't have trusted you, you Korean! Upon hearing this, Kim Minjun shuddered. That can't be. I definitely knew there was a hidden dungeon there. As soon as he said those words, Kim Minjun guessed a possibility in his mind. Could it be that the anonymous player beat us to it again? Impossible. This time, the information we foresaw is for a dungeon. It's a 20-player dungeon with a recommended level of 15. What level are you all at right now? Even that anonymous player is only level 14? Kim Minjun was shocked by this anonymous player who was 10 levels higher than him, and his heart was still filled with disbelief. Even if he's already level 13, there's no way he could clear that multiplayer dungeon. As I had planned. George, who has his own guiding goal, might just run into an anonymous player who doesn't. It's even possible that they could clear the dungeon before the anonymous player. This allows them to earn a share of the profits while lying down. You still didn't make it? Etc. Kim Minjun turned his gaze and glanced at George, whose face was full of anger. Did you really miss it? Is it possible that George found the copy, but didn't want to share it with me, which is why he said he couldn't find it? Based on my understanding of George. That's very possible. This isn't the first time George has done something like this. From now on, you can only take orders from me unilaterally. After saying that, George hung up the phone. Only Kim Minjun remained, still bowing and standing there. After a long silence, he finally spoke with a cold expression. It's a case of double-crossing. Columbarium. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Tsuchiyo stared blankly at the large number of system notifications flooding the screen. I didn't react for a moment. If I remember correctly, I just generously took in a homeless 3-headed dog. As a result, Cerberus sacrificed its bloodline. As a result, all of his skeleton wolves underwent evolution. As a result, his summoned skeleton wolf pack advanced to a higher tier. And it has evolved to its current state. Tsuchiyo looked at the orbs of light that were still shining with golden light. Now, these orbs of light are multiplying before Tsuchiyo's eyes. 2021-23. The wolf pack is expanding. Tsuchiyo's smile was incredibly bright. His own wolf pack already had 4 more members than a regular summoned skeleton wolf pack, totaling 20. What number will this evolution reach? It certainly won't be less than the standard 32 heads, right? Whoosh. Soon, the golden light will no longer extend. The number eventually stopped at 37. The light faded. The bloodthirsty demon wolf, which had been shrouded in golden light for a long time, finally revealed its form. The body, which was originally just bones, has now developed flesh and blood. But it doesn't have a mane like a typical wolf. Instead, it was like a leather armor, enveloping the entire body of the bloodthirsty wolf. Show off every inch of your muscles. It looks long and graceful, yet full of power. The purplish-black skin and bone blended together perfectly. It looks even scarier, and even cooler. But the biggest change that Tsuchiyo noticed. A second head appeared right on the neck of the bloodthirsty wolf. Became one of the few in the world. 2-headed wolf. So handsome. This evil, terrifying beauty is powerful. It hit Tsuchiyo's G-spot right on the head. Does anyone know? The units to the right of the summon bloodthirsty wolf card also show their current size. 34 bloodthirsty demon wolves. 2 elite dire wolves with attributes 1.5 times greater than those of the bloodthirsty dire wolf. A Cerberus with 1.5 times the stats of an elite dire wolf. A little calculation. The Cerberus's attributes are equivalent to 2.25 times that of the bloodthirsty demon wolf. Terrifying. Certainly. The card upgrades and the expansion of the wolf pack also led to a sharp increase in Tsuchiyo's mana consumption. Originally, summoning a pack of 20 wolves to form a skeleton wolf pack already consumed a staggering 26 mana points every 5 seconds, 18 plus 24. Now, the summoning of 36 wolves, bloodthirsty demon wolf, has increased to 112 points every 5 seconds. 2 bloodthirsty demon wolves each. 8 elite dire wolves per unit. 32 Cerberus per Cerberus. It has increased by more than 4 times. Now my mana is getting a bit tight. With various buffs, his own mana regeneration can recover 1256 mana points per minute. It can restore 111 points every 5 seconds. This way of dividing it. My magic recovery seems to barely keep up with the skeleton wolf. No, it should be called the bloodthirsty demon wolf now. Tsuchiyo immediately looked at the updated attributes of the bloodthirsty demon wolf. Name: Bloodthirsty Demon Wolf. Level 6. Attack: 8332, Magic Attack 240% to 300% plus Aura plus Talent. Defense: 248, 80% to 115% Magic Attack. Health: 10550, Magic Attack 4000% to 5000%. It's just the most basic bloodthirsty demon wolf. The attributes have already expanded to such an extent. Except for its lower health points compared to the original skeleton king wolf, its other attributes are now on par with it. Furthermore, all the bloodthirsty wolves have grown a second head after absorbing the attributes of Cerberus. The attack can deal damage twice. 1 bite and it's 1666 points. They can already kill me in 1 bite. Tsuchiyo was very self-aware. And I also have an elite demon wolf with even higher attributes. Name: Elite Demon Wolf. Level 6. Attack: 10,812. Defense: 367. Lifespan: 15,725. And Cerberus, who became the new leader of the wolf pack. Name: Cerberus. Level 6. Attack, 15,473. Defense, 546. Life, 23,488. Ha! The three-headed hellhound, flattered and startled, quickly ran to Suchio's side and howled. Oh, I'm just a newbie. Oh, what have I done to deserve this? Wah, master, you're trying to kill me with praise. Ah. Chapter 60. The Vampire King Bat Evolution. Bloodthirsty Bat King. Racial Talent, Bloodthirsty Apprentice Unlocked. Chapter 60. Vampire King Bat Evolution. Bloodthirsty Bat King. Racial Talent, Blood Disciple Unlocked. Suchio understood that Cerberus felt unworthy. But since your attributes are the highest, the attack power from the command aura will also be higher. You just need to be a good alpha wolf. Suchio comforted her. This is Terra, we don't follow your abyss hierarchy. Upon hearing Suchio's reply, the three heads of Cerberus secretly glanced back at the wolf pack behind them. Seeing that the abyssal wolves had no objection, they nodded 3 times, albeit tremblingly. Oh, well, if you think I'm not good enough, you can remove me any time. Upon hearing this, Suchio couldn't help but show an expression of being an old person, on the subway, and on a mobile phone. How many years has that Cerberus spent working in the abyss? How come you have no backbone at all? My mind is filled with the rules of the abyss. Never mind. Suchio was too lazy to correct her. Work hard with me, and when you return to the abyss, you'll be able to give your colleagues a real shock. Cerberus heard these words, which sounded like empty promises from the boss. Suddenly, as if struck by lightning, they became instantly excited. Ah, it's all up to the master. Suchio nodded in satisfaction. That's right. Suchio glanced at all the bloodthirsty wolves and breathed a sigh of relief. These attributes are absolutely worth the magic consumption. Although now, after running out of mana, you can only maintain the existence of the bloodthirsty wolf at most. But Suchio still felt like she had made a huge profit. In future ordinary ground army battles, summoning only the bloodthirsty wolves will be enough. In special circumstances, you can summon special frost fire dragon lizards and vampire king bats. Next, Suchio looked at his attribute panel. He immediately leveled up to 14 and added all 15 free attribute points to his intelligence. Further enhance your magic recovery. 1256 to 1456, 121-5s. Now, they are able to successfully maintain the wolf pack's existence. But we're still far from being able to maintain all the summons. Frostfire Dragon Lizard consumes 40 mana points every 5 seconds. Vampire Bat consumes 20 mana points every 5 seconds. I want to maintain all the summons, which consumes a whopping 172 to 5 seconds of mana. Suchio poured a mouthful of magic potion into her mouth. This gap is acceptable. After all, when the server first opened, I relied on potions to keep my summons alive. It's nothing more than adding more water. As long as I don't summon a fourth creature for the time being, or if I stop mentioning my summons. Before Suchio could finish speaking, another system notification sounded. Ding! Your king bat has absorbed the frenzied blood of Cerberus and successfully evolved. Ding! Your green excellent grade card summon. Vampire King Bat has mutated into a blue superior grade summon. Bloodthirsty Bat King. Ding! Congratulations! Your Bloodthirsty Bat King has successfully learned the Blood Needle talent and the Bloodthirsty skill. Ding! The Bloodthirsty Bat King has requested the use of the Blood Bead. Do you agree? The moment the system notification sounded, the vampire bat in Suchio's arms suddenly emitted a dazzling green light. The vibrant green light is now gradually becoming deeper. Move towards the blue direction. Suchio. At this moment, Suchio suddenly realized. It seems a bit of a waste of my talents not to switch to a seer. Whatever you say, it will come. The Vampire King Bat's racial traits are inherently related to blood. Furthermore, after absorbing the blood of Cerberus, it also underwent mutation and evolution. Another upgraded summon card. Tsuchiyo resisted the urge to check the attributes right now. The option was selected to grant the bloodthirsty Bat King's request for the blood orb item. The next moment, the last blood bead in his backpack disappeared. System notifications followed one after another. Ding! The bloodthirsty Bat King has successfully learned the racial skill Bloodthirsty Apprentice by using the blood bead. As the system notification sounded, the blue light in Tsuchiyo's arms finally stabilized completely, and they began to disperse. Vampire King Bat, evolution complete. Another one with a name change. It should be called the Bloodthirsty Bat King now. Finally, Tsuchiyo opened the Bloodthirsty Bat King's attribute panel. Name: Bloodthirsty Bat King. Level 5. Attack: 807, magic attack 150% to 190% plus agility 300% to 360%. Health: 4385, magic attack 900% to 1080% plus agility 1800% to 2300%. Defense: 199, magic attack 30% to 60% plus agility 50% to 75%. New insight. Blood needle. Description: splashing out the blood stored in the body. Effect: can cause a ranged attack. Bloodlust. Description: I only like this red wine, other drinks make me cough. Effect: actively consumes 10% of current health to enter bloodlust state, increasing attack speed by 30%. Duration is related to the amount of health consumed. Blood disciple. Description: worship me. Effect: consumes health to create a permanent bloodthirsty clone to aid in combat. Holy crap! Tsuchiyo's eyes lit up, and he looked at the bloodthirsty Bat King with even greater fondness. This attribute is much stronger than before. For an assassin, these stats are truly overpowered. And you can now perform ranged attacks. Tsuchiyo was still somewhat worried about the Vampire King Bat's survivability during battles. After all, although it can fly, it is still a melee assassin in combat. They could easily die suddenly. But now, it has mastered the blood needle. It can now attack remotely. Although the damage isn't that high yet. But it's basically a flying frost fire dragon lizard. The bloodlust skill goes without saying. It has the same effect as the bloodlust wolf. By sacrificing health points, you can gain a significant increase in attack speed. It's like the stimulants in a certain game. It's a unique skill that trades injury for injury. This is Tsuchiyo's favorite skill. Health can be restored, but attack speed can't be increased so easily. At last. It's the racial skill from the original Vampire Bat Clan Blood Addict. Able to spend health points to create a permanent clone. This ability is way too overpowered. As mentioned before, health points can be restored, but clones can't just be created at will. Immediately, Tsuchiyo activated the Bloodthirsty Bat King's Blood Apprentice skill and began to examine it carefully. Chapter 61, 4th Summoning Card. Abyss Tentacle. Chapter 61, 4th Summoning Card. Abyssal Tentacle. Bloodthirsty Disciple. Description: Bat Gate, hands clasped together. Effect 1. The Bloodthirsty Bat King consumes its own life points to create a blood servant with combat power equal to 5% of the consumed life points. Note: blood followers are not considered summoned creatures, but rather part of the Bloodthirsty Bat King's true form. Effect 2. It can assist the Bloodthirsty Bat King in battle. When the Bloodthirsty Bat King is damaged, the blood follower's health will be deducted first. Effect 3. The maximum number of blue-quality blood foxes is 50. Hiss! Tsuchiyo involuntarily clasped her hands together. Shout it out from the bottom of your heart. Bat Gate! This bloodthirsty ability is awesome. Tsuchiyo believed that the Frostfire Dragon Lizard's egg-laying ability was already quite strong. It can create a clone that deals 50% of the damage of the original body, and takes 200% of the damage, and this clone can last for 1 minute. This can play a crucial role in suppressing firepower on the battlefield. But what about the bloodthirsty cultists? as long as enough health points are consumed. A whopping 50 can exist at the same time. Putting everything else aside, the sheer quantity alone made Suchio realize that this was no ordinary number. 50 clones. It's so much stronger than some summoned creatures. Frost Fire Dragon Lizard. Roar! Hiss! Just give me my ID number. How much of your life points are consumed will create a blood apprentice with a strength percentage of -5. This is interesting. Suchio poked the bloodthirsty Bat King and chuckled. Could you demonstrate this for me? It's this. Squeak? Squeak! The bloodthirsty Bat King proudly raised its little head and agreed. Isn't this simple? Then, right in front of Suchio, his head tilted to the side, his tongue lolled out, and he became a corpse on the spot. It fell to the ground with a thud. He died instantly. Judging by its shriveled hardness, it's been dead for at least 3 days. Ha! The three-headed hellhound, who had just become the Wolf King, quickly plugged his 4 eyes. Only the head in the middle remained, staring in shock at the scene. Is this some serious business for you, senior? He just died like that. What if the owner doesn't want to revive it? Ding! Your bloodthirsty Bat King has died. Suchio. So sudden? I'm not ready yet. Suchio immediately began to use up his magic points. The bloodthirsty Bat King has been resurrected. Whoosh! The familiar light of resurrection shone. What appeared before Suchio was no longer just a bloodthirsty Bat King. Behind it, an even smaller, redder bat appeared. Above the latter's ID, 2 words that Suchio was looking forward to were clearly printed. Blood Disciple. Description: a blood-soaked bat formed by consuming 100% of the bloodthirsty Bat King's life force, possessing 20% of the bloodthirsty Bat King's combat power, and obeying the bloodthirsty Bat King's commands. Attack, 161. Defense, 39. Lifespan, 877. This is the bloodthirsty clan. Looking at the blood-red bat that resembled a large, red, fluttering moth, Suchio's eyes lit up. A clone that can exist permanently is equivalent to permanently increasing the combat power of one's own legion. The key point is, they also have ranged combat capabilities. They can even fly. Suchio secretly glanced at the Frostfire Dragon Lizard. Someone messed up, but I won't say who. The Frostfire Dragon Lizards remained still, their gazes slowly shifting to Suchio. How can someone with a 37-degree mouth utter such cold words? In addition, Suchio noticed something else. When the bloodthirsty Bat King takes damage, it will first deduct the blood follower's health. If it's fully maxed out, the maximum number of blood servants is 50, and each blood servant has 20% of the bloodthirsty Bat King's health. Adding it up like this, that's equivalent to increasing the bloodthirsty Bat King's maximum health by 10 times. Upon hearing the sound, the bloodthirsty Bat King flew around contentedly, making happy squeaking noises. Suchio understood. My master no longer needs to worry about my survival. Really? Once the blood packs are full and the blood supply is replenished, the bloodthirsty Bat King will have a whopping 48,350 health points. He quickly became the most resilient guy in the team. I love summons that are incredibly tanky and deal high damage at the same time. Suchio was satisfied and looked at all the summoned creatures behind him. Before I knew it, my legion had become 1 billion times stronger. Except for one. Hiss! Roar! Spit! The Frostfire Dragon Lizard hissed angrily twice. It roughly means, are you ever going to stop? So, what's next? Suchio turned to look at the sky. The dim sky was utterly desolate. There was nothing there. I wonder where Catherine and Taluna went. Suchio nodded helplessly and turned to look at the huge 6-pointed star array in the distance. That's where Tallulah whipped me. And at the edge of the hexagram array, those were those 6 extremely thick tentacles. These 6 enormous tentacles had just had 90% of their health reduced by the counterattack effect of Catherine's Wind God's protection. And now. Plus 100. Plus 100. Plus 100. Plus 100. Each tentacle was now displaying green health regeneration numbers above its head. They are all rapidly recovering their health. This proves one thing. These tentacles are still alive. When we killed the tentacles summoned by Taluna earlier, Tsuchiyo received a decent drop. Now, there are 6 more crippled tentacle bosses right in front of us. It would be a shame not to snag a bargain here. Tsuchiyo had barely finished speaking, before he could even give any orders. Cerberus charged forward in an instant. Woof woof woof, this is my chance to shine. Woof woof, gentlemen, please take a break. It did not call upon the other bloodthirsty wolves to follow. It was just a single dog, fighting against a single tentacle. Clearly it wants to give itself a chance to prove itself. Minus 989. Minus 1486, critical hit. Minus 1490, critical hit. Each time it attacks, 3 numbers would flash above the head of that giant tentacle. Incredibly high damage. Tsuchiyo also deeply saw its enthusiasm. This is truly a deadly attack. Every bite is aimed right at the carotid artery. Perhaps it's because they are both creatures of the abyss. Cerberus is far too familiar with tentacles. The attacks were rarely dodged. It's like 2 fellow countrymen meeting, both mouths are bursting with explosive damage. After marveling at it, Tsuchiyo sent all his summoned creatures over. Let them learn from Cerberus which way to attack. Awu slammed the reflex zone hard. Then, under the complete instruction of Cerberus, all the summoned creatures now know the tentacle's weakness. It completely ignores the dodge effect of the slippery skill. Ding! Congratulations on successfully eliminating the LV-20 tentacle. Experience plus 2,260, plus 60%, copper coins plus 57, plus 60%, thick slime plus 1. Ding! Fate triggered. Gain an additional 6,780 experience, 3x, 684 copper coins, 12x, and 13 thick slime, 13x. Each tentacle boss that dies also drops extremely generous amounts of materials for Tsuchiyo. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained the following drops: Summon Abyss Tentacle, Tentacle Wand, and Abyss Statue. Etc. What? Tsuchiyo was slightly taken aback. What kind of card did I get this time? Summon Tentacles. Tsuchiyo was slightly surprised. Can this be used as my new card? Tsuchiyo pondered seriously. This isn't a good idea. Chapter 62, Favorability Surges. Time to activate Conquest Mode? Chapter 62 Favorability Surges. Activating Conquest Mode? No! Excellent! Tsuchiyo affirmed. This native creature from the abyss is quite powerful. Just like what I just saw. The tentacles have extremely strong vitality. Even if it's cut down to just a little bit, as long as there's enough time, it can keep regenerating. Just like Lan Chao and Xian Gong in a novel on the Jidian Novel Network 100 years ago. Its characteristic is that it is everlasting. As Tsuchiyo pondered, she raised an eyebrow. It really does look a bit like it. Because tentacles are creatures that can be found everywhere in the abyss. It can also entangle, weaken the enemy's abilities to some extent, and has a certain ability to multiply and regenerate. Tsuchiyo rubbed his head. Some memories from ancient times have surfaced. Shaking his head to shake it away, Tsuchiyo admired the tentacles. Summon. Abyssal Tentacle. Quality, Purple Epic. Effect. By infusing magic points into it, you can summon abyssal tentacles to assist in battle. A Purple Epic summoning card. Tsuchiyo liked it very much. However, Suchio would be even more excited if the epic level skeleton wolf pack didn't evolve into the legendary level bloodthirsty demon wolves. But now, Suchio can only describe her current feelings as a saint after the fact. Suchio immediately checked the attribute conversion of the tentacles. Name, Abyss Tentacle. Level 1. Attack 450, 200% magic attack. Health 0, magic attack 0%. Defense 180, 80% magic attack. Duration, consumes 2 mana every 5 seconds, consumes 6 health every 5 seconds. Health consumption is 3 times that of mana. Talent, Parasite. Before even finishing reading the attributes of the Abyss Tentacle, Suchio raised an eyebrow. This tentacle seems different from the tentacles I know. Why are there no health points? Suchio immediately glanced at Cerberus. Cerberus has 3 heads, each one large, and 2 of them are full of confusion, seemingly unaware of why. This is different from what I usually eat. Only the leftmost head glanced disdainfully at the other 2 heads and roared. Oh, As she listened, Suchio nodded. Oh, you mean this is a rare species of abyss tentacle called the wandering tentacle? Yes, they don't have their own territory or race. They usually live in symbiosis with the host by parasitizing the bodies of abyssal creatures. They can help the host fight and scout, becoming the host's third eye and third hand. All the host needs to provide is life essence. After receiving Cerberus's explanation, Suchio understood. These wandering tentacles are like cockleburrs in plants or barnacles in the sea. It is a parasitic organism. It's like the relationship between honeypot ants and ants, a mutually beneficial symbiotic relationship. So that's how it is. Now Suchio understood. Why are there all sorts of monsters with tentacles growing on their bodies in the abyss, looking like they're constantly dropping your sanity? It turns out they were 2 kinds of monsters living in harmony. Thinking about it this way, I suddenly found those monsters much cuter. Suchio then returned to check on the wandering tentacles' only talent. Parasitic. Description: I like you so much. Let's be together forever. Effect: after parasitizing a host, it can fight alongside the host. It's like having an extra tentacle that you can carry around to help in battle. From the perspective of attributes alone, the growth potential is probably quite high. Level 1 alone has a 200% magic attack calculation. But specific attributes. Let's talk about it after I reach level 15 fusion. Suchio put the card into his backpack for the time being. Dusk. Just then, a familiar voice called out from the horizon. Suchio looked up. A golden, glittering Saint Seiya warrior charged across the horizon. Buzz! Catherine, enveloped in holy light, hovered near the ground, floating in front of Suchio, and slowly descended. Suchio clicked her tongue in amazement. I really envy their ability to fly. Upon hearing this, Catherine's eyes lit up, and she responded with a smile. If you just want to fly, you can come to the Wind Elf branch of the Church of Light in the nearby Windbreak City. The Wind Spirit's greatest skill is controlling the wind. Staring into Catherine's starry eyes, Suchio gained a deeper understanding. This guy is also a church pyramid scheme leader. Suchio nodded in response. Windbreak City, that's fine too. I had just successfully leveled up to level 11 and completed the Trial of Fate Eye, which earned me a main city pass. It's perfectly fine to use it in the main city of Windrise. After all, the first major city I went to after leaving the starting village in my previous life was Windrise City. I have a fairly good understanding of the main storyline of Windbreak City. But Suchio smiled and reminded him. To gain the ability to fly, you must need a lot of church prestige, right? Catherine was slightly surprised upon hearing this, but then her face lit up with a smile. I should make up for the reputation I owe you. The next moment, a pleasant notification sound rang in Suchio's ears. Ding! Congratulations on successfully completing the task collecting mandrake flowers. Ding! You have successfully collected 500 mandala flowers in this mission. Mission reward rating, E. Ding! You have successfully collected 1,000 mandala flowers in this mission. Mission reward rating, D. Ding! You are currently on a mission. Ding! You have successfully collected 51,040 mandrake flowers in this mission. Mission reward rating, A. Reward calculation in progress. Good! Tsuchiyo nodded in satisfaction. Collecting 50,000 mandrake flowers was definitely worthwhile. The original F-level mission was forcibly upgraded to A-level. Ding! Congratulations on successfully gaining 16332 reputation with the Church of Light, 51,040, 0.0132. Your current reputation level is neutral to friendly. Ding! Cardinal Catherine's favorability has greatly increased. Current favorability level, nodding like-minded sworn brotherhood. Ding! Your affinity with White Cardinal Catherine has reached the level of sworn brotherhood. If you have feelings for her, you can change your sworn brotherhood to a lifelong commitment. Hiss! Tsuchiyo gasped for air. Holy crap! What a huge improvement! The positive affinity between players and NPCs is divided into 6 levels. Never met. Between nods. Like-minded. Sworn brothers. Like brothers. To live and die together. And if the player wants to do something that's not allowed to be written in the book, you can start the strategy mode now. The last 3 levels of favorability can also be replaced by sworn brothers growing old together. Brothers in arms, a vow as firm as mountains and as deep as the sea. To live and die together until death do us part. Tsuchiyo remembers it clearly. In a past life, there was a player named Turkey-flavored rice cracker who aspired to become the harem king. Thus, throughout the entire Destiny's journey, career, one is constantly pursuing and defeating NPCs. He tried everything, regardless of faction, gender, or species. At last, when the NPCs he had conquered started fighting amongst themselves, they were trampled to death by a metal titan. Tsuchiyo still doesn't know how that player managed to defeat the metal titan. But that doesn't matter. Most importantly, Tsuchiyo gazed at Catherine before him, lost in thought. Should we switch to walkthrough mode? Just then, Tsuchiyo heard Catherine's voice. You can start anytime you want. Chapter 63 Boss Siege. Chapter 63 Boss Siege. Start what? This really startled Tsuchiyo. Catherine smiled brightly, tilting her head slightly. Let the journey to Windbreak City begin. Didn't you just say you were going to Windbreak City? Upon hearing this, Tsuchiyo's gaze gradually shifted. That's how it is. Seeing that Tsuchiyo's expression was a little strange, Catherine was slightly puzzled. Aren't you going to Windbreak City? Tsuchiyo quickly waved his hand. No, I will go. That's good, Catherine said with a smile, thanking Tsuchiyo. Thank you for the mandala flower. It not only healed my injuries but also helped me level up 4 times. I am now qualified to be promoted to Cardinal. Now Catherine finds Tsuchiyo quite pleasing to the eye. Although she said she fell into Talina's trap and danger in order to save Tsuchiyo. But it was precisely because he came to save Tsuchiyo that his strength improved by leaps and bounds. This decision was very profitable. Once I return to Windbreak City, I will participate in the Ascension ceremony. Catherine smiled slightly and said, If I successfully become a cardinal, I can give you even more rewards. Tsuchiyo nodded. Then I wish Miss Catherine all the best in her promotion to Red Coat. Upon hearing this, Catherine smiled shyly. Just call me Catherine. Look. This is a sign of high favorability. If the level of affection is even higher, you can just call her Lin. Should we also complete the quest to explore the columbarium? At this point, Catherine asked another question. Upon hearing this, Tsuchiyo checked the exploration progress of the columbarium. 93.4%. After that long battle between black headlights and white headlights, the exploration progress of Tsuchiyo's Ash Corridor has increased significantly. This level of exploration has far exceeded the 5% requirement for exploring the columbarium corridor. But let me explore for a while longer, Tsuchiyo said with a smile. Catherine naturally respected Tsuchiyo's choice. Okay. Isn't it just that they want to get more rewards from themselves? Just give it to yourself. It's not like we're missing out on that little bit. Immediately, Catherine realized something. A golden light shone from his hand, which he then showed to Tsuchiyo. This is for you. These are runes? What appeared in Catherine's hand was a stone engraved with Terra runes. It's similar to the runes that the priest class gets when I kill monsters before. It assists priests in casting spells. But it is obvious. The stone that Catherine gave herself was different from those gaudy and cheap stones. Tsuchiyo took him over. It's clearly a stone, but it feels warm to the touch. There was also a faint fragrance, the same as Catherine's. What's on your mind? This is the unique incense aroma of the Church of Light. The attributes of this rune stone also lit up before Tsuchiyo's eyes. Catherine's runestone. Description: a healing rune that Catherine has carried with her ever since she became a white cardinal. Type: treasure. Effect: restores 20 health points per second and 10 mana points per second. Hiss! Tsuchiyo exclaimed. This talisman stone is amazing! The type is treasure. This means it's not equipment, and doesn't need to be equipped. It will take effect as soon as you put it in your backpack. Moreover, it can provide Tsuchiyo with 20 points of health regeneration per second. It's even more awesome than the blessings of holy light and the blessings of light combined. It also has a magical recovery effect that is most helpful to oneself. It restores 10 mana points per second, so 5 seconds is 50 mana points. I can maintain more summons now. This is my personal talisman. I nurtured it for a long time, making it very sensitive to the aura of darkness, especially that Taluna. If you sense Taluna's presence around you, it will warn you. Catherine looked up at Tsuchiyo. This is still the territory of the Dark Faction after all. With it you will be much safer. It means. This stone is a Taluna Radar plus Catherine Summoner. My favorite thing is still to restore my health and mana. Upon hearing this, Tsuchiyo nodded and accepted the gift. Thank you for your gift. I appreciate the generosity of the Wind Elf branch. When it's time to leave the starting village, I'll definitely head straight to Windrise City. Hearing Tsuchiyo say that made Catherine even happier. I spent so much money and effort, and then I gave him the stone that I can't sleep well without holding it. Isn't it all just to pull him into the Wind Elf faction? Well then, be careful in everything you do. I'm leaving now. See you later. After saying goodbye, Catherine then left the ash corridor first, heading towards the starting village. She said she had just upgraded, hadn't added any points yet, and wasn't fully familiar with her current combat power. Tsuchiyo, on the other hand, continued to explore the columbarium corridor. Get ready to max out the last little bit. Ding! Exploration progress in the ash corridor plus 0.01%. Ding! Exploration progress in the ash corridor plus 0.01%. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully increased the exploration progress of the ash corridor to 10%. Phew, it's finally up to 10%. Upon hearing the system notification, Zhongli paused her exploration for a moment. So, this can be considered a concluded event, right? Just then, the other girls in Zhongli's group made some bored noises. Little Lily, we've been staying in the newbie village for a couple more days now. Is that insider information you mentioned reliable? Yeah, I've heard that a lot of big guilds have started renting houses in the main city and turning them into their bases. Shouldn't we go and grab one? If you go too late, all the good rental apartments will be snapped up. I heard that the buffs from the main city are much stronger than those from the starting village. And the items dropped by monsters near the main city are also more valuable. How about we send a small team to scout out Windbreak City first? Isn't that a bad idea? There are already few people in Tianshu, and we joined the game late. What if we split into another team and a boss attacks the city? Hearing the team members discussing amongst themselves, Zhongli remained silent. 3 days ago, exploring the Ash Corridor would have allowed me to complete tasks and gain reputation, and I could have kept the team's morale stable. 2 days ago, 2 or 3 of the powerful guilds in the newbie village left, and my own Tianshu team was able to stay put without having to compete for monster-killing areas. Yesterday, even weaker guilds left the starting village with their members, and discontent within the team grew even stronger. Today, the Columbarium corridor has been explored to 10%, which is considered a limit. If the boss siege that Brother Su mentioned doesn't happen again, then I really couldn't control myself anymore. What if Brother Su was also deceived by this so-called big shot? The moment this thought arose in her mind, Zhongli's emotions became even more difficult to calm down. Let's go back to town and buy supplies. Zhongli slung the ice sword behind her back and said, if nothing happens during the next 2 hours on the road, then proceed directly there. Before she could finish speaking, Zhongli suddenly heard her teammate's voice. Sisterly, what's that? Hearing this, Zhongli looked north in the direction she was pointing. The fog of war there is now surging wildly. Something seems to be about to appear. The next moment, a soft white light flashed beneath everyone's feet. What's going on here? Buzz. When they opened their eyes again, they found. This is the newbie village plaza? Zhongli was taken aback. How did she end up back in the village? The group teleportation array we just stepped on? Looking around, the plaza still occasionally flickers with the soft white light of teleportation. Countless players were teleported back to the starting village. They all looked around in surprise. They clearly haven't realized what's going on yet. I was killing a fire lizard, just one last hit away. Why are you back? Thank goodness. I was almost killed by that rock boar. Which fellow Taoist saved me? Wah! I just killed a water snake, and I haven't even picked up the items yet. Wah! Amidst everyone's confusion, a deafening system notification suddenly rang out. Ding! Urgent announcement from Destiny. Ding! Emergency announcement from Yanwang. Ding! Urgent announcement from the newbie village. 3 shocking notification sounds came in succession. The village chief's voice suddenly resounded in the ears of everyone in the square. Gentlemen, I apologize for suddenly summoning you travelers back, but due to the unexpected circumstances, I have some information to share. According to the Bishop of Light, a priest from the Dark faction has his eye on this village. Right now, she is leading countless dark creatures, attacking us. Please, everyone, help me defend the village, and protect this territory of our Light faction. A series of aged voices reached my ears. Zhongli found it a bit noisy, but she didn't turn down the game's volume. At this moment, she stared blankly at the village chief who was issuing the task in the distance. There was only one thought in my mind. Brother Su didn't lie to me, the boss really attacked the city. Chapter 64 Wandering Tentacles? Shaw. Chapter 64 Wandering Tentacles? Ba. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully increased the exploration progress of the Ash Corridor to 100%. Ding. You have found a gray stone of unknown use at the end of the Ash Corridor. Ding. Explore the area ahead later. As several system notifications sounded, Suchio stretched. Nice to see! After letting out a scream, Suchio felt much better in her back. Suchio glanced at the large army around him and was extremely satisfied. During this period of time, the Bloodthirsty Bat King has successfully gathered 50 bloodthirsty bats. With these blood bats around, exploring the Ash Corridor is incredibly fast. That's why we were able to complete the final progress in just half a day. As for the military, Suchio no longer needs to be as conflicted as she was last night. All the summoned creatures appeared around Suchio at this moment. All of this was thanks to the healing rune stone that radiated a warm light in Suchio's backpack. With runes helping to restore mana, I no longer need to meticulously calculate when to summon which creature. Summon Bloodthirsty Wolf, consuming 112 mana every 5 seconds. Summon Frostfire Lizard, consuming 20 mana every 5 seconds. Summon Bloodthirsty Bat King, consuming 30 mana points every 5 seconds. As well as... Tsuchiyo looked at her palm. With a thought, a nearly translucent white tentacle suddenly grew out of his palm. Summon Wandering Tentacles, costing 6 health points every 5 seconds. In addition to consuming mana, Wandering Tentacles can also consume health. It's just a matter of consuming 3 times more. It has a permanent Holy Light Blessing and Healing Runestone. I can recover a full 30 health points per second. Maintaining 5 tentacles at the same time is just right. As for when it acquired the Wandering Tentacles, this goes back to where we left off last time. In the half-day that I spent replenishing my exploration progress, Tsuchiyo has successfully leveled up to level 15. And the 4th card pack was unlocked. Therefore, it was only natural that he used the Wandering Tentacle card as his 4th type of summon. These tentacles are actually quite interesting. Tsuchiyo liked him very much. It fulfilled all its idealized notions about tentacles. Perhaps it is because it has not yet been contaminated by the abyss. The tentacles were spotless and very clean. But the only drawback is... Tsuchiyo aimed at a stone. Entangled. Whoosh. Tentacles suddenly extended from Tsuchiyo's hand and wrapped around the rock. And he skillfully tied the stones together like this. Tsuchiyo. This wasn't the first time Tsuchiyo had been speechless since acquiring the Wandering Tentacles. Whenever Tsuchiyo wanted to control the tentacles, tentacles always give themselves a surprise. Those tentacles. They used every technique that Tsuchiyo knew, didn't know, had seen, or had never seen before to bind her. Tsuchiyo dared to swear on himself that this was absolutely not at his behest. What kind of stuff is etched into the DNA of these tentacles? These are completely different from the simple tentacles I've killed before. Tsuchiyo withdrew his tentacles with a complicated expression, his face full of helplessness. What kind of wandering tentacles are these? But it must be said. These tentacles, having obtained a significant power-enhancing essence from their droppings, are indeed very strong in combat. Entanglement. Description: tie it tighter. Effect: applies an entangling effect to the target. The entangling effect is determined by the strength attribute. Slippery. Description: you can't grasp it. Effect: increases evasion rate and increases the proportion of one's own strength when making a strength judgment. Corrosive slime. Description: what is this? Clothes? Let it melt. Effect: continuously reduces the enemy's defense and magic resistance. Cooperate. Description: touch-sensitive design makes work less tiring. Effect: when the host enters combat mode, they can control the tentacles to assist in combat. These few essential elements alone are enough to give the tentacles extremely strong combat support capabilities. What's that old saying again? Freeze! Don't move! As long as you can firmly control the opponent, then the enemy is a sitting duck. Just suppress them with firepower, and that's it. Although my strength attribute is low, the entanglement effect is not easy to be successfully applied. But I have many tentacles. One tentacle can't bind them, but a bunch of tentacles should be able to. This is the importance of unity. Apart from the tangling being a little off, everything else is fine. Tsuchiyo retracted his tentacles with satisfaction. Now, when I add attribute points, I'll have to pay a little more attention to the strength attribute. As soon as she thought about it, Tsuchiyo frowned. We don't have enough Destiny Stars. With only 15 Destiny Star points, how can I allocate them across the 4 attributes? Beep beep beep. Just then, several notifications appeared on Tsuchiyo's friend list. Wow! We beat the game! The Dark Skeleton Cavern Dungeon is truly inhuman. How incredibly morbid must a planner have to be to design such a bizarre dungeon? It's difficult, but the rewards are also great. Seeing these message notifications, Tsuchiyotsai finally realized what was happening. No wonder no one has bothered me these past few days, it's been a bit too quiet around me. It turns out that the battle leaders Xingye, Xuelong, Han Feng, and Faiyun cleared the dark skeleton cave. You've got something special. I never expected them to be able to clear the game despite being above their level. After a brief exchange, Tsuchiyo nodded secretly. That's true. With the support of the number 11451 newbie village, ample reserves, and a team of 20 of the strongest elite players from the 4 major guilds. No matter how many times you try, you'll eventually succeed in passing the level. The bald man angrily cried out, brandishing his claws. I hate that big, fluttering moth that flies around in the sky, and that big dog that bites randomly. Those 2 beasts are both incredibly annoying. Upon hearing this, Tsuchiyo glanced at the elite demonic wolves and the bloodthirsty Bat King beside him, and smiled slightly. I quite like it. The bald man remained silent for a long time, then patted his chest. Yes. I like it too. I love enemies that are challenging. Archer Aoshua and Mage Leitain glanced at the bald man. That licking looks a bit too deliberate. Xia Yubing looked at Tsuchiyo in the video chat under the starry night. Thank you for the opportunity. We've completed the quest to explore the Corridor of Ashes and cleared the hidden dungeon, Dark Remains Cave. Now we have no more longing for the starting village. Do you want to come with us to the main city? Upon hearing Xia Yubing bring up serious matters, the several battle group leaders quickly nodded in agreement. Yeah, boss. Let's go to Windbreak City together. I prepared the supplies in advance, and I'm just waiting to leave after I clear the Dark Remains Cave. Our president would also like to admire your handsome face. Of course, if you don't want to see me, just say you can't make an appointment. Our Faiyun has already bought a hotel in Windbreak City as our base. Just 1 night's rest will grant us a buff that accelerates mana regeneration. How about it? Want to come together? Seeing that several battle group leaders had extended invitations to her, Tsuchiyo smiled and said, No, thank you. The bald man chuckled and said directly, Okay, let's go together tomorrow. He only realized what he was saying halfway through. What? Boss, you're not leaving? The group of people were also slightly taken aback. The starting village has been upgraded, the Ash Corridor has been explored, and the hidden dungeon has been completed. Shouldn't we head to the main city soon? Xia Yubing looked at Tsuchiyo and tentatively asked. Is there some hidden storyline in the starting village? Tsuchiyo shrugged. Who knows? Just then, everyone heard a deafening announcement. Ding! Urgent announcement from Destiny. Ding! Emergency announcement from Yanwang. Ding! Urgent announcement from the newbie village. A dazzling light also appeared beneath their feet. Chapter 65. The only limited time event in the beginner village, a glimmer of light. Chapter 65. The only limited time event in the beginner village, a glimmer of light. Ding! Welcome to beginner village number 11451. Tsuchiyo gazed at the black stone square, which he hadn't seen in a long time, and stretched lazily. This siege is finally about to begin. The plaza in front of them was also illuminated by a soft white light that continuously transmitted back to the players. The last beam of teleportation light went out. The village chief's aged voice then reached Tsuchiyo's ears. Gentlemen, I apologize for suddenly summoning you travelers back, but due to the unexpected circumstances, I have some information to share. Tsuchiyo, familiar with this plot, smiled knowingly. In the previous life, the boss's siege was caused by the 2 priests of light and darkness giving each other buffs to their armies. After applying the buff, the 2 priests went up to fight in the sky. The rest is up to the players to defend the city and defeat the invading boss. But in this life, the dark priestess Taluna of my village has been driven away. That battle to defend the city. Tsuchiyo smiled slightly. It's just a pure fun game. Please, everyone, help me defend the village, and protect this territory of our light faction. As the village chief finished speaking his last sentence, all the players understood what was going on. Holy crap! The boss is attacking the city? I just created my account and I'm already caught in a boss siege. Could I be the chosen one? Why is it suddenly a boss siege? Didn't we just say we'd explore the Ash Corridor? Boss! I've never seen a boss before. My guild members have all gone to the main city, and the rest are all new players. How are we supposed to fight? Amidst the confusion and doubt of many players, a loud notification sound rang in their ears. Ding! The only limited time event in the beginner village, a corner of light, has begun. During the siege, defeating monsters will grant additional loot. Eliminating all attacking dark faction enemies will count as a successful defense. All new players who successfully defend the city will receive the final reward. The first 100 beginner villages to successfully defend their cities will receive extra rewards. Preview of additional rewards is as follows. Number 51, number 100, copper coins. Number 21, number 50, copper coins, experience. Number 11, number 20, copper coins, experience, equipment. Number 4, number 10, copper coins, experience, equipment, weapons. Number 3, copper coins, experience, equipment, weapons, skills. Number 2, copper coins, experience, equipment, weapons, skills, reputation. Number 1, copper coins, experience, equipment, weapons, skills, reputation, and destiny stars +1. What? I didn't see that wrong, did I? The official Destiny Journey team released an announcement? The first event after the server launch. And there wasn't even any prior notice? Unique. Beginner Village. Limited edition. I can't believe I even got Jing Yuan as a random character. Is this really something that could happen to me? Killing monsters gives me extra loot. This is amazing. I've definitely hit the jackpot. This is a major event that allows newcomers to grow rapidly. Well, I just arrived in the main city and then I heard this news. They want me to go back. Wow. This notification brought mixed feelings among the players of Destiny. This is a fantastic opportunity to accelerate your growth. With this quest in the corner of light, new players can quickly grow and catch up with veteran players. New players are drooling. Veteran players are devastated by the losses. Boss! Just then, Suchio heard a familiar loud voice. Turning my head, I saw Wuka suddenly emerge from the crowd. The bald man and several familiar figures approached, their faces full of excitement. The best thing I've ever done in my life is following you. Can I give you a kiss? Archer Ashua slapped the bald man on the back of the head and said with disgust. You don't deserve it. He then looked at Suchio, his eyes filled with admiration. As expected of a big shot, this was all within your calculations. Suchio was taken aback when she heard the voice. What calculation? What did I do this time? The mage Lei Ting adjusted his glasses and analyzed earnestly. You've given us such a tremendous opportunity. Not only did they grant us access to the Dark Skeleton Cave, they even deliberately delayed our journey to the main city. If it weren't for the Dark Skeleton Cave, we would have left the starting village long ago and missed this limited time a corner of light event in the starting village. To make us stronger, to make our guild stronger, to make our flame emperor stronger. As he spoke, the monk felt a surge of heat in his chest. You've really gone to great lengths for me. Suchio? I've done so many things? How come I didn't know? Seeing several people staring at her so enthusiastically, Suchio felt a little embarrassed. Stop talking. Thunder Mage nodded seriously. We understand. Everything is understood without words. Suchio, ? Soon, the group returned to the topic of defending the city. Successfully defending the city will grant you the final reward, and killing quickly enough will earn you additional rewards. If the bald man with angry claws grinned excitedly. If our village can get into the top 10, then everyone will get an extra weapon. Having suffered the pain of not having a suitable weapon, the bald man developed an obsessive attachment to weapons ever since. Are you looking down on the big shots? Archer Aoshue glared angrily at the bald man, brandishing her claws. With such a powerful figure around, how can we not break into the top 3? Tsuchiyo. The Mage Thunder looked down on the two of them even more. The big shots are treating us so well. And your goal is just to finish in the top 3? With a top player who's number 1 on both the rankings and equipment leaderboard, we'd be unworthy of them if we didn't take first place. Tsuchiyo. Why are you putting pressure on yourself? Beep beep beep. Just then, Xia Yubing received a notification from her friend that her phone vibrated. She glanced at the message and frowned slightly. I received news that it seems the main force of the top 10 Supreme Players guilds in the world is still in the newbie village. Moreover, someone has already set up a betting pool in the pickled cabbage area to see which Supreme Player will be the first to successfully defend the city and complete the Corner of Light. The trio of comedians suddenly fell silent. They were just joking around. They just want to make it onto the leaderboard and get some extra rewards. But if you compare these few small battle groups with the world's top 10 conglomerates and guilds, that's a world of difference. Is that so? Tsuchiyo replied calmly. Rich people really have too much free time. They should use that money to help the poor instead. As Tsuchiyo spoke, she noticed that Xia Yubing was still looking at her, as if she hadn't finished speaking. He immediately asked, What, did you find out something else? Xia Yubing pursed her red lips and opened the betting information in her hand, displaying it to everyone. The bald man craned his neck to look at the form. Besides the 10 Supreme Players, there was actually an 11th spot. And this 11th person. 2 large characters were prominently printed. Number 11, anonymous, no name, Yen Huang. 1 minute and 2.06 seconds. Xia Yubing's voice came at just the right time. You're up there too. Chapter 66 Siege Boss, Ancient Which Remains. Chapter 66 Siege Boss, Ancient Which Remains Dissabate Server. A chubby, brown-skinned man with curly hair, wearing a loose white robe, sat there casually with one foot propped on a rock. A gold coin is flicked upwards with the right thumb. Catch, bounce, catch again, bounce again. While playing with the coins, he stared at the betting interface with great interest. Anonymous player, huh? Then, with a simple swipe, he added 1 million to the anonymous player's option. The odds of 1 minute and 2.06 seconds were instantly boosted to 1.27 by a large influx of funds. Seeing this change in the number, a hint of helplessness appeared on the fat man's face. It's only a few dollars, it's so easily spent. Can't we play something bigger? Just then, a bespectacled adult man behind him reminded him. Prince Era, are we sure we want to bet on that anonymous player? It is undeniable that he is indeed very strong, but defending the city tests the overall combat strength of a completely new village. No matter how strong a person is, there is a limit. The bespectacled man bowed slightly and said to him, If we lose, this million will be gone for good. The fat man chuckled. I've told you so many times, you have to call me young master when you're out. And old Roland, I'm not giving you this million to make money. Upon hearing this, the bespectacled man was slightly taken aback and asked in confusion. Does Chief Era have other ideas? Certainly. The fat man caught the gold coin in his hand, a smirk playing on his lips, his face radiating confidence, and declared emphatically. I only spend money because it's fun. Glasses-wearing man. Just for fun. So you spent $1 million to invest in someone you've never even met? And he's the kind of person who's 99% likely to make himself lose money. The bespectacled man felt a pang of heartache. It's hopeless. The Brown family is beyond saving. The Brown family's trillion-dollar fortune will definitely be squandered in the generation of Chief Era. White Eagle Federation. Why is this anonymous player also appearing on the betting platform? George glared angrily at the interface his subordinate had sent him. He doesn't deserve it? The subordinates lowered their heads and dared not respond. Have you investigated? Who's running this betting operation? His subordinates looked at each other and responded. It was initiated by the Decibate server. Upon hearing the name Decibate, George frowned even more deeply. Fuck! This rich bumpkin! Is this how he spends his money? How come he hasn't squandered all of his father's fortune yet? The subordinate slightly raised his head to look at George. Young master, shall we join in the betting? George snorted coldly upon hearing this. Just play around with it, it's just a clown's trick. Anyway. He consistently ranks among the lowest in terms of odds. The lowest odds mean the most stable outcome. This is measuring strength with money. There's no need to bother with those people. However, the next moment, the sauerkraut betting platform beeped. Number 1, Lin Zian, Lin Yen Wang. 1 minute and 0.24 seconds. Number 2, George, White Eagle Federation. 1 minute and 0.25 seconds. I was pushed down to second place. Fuck! Yo-ho! Suchio smiled slightly. They're treating me like the 11th Supreme Player, aren't they? I wonder who was the one looking for amusement who pulled this stunt. Suchio immediately looked at the group. Do you want to make money? Upon hearing this, the several battle group leaders naturally understood what Suchio meant. Immediately, the groups signed a new treaty. Let's pool our money to invest in Suchioing. After it is done, Suchio returned all the money. Their money was split 60/40, with Suchio receiving 60%. This is the trust placed in Suchio. Originally, they didn't want to spend the money. It's just too dangerous. That means competing with the world's top 10 supreme players. But now, Xia Yubing frowned seriously. The Starry Night Guild has 200 combat professionals, 230 support professionals, and 360 logistics personnel. If you need help, I'm at your beck and call. The bald men exchanged glances. The Blood Wolf Legion has 290 combat professionals, 105 support professionals, and 20 logistics personnel. The Aoshua Battle Group has 180 combat professionals, 205 support professionals, and 60 logistics personnel. The Fayun Battle Group has 310 combat professionals, 50 support professionals, and 103 logistics personnel. They wouldn't dare say these things in front of their own chairman. That's why the term, warband, was used. Upon hearing this battle plan, Suchio thought to himself. That's what you call professional. But Suchio smiled calmly. You all just need to lead your respective groups and organize the players of your small guilds to guard the newbie village. Us? The bald man asked. Boss, aren't you coming with us to defend the city? No, thank you. Suchio smiled slightly, then turned to look at the north mountain behind the starting village. I'm going to kill a boss. Just then, a player suddenly shouted from afar. Hey! Look! What's going on over there? A player pointed out that everyone should look in the direction of the north of the starting village. Crackling and rumbling. Suddenly, countless rocks tumbled down from the cliff face of Beishan. Mudslide? It hasn't rained, so how could there be a mudslide? Why did the mountain suddenly collapse? But the next moment, they all held their breath and dared not speak. Because they saw. After the rocks rolled down, no landslide-like geological formation occurred. Instead, a huge skull was revealed inside the mountain wall. And, within the skull's pupils, the flames of the soul still burned slowly. This skull is alive! The next moment, the skull trembled slightly. Like an ancient king awakening from a long slumber, the fire of his soul flickered slightly in his eyes. Looking down upon the masses of people in the newbie village. Above the skull, an ID also appeared. Siege Boss, Ancient Witch Remains. As the ID lit up, a deafening notification suddenly rang out. Ding! The Corner of Light event. Start. Chapter 67, 4x Attribute Buff. Chapter 67, 4x Attribute Buff. Ancient Which Remains. Synopsis: The necromancer, imprisoned by petrification magic for 1,000 years, has been awakened today. He will use various necromancy spells and is preparing to launch a devastating attack on everything in the Light faction. Rank Special. Level 15. Attack 1000. Life 500,000. Magic 500,000. Skills: Skeletons, Bone Explosion, Symbiotic Soulfire, Magic Shield. Skeletons. Description: Skeleton. Use skeleton. Effect: summons a large number of random undead creatures at the designated target location. Bone Burst Technique. Description: it's going to explode when we count to 3. Effect: detonates a dead undead unit, dealing area damage based on a percentage of its original health. Symbiotic Soulfire. Description: we are different in body but of one heart. Effect: during the duration, the damage taken by the ancient corpse is distributed among all friendly units within the surrounding area. Magic Shield. Description: yes, attack my weak reflex zone relentlessly, and I'm struggling. Effect: when damaged, mana is consumed first, and 1 point of mana can offset 2 points of damage. Suggestion: continuously eliminate invading enemies, forcing the Ancient Witch Corpse to constantly expend mana to summon enemy troops, and finally defeat the Ancient Witch Corpse. Familiar Boss Attributes. Tsuchiyo clicked her tongue in amazement. This attribute highlights its incredible durability. With the Magic Shield, those 500,000 magic points are equivalent to a full 1,000,000 health points. If you add it all up, this Ancient Witch skeleton has 1.5 million HP. These stats. They're not what a normal level 15 boss should have. Baldy swallowed hard, feeling a chill run down his spine. Several battle group leaders nodded in agreement. Tsuchiyo nodded slightly as well. Indeed, only 1,000 attack power at level 15 is too low. Everyone. Do you want to hear what you're saying? The knight in my team with all points allocated to Constitution only has 980 HP. It can't even withstand a single attack. The bald man pouted and looked at Tsuchiyo. How much health do you have, boss? Tsuchiyo glanced at his health bar. 15,000, I guess. See, I told you so, the bald man said, his voice pausing in surprise. How many? 1,005. The battle group leaders were speechless. If they remember correctly, that guy must be a summoner. Aren't summoners supposed to be the weakest and most fragile class, relying entirely on summoned creatures in combat? This 1,005? Who is the real knight? Xia Yubing suddenly felt that perhaps she, as an assassin, should also improve her physique. After all, Tsuchiyo must have his reasons for doing this. But this matter will be put on hold for now. She looked at Tsuchiyo and changed the subject, saying, this boss has so much health, it'll take you a long time to fight it alone, right? Destiny suggests that we clear out the smaller monsters first, and then go up to fight the Ancient Witch Corpse after we've depleted its mana. That makes sense. Tsuchiyo shrugged, gazing at the Ancient Witch remains in the distance. But I don't accept advice. Xia Yubing. After saying this, Tsuchiyo walked alone towards the North Mountain. Only a few bewildered battle commanders were left looking at each other in confusion. Has the boss always been this reckless? If the boss doesn't defend the city with us, how can we hold it? Don't just stand there. Start deploying immediately. The monster horde is closing in. Can we really hold out? Who cares if we can hold out? Just hold out. Just then, a deafening notification sound rang in the ears of all the players defending the city. Ding! Bishop Catherine of Light bestows a blessing upon the travelers guarding the city. Blessing. Effect: all players gain plus 10% attack power, plus 10% defense power, plus 50% health, plus 50% mana, plus 100% health regeneration, and plus 100% mana regeneration. What? The NPC finally gave out a buff. This buff is awesome. It provides a comprehensive boost. Is it just my imagination? Why does this buff seem stronger than the ones in the newbie village? Countless players compared the messages sent by their friends from other villages. To my surprise, players from other villages receive the buff, but only half of what they receive. A faint blessing. Effect: all players gain plus 5% attack power, plus 5% defense power, plus 20% health, plus 20% mana, plus 50% health regeneration, and plus 50% mana regeneration. Is the Bishop of Light in our village really this awesome? I admit it, I opened it. I'd be doing all this work of buffs a disservice if I didn't go on a killing spree. Haha. Charge. Damn it. Stop yelling. Didn't you hear the announcement? Enemies also receive buffs from the Dark Priest. Oh right, I forgot. The male warrior who had just spoken up to warn him, with his ID displaying a small flying stick above his head, coldly shouted. Not steady at all, how could destiny be so magnanimous? This event is just a way for us to experience a game with inflated numbers. As soon as he finished speaking, countless players gave him a disdainful look and called him a steamed shrimp head. However, the players waited for a while. The imagined enemy buff did not trigger any notification. What's going on? Wasn't it said that the enemy's priests would also give buffs to the opposing side? Have you forgotten your destiny? Doesn't this mean only we get an improvement? Holy crap! This is pure fun. The ancient sorcerer's remains are probably completely dumbfounded. Where's the buff? Where's the buff? Help! Haha! A chance to make money has arrived! Charge! The male soldier who had just been there rushed to the front, squeezing towards the village entrance. Hold your gun! Hold your gun! My little flying stick is here! North gate of the beginner village. This buff is twice as strong as the one I got in my previous life. Suchio smiled slightly as he gazed at the horde of rock boars and skeletons charging relentlessly towards him in the distance. And now you don't have any buffs. In the previous life, all monsters that came to attack the city also received the status effect added by Taluna. Mania. Effect: attack plus 5%, defense plus 5%, health plus 40%. After the two sides cancel each other out, the player only gains an extra 10% increase in health. And now, the buff boost is real and tangible. However, at that moment, an unexpected notification sounded in Suchio's ear. Ding! Bishop Catherine of Light bestows upon you a special blessing, a powerful blessing. Powerful blessing. Effects: attack plus 20%, defense plus 20%, health plus 100%, mana plus 100%, health regeneration plus 200%, mana regeneration plus 200%. Suchio couldn't help but glare. Now I have 4 times the attribute buffs of my previous life. Chapter 68 Achievement Upgrade. Level 4 Unity. Chapter 68 Achievement Upgrade. Level 4 Unity. Such a powerful blessing means Catherine has already emerged from seclusion, right? Suchio smiled and sighed. Once we've secured the city, we'll hand in the mission to explore the Ash Corridor. Immediately Suchio waved his hand. My turn, draw a card. Summon. Bloodthirsty Demon Wolf. Whoosh. 37 demonic wolves instantly appeared in front of him. My turn. I'll draw another card. Summon Frostfire Dragon Lizard. Whoosh. 4 dragon lizards suddenly appeared behind me. It's my turn again. I'll draw another card. Summon the Bloodthirsty Bat King. Whoosh. 51 bats suddenly appeared overhead. As for the tentacles, forget about them. There are other players here too. Let them see it, it will damage your image. Superior! Suchio pointed directly at the ancient sorcerer's remains in the mountain ahead, which were stirring and preparing to pull their entire body out of the mountain. Fight your way out! Roar dash! Cerberus roared in fury. He then rushed out first. use its massive body to clear the way for the bloodthirsty wolves behind it. After the older generation sighed with a sense of understanding, they followed Cerberus and charged into the monster horde. Ding! Congratulations on successfully defeating the rock boar LV.4, experience +1. Ding! Fate triggered, gain an additional 14 experience points, 14x. Ding! Congratulations on successfully defeating the level 5 skeleton warrior. Experience +1. Ding! Fate triggered, gain an extra 6 experience points, 6x. Given the significant level difference, Tsuchiyo could only forcibly gain 1 experience point. I never thought that even this 1 point of experience could be doubled by fate. Tsuchiyo covered her face and laughed, then rushed towards the ancient witch skeleton with her summoned creatures. During the monster siege, the player's aggro value automatically decreases by 1. The aggro value in the starting village automatically increases by 1. This is 1 increase and 1 decrease. If the monsters had a choice, they would ignore the player and prioritize rushing towards the starting village to cause destruction. In front of Tsuchiyo's summoned creature, these monsters had no choice. Cerberus's attacks were like a meat grinder. Each attack instantly kills any 3 monsters blocking its path. -1,699. -1,702. -1,700. For these monsters that only have 1,000 health points, these damages came too early. Minors should watch this video accompanied by an adult skeleton warrior. Ding! Congratulations on successfully defeating the skeleton warrior LV.4, experience +1. Ding! Congratulations on successfully defeating the skeleton warrior LV.6, experience +1. That way we can kill 2. Tsuchiyo showed no mercy. The bloodthirsty Bat King, soaring through the air, also led his bloodthirsty bat followers. They fired a continuous barrage of blood needles at the monsters in front of the Legion. Used to reduce the status of monsters in front of the Legion. It has to be said. With the ability to attack from a distance, the bloodthirsty Bat King truly felt much more comfortable. A true case of being superior and receiving divine justice. Ordinary ground monsters posed no threat to its safety. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. -133. -128. -135. -144. The blood bats unleashed their attacks with confidence and abandon. I was so happy. Squeak squeak squeak. When they were first born, they faced undead monsters that were only around level 10 or higher, with defense levels of 200 or 300 at the drop of a hat. Their attacks simply cannot penetrate the defenses. He could only fly in the sky as a scout. But now, they then remembered that they were also a source of output. Looking at the blood-red bats in the sky, Tsuchiyo's mind was filled with 2 words. Floating cannons! It can attack automatically, fly, and scout. What else could this be but a floating cannon? There are still 50 more. There are these 50 floating cannons. Tsuchiyo and his summoned creatures moved freely without hindrance. In the blink of an eye, they plunged into the sea of monsters. Looking down from the sky, Tsuchiyo and his summoned creatures are like a stubborn rock in a raging torrent. And this stubborn rock will not be washed away by the rapids. Instead, it will go upstream. Charge towards the source of the beast tide. Just hold on a little longer, and we'll reach the ancient sorcerer's remains. Tsuchiyo looked up into the distance. Rumble. The ancient sorcerer's remains embedded in the body have broken free of the mountain above the collarbone. According to the arrangements of a corner of light activity. Several hours later, when the beast tide had been mostly cleared away, the ancient remains will completely break free from the mountain's constraints. Let's begin our attack on the beginner village. Then, it will be the final battle where all players work together to fight the boss. If the city is ultimately successfully defended, destiny will be determined by a series of player actions, such as the damage dealt to the boss and the support effects applied to allies. The player contribution ranking is calculated using a complex formula. This is to ensure that generous rewards are fairly distributed to players. Players who slack off can also receive considerable rewards. Now, while all the other players are defending the city, I can hog all the rewards. Tsuchiyo chuckled, his inner calculations lingering for days. If it weren't for this reason, Tsuchiyo wouldn't have left the safe village entrance unguarded. They insisted on risking their lives to plunge into this monstrous mass of monsters. Even fate probably never imagined that someone would try to intercept the boss before the beast tide ended. Just as Tsuchiyo was anticipating how much reward she would get for doing this, an unexpected system notification suddenly rang in my ears. Ding! Your wolf pack took the initiative to attack during the city defense event and survived for 8 minutes. Unity has been successfully upgraded to level 4, with each attack dealing 4% increased damage. 0 to 16. Tsuchiyo's eyes lit up immediately, and her smile widened. The Unity buff has been upgraded? Chapter 69, Legion Skills. Skeletons. Chapter 69, Legion Skills. It's actually leveled up to level 4. Tsuchiyo never expected that his hidden achievement, Unity, would fill the last minute's gap at this crucial moment. Successfully reached level 4. At first, I unlocked the Unity skill when I led the wolf pack to stick together with the pigs during the rampaging pig incident. Now, leading the beast tide to slaughter indiscriminately is another kind of sticking together, right? Tsuchiyo nodded secretly, analyzing the achievements of Unity. Actually, he and his so-called wolf pack had actually been charging through the beast tide for nearly 3 minutes. But perhaps it was because the enemy was too weak. Unity has ensured that the achievements remain as they were before, 7 to 8. Tsuchiyo originally thought she wouldn't be able to level up. The sudden upgrade was a pleasant surprise. And the size of my wolf pack is now vastly different from what it used to be. When you have a level 3 Unity buff, each stack increases your damage by 3%, stacking up to 16 times. At maximum stacks, the wolf pack's damage is increased by 48%. And now, the level 4 Unity buff increases damage by 4% per stack, and can stack up to 37 times. When a pack of wolves attacks the same target, the damage dealt can be increased by 148%. That's a total of 248% damage. Tsuchiyo glanced at the damage stats of Cerberus. 1740. If you're facing an unarmored enemy, one attack can deal 4,315 damage. Add a triple attack. Hiss! Tsuchiyo gasped. 12,945. Damage per second exceeded 10,000. What do you mean by Unity is strength? Tsuchiyo was overjoyed. I couldn't help but think. If I had this much damage when I fought Taluna, I wouldn't have just torn the clothes on her back. Tsuchiyo chuckled. Surely he could at least tear her clothes in the front, or at least scratch her skin, right? No, that's too cruel. It looks too tempting. I can't think about it. Hee hee, I can't think about it. When Tsuchiyo's Unity buff reaches level 4. Perhaps the monsters all sensed that Tsuchiyo's army was far too powerful. So they all went around it. Why throw your life away? Wouldn't it be better to go and mate with the little sows raised in the newbie village? That's why. Tsuchiyo spent less than 10 minutes before successfully arriving in front of the ancient witch skeleton. Next up is you, ancient witch corpse! Pointing at the boss in front of him, Tsuchiyo was full of interest. As long as we can kill the boss first. That way, we can successfully defend the city ahead of schedule. If you can get number 1 in the A Corner of Light event, then I'll obtain the Destiny Star. Tsuchiyo couldn't help but lick his lips. Destiny Star. Those are attributes that can enhance a player's growth potential. I'm short on attribute points. At this point, the ancient sorcerer's remains had already struggled to reveal part of its sternum. Tsuchiyo could clearly see that this ancient witch skeleton had once been wearing clothes. It's just that he had been dead for too long. The clothes were reduced to shreds, hanging sparsely on his ribs. This much fabric is perfect for Talona to wear. Tsuchiyo looked up at the ancient shaman's remains, which were at least 30 meters tall and resembled the less Han giant Buddha, and raised his hand to give the order. Start the pedicure! The next moment, the wolves, like nimble antelopes gliding among the cliffs, leaped onto the pile of rocks formed by fallen boulders. In no time, they rushed to the exposed sternum of the ancient witch's remains. A wood dash! Minus 523 mana. Minus 526 mana. Minus 821, critical strike mana. Cerberus took 3 bites in quick succession. The ancient sorcerer's remains showed no change in health points. Instead, nearly 2,000 points of magic power were instantly evaporated. As expected of a magic shield. Tsuchiyo narrowed her eyes. Magic shield is considered a god-tier skill for magic-based characters. Most magic-based characters are very fragile and have extremely low health. In contrast, their magic power is much greater. The magic shield's function is to use magic points as health points. It can greatly improve the survivability of magic-based characters. And the magical shield of the ancient sorcerer's remains can offset life loss at a ratio of 1 to 2. It's tanky enough, that way it feels good to play against. Above the boss's head are 2 enormous health bars. A red line. A blue line. The portion that was just used up is the blue magic bar. A white light tablet then materialized in Tsuchiyo's hand. Let's see how long your shield can last. The next moment. Call out. The light tablet in Tsuchiyo's hand spun and flew towards the ancient witch's remains. Enter battle mode. Card cheating activated. Attack speed plus 100%. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Minus 114. Boom. Minus 684 6x damage. Minus 115. Boom. Minus 456 4x damage. Minus 114. Boom. Minus 798 7x damage. Nice! Tsuchiyo cheered. 7x damage. After leveling up to level 15, the effect 2 of Fate, Killing Luck increases the extra damage multiplier to 7 times. But this was the first time I had triggered 7x damage. The effect is outstanding. 3 attacks in just 1 second consumed 2,280 points of magic from the ancient witch corpse. Tsuchiyo's attack was a signal. All the summoned creatures have also entered full combat mode. The Frostfire Dragon Lizard spews out flaming liquid while laying its eggs. The bloodthirsty Bat King led 50 blood-soaked bats into the air and began to perform acupuncture on the ancient sorcerer skeleton. Boom boom boom. Dash 214-31-31 magic points. Dash 215-31-31 magic points. Dash 215-31-31 magic points. Dash 216-31-31 magic points. Sizzle 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 sizzle. Minus 277, critical hit. Mana. Minus 1. Minus 1. Minus 1, critical hit. Minus 1. A dense barrage of bombardments emanated from the ancient sorcerer's remains. In the blink of an eye, 3% of the blue bar above the ancient witch's head evaporated. The bloodbat's damage is extremely low. It can't break through defenses at all, and can only chip away at your health bit by bit. But every little bit helps. This is all harmful. Heh. As it was attacked, a distant, low hum emanated from the purple soul fire of the enormous ancient sorcerer's corpse. The trembling of his body became even more intense. The purple soul fire locked onto Tsuchiyo, then a flash of blue light appeared. Skeletons! Skeletons! The next moment, the ground around Tsuchiyo began to shift. Rumble! Just like the floor of an ossuary in a columbarium. Countless bony hands reached out from the ground. Using the ground as leverage, I pulled myself out of the ground. Just a few seconds later, 500 skeleton warriors appeared out of thin air around Suchiyo. They completely surrounded Suchiyo. Gara gara gara. After a dense horde of skeleton warriors appeared, their skulls simultaneously turned. He stared intently at Suchiyo, who was surrounded by them. This summoning skill, which is used on the Legion, was only used on me. Suchiyo smiled slightly. I feel so important, I almost blush. Immediately, Suchiyo reached out and beckoned. Summon, wandering tentacles! Chapter 70 Help me! Bloodthirsty Bat King! Chapter 70 Help me! Bloodthirsty Bat King! Roar! The skeleton warrior behind Suchiyo suddenly swung his broken sword and slashed towards Suchiyo's blind spot. But the next moment, 2 tentacles suddenly extended from the back of Suchiyo's neck. Like a Shunlei IP membership, it's like a hand that binds the sword, and a body that imprisons it. I also hate being attacked from behind. Suchiyo turned his head to look at the bound skeleton warrior. With a twist of his waist, Suchiyo slapped a white card right against the skeleton warrior's face. Ha! The skeleton warrior was bound by tentacles and unable to move, so he could only watch helplessly as the card exploded on him. -419, critical hit. Boom! 1676, 4x damage. In an instant, the controlled skeleton warrior lost half its health. This 20% attack boost is so great! In a mere second, Suchiyo played 2 more cards, instantly killing the skeleton warriors that were near him. He bent down to dodge another horizontal slash from behind. He produced another magician card in his hand. Just reach out and squeeze. It grants a 20% speed boost to all enemies around it. This deceleration. The skeleton warriors that tried to surround them from behind were blocked by the skeleton warriors in front, making it even more impossible for them to get through. This also gave Suchiyo time to use his trump card. Suchiyo grinned. Help me! Bloodthirsty Bat King! The Bloodthirsty Bat King, still attacking from a distance, along with the 50 bloodthirsty bats behind him, simultaneously activated the Darkness Escape skill. They vanished from the spot. The next moment, a dense mass of red figures appeared around Suchiyo. Protect Su Kuchuanchuan inside. Squeak squeak squeak! Countless bats roared angrily, threatening the approaching skeleton warriors. Suchiyo understood, they were saying. Agreement 3, protect the master! Leave the master! Tears welled up in my eyes. These few words really moved Suchiyo. I'll definitely give you a good rara after we're done fighting, Suchiyo thought to himself with certainty. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The bloodthirsty Bat King and the blood-banned bats returned to provide support at an extremely fast pace. Under the influence of the effect of escaping into darkness, actively breaking stealth will cause damage. Countless blood needles rained down on all the surrounding skeleton warriors like a carpet bombing. It's one thing if you can't break through the defenses of the ancient witch corpse. It's more than enough to take down these few skeleton warriors. Ding 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 dash. The blood needles struck the skeleton warrior, producing a continuous series of clanging sounds. The closer the skeleton warriors were to Suchiyo, the faster they died from the acupuncture. Is this what it means to be timid and hesitant when fighting bosses, but go all out when dealing with mobs? Suchiyo acknowledged the bloodthirsty Bat King's ability to clear out mobs. Once the magician's card cooldown is over, throw it out again, and it will blow up a huge area. You may continue. With his own safety assured, Suchiyo then gave an order to the other summoned beasts who were looking at him with concern. Drain all its mana! Ah! Cerberus glanced furtively at the pampered bloodthirsty Bat King, felt a pang of envy, and then obediently continued gnawing on the skeleton of the ancient sorcerer. Suchiyo observed the current results with satisfaction. The key word is stability. As long as you are not attacked by the ancient witch skeleton, your health will remain healthy. The skeleton warriors who surrounded him, attempting to harm him, were unable to get close to Suchiyo at all. Certainly, Suchiyo himself didn't have the time or energy to deal damage to the ancient witch corpse. Ho dash! As the siege boss, the ancient witch corpse will naturally not become a sitting duck. Although its body has not yet been completely pulled out of the mountain. But it can still glare at people. The next moment, the ancient sorcerer's soul fire ignited. A purple ray, like a destructive death ray, streaked across the sky. It instantly struck Suchiyo, the most important person in the crowd. It is clear that the ancient shaman's remains also understood. When facing a class-like summoner, the principle of capture the king first is an eternal truth. That beam of light was incredibly fast. Suchiyo had no time to react. He barely had time to turn around before he could only watch as the beam of light struck the bloodthirsty Bat King in front of him. Call out. -1000, magic damage that ignores defense. Immediately, the bloodthirsty Bat King was completely unharmed. On the contrary, 2 of the bloodbats that were fighting the skeleton warriors suddenly died. Swish. The blood bat transformed into 2 small blood flowers in midair and vanished. This is it! The role of the blood disciple! Suchiyo couldn't help but sigh. With just one basic attack, he took down 2 bloodbringer bats. This is also one of the reasons why he summoned the bloodthirsty Bat King back to his side to help in the battle. The bloodthirsty Bat King has more acute senses and is more agile than other summoned creatures. Therefore, it is even better for them to protect themselves from harm. Suchiyo looked up at the ancient sorcerer's remains in the distance. Come on, hit me! Roar! Upon hearing Suchiyo's provocation, the ancient witch skeleton let out a long howl to the sky. The shaking became even more violent. Even the stones above the waist fell down with a crash. It even completely freed up one of his left arms. So easily provoked? Ding! The ancient witch's remains has successfully freed its left arm, gaining the skill, Death Finger. Death Finger. Effect, locks onto a target, dealing 2000 magic damage. If the target's health is below 15%, it will execute the target. Skills with a finishing effect. Suchiyo was quite familiar with this move. During the Corner of Light event, none of the players have become tanky yet. This Death Finger move can instantly kill the strongest carry in the Legion. It can be said to be the strongest single-target skill of the ancient witch corpse. Buzz! And the moment it frees its limbs and gains skills, the ancient sorcerer's remains stretched out a gigantic hand that blotted out the sky. He slammed his fist into the chest of the bloodthirsty demon wolf and the frost fire dragon lizard. A red handprint also appeared as a warning at the mound of earth on the chest of the ancient sorcerer's remains. This indicates that the ancient sorcerer's remains will attack this place later. Roar! The bloodthirsty demon wolf and the frost fire dragon lizard hurriedly ran towards the gap in the red handprint. The bloodthirsty demon wolf is alright, it moves very fast. But the frost fire dragon lizard is much more cumbersome. Ah! The Cerberus, quick-witted and sharp-tongued, turned around and dragged the 2 frost fire dragon lizards away from the area of the red handprint. However, the 2 lagging frost fire lizards were simply unable to escape. Boom! A gigantic bone hand slammed down. The hard rocks were arranged into clouds of earth. Suchiyo gazed at the dust billowing up in the distance. There was no need to spend mana to revive the frost fire dragon lizard. The huge cloud of dust suddenly burst open. A jet-black ray of death, seemingly capable of devouring everything, shot out from the index finger of that giant hand. And they've locked onto Suchiyo. There's no way to dodge this move. -2000 kill. A terrifying number popped up above Suchiyo's head. Suchiyo was shot right through the heart. Chapter 71 Ancient Witch Remains, Dead. Chapter 71 Ancient Witch Remains, Dead. A true heart soars. Suchiyo looked back at his heart, which had been pierced and flown far away, and said helplessly, I knew I'd have to die once. The next time Tsuchiyo opened her eyes, her pupils had turned golden. I admit your magical shield is very strong, but if... Huh! The ancient sorcerer hadn't even realized why his only enemy had come back to life. I felt a sudden pain in my outstretched finger. Look down. They discovered that these were the summoned beasts that had dodged their palm strike earlier. He used this opportunity to continue attacking his own bone hand. And this time, it hurts much more than before. Roar! More than 30 abyssal wolves bit directly into the little finger joint of the ancient sorcerer's skeleton. Minus 1824 mana. Minus 1828 mana. Minus 1821 mana. Minus 1829 mana. Each hit deals nearly 2000 damage. You should know that the abyssal wolf now has 2 heads. It can instantly deal twice the damage. In the blink of an eye, the 36 abyss wolves had worn down the ancient witch's skeleton's mana by more than 130,000. Minus 3,780 mana points. Minus 3,786 mana. Minus 3,784 mana. The Cerberus, the leader of the pack, was all alone and managed to raise the number to 150,000. The Cerberus's bite alone, if mana were converted into damage. Each bite caused over 7,700 damage. The damage per second even exceeded 20,000. Powerful blessing plus 20%. Revenge plus 50%. Unity plus 148%. But that's not all. Tsuchiyo grinned, and a whip appeared out of thin air in his hand. Snap, 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 snap. He then proceeded to whip his summoned creatures. Ah! Woo! Squeak! Cerberus's attack power has been increased by another 40%. It also applied 1 stack of sensitivity to the ancient which remains, increasing damage taken by 10%. Now how will you respond? Cerberus's base attack power is a staggering 100%. 10,863. 5 figures. Tsuchiyo smiled slightly. Go! The next moment, Cerberus launched another attack. Minus 5,684 mana. Minus 5,687 mana. Minus 5,685 mana. On average, the damage is over 8,500. Tsuchiyo originally wanted to use Unity. But I'm still in pretty much danger right now. If Unity is used, then the Fool, the Priestess, and the Magician will be unable to use it within 10 minutes. It's better to play it safe. Meanwhile, the other summoned creatures launched their attack. The remaining 2 frost-fire dragon lizards unleashed a burst of breath, also dealing over 600 damage. Tsuchiyo smiled and comforted her. You've done a great job, everyone. While comforting them, Tsuchiyo also burned her magic points to revive the 2 dead frost-fire dragon lizards. He also poured a bottle of magic recovery potion into his mouth. This kind of battle consumes too much mana. Even with healing runes, Tsuchiyo's mana consumption still couldn't keep up. The frost-fire dragon lizard hissed indignantly. Really? The damage increase from the Unity buff is too overpowered. In comparison, the Frostfire Dragon Lizard and Bloodthirsty Bat King, when fighting normally, appeared much weaker. Perhaps they realized this. After the ancient sorcerer raised his hand, the soul of fire flared up again. Rumble! At this moment, countless undead skeletons emerged from the mountain. But compared to the skeleton warriors on the ground before, this time, the ancient sorcerers remained summoned a more comprehensive array of artifacts. 30 gargoyles that fly in the air and can launch ranged attacks. 150 skeleton archers, their bodies half buried in the mountain, constantly firing arrows like defensive towers. 200 skeleton dogs quickly ran down the mountainside to restrain the bloodthirsty demon wolves. 100 skeleton warriors, each carrying a broken sword and a shattered shield, were crushing down the mountain. Just as the wolves were preparing to climb the stone mound and attack the ancient witch's remains again, they suddenly felt immense pressure to survive. At the same time, the ancient sorcerer's remains pointed at Tsuchiyo once again. They ambushed me when I wasn't paying attention. Tsuchiyo's lips curled into a smile. You think the same trick will work on me? Just as the death finger lit up and was about to strike Tsuchiyo's Ouroboros ring on his right hand suddenly lit up. Effect 2, peeling. The ray of light, a symbol of death, pierced the ground once again. But on the ground stood two identical Tsuchiyos. I didn't originally intend to use this tactic. Tsuchiyo sighed, hands on hips. After all, what use is having an extra clone? Tsuchiyo placed her hand on the shoulder of her left clone. It's simply using the intervals created by the clones to dodge lock-on attacks. And the next moment, the clone raised its left hand, and countless rays of light shone forth. The light gradually faded. A large number of legions then appeared beside Tsuchiyo's clone. 34 abyssal wolves, 2 elite wolves, and 1 Cerberus. 4 frost-fire dragon lizards. 1 bloodthirsty bat king, 50 bloodthirsty bats. And my combat power just doubles. Go! Tsuchiyo smiled slightly, and his clone immediately led the replicated summoned creatures towards the direction of the ancient witch skeleton. The ancient witch's mana depletion speed immediately doubled. Even the ancient sorcerer's remains were stunned. What happened? One human is difficult enough to deal with. How come there's another one that's exactly the same? Moreover, this doesn't resemble a mage's mirror image or an assassin's shadow clone. Have you ever seen a profession whose clone skill can inherit the entire skill? It hasn't been that long. Snap! With a crisp snap, the magical shield of the ancient sorcerer's remains shattered and vanished. And the ancient sorcerer's remains finally suffered real damage. Hiss 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 hiss. Minus 11,542. Minus 3,247, critical hit. Minus 2,451. Minus 1,644. Minus 1,645. A series of densely packed damage numbers appeared above its head. It roared in pain, its face turned upwards. Roar! After roaring, it immediately activated the symbiotic soulfire skill and summoned another 500 skeleton warriors. But this time, the ancient sorcerer's remains are summoned with themselves at the center. It has to be said. Symbiotic soulfire is truly a bugged skill. Tsuchiyo watched helplessly as the Cerberus had just dealt tens of thousands of damage. It was instantly divided into 20 or 30. Fortunately, Tsuchiyo used her molting skill. The number of troops has doubled. The damage that can be inflicted is also doubled. Can you divide the damage into hundreds of parts? Tsuchiyo smiled slightly and spoke in a kind voice. Then I'll take your several hundred men. Just kill them all. Ding! Announcement of fate. Ding! Congratulations to player number 11451 from the beginner village for defeating the siege boss Ancient Witch Corpse, and successfully defending the village amidst the beast horde. Event A Corner of Light has been successfully completed. Ding! New player village number 11451 has been detected as the first new player village across the entire server to clear the Corner of Light event. An extra reward is hereby issued. Ding! Congratulations to all players in the beginner village, number 11451, for obtaining 10,000 copper coins, 30,000 experience points. Random Excellent Equipment 1. Random Excellent Weapon 1. Random Excellent Skill 1. Random Tier 3 Main City Reputation 1000. Destiny Star Plus 1. Chapter 72 The World's First Kill That Shocked the World. Chapter 72 The World's First Kill That Shocked the World. White Eagle Federation. Thump! A huge, muffled sound came from the dust. Immediately, a burly figure carrying a black shield flew dozens of meters away. He fell to the ground with a thud, his health points were depleted, and the next moment, his body trembled violently, and he actually opened his eyes again. Health points have also been restored by 5%. This siege boss is ridiculously strong. He stared solemnly at the ancient sorcerer's remains, while the priests behind him hurriedly came over to heal him. Young Master George, are we really going to continue fighting it? A priest looked back at his teammates who were constantly being resurrected and rushing to the front lines, and began to feel like giving up. It's important to know that when a player dies normally, they will be given a 30-minute weakened state. This weakness buff will reduce all of the player's attributes by a full 50%. If you want to go live quickly, you can also spend 10 copper coins to buy back your account. Allows players to quickly recover their status. The price for buying live animals is not fixed. The more times a player buys back in a day, the higher the price. After buying back 5 times, the maximum reward is 1 silver coin. It costs 100 yuan every time I buy a live item. We've only worn down 50% of the ancient witch's remains magic value, but we've already lost 7 million alliance coins, the priest complained. The starting village can accommodate up to 10,000 players. That's equivalent to the entire newbie village dying 7 times. Go on! You call a mere 7 million money? George remained unmoved, a triumphant smile playing on his lips. The other starting villages would never expect us to come and steal the boss ahead of time. As long as I can win first place and obtain the Destiny Star, it's all worth it. Before he could finish speaking, George heard a deafening system notification. Ding! Announcement of fate. Ding! Congratulations to player number 11451 of the newbie village for defeating the siege boss Ancient Witch Corpse, and saving the village from the beast horde. Successfully completed the event A Corner of Light. Ding! New player village number 11451 has been detected as the first new player village across the entire server to clear the Corner of Light event. An extra reward is hereby issued. What? George stared incredulously at the system notification in front of him. I can't believe what I just heard. I bribed someone in the newbie village to come and steal the boss ahead of time. However, only half of the ancient sorcerer's magic value has been worn down so far. Result. That village, that person, actually won first place? Fuck! He frowned and angrily slammed the shield into the ground. However, at that moment, he suddenly heard a prompt. Ding! The ancient witch's remains has successfully freed its left arm, gaining the skill, Death Finger. What? George hadn't reacted yet. Then I saw a new aiming icon appear on my character. He hurriedly tried to raise his shield to block. As a result, the shield got stuck in the crevice and couldn't be pulled out for a while. Then a dark purple death beam streaked across the sky. Ding! You have been killed by the Death Finger. Cherry Blossom. Ah! As the music ended, Yeon, dressed in an orange kimono, sat there quietly, her face hidden behind her sleeve, like a tiny doll. She looked serenely at the crowd in front of her. Like a spring breeze, restores 50 health points per second. Sword drawing technique, attack power plus 20%. He had already used both of his skills on the Legion's warriors. All that's left is to watch. Yash! 8 great generals are here. Our combat strength has greatly increased. We'll definitely be able to defend the city. Baka! Our goal isn't just to defend the city. We're going to take first place. If we eliminate the enemy as quickly as possible, we can help go to the front lines and kill the ancient witch skeletons. Ika! Kill them! Hearing the excited words of the crowd, Yeon slightly raised her eyes and looked at the huge health bar in front of her. Because I contributed buffs to the front lines, I was also able to see the status of the ancient witch remains. Health points, 500,000 to 500,000, 100%. Mana, 1602475000000, 68%. Isn't this difficult? Why do they seem to have an easy chance of winning? Swish, swish, swish. Just then, a white light appeared at the respawn point next to Yeon. Countless friendly troops emerged from inside, panting. Damn it! Why is it so hard to fight? We were ambushed by skeleton archers. Where are the knights? Why didn't they shield me? I only have one shield. Do you think I can stop all of you? They're arguing again. Yeon closed her eyes and didn't respond. After a group of people bought the goods while cursing and swearing, they approached. Then, forcing a smile, he sought a buff from the octave. Octave opened her eyes and began to sing again. How many times has this happened today? Countless. Forget it, I'm not going to count anymore. I just hope it ends soon so I can get some rest. Yeon looked up at the sky, her long, black hair cascading down to the ground, pondering whether to eat ramen or curry after logging off. But at that very moment, suddenly a notification sound came. Ding! Announcement of fate. Ding! Congratulations to player number 11451 for the kill in the newbie village. Otetsu let out a small gasp, gently soothing her little tablet. I was startled. After a slight complaint, Yeon looked at her teammates who were cursing and whose fighting spirit was even higher, and her expression turned unhappy again. I have to work overtime again. Ursus. It's that anonymous person again. A white-haired, red-eyed girl in a black robe stuck out her pink tongue and licked the blood off the black dagger in her hand. A hint of interest appeared on his face. I wonder what your blood tastes like. Dubai, Saudi Arabia. Nice. I won the bet. A fat man in a white robe was overjoyed. The old man beside him looked constipated and incredulous. The master's assets have increased by another 1,000,000. Peacock Kingdom. Faroba. Players on countless servers heard this news. His expression was absolutely priceless. The word shock is not enough to describe their feelings. They also reached a consensus. Why? That Yenhuang guy. He's cheating. Won't he get banned? Ding! Congratulations. Your destiny star has increased by 1. Your current level is 15. We are currently correcting it. Ding! Attribute correction complete. Your free attribute points plus 14. Nice! Suchio looked at his newly added attribute panel and was overjoyed. That way, I'll gain 16 free attribute points for every level I gain. Strength, agility, physique, and intelligence are all at 4 points, which is just right. Suchio looked into the distance. When his time was up, his clone and his summoned creatures turned into dust and dissipated. Meanwhile, his summoned creatures all gathered around him. Let's go back. Suchio was very satisfied. That concludes the matter of the beginner village. We can start preparing for our trip to Windbreak City. However, just as Suchio turned around and took a step, another system notification, only audible to player number 11451 in the newbie village, followed. Ding! The ancient which remains has died. All players who participated in killing the ancient which remains will receive a contribution-based reward. Ding! Contribution calculation in progress. Chapter 73, 8th Hidden Equipment. The Frost Sword Sheath. Chapter 73, 8th Hidden Equipment. The Frost Sword Sheath. We are the champions! This is the starting village, number 11451. It was filled with an ocean of happiness. That anonymous player, whom they had never met before, carried them to another victory. It's like giving them 10,000 yuan for free. The experience also allowed most players to level up directly by 1. The random distribution of excellent grade equipment and weapons has doubled the entire village's combat power. In addition, there's the reputation with the main city. This is enough for them to catch up with and surpass all the players who left the starting village earlier after entering the main city. I declare! I am an anonymous dog. I declare! Anonymity is my rule. I hereby announce. I am changing my name to Anonymous. Damn it! Screw him. Even though I don't know who he is, I'm going to have his babies. Bro, are you serious? While others are trying to get a taste of the broth when the big shots are eating meat, This anonymous big shot is just shoving meat into my mouth. Amidst the jubilation of countless players, they casually opened the contribution panel. Contribution less than or equal to 0.01%, receive extra copper coins. Contribution less than or equal to 0.1%, receive bonus copper coins and experience. Contribution less than or equal to 1%, receive bonus copper coins, experience, and a level 2 skill imprint, white dot. Contribution greater than or equal to 1%, receive bonus copper coins, experience, level 2 skill imprint, white, and skill upgrade stone, white dot. 4 tiers of rewards, each one exceptionally enticing. Once they arrive in the main city, they can begin preparing for their level 15 job change, and the third skill they need to learn at level 20. This white quality level 2 skill imprint and skill upgrade stone came at the perfect time. However, when they clicked to view their contribution points, it was discovered that their boss contribution level was uniformly 0. I held off the monster siege. Does that not count as contribution points for killing the boss? Is it possible that even if the percentage is 0, which is less than 0.01%, why aren't we given extra copper coins? Hey! You really are a fucking genius! Ugh, why am I not the boss's dog? Let me have a smoke to cheer myself up. Zhujiang A license plate follows 1. Gene B follows 1. Genie. The newbie village is filled with laughter and chatter. The sound could be heard a kilometer away. So happy? Suchio gazed at the bustling newbie village, a smile on his face as he cuddled the bloodthirsty Bat King in his arms. Snoring. The bloodthirsty Bat King enjoyed Suchio's caresses and let out a comfortable purring. It's something that would make other summoned creatures envious. The bloodthirsty wolf let out a low, aggrieved whimper. Why, I was here first. After petting the bloodthirsty Bat King, Suchio's left hand began to pet the bloodthirsty demon wolves, who were lining up to have their bellies rubbed by Suchio, as if on an assembly line. The right hand opens the log function. Check how many good things you've acquired. Gold coins and experience points go without saying. Suchio also directly exchanged his reputation points for 1,000 points of Windrise City's main city reputation. It will be much more convenient to accept and receive tasks afterward. Suchio has already assigned her destiny star and attributes. Now it's up to my luck. Suchio immediately started checking the random excellent equipment. Let's see what I can get. Gray cloak. Description: hidden equipment piece for the gentleman's set cloak slot equipment. Quality: excellent green. Location: cloak. Effect 1. Intelligence plus 10, Strength plus 5, Agility plus 5, Constitution plus 5, Mana recovery efficiency plus 100%. Effect 2. Resonance. For each summoned beast, critical hit rate plus 1%, current bonus 47%. Ding! The 8-piece gentleman's suit set has been activated. Ding! Intelligence plus 20, Mana plus 2000, Mana recovery efficiency plus 400%. Etc. What? Suchio couldn't believe her eyes for a moment. A hidden component of the gentleman's suit? This set even has an 8th piece? And it also activated the 8-piece gentleman's outfit. This gentleman's suit even has an 8-piece set effect? The successive attribute boosts directly raised Suchio's magic points to 8,180. Mana recovery has also been increased to 2,769. When divided equally, it restores 46 mana points per second. I can support my family again. After sighing, Suchio looked at the Grey Cloak's Effect 2 resonance. Each summoned beast can provide Suchio with a 1% critical hit rate. Amazing effect. Absolutely god-level effect. This one piece of equipment alone gave me a 47% critical strike chance. Now, my critical hit rate has skyrocketed to 52%. Almost every 2 attacks will result in a critical hit. With a few more summoning cards, it's not impossible to stack the critical hit rate to 100%. My critical hit damage remains at the initial 150%. Although not high. But if your critical hit rate is maxed out, every hit will be a critical hit. That indirectly increased my output by 50%. I can't believe I managed to get such awesome hidden equipment. Tsuchiyo took a deep breath and said firmly, "This is what it feels like to be on cheat code." Next, Tsuchiyo looked at the random excellent weapon. However, Tsuchiyo can no longer use this weapon. It looks like a sword sheath? It is entirely ice blue, very slender and beautiful, as if it were made of ancient ice, and is perfectly integrated. Frost sword sheath. Description: a scabbard once used by an ice swordsman under the command of a deceased water spirit. Although much of it has melted, it still contains considerable ice power. It can be used as a weapon. Quality: excellent green. Effect 1, strength plus 10, agility plus 20, attack power plus 10%. Effect 2, cold nourishment. When the player is not attacking, continuously infuse the blade with ice attribute energy, increasing damage by 1% every 1 second, stacking up to 100%, and releasing all energy on the next attack. It also inflicts a frostbite effect on enemies based on the number of stacks, slowing them and causing them to continuously lose health. Effect 3, not unlocked. Tsuchiyo slowly typed out a question mark. You call this an excellent grade weapon? What kind of luck did I just stumble upon? How could someone get 2 such awesome pieces of equipment in a row? This is definitely an incredibly awesome weapon with hidden effects. I just don't know how to unlock Effect 3. People I know who use swords. 3 figures flashed through Tsuchiyo's mind. Bald, Linzeon, Jonli. Back then, the bald guy said that the card player profession sounded low class. Okay, now there are only 2 left. Tsuchiyo believed that this was not holding a grudge, but rather a rational thought process. That big man of his definitely wouldn't like wielding such a thin, flimsy little sword. No, I'm not holding a grudge. Send the scabbard's attributes to Linzeon. It should fetch a good amount of money. Having made his decision, Tsuchiyo remotely sent the sword sheath to Jonli. There's no such thing as a free breakfast, lunch, dinner, or midnight snack. I've been getting free meals from Jonli for so long. It's time to pay for the meal. Chapter 74: The Gift of the Ocean and Water God. Pet Transformation Card. Chapter 74: The Gift of the Ocean and Water God. Pet Transformation Card. Beginner Village number 4396. Sisterly, this isn't easy to fight. A priest raised his codex, slowing down the charging skeleton warriors nearby, and then addressed the small figure in the distance. I know. Jonli gritted her teeth and leaped into the air, dodging the ancient witch's slap. In the gap, she even managed to deliver 2 more sword strikes to its bone palm. With a light touch, Jonli didn't stop. She spun around and used her sword to knock back 2 skeleton warriors who were trying to ambush her from behind. Creak. The skeleton warrior struck by Jonli's ice sword made a sound of ice forming on his body. One was slowed down, and the other was frozen. My slowing effect only works on normal monsters. After Jonli was safe, she glanced sideways at the ancient witch skeleton that looked like a mountain in the distance. Insufficient damage means it's going to be a protracted battle. With a slight tilt of her head, Jonli dodged another bone arrow that came sneaking in from the shadows. The bone arrow swiftly grazed Jonli's face, ruffling her short, flowing hair. She continued to observe the ancient sorcerer's attack movements with unwavering focus. Right now, most of the team is holding back the surrounding beast tide. It also continuously attracts the ancient sorcerer's remains, causing it to use the skeleton skill, which consumes its mana. I, on the other hand, am responsible for taking on the ancient witch skeleton alone. I wish I had more attributes, or that I could deal more damage. Ding! You have received an email from Dusk. Ding! Message from the other party, food money. Jonli's eyes widened slightly, and her previously serious face instantly melted like ice and snow, revealing a sunny smile. Honestly, I already told you I don't need money for food. Amidst laughter and conversation, Zhongli turned and thrust her sword out, instantly killing a skeleton warrior with a headshot. Just as Zhongli was about to return the email, she saw the attachment in the email. Her eyes lit up immediately. This looks like it would match my weapon perfectly. She retrieved the item, and a strange system notification sounded in her ear. Ding! Your Xianbing sword and frost sheath have clicked together, unlocking the restrictions. Ding! The Mystic Eye sword has unlocked Effect 3, and its quality has been upgraded to Excellent. Ding! Frost sheath unlocks Effect 3, quality upgraded to Excellent. Ding! Congratulations to player Lily for obtaining the equipment, Frost Sword Sheath, successfully entering the top 10 of the equipment ranking. Gain a damage bonus. Zhongli stared blankly at the system notification that had suddenly appeared on the leaderboard, not reacting for a moment. What happened? Done. After sending the email, Suchio nodded and said, Having accepted my payment for the meal, Zhongli should be able to earn a lot of contributions while defending the city. Finally, Suchio checked the last item in the rewards, Random Excellent Skill. For excellent level skills, Suchio didn't have high hopes. Even if someone is strong, can they still be better at picking cards? Moreover, the skill books are randomized. Suchio has already prepared to publish a skill book that he himself cannot use. Immediately, a green light flashed. Flying cards. Synopsis: Hey! I'm off. Hey! I'm back. Go ahead and hit me. Quality: Excellent green. Occupation: Card Master. Level 1. Effect: Consumes 100 mana to launch an energy card forward. After reaching twice the attack range, the card returns, dealing decaying damage, 100% magic damage plus 1% maximum mana plus 50% magic damage plus 0.5% maximum mana, to all enemies along its path. The energy card benefits from attack effects. Cooldown: 10 seconds. Hiss! Suchio gasped. This! Another one that covers my professional skills? Wasn't it supposed to be random? Of all those professions, why did I randomly get one that I could use? This is way too obvious, isn't it? I'm in love. Suchio also understood the effect of this skill. The flying card was like throwing a boomerang. It flies out and back, dealing damage to all enemies it hits. It is a rare AoE skill. Moreover, it doesn't cool down for long, which seems very practical. Most importantly, the energy cards launched by this skill share the same attack effect. What's the meaning? Anything that a normal attack has a chance to trigger is called an attack effect. Normal attacks can crit, and so can its. Normal attacks can heal, and so can this one. If a normal attack can kill it, so can it. Although I haven't killed it yet, that doesn't stop me from loving it. Hurry up and level up to level 20. Then I can learn the card throwing skill. After the city defense rewards are tallied, it's time to check the boss contribution rankings. Ding! Boss kill contribution is being calculated. Ding! Detected your participation in the battle to defeat the boss ancient which remains. You have earned 500 copper coins. Ding! Your contribution level has been detected to be greater than 0.01%, reward increased. Ding! Your contribution has been detected to be greater than 0.1%, and your reward has been slightly increased. Ding! Your contribution has been detected to be greater than 1%, and your reward has been greatly increased. When 4 notification sounds rang out in succession, Suchio nodded slightly. In this way, we can obtain skill imprints and skill upgrade stones. TSK. This is a level 2 white skill imprint. If I remember correctly, a level 2 white skill imprint can offset a full 365,000 experience points. Over 300,000 experience points. It may not seem like much to me, but to others, it represents at least a week's worth of hard work. When I need to upgrade, I'll use it to synthesize a high-level spirit seal and upgrade my flying cards. After putting away the spirit seal, Tsuchiyo looked at the most crucial skill upgrade stone. Skill upgrade stone. Description: upgrades the skill to a higher rank. Quality: white ordinary. Effect: upgrades a white ordinary skill to green excellent level. These are the real hot items. Tsuchiyo was certain. In the entire Destiny path, 99% of the players are. I managed to get through the early stages using basic skills. With upgrade stones, their skills can be upgraded, and their combat power can be increased to a higher level. It's just not very useful to me. Tsuchiyo smiled and shrugged. After all, he has one blue excellent skill, one green good skill, and one purple epic skill. But this doesn't stop me from using it to exchange for money with those wealthy but powerless people. This stone is extremely rare. In the previous life, there were only 3 people who were able to raise their contribution to more than 1% in the corner of the light. They are George from the White Eagle Federation, Huafani from Ursus, and Lin Xian from Yanwang. Out of tens of thousands of newbie villages, only 3 people emerged. It goes without saying. How terrifying is the fighting power of these 3? Only then can you stand out from countless players. I'm only slightly better than them. Before Tsuchiyo could finish speaking, a deafening notification suddenly interrupted. Ding! Your contribution level has been detected to be greater than 10%, resulting in a massive increase in rewards. You have attracted the attention of the gods. When the notification sounded, Tsuchiyo was taken aback. What? Isn't there only 4 levels in the contribution ranking? Why is there a 5th gear? And the gaze of the gods? Which god? Just as Tsuchiyo was surprised, another system notification pierced straight to the top of your head. It suddenly exploded into Tsuchiyo's ears. Bite. Your contribution has been detected as 100%. You have piqued the interest of the gods. Ding! The god of the ocean and water's favorability towards you has increased by 1. Ding! Congratulations on winning. 100,000 copper coins. 50,000 experience points. Level 2 skill seal, green 2. Skill upgrade stone, green 2. Ding! The god of the ocean and water has bestowed upon you an extra little gift. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a pet transformation card. Pet transformation card. Description: water has no form, yet it also has form. Its form changes, but its essence remains unchanged. Effect: allows a summoned creature to transform into any race you desire. Note: it is not recommended to use this on your own mount, unless you feel it's safe to do so. Tsuchiyo stared blankly at the densely packed system notifications in front of him. I was so shocked that I couldn't react for a while. What happened? Chapter 75. You call these 3 wolf-eared girls Cerberus? Chapter 75. You call these 3 wolf-eared girls Cerberus? In short, they're incredibly powerful. Tsuchiyo pinched his brow to calm his mind and sort out all the information he had gathered. First, you upgrade your own rewards. Originally, there was only 1 white ordinary grade skill spirit seal, which evolved into 2 green excellent grade skill spirit seals. The experience points saved jumped from 365,000 to 1,460,000. This will save you a lot of trouble. There are also skill upgrade stones that could originally only upgrade a white ordinary skill to a green excellent skill. It has also been upgraded to the point where 2 green excellent level skills can be upgraded to blue superior level skills. Smack! Tsuchiyo clapped her hands excitedly. Isn't this a coincidence? I need to learn how to throw cards when I reach level 20. This also allows me to upgrade my card selection. At last. This is what is known as a gift from the gods. The god of the ocean and water, the deity worshipped by all water attribute creatures throughout their entire destiny. Tsuchiyo revealed a sullen smile. It's been so long since I've heard that title. After all, in his previous life, he didn't call her by her full name, Poseidon. Because she had the most followers, she was considered a powerful figure in the divine realm. So I usually call her Boba, big boobs. Poseidon also asked herself why she didn't call her Qianbao. Suqiu's response at the time was that it was unlucky and inauspicious. I never expected that I would attract her attention in this life. Suqiu also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't some god who only thought about killing, sacrifice, and death who noticed him. Otherwise, they might offer themselves up as a sacrifice on the spot. Immediately, Suqiu looked at the card in his hand that was glowing with golden light. The card felt slightly cool to the touch, like a piece of water shaped like a card. The image on the card. Suqiu is difficult to describe in words. It's like a creature that has solidified from a lake, half aquatic and half human. It has no face, but it has two rather large water sacs on its chest. It must have accumulated quite a bit of water. Pet transformation card. Suqiu looked at the three-headed hellhound she was petting. So if I want to, I can turn my pet into a human? But what can you do if you turn your pet into a human? More aesthetically pleasing? However, Suqiu looked at the three-headed hellhound, its belly exposed and enjoying itself under his hand. I couldn't help but have doubts. If you turn it into a human shape, could it be a person with 3 heads? Suqiu was suddenly filled with curiosity. Give it a try. Immediately, Suqiu slapped the pet transformation card in his hand onto the belly of Cerberus. Woo! Cerberus let out a confused whimper. She had just felt comfortable, but suddenly felt a cold sensation in her stomach. One of them looked down, and found that there really was a puddle of water on his stomach. And the area of this pool of water is still expanding. It seems like they're trying to wrap themselves up. Oh, woo! It panicked immediately. What is this? The other 2 heads reacted a little slower, but they still sensed something was wrong. They instinctively want to struggle. But then, the sound of their owner's voice put them at ease. Relax, take a deep breath, don't be afraid, just hang in there, it will be over soon. Woo! The 3-headed hellhounds quickly reached a consensus, tilting their heads back and closing their eyes. I slowly felt myself enveloped by the cool liquid. As the water gradually warmed and became comfortable, they unconsciously relaxed. This kind of mental relaxation was something I had never experienced in the abyss. Previously, when we were in the abyss, the 3 brains took turns resting. This feeling. This is probably what they call a break. Gradually, they fell asleep. It's like turning over in your sleep. One head flipped over. The other head rolled over. In the daze, the middle of the head sensed. Oh, she rolled over to her left. Oh, she rolled over to her right. Etc. The 2 heads have flipped over and turned in opposite directions? The 3 heads are all grown together. If he flips over like that, he'll lose his head. She woke up with a start. He quickly opened his eyes and looked to the left, wanting to see how the head was doing. Turn out. There wasn't just one head. Below the head was a bare neck, a bare back, and bare legs. For a moment she couldn't tell if she was dreaming or in reality, and just said blankly, "His brain has come to life." Then, stiffly, he looked in another direction. They've all become sentient. Finally, he looked down at his own hands, which were as small and delicate as any human's. I've become a spirit too. As soon as she said those words, everything went black before her eyes. Then I heard my owner's familiar voice. Put it on quickly. Hearing the order, she instinctively tried to pull the clothes off her head with her teeth and hands. Before I could even move, I heard my owner's voice again. No, no, no! It's torn! Stop! Don't move! Oh, let me put it on you! After dressing each of the 3 Cerberus dogs in a simple, oversized gray shirt, the other 2 little ones woke up too. They looked at their new appearance, sniffing around in confusion, their golden beady eyes looking around as they familiarized themselves with their new bodies. Even if it weren't for being a mount, I feel like I'm about to be executed. Suchio sighed and rubbed his forehead in exasperation, then looked at the 3 hellhounds that had run up to the bloodthirsty demon wolves and were now comparing their size to them. You call these 3 wolf-haired girls Cerberus? Suchio couldn't help but complain. This 3-headed hellhound, when it transforms into human form, is only about 1.5 meters tall. Her long, jet-black hair reached her hips, and her gray shirt covered her thighs, but a large, wagging tail stretched out from behind her, making her look very happy and excited. They also had 2 wolf ears on their heads, which turned around and alerted their surroundings. Looking at these 3 delicate and petite little girls, Suchio couldn't help but have some doubts. Won't their combat power be weakened after they transform into human form? The 3 little girls frowned their cute little brows and said, No. We're still amazing. Of course, compared to our predecessors, it's nothing at all. Just then. Squeak! The bloodthirsty Bat King let out a warning scream. There is a creature approaching. Before Suchio could turn around. Whoosh whoosh. 3 gray figures vanished from his sight in an instant. All that remained was the rocky ground that had been crushed by the immense force. Ding! You have killed Blood Wolf. Wrathful Claw. Justice value -1. Ding! You have killed Hanfeng. Aoshue. Justice points -1. Ding! You have killed Faiyan. Thunder. Justice points -1. Suchio. Chapter 76 Bubbles, Quiet, and Bean. Chapter 76 Bubbles, Quiet, Bean. Stop! Shut up! Suchio hurriedly gave the order from afar. When Suchio arrived at the scene, I saw a little girl biting Xia Yubing's arm, a little girl biting Xia Yubing's thigh, and a little girl biting Xia Yubing's chest. They were just short of actually taking a bite. Oh! The 3 little girls released their grip upon hearing the command, wiped their mouths with their long sleeves, and ran barefoot back to Suchio's side. Xia Yubing was left lying on the ground, still in shock. His pupils contracted slightly. He hadn't yet recovered from the near-death experience. Just now, she and those 3 idiots came looking for Suchio. Just as they spotted a group of people in the distance, 3 dark figures suddenly darted over. The 3 people in front of him died instantly. With his own reaction, he could only barely make out the 3 dark figures, which turned out to be 3 little girls full of murderous intent. The next moment, the 3 girls pounced on him. More terrifying than R-rated horror movies. Only when the 3 girls were called away by a familiar voice did she gradually feel her departed soul return to her body. Not long after, the 3 resurrected individuals cautiously sent a message asking if the female ghost was still there. If she was, they wouldn't be coming over. Suchio couldn't help but chuckle. After the group met again, the bald man asked Suchio first. Boss, who are those 3? Them. Suchio smiled and pondered for a moment, her mind racing as she considered how to answer. If you directly say they are your dogs, wouldn't that be misunderstood as a hooligan or pervert? Are they your pets? But before Suchio could answer, Xia Yubing guessed. Hey kid, you've got the script in your hand, huh? That's true, Suchio admitted. The bald man finally relaxed. It's a big shot's pet, so just listen to what the big shot says. With Suchio as his backer, Baldy felt much more confident. He completely forgot who had just killed him in an instant. The bald man smiled and asked Suchio again. Boss, what race are these 3 creatures? Undead demon hounds and vampire bats? Banshees? Upon hearing the word succubus, the 3 little girls instantly bared their teeth. We are not lowly creatures like banshees. Believe it or not, I'll bite you. The banshee is weaker than us. Upon hearing this, Suchio nodded. Really? In the abyss. The banshee race is indeed very weak. Of course, calling abyssal creatures tentacles is much harsher than calling them banshees. Wandering tentacles? After Suchio smiled and explained briefly, everyone's eyes widened in surprise. You're saying these 3 little girls were dropped by a boss? Boss! You're not kidding me? A liar will eat 1,000 needles, Suchio said definitively. Why would I lie to you? I simply defeated the boss, triggered the reward, attracted the attention of the gods, received a gift from the gods, and used the gift on my pet. Did you just get these 3 little guys? Damn it! I need to get stronger. Damn it! Let's attack the boss. Damn it! Raising a daughter! The 3 men stood up angrily. They instantly exuded an imposing aura. Xia Yubing was also somewhat tempted. I have to say, these triplets are just too cute. Who wouldn't love raising a daughter in a game? Xia Yubing also remembered that there was a summoner in her team who hatched a little white wolf from a wolf egg. If that little white wolf could also turn into a little girl. In a short time, Xia Yubing has decided to shift the focus of the Starry Night Guild from business to becoming stronger. Looking at the 3 little girls sitting next to Suchio, rubbing against her, Xia Yubing unusually took the initiative to speak. So, have you given them names? Upon hearing this, Suchio decided to make one up on the spot. The ones that are always moving around and running around are called Bubbles. The one who is always thoughtful and calm is called Jingjing. The one who always loves to fight is called Daodu. Bubble, quiet! Beans soaking quiet beans, pickled cowpeas? The bald man asked doubtfully. Isn't that just pickled cowpeas? Suchio's eyebrow twitched, and she immediately deactivated the friendly fire mechanism. Let Cerberus go up and give him a good beating. I even whipped him twice beforehand. That bald guy deserves a beating. Archer Aoshua and Mage Leiting coldly watched the bald man get beaten up, their words filled with, "He deserved it." By the way, boss. However, at this moment, Aoshua suddenly spoke, her tone becoming much more serious. Something strange has been happening in our Jinan city lately. I heard Aoshua mention things about offline events. Suchio's gaze sharpened. What's so strange about it? The monk then spoke. In southern Shaanxi, many Koreans have appeared. They came to southern Shaanxi under the guise of archaeological research on the locations used in Black Myth, Wukong too, but actually visited ancient buildings there. Suchio did not respond, waiting for him to speak next. However, a thought made the 3 little girls stop. The monk added. But they inquired everywhere about fate. Suchio raised an eyebrow. Isn't that strange enough? Xia Yubing pursed her lips. It's not just about inquiring about one's fate. They also inquired about our starting village, number 11451, and... Her gaze locked onto Suchio. Inquire about the anonymous player. Upon hearing this, Suchio recalled the image of Jin Minjun, who was sharp-tongued, violent, and vengeful. But then he grinned. They must really admire this anonymous expert. They even managed to find Jin Nan offline. Everyone? A bald man's wailing came from afar. Who chases after celebrities like this, so secretly? They look like they're here to do something unclean. Everyone looked over and saw the bald man get up from the ground and sit cross-legged on the ground. My dad said these guys don't look like good people, and they all look like they've been trained. Boss, when did you provoke the Koreans? Suchio looked completely innocent. Don't talk nonsense. What does it have to do with me, Huang Hun, if they're asking for anonymity? Everyone. The bald man then spoke up. But don't worry, boss. I've already had my dad send people to mislead them. They won't realize it for at least 10 days to 2 weeks. And... The bald man smiled confidently. This is our territory in southern Shaanxi. Even a dragon from outside has to coil up when it comes to our house. Ao Shui gave a thumbs up. Nice bald guy. No wonder he's a gangster. Hey, don't talk nonsense. My family has been cleaned up since my grandfather's generation. What kind of path is that? I don't know anything about it. Alright, we're all on the same side. What's with the pretense? Suchio listened to their jokes and couldn't help but smile sincerely. Are we one of our own? I haven't heard those 3 words for many years. This feeling is not bad. Xia Yubing looked at Suchiyo, not forgetting to remind her. If you need help, you can contact me. Everyone looked at Suchiyo with smiles on their faces, the meaning of which was self-evident. Suchiyo smiled slightly. I will. Chapter 77 Heading to Windbreak City. A Changed Future. Chapter 77 Heading to Windbreak City. A Changed Future. Boss, are there any hidden things in the starting village? On the way back to the starting village, the bald man asked. Suchiyo shook his head. That's all, we can go directly to the main city. Yay! The bald man happily raised his fist, which was as big as a clay pot. Ao Shui then asked. Boss, shall we go together? The mage Lei Ting and Xia Yubing both looked at Suchiyo, waiting for his answer. Suchiyo waved his hand. You guys go ahead, I'm going to find that NPC from the Church of Light to turn in a quest. The bald man was taken aback. It won't take long to complete the task, right? We'll wait for you. Slap. Ao Shui suddenly slapped him across the face. Idiot! How can you be so clueless? Who is that NPC? Catherine. What's Catherine's relationship with the big boss? You're getting involved in this? The mage, Thunder, smiled as he shielded the two figures from view. Then, boss, we'll head to Windrise City first. You can turn in your quests later. Suchiyo. Is that what I meant? But by then, the group had already gone far away. Suchiyo shrugged helplessly and walked towards a certain direction in the beginner village. As expected, I underestimated you. Catherine's gaze towards Suchiyo held a hint of appreciation. I never imagined you could single-handedly take down the ancient witch skeleton. Your skill is beyond my comprehension. I have even more amazing skills to share. Suchiyo smiled slightly. It's all thanks to your blessing and the talisman. Who doesn't like to hear compliments? Hearing Suchiyo's polite words, Catherine felt a greater sense of involvement, and became much happier. Ding! Cardinal Catherine's favorability towards you increases by 1. But still politely said. Even if an ordinary person had these, they still wouldn't be able to deal with the ancient witch remains. Don't be shy. Then he looked at Suchiyo. You've come to me to hand in a mission, right? Suchiyo nodded, and Catherine pointed to the air. A panel suddenly appeared in front of Suchiyo's eyes. Ding! Congratulations on successfully completing the mission. Explore the Ash Corridor. Ding! You have successfully increased the exploration progress of the Ash Corridor to 100% in this mission. Mission reward rating, S. Ding! Congratulations on successfully gaining 10,000 reputation points with the Church of Light. Ding! Cardinal Catherine's favorability has greatly increased. The current favorability level has been upgraded from Sworn Brotherhood to Like Brothers. Ding! Your affinity with White Cardinal Catherine has reached the level of Like Brothers. If you wish to form a bond with this NPC, you can upgrade Like Brothers to Eternal Love. TSK. Another 10,000 church reputation points gained. With so much reputation, you could probably buy dozens of beautiful female followers to fight alongside you, right? You don't need to do anything yourself. It's like commanding summoned beasts. Let them all go together to fight the monster. Just stand behind them and use the whip skill to buff them. But there is still one question. My favorability rating has increased by another level. A vow of eternal love. This is already at a level where the two of them can learn whatever knowledge they want. Now, Catherine speaks to herself without the restraint she used to. Her mannerisms and behavior no longer resembled those of a white-robed bishop from a church, but rather those of a female friend who had removed her mask and pretense. That solves the problem. Catherine glanced at her bank balance and felt a pang of heartache. I've only known this man for a few days. My wallet was emptied. Huang Hun really does seem like the scumbag that church followers talk about. But Huang Hun is definitely not that kind of man. Thanks, Catherine. Hearing this, Catherine's face lit up with an even bigger smile. We're so familiar with each other, you can give me a nice nickname too. The two words popped into Suchiyo's mind, and her eyes widened instantly. This isn't a good idea. Having received the reward and brushed it off, Tsuchiyo casually asked Catherine when she was going to Windbreak City. You go first, Catherine replied. You've given me too much Mandela flour. I need more time to digest it. Maybe I can level up again. In order to be promoted to Cardinal in one go, I must make thorough preparations. Okay, good luck. With that, Tsuchiyo said goodbye to Catherine and walked away. Catherine, meanwhile, was watching Tsuchiyo's retreating figure. They didn't even ask how long it would take me to digest this. It's all your fault for giving me so many Mandela flowers, otherwise I could have gone with you. Traveler, shall we take the official road or the private road? Tsuchiyo arrived at the village entrance and heard the driver asking a question. The official road is safe, costs money, and is fast. It only takes 2 days to get there. Private roads are dangerous, free, slow, and not guaranteed to get you there. After all, the monsters on this road are the same as those in the Ash Corridor, all level 10 to 15 monsters. It's of little use to Tsuchiyo, but it's still too early for ordinary players. Tsuchiyo was in a hurry to get to Fengshi City, so he jumped directly onto the carriage. Walk! Alright, get in! The driver took the money, happily spurred the horse, and drove off. In the car, Tsuchiyo took out the gray stone he had obtained after fully exploring the Ash Corridor. Bloodline Ascension Stone. Effect: upgrades the bloodline within the body to a higher level. Ding! You cannot use this. As expected, it still doesn't work. Tsuchiyo gave a wry smile, put his hands behind his head, and waited to head to Windbreak City. Once we reach Windry City, we will be able to obtain the bloodline. Tsuchiyo was thinking that she was in a hurry. It's all because of this bloodline advancement stone. Since we don't have a bloodline, let's acquire one. Only, there's no way to obtain bloodline in the starting village. You have to go to the main city. There are other ways, but they are too far away and too difficult, far less convenient and faster than changing jobs. I've reached level 15. So it's perfectly reasonable for me to go to the Church of Light to change my class and acquire bloodline at the same time. That's what Tsuchiyo thought, but she was also a little unsure. Changing jobs from a normal occupation. All of these are based on the 7 major professions, and the job change is done accordingly. However, most abnormal professions do not offer the option of changing jobs. For example, the 10 Supreme players all have hidden classes. In the end, only George from the White Eagle Federation and Yaeni from the Sakura Empire changed jobs. The former was promoted from an excellent grade Death Knight to a superior grade Death Lord. The latter was promoted from an excellent level songstress to a superior level chanting princess. What class can I, with my epic level card mastery class, advance to? What bloodline can I acquire? While waiting, Tsuchiyo didn't forget to check various news items on the official website of Destiny. A Corner of Light, Real-Time Activity Ranking. Number 1, Novice Village number 11451, Tsuchiyo. Number 2, Novice Village number 777, Lin Ziyun. Tsuchiyo recognized her. It was Lin Ziyun and her guild who had become the second to kill the ancient witch corpse. Nothing's changed. She was second in her previous life, and she's still second in this one. George, who was number 1 in his previous life. But now it's ranked 4th. Number 3, Beginner Village number 3, Warfani. Number 4, number 666 Beginner Village, George. This ranking surprised Tsuchiyo somewhat. Because the 3rd place went to Warfani from Ursus, who hadn't made any moves before. I can just imagine how dark George's face must have been. While pleasantly surprised, Tsuchiyo couldn't help but have doubts. When did Warfani of Ursus begin to develop? What Tsuchiyo forgot was, it's not that Warfarin has developed. Rather, it was because George was targeted by Tsuchiyo and failed to develop properly. Their combat strength has also declined significantly. As a result, the only reward their entire village's elite players received was the number 4 tier, instantly widening the gap between them and the top 3 villages. Unbeknownst to Suchiyo, he had already changed countless futures. The rankings didn't change much after that, it just slipped one place overall. The 10th place is vacant, it hasn't appeared yet. Following this logic, the 10th place should be that Indian from the Peacock Kingdom. Bite. Just then, the rankings were updated. Number 10, NO 4396 Newbie Village. Suchiyo looked puzzled. Which village is this? It's definitely not the village of the Supreme Player. Suchiyo confirmed. I remember all the newbie accounts of those awesome players. But there is absolutely number 4396. If I can't think of it, I won't think about it anymore. Just then, Zhongli sent a message. Brother Su, the scabbard you gave me is really useful. Suchiyo smiled upon hearing this. Sending a message now? I thought you'd run away with your sword sheath. How could this be? Zhongli smiled as she looked at her ranking list. Thanks to the scabbard you gave me, Brother Su, I was able to deal incredibly high damage. Upon hearing this, Suchiyo raised an eyebrow. This scabbard is just a weapon. How much damage can it actually do? Was Zhongli's damage output too low before? After thinking it over, Suchiyo said, As long as it works, that's fine. Use it well. Zhongli really wanted to say she was sorry to accept it, and wanted to return it. But somehow, this weapon has become bound to me and cannot be unbound. Then I'll cook for you. What would you like to eat? This is money for meals, and it's perfectly reasonable to use it to cook for Suchiyo. I want to eat. After exchanging a few words, Zhongli logged off. Suchiyo continued her journey by car. The two had a good lunch, chatted about the difficulties of defending the city, and agreed to meet again in Windbreak City. Until the evening of the next day. We're almost there. Suchiyo gazed at the distant silhouette of the main city and stretched his back. It felt like I was sitting the whole way, even though I was on the road. The driver dropped us off here and then went to pick up other passengers. The rest of the journey is up to you. Fortunately, Bubble and Bean were there for us along the way. I play with the dog from time to time, so I'm not bored. Buzz. But at that very moment, the healing rune stone in Suchiyo's backpack suddenly trembled. Suchiyo raised an eyebrow upon seeing this. Are there monsters from the dark faction around here? That shouldn't be the case. We're almost at the east gate of Windbreak City. This is considered the heartland of the light faction. Only at the west gate of Windbreak City, which is adjacent to the Scorched Earth battlefield, can you find those ordinary dark faction monsters. Thinking of this, Suchiyo's pupils contracted. No way! Immediately, Suchiyo reached out and beckoned. All the summoned creatures appeared at the same time. They were on guard of their surroundings. The three little ones beside me were also constantly sniffing and twitching their ears, scouting the surroundings. The next moment, a familiar, alluring female voice came from the distant woods. How dare you call an old friend a monster? That's so mean! Upon hearing the sound, Suchiyo was startled. Previously, the bloodthirsty Bat King could detect where Taluna was. But now, it's impossible to find. Suchiyo's gaze sharpened as she looked to the side, a bright smile instantly spreading across her face. Isn't this Taluna-nichan? It's been so long! Taluna, dressed in a brand new, revealing black robe, lay on her side on a thick tree branch, looking at Suchiyo with a charming gaze. Her black robe drooped down due to gravity, revealing her long legs, which Suchiyo had previously lamented were not wearing leg rings. She calls you sister all the time, she has such a sweet tongue. Taluna sat up from the tree branch, crossed her arms, and put her legs up in a seductive pose. How could you be so cruel when you whipped my sister? Suchiyo's smile was tinged with pure grievance. Sister, what you're saying is pointless. You fought back too, didn't you? As he spoke, Suchiyo glanced at Taluna's attribute panel. Black-robed priestess Taluna. Brief introduction. Taluna, in perfect condition, has been hiding for a long time on the road from the starting village to Windbreak City, and no one knows why she is here. Grade? Quality, excellent blue. Attack? Life? Upon seeing the introduction, Tsuchiyo's brow twitched. Previously, I could only see a health bar, but now I can't even see that. No need to think about it anymore. What is she waiting here for? It's just because I hit her once that she came back to hit me. You're a grown man, can't you give in to your sister a little? As she said this, a purple light flashed into Luna's eyes, leaving her bewildered. A much larger abyssal tentacle suddenly sprouted from Tsuchiyo's side. It even has thorns. Let my sister hit me one more time, then we'll be even. Chapter 78 The Wind Spirit Sylph. Chapter 78 The Wind Spirit. Upon hearing this, Tsuchiyo's heart pounded. Smoke my ass. Wouldn't you die if you slapped yourself? I'm almost at Windbreak City. The resurrection anchor point hasn't been set yet. If I die, I'll be back in the starting village. 2 days will have been wasted. Tsuchiyo then said with utmost sincerity. Can I go into town for a bit, then come out and let you smoke? Taluna chuckled softly. Do you think your sister will believe that? I don't think you will. Hee hee. Taluna let out a silvery laugh. You're such a funny little brother, I can't bear to let you die. Then how can I not die? Abel. Tsuchiyo sighed helplessly. I knew it. Taluna's words left Tsuchiyo speechless. Not here to do their own thing? Really? Taluna switched legs and put them on top of it. Okay, as long as you agree to one condition from your sister. Then you can not only survive, but also gain considerable benefits. What's with this tone of voice that sounds like it's trying to abduct a child? Tsuchiyo glanced at the tentacles that could be retracted at any time and tentatively asked. You go first. Taluna extended a hand to Tsuchiyo, her eyes sincere, and said, Join the Dark Faction. Ding! Dark Priestess Taluna has invited you to join the Dark Faction. Ding! You have joined the Dark Faction. Your previous reputation with the Light Faction will become negative and will be converted proportionally to your reputation with the Dark Faction. Ding! You have joined the Dark Faction. Your affinity with White Cardinal Catherine will become negative, and will be converted proportionally to the affinity with Black-robed Priestess Taluna. Ding! After joining the Dark Faction, you have successfully changed your class to the hidden class, Demon Summoner. Demon Summoner. Description: a high-level summoner of the Dark Faction, capable of communicating with the Abyss through blood energy, summoning abyssal creatures without their consent and forcing them to obey his commands. Grade: Excellent. Destiny Star 3. Effect 1, Magic Attack plus 10%, Magic Defense plus 10%, Mana plus 30%, Mana Regeneration plus 30%. Effect 2, you can forcibly summon abyssal creatures with a level less than or equal to your own level 2. The higher the rank, the easier it is for the creature to break free from your control. Taluna suddenly appeared in front of Tsuchiyo, placed her hand on his chest, and smiled seductively at him, saying, I can do it, much more than that wooden woman. Moreover, this is the first time my sister has done this. We can study together all night long for things we don't understand. Tsuchiyo absolutely acknowledges that Taluna knows this. Not only does she know more than Catherine, she probably knows more than I do. And, as long as you join the Dark Faction, you will not lose anything, whether it's reputation or favorability. Except for the fact that the hidden class given at the end is a bit weak. Finally, Taluna exhaled softly, tilted her head back, and with the car headlights shining on her, smiled and asked herself, So, are you tempted? Could he really have defected to the enemy? I'm not ready yet. Tsuchiyo couldn't help but swallow. More than just being moved. Tsuchiyo felt excited. Tsuchiyo took a half step back and licked her dry lips. Sister Taluna, aren't we family yet? Isn't it a bit inappropriate to be so close to each other? Taking advantage of this break, Tsuchiyo also put the 3 little ones away. It would be terrible if Taluna recognized me. Taluna thought there was a chance. What's wrong with it? If you want, even negative distance is possible. Just then, Tsuchiyo smiled slightly. This place is not good. The next moment, Taluna suddenly sensed something. With a whoosh, he vanished from his spot in an instant. They reappeared on the distant tree branches. Because the movement was too large, her black headlights even swayed. And in front of Tsuchiyo, the ground, which was originally empty, suddenly sank in. Boom! A figure of a pure white woman, symbolizing holiness and light, stood there. He kept Tsuchiyo firmly under his protection. His golden eyes gleamed, staring at Tallulah with hostility. Leave the twilight! What's with this seemingly familiar scene? Taluna looked at the woman who had suddenly appeared, straightened up, and a dangerous smile appeared on her lips. It's you again, Catherine. Why are you still possessive of your food? Upon hearing this, Catherine snorted coldly, conjured a ball of light in her left hand, and blasted it directly at the thick tentacle. With a loud bang, the tentacles, which hadn't even made a sound before they appeared, were instantly sent to their doom in the abyss. That's pretty violent. A purple light flashed in Tallulah's eyes. Although she was sharp-tongued, Taluna could still sense it. Catherine in front of me is stronger now. What happened? It's best to avoid direct confrontation for now. Catherine simply stared intently at Taluna, gave a cold snort, and remained silent. She knew she couldn't out-argue Tallulah, but she could beat her in a fight. Why aren't you saying anything? Taluna smiled and said, I really want to pry open your mouth and hear your screams. But I have something to do today, so I won't play with you. Finally, Taluna glanced at Tsuchiyo. I'm waiting for your answer. Call out. Taluna jumped backward, but did not land. Instead, it disappeared into midair. After sensing that Taluna had completely left, the golden light around Catherine dissipated. She let out a soft breath and turned back to Tsuchiyo with concern. Are you all right? Are you hurt? Tsuchiyo said resentfully. My back molar is broken. She hit him? I bit him. Catherine. Seeing Catherine's bewildered expression, Tsuchiyo sighed and patted Catherine on the shoulder as he walked forward. You almost lost me. Catherine. Let's go. With Catherine around, Tsuchiyo felt much safer. Following her guidance, Tsuchiyo used a main city pass to enter Windbreak City. Ding! You have entered a third-tier main city, Windbreak City. We've finally arrived! As a system notification sounded, Tsuchiyo's vision suddenly cleared. What comes into view is a city full of greenery and lush greenery. However, what doesn't match this lush greenery is this main city, however, cannot be described as vibrant. Or rather, this is a city ravaged by war and steeped in history. The moss growing in the streets and alleys, the streets covered with cracks and pebbles, the city walls with peeling plaster and powder. Everything was a testament to the fact that this city was in grave danger. City Wall. Brief introduction: the walls of Windbreak City. Defense 500. Life 82,002 to 100,000. You can see it in the properties panel. The city walls aren't even at full strength. No wonder it's a city so close to the battlefield. Tsuchiyo nodded in judgment. After all, the other side of the swamp forest is the territory of the Dark Faction. As the vanguard capital of the Light Faction, it's perfectly normal for it to be a bit dilapidated. But Catherine didn't seem to feel much. Windbreak City has been like this since I can remember. After entering the main city, Catherine led Tsuchiyo towards the Church of Light, explaining along the way. From time to time, enemies from the Dark Faction cross the swamp forest and invade this place. Fortunately, with the City Lord and the Church working together, we always manage to turn danger into safety. However, upon hearing this turn of events, Tsuchiyo shifted his gaze to Catherine, awaiting her response. Since the passing of the old City Lord some time ago and the appointment of Baron Kosh as the new City Lord, the relationship between the nobles in the city and the Church of Light has soured and become very strained. After thinking it over, Catherine used the word stalemate. Has the relationship soured? Tsuchiyo smiled slightly. How stiff? Catherine responded. It was very stiff. In the past, the city lord would meet with the pope of the church every week. But it's been a long time since we last saw each other. Moreover, some bad rumors are circulating in the city, the most rampant of which is... At this point, Catherine moved closer to Tsuchiyo and whispered. Baron Kozish is a member of the Dark Faction, the mastermind behind the murder of the old city lord, and intends to hand over Windbreak City to the Dark Faction. Tsuchiyo sniffed the fragrance, feeling a ticklish sensation, and rubbed her nose, saying, Yeah. Logically speaking, this should all be first-hand intelligence. This is news that countless players dream of obtaining. However, now, Catherine told herself everything without reservation. This is the level of affection you'd get when you're like brothers. Catherine nodded, putting her index finger to her lips. Don't tell anyone. These are all rumors. Tsuchiyo smiled and nodded, then looked up at the huge wind spirit stone statue standing in the distance in Windrise City. It may not necessarily be a rumor. This is the most famous building in our Windbreak City. Before they knew it, Tsuchiyo and Catherine had arrived near the Wind Elf statue, and Catherine excitedly introduced it to them. If you want to get to the Church of Light, you will inevitably pass by this giant statue. The Wind Elf statue is located in the very center of Windbreak City. It is also the liveliest place in the entire Windrise City. A number of players had gathered there, bowing to the statue with their hands clasped together. Tsuchiyo also looked at the huge statue, which was at least 50 meters tall. The statue depicts a slender woman with a hood and a gentle smile, her arms outstretched towards the east. To describe it in Chinese idioms, it's like embracing the sun. This is the faith of Windrise City, the Wind Spirits. Under the Light Dragon of the Light Faction, the Wind Spirit Sylphs is one of the 4 great spirits. Ding! Wind Sprite statue found. Would you like to pay your respects? Hint: after participating in the ceremony, you will receive the blessing of the Wind Spirit. The Wind Sprite's blessing. Effect: movement speed plus 50%, evasion rate plus 30%. Duration: 12 hours. Tsuchiyo was not planning to leave the city at the moment, so she did not attend the ceremony. But at that moment, a melodious and clear chanting voice emanated from the foot of the statue. The wind blows the seeds of memory, and time allows them to sprout and grow into stories. Catherine listened, a smile unconsciously creeping onto her lips, as she tiptoed to search. That's the song of a bard. Such a clear, clean, and melodious voice. It must be from a very skilled bard. I've never heard of any of the lyrics she sang before. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Tsuchiyo's smile froze instantly. Could that voice belong to that drunken sprite? Chapter 79 The Bard Winnie. Chapter 79 The Bard Winnie followed Catherine through the crowd to the foot of the statue. A black-haired woman wearing a white shirt and a green robe draped over her back was sitting on the base of the stone sculpture, playing the same melodious tune as she sang softly with a smile. Her long hair was casually braided into 2 small braids, and her shirt looked formal yet had an indescribable casual feel. They looked very free and relaxed. Her face was extremely beautiful, looking somewhat youthful yet very mature. Looking at it from a distance, it seems to resemble this stone statue in some ways. When Tsuchiyo saw the bard, his eyebrows twitched even more violently. It's her! The wind sprite herself! Sylph! It sounds so nice! I'm going to record this sound and use it as my alarm. If I use this song as my ringtone, I could stay in bed forever. Is this song sung better than someone who's just cramming for the last minute and trying to get the rhymes right? Just have the official, Destiny, team turn this NPC into a virtual idol. Every player raves about the bard's voice. Just then, the music ended. The female bard bowed slightly to the audience. Thank you all for coming. As a result of drinking too much, he moved too wildly and almost fell off the platform. Wow! After leaning back to steady himself, he patted his flat chest and exclaimed, Phew! and then they showed absolutely no remorse. He grabbed the remaining half bottle of wine right next to him. Ton. Ah. After downing the drink in one gulp, the poetess's cheeks flushed, her eyes glazed, and she swayed the bottle. If you, dear listeners, are satisfied, please consider supporting us with money. The better the wine I drink, the better I sing. The words had just been spoken. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became tense. Forehead. Then everyone turned around. They ran far away in an instant. Hey! Don't go! The female poet tried to persuade them to stay, but she couldn't keep a single guest. Her face was full of disappointment, and she looked like she was about to cry. Another batch of freeloaders, this is the third batch today. She looked down at the hat at her feet. There were only a few copper coins inside. This amount of money is only enough to buy a glass of the lowest alcohol content apple cider at Cat's Tail Tavern. Just as she was feeling helpless, she heard several footsteps in the distance. Then a handsome young gentleman and a white-robed bishop from the Church of Light walked over. Catherine put the last 10 copper coins she had into her hat. Thank you for your performance. This is the best piece of music I have ever heard. But could you please come down from the wind spirit statue? Hee, I'll listen to you. The bard was so delighted to receive a tip that he jumped down, dusted himself off, and laughed. Although I feel that Lady Wind Elf wouldn't mind these things. Look, aren't there still many kittens sunbathing on the stone platform? Catherine frowned slightly. She immediately felt that this bard was just as glib as Tallulah. For a moment, she was thinking about how to get the money out of the hat. However, at this moment, just as Miss Catherine said, this piece is absolutely beautiful. Tsuchiyo walked over, her face full of emotion, her eyes brimming with tears. It must be the wind spirit herself who has appeared here. That's why I, a newcomer to this place, can hear such beautiful music. Please let me spend money, please let me offer you the money to buy fine wine. Immediately, Tsuchiyo pulled a huge money bag directly from his backpack. Ding! Have you tipped the bard Winnie 10,000 copper coins? Confirm. The hat at Winnie's feet vanished instantly into the mountain of copper coins. Winnie. No, this. How much? The bard Winnie's emerald green pupils suddenly contracted. 10,000? The alcohol sobered me up considerably. She clutched her chest and retreated against the wall. Young man! This lady sells her art, not her body. You'd better take it all back, even a little bit. Tsuchiyo said sincerely. Please accept this. Catherine, standing to the side, watched Tsuchiyo's drastically changed personality and was momentarily stunned. However, Tsuchiyo must have had his reasons for doing this. Tsuchiyo immediately put his hands together and bowed to the wind spirit statue in front of the two of them. With this blessing, I'm sure I'll be able to get a good mission when I arrive at the Church of Light. Winnie noticed the blind spot and looked puzzled. Why are you giving me so much money if you want to go to the Church of Light to get a mission? If you give money to the Church of Light, you might be able to get a better mission, right? Tsuchiyo looked completely at ease. No. I believe in fate. I met you on my way to the Church of Light, and heard a beautiful song that sounded like the whisper of the wind god. I almost thought you were the wind spirit yourself. I even heard the wind was a bit noisy today. It must be the wind spirit saying something to me, but I am not devout enough to understand what the wind spirit means. Winnie's toes dug into the ground, and her fair face, already flushed from the wine, became even more rosy, just like the cider she loved to drink. Stop talking, stop talking! At this moment, I am Lady Sylph's most devout follower. No, I must give another 20,000. Stop giving it! Stop giving it! After stopping the top-ranking man, Winnie cleared her throat. Ahem, then. She reached out, and a court hat adorned with feathers appeared in her hand, which she then placed on her head. The money on the ground was also deposited into the account. I'll accept the money for the drinks. I also wish you, young man, that you'll receive a good mission from the Church of Light. Perhaps the wind spirits have truly sensed your piety and are willing to show themselves. You do not say. I'm honest with myself, Lao Qianqing. Suqiu nodded sincerely, then watched Winnie walk away. Subsequently. Ding! The bard Winnie has increased her favorability towards you by 100. Suqiu smiled slightly, inwardly sighing that the plan had worked perfectly. Isn't this great task coming soon? Only Catherine stood there, looking at Suqiu strangely. Is there a possibility? So, the money Suqiu just tipped Winnie was actually given to him by himself? Using his own money to tip other women. He's more like the kind of scumbag that believers in church talk about. No, that's not the kind of person Huang Han is. After leaving the statue, Suqiu, with the increased movement speed, sped up and arrived at the Church of Light with Catherine. At this time, the Church of Light was overflowing with people. It seems difficult to squeeze in, Suqiu said casually. Catherine smiled gently upon hearing this. With me here, it won't happen. Immediately, Catherine stepped forward. A holy light shone from his body. Players looked back. Who's showing off? So dazzling. Whose AI had such a high flash? Kick them! Before the players could even utter 2 words. Suddenly, several figures flew out of the church. With a few quick kicks, he cleared away the players blocking his way. They then lined up instantly. A wide avenue was built from in front of Catherine to the church entrance. Only now have people been able to see clearly the figures who were beating people. Yes. A church knight? How did they get here? I heard from the NPCs that this only appears when the church is threatened or when welcoming important figures, right? The next moment, the church knights, lined up in 2 rows, knelt on one knee in unison. Welcome back, White Cardinal! All the players present were so shocked that they couldn't utter a single word. Subsequently, Suqiu and Catherine were respectfully received by the church knights. They slowly walked into the church. As soon as the queue disappeared, the atmosphere at the scene was ignited once again. What? He's so handsome! If I'm not mistaken, that guy was a player too, right? Why? That's what a man should do. Is this the bishop's return? He's dressed so well, I thought it was just a newlywed going through the motions. Inside the church. I'm going to apply for the cardinal's trial. You can look around for now. I'll give you a higher level mission when I come out, Catherine said to Suqiu. It's okay, I'll wait for you. After leaving behind this warm and caring message, Suqiu watched Catherine leave. Catherine's figure disappeared into the church. A group of believers quickly surrounded them. What is your name, friend? What is your relationship with Bishop Catherine? How far have things progressed? The bishop hasn't laughed like that in a long time. Friend of Light, what mission do you want? Pick any you like. Hearing the questions from the NPCs, Suqiu smiled helplessly. What is all this? Suqiu looked devout, more like a paladin than a paladin himself. My fellow comrades of light, please allow me to pay my respects to the statue of the wind spirit for a moment. The crowd immediately made way. Suqiu also turned to look at the small wind sprite statue inside the church. This statue is more exquisite than the one in the square outside. Its surface also emitted a bluish glow. Suqiu arrived in front of the statue, a smile spreading across his lips. Lord Wind Spirit, I have come to aid the Light faction. If you can hear my call, please grant your loyal follower a mission. Suqiu had barely finished speaking. A gentle breeze blew into the church. Traveler from afar, is it you calling me? My god of light! What have I seen? The wind spirits have descended? I've been a believer for 40 years, and this is the first time I've ever seen the wind spirit in person. Lady Sylph is far more beautiful than the stone sculpture. My god of light! The wind spirit, Lady Sylph, has appeared to me. Suqiu was filled with surprise, her expression one of utmost reverence and deep emotion. Lord Wind Spirit, I've actually met you. A smile played on my lips. Speak of Sylph, and Sylph is here. Tsuchiyo immediately took out his money bag and placed it on the offering table in front of the statue. Sylph saw the money bag and was furious. Who is this rich guy? Spending money all the time? I've been singing for so long and I've never earned this much. I hate these kinds of believers. Ding! When Sprite Sylph's affinity towards you increases by 1, current affinity is neutral. Tsuchiyo smiled inwardly. No wonder it's the easiest elf to bribe. A wind sprite dressed in white and blue cloth floated in midair, its long, dark blue hair flowing naturally, looking at Tsuchiyo with a kind expression. A traveler from afar, is that it? I hear your call. Sylph, the wind spirit beneath the throne of the light dragon, asked with a gentle smile. You said you want a mission, right? Tsuchiyo replied sternly. Yes. Sylph closed her eyes slightly. Easy tasks won't give you any practice, and difficult ones will just waste your time. At this point, Sylph opened her eyes again. The entire church was bathed in a bluish light. A gentle, cool breeze began to blow. Sylph looked at Tsuchiyo. I can hear the stories you've been through from the wind around you, and then assign you the most suitable tasks. Sylph suddenly cried out. The believers were suddenly stunned. What did Lady Sylph hear in the wind? You did all of this? Chapter 80 Stage Quest. If you are trapped in a windless land. Chapter 80 Stage Mission. If you are trapped in a windless place, Tsuchiyo's face, full of piety, is tinged with regret. I'm sorry, it's because I'm incompetent. I only did some indecent little things. When Sylph saw Tsuchiyo's expression, she almost uttered a vulgar elven curse. You call soloing bosses, soloing dungeons, farming hidden achievements, killing abyssal creatures, surviving dark priests, refusing priest seduction and joining the dark faction trivial matters? Or I can get up, and you can sit here. Ahem! It seems I underestimated you, traveler from afar. Sylph cleared her throat and looked directly at the man in front of her. This traveler named Twilight has such strong fighting power. And he's only level 15 right now. Perhaps I can ask him to help with that matter. Immediately, Sylph dismissed the other believers and looked towards the west side of the church. Do you know what lies on the other side of the western city wall of Windbreak City? Tsuchiyo was overjoyed upon hearing this. Here comes the hidden quest. Tsuchiyo tried to reply. An enemy? Sylph shook her head slightly. No, it's the swamp forest. Tsuchiyo. Do you know that saying this makes you seem very uncultured? It is also a windless place where freedom cannot reach. Upon hearing this, Tsuchiyo was slightly taken aback. This sentence instantly elevates the meaning. Tsuchiyo did not respond, continuing to wait for what he would say next. This is the border between the light and dark factions, similar to the ash corridor you once visited. But here, war is even more frequent. For thousands of years, countless Qifeng knights have followed one after another, but they have been buried forever in the swamp. Their bodies and souls have been unable to be liberated for a long time, which has bred resentment and turned them into evil spirits. They deserve to be free. Tsuchiyo pondered for a moment, then replied. I understand you want me to go and bring them back. Sylph's expression faltered slightly. No, I'm asking you to go and kill them. Tsuchiyo, ? Listen to this, is this even human language? You should really let those wind knights hear what kind of thing the wind spirits they worship are. But you're half right. The wind spirit then said. But only by defeating them and quelling their years of anger can we bring them back. Would you be willing to help me bring the Azure Wind Knights back? As a reward, I will grant you a glimpse of an extraordinary opportunity. Ding! Accept the stage quest, if you are trapped in a windless place. Mission objective: proceed to the swamp forest, find the bodies of the Azure Wind Knights, and guide their souls back to Free Wind Cliff. Task difficulty A. Quest rewards: Sylph's favorability, Church of Light reputation, ancient bloodline. Quest hint: the Azure Wind Knights have been harboring rage for years. If you attempt to lead them to their side, it will only ignite their fighting power. Proceed with caution. A phased mission? What? Suchio gasped. The wind spirit is really generous. Stage quests are the most popular quests in Destiny's Path. There is none other than this. For players, the quests are difficult to obtain. The phase tasks are equivalent to accepting at least 2. Moreover, the next stage of the mission will definitely be of a higher tier than the first stage. The first phase of the mission is A level. Doesn't that mean I can at least take on an S-rank difficulty mission? That quality is top tier. And the last column of rewards. It seems like it mentions an ancient bloodline. What is meant by ancient bloodline? Dragons, titans, elves, angels, demons. All the legendary, powerful beings. Collectively known as ancient creatures. The bloodline of this ancient creature is called the ancient bloodline. Only those with ancient bloodlines can achieve this. Only then can one become a god. This is the extraordinary opportunity that the wind spirit Sylph spoke of. What more could you ask for? To restore the glory of the Knights of the Azure Wind is our inescapable duty. Ding! You have successfully accepted the stage quest. If you are trapped in a windless area... The wind spirit smiled slightly as it saw Suchio accept the gift. Then it's up to you, warrior. Incidentally, the wind spirit reached out, and a wisp of breeze blew over and stopped in Suchio's hand. I'll lend you this prop. I'm sure it will be of some help. Suchio looked at his hand. Green Wind Compass. Synopsis. On the battlefield, the Azure Wind Knights use compasses to sense the presence of their teammates. Effect. Able to sense nearby Azure Wind Knights. Wind Bag. Description. A cloth bag that can hold 1,000 gentle breezes. Effect. Backpack capacity increased by 100,100,100. Hiss. Suchio gasped. These 2 tools are so useful. A tool that can help you quickly find your target. One person expanded the capacity of their backpack by 1 million cubic meters. This money was totally worth it. You need to know. Some people can't get such a valuable hidden mission even if they spend money. P.S. Kim Minjun? Go, warrior. With those words, the wind spirit vanished from the church. Suchio also became more determined in her goal. So now it's time to head to the swamp forest. Suchio originally wanted to wait for Catherine. However, later believers said that the ordination ceremony for cardinals was complicated and took a long time. You are a brave warrior who personally accepted Lady Sylph's mission. As followers of the wind spirits, we take the teachings of the wind spirits as our supreme command. You should leave. Suchio turned around and left. We left the church and headed out of the city. Anyway, I have healing runes, so I can just have her send me a message on WeChat. As Suchio said this, they had already arrived at the west side of the city. Ding! You have entered the swamp forest. Ding! Due to environmental factors, your movement is restricted. Restricted movement. Effect. Movement speed minus 20%, evasion rate minus 10%. A familiar debuff. Suchio smiled helplessly and looked around at the environment, which was like a rainforest with exceptionally lush vegetation. The swamp forest is not just a forest, it also contains swamps. The abundant rainfall throughout the year makes the soil here very wet and sticky. It often affects the player's actions. So, while paying homage to the Wind Elf statue in Windbreak City, only when you receive a buff will you only have 2 effects, movement speed and evasion. It really does affect the lungs more than the stomach. Players need this kind of buff. But in reality, it's just that Sylph, that drunkard, can only add these 2 things. Want to add an attack? No way. Want to increase your defense? No way. Want to add magic? Go find the water spirit. Sylph is the strongest spirit under the command of the light dragon. Their strength lies in one thing: no one can catch up with them, and no one can beat them. Of course, precisely because of this, Sylph is actually no match for anyone. Rustle, rustle! Just then, a rustling sound of grass blades came from the bushes beside Suchio. Then, a giant dark green python with black spots, about 10 meters long, crawled out from it. Mighty grass python. Brief introduction: a very powerful grass python that likes to ambush lone women, no travelers. Level 16. Attack 618. Life 8,400. Skills: entanglement, strangulation, powerful muscles, swallowing. Strangulation. Description: struggle. I love seeing you unable to take me down. Effect: after immobilizing the opponent, it causes the opponent to continuously lose health. Powerful muscles. Description: upon closer inspection, each scale reveals 8 abdominal muscles. Effect: increases the proportion of strength in the attack calculation and increases defense. Marudan. Description: Owu. Effect: after swallowing the target, the continuous damage effect is greatly increased. This guy is a pure physical combat monster. There are no fancy skills involved. And because it can imprison enemies and is extremely strong. The mighty grass python was once considered the enemy that solo players least wanted to encounter. During the 11th war, being controlled meant certain death. The most painful thing is, if you unfortunately survive the entanglement and strangulation. Next up is something no one can accept: swallowing someone whole. Once swallowed by the great grass python, it will be subjected to pressure from the flesh walls on all sides. My whole body is wet, sticky, hot, and sore. Extremely painful. Don't ask Tsuchiyo how she knew. Did you think I was alone? Tsuchiyo watched the approaching giant grass python and held up a light card. Then let's begin our glorious one-on-one duel. Upon hearing the sound, the mighty grass python let out a hiss. It loves to challenge people to one-on-one fights. The next moment. Whoosh! One person became 4. Even the mighty grass python didn't expect that this main meal would come with side dishes. One of the little girls even leaned closer with a look of disgust. Hiss, then I'll eat you first. Seeing the little guy walk over by himself, the mighty grass python opened its mouth wide. It swallowed the little guy in one swift motion. The little girl raised her delicate white hand as if answering a question in class, the wide sleeve sliding down her slender arm. Then, just as the mighty grass python charged right in front of him, he slapped her hard across the face. It even made a sound of wind breaking. Bang! Minus 2,404, critical hit. Click, click. The giant grass python's head was instantly slapped to the side. My jaw is dislocated. That slap. The giant grass python's head was buzzing from the blow. Huh! What happened? How did I lose almost half my health? Minus 240. Minus 240. Minus 240. And what's more, he was also poisoned by a snake. Is this little girl a snake spirit from some family? How could an attack be accompanied by snake venom? After the little girl slapped the snake, she didn't even look at it, but instead wiped her hand on her clothes in disgust. He even turned his head to look at the 2 identical girls. There was a hint of nostalgia in her eyes. If it were like before, when I and the other 2 heads worked together, it would already be dead. Why not do it the way it is now, where you need to hit it 3 times yourself? But now, its other 2 heads were nestled in their owner's arms, puffing out their cheeks without a care in the world. Go, Dauda! 2 more hits and he'll be dead. Dauda suddenly felt like she had been turned into a crypt lord by herself. Then he turned back and looked at the powerful grass python again. Then she pouted and angrily rolled up her sleeves. Under the fearful and shocked gaze of the great grass python, a crisp, rhythmic clapper sound rang out from his face. Snap! Minus 1,603. Snap! Minus 1,604. Snap! Minus 1,601. During this time, the giant grass python also tried to fight back. It whipped Dauda hard with its own tail. But -12, critical hit. The mighty grass python looked at its injuries. Suspicion arose about the python's life. If I remember correctly, I am the most skilled in close combat among the snake race. But it didn't doubt for long. Because in the next instant, it was stomped on by Daudu, who was in a hurry to get back to its owner, and turned into a snake oil paste. Ding! Congratulations on successfully defeating the mighty grass python, LV16. Experience plus 483, copper coins plus 23, python hide plus 1. Ding! Fate triggered. Gain an additional 3,381 experience, 7x, 322 copper coins, 14x, and 6 python skins, 6x. Thank you so much, Dauda! Tsuchiyo caught Dodo, who ran back for a hug, and looked at the system notification with satisfaction. It's been so long since I've seen this panel. Compared to monster drops in the starting village, monsters in the main city have a higher drop rate. The experience drop rate has been increased from 120 to 130. The currency drop rate has been increased from 1:1 based on tier to 1 minute and 1.5 seconds. This is one of the reasons why players were so eager to leave the starting village and head to the main city to explore. You can earn more. However, the drop rate of materials remains unchanged. Tsuchiyo picked up the python skin from the ground, and a familiar notification popped up in his ear. Ding! The raw python skin contains essence powerful muscles, constriction. Ding! Material, powerful muscles, strangulation suitable for card summoning. Wandering tentacles. Powerful muscles. Quality, excellent green. Effect, defense plus 30, final strength plus 20. Progress 0/500. Strangulation. Quality, excellent green. Effect, the immobilization effect causes continuous damage to health. Base strength is increased by 10%. Progress 0/500. Looking at these two essences that could enhance the combat power of the tentacles, Tsuchiyo felt invigorated. Let's begin a new round of getting stronger. Whoosh! Countless familiar rays of light appeared around Tsuchiyo. Bloodthirsty demon wolf, frostfire dragon lizard, bloodthirsty bat king. Roar! Roar! Squeak, squeak, squeak! The summoned creatures let out satisfied cries as they reappeared on the battlefield. Chapter 81 Azure Wind Night Remnant Soul. Chapter 81 Azure Wind Night Remnant Soul. It's been a long time since I've fought. When I last met Talina, they were out. But the owner was afraid of them dying, so he didn't let them fight. This makes those whose job is to fight feel extremely ashamed. But this time, they're going to hunt to their heart's content. Go. He received Tsuchiyo's order. The bloodthirsty Bat King led the bloodthirsty bats away. Tsuchiyo suddenly felt that the view in front of her had become much more open. The view, which was originally blocked by tall trees, was now revealed by the bats. Even the sluts hiding in the gaps between the branches could see everything clearly. This feeling of having a clear view is so much better than when I was an assassin. Tsuchiyo clicked her tongue in amazement. Whenever the bloodthirsty Bat King discovers a monster, it marks it. Then it was the bloodthirsty demon wolf's turn to appear. Roar dash! Pat pat pat! The summoned creatures moved swiftly, their rapid footsteps splashing up mud as they pounced on their target enemies. Hiss hiss hiss. A powerful grass python is preparing to become a grass python in order to speed up the monster respawn rate of the powerful grass python clan. And then, in the next instant, several giant wolves suddenly charged at us. Caught in the act under the tree, it struggled in fright and shuddered. The two snake whips snapped off right at the entrance. Roar dash! It was in so much pain that it suddenly let out a howl. But it can only make those two calls. Without the slightest hesitation, the wolves launched a relentless attack on him. -832. -865, Unity plus 4%. -900, Unity plus 4%. minus 935, unity plus 4%. With a single twist, half of its blood vessel evaporated instantly. It also tried to quickly locate a bloodthirsty wolf, and turned around to entangle it. But as soon as it was restrained, it was discovered that only -302-301-303 damage numbers appeared above the opponent's head. Where did this wolf come from? Why is it so hard? My own snake whip is nowhere near as good. Half of the damage he caused in his rage was also negated. That's terrifying. This is just the damage taken from a direct confrontation with the enemy. There are more than just these few wolves in that pack. Is the swamp forest about to undergo a major transformation? No. We must quickly inform the ancient tree demon king of this information. Otherwise. Ding! Congratulations on successfully defeating the mighty grass python, LV16. Experience plus 482, copper coins plus 24, python hide plus 1. Ding! Fate triggered. You have gained an additional 4,820 experience, 10x, 96 copper coins, 4x, and 12 python skins, 12x. We were lucky this time and got 12 python skins. Tsuchiyo took the python skin from the bloodthirsty wolf's mouth and put it into his backpack with satisfaction. For every one you kill, you'll get several times the loot. The demand for these 500 python skins will be met soon. Tsuchiyo nodded secretly, and then led his summoned beasts, fighting monsters as they went deeper into the area. Monsters here. It's just too weak. The sooner I reach level 20, the sooner I can learn the card-throwing technique. Tsuchiyo longs for the class of 2020. It's time for another major boost in combat power. Fate, Ouroboros ring skills cards. These will all be updated when you reach level 20. What new effects or new cards will I get? Tsuchiyo grinned and patted the heads of the three little girls beside him. You guys should go and get some exercise too. Daodu and Pao Pao nodded excitedly, and Jingjing nodded slightly before following behind them and running into the distance. Tsuchiyo looked at the three little ones with a puzzled expression. I don't understand why Cerberus turned into three little girls. That does make some sense. That's the multi-attack talent, that's all. However, the effect remained unchanged. If Bean Bubble and Quiet attack the same target, it is considered that multiple damages have been inflicted on the same target. And now that they've separated, they're like three super powerful elite monsters. The problem of insufficient manpower during multi-front operations has been successfully solved. The attack strategy remains the same, as does the defense strategy. The life points decreased from 29,113 to 9,704. Its health points are even lower than those of a regular bloodthirsty wolf. This is also one of the reasons why Tsuchiyo doesn't easily let them take action. Now she truly has a light and graceful voice. Tsuchiyo watched the little girl walk away into the distance, and couldn't help but rub her forehead. Every time Tsuchiyo sent the three of them out to fight, she felt inexplicably guilty for employing child laborers, although their age far exceeds their lifespan. I'll fight too. To rid himself of the sins in his heart, Tsuchiyo conjured a light card and joined the sweeping battle. Crunch! Just then, a giant tree, at least 20 meters tall, beside Tsuchiyo suddenly emitted a piercing scraping sound. On its rough, tortoise-shell-like surface, a grinning human face also appeared. It looks terrifying. Seeing this, Tsuchiyo smiled slightly. Random monster, a treant. Tree spirit. Description: a tree spirit infected by the abyss's aura, gaining frenzied energy. Hidden description: the nobles of Windrise City revere it as a sacred plant for the city's defense. Please avoid it, and do not attack or kill it indiscriminately. Level 17. Attack 3003. Life, 10,000. Skills: multi-shot, leech seed, rapid leaf, root. Multiple lashes. Description: bang 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 bang. Effect: each attack can deal multiple instances of damage. Parasitic seeds. Description: I want to plant my seed inside you. Effect: during combat, it can absorb the opponent's health points to restore its own health points. Leaf Blade. Description: the ultimate skill of the River and Pond Alliance. Mastered to its highest level. Even a plucked leaf or a flying flower becomes a weapon. Effect: the treant can attack from a distance. Rooted. Description: as stable as Mount Tai. Effects: increased defense. Increased attack range. Restores health per second. They are treasured by the nobles of Kozish and cannot be killed casually. Tsuchiyo snorted coldly. To treat monsters infected by the abyss as a faith, and yet Kashiai is the lord of the light faction. He dash! Just then, the tree spirit discovered Tsuchiyo's location. After letting out a strange laugh, the branch twisted, and 3 vines suddenly lashed out at Tsuchiyo. As Tsuchiyo turned to the right, he flung the light card in his hand straight at the tree spirit. Call out. -382, critical hit. Bang! 1910, 5 times. The card-cutting effect has been triggered. -382 to 1910. Bang! A series of explosions rang out. The tree spirit's health instantly dropped by 45%. God dash! The tree spirit was met with a fierce blow. Half of his head disappeared. They looked even more miserable. Horrible. You're lucky! Tsuchiyo's eyes lit up. Cutting the card grants the effect 2 of the gentleman's set weapon, the gentleman's card set. There is a 10% chance of triggering a second attack. All along. It has never been triggered because the probability is too low. But this time. And it just so happened to trigger when I landed a critical hit. That's equivalent to being hit twice. Tsuchiyo's damage completely stunned the tree demon. In the past, people would always avoid me when they saw me. And today I met someone who dared to fight back. He only hit me once, and he almost burned himself to a crisp. How can this person be so amazing? It quickly activated its rooting ability. It wanted to restore its health. But Tsuchiyo didn't give it that chance at all. After entering combat state, Tsuchiyo's attack speed is maxed out. Let's get straight to the fight. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Bang 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 bang. Several light cards shot out. The tree spirit has successfully died. Ding! Congratulations on successfully defeating the tree spirit LV-17. Experience plus 511, copper coins plus 26, tree heart plus 1. Ding! Fate triggered, gaining an additional 1022 experience, 2x, 338 copper coins, 13x, and 6 tree hearts, 6x. Looking at the green orb that had appeared in his backpack, Tsuchiyo nodded in satisfaction. New material. This tree heart is a key item for a hidden quest in Windbreak City. The more the better. Indeed, if the people of Windbreak City found out that I was collecting tree heartwood, something bad would definitely happen. But as long as no one finds out, it's fine. My own wind pouch is quite large. However, just as Tsuchiyo was preparing to have his summoned beast focus on finding the tree spirit, the azure wind compass in Tsuchiyo's backpack suddenly made a sound. Tsuchiyo stopped in her tracks. Does this signal mean there are azure wind knights nearby? Beep beep beep. The vibration frequency of this signal is still some distance from Tsuchiyo's current target. The reason why Tsuchiyo was able to sense it. This is because a summoned beast appeared around the azure wind knight. And it was successfully activated. Where? Tsuchiyo immediately began communicating with the summoned creatures who were out and about. And the answer came very quickly. The target was discovered by a blood-stalking bat in the north. 1 kilometer away. It's quite close. Tsuchiyo found the right direction and started heading in that direction. On the way, he didn't forget to send commands to the other summoned beasts gather. About 10 minutes later, despite the interference of the winding swampy terrain, Tsuchiyo finally arrived at his destination. On the swamp there was a ghostly, translucent blue shadow. The phantom, clad in tattered armor, circled slowly across the swamp like a zombie. Suchiyo admitted that he had never seen such a monster before. But this made Suchiyo even happier. What does this tell us? This means that this is a hidden monster that you can only encounter if you accept the hidden quest. After killing the enemy and performing a ritual to help them pass on to the afterlife, you'll definitely get a hidden reward. Suchiyo's eyes flashed immediately. The panel attributes of the Cyan Phantom appeared before my eyes. The remnant soul of the Azure Wind Knight. Brief introduction: the logistics unit of the Azure Wind Knights, the weakest in combat. After death, their bodies sink into the swamp, and their souls transform into unyielding evil spirits. Level 20. Attack, 2000 plus 500. Life, 20,000 plus 10,000. Skills: Wind Wings, Wind King Barrier, Wind Blade. Wings of the Wind. Description: transparent wings that exist permanently after being blessed by a wind spirit. Effects: doubles movement speed. Increases evasion rate. Wind King Barrier. Description: an invisible wind distorts space, obscuring its weapons and equipment. Effect: gain armor penetration, increase attack power, increase defense, and increase health. Wind Blade. Description: gather the power of the wind and launch wind blades at the target. Effect: deals high damage. Wind attribute area of effect damage to the target, ignoring defense. What does weakest mean again? Suchiyo stared at the rather luxurious control panel and fell into deep thought. The weakest support soldier, not even a boss's minion. All level 20. It also boasts a whopping 2,500 attack power. A whopping 30,000 health points. This. Even bosses of the same level might not have this level of combat power. Moreover, it also has the blessing of the wind spirit Sylph. It provides both a movement speed bonus and an evasion rate bonus. Damn, that's incredible! Suchiyo took a deep breath and gave the command to all the summoned beasts. Superior! Immediately, all the summoned beasts responded and moved. After the bloodthirsty Bat King led his blood-soaked bats into the darkness, he was the first to escape. They moved swiftly to each other's side. Just as they were preparing to fire blood needles to test the Azure Wind Knight's defensive capabilities. Suddenly, the Azure Wind Knight reacted first. He turned around and threw away the weapon in his hand. Immediately, an enormous wind blade appeared. It slashed directly at the bloodthirsty Bat King in midair. Chapter 82 Wind Leaf. Wind Element Affinity Increased. Chapter 82 Wind Leaf. Wind Element Affinity Increased. Whoosh. Minus 6,500. Minus 6,500. Minus 6,500. Minus 6,500. A loud whooshing sound rang out. Half of the bloodthirsty bats in the sky died instantly. The bloodthirsty Bat King, its invisibility broken, also tilted its head and fell dizzily onto the muddy ground. Suchiyo's eyes widened in disbelief. How many? This damage left Suchiyo completely bewildered. The panel shows an attack power of 2,500, but the damage dealt is 6,500? After carefully examining the source of the injury, Suchiyo's eyebrows twitched. The wind blade itself deals double damage. As well as? The Azure Wind Knight deals 30% more damage to units other than the target of the "If you are trapped in the Windless Lands" quest. That's a total numerical monster. Rock boars are nothing. He doesn't inflict extra damage on me, as if I could survive without extra damage from him. Suchiyo frowned, losing patience. Intensify the attack! The summoned creatures, which were already approaching, charged straight at them. Fortunately, the Azure Wind Knight's Wind Blade skill cannot be used in quick succession. Otherwise, a large number of people will die. The battle damage is ridiculously high. Through that attack, Suchiyo also realized something. The Azure Wind Knight has the ability to break stealth. They seem to be able to detect the approach of cloaked units by observing fluctuations in the air. Such an awesome guy, and he's just a logistics soldier. Tsuchiyo was once again shocked by this. Fortunately, Tsuchiyo's summoned creatures are quite strong in battle. Even though the Azure Wind Knight wielded his weapon with all his might, each time he managed to inflict considerable damage on the approaching bloodthirsty wolves. But his health points still plummeted as if he had eaten Wallace. By observing the battle, Tsuchiyo also discovered the special features of the Wind King's barrier during the fight. He couldn't even tell what weapon the Azure Wind Knight was holding. It's impossible to tell just how thick his armor was. With a flick of his wrist, he could strike a bloodthirsty wolf 2 meters away. The flaming liquid spewed by the frost-fire dragon lizard disperses a few centimeters away from its body, as if blown away by the wind. Most of the damage was negated. It's like wearing the Emperor's new clothes and carrying the Emperor's weapons. Tsuchiyo guessed with suspicion. Is that why it's called the Wind King's barrier? That. What kind of attack could penetrate this wind barrier and kill it? It can't be like me, bitten to death by random dogs, right? Tsuchiyo chuckled as he watched the 3 little ones frantically biting and nibbling at the Azure Wind Knight. I don't know why. Every time I see these 3 little ones fighting, the scene just felt a bit strange. However, Bubble, Bean, and Quiet's fighting power is beyond doubt. With these 3 joining, the battle will end much faster. But when the Azure Wind Knight's health dropped to its last 1 point, it was locked. Hiss! Is it going to heal to full health again? Just as Tsuchiyo made this guess, he saw a big exclamation point appear above the remnant soul of the Azure Wind Knight. Tsuchiyo was all too familiar with this icon. There's a special plot twist! Tsuchiyo immediately went to the side of the Azure Wind Knight. Before Tsuchiyo could even ask, the Azure Wind Knight made his move. He stiffly raised his head, and wearing an iron helmet, he looked at Tsuchiyo. Who is it? The current Azure Wind Knight appears extremely weak, but he has regained a sliver of rationality. Tsuchiyo thought for a moment and responded. I am the one who will set you free. Upon hearing this, the Azure Wind Knight remained silent for a long time. Come kill me! Tsuchiyo? How come this Azure Wind Knight thinks the same way as Sylph? As expected of someone who believes in Sylph. However, at this moment, the Azure Wind Knight slightly raised his head and looked towards the top of the dense forest. The red glowing pupils flickered slightly. Have I been dead for that long? Here, we can't see the sky, we can't hear the wind, and we can't go home. His voice was filled with regret for his hometown. Helplessness. That's it, stranger. Grant me your wish, kill me. The Knight of the Azure Wind gave up struggling and silently lowered his head. He seemed to have a lot to say, but they kept it all to themselves. I can't bear to kill you. Tsuchiyo smiled slightly and took out a worn-out wind pouch from his backpack, which looked like an ordinary wine bag. The next moment, a gentle breeze carrying the aroma of wine blew out from there. The Azure Wind Knight trembled slightly, then raised his head again to look at the source of the wind. This is the sound of the wind. It seemed that through the wind, the Knight of the Azure Wind heard many, many things. Gradually, his body stopped trembling and he truly relaxed. Lady Sylph, you've come to pick me up. Tsuchiyo looked at the Azure Wind Knight and murmured to himself. His body gradually became more transparent, and the red light in his eyes dissipated, returning to clarity. Finally, her soul gradually left the ground, and Tsuchiyo only heard the last sentence. They're all here. Inside the Cat's Tail Tavern. A slightly tipsy female bard, stroking the calico cat on the table with one hand and holding a wine glass in the other, gazed out the window, as if toasting someone, and smiled as she murmured to herself. Welcome home. She said this even though she didn't drink it. But the cider in the glass kept decreasing, until it disappeared into thin air. Boss, another drink, please. The tabby cat on the table enjoyed the bard's gentle caresses, lying there quietly and snoring softly. Elsewhere in the tavern, people were drinking and playing cards. No one noticed what was happening here. Everything is as usual. The soul of the Azure Wind Knight dissipated. Glug glug. After a few bubbles rose to the surface of the swamp, a skeleton gradually floated up from the bottom of the swamp. At this moment, a suction force appeared in the wind bag. This skeleton also left the swamp, washed away its impurities, and was then sucked into the wind sack. Ding! Congratulations on successfully collecting the corpse of a wind knight. If you are trapped in the windless lands, the quest's progress will be updated. Please keep up the good work. The system went silent, and some items dropped from the spot where the corpse had disappeared. Aside from the guaranteed experience and copper coins, this was a piece of equipment that caught Tsuchiyo's eye. Gentle breeze protects feet. Description: the shoes part of the Azure Wind set, standard equipment for Azure Wind Knights. Quality: excellent green. Location: shoes. Classes: warrior, knight. Effect: agility plus 20, strength plus 5. Azure Wind set. Synopsis: hey, you can't catch me. Set: helmet, chest armor, gauntlets, belt, leg armor, boots, weapon, 1 to 7. 2-piece set bonus: agility plus 10, movement speed plus 30%, evasion rate plus 10%. 4-piece set: agility plus 20, movement speed plus 60%, evasion rate plus 15%. 6-piece set: agility plus 30, movement speed plus 100%, evasion rate plus 20%. A set of gear with agility as its primary attribute. This attribute is unbeatable. Once the set is complete, the agility attribute alone can be increased by a full 60 points. This is equivalent to the full agility bonus a player would receive when leveling up from level 1 to level 10. It also grants double movement speed and a 20% dodge rate. I remember this equipment was sold in Windbreak City, but it's classified as military supplies. You need to reach revered reputation level to unlock this purchase. And each item costs 500 reputation points. Looking at the shoes in her hand, Tsuchiyo smiled slightly. This used to be a rare find. Tsuchiyo put it into his backpack and looked at another dropped item. Wind leaf. Description: a leaf formed by the wind. Effect: increases wind element affinity by 1 and movement speed by 1% after use. Maximum usage 20. Wind leaf? Tsuchiyo's eyes lit up. This is much better than the Azure Wind equipment we just had. Elemental affinity is an attribute that affects the player's magical effects. In other words, every 1 point of affinity will increase attribute damage by 1%. For example, 1 point of fire elemental affinity can increase the effect of fire attribute magic by 1%. For a mage, elemental affinity is the key. 99% of mages, when learning skills in the later stages of the game, look at which element they have the highest affinity for before learning which skills to choose. And this leaf in the wind. Not only does it increase wind element affinity by 1 point, it also increases movement speed by 1%. What attribute is most important in a game? Besides the life points that determine life or death, the movement speed is also important for making it easier to retreat and escape. There's an old saying in the book, Destiny. A cup of tea, a pack of cigarettes, and a day spent walking along a narrow path. You can imagine how vast the map of Destiny is, and how important movement speed is. What's there to hesitate about? Use! Although I don't have wind magic, my wind affinity is useless. But this speed of movement is really appealing. Ding! You have used the item Wind Leaf. Wind affinity plus 1, movement speed plus 1%, 1 to 20. After using it to its full potential, it can increase movement speed by 20%, which is quite a lot. Tsuchiyo was very satisfied. The fallen items have been inspected. Tsuchiyo breathed a long sigh of relief. So, I guess we've completed one part of the mission? Tsuchiyo felt. If you find yourself stuck in the windless lands, this mission might be much more difficult than you imagine. Am I just paying money to suffer? Tsuchiyo looked somewhat constipated. In that case, it's time to improve our combat strength. Tsuchiyo immediately checked the gold coins in his backpack. Let me see how many levels I can give you. Chapter 83 Extravagant Spending. A complete upgrade. Chapter 83 Extravagant Spending. Complete upgrade. Balance, 88 gold, 72 silver, 34 bronze. 8,800,000? Tsuchiyo was taken aback when she saw the auspicious number. When did I become so rich? Just then, Tsuchiyo heard several system notifications. Ding! Lin Ziyun has transferred 20 silver coins to your account. The funds have been automatically credited. Ding! Lin Ziyun has transferred 18 silver coins to your account. The funds have been automatically credited. Ding! Lin Ziyun has transferred 20 silver coins to your account. The funds have been automatically credited. Upon closer inspection, Tsuchiyo realized. Before she knew it, Lin Ziyun had transferred money to herself over 100 times. This is... Upon seeing these transfer records, Tsuchiyo instantly understood. This is the money Lin Ziyun transferred to me after she helped someone clear the Dark Remains cave. Since only 20 people can enter each instance, no amount of money exceeds 20 silver coins. But the number of times was extremely high. That's how I got this amount, plus the rewards from killing monsters and completing quests. Tsuchiyo immediately allocated the money to his summoned beasts. Gold coin 16. Summon Bloodthirsty Dire Wolf level 6 to 7. Name Bloodthirsty Demon Wolf. Level 7. Attack, 867 plus 10 plus 195. Magic attack 340% plus Fang's Claws plus Command Aura. Defense, 130, 70% magic attack. Health, 14480, magic attack 5600%. Gold coin 16. Summon Frostfire Dragon Lizard level 6 to 7. Name, Frostfire Dragon Lizard. Level 7. Attack, 1066, magic attack 380%. Defense, 204, 80% magic attack. Health, 8670, 1734, magic attack 3400% plus scales. Gold coins 24, summon Bloodthirsty Bat King level 5 to 7. Name, Vampire King Bat. Level 5. Attack, 1224, magic attack 250% plus agility 480%. Defense, 77, 80% magic attack plus 105% agility. Health, 6237, magic attack 1320% plus agility 2900%. Gold minus 29, silver minus 50, summon. Wandering Tentacle level 1 to 7. Name, Wandering Tentacle. Level 7. Attack, 2244, 800% magic attack. Health 0, magic attack 0%. Defense, 357, magic attack 140%. Judgment, 64 strength plus 70% plus 20%, level plus slippery. In the blink of an eye, Tsuchiyo's wallet had lost 850,000 yuan. Spending money like water? Tsuchiyo's face was full of pain. This is spending money like water. Certainly. This can be considered buying combat power with real money. Now, the combat power of Tsuchiyo's summoned beasts has also been completely revamped. Their combat capabilities are on a completely different level. Especially his own wandering tentacles. The strength rating has also soared to 64. Although my current strength attribute is only 34 points. However, even if the enemy's strength attribute is as high as 64, they can still be controlled by oneself. And I have a total of 5 tentacles on my body. Tsuchiyo smiled and aimed at a tree beside her. Entangle! Swoosh! Swoosh! A series of sounds, accompanied by the sound of water cutting through the air, rang out. 5 tentacles simultaneously bound the tree. That tree never imagined in its life that it would receive such high-class treatment. Tsuchiyo's mind stirred. The tree suddenly shook. Click! Then it was cut in half like that. It turned into 2 broken pieces of wood. This It's an overwhelming force. On the broken wood, where the tentacles had entangled it, several deep marks of corrosion were left. This is the armor-piercing effect produced by the corrosive slime. If binding restraints are applied to the same target, as long as the strength is below 320, don't even think about moving. Even Taluna. Tsuchiyo's smile froze at the thought of Taluna. Given Tallulah's power, she shouldn't be able to control her. At most, you can use the corrosive slime effect to reduce her physical and magical resistance. But it would be good if her clothes were torn. Tsuchiyo smiled slightly and retracted his tentacles. This way, my close combat ability is even more secure. Immediately, Tsuchiyo looked at the summoned beasts around him that had leveled up. Let's keep grinding! Roar! The summoned beasts scattered in response, following the monster tracks marked by the bloodbats, and continued their battle. Tsuchiyo was also heading towards the monster he had chosen. I went there to practice. Not long after, Tsuchiyo suddenly heard a familiar notification. Ding! Congratulations! You have reached the maximum experience point and successfully leveled up to level 16. Ding! Your destiny star is detected to be 16. You have been granted 16 free attribute points. Please allocate them promptly. It's been upgraded. Tsuchiyo smiled slightly. I knew it would be soon. Back when we were in the beginner village. You will receive a large amount of experience rewards. I'm just one step away from reaching level 16. They hadn't been in the swamp forest for long when they managed to fix that kick. As for attribute allocation, intelligence at its peak. With these 16 points of intelligence, Tsuchiyo and his summoned beast's combat power will increase even further. Now we don't have to worry about combat strength at all. Subsequently, Tsuchiyo devoted his limited life to the endless task of punishing monsters. During the monster-killing process, Tsuchiyo also took a look at the tree heart material. My past self. All that is known is that it is related to a hidden race mission that Lin Ziyun accepted. And this life. Tsuchiyo tried observing it using the characteristics of the card master class. Ding! Detected the presence of the following substances in the tree core: multiple shot essence, parasitic seeds, leaf-piercing dagger, rooting, and slow-acting poison. Hiss. Looking at this familiar strip of essence, Tsuchiyo couldn't help but gasp. Last time I saw so much gems in the materials. It's still inside the blood-drenched bead of the bloodthirsty Bat King. I never imagined that this tree contained so much essence. And ding! The essence of the heart of the material tree, multi-strike, parasitic seed, and wandering tentacle are highly compatible. Fusion is recommended. The essence of this tree is a perfect match for the wandering tentacles. Tsuchiyo smiled slightly. It seems this trip to the swamp forest will be a success. It's time to significantly enhance and improve my wandering tentacle combat capabilities. The tree heart is also related to hidden racial quests and wandering tentacles. This demand is not just a little bit. After putting the tree heart back into his backpack, Tsuchiyo gave his summoned beasts new commands. Full speed ahead and start grinding. Chapter 84, Race Mission Preface, Family Hatred. Chapter 84, Race Quest Preface, Family Feud. Phew, finally arrived in Windbreak City. This ride was so bumpy, my back is killing me. Does this motion sensing game have to be this realistic? It's called Windbreak City, but there's not a breath of wind at all. It's so stuffy and hot. Look, my chest is soaked with sweat and has a triangular bulge. It's still best to be with Xiaoli. It's like hugging an air conditioner. Don't come any closer. Zhongli cried out in pain, feeling the pressure of fat from all sides. However, the team members didn't listen to him at all and kept hugging and rubbing against him. No, Captain! Although I have the Xianbing sword, I am not afraid of the heat at all. But I can't bear this kind of physical pain. Beep beep beep. Just then, Zhongli's friend's interface suddenly vibrated. Let go! The guild leader sent a message! Upon hearing the word, President. The girls became much more obedient. Zhongli finally has her own space. He then took a breath and answered the phone. Sister Ziyun, the Tianshu Guild will obey orders. Hearing Zhongli's serious reply, Lin Ziyun's perpetual displeasure eased slightly. Don't be so nervous, you've arrived in Windbreak City, right? Upon hearing this, Zhongli turned the camera back and raised it high, showing each team member their face. Yes, Sister Ziyun, we took a car as soon as we cleared the Dark Remains cave and just arrived. Lin Ziyun nodded slightly. It's good that we've arrived. Tianhuan has deduced a high-level intelligence report concerning Windbreak City. I feel like you guys can use it. Zhongli's eyes lit up when she heard the name Tianhuan. Tianhuan Guild is the richest guild in Li nightclub. Lingguang, the guild leader of Tianhuan Guild, also awakened a hidden class that is most suitable for their guild on Myoji. It is said that information about one's fate can be deduced by consuming items such as currency, materials, and experience. Sister Lingguang has deduced information related to Wind's Breath City? Zhongli's voice involuntarily rose several decibels. High-level intelligence. You can make a little money. Isn't this like a windfall? Yes. Lin Ziyin was very happy to see the great atmosphere in her guilds, but she didn't show it with a smile. I know you are very strong. You just finished paying off your family's debts, and you don't want to live in the villa I bought for you. You are now sharing a house with a stranger of the opposite sex. Make the most of this opportunity, and move out once you've made some money. Upon hearing this, Zhongli's smile froze on her face. Do you think you have to move away once you've made money? Subconsciously, Suchio's face appeared in her mind. I felt a little reluctant to leave. Seeing that Zhongli did not respond, Lin Ziyun realized that she shouldn't have brought up her family's affairs, but she still insisted. When you're poor, no one cares even in the bustling city. When you're rich, even distant relatives come to visit. You've already paid off your father's gambling debts, now it's up to you. At this point, Lin Ziyun ended the call. This is, after all, Zhongli's family matter, and it's not appropriate for me to get too involved. But if Zhongli was truly prepared to sever all ties. If the Zhong family comes looking for us again, then it will be my turn to take action. After the call ended, Zhongli remained silent, her little head pondering. How can I move away with Brother Su? Just then, a teammate came over and hugged Zhongli with heartache. After the brainwave, she said to Zhongli, Little Lily, this will all pass. Let's check the intelligence first. Zhongli finally realized what was happening. Oh. Let me see. Zhongli opened the advanced intelligence report and began to examine it. Find NPC Brown to unlock the racial quest prefix family feud. Ding! Python skins have been collected, 500 to 500. Extract the essence powerful muscles? A system notification sounded. Suchio smiled slightly and quickly threw the card in his hand out. After killing the tree spirit in the distance, I turned around and focused on checking the system notification for the card master. You've collected 500 python skins so quickly! Suchio immediately chose to extract. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the essence strong muscle. The 500 python skins in the backpack vanished instantly. It immediately transformed into a green card. The card depicts strands of thick, pink muscles intertwined together. It looks incredibly powerful. Chapter 85 Cardinal Catherine. Chapter 85 Cardinal Catherine. Powerful muscles. Description: I am the embodiment of power. Quality: excellent green. Effect: Wandering tentacles gain plus 30 defense and plus 20 to final strength. The ability to enhance strength assessment is a perfect match for tentacles. Ding! Would you like to buff the card, summon Wandering Tentacles? After clicking OK, the powerful muscles in my hand dissipated. Suchio also sensed some changes in the tentacles within his body. Ding! Summoning Wandering Tentacle successfully fused with powerful muscles. Summon the Wandering Tentacles. Tsuchiyo noticed that the originally white, semi-transparent wandering tentacles looked a little thicker. It feels more resilient to the touch. Clap, clap, clap! After gently patting it a few times, Tsuchiyo tested how much the defense had improved. The tentacle's defensive capabilities are of paramount importance. Because their life points are Tsuchiyo's life points. That means the wandering tentacles currently only have 1600 HP. You'll die if a powerful monster touches you. Therefore, the defensive power is used to enhance Tsuchiyo, as long as the enemy's attack hits the tentacles. Although it's still Tsuchiyo's blood that's being deducted, at least it will be offset by their defensive capabilities. I really wouldn't dare let you attack unless absolutely necessary. Tsuchiyo touched his precious tentacles. I wonder if the tentacles understand my thoughts. After successfully extracting the powerful muscle essence. It was getting late. Let's go back to the city. Tsuchiyo glanced at the mud puddle on the ground and made a careful assessment. The swamp forest at night. It will become a living hell. One reason is that the swamp forest has too much moisture. This causes high tides to occur at night. The damp soil and swamps became even muddier. The movement restriction effect will be further enhanced, making it impossible for players to move an inch. Another reason is because of this exceptionally dense forest. At night, plants begin to respire, consuming large amounts of oxygen. In addition to restricted movement, players will also suffer a debuff called suffocation. Once you enter combat, your health will continuously decrease. Moreover, the longer the battle lasts, the faster your health will be depleted. The rate of health loss will only slow down, and eventually stop once you leave combat. All I can say is that fate is too real. Tsuchiyo glanced at her current life recovery status. Natural recovery, 1.9s. Healing runestone, 20s. After Catherine began her ascension to Cardinal. The holy light blessing you give yourself will then lose its effect. The battery life has been significantly reduced. Given the activity level of their army, this amount of life recovery wouldn't last long. It needs to be at least doubled. Tsuchiyo couldn't help but put his hands together in prayer. The first day I miss Catherine. However, just as Tsuchiyo finished speaking, a friend notification suddenly appeared. Twilight, are you there? Catherine. Catherine has emerged from seclusion? Tsuchiyo happily replied. Yes. Catherine, on the other end of the system, quickly replied. Can we meet? Right now. Tsuchiyo raised an eyebrow. Is it because you miss me? Perfect. I also plan to go back to the city to buy some supplies. So the two agreed to meet under the wind spirit statue. Did I get here first? Tsuchiyo looked around but didn't see Catherine, so she turned to look at the large carriage beside her, Sylph. The wind sprite statue at night. It shimmered with a faint silvery glow under the moonlight. It looks extremely holy. More passers-by NPCs have also gathered here. Kneeling here, I pray for success in the imperial examinations, safe travels, many children and blessings, and so on. The wind spirits don't take on this kind of work. Tsuchiyo chuckled and then gazed at the inner city of Fingxi City in the distance. All major cities are divided into two structures, an inner city and an outer city. It's a large circle containing a smaller circle. The inner city was mainly the administrative district and the residential area for nobles. The outer city was mainly residential and commoner housing areas. The Church of Light, along with the Wind Elf statue, is located in the outer city. The rumored Baron Kozish, who usurped power and murdered the old lord of the city. He then lived in the inner city with his followers. I miss the old city lord so much. Back then, he would come to the outer city every night to pay respects to the wind spirit statue with us. Yes, but the current Baron Kashiai, my light dragon, I still haven't seen what he looks like. Silence! The trees around us are all tree spirits in disguise. If you speak ill of Baron Kozish, you'll be silenced. Compared to the tree spirits that look like ghosts, I much prefer the cute tree spirits of the past. Those little deer always warmed my heart. I miss the old city lord. Listening to the NPC's conversation, Tsuchiyo smiled slightly. These are all clues to that hidden racial mission. But... Tsuchiyo scratched his head. This quest can only be started by finding a key NPC named Brown. However, this NPC named Brown, because he has direct blood from the old city lord, will be assassinated by Baron Kosh. So they're hiding everywhere, making them incredibly difficult to find. Should we ask Catherine to mobilize the Church of Light to help search for it? Just as Tsuchiyo was pondering, a low voice came from beside him. Could you ask Bishop Catherine to help you find something? Tsuchiyo turned around at the sound and saw a woman wearing a wide white robe and hood standing beside her. Catherine, when did you arrive? The woman in the long robe realized she had been recognized and, puzzled, removed her hood. I didn't even show my face, how did you recognize me? Tsuchiyo smiled. Because you are you, and I can recognize you no matter how you change. You can't exactly say you recognize the license plate because it started with the letter D, can you? You're so good with words. A blush rose on Catherine's face, showing how happy she was. Ding! Cardinal, perspective, Catherine's favorability towards you increases by 1. Chapter 86 Taking another step forward, rising to the rank of purple robe? Chapter 86 Taking another step forward, rising to the rank of purple robe? Stop rising. If prices rise any further, I'll make you renounce your vows. What do you want from me? Tsuchiyo asked, changing the subject. Upon hearing this, Catherine's smile faded slightly. I've discovered that becoming a cardinal isn't so easy. Oh? Tsuchiyo keenly sensed something. Difficult equals challenging equals and demand equals a task. Without speaking, Tsuchiyo waited for the next words. There are 2 conditions for the promotion of a cardinal. Catherine pinched her fingers, lowered her head, and said, 1 is the combat capability test. With the help of so many mandala flowers you gave me, I did it, and even broke the record of the past 300 years. At this point, Catherine looked at Tsuchiyo and smiled shyly. Clearly, Catherine doesn't boast. Broken a record that hasn't been seen in 300 years? Tsuchiyo's eyes lit up. Wow, Catherine is amazing! What kind of monster have I unknowingly raised? This is all because of you, it has little to do with me. Catherine chuckled, quite pleased with Tsuchiyo's praise. He continued. The second is the support test, which requires you to prove that you have strong support abilities. As she said this, Catherine raised her eyes, pursed her lips, and looked at Tsuchiyo. Tsuchiyo understood and responded with a smile. This is something I need to help with, right? Yes. Catherine felt a little embarrassed at the thought of needing help from others. The church often receives commissions, which are rated according to their difficulty. The second auxiliary test is to have a level 20 traveler complete a combat quest with the help of an ascendant. The higher the level of the quest completed by the traveler, the higher the rank of cardinal the ascendant can become. Catherine then displayed a panel. 1-star cardinal, complete an F-rank quest, defeat a level 20 giant grass python. 2-star cardinal, complete an E-rank quest, kill a level 23 treant, crossed out, a dryad. 3-star cardinal, complete a D-rank quest, kill a level 25 swamp monster. 4 stars? Tsuchiyo knew this. Salman, the supreme player of the Peacock Kingdom in his previous life. He has a natural affinity for faith, and the church due to his hidden profession. They then relied on the resources of the entire nation to cultivate a 6-star cardinal. That cardinal also appeared when the future, fate, invaded reality. He successfully led a large number of Church of Light believers to Earth to provide reinforcements. This allows the high castes of the Peacock Kingdom to live in peace and have enough time to play Destiny, and quickly become stronger. At the time, it made other countries extremely envious. And this life. I hope that when you reach level 20, you can help me kill a level 20 giant grass python. Of course, I will give you my best wishes and I won't let you get hurt. Hearing Catherine's somewhat hesitant voice, Tsuchiyo smiled slightly. I believe in your ability to support me, Catherine. Suchio smiled slightly. You chose to ask me for help because you believed in my abilities, didn't you? So, show me some more advanced commissions. Hearing this, Catherine felt a warmth in her heart. Okay. Then Catherine revealed the C-level request for promoting someone to a 5-star cardinal. Defeating a level 20 giant grass python king is a white, normal level boss. At this level, the monster you need to kill has a rank. It's a boss. For the average person, completing this task alone is simply out of the question. Make it even more advanced. Catherine nodded and then showed another B-level commission. Kill a level 22 swamp cluster, white common grade. Upon successful completion, one can be directly promoted to a 6-star cardinal. Just complete this request. Suchio will then directly possess a powerful ally, equivalent to the strongest reinforcements capable of saving the Peacock Kingdom's leadership. But... Suchio. Oh no. You should know how amazing I am. Make it higher. 7-star cardinal, rank A request, defeat a level 22 mighty grass python king, green excellent. Let's stop here. Any higher, and it will be dangerous. Catherine looked at Suchio with deep emotion. They were terrified that Suchio might be in any danger. But Suchio still only had 2 words. Increase the stakes. 8-star cardinal, S rank request. Add. 9-star cardinal, SS rank request. Trust me. Keep adding. 10-star cardinal, SSS rank request. Defeat a level 25 poison swamp black lizard, blue excellent. Why don't you just max it out? Upon hearing Suchio's words, Catherine quickly shook her head. We can't add any more. The highest rank a cardinal can reach is 10 stars. Suchio's face immediately lit up with disdain. That's it. Suchio felt that even without Catherine's buff, he could defeat this boss single-handedly. Salman, who spent the entire nation's resources to raise a 6-star cardinal, is really too weak, isn't he? Catherine tried to persuade Suchio to be content, saying, Any higher, and you'll reach the purple-robed bishop trial, which takes a whole month to complete. With my current combat strength, I am not yet able to pass the purple-robed bishop's combat strength test. After saying this, Catherine noticed that Suchio had fallen silent. She looked up and saw that Suchio's face was full of anticipation. Suchio's voice also reached my ears. But you can pass the purple-robed cardinal's auxiliary test. Chapter 87 Advanced Quest, Slay the Poison Swamp Dragon Lizard. Chapter 87 Advanced Request, Slaying the Poison Swamp Dragon Lizard. The purple-robed bishop's assistance test? Catherine was taken aback when she heard Suchio's words. This isn't about helping yourself pass the cheat test. This is because Dusk wants to challenge its limits. Are you serious? Catherine, seeing Suchio's interested expression, confirmed it. Dusk is serious. Let me make this clear beforehand. The challenge of the purple-robed cardinal is much harder than that of the cardinal. Moreover, even challenging opponents of higher levels. Catherine was telling the truth. We can only take on quests of January difficulty. Anything higher in difficulty can only be unlocked by waiting for the cardinal. Cardinals are rank using stars. Purple-robed cardinals use the moon to indicate their rank. The more stars and moons that indicate a level, the better. The higher the rank of the bishop, the higher the bishop's rank. Have more say and more power. It's okay, let me see. Suchio was extremely excited. Salman raised a 6-star cardinal, but the game became a reality a year later. He was only promoted to an 8-star cardinal. And myself. You can raise a January purple cardinal who can reach a high rank right from the start. How exciting is that? Subsequently, Catherine reluctantly presented Suchio with a request that was significantly more difficult than expected in January. Suchio glanced at it, and couldn't help but click her tongue in amazement. As expected of the purple-robed cardinal's auxiliary test. The level is a whole grade higher. The tasks on the panel are all issued to travelers who are level 30. Coincidentally, I can fight monsters 10 levels higher than myself. Upon hearing Suchio's confirmation, Catherine fell silent for a moment, thinking to herself. I must learn as many blessings as possible before reaching level 20 in Twilight. Soon, as Suchio was flipping through the requests, her eyes suddenly lit up. This is... Noticing Suchio's unusual behavior, Catherine nuzzled her head and looked at the request Suchio had opened. Commission name, Slay the Poison Swamp Lizard. Mission objective, go to the heart of the Dark Faction territory, and kill a level 30 Poison Swamp Lizard, Blue Excellent. Difficulty level, extremely difficult. Commissioned reward, can elevate a cardinal to the rank of January Purple Cardinal. Upon seeing this request, Catherine was somewhat puzzled. Poison Swamp Lizard? That's right. Suchio nodded slightly. If nothing unexpected happens, this swamp lizard should have dragon blood. Catherine's eyes widened slightly. It has dragon blood? Doesn't that mean this swamp dragon lizard will be very difficult to deal with? And what's more, it's located deep within the Dark Faction's territory. Suchio smiled slightly. That's it. Catherine? Skipping a grade is one thing. And they even picked the hardest grade they skipped? This is going too far. But... it's all up to dusk. Catherine reluctantly accepted the commission and handed it over to Suchio. After all, this is something only travelers can do. Find me when you reach level 20, and I'll give you a support buff so we can get started. Suchio nodded. However, as soon as Catherine finished speaking, a beam of blue holy light shone from her hand. A prompt immediately reached Suchio's ears. Ding! Cardinal, apprentice, Catherine has added the buff. Holy Light Blessing. To you? Holy Light Blessing. Effect: you and your summoned creatures regenerate 15 health points per second. Duration: infinity. Ding! Cardinal, apprentice, Catherine has added the Wind Whisper buff to you. Whisper of the Wind. Effect: your and your summoned creatures' movement speed plus 20.6%, evasion rate plus 10.3%, and suffocation effect reduced by 20.6%. Duration: infinity. Hiss! Upon receiving these two system notifications, Suchio couldn't help but gasp. This is the buff I've been wanting the most. Holy Light Blessing provides continuous healing, while Wind Whisper reduces the damage from suffocation. My endurance in the swamp forest has doubled. I've become more durable. Furthermore, movement speed and evasion rate have been further improved. The effect of restricted movement has been significantly reduced. This is a new support skill I learned after passing the combat power test, Catherine said earnestly. Wait for me a little longer. I'll upgrade them a few more times before you reach level 20. Hearing this, Suchio smiled slightly. Okay, I'll wait for you. After the two made their agreement, Catherine returned to the Church of Light and began to hone her skills. Suchio smiled and glanced at her Wind Whisper. With 3 points of wind elemental affinity, the buff I received was also increased by 3% proportionally. After rescuing more Azure Wind Knights and obtaining more wind leaves, the wind attribute amplification buffs you can obtain will be even more powerful. Now we don't need to rest anymore, let's continue deeper into the swamp forest. Suchio continued walking towards the west gate. But we haven't gone very far yet. Suchio received a message from a friend. Brother Su, dinner's ready. Chapter 88 I'll thank you with my dog's life. Chapter 88 I'll thank you with my dog's life. How could I live without you? As Suchio sipped her porridge, she sighed with genuine emotion. It's not like I'm leaving. Zhongli broke the steamed bun open, spread some soybean paste inside, added slices of ham and lettuce, and then handed it to Suchio. Here, Brother Su, this is for you. Suchio took the Chinese-style hamburger and ate it with great relish. By the way, have you arrived in Windbreak City yet? Hearing Suchio's question, Zhongli smiled and replied while making herself a hamburger. Arrive! I just arrived in Windbreak City with our guild leader today. However, when it came to Wind Dry City, Zhongli felt somewhat awkward. I'm sorry, Brother Su. We had agreed that I would take you to level up after we arrived in Fengxi City. As a result, today our president received a special hidden mission from the general president. This quest requires finding someone, which has kept our entire guild from grinding monsters. We've been searching all afternoon and still haven't found them. After preparing her dinner, Zhongli apologized to Su Qiu. I'm sorry, Brother Su, you'll have to grind monsters by yourself for now. Once we find that NPC, we can go to the swamp forest. I'll definitely take you then. When Su Qiu heard that Zhongli couldn't take her, she cried so hard that her face was streaked with tears. Well, I should have known sooner that we were from two different worlds. We can never have anything to do with each other, sob sob sob. Zhongli was immediately amused by Su Qiu and burst into laughter. She knew that when Brother Su was acting, it meant he wasn't really alive. I'll go online again after I finish eating to keep looking for people. I want to find them as soon as possible so I can grind monsters with you, Brother Su. Oh, Brother Su, you don't need to wash the dishes after you finish eating. I'll wait for you to come out to use the restroom in the middle of the night, Brother Su. As Zhongli was saying this, she suddenly noticed that Su Qiu had stopped moving. His expression suddenly became somewhat serious. What's wrong, Brother Su? Are you choking? Upon hearing this, Su Qiu's face broke into a smile again. I ate a little too fast. After speaking, Su Qiu took a sip of porridge and smacked her lips. I've been eating too much nutritious food with you these past few days. I'm going to buy a bottle of soda to balance it out. Zhongli looked helplessly at Su Qiu, who was preparing to leave. Drink less. Su Qiu agreed and then closed the door. Just as the door closed, a hunched old man walked up from the next floor, his steps unsteady. Su Qiu smiled and politely stepped aside. The old man smiled and replied, Thank you, young man. Upon hearing this, Su Qiu smiled and said, How should I thank you? The old man was stunned for a moment. What's wrong with this person? Do you really want me to thank you myself? The old man, looking as if he'd been extorted, said nervously. How would you like to thank me? Su Qiu's smile instantly became incredibly sunny. I'm young, I'm willing to suffer a little loss. You'll thank me with your dog's life. Upon hearing this, the old man's expression gradually turned cold. His hunched back slowly straightened. They actually found out. How did you find me? The old man's gaze turned cold as he asked. Su Qiu, hands in his pockets, said, It's just a handsome guy's intuition. After all, Su Qiu's intelligence attribute is as high as 170. A perception ability far exceeding that of ordinary people. Once the attributes are brought into reality, they will also be reflected in the player's physical reactions. Strength affects muscle density. Agility affects physical dexterity. Physical constitution affects physical fitness. Intelligence influences thinking and perception. The only difference between Su Qiu now and Superman is that he can't fly anymore. But flying isn't necessarily faster than running. The old man narrowed his eyes at the sound and slowly raised his cane. Looks like you're the one who chose to remain anonymous. Chapter 89 I Am Your Father. Chapter 89 I Am Your Father. At this moment, the old man's voice was no longer hoarse, but full of energy and coldness. Su Qiu blinked in confusion. What anonymity? Humph! A hint of killing intent flashed in the old man's eyes. I don't care if you are a suspect or not, just die. After quickly closing in on Su Qiu, he suddenly pointed his cane at Su Qiu's chest. At such close range, the old man was convinced that the young man from Yanhuang wouldn't be able to react in time. Beep. But at this time, the scene the old man imagined, being pierced through the chest, did not happen. Instead, a muffled thud came from the end of the cane. Su Qiu glanced down at her torn clothes and replied with a smile. How are you going to kill me without a gun barrel? The old man's gaze sharpened, and he solemnly withdrew his cane, performing a backflip to land steadily at the turn of the stairs. You come from an ancient martial arts family in Yanwang? No, 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 Suchiyo said seriously. I'm just an ordinary person who's about to buy a bottle of soda. I don't believe you. The old man jumped up again, bending his knees. Suddenly, he charged towards Suchiyo. The force was so great that it turned on all the hallway lights in the entire building. This time, he used the hardwood cane in his hand as a baseball bat and smashed it hard at Suchiyo. Suchiyo reached out and gently caught the end of the cane. Snap! The cane snapped in two. Suchiyo frowned slightly. You old man, you have no martial ethics. You want to give me a jujube without saying a word? The old man didn't know how to respond to this, but this time his expression was much more serious. How did you cultivate such a strong physique? Upon hearing this, Suchiyo smiled shyly. With your mother. This time the old man understood. Damn it! After cursing loudly, he suddenly threw a punch at Suchiyo's face. Are you ever going to stop? This time, Suchiyo also lost her patience. He casually waved his hand. Click! The old man's punch, along with his entire right arm, snapped instantly. It broke even more completely than that cane from before. Ah dash! The old man screamed in pain. His face was also distorted by the ferocity of the expression. The old man never would have imagined this. I just happened to meet a young man. They have such formidable fighting power. The sheer power of that physique. He's even more powerful than someone who's cultivated for 20 years. Did this person start training from the womb? Which ancient martial arts family do you belong to? He gritted his teeth, pressed down on his right arm, and asked in a harsh voice. The Lin family of hidden swords? The Tang family of hidden weapons? The Zhang family of golden light? The Su family of charlatans? Or the Miao family of poison goo? He couldn't give any examples. Because the history of Yanwang is too long. There are countless ancient martial arts families with a history spanning thousands of years. It's impossible for him to remember everything. But now. Give me an answer. Let me die knowing why. He knew he was going to die here today. Upon hearing this, Suchiyo sighed helplessly. Didn't I already say that I don't practice ancient martial arts? I'm just an ordinary person who goes out to buy soda. If I absolutely have to reveal my name. Suchiyo smiled slightly. Keep this a secret. The old man was startled upon hearing this. What did this mean? He could survive? Okay. I promise I'll keep it a secret. Suchiyo whispered. I am your father. Then, when the old man was wondering what family the tender butterfly belonged to, Suchiyo directly gave him a 360 degrees brain teaser. Snap! The body fell limply to the ground and slid several meters down the stairs. There is no hope left. Suchiyo sat on the stair steps, expressionless, staring at the corpse before him. So, what should we do with this body next? Chapter 90 Having a snack after dinner. Chapter 90 Having a snack after dinner. Before the invasion of fate, this was still a society governed by the rule of law. No matter where it is, the sudden appearance of a corpse can easily cause a sensation. But at that moment, Suchiyo suddenly sensed something. He looked down at his palm. Suddenly, a tender, white, semi-transparent tentacle stretched out from there. Moreover, this tentacle is moving according to Suchiyo's wishes. The tip slowly opened, splitting into 5 lobes, revealing an esophagus. The wandering tentacles that were fused with my main body have actually followed my attributes and stepped out of reality? Brother Su, why are you back so late? Zhongli took Suchiyo's bowl. Let me serve you a fresh bowl of porridge. Suchiyo sipped her soda. No need, I just had some snacks on the way. Upon hearing this, Zhongli frowned and wrinkled her nose. Did I eat junk food again? Is it because my cooking is bad? Suchiyo answered seriously. No. It's because your cooking is so delicious and healthy. I need to eat some junk food to soothe my inner shut-in. Zhongli was amused by Suchiyo again. Brother Su, you have a really good tongue, your girlfriend must really like it. Suchiyo immediately clutched her heart, her face filled with grief. It hurts so much. Why did you have to say the word girlfriend to a single guy like me? Isn't destiny fun? Hearing Suchiyo's answer, Zhongli, who was washing dishes with her back turned, smiled. Brother Su doesn't have a girlfriend. He immediately replied with a smile. Good, very good. After finishing her meal, Suchiyo logged back into her account and happily summoned her wandering tentacles. I never expected that a parasitic summon could actually come into reality with me. The wandering tentacles sensed Suchiyo's emotions. It swayed gently from side to side, secreting a corrosive mucus that was harmless to Suchiyo. It was this slime that completely melted away the assassin from Goryo. Clean, thorough, and odorless. It's practically an essential tool for assassins. Suchiyo stroked her tentacle, then suddenly fell silent, her hand frozen in midair. Damn it, it looks so much like it! It then retracted the tentacles into its body. Since the tentacles can be brought into reality, the stronger and more functional the tentacles are, the stronger one's combat power and reality will be. Suchiyo knew. In reality, it's not as safe as it seems. So now? Suchiyo glanced at the monster materials in his backpack. We need to kill more mighty grass pythons and tree spirits to farm materials and exchange them for essence. Judgment complete. Suchiyo headed straight for the swamp forest. This time, with the permanent buffs of Holy Light and Wind Whisper, Suchiyo and his summoned creatures were incredibly audacious. In the swampy forest at night, the environmental debuff that restricts movement can directly reduce Suchiyo's movement speed by 40%. Suchiyo has 99 points in agility. Movement speed is 99 to 5 seconds, and after consuming 3 wind leaves, movement speed increases by 3%. It reached 102.9-5s. That means that in a sprint, it can move 20.5 meters per second. Who is Bolt? The sprinter? I'm really not familiar with him. In environments where movement is restricted, one's movement speed drops to 61.7 to 5 seconds. After obtaining the Wind Whisper again, movement speed has been restored to 74 to 5 seconds. When other agility-type professional players can achieve their current movement speed, they will probably need to reach level 25. Suchiyo closed the panel and gazed at the dark swamp forest under the night sky. Time to start the night shift. Chapter 91: The Slime Monster and the Wonderful Use of the Wind Pouch. Chapter 91: The Slime Monster and the Wonderful Use of the Wind Pouch. Phew, it's dawn. Suchiyo gazed at the rising sun and stretched comfortably. After scrolling through the screen all night, Suchiyo herself successfully leveled up to level 17. We're one step closer to the 20 mark. That night, Suchiyo killed a sufficient number of mighty grass pythons. The strangulation essence has been extracted. This increases the power rating of the wandering tentacles by 10% again. Furthermore, when the wandering tentacles begin to entangle and render the opponent unable to move, the strangulation function will be automatically activated. This will cause the opponent to continuously lose health. In addition to the strangulation effect, Suchiyo also obtained the essence of a slow-acting poison by killing a tree demon. In this way, the wandering tentacles can inflict an additional layer of continuous damage after controlling the enemy. It was incredibly torturous. My fighting strength is now even more guaranteed. Suchiyo retracted its tentacles and prepared to change direction and continue its journey. I only hunt monsters in this area. This has significantly reduced the monster respawn rate. Let's head south. Suchiyo glanced at the map and prepared to head south. There are bodies of water there, and you can also encounter other monsters besides tree spirits and giant grass pythons. For example, slime. Introduction: We slimes are invincible. Level 18. Attack 560. Life 20,000. Skills: Slime Body, Toxic Liquid, Slime Splitting. Soft mud body. Description: wet and slippery, irresistible. Effect: stores 20% of the damage taken, which will gradually dissipate over the next 3 seconds. Toxic liquid. Description: are you toxic? Yeah, right. Effect: when attacked by melee units, or when attacking enemy units, inflicts a poison effect on the enemy. Slime splitting. Description: you won't die. I'll die twice. Effect: when it takes fatal damage, it splits into 2 pieces of slime, each with 20% of the original slime's health. The slime will revive after successfully reuniting. Limited to 1 time. The familiar slime. This level 18 slime monster has a relatively low attack power of only 560 points compared to other monsters of the same level. But it has a whopping 20,000 health points. It's obvious. Slime monsters are tank-type monsters. You're lucky! Tsuchiyo gazed at the muddy mountain in the distance and nodded silently. Slime monsters are typical social monsters. Just like a cockroach. When you see a slime, it means there is at least a large group of slimes nearby. But this slime monster in front of me, just like a high school girl who ran away from home, it really is the only one around. Even so, Tsuchiyo couldn't help but cover her mouth and nose. It stinks. The slime monster is like the stinky mud from the swamp that has come to life. It inexplicably developed its own consciousness and began attacking all living beings around it. And this stench is like a biological weapon. So, as long as there is a slime monster in the enemy's territory, there will be no other creatures within a radius of tens of meters. No, except for flies. This creature has a particular fondness for this. But it's because of flies. This makes the creature look even more disgusting. This results in slimes having few natural enemies. Therefore, they often become rampant and cause disasters. Windbreak City also frequently posts requests, asking travelers to eliminate these slime monsters and protect the environment. Tsuchiyo also felt that unless there was a special need, it was fine not to leave them alone. But Tsuchiyo felt this monster's skills are incredibly useful no matter which essence it drops. It would be a shame not to hit them. Let's go fight it! The 3 little ones covered their noses, their eyes red, and seeing that their owner didn't want to do it, they volunteered, showing a look of being ready to die. That look! It was as if Tsuchiyo had forced herself on her. You absolutely must not go! Tsuchiyo directly dissuaded him. If the 3 of them get involved with this disgusting stuff, Tsuchiyo doesn't know how she'll ever be able to kiss, hug, and lift them up high again. Tsuchiyo then looked at the bloodthirsty Bat King and the Frostfire Dragon Lizard, and said solemnly, "Let's go." When facing this kind of enemy, it is indeed best to entrust the task to units capable of ranged attacks. Immediately, Tsuchiyo's hand lit up with a light card. Just burst them down with damage! The bloodthirsty Bat King and the Frostfire Dragon Lizard nodded, then turned and entered battle mode. The bloodthirsty Bat King led the way with 50 resurrected Bloodbringer bats. It flew into the air and started inexplicably throwing blood needles downwards. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Puff 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 puff. After countless blood needles accurately struck the slime monster, they sank into it like mud oxen entering the sea. From the outside, it's impossible to tell what effect the blood had on the slime. But the slime still winced in pain, its body jerking back, revealing a dense array of damage numbers above its head. -1111. -33. -26. -51, critical hit. -28, critical hit. -29. One round of attacks successfully reduced the slime's health by 1/10. Faced with such heavily armored monsters, all the bloodbats can do is draw the enemy's attention. But that damage is actually enough. Tsuchiyo also fired 3 light cards in that single second. -295. Bang! -1180 for X. -294. Bang! minus 882 3x, minus 297. Bang! Minus 1485 5x. These three attacks, with relatively normal multipliers, still dealt 4,400 damage. Reduced the slime's health to almost half. Roar dash! Finally, the frost fire dragon lizard, along with their 4 cubs, were gone. He also opened his mouth in disgust. Rat, rat, rat! After spitting out several streams of flaming liquid, it quickly activated the corrosive sulfur liquid skill attached to its high-temperature throat. In that brief moment, a full 16 plumes of fiery liquid streaked through the air. It hit the sludge monster precisely, before it could even react. Then came a dense array of damage numbers for burns and frostbite. It instantly empties the slime's health. The slime only had time to utter one sentence. 0_0? It broke into 2 lumps of mud the size of exercise balls. Slime, clone, 4000 to 4000. Slime, clone, 4000 to 4000. Quick! Keep firing! Tsuchiyo hurriedly gave the order. Fortunately, the summoned beasts dealt enough damage. They did so before the slime monsters could reassemble and revive. Completely destroy the clone. Ding! Congratulations on successfully defeating the slime monster LV-18. Experience plus 542, copper coins plus 27, primordial core plus 1. Ding! Fate triggered. Additional experience plus 3,252, 6x, copper coins plus 243, 9x, and primordial core plus 7, 7x. Along with the familiar system notification sound, 2 loud bangs, like balloons bursting, followed in quick succession. Bang! Bang! The 2 clones exploded into rubble, completely losing their life force. Tsuchiyo did not approach. Instead, he and the summoned beast tensed up and quickly retreated dozens of meters. Let's pick it up later. This flavor is too strong. The blessing of the wind around me can alleviate some of the suffocation, but can't it purify the air around me? Tsuchiyo pinched his nose and gave a wry smile. Now I suppose I'm trapped in a windless land. After waiting a moment, until the stench had mostly dissipated, Tsuchiyo approached. He picked up a pile of pronuclei from the mud. I'm not clean anymore. Tsuchiyo stared at the primordial core in his hand, silently praying. Don't let me down. The next moment, a familiar fluctuation emanated from the card player. Ding! The material's original core has been detected to contain essence splitting, toxic liquid, soft and bouncy body, and ricocheting start. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained the drop item Summon Slime. What? Tsuchiyo's eyes widened in surprise. I've already gotten my 5th summoned beast? Chapter 92 The Remnant Soul of the Azure Wind Knight, Archer. Chapter 92 The Remnant Soul of the Azure Wind Knight, Archer. What's going on? Tsuchiyo stared at the card floating in her hand, momentarily stunned. At once. I only defeated 1 slime monster and already got its summon card. I've killed countless powerful grass pythons and tree demons. Why is there no movement at all? My fate has been somewhat dramatic. Tsuchiyo immediately examined the new card floating in her hand. The card depicts a dark blue slime with a mouth and eyes. It looks like a lump of gelatinous substance. If we were to describe it using symbols, it would be O_0. It looks a bit dull, chubby, and bouncy. The feel is at least degrade. Black and white headlights are nothing more than that. Tsuchiyo chuckled, and the card's attributes lit up before his eyes. Summoned Slime. Quality, excellent blue. Effect, by injecting magic points into it, slimes can be summoned to assist in battle. Blue, excellent quality. Good. And this slime looks much cleaner than the mud monster. Slime Tsuchiyo knows this. Like the slime monster, its body is composed of some kind of alchemical product made up of pronuclei. It can blend in with the surrounding matter. Therefore, the variety is very rich. Those that merge with water are called water slimes, and those that merge with earth are called earth slimes. Those that blend with the mud in the swamp are called mud slimes, also known as slime monster. It is clear that the summoned slime in front of Tsuchiyo is still a pure, uncontaminated slime. It's so clean, I can't bear to get it dirty. With a chuckle, Tsuchiyo put the summoning card into his backpack. That's right! This slime not only dropped some useful essences, but it even dropped the matching summoning cards. Tsuchiyo activated the Wind Whisper buff with satisfaction, facing the mud on his body. Next, I'll just wait until I reach level 20 to fuse with a new summon beast. Slime monsters are incredibly meaty. That's slime of his own. This will perfectly address the lack of tanks in my team. Once she was clean, Tsuchiyo hurriedly left that stinky place. Head south towards the swamp forest. Keep refreshing. Now there's another reason to level up to level 20. Tsuchiyo suddenly heard a deafening notification. The message was unclear due to the passage of time. Ding! You have successfully used Wind Blade. Wind element affinity +1, movement speed +1%, 20 to 20. Ding! Using Wind Leaf will no longer grant attribute boosts. Upon hearing this voice, Tsuchiyo's hand, which was using the wind pouch to collect the soul of the Azure Wind Knight, stiffened slightly. You've collected 20 corpses without even realizing it? Tsuchiyo took out the vibrating Azure Wind compass from his backpack, on which there was still a single point of light that was constantly trembling. Is there another body nearby? After carefully examining the compass, Tsuchiyo discovered. The point on the compass closest to one's summoned beast emitted the strongest fluctuations. Could it be a big one? Once Tsuchiyo identified his target, he led his summoned beast toward the direction indicated by the compass. Soon, a familiar, semi-transparent cyan figure came into Tsuchiyo's field of vision. But this time, the phantom of the Azure Wind Knight is much more solid than the previous phantoms. On her curvaceous, tall figure, the armor was even more tattered. But she stood tall and graceful, completely unlike the previous phantom image, which had appeared insane, hunched, and mentally unstable state. Tsuchiyo secretly glanced at the other party's attributes. The remnant soul of the Azure Wind Knight. Description: the archer unit of the Azure Wind Knights, whose corpses sink into the swamp after death, and whose souls transform into unyielding evil spirits. Level 22. Attack 3000 plus 800. Life 30,000 plus 15,000. Skills: Wind Wings, Wind King's Barrier, Wind Blade, Wind Eagle Arrow, Wind Guiding String. Wind Eagle Arrow. Description: the sound of something cutting through the air was like the cry of an eagle. Effect: fires an arrow imbued with the power of wind, capable of piercing through enemy targets. The farther the distance, the higher the damage. Wind draws the string. Description: the wind will help me succeed. Effect: each attack can deal damage to 3 units simultaneously, with split arrows dealing 50% damage. Good boy/girl. Looking at this attribute, Tsuchiyo's brows twitched involuntarily. This Azure Wind Knight is way too strong. Not only does it have all the skills of the previous logistic soldier, 2 more pure damage skills have been added. It's a penetrating damage skill, similar to the flying card skill I haven't learned yet. One can damage multiple units simultaneously. How did such an awesome ADC die? Tsuchiyo couldn't help but marvel. But at that moment, the Azure Wind Knight in the distance stretched out his arms and aimed at him as if shooting an arrow. Holy crap! It sensed me? Tsuchiyo was startled and quickly began to move. This archer's aggro range is way too wide. Just wanted to vent. An invisible arrow suddenly shot through the air. It shot into the mud behind Tsuchiyo. Bang! It exploded into a cloud of stinking mud. That's not a bow and arrow, that's a fire arrow. Tsuchiyo gritted his teeth and quickly gathered his summoned creatures to surround the area. He also moved in a zigzag pattern while approaching the Azure Wind Archer. No way! This Azure Wind Archer has an incredibly long attack range. It must be more than twice its own. If you want to produce results, you need to get a little closer. The next moment. Call dash. A sudden gust of wind blew. As Tsuchiyo brushed past the bushes, he saw the tip of the bow and arrow being released create an air vortex out of thin air. Could this be the wind eagle arrow? Tsuchiyo's mind stirred. Tell all the summoned creatures to scatter and move closer. And he ordered the bloodthirsty Bat King to lead the blood-soaked bats as bait, swooping down from the sky. There's no way around it. Those blood-banded bats are practically invincible, making them perfect for harassment. However, the Azure Wind Archer completely ignored the bats nearby. She seemed to sense it. The biggest threat is not these summoned beasts. It's humans. Those 3 small humans that quickly approached. The next moment, she loosened her grip on the wind string. Call dash. An invisible, gigantic gust of wind shredded the surrounding air into a spiral shape, striking the bubble with lightning speed before it could even react. Minus 73,695. Distance plus 19%. After splitting into 3 smaller ones, the bubble only has 10,776 health points. It vanished instantly in the wind. Tao Xiao? Tsuchiyo stared intently at the damage number. Azure Wind Knight's Remnant Soul. Archers deal 40% increased damage to units other than the target of the If you are trapped in the Windless Land quest. This Azure Wind Archer's damage bonus against additional units has been increased to 40%. This damage is so high, it'll kill anyone who gets hit. Tsuchiyo gritted his teeth, revived the bubble, and conjured a whip in his hand. We need to finish this quickly. Chapter 93 Corrupted Windhawk Beast Boss Coordinates. Chapter 93 Corrupted Windhawk Beast Boss Location. Let me show you how powerful my whip is! At this moment, Tsuchiyo had closed the distance between himself and the Azure Wind Archer after making several moves. Then 3 whips lashed out. Clap, clap, clap! Although the opponent is extremely strong, even though they aren't elite monsters or bosses, they still possess such terrifying combat power. But you're not an elite unit, which suits me perfectly. Tsuchiyo chuckled and looked at the Azure Wind Archer who had been given 3 layers of sensitivity effects. Sensitivity 3, damage taken plus 30%, attack speed minus 30%, movement speed minus 30%. For agile units like archers and assassins, attack speed and movement speed are the most important attributes. This will directly affect its output. And then those 3 lashes. The Green Wind Archer is still slowly drawing his bow after firing that arrow. This gives Tsuchiyo's summoned creatures a safer time to approach and deal damage. Roar dash! The bloodthirsty wolves were the first to press forward. It started biting at the Wind King barrier of the Azure Wind Archer. Minus 715. Minus 743. Minus 1158, critical hit. Minus 801. Soon. The bloodthirsty wolf's unity buff has been successfully stacked to the maximum. Damage increased by 148%. A normal bloodthirsty direwolf can deal 1773 damage with each attack. An elite direwolf can deal 2,971 damage with a single bite. The most damaging creatures, Bubble, Bean, and Quiet, can inflict a terrifying 4,369 damage points with a single bite. Certainly. The Azure Wind Archer will not allow Tsuchiyo's summoned beast to attack, even though its attack speed has been reduced by 30%. But its damage and attack speed are still impressive. Just look at the 3,800 attack power on the panel. When it hits a summoned beast, it deals 5,320 damage. Even if the bloodthirsty demon wolf has a defense of 394. Even if you manage to withstand it, you will lose about 5,000 health points. That's only a third of my health. Plus, there's the split arrow effect from wind-driven arrow. The bloodthirsty wolves die incredibly fast. That woman runs fast! Tsuchiyo frowned. With the wings of wind, the Azure Wind Archer's movement speed doubles. The sensitive slowing effect generated by the whipping only allowed her to be caught up by the summoned beasts temporarily. As an archer, her specialty is flying kites. Before long she will be able to break free of the encirclement and continue firing. Due to the swampy terrain, even the Frostfire Dragon Lizard couldn't catch up with it. "I'll let you run!" With a thought, Tsuchiyo evaporated 5% of his magic points and conjured a magician card in his hand. Although this magician is used to attack groups, there is only one unit in front of him. But the deceleration effect alone is more than enough. Whoosh! A magician's card was thrown over, and the Azure Wind Archer's movement speed was drastically reduced. Magician, movement speed minus 20%. Taking advantage of this moment, the Frostfire Dragon Lizard quickly sprayed its fiery liquid over. Add a slowing mucus to it. Slowing slime, movement speed minus 20%, attack speed minus 20%. With multiple buffs, the Azure Wind Archer was finally caught up by the bloodthirsty wolves and surrounded. But Tsuchiyo did not let her guard down. After all, the Azure Wind Archer also has a wind blade skill specifically designed to deal with a wide range of enemies. Call! Just then, she stopped attacking and instead gripped an invisible bow in her left hand, beginning to gather the power of the wind. It's the blade of wind. This time, I won't let you shoot out wind blades again. Immediately, Tsuchiyo pinched her fingers together. A fool's card depicting a clown appears at your fingertips. Stop it! The fool streaked through the air and successfully struck the Azure Wind Archer, who was gathering energy. Whoosh! The cyan wind elemental power she had accumulated instantly turned into a whirlwind and dissipated. Well, dash! The Azure Wind Archer, whose skills have failed, seems to be suffering a backlash from the wind. He let out a muffled groan and stood frozen in place. Seize the opportunity. The summoned beasts began their relentless attack. The terrifying Cerberus pounced on her. The archer kept scratching at the Azure Wind Archer, who was protected by the Wind King's barrier. Hiss hiss hiss. The Wind King's barrier was being continuously weakened by the fierce attacks. On the Azure Wind Archer's panel, the attack power and health points added by the Wind King's barrier are gradually dissipating. When she woke up again, the Wind King's barrier no longer protects its body. Her life was like a candle flickering in the wind. Until the ID above her head was no longer a hostile red, but turned into a normal white. This signifies the end of this battle, which resulted in heavy losses. Thank you, stranger, for stopping my madness. The battle had just ended when this Azure Wind Archer actually spoke up. Tsuchiyo was taken aback. Having collected so many corpses, this is the first time I've seen someone who doesn't stutter when speaking. You're welcome, Tsuchiyo replied. I should take this body. What? Tsuchiyo's words left the Azure Wind Archer speechless. But she didn't care. The trees here have grown so tall. The Green Wind Archer tilted his head back, his long, flowing black hair sliding down from the gaps in his helmet. Looking up at the top of the rainforest where the sky seems to stretch endlessly. When I died, I wasn't even this tall. Tsuchiyo. Yeah, it's probably been a long time. Tsuchiyo was at a loss for words when it came to judging these trees on the grave mounds. Perhaps. The Azure Wind Archer chuckled upon hearing this. But I still feel that these trees are a bit strange. They are naturally averse to the wind. Upon hearing this, Tsuchiyo nodded secretly. You do not say. With so many trees, it's become a windbreak, so there's no chance of wind anymore. But jokes aside, Tsuchiyo knew a little about how these trees were formed. However, this involves Baron Kozish's newfound faith and worship of the Dryad race after taking office in Windbreak City. At this moment, the Green Wind Archer asked Tsuchiyo, Are you here on the orders of the Wind Elf to take me home? Tsuchiyo nodded in agreement. But the Azure Wind Archer said, You were able to defeat my madness, which proves you have enough strength. I have a favor to ask, and I wonder if you could help me? Suchio's brow twitched. Now that things have come to this point, how can I refuse? Please speak, senior. The azure wind archer looked deeper into the south. Deeper on the battlefield, there is a windhawk beast. I want you to help me bring its soul back as well. Windhawk beast? Suchio was slightly startled. That name. I've seen it myself. The task assigned by the 8-star cardinal is to corrupt the windhawk beast. That's a level 23 blue tier boss. After accepting the quest, you will receive the boss's coordinates. You can then defeat the boss to obtain generous rewards. But isn't that a private commission from the church? If you are below level 20, do not accept quests, and do not help a white bishop be promoted to cardinal. You won't get the coordinates. Suchio couldn't help but ask. Senior, how did you know there was a windhawk beast there? But this time. Suchio's words, however, puzzled the beautiful archer. As a Greenwind Knight, it's normal for me to have a mount, right? Chapter 94 DDDD. Chapter 94 DDDD. That's normal. Suchio's brow twitched, and she responded awkwardly. He collected so many saber corpses. I almost forgot. They were riders. What's wrong? You seem to have something to say? The beautiful archer, like a cheerful older sister, responded with a smile. Say what you have to say, don't hold it in. Otherwise, once you die, you'll never be able to say it again. Does it have to be this heavy? Suchio instinctively tried to lighten the mood. It's nothing, I'm just quite envious of your windhawk beast. Upon hearing this, the beautiful archer revealed a smile beneath her helmet. Of course. I am the captain of the Azure Wind Knight Archer team. It is an honor for it to be ridden by me. Back then, countless windhawk beasts lined up to let me ride them. Upon hearing this, Suchio smiled sheepishly. Ah, yes. After speaking, the beautiful archer gave Suchio a coordinate. If nothing unexpected happens, that's where the fallen windhawk beast boss is located. I'll go back and bring the windhawk beast down to keep you company. After Suchio accepted it, the beautiful archer's wish was mostly fulfilled, and she dissipated as a soul. The body's skeleton was sucked into the wind sack. In this battle, Suchio not only obtained a wind leaf, but also a wind flower. Wind and flowers. Description: a flower formed from the wind. Effect: increases wind element affinity by 2 and movement speed by 2% after use, maximum usage 20. Hiss! Suchio's eyes lit up as she gazed at the lotus-like flower in her hand. There are even items that can boost attributes. And it has a usage limit of 20. If it's fully used again. The wind element affinity is about to reach 60. Movement speed will also increase by 60%. At that point, suffocation will be no different from breathing. The movement restriction effect of the entire swamp forest will only reduce my evasion rate slightly. Without saying a word, Suchio reached out and pinched the flower. Ding! You have used the item Wind Flower. Wind affinity plus 2, movement speed plus 2%, 1 to 20. After using it, Suchio felt that the effect of the wind whisper on his body had been enhanced. Next, we need to continue south to take down, to purify that fallen windhawk beast. Suchio felt. No matter how powerful the level 23 fallen windhawk beast is, it can't possibly be as strong as this level 22 beautiful archer. But just as Suchio was preparing to delve deeper, a notification suddenly appeared from a friend. Brother Su, we've found the NPC. Now we're preparing to escort him to Qingchuan Town, southwest of Fingxi City. Are you free? I can help you grind monsters. Suchio raised an eyebrow after seeing the message. Isn't this the place southwest of Windrise City right now? And Qingchuan Town? Suchio checked the coordinates given to him by the beautiful archer. That fallen windhawk beast is right near Qingchuan Town. Isn't this a coincidence? Even in writing a novel, nothing is this coincidental. Suchiyo Xuan immediately sent for large characters. DDDD, take care of your younger brother. Zhongli replied instantly. Okay. Brother Su, send us the coordinates, we'll head over in a bit. Suchiyo glanced at the dense rainforest around him. This seems to be a bit too far into the strange area. If we're going to Qingchuan town, it's better to take the road opened by Fingxi City. After calculating the location, he sent Zhongli the coordinates of a compromise point. After all, the place I was in was too deep into the strange area. I'm here, comma. President, do we really want to bring a man along? Little Lily, this is a hidden mission given to us by Sister Lin, so it's not appropriate for outsiders to get involved, right? That's right, Sisterly. No man is immune to lust, it's just a matter of how well he hides it. If he asks for my WeChat, I won't give it to him, but you'd better see through him. Upon hearing this, Zhongli cleared her throat. Ahem, don't worry, Brother Su isn't that kind of person. He's very polite and always keeps a certain distance from me. Even though we were roommates, he still didn't treat me as a girl, but as a friend. The summoner girl who always called Zhongli Little Li pursed her lips, glanced at Zhongli's flat chest, and kept a sentence to herself. Is there any possibility? Does he really not see you as a woman? But just as she was thinking, Zhongli's voice came again. Xiao Fu, from now on you are the captain. Hearing this, Hu Yao reluctantly agreed. How come I never noticed before that Xiao Lily is such a love-struck person? No. As Xiao Lily's closest friend and family member, we must be very careful when choosing Xiao Lily. Unless that man is really nice. Then Hu Yao led the team toward the coordinates of Brother Su. Beside them, a burly man wearing a black hood glanced at them. Ha, women! Can they really help me get revenge? Soon, the group was walking along a path in the swamp forest. But they hadn't gone far when they encountered a wandering monster. Mighty Grass Python, level 16. 600 attack, 8,000 health. Don't be nervous, it's just a monster that only fights one target. Zhongli was the first to draw her sword from its icy sheath at her waist. Form ranks, be careful not to get entangled, or we'll strangle you. Keep up with treatment as soon as possible, and don't panic even if you're under control. With Zhongli's orders, the women spent some time getting used to fighting. Not long after, they then rescued the night girl who had been swallowed by Maru during the battle from the jaws of the mighty grass python. Wah, it stinks! Why did I have to taunt them? Wah! When the female knight emerged, her body was covered in sticky gastric juices, and the durability of her equipment had been corroded. The pastor quickly went up to treat and restore the patient. Zhongli also began to comfort and reassure the team members. Are level 16 monsters really that hard to defeat? Hu Yao recalled her green snake and white cat, and glanced at the location shared by Brother Su. How could that person solo such a remote location? He seems to have some ability? In a short time, Hu Yao felt a glimmer of hope for this Brother Su, whom she had never met before. Even though the women were walking on a previously cleared path. However, due to the constant harassment from the monsters, it still took them a full hour to successfully reunite with Suchiyo. Is that Xiao Lily's Brother Su? Is he surrounded by a wolf, a lizard, and a bat? Is he a summoner? I'm a summoner too, so why aren't my clothes as nice as his? Oh my God, he looked over here! So handsome! Zhongli felt a sweet warmth in her heart when she heard someone praise Suchiyo for his skill. Brother Su, let me do it! But Zhongli hadn't finished speaking. Suddenly, the teammates around Suchiyo teleported to his side and surrounded him. Hey handsome, let's add each other on WeChat. Even the calmest one before. Hu Yao, who always puts herself first, was at the forefront of wanting WeChat messages. Zhongli. Chapter 95 A Woman's Mouth. A Lying Devil. Chapter 95 A Woman's Mouth. A Deceitful Demon. Sisterly, listen to my excuse. I was just testing his loyalty. Really? I swear. I'm not tempted. Slurp. Captain, how can you stand living in the same room with such a handsome guy every day? Whispering. Little Lily, you understand me. I just want to talk to him about my experience as a summoner. Zhongli crossed her arms, pouted, and glared at the group of team members who, after getting the WeChat message, had once again surrounded her and were now arguing vehemently. I don't believe their nonsense at all. Ha! Not a single woman is immune to lust. A woman's mouth. A lying devil. Upon seeing Brother Su's face, they all ran faster than the mighty grass python. Is that a test for you? You guys are just lusting after Brother Su's body. Unlike me, I'm the one who truly likes Brother Su. Thinking of this, Zhongli blushed slightly and glanced at Suqiu in the distance, bypassing her teammates. However, Suqiu didn't look at the crowd, but instead looked at the hooded man beside him with a slight twitch of his brow. Although there were 3 question marks above his head. But Suqiu recognized him at a glance. The man I've been longing for. It just appeared right in front of me like that. And? Isn't this the kind of quest NPC that only Lin Ziyun's guild can obtain clues from and find? How did they find it? And moreover, look at this lineup of all beautiful women. It has the vibe of Lin Ziyun's beauty guild. How did Zhongli manage to sneak in? Could it be in Lin Ziyun's mind that a crossdresser is still a woman, right? This. We dare not say, we dare not ask. Suqiu tentatively asked Zhongli. Just wondering, what's our team's name? Zhongli glanced at Hu Yao, and only then did Hu Yao realize that she was the team leader. He then responded with a smile. Our team is called Tianshu. Hearing these 2 words, which symbolize one of the 7 stars, Suqiu became even more certain. Are you perhaps one of the 7 elite guilds under the legendary Li Yi Guild of Lin Ziyun? Upon hearing the names Lin Ziyun and Li Yi, Hu Yao and the other women couldn't help but puff out their chests. That's right. We are the strongest squad under Li Ye's command, Li Yi. Suqiu didn't take the description of strongest to heart. In my previous life, when I was working with Lin Ziyun's guild, every guild claims to be the strongest. However, the Tianshu in front of us, Suqiu vaguely remembers. In my previous life, the captain of Tianshu was Xia Yubing from the previous Wenxia guild. Could this girl named Hu Yao be the acting president before Xia Yubing joined Tianshu? Suqiu shook her head and stopped thinking about it. Then, smiling, he said, Then I'll have to trouble you ladies to help me level up. Okay, Mr. Su, Zhongli said before she could finish her sentence. The girls responded immediately to the call. Don't be shy, leave it to us. You're the summoner, so just hide in the back with Sister Hu Yao. What support skills do you have for your teammates? You can also give us buffs. With Lily here, our fighting power is very strong. That's right. When in doubt, trust Xiao Lily. Zhongli noticed that the team members were all very interested. There's always this feeling that I'm the breadwinner, while my husband is out having affairs with other women. Why do I have this kind of thought? Soon, the group continued forward under Bloom's strange gaze. Brown felt that he only had revenge in his heart, and it was fine if he didn't care about women. But it seems that the man has no feelings for women. And he even occasionally focuses his attention on himself. Why look at yourself when there are beautiful women around? Bloom couldn't help but become suspicious. The team I found and the man I found. Could it be that he has some kind of weird fetish? Brother Su, this is the frost sword sheath you gave me. On the way, Zhongli showed off the eye sword in her hand, which could be combined into one and disassembled at any time. Clearly, Zhongli was extremely satisfied with this sword. Suqiu smiled outwardly, but inwardly she felt cheated. I never expected this. After Zhongli receives this sword, she can even transform. When Zhongli uses the Xianbing sword, it's essentially in light sword mode. Although its attack power is low, its attack speed is fast and its reaction is agile. When the Xianbing sword and the Hanbing sword sheath are used together, the heavy sword mode is activated. High attack power, high critical hit rate, increased attack range, and even a parry effect. There is a chance to retaliate when attacked. This made Suchio really drool. Who could resist a cute little girl wielding a giant sword? It's a pity my sword is bound, otherwise Brother Su, you could have touched it too. Hearing Zhongli's regretful words, Suchio wore a pained smile. It's better to bind it then. Otherwise, if you can touch it but can't use it, you'll only get more itchy hands. Zhongli felt that Suchio was doing it for her own good, and continued. This sword seems to be able to be upgraded, but it appears that clues can only be obtained in the endless dark sea. As she spoke, Zhongli noticed that Suchio had closed her eyes and couldn't help but ask. What's wrong, Brother Su? Suchio turned her head away. I love sweets and can't stand sour things. Hee hee. Zhongli couldn't help but burst into a silvery laugh. Standing beside the two, Huiyao smiled and looked ahead, but her eyes were dull, as if she were an outsider. Why should I suffer like this? Her green snake and white cat sensed their master's thoughts as they looked around, and couldn't help but glance at Suchio's summoned creatures, a sense of comparison rising within them. Snort. We won't let you outdo us. Suchio's bloodthirsty demon wolf and frost flame dragon lizard sensed the gaze, glanced at Huiyao's two pets, and revealed a friendly smile. Hiss! The green snake was glanced at by the frost fire dragon lizard. An ancient suppression from its bloodline kept it constantly on edge. It's turned into a snake stick. Eek! The white rabbit was glanced at by the bloodthirsty wolf. I was instantly so frightened that my whole body shuddered. My stomach then swelled up. It was a false pregnancy. Milk candy! Mint! Huiyao was startled when she saw her pet suddenly acting strangely. What happened? Why did they all suddenly have a fear debuff above their heads? And it didn't even last long. She quickly looked up and scanned the rainforest on both sides of the path. Be careful! There might be some powerful monster! Although his green snake and white rabbit are not strong in direct combat, their perception abilities are better than those of assassins and scouts. There must be some monster around. Everyone immediately went on high alert. Only Suchio frowned slightly upon hearing the news that the bloodthirsty Bat King had escaped unharmed. They become paranoid at the slightest disturbance. These beauties are too perceptive, aren't they? Chapter 96 Incredible Skill. Chapter 96 Incredible Skill. However, in order to continue on our journey, Suchio made the bloodthirsty Bat King disappear, luring a nearby tree spirit over. Half a minute later. Hee dash! A level 18 tree spirit emerged from the bushes, whipping its vines around and letting out a shrill, unpleasant shriek. Look! There really is a monster! The young ladies had long been prepared to fight, but upon seeing that it was a tree demon, they all hesitated. The tree spirit seems to be a revered monster in Windbreak City. If we defeat the tree demon, will we make enemies with the nobles of Windbreak City? The women slowly retreated. Thanks to the tree spirit's extremely low movement speed, it managed to get around. Why don't we go around it? Upon hearing their suggestion, Zhongli frowned slightly and sheathed her sword. Clearly, she strongly disagreed with Windbreak City's view. Suchio's eyebrows twitched. Damn it, I completely forgot about that. Although he has a habit of killing trees. But they haven't explored the tree deeply enough yet. I secretly glanced at Braum at the back of the group. Suchio saw that Braum secretly clenched his fists, his eyes fixed on the tree demon, filled with hatred. But under the protection of the women, they prepared to evacuate. Hateful. Bloom gritted his teeth. At times like these, all I can do is watch. What use is it for me to learn such master-level construction skills? They couldn't even defeat a mere tree spirit. How could they possibly kill Kosh? However, just as he was preparing to leave with the women, he suddenly saw. The man in the group suddenly walked out. He then reached out and beckoned. A light card then appeared between his fingers. The instant you reach out and flick the card at the tree spirit, The bloodthirsty demon wolf and the frost fire dragon lizard also attacked directly. With its movement speed maximized, it launched its attack on the tree spirit. A seemingly cute and harmless bloodthirsty bat king suddenly appeared out of nowhere behind the tree spirit. It bit right into the tree spirit's trunk. -1521. Bloodthirsty bat king's breakthrough strike. -1028. Bloodthirsty demon wolf. -933-103-103. Frostfire dragon lizard, level A. -933-103-103, corrosive sulfur solution. -295. Bang! -885. The moment Suchio and his summoned creatures took action. This tree spirit has a whopping 9,000 health points. Half of his health points evaporated instantly. The damage was so severe that everyone around was completely stunned. Hu Yao and the other girls stared blankly at the injury. I can't believe a summoner could pull this off. Although a summoner's skills all lie in their summoned beasts. But even summoned beasts aren't that powerful, are they? This doesn't look like a pet. Is this the boss? When Zhongli saw Suchio make a move, she was only slightly taken aback before her gaze sharpened. He drew his Xianbing sword and charged towards the tree demon in an instant. Just as it was about to get close to the tree spirit, it activated the skill double slash. And at the instant the skill is released, the weapon was switched to the greatsword mode, which is not normally capable of using the double slash. -198. -201. When the tree spirit is attacked, a cold status effect appears above its head, reducing its attack speed and movement speed. Looking at the numbers she had typed out, Zhongli's face darkened. There's nothing wrong with this monster. These are indeed monsters that I and my teammates usually encounter. How come Brother Su fights so easily? But just then, the tree demon, in pain, immediately lashed out with its vines. Pick the softest persimmons to squeeze. The tree spirit understood this principle too. 4 vines suddenly lashed out at Zhongli. But Zhongli had already thoroughly researched the tree spirits that couldn't be fought due to the game setting. He had already prepared the parry mode for his great sword. Next. This is a move that shocked Suchio. A parry is an attack launched against the enemy the instant it is attacked. And Zhongli, after being hit, immediately switched from heavy sword to light sword, parry, and then quickly switch back to heavy sword to withstand another hit, and then switch again. Switch to light weapon, parry, switch to heavy weapon, adjust angle. The 4 consecutive hits of the multi-hit combo take less than 0.5 seconds in total. The above 4 operations were repeated a full 4 times. 16 operations. Is this a normal human reaction? Is this something a normal person could do? -121. -123. -124. -121. 4 damage numbers belatedly appeared above the tree spirit's head. After switching to the light sword, Zhongli's damage output visibly decreased significantly. Although the damage wasn't high, it was still astonishing enough. Zhongli, is he really that handsome? Hearing Suchio's exclamation, Huyao finally reacted and quickly said to her big white rabbit. Milk candy, quick! Treatment! The parry mechanism only increases defense and allows you to counterattack after being attacked. It does not mean you will not take damage. After enduring 4 blows, Zhongli's already fragile health was almost depleted. Only 6 points remain. As Suchio gazed at Zhongli's life, a thought involuntarily arose in her mind. That can't be. Zhongli must have calculated the extent of the damage she could withstand, right? If it were someone else, Suchio would feel that she was overthinking it. But after seeing Zhongli's instantaneous maneuver just now, Suchio felt it was extremely possible. Upon receiving the order, the white rabbit candy moved shakily, its 2 little hands overlapping each other, emitting a green light. Pets can cast spells faster than players. The pastor was still chanting when the white rabbit had already finished condensing green light and instantly flew away into the distance. Then it landed on the bloodthirsty demon wolf. Plus 211. Hu Yao. Zhongli? Bloodthirsty demon wolf? No one expected this at this crucial moment. The milk candy, which has never made a mistake before, actually did. The priest was also taken aback. The spell had failed and he needed to chant again. But by then, the tree spirit had already realized what was happening. Hatred has completely locked onto Zhongli. He immediately flicked the leaves off his head. Leaf-shaped blade. This attack was much faster than the vine's lashing. Completely surprised that the healing from her own people would fail, Zhongli immediately switched to her light sword and tried her best to dodge. Standing still and parrying with a heavy sword is suicidal. But she couldn't dodge the attack range of the flying leaf dagger at all. Just as the swift, knife-like leaves were about to strike Zhongli, a card depicting a priestess in a prayer position appeared across the sky, predictively appearing at the next spot where Zhongli was about to appear. Whoosh! Plus 752. Zhongli's health points instantly reached full. Minus 217. Minus 217. Minus 163. But the next moment, the multiple hits from the flying leaf blade struck Zhongli. Fortunately, Zhongli's health is back to normal. They even managed to catch the last moment before the attack. It bounced off again. This time, in the instant of parrying, she switched her light sword, which increased attack speed, to a heavy sword that dealt more damage in midair. It struck the tree demon's trunk hard again. Minus 486, critical hit. This action really got Suchio's blood pumping. Handsome! Zhongli! Handsome! Isn't this more impressive than simply overwhelming your opponent with damage? Then, the other girls finally reacted. The fight's already started, there's no point in standing still any longer. The girls immediately sprang into action. But before a female archer could even shoot the tree spirit with her arrow, the Frostfire Dragon Lizard's flaming liquid had already hit its opponent first. After being attacked a second time, the tree spirit's health points were also reduced to 0, and it collapsed to the ground, losing all its vitality. The battle is over. But before Zhongli and her pets could return to their group, Braum, protected by the others, stepped forward first, trembling as he looked at them. You dare kill the tree demon? Chapter 97 Hidden Race Quest, Treant and Tree Spirit. Chapter 97 Hidden Race Quest, Treant and Tree Spirit. Oh no, the NPC saw us. Are we going to ruin this hidden quest? Can we bribe him to pretend he didn't see anything? The young women looked at each other, unsure how to respond. This intelligence was specially obtained by Lingguang, the guild leader of Tianquan Guild, who spent money to deduce it. Moreover, no one else was sent to Windrise City to complete the task. It was specifically designed to help those who joined the game late catch up. Losing money is a minor issue if things go wrong. Sister Lingguang has plenty of money. But they're going to be taken by Sister Ziyun's personal team to the mountains where there are lots of black mosquitoes for training. In the team, only Zhongli and Hu Yao are not afraid of long-distance training, right? At this moment, Zhongli stepped forward, blocking Suchio and the others, looking up directly at the imposing Brule, who was at least 2 meters tall. I was the one who did it, it has nothing to do with them. Suchio's heart skipped a beat. Wow, that's some serious boyfriend material. Hu Yao also stepped forward. We are the only ones involved in the battle. If you want to cancel the mission, then just cancel our slots. Although that's what she said. But I'm also suffering inside. Suchio probably didn't know that tree demons couldn't be fought, which is why he made a move, and he had me and Xiao Lily follow him. Please don't let it affect the mission. Little Lily isn't afraid of training, but I am. Suchio looked at the 2 people blocking her way and couldn't help but sigh softly. A true man should live between heaven and earth. How can he remain subservient to others for long? Immediately, Suchio pressed down on Zhongli's small shoulders, stepped forward, and said with a face full of resentment. Yes. So what if we killed him? Hu Yao and the other women? The women were so shocked by Suchio's actions that they covered their mouths and opened their eyes. How dare Suchio do this? With its clenched fists and glaring eyes, can't you tell that the NPC is about to explode with anger? You're already in this situation, why provoke him further? Oh no! The task definitely needs to be sent. Zhongli, as the team leader, stared at Suchio with slight surprise. An inner cry. Brother Su is so handsome. Voice cracks. Even the large hand on my shoulder felt warm, as if it were giving me strength, but it wasn't. I've disliked the tree demon for a long time. So what if I kill him? Looking at the harmonious couple before her, Huyao felt even more bitter. The field training is a small matter, but please stop doing this. You're making us seem very tactless. Bloom's lips trembled slightly with anger, and his voice became somewhat distorted. Don't you all know that the tree spirit is a belief established by Baron Koschbuller in Windbreak City? At this point, Bloom's body went limp, and he knelt down on the ground. Still taller than Hu Yao. Why were you able to resist Kosch? The women felt a strange sensation upon seeing this. This plot development. Something doesn't seem right? At this moment, Suchio leaned over and put his hand on Brula's body. A concerned smile appeared on his face, and he uttered a devilish whisper. Because I think creatures like tree spirits, created from the abyss's corruption, should all be expelled without exception. Only the tree spirit clan, which the old city lord befriended, is the true faith of Windbreak City. It should also be the place of faith for Windbreak City. Hearing Suchio's firm voice, the young ladies' questioning gazes all fell on Suchio again. What's going on? Why did this man speak with such conviction? It was as if he knew some clue. Upon hearing the word, tree spirit, Zhongli suddenly thought of while I was searching for Bloom. As I passed the wind spirit statue, I overheard an NPC saying something. Compared to the ghostly tree spirits, I much prefer the adorable tree spirits of the past. Those little deer always warmed my heart. What is the connection between those adorable tree spirits and the old city lord? What does this have to do with the brule in front of us? Just as Zhongli was wondering, they saw Bloom's eyes suddenly light up. It seems like we've seen a glimmer of hope. But after struggling, it dimmed again. The tree spirits are all dead. Those who didn't die, like the tree spirit, were also infected by the abyss's aura. Those who exist for the light will only suffer and die alone, tormented by the abyss's aura. The young ladies listened to these conversations. It seems like there's some kind of plot involved. When we found Brown before, he didn't say this much. This feels like there's a hidden quest. Hidden quests aren't just about family feuds? Shh. Stop typing. Listen quietly. During the chat, Suchio looked at Bloom and smiled slightly. Tell me the truth, my friend. We often talk to strangers about life. Perhaps we can help you. Suchio used the standard answer that Lin Ziyun had given her in her previous life. Just as expected. The gloom in Bloom's eyes was rekindled. Ding! Bromble's favorability towards you has increased by 100. Current level, nodding intent. Suchio smiled slightly. That'll earn you goodwill. Yes. You're right. Bloom gritted his teeth and made his decision. I have no fighting ability, but you travelers do. You guys can definitely help me. After regaining his composure, Bloom sat down on the ground and earnestly addressed Suchio and the others. My full name is Brombeler. Huyao frowned slightly. Incongruous? What kind of name is that? The old city lord you speak of is my grandfather. The current city lord Kozak Bueller is my second uncle. A few months ago, the old city lord, who was getting on in years, named my father as the rightful successor. This matter had already been told to the Church of Light and the Tree Spirit clan. But the day before my grandfather abdicated, the monsters in the swamp forest suddenly rioted. The dark forces also pressed in with their army. At this point, Bloom frowned. My grandfather and father immediately began to defend, and contacted the Light faction and the Tree Spirit clan to join forces in defense. The Light faction's army has gone out to fight, but the Treant tribe has suddenly been attacked by the Abyss, and the entire tribe has been infected by the Abyss's aura. They are unable to send reinforcements. Suddenly, all sorts of strange tree species appeared in the city, and my grandfather and father were forced to defend it. They died on the battlefield, and their remains were never found. My second uncle, who was in charge of the defense of Shimmered City, was missing from beginning to end during this battle. In the end, he came to reinforce us with a group of tree spirits of unknown origin. The moment he appeared, the monsters stopped their rampage. The dark forces also retreated. Everything is like a prearranged script. It seemed that the most hated point had been mentioned, and Bron angrily slammed his fist on the ground. Everyone remained silent, waiting for the next words. After venting his anger, Bloom looked up at Suchio. Our strength alone may not be enough. So, after you escort me to Qingchuan town, could you help me find the Tree Spirit clan? Bloom had barely finished speaking. A system notification suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Ding! Congratulations on successfully unlocking the first stage of the race quest. Tree Spirits and Dryads. Finding the Dryad. Chapter 98 Master Builder. Chapter 98 Master Builder. This new quest? The Family Feud prefix isn't even finished yet, and here I am with another racial quest. A racial quest? Isn't that a crucial quest that will affect the progress of the Destiny game? Even more! This is a phased racial mission. My god, the first stage is already B-level. Does that mean we can at least take on another A-level mission for a team later on? The young ladies looked surprised and couldn't believe what they had encountered. Huyao also covered her mouth, her eyes shining. I must have saved the galaxy in my past life. Otherwise, how could I be so lucky? Zhongli, on the other hand, looked at Suchio, who had a smile on her face. Brother Su is amazing. Could it be that this was also part of Brother Su's calculations? Suchio didn't notice Zhongli's gaze, but instead smiled as she looked at the hidden race quest she had obtained. Tree Spirit and Tree Sprite. Part 1 Searching for the Tree Sprite. Mission description: deep within the swamp forest, a group of tree spirits once lived. They coexisted with the forest and were its children. However, several months ago, a disaster struck. The tree spirits were ambushed by the Abyss, and their numbers were reduced to less than 100. They fled into the deeper parts of the forest. Can you help Bronbleer find the legendary Tree Spirit clan? Mission objective: find the tree spirits in the endless swamp forest and learn the truth. Task difficulty B. Quest rewards: Bronbleer's favorability, Dryad reputation, and the second stage of the racial quest. Dryads and Dryads. Quest hint: there seems to be some hidden story between the Treant clan and the Buller family. Nice! Suchio never expected this. I can't believe I was able to obtain this legendary hidden quest so easily. Suchio smiled slightly and closed his task panel. The swamp forest is truly my blessed land. A quest given by the wind spirit itself if you are trapped in the windless land. A race-specific questline that can affect the game's progression, Dryads and Treants. A quest about family feuds shared from Zhongli. A Green Wind Knight Archer captain gave me the coordinates for a level 23 rare boss, the Corrupted Windhawk. The coordinates of a level 30 rare boss, the Poisoned Swamp Dragon Lizard, that would allow Catherine to directly qualify for the promotion to Purple Archbishop. Once I complete all these tasks, what level will I reach? A glint of light flashed in Suchio's eyes, filled with anticipation for the future. Immediately, Suchio looked at Bloom and said, Don't worry, we'll take care of this. But our top priority now is to escort you to Qingchuan town. Upon hearing the word escort, Bloom calmed down. Yes, thank you all for your help. I am not as skilled in combat as my father and grandfather. I have been obsessed with construction for decades and have no combat ability whatsoever. After this is done, I will never forget your kindness." Zhongli and the other young ladies nodded in agreement, looking forward to it immensely. On the way to find Bloom and communicate with him. They all know. Although Brown looks tall and strong, he's not even level 10, so he's practically useless in combat. However, he is a master architect. A builder is a profession that adds extra attributes to buildings after they have been constructed. Life professions are divided into 9 levels. Iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, master, grand master, god. This Brawl is only 40 years old, yet he is already a master builder who can rival the entire continent of Terra. In my lifetime, I might even be able to become a grand master. In the future, it's certain that they will build a city called Lie. With the help of this master builder, we will far surpass other factions. After Zhongli glanced at Hu Yao finally realized that she was the team leader. Then let's continue on our way. The group sprang into action once more. This time, the atmosphere on the street was no longer dull. When a monster appears, everyone rushes to it. With his 2 or 3-digit damage output, he kept scraping every monster that appeared. Su Qiu couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to send his summoned beasts to help. But all the women objected. The moment you made your move, we felt like all our previous training levels had been for nothing. This was Hu Yao's idea, and also the thought of all the women. But for the sake of efficiency. After discussion, everyone reached a consensus and made a decision. If the enemy does not send out a boss, our side promises not to deploy Su Qiu's 3 summoned beasts. In daily battles, Su Qiu only sends out his own bloodthirsty demon wolves to help in the fight. They're just kids, this is discrimination. Su Qiu petted the bloodthirsty Bat King and Frostfire Dragon Lizard, which had been banned because they were too strong, and directly felt their grievances. After the bloodthirsty demon wolves joined the battle, daily battles became much easier. Stop fooling around, Brother Su. Zhongli smiled and comforted Su Qiu. At worst, when the monster dies, we'll give you the loot first. Su Qiu felt even more awkward after hearing this. How many materials does a monster drop when it dies? Then, Hu Yao crossed her arms, cradling her 2 lumps of slime, and let out a proud laugh. Now it's my turn to make a move. Immediately, Hu Yao walked towards the monster's corpse, reaching out her hand as she shouted, "Mint, go!" The small green snake that had been frightened into a snake stick earlier crawled over and lay on the dead giant python. Su Qiu's expression froze. This scene seems so familiar. Does she have skills like anatomy that could improve her drop rate? Su Qiu asked. Zhongli was not surprised that Su Qiu had guessed this, and explained. Captain Hu Yao's mint has a sensitive sense of smell, which can detect the best angle to loot the corpse, thus obtaining more dropped items. What a waste! Su Qiu immediately pounded his chest and stamped his feet in frustration. Leave it! I'll do it! As soon as Su Qiu spoke, the little green snake mint got hard again. With a duong, it transformed into a snake-shaped staff without moving and rolled off the corpse of the great grass python. Mint! Before Hu Yao could react, she saw Su Qiu approach and slap the great grass python's belly. Ding! Fate triggered, additional experience gain plus 4,396, 14x, copper coins plus 225, 9x, python skin plus 11, 11x. The women only saw Su Qiu Kao lean against the corpse, and then slap it. The corpse exploded instantly. The experience, gold, and materials can only be obtained from at least 10 mighty grass pythons. What happened? Hu Yao stared at the sudden appearance of a luxurious loot drop on her team's allocation panel, and her chest trembled with fright. The snake stick she held in her arms trembled and went limp. Summoner, huh? Su Qiu smiled shyly, revealing a pure and innocent smile. Making a living is tough, so I learned anatomy skills on the side. A mere tenfold drop, how embarrassing. Suchiyo really liked a quote from the beauties of Tianshu. After a brief silence. Suddenly, a group of beautiful women surrounded them. You're amazing! Why didn't you tell me sooner that you have such incredible skills? Brother, don't leave! Join our Tianshu! Hu Yao's lips trembled slightly. The green snake in his arms had already gone limp. It was no match for Suchiyo at all. For a moment, she felt like she was being disliked and sidelined. He said in a fit of anger. You guys! He's a man! Sister Ziyin doesn't allow men in our guild! But the women paid no heed to Hu Yao's words. As long as we keep this a secret and don't let Sister Ziyin know, isn't that enough? Besides, Brother Su has already teamed up with us, so it's very safe. I can vouch for it. That's right. If it weren't for Brother Su, we wouldn't have been able to get the race quest. I don't mention it during the reports. I secretly meet with Brother Su after each report. It's very safe. Don't talk nonsense. That's an exaggeration. How is this tantamount to theft? I, Suchiyo, am a straightforward gentleman. Surrounded by beautiful women, Suchiyo felt immense pressure. For a moment, Suchiyo recalled her past life. The feeling of single-handedly venturing into the hidden dungeon of the dark faction, the Spider Cave. Just like now, we're ambushed on all sides. Completely powerless to fight back. As for Zhongli, after witnessing this scene, all she could say was, understand. Only. It hurts. It hurts so much. Chapter 99 Dungeon Key, Charge. Chapter 99 Dungeon Key, Charging. Ding! Congratulations. You have reached maximum experience, and successfully leveled up to level 15. Ding! Your destiny star is detected as 7. You have been granted 7 free attribute points. Please allocate them promptly. Ding! Your level has increased to 15. Your summoning slot limit has increased by 1. Congratulations. You can now summon more pets. Hu Yao stared at the message on her screen, unable to calm down for a long time. I've never experienced anything like this before. I never knew leveling up could be so fast. Ming. When I set off in the morning, I just reached level 14. It's not even dinner time yet, and I've already leveled up 15 times and can summon a new pet. And she turned her head and looked at the beautiful female team members who were chatting and laughing with Suchiyo in the team. Because of the team composition, everyone in the team is at the same level. My recent upgrade means that the other 29 people in the team have all leveled up. How come this seemingly small Su brother is so amazing? Zhongli shared the same confusion as Hu Yao. But Zhongli's feelings went beyond just doubt. Ming. I got to know Brother Su first. She was so jealous that she immediately gave the captain a wrong look. Don't look at me like that, what can I do? But Hu Yao suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Alright, stop crowding around Brother Su. Upon hearing Hu Yao's order, the women initially didn't want to listen. But when they realized that Hu Yao was now the team leader, they reluctantly left Suchiyo. Suchiyo, too, was reluctant to part with him and cried out in her heart. No! Why are you bothering me? At this moment, Hu Yao leaned closer. Brother Su, we all know how amazing you are. But helping us like this is slowing down your progress too much. So let's not team up, that way you'll level up faster. Upon hearing Hu Yao's order, Zhongli quickly shook her head. I didn't ask you to drive Brother Su away. Upon hearing this, Suchiyo shed a tear, heartbroken. I originally wanted to interact with you as an ordinary person. But you guys actually rejected it. Hu Yao then suggested. We're not looking down on you, it's just that you're too amazing. I know you teamed up with us because you wanted to help us. But this will allow me to get used to working with you, and if you leave in the future, we will need to readjust our working relationship. So, Hu Yao looked at Zhongli, who was full of doubt, and continued. If you really want to help us, let's just team up with Xiao Lily, she's our team's main damage dealer. Our team is a lineup that relies on multiple heroes to protect one hero, so it's the same if you bring her along. Zhongli was initially taken aback, but upon hearing this conclusion, she immediately nodded quickly and with satisfaction. The women gently covered their faces. The abacus beads they were using were practically flying into their faces. Suchiyo was utterly shocked upon hearing this. This is collateral damage. You even kicked Zhongli out of the group just to get rid of me. You are all demons. Huyao smiled upon hearing this. Yes. We get a 10% experience bonus when we team up, so we won't share it with you. After saying that, Huyao kicked Zhongli and Suchiyo out of the team, and secretly winked at Zhongli. Zhongli was so touched. Her best friend was amazing. Suchiyo then reunited with Zhongli, and said indignantly, Today's humiliation will be repaid 100-fold in the future. Shaoli! Let's go! Zhongli also smiled and raised her little fist high. Let's go! Fortune changes every 30 years, so never underestimate a young man's potential. The two then walked slowly forward. The women giggled at the two men's antics and followed behind them. Brother, don't go! I can't live without you anymore. What will happen to me and Hua if you leave? I'm waiting for you. You must come back and help me level up. While I've become a useless piece of trash who can't level up without Brother Su. Everyone walked towards Qingchuan town with laughter and cheerful voices. Only Bruel followed silently behind everyone else. If he remembered correctly, he should have been running for his life. The road to Qingchuan town gradually leads deeper into the swamp forest. On the road, whenever the azure wind compass made a sound, it proved that there were azure wind knights nearby. Suchiyo then made an excuse to pick some flowers, an elegant way of saying a woman goes to the toilet in ancient times, and entered the swampy forest by the roadside. Brother Su is so adorable. Why would you need to go to the toilet in a game? Brother Su must have something to do. Then, from the unseen forest, loud noises such as thud, whoosh, thump thump thump, howl, whoosh whoosh whoosh, will be heard. Before long, Suchiyo returned, looking refreshed. As the girls all know, Suchiyo must have discovered a lone boss that poses a threat to the team. So he used the excuse of a one-on-one fight to go. But one young girl still laughed and joked. Brother Su, do you make such a racket when you go to the toilet? After she said that, the women smiled and then fell silent. It was just a joke, but they all unconsciously started thinking about it in a wicked way. Will it be? Even in real life, could Suchiyo cause such a commotion? If Suchiyo could know what these old female drivers were thinking, she would have to prove herself. To prove that I really went to fight the boss. Qingchuan town is a long way away. Even though everyone was a professional gamer with maximum movement speed, they were on the move almost 24 hours a day. It took 2 days to finally catch a glimpse of Qingchuan town. When we were nearing Qingchuan town, Suchiyo looked at her backpack with some confusion. Inside his backpack lay a key. This key was the key I obtained back in the Ashes corridor, granting me access to the Dark Remains cave. At the top of this key is a counter that resembles a countdown timer. Use 6138 times, 3,901 opening opportunities remaining. If I remember correctly, this access right should only be available 10,000 times. Suchiyo frowned slightly. Even if I'm terrible at math, 100,000,6138 shouldn't equal 3,901 either. Key to the Dark Cave. Description: the key to unlocking the Dark Skeleton Cave dungeon. Possessing it grants access to the Dark Skeleton Cave. Level 1, 39 to 1000. Energy, 98 to 100. Remaining, 3,901 to 10,000. How come there are 39 extra instances of full delegation? In other words, the Dark Cave dungeon should theoretically have a usage limit, and it will completely disappear once the number of times it can be used up. Now we have the opportunity to recharge. Once the cause of this energy replenishment is found, the number of times one can enter the dark skeleton cave will be continuously increased. This will improve the new player strength of Yanwang players, and make more money. Immediately, Suchio also flipped through the log to find out the reason for the increase in the number of times the dark skeleton cave could be opened. After a long while, Suchio finally found the reason from a system notification after killing a tree demon. Ding! Congratulations on successfully defeating the Treant. The wind pouch purified the abyssal demonic energy, and the dark skeleton cave absorbed pure demonic energy. Energy +1. Suchio narrowed his eyes. The wind bag was also involved? The message states that the wind pouch has the ability to purify demonic energy. Doesn't that mean? Even if the White Eagle Federation in my previous life had access to the dark skeleton cave, they wouldn't be able to arbitrarily increase the number of times the dungeon could be opened like I do. Nice! Suchio was delighted, then recalled. Really? Every corpse of a blue wind knight that enters the wind bag will be thoroughly cleaned by the wind bag. Suchio stuffed the wind pouch back into her backpack. Sylph gave me something wonderful. After completing the task, let's find an excuse to keep it. Chapter 100 Stage 2 Recruiting Soldiers. Chapter 100 Stage 2 Recruiting Soldiers and Buying Horses. Thinking of the corpse of the Azure Wind Knight, Suchio searched again. Found it! They discovered even more abyssal demonic energy within the Azure Wind Knight's body. Each trance corpse provides 1 point of energy to the Dark Cavern Key. Each Azure Wind Knight's corpse provides approximately 10 energy points to the Dark Shattered Cavern Key. When the energy reaches 100 points, it will increase the number of openings by 1 and provide 1 experience point. In other words, the more creatures related to the abyss you kill, the more times the dark skeleton cave can be opened. Suchio couldn't help but pinch his chin, thinking of his 3-headed hellhound. If we killed the 3 of them. Never mind. Suchio decided not to think about this issue. After understanding this mechanism, Suchio also became hopeful. What will the level 2 dark skeleton cave look like when the experience points are full? But upon thinking about it, Suchio shook her head helplessly. No matter how many times you level up, the dungeons are still in the starting village. It's no longer relevant to me, someone who left the starting village. You can't expect an adult version to pop up next to you and make you watch it again, can you? After closing the message panel, Suchio looked ahead. Zhongli is performing a brilliant maneuver. -254. -256. -389, critical hit. -251. The damage increased significantly after the upgrade, but it still scratches. Although, this is the kind of damage a normal person should inflict. You seem to be more skilled at it now. Suchio leaned closer, touching the corpse as he spoke to Zhongli. It's still too slow. Zhongli shyly tapped her finger. My original plan was to switch to light sword to increase attack speed while parrying, then switch to heavy sword to attack, then switch back to light sword to accelerate the return, and then switch back to heavy sword to parry again, but I wasn't agile enough. Just as she finished speaking, Zhongli saw Suchio covering his head and exclaimed, Master, stop reading! Stop reading! Zhongli was amused and giggled, then lightly slapped Suchio. With that slap, Suchio's entire body shone with golden light. Zhongli was startled. I didn't even use any force in that slap. How did they manage to make Suchio seem so otherworldly? Suchio, however, let the golden light dissipate and smiled slightly. Great, I've upgraded too. Seeing Suchio begin allocating attributes, the other women who arrived later couldn't help but ask in confusion. Brother Su, what level are you? How come it's taken you so long to level up? Shh! Suchio immediately winked, mimicking Hu Yao's gesture. Secrets make men more attractive. Seeing this, Hu Yao was somewhat incredulous, her finger trembling slightly as she pointed at Suchio. Was I like this before? Is it really that disgusting? At some point, the entire Tianshu team had been led astray by Suchio. Ding! You have entered Qingchuan Town. A system notification sounded. With everyone escorting Bran, they successfully arrived at their destination.
Thank you all for escorting me.
After paying the fee, Bloom felt relieved.
This place is far from Wendry's city. No matter how far Kozaczek's reach is, it can't extend here. I'm safe now.
As soon as Bloom finished speaking, a system notification rang in everyone's ears. Ding! Congratulations on successfully completing the first stage of the Clan Feud Rank D quest. Protect Qingchuan Town. Ding! Bloomberg's favorability towards you has increased by 500. Current level. Like-minded. Suchio smiled slightly.
Done! I never expected that the family feud that followed the sharing would become another stage of the mission.
It seems I'll be staying in the Wind Elf's territory for a while. After saying this, Brown looked at Suchio and the others. The mayor of Qingchuan Town and I are very close friends.
I also learned construction skills here. When the monsters in the swamp forest were rampaging, he advised me not to go to Fingxi City. It was my stubbornness that left him with no choice but to send someone to escort me to Windbreak City. Now that I'm back here, I must gather my strength and reclaim Windbreak City from Kozaki's hands.
At this point, Brown clenched his fist, which was as big as a sandbag.
I need your help.
Ding! Accept the C-rank mission to recruit soldiers? Mission description: Bloom Bueller is recruiting soldiers for revenge. Give him all sorts of resources, and he'll share the whole plan with you. Mission objective: 0 to 100,000. Task difficulty C. Quest rewards: Bloom Buller's favorability, Church of Light reputation, Treant reputation. Task hint: Bloom Bueller has an excellent relationship with the mayor of Green Springs. You can directly contribute resources to Green Springs. Upon seeing this message, Suchio nodded secretly.
This recruitment mission is a familiar collection-type task.
He then looked at the women of Tianshu.
Just by racking up 100,000 contribution points, can we wait and see what you guys are doing?
The girls all looked over at the same time, each with a payment interface open in their hands.
Getting ready to spend money on in-game purchases? What's up? Doesn't he need resources? Gold coins count as resources too, wouldn't it be faster to just spend real money? I asked around, and Sister Lingguang from Tianquan said I can ask her for reimbursement as long as I can exchange money for the increased intensity. Money is not a problem.
Suchio.
Zhongli.
Suchio looked at Zhongli.
What are you speechless about? Aren't you two in the same guild?
Zhongli replied somewhat aggrievedly.
But I don't have any money, Brother Su. I only rented a place because I was broke, otherwise we wouldn't have met.
Suchio immediately gave Zhongli a high five.
We're all one family.
Zhongli smiled shyly.
Yes.
Just as the women were spending money to tip Brown, Brown was stunned. You guys are so rich, why would you take my case? Is this a rich girl out experiencing life? Brown quickly shut down the in-game purchase channels.
My friends, I need more than just money. Gold coins can indeed buy ordinary supplies, but what I need more are all kinds of monster materials. Materials can be given to blacksmiths, tailors, and alchemists to craft equipment and refine items. These are essential needs.
The group looked at each other in bewilderment. Money is fine, but as for materials...
Then we'll just have to go grind it out, right?
Hu Yao nodded.
Let's rest for a bit, replenish our supplies, and then we'll set off.
Upon hearing this, Suchio immediately sensed a business opportunity.
Give me some money. I'll go buy you supplies.
Procurement. This is the most lucrative profession. You can earn as much as you can drive the price down. Moreover, this is a way to directly extract money from that rich woman, Lingguang. That's no small amount.
No need, Brother Su.
But at this moment, Zhongli quickly waved her hand and said,
Leave the procurement of supplies and the farming of monster materials to us.
Suchio stared blankly at Zhongli with a stiff head. Little Lily, Brother Su has treated you very well.
You've helped me and us level up all the way, we can't trouble you any further and waste your time.
Zhongli wore a pure, sunny smile.
Besides, Brother Su, there are things you're more suited to do, aren't there?
Chapter 101 Parasitic Seed, Swallowing. Chapter 101 Parasitic Seed, Marutu.
The more important thing is that I was sent to find the tree spirit clan.
Tsuchiyo walked through the rainforest, exploring the swamp forest with his summoned beasts.
Roar dash!
Oh.
Squeak squeak squeak!
These are the summoned beasts that have been staying in the cards for the past 2 days and have not been able to come out to fight. They were like animals being let out for a stroll as soon as they came out. They were jumping and skipping around. Lots of joy and laughter. The 3 terrifying hellhounds were also chasing each other, scratching each other, licking each other, and kissing each other. They looked extremely harmonious. As she walked, Tsuchiyo kept glancing at the broken gray antler in her hand.
This is a symbol of the friendship between the tree spirits and our Bueller family. It will give you a signal whenever there is a tree spirit nearby.
Recalling what Brown had said to her before she left last night, Tsuchiyo reluctantly put the broken antler into her backpack.
Now I have both the Azure Wind Compass and deer antlers. There are so many things I need to find. Could you give me fewer tasks so I can take my time?
If other players of Destiny heard this, they would definitely have to challenge Tsuchiyo. They can't even get a regular quest. They can only repeat the same monster-slaying process every day. Where can one find the comforts that Tsuchiyo enjoyed? Tsuchiyo actually complained about having too many tasks?
I haven't even had a relaxing bath in Qingchuan town yet.
Tsuchiyo sighed helplessly. The underground water system in swamp forests is very rich. Qingchuan town is named after a clean, natural underground hot spring. If players take a bath every day, not only do I feel refreshed all over, you can also get some buffs to aid in combat, making it easier and more convenient to explore the swamp forest. There are some players who love to travel and treat Destiny as a travel simulator. They also make a special trip to Qingchuan town, this popular spot for internet celebrities, to take photos. Tsuchiyo suddenly remembered something very important.
The hot springs in Qingchuan town, besides the men's and women's baths, also seem to have mixed baths.
Hiss. Tsuchiyo immediately opened the map. See how far you've gotten from Qingchuan town. If it's not too far, it's definitely not too late to turn back now. When I opened the map I saw. Goodness, my movement speed is maxed out, and my summoned beasts are running wild. Before I knew it, I had already gone more than 10 kilometers in. Not only that, the surrounding monsters have all been cleared out by the summoned beasts. The bloodthirsty wolf was jumping when it brought back the python skin for itself.
Okay, go ahead.
Tsuchiyo gave a stiff smile, watching the bloodthirsty wolf leap away again, and sighed helplessly. Let's talk about it another time. In the boundless swamp forest, Tsuchiyo didn't search aimlessly like a headless fly. Instead, they found the right direction.
It should be this way.
Tsuchiyo looked at a bush in front of her. At the end of that direction lay the coordinates given to her by the beautiful archer captain of the Azure Wind Knights. As they moved in that direction, Tsuchiyo checked the monster materials in his backpack. Perhaps it's because of the existence of the hidden NPC Brown. On the way to Qingchuan town, I encountered even more tree spirits. The tree heart dropped after killing the tree spirit also allowed the wandering tentacles to undergo significant evolution. One is multiple whipping. When the wandering tentacles attack an enemy, there is a 50% chance that they can attack an additional time. One is a parasitic seed. When the wandering tentacles fight enemies, they plant seeds inside the enemy's bodies that can absorb life points, which can then be used to nourish the tentacles themselves. Especially this parasitic seed. When Tsuchiyo saw this skill, they naively thought it was just a normal life-stealing skill. Result. Hiss! Just then, a powerful grass python appeared next to Tsuchiyo.
Roar!
Sensing the monster's presence beside its master, the bloodthirsty demon wolf immediately turned and ran towards Tsuchiyo. But Tsuchiyo issued an order. Let me handle it. The next moment, 5 white tentacles suddenly shot out from Tsuchiyo's body. 5 entanglements. Overwhelmed by sheer numbers. The moment the mighty grass python spawned, it was immediately entangled and rendered immobile by various creative ways humans used it. Oh! It wanted to let out a hiss. As a result, the snake's mouth was forcibly pried open by the 2 tentacles and could not be closed. This prevents sounds from being produced normally. Tsuchiyo covered her eyes and said helplessly, "Use parasitic seeds." The next moment, all the tentacles seemed to become excited. The tentacles that were wrapped around the great grass python even began to slide slightly. And at the tip of each tentacle, just like in reality, it all split into 5 pieces. Then, like a suction cup, it tightly gripped the scales that the great grass python could touch. Then, the tips of these tentacles were like squeezing juice. One by one, they clung to the great grass python and began sucking its blood. It would occasionally make sucking or slurping sounds. "This is really not what I wanted." Tsuchiyo stared at the wandering tentacles and once again began to doubt whether he had made a wrong choice in merging with them. Of course, these parasitic seeds can also be released remotely to heal Tsuchiyo remotely. But the wandering tentacles seemed to really love this way of sucking blood. Then, these health regeneration numbers will then appear above Tsuchiyo's head. Plus 193. Plus 193. Plus 193. Plus 193. After all, for wandering tentacles, their blood-sucking effect will naturally benefit themselves as well. It is precisely because of these recovery efforts. Whenever Tsuchiyo saw these exaggerated healing effects, he felt that these wandering tentacles weren't so bad after all. Under the combined effects of powerful muscles, strangulation, entanglement, and slipperiness. This refers to a monster whose strength is lower than its own. Tsuchiyo tied them up one by one. Then, rely on the triple effect of strangulation, slow poison, and parasitic seeds to continuously drain health. It can even control someone to death. Wandering tentacles! My wandering tentacles are amazing! The giant grass python was thus kept in place. The health points above his head are dropping rapidly. Before long, his health points were completely depleted. It transformed into 15 python skins, which fell to the ground all alone. 15x material drop rate! Nice! Tsuchiyo excitedly picked up the materials and finally gathered the last essence that the mighty grass python could provide Maru swallow. Now, my tentacles can swallow things too. If only my tentacles had the ability to swallow pills in real life. When eating junk food, it won't take as long. Tsuchiyo narrowed his eyes, looking towards the swamp forest where night had fallen. Now we can finally sort out the real-world problems. Just then, Tsuchiyo received a notification from his friend with a vibration. Brother Su, it's time to eat. Tsuchiyo smiled slightly. I am coming. Chapter 102 Killing 102 People. Chapter 102 Killing 102 People. How's your material gathering going? At the dinner table, Tsuchiyo picked up some food and asked a question. Zhongli responded with a smile. It hasn't been long yet, it will take some more time. Tsuchiyo's face showed a pained expression. I don't understand why you don't want my material, even if you have to pay for it. Being able to sell your materials at a high price is also a way to make money. But Zhongli possessed a strange kind of strength. Our captain said that the money is a small matter, but the main problem is that he is embarrassed to ask Brother Su for help again. Some things require us to do them in a down-to-earth manner in order to make real progress. Upon hearing this, Tsuchiyo immediately became serious and said, Actually, if you're too embarrassed to ask for the materials, just giving me money isn't a bad option. Ha! Zhongli laughed for a moment. Brother Su, you're joking again. No, I didn't. I'm extremely serious. Hey! Brother Su, why aren't you eating meat? As Zhongli spoke, she added a piece of braised pork that had been stewing since the afternoon to Tsuchiyo's bowl. After eating the meat that Zhongli had given her, Tsuchiyo replied.
We've all made money, haven't we? I have a feeling we'll be eating a lot of meat these next couple of days. So I'm making room in advance to prepare for eating meat later. Zhongli smiled sweetly again. But you don't need to make room for several meals in advance. It's not a buffet. Upon hearing the words, buffet, Suchiyo paused slightly as she shoveled rice into her mouth. Maybe. After finishing her meal, Suchiyo prepared to go out. Brother Su, where are you going? Eat too much, have a light snack. Then I'll go with you. Let's go. Walk. The two skipped and hopped down the stairs. Zhongli gazed at the tall figure ahead, unable to shake the smile from her lips. Every time I think of Brother Su, all I can think of are interesting things. Although I can't quite put my finger on what's so great about Brother Su. But being with him is very comfortable and relaxing. When Mingming first met Suchiyo. It's about speaking up on your own initiative. Suchiyo couldn't utter a single word for a long time. Later, Suchiyo gradually began to talk to herself. The longer they spent together, the more Suchiyo talked. Zhongli could clearly feel that their relationship was getting better and better. But Zhongli could also sense it. Suchiyo is actually very polite, and knows how to behave appropriately. Always keep a certain distance from yourself. This feeling of mutual respect. Oh dear, what am I thinking? Zhongli suddenly felt her face getting hot. With her delicate white hands fanning her face, Zhongli's smile became even brighter. Then he quietly caught up with the figure in front of him. The two walked side by side, chatting and laughing, out of the building entrance, past the small flower bed in the warm night, and out of the community gate. If only things could stay like this forever. Just then, Zhongli saw a vibrant young woman with a single ponytail, wearing a white tracksuit, suddenly approach from the roadside. Hey handsome, how about some swimming and fitness? The beautiful woman in sportswear, whose figure was exquisitely curvaceous from exercising, looked at Zhongli with her large, blinking eyes. Couples can get a discount when they sign up for a membership. This woman has such a lovely voice. Zhongli felt even sweeter inside. As a result, at this time, after Suchiyo took the flyer from the woman in the sportswear, his eyes lit up, and he gently held the woman's fingertips. What are you saying, miss? We're not a couple. I'm still single. Zhongli. It hurts so much. Oh? I'm sorry. The beautiful woman in the sportswear was immediately embarrassed. After feeling the groping hand, she thought to herself, what a scumbag! Then, without leaving a trace, her professionalism immediately brought a smile to her face. With such a beautiful girl by your side, handsome guy, you'd better work hard. If you want to get a membership card, come find me, I'll give you a discount. As she spoke, the woman in the sportswear seemed embarrassed and ran off to hand out flyers. After running a distance, the woman in the sportswear scratched her fingers for a moment. My fingers are a little itchy. Suchiyo glanced back at Zhongli, a question lingering in her mind. She calls you little beauty, doesn't that make you unhappy? Could Zhongli be a woman? Zhongli nodded upon hearing this. It does make me a little uncomfortable to be called a little beauty, but it's actually okay. Although she said it was okay, Zhongli's originally beautiful mood was instantly ruined after this incident. Suchiyo suddenly became certain of what she was thinking. Sure enough, cross-dressers would still be somewhat resistant to others saying they are women. Zhongli glanced at Suchiyo and said meaningfully, Brother Su is such a good catch. Why don't you find a girlfriend? You must have some nice girls around you, right? Upon hearing this, Suchiyo shrugged and said helplessly, I guess it's because there are too many girls around me, all throwing themselves at me, so I don't know who to choose. It was supposed to be a joke, but Zhongli blushed after hearing it, and spun around, kicking Suchiyo in the butt. Who would throw themselves at you? Suchiyo chuckled. Didn't that girl just do it? Those were the people handing out flyers to you, Zhongli said angrily. Aren't all people who hand out flyers? Before she could finish her sentence, Zhongli turned around and looked back. Where is that girl handing out flyers?
Upon hearing this, Tsuchiyo smiled mysteriously.
You went to pick flowers, didn't you?
Zhongli suddenly thought of the commotion Tsuchiyo made every time she picked flowers in the swamp forest. They stopped making a fuss for a while.
Let's keep going.
Let's go.
Damn it! What's going on?
In the woods, the beautiful young woman who had just been all smiles was now clutching her right hand in horror. Her once slender and delicate hands now looked as if they had been parasitized by some alien creature. Something unknown is surging beneath the skin, and it is constantly moving closer to the main body.
That damn bug must have touched me. It must have been him.
She tried to grip her arm tightly with her hands to stop the thing from moving. But it was all in vain.
Ouch! That hurts!
Sweat beaded on her forehead, and strands of hair clung to her face, giving her beautiful features a touch of sickly beauty. However, no one appreciated this beauty.
It's him! It's definitely him! That anonymous person, it's absolutely him!
The skin on her forearms has gradually become dry and brittle. It's like all the blood has been drained.
This bizarre ability must be from Yanhuang's poisonous Gu Miao family. The team members who went missing before must have been corrupted by this strange poisonous power.
Thinking of this, she clenched her teeth.
Damn Yanhuang people! Yanhuang bugs! Damn men! That's why I don't want to come to a place like this.
At this moment, that presence beneath her skin once again extended beyond where her left hand was gripping, reaching her armpit.
No! It just won't stop.
She quickly took out her phone.
Hurry! Report this to the organization.
Result. Her 3-heart phone is set to use the right-hand fingerprint sensor, and does not have facial recognition. She can't turn on her phone. Deep in the deserted park. All she could do was let out cries of pain over and over again. But no one could save her. Until the very end. The beautiful woman completely disappeared in front of the tree. No remains were found. Only the sweat-soaked athletic shirt and shorts remained, silently lying there. A man jogging late at night passed by here. Seeing the women's sportswear on the ground, I couldn't help but look around and gasp. And this is just the beginning. As Zhongli walked along the road with Tsuchiyo, she felt something for the first time. My older brother Su seems to be a socially awkward person. Social terrorists. I saw a couple and went up to wish them a long and happy life together. I saw an old woman and went up to help her cross the road. If I see a dog, I'll kick it. Hee, I've learned about a new side of Brother Su. Just as Zhongli was thinking this, she noticed that Tsuchiyo had already rewarded a high school student with an ice pop and was walking towards her. 102 people. Zhongli didn't understand what the number meant. But then Tsuchiyo smiled and said, "Let's go back." Zhongli smiled and nodded.
Okay. We've come this far, let's go back and get some late-night snacks. I can't eat anymore. Burp. You didn't eat that much, did you, Brother Su? Isn't it because you, little Lily, are so beautiful?
Giggle giggle. The two walked away. The high school student, who had just eaten an ice cream, was about to take out his phone to report information. Suddenly my throat felt itchy. And then it hurt.
Well, dash!
He clutched his throat tightly. I've discovered I can't make a sound. And it feels like something is crawling in my throat. He suffocated because his throat was blocked, his vision went black, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. A sanitation worker passed by.
Hey! What's with these clothes? Whose kid doesn't want to study again?
Chapter 103, Slay the Swamp Monster and Level Up by 20. Chapter 103, Killing the Swamp Monster, Leveling Up by 20.
Now, all the Koreans who have infiltrated the area should be dealt with.
Late at night, Tsuchiyo returned to her room after taking a shower, stretched comfortably, and rubbed her temples.
Using intelligence to sense enemies is really difficult.
But this ability to directly sense the enemy's killing intent is extremely accurate.
Brother Su, are you done showering? Then I'll go take a shower too. Okay, go ahead, Tsuchiyo replied. If there's not enough hot water, turn on some more. It's alright, that's enough. In these old-style residential areas without elevators, the water heaters for showering require hot water to be heated in batches. Tsuchiyo lay back down on the bed. The sound of Zhongli showering immediately reached my ears. Damn it! Why are images automatically popping into my head? Tsuchiyo felt a surge of resentment in her heart, and then, for the first time in a long while, she slept soundly. However, just 6 hours later, Tsuchiyo woke up feeling refreshed. As expected, people still need to sleep. The first thing Tsuchiyo did after waking up. Just close your eyes and lie back down on the bed. Sign up. Roar. As soon as Tsuchiyo logged in, he heard a familiar howling sound. It's the auto-summoning function I set up on login that automatically summoned the bloodthirsty demon wolves. Tsuchiyo stroked their heads, feeling very comfortable. Things are different now than before. Summoned creatures can provide a sense of security. It's even better than the starting village. Tsuchiyo realigned the coordinates and summoned all the summoned creatures. Keep going! What? You've taken our Captain Sylvie too? After an unknown amount of time, Tsuchiyo successfully purified another corpse of a green-winged archer. Tsuchiyo looked at the young Qingfeng archer with an expression of an old man looking at his cell phone on the subway. The way you're saying that makes it sound like I did something to your captain. But... so that beautiful archer's name is Sylvie. Why does it sound a bit like the name of some slave girl? The youthful and beautiful archer asked in confusion. Didn't you say you were going to recruit our Captain Sylvie? Yes. But I said I collected your captain's body. The way you're saying this makes it sound like I'm running a harem. Then take me in too. I'm going to check on the captain. Tsuchiyo roared inwardly. Stop nagging! So they proceeded to purify the corpse step by step and took it into their possession. Ding! You have used the item Wind Blossom. Wind affinity +2, movement speed +2%, 15 to 20. Current cumulative, wind element affinity 50, movement speed 50%. As a system notification sounded, Tsuchiyo couldn't help but smile. My wind element affinity has been raised to this level. You should know that for ordinary mage players. You gain only 1 point of attribute affinity for almost every level you gain. And myself. At level 19, you already possess the elemental affinity that a typical mage has at level 50. Catherine's Wind Whisper buff to herself has also been significantly strengthened. Whisper of the Wind. Effect: your and your summoned creature's movement speed +30%, from 20%, evasion rate +15%, from 10%, and suffocation effect -30%, from 20%. These effects are added when fighting with oneself and one's summoned creatures during the day. They are no longer slowed down by the swamp forest's environmental buffs. We'll talk about it tonight. After closing the buff panel, Tsuchiyo looked at his experience bar. Level 19, 324,251 to 325,000. I'll probably level up to 20 after killing just one more monster. Immediately, Tsuchiyo issued a new command to his summoned beasts. Once you find the monster, lure it here. Tsuchiyo decided to personally complete this historic moment. But the next shot. Tsuchiyo regretted it. Because the bloodthirsty wolves lured them here. It's a group of level 22 swamp monsters. This thing. It's a monster bigger, stronger, and smellier than a slime. It's like an evolved form of a slime. Swamp monster. Synopsis: we swamp monsters are invincible. Level 22. Attack 720. Life 60,000. Skills: taunt, slime body, poisonous liquid, slime split, pressure to survive. Ridicule. Effect: increases defense and magic resistance, and forces the opponent to attack you while getting close, lasting for several seconds. Soft mud body. Effect: stores 30% of the damage received,
which gradually dissipates over the next few seconds. Once the source of the damage is killed, the stored damage will no longer be deducted. Toxic liquid. Effect: when attacked by melee units, or when attacking enemy units, inflicts a deadly poison effect on the enemy. Slime splitting. Effect: when it takes fatal damage, it splits into 3 pieces of slime, each slime having 20% of the original slime's health. The slime will revive after successfully reuniting. Limited to once. The pressure of survival. Effect: utilizes its own elasticity to leap high into the air and press towards the enemy, causing high area damage. It can also swallow the enemy into its body, inflicting the effects of being swallowed whole and suffocated. Every skill felt so familiar, and each one had been enhanced to some extent. There's also a new skill called survival pressure. Suchio is extremely familiar with this skill. Slime-type monsters that lack ranged attack capabilities are typically equipped with this skill. Used to launch directly at enemy ranged units. It is one of their few movement skills. Moreover, the damage from this effect is also related to body size and constitution, health points. The larger the size and the higher the physical strength, the farther it flies, and the greater the damage. Suchio's brow twitched as he looked at the bloodthirsty demon wolf that had attracted him, and he said with a smile, "Using this monster as a stepping stone for my leveling up is too much of an insult to it, isn't it? How about we choose another one?" As a result, the bloodthirsty wolf had already run away laughing. They hid behind a tree with the other summoned beasts, peeking over one by one. His face was clearly showing amusement. "Are you taking revenge on me?" Suchio's expression hardened. "You absolutely mustn't turn into human form. Roar dash!" Suddenly, the swamp monster raised a huge lump of mud and let out a huge, long roar from its body. Along with it came a stench 13.67 times more terrifying than if the toilet had exploded, which swept over us. Suchio's face darkened. "Why are you yelling so loudly?" Immediately, a light flashed in his hand. "Get into position and fire!" Puff. With a thud, the light card suddenly shot into the swamp monster's body, splashing up specks of silt before exploding. Bang! The blast created a small crater on the swamp monster's body. -213 to 1278, 6 times. The direct damage from a single basic attack instantly reduced the swamp monster's health by 2%. -30. -30. -30. Affected by the slime body effect. Suchio's attack can only deal 70% damage. The remaining 30% also turned into a state almost like bleeding, causing the swamp monster to continuously lose health. And this damage is just the beginning. Spa! 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 Suchio transformed directly into a pile driver, no, a magic machine gun. Aim at the swamp monster and start firing continuously. Currently, Suchio's agility attribute is as high as 107 points. The calculated attack speed is 2.675 seconds. With the addition of the double attack speed from the card cheat, it skyrockets to 5.35s. Of course, the player's stats on the panel don't mean the player can actually perform those attack actions. Destiny is a real game. Players' mistakes and enemy slowdown effects can dilute the actual damage output. Therefore, Suchio's final attack speed. Only 5.35s. I'm not an ordinary player! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Bang 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 bang. The light beams kept hitting the swamp monster. Roar dash! The pain caused it to move towards Suchio while its body was covered in mud. Suchio then flew a kite. While maintaining distance, continued to output damage. The swamp monster was being shot so badly it couldn't take it anymore. Activate the skill now. Ridicule. In an instant, Suchio's gaze was fixed on the swamp monster. Instead of walking backwards, they headed towards the swamp monster. They headed in both directions. He was getting closer and closer to the swamp monster. Awoo! The bloodthirsty wolves, who had been watching the spectacle from afar, were startled. They raised their heads and looked at Suchiyo nervously. What if something really happens? Daodu, Pao Pao, and Jingjing also gripped the tree bark tightly with their little hands. The delicate little hands had scratched the bark with terrifying claw marks, ready to rush over and provide support at any moment. The bloodthirsty Bat King has already vanished into the darkness. Although the summoned beasts were verbally laughing and saying they were having fun, they were actually already thinking of Suchiyo. Because Suchiyo himself moves very fast. Just as the swamp monster was about to unleash its taunt, Suchiyo had already sped away to create distance. And he quickly conjured a magician card in his hand. So when you hit the taunt and approach the swamp monster while attacking, you're ready to taunt. The magician then threw the object at the swamp monster, slowing its movement speed. And I was only approaching at a walking pace. Even if. Wait until the taunt effect ends. Suchiyo maintained a certain distance from the swamp monster. And it was just a tiny bit outside the swamp monster's attack range. It was all within my calculations. Once the effect wore off, Suchiyo immediately retreated to create distance, and continued to attack. In the few seconds that I was being mocked. Suchiyo's output is non-stop. Based on an attack speed of 5 times per second. Every second, Suchiyo can forcefully reduce the swamp monster's health by about 12%. 7,000 damage per second. Certainly. This was also triggered unintentionally during the battle, resulting in a card switching and critical hit effect. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Bang 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 bang. Although the attack multiplier generated by the killing luck triggered by each attack is different. But their damage per second is terrifying without exception. Howl dash! In just a few seconds, the swamp monster's health was reduced to less than half. Even more terrifying is that the swamp monster's health is deducted later even though it has activated its slime body. It also enhanced defense and magic resistance with taunts. But the injuries he sustained didn't lessen much at all. On the contrary, the amount of health points that are about to be deducted is increasing. If this continues, I'll endure the damage a little longer, even if my health doesn't drop to 0. They will also be killed by the subsequent effects of the slime body. No! We can't wait any longer. Immediately, the swamp monster's body instantly flattened. Then he suddenly leaped into the air. Immediately, a gigantic lump of mud, as big as a mountain of flesh. It blotted out the sky and blocked out the sun. It blocked all the light from Suchiyo's head. The immense pressure of survival. This move can be considered the swamp monster's ultimate attack. Huge attack range. Extremely high attack damage. Extremely strong negative effects. Without exaggeration. Let alone whether a level 22 player of the same level could withstand it. Even if a level 32 player came, 99% of them would die. If this mud gets on you, you won't be able to wash it off even if you jump into the Yellow River. But if you can't outrun someone, you can outrun them. Just in time for the swamp monster to take off from Wuhu. Suchiyo then took off running. Only an idiot would try to fight against the stinking mud in this toilet. 107 points of agility grants Suchiyo a movement speed of 21s. Wind Whisper plus 30%. Wind Flower, Wind Leaf plus 50%. Suchiyo's movement speed skyrockets to 37s. When the movement speed is maxed out, it runs faster than a train. In the short span of just over 2 seconds between the swamp monster jumping up and landing, Suchiyo has already sprinted more than 100 meters away. The next moment, boom! The toilet exploded. No, the swamp monster exploded. The splashing of foul-smelling mud was like throwing a huge rock into a lake. The mud splattered all the way away. Destroy everything around you. It literally coated the surrounding forest with a layer of black mud. If it were an ordinary assassin or archer, even if they weren't crushed to death, they would have been killed by the mud. Fortunately, Suchiyo ran fast and hid behind a tree to ensure that his entire outfit survived. after the swamp monster exploded. Suchio returned and continued to output damage. The swamp monster, which had just smashed itself apart, hadn't yet reassembled its original form. Health points will be completely reset to 0. It broke into 3 large clumps of mud. Slime splitting. The 3 clumps of mud moved around, trying to reassemble into a single entity. But Suchio gave him no chance at all. After throwing out another magician card, the bombardment began. One of them died suddenly. 2 lumps of rice. 3 farts. Suchio raised her finger and snapped it with a smile. Done! Snap! Swamp monster dead. The next instant, a series of deafening system notifications entered Suchio's mind. Ding! Congratulations! You have reached the maximum experience point and successfully leveled up to level 20. Ding! Your destiny star is detected to be 16. You have been granted 16 free attribute points. Please allocate them promptly. Ding! Your level has increased to 20. Your card pack limit has increased by 1. Congratulations! You can now hold more summoned cards. Ding! Your level has increased to 20. Skill slots increased by 1. Congratulations! You can now learn more skills and unlock Trial of Destiny 2. Ding! Your level has increased to 20. The Ouroboros ring has been successfully equipped, unlocking Effect 3 Refresh. Ding! Your level has increased to 20. The talent Destiny has successfully unlocked Effect 3 Charm and Fortune. Chapter 104 Summoning. Slime Horde. Chapter 104 Summoning. Slime Horde. Finally reached level 20! Suchio first opened his attribute panel and began to allocate the 16 free attribute points he had obtained. Strength plus 3, 42 to 45. Agility plus 3, 107 to 110. Constitution plus 4, 116 to 120. Intelligence plus 6, 246 to 252. That makes the attributes look much better. After allocating the attributes, without saying a word, I pulled out the most treasured skill from my backpack. Ding! Do you want to learn the green excellent level skill card throwing? Although his own combat strength was already quite strong. But once I learn this skill, my damage output will at least double. Suchio can click to learn directly. Ding! Congratulations on successfully learning the skill card throwing. Flying cards. Synopsis. Hey! I'm off. Hey! I'm back. Go ahead and hit me. Quality, excellent green. Occupation, Card Master. Level 1. Effect, consumes 100 mana points, launching an energy card forward. After reaching twice the attack range, the card returns, dealing decaying damage, 100% magic damage plus 1% maximum mana plus 50% magic damage plus 0.5% maximum mana, to all enemies along its path. The energy card benefits from attack effects. Cooldown, 10 seconds. That's not strong enough. Immediately, Suchio took out 2 skill upgrade stones, green, from his backpack. Without saying a word, he slammed one of the cards directly onto the flying card. Ding! Your green excellent level skill, card throwing, has successfully upgraded to blue's superior level. Flying cards. Quality, excellent blue. Occupation, Card Master. Level 1. Effect, consumes 100 mana points, launches an energy card forward, and returns after reaching a range 3 times the attack distance, dealing damage equal to 150% magic damage plus 2% of maximum mana, to all enemies along its path. The energy card benefits from attack effects. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Nice! After the flying card is upgraded, not only has the attack range been increased, the attack range has been increased from 2 times, 40 yards, to 3 times, 60 yards. Base damage has also been significantly increased. The damage won't decrease even if the flight distance is too far. No matter how far it flies. No matter how many people it attacks. The damage remains the same. Based on my current attributes. Tsuchiyo squinted and began to calculate. The original green-grade flying card would deal 407,203 damage to all enemies in its flight path. And now. The level remains the same, but the damage is fixed at 659 points. It's so much better than before. Moreover, the more people you hit, the higher the total damage you can inflict. Not only that. This number 659 is just the base damage. This skill might not be very strong for others. But for a card player like myself who has many attack effects, it's much stronger. I still have a 52% critical hit rate. There's also the added 1 to 10 times extra damage from the killing luck. Moreover, this is an area of effect attack. It would be even more awesome if they could add items like Static Shiv, Hydra, Blade of the Ruined King, and Renan's Hurricane to maximize the visual effects. Thinking of a peach, Tsuchiyo immediately looked at her critical hit rate. Within the gentleman's outfit, there is a hidden 8th piece of equipment, a grey cloak. This cape has a god-tier second effect. Resonance. For each summoned beast, critical hit rate increases by 1%. Previously, the summoned beasts around him alone had given him an additional 47% critical hit rate bonus. And now, I've leveled up to level 20. I can fuse new summoning cards now. Tsuchiyo immediately took the card out of his backpack. Summon slime. But before summoning the slime, Tsuchiyo went to the swamp monster's side. By this time, the stench had dissipated. Tsuchiyo reached out her hand with disdain. Breakdown. Ding. Fate triggered, additional experience gain plus 18,018, 18x. Copper coins plus 462, 11x, and pronuclear creatures with slime plus 6, 6x. Ding! The material contains essence within its slimy pronucleus, soft and bouncy body, splitting, elastic launch, sticky contact. After collecting the materials, Tsuchiyo smiled. That way, my slime can become stronger. Immediately, Tsuchiyo slapped his hand on the card. Ding! Congratulations on successfully summoning a swarm of slimes. As the system notification sounded, a familiar light shone around Tsuchiyo. But this time, the summoned beast. It did not appear directly from the light. Within the light, only spherical mechanical nuclei were born. Then, the machine gently and slowly drifted downwards. Immediately, something unusual happened in the swamp at Tsuchiyo's feet. Drop by drop, handful by handful, pure water is extracted from the swamp. Gradually, it began to condense and expand, rotating around that original core. It solidified quickly. It turned into a pure, transparent slime with a hint of light blue. No. It's not a lump. There are a full 8 of them. Ding! The Grey Cloak's Effect 2 Resonance has been updated. Ding! Resonance has granted you a 55% critical hit rate. 8 more summoned beasts have been added. Tsuchiyo's critical hit rate has also reached a total of 60%. Rounded up, every hit is a critical strike. Tsuchiyo squatted down and began to observe the slime closest to him. Smooth and plump. As he moved, Tsuchiyo could see the liquid inside the slime swaying with the movement. It's like a water balloon. Water polo? Tsuchiyo blinked, then reached out and grabbed it. It feels slightly cool to the touch and has a resilient texture. The soft and elastic slime skin dented down where Tsuchiyo's fingers pressed. Even part of the slime skin was still seeping out from between Tsuchiyo's fingers. It created familiar, tight-fitting lines around my skin. Yeah. The slime also made a soft, sweet sound at the right time. That sounds really cute. Tsuchiyo nodded in agreement. Withdrawing his hand, Tsuchiyo thought for a moment, then, just like when he hugged the bloodthirsty Bat King, he reached out and hugged the slime into his arms. Yeah. Just then, the pets that had been watching from the sidelines all came closer. The bloodthirsty Bat King exited its stealth state and came to Suchio's side. Then he found himself out of favor. Squeak, squeak, squeak. In an instant, the bloodthirsty Bat King cried his heart out. The bloodthirsty demon wolf and frostfire dragon lizard approached, indicating that they were used to it. After all, the master is a fickle and bad man. Suchio glanced at them, and they instantly became obedient, not daring to say another word. They all smiled kindly at Suchio, acting as if nothing had happened. The three little ones came closer. Squat down and poke the newly appeared slime with your little finger. Then he licked the water off his fingers. Doubta's eyes lit up. Sweet! Bubbles smiled and said, It's cool! Quietly nodding. Good. Chapter 105, Fate, Effect 3, Charm of Fortune. Chapter 105, Fate, Effect 3, Charm. Suchio had no intention of treating the slimes like pets drinking water. He looked down at the slime's attributes. Named Slime. Level 1. Attribute, Water. Attack, 328, 70% magic attack plus 100% constitution. Defense, 104, 20% magic attack plus 1% health. Health, 4146, magic attack 800% plus constitution 1500%. Talents, active physique, flexible body. Skill, taunt. Active body constitution. Description, you can't kill me. You just can't kill me. Effect, restores 1% of maximum health per second. Soft and elastic body. Description, wet and slippery, irresistible. Effect, stores 30% of the damage received, which gradually dissipates over the next few seconds. Once the source of the damage is killed, the stored damage will no longer be deducted. Ridicule. Description, if you're not capable, then come here. If you are, then forget it. Effect, increases defense and magic resistance by 20% and forces the opponent to attack you for 3 seconds. This meat is delicious! Suchio couldn't help but sigh. This is only a level 1 slime, and its health points have already reached 4,146. It can naturally regenerate 41 health points per second. In addition, there's Catherine's Holy Light Blessing buff. This level 1 slime has a terrifying 56 SHP recovery. And it also possesses a soft, elastic body capable of storing damage. A taunt that increases defense and magic resistance. Suchio held the slime high in her hand, as if she were holding a small lion. From this day forward, you and I will be each other's number 1 tank. The soft, bouncy gel body beneath the slime lump also emitted a shy sound. Yeah. Suchio chuckled. I still have a full 8 of these first tanks. Looking around at the slimes who were huddled in a circle as if performing some kind of cult ritual, Suchio also noticed a new detail. These slimes have attributes. Each slime's attribute panel has a column. Attribute Water. This is the first time I've ever seen a summoned creature with attributes. Suchio gently stroked the slime in her arms, enjoying its delicate texture, and asked in confusion. Could it be that my summoned slime can have other attributes? The slime swayed slightly. Yeah. Suchio understood the slime's response and was quite surprised. Logically speaking, slimes do indeed come in different models and have different attributes. However, after a player makes a contract, they will only receive slimes with that specific attributes and model. It's locked. The message that the slime sent was, Suchio's summoning cards don't steal the slime itself, but rather the slime's core. These pronuclei, given the right conditions. It can even change shape. A fire slime that can cause area of effect damage. Earth slimes that can inflict reflected damage. Grass slime that can lay seeds and summon clones. These are just a few examples. Suchio felt that the future was infinitely bright. Wow, you've really made a good promise for me. I'm buying it. Suchio put the slime on the ground and immediately began his familiar spending spree. Gold -29, silver -50, summons slime level 1 to 7. Named slime. Level 7. Attribute, water. Attack, 648, magic attack 130% plus constitution 220%. Defense, 529, 50% magic attack plus 4% health. Health, 9318, magic attack 1400% plus constitution 4500%. Talents, active physique, flexible body. Skill, taunt. This defensive power is almost as high as its attack power. The slime's defensive capabilities. One of them is related to Tsuchiyo's magical attack. One is related to its own maximum health. The meatier it is, the harder it is. Tsuchiyo smiled slightly. I'm very satisfied with the slimes. It hasn't gained much essence yet, it's just a blue grade, excellent little cutie. They already possess the fighting power to stand alone. So, Tsuchiyo casually tossed the slime down. Slime? In a short time. It now understood why its predecessors said its master was a bad man who started relationships only to abandon them, betrayed his family, and was fickle and easily bored. Let's keep going. Tsuchiyo gave orders to the summoned creatures. Staying in the same place all the time isn't a good thing. Even if the swamp monster dies, the surrounding area will still be covered in stinking mud. It's not too late to look at other things after we find a place with better air quality. On the road. Tsuchiyo then checked the new effects of his god-level talent, Destiny. Charm. I don't know why, but whenever I see this charming fortune, I can't help but smile. Immediately, the talent panel was displayed before Tsuchiyo's eyes. Destiny. Synopsis. Your destiny is not recorded by the River of Fate, and your future cannot be known by any being. Your fate is in your own hands, not in the hands of heaven. Rank, Red God level. Destiny Star 6. Effect 1, Fortune. Each time you kill a monster, you will receive an additional drop of 1, level number, as a random multiple, limited to experience, currency, and materials. Effect 2, Killing Luck. Each attack on an enemy deals an additional damage equal to a random multiple of 1, level number 2. Effect 3, Charm. Each time you interact with a character, you will gain an additional 1 point of favorability, which is a random multiple of level number 3. Effect 4, unlocked at level 40. Gain extra favorability? Tsuchiyo glanced at the multiplier. I am currently level 20. In other words, interacting with NPCs can increase their favorability towards you by up to 6 times. Hiss! Tsuchiyo revealed an honest smile. This isn't a good idea. I don't know why. Tsuchiyo thought of the black-robed priestess, Taluna. I whipped her once, and her favorability towards me increased a little. If I have the chance to run into her again. If you whip him a few more times, will his favorability become positive? Even when her favorability rating was negative, she was still so bold with herself. If my affection level with her were to rise to a positive number, that would be terrible. Tsuchiyo instinctively straightened her back. Snort. When it comes to protracted warfare, I've never been afraid of anyone. Squeak, squeak, squeak. After an unknown amount of time, the bloodthirsty Bat King sent a notification. Tsuchiyo smiled slightly. Arrive? After crossing a high ground, Tsuchiyo saw a vast, empty mudflat. This must be our destination. Tsuchiyo opened the map and compared the coordinates with those given to him by the beautiful archer captain, Sylvie. This is it, that's right. As soon as he arrived, the azure wind compass in Tsuchiyo's backpack suddenly emitted a piercing warning. Beep beep beep. This means that a green wind knight who is far more powerful than the green wind archer. Approaching. Call dash. Suddenly, a foul stench swept over us. Tsuchiyo's head suddenly went black. A huge shadow with dark blue wings that blotted out the sky suddenly appeared in front of Tsuchiyo. Corrupted Windhawk. Synopsis. A windhawk beast that has been corrupted by the abyss for a long time. Level 23. Quality excellent blue. Attack 2000. Life 200,000. Skills flying feathers, barbed hooks, corrosive green mist, feathers everywhere. Flying feather. Description: click, loading magazine. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Effect: each attack fires an additional feather with a penetrating effect at the target, and leaves a feather behind. Penetration: this attack can penetrate the target until it reaches the limit of the attack range. Barbs. Description: come back. Effect: the corrupted windhawk retracts all its feathers and deals piercing damage to all enemies in its path. Corrosive blue mist. Description: this is exactly the taste. Effect: consumes health to generate a large cloud of poisonous mist within the target area, inflicting a suffocation effect on all enemies within the mist. Feathers flying everywhere. Description: let me ejaculate to my heart's content. Effect: fires 3 waves of feathers in a fan-shaped area in front of you, which can cause a penetrating effect. Chapter 106 I finally got to you. Chapter 106 Finally, I've got you. Korea. What did you just say? Kim Minjun, dressed in a Japanese-style black bodysuit, stared at his subordinate with a shocked expression. His lips trembled slightly as he repeated it. Our assassin squad that we sent to southern Shaanxi was almost completely wiped out. Moreover, the cause of death was very strange. Kim Minjun frowned and said in a harsh voice. Continue. His subordinate felt his throat go dry, swallowed hard, and continued. After sensing that local forces were intentionally monitoring them, the assassin group chose to disperse and disguise themselves to blend into society. The first one died the earliest, and the body is still missing. After the assassins lost contact with him, they all moved closer to the D area, which the deceased was in charge of, to conduct an in-depth investigation. The results came the very next day. The subordinate seemed to recall something terrible, took a deep breath, and continued. On the second night, all 102 assassins were wiped out. The remaining few were ambushed by local forces on their way back. Fortunately, they brought back some intelligence before they died. At the location of the 102nd assassin, clothes of different professions appeared out of thin air, but there was no one there. The subordinate secretly raised his eyes and looked at Kim Minjun with awe. Truly dead without a trace. The words fell. The wasteland fell into a deathly silence. Kim Minjun's brows furrowed even more. After a long silence, he uttered a single word. Bait! The first assassin to die was bait thrown out by the local forces. To lure other assassins closer. As Kim Minjun spoke, a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. This ability to dissolve a corpse without damaging the clothes must belong to either the Tang family's hidden weapons or the Miao family's poisonous goo. How dare the enemy act so decisively in such a small place as southern Shaanxi? They even have connections with ancient martial arts families in Yanhuang who haven't left the mountains for centuries. Kim Minjun clenched his fists, his murderous intent intensifying. Why? A mere anonymous player can influence so many forces. Unless. Kim Minjun thought of something. The anonymous player is definitely not alone in being able to mobilize so much power. Besides the local forces in southern Shaanxi, there must be an even stronger force backing him up. For a moment, he thought of the person ranked second on the leaderboard. Lin Ziyun of the Lin family, the strongest ancient martial arts family in Yanhuang. Could all of this be the Lin family's doing? Was she deliberately causing trouble? Was she secretly luring me to send assassins there, then wiping them out and weakening the fighting power of my great Goryeo kingdom? Unsure of Kim Minjun's intentions, his subordinate suggested. Boss, should we send people to contact the higher-ups in Jinan City again to conduct a search, under the pretext that the Tur group members have gone missing? Kim Minjun glanced at his subordinate, a slight smile playing on his lips. You can give it a try. This way, we can test the waters and see what the Lin family thinks. Is this boss's stats really that bad? Suchio pursed her lips and said something. The newborn slime was startled upon hearing this. Yeah? Based on its knowledge reserves. This boss is clearly an overpowered character. A full 2000 attack power. Touch yourself, and 1/5 of your health is gone. How do we fight this? As his first battle. It happens every now and then, it's too difficult? Just as it was wondering. Then they saw that the master, Suchio, had a smile on his face, looking like he had victory in his grasp. Then it prepared for battle and let out a determined sound. Iya! Cracking dash! The corrupted windhawk discovered that an intruder had appeared in its territory. With a long cry, it flapped its wings and took off. Oh! The bloodthirsty wolf on the ground suddenly slammed on the brakes. It's out of reach. How do we fight this? Just this one takeoff capability alone. They crippled Suchio's most formidable bloodthirsty wolf legion. Hoo-hoo, get down here! This isn't fair. The corrupted wind eagle beast, looking down from its superior position, wouldn't care about fairness. Cracking dash! With the flap of its wings, it shot out deep blue feathers at Suchio's summoned creatures. But at the very moment of the attack, the bloodthirsty Bat King, who had been waiting for the right moment, suddenly burst out of the air. Leading the bloodthirsty bats, they aimed at the corrupted wind eagle beast from all directions, unleashing a barrage of dense blood needles. But the corrupted windhawk beast reacted extremely quickly. He quickly moved to cancel the auto-attack animation and charged towards the direction with the fewest bloodthirsty bats. Soon, faced with the corrupted windhawk beast, which was the size of a dump truck, the blood bats didn't even have time to escape. He was instantly smashed into a bloody mess. The attack from numerous bats barely harmed the corrupted windhawk. The frost fire dragon lizards on the ground thought this was an opportunity, and launched an attack. But all the attacks missed. Squeak! The bloodthirsty Bat King was in one fell swoop. That big bird is so agile and amazing. I can at best keep up with their speed, but I can't deal any damage at all. We need to find a way to control it and let the other guys deal damage. But the corrupted windhawk beast won't give that chance. It immediately followed up with the attack. Whoosh! 2 enormous feathers, each a meter long, were aimed at the helpless bloodthirsty wolf on the ground. It came hurtling in with pinpoint accuracy. -1375. -687. -343. -1375. -687. -343. The 2 feathers, with their piercing effect, injured 6 bloodthirsty wolves in one go. For the bloodthirsty wolf, which currently has 17,672 health points. Even if the feathers have a penetrating effect and can attack multiple targets. These injuries weren't very painful. But this feeling of seeing something but not being able to reach it. It really made them very angry. That annoying big bird! I'm going to strip all your blackbird feathers off! Daodu and Pao Pao angrily punched the air a few times, then looked at Jingjing, who was the calmest. She nodded quietly, indicating that she understood. Jingjing also sent a signal in her mind, which, through the Suchio brand relay station, also conveyed her thoughts to the bloodthirsty Bat King in the sky. Squeak! The bloodthirsty Bat King understood. With its movement speed maximized, it charged straight at the corrupted windhawk beast. The other blood bandit bats disappeared into the darkness. They'll launch a surprise attack every now and then, delivering a critical blow. The goal isn't to inflict damage, but simply to harass the corrupted windhawk beast. Make its small brain and attention not focus on the ground. After a few seconds of entanglement, their level of hatred in the eyes of the corrupted windhawks also reached MA. The corrupted windhawk beast really only chased after the bloodthirsty Bat King. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the sky, it flew like a fighter jet, constantly spraying its feathers, firing at the slender, bloodthirsty Bat King in the distance. Taking advantage of this opportunity, The bloodthirsty Bat King flew at low altitude, closing the distance to the ground. Now! Dowda and Pow Pow seized the opportunity and rushed towards Jingjing from the left and right respectively. Jingjing also reached out and took their little hands in hers. Spin around. Cracking? The corrupted windhawk beast had excellent eyesight and was momentarily stunned when it saw the scene on the ground. What are you doing? Then the next moment. Quietly, she stomped her foot on the ground and, using the momentum, threw Dowda into the air. With another half-body spin, he threw the bubble up again. Ha! The corrupted wind eagle's eyes widened in surprise. Is this even possible? In that instant of its moment of surprise, the two little ones were already like cannonballs. They charged straight at us. It clung to the body of the corrupted windhawk beast. Finally, I can reach you! Bubble and Bean had a satisfied smile on their faces, and then took a bite of the chicken breast. Minus 2,214. Minus 3,321, critical hit. The corrupted windhawk beast, which was originally at full health, suddenly lost nearly 3% of its health bar. The corrupted wind eagle beast, having taken a bite from its back, let out a sharp shriek in pain. Oh woo! Chapter 107 The Terrifying Damage of Flying Cards. Chapter 107 The Terrifying Damage of Flying Cards. Gah gah! It suddenly began to struggle in midair. Taking advantage of this moment, the frost-fire dragon lizards on the ground aimed and launched a volley of fire. Rat rat rat! Mouthfuls of flaming liquid shot out and landed on the corrupted wind eagle beast. The corrupted windhawk's defense, movement speed, and attack speed instantly decreased. Hit! Bubbles smiled happily. Dowda also raised both hands. Jingjing is so smart! This is an attempt to combine multiple summoned creatures in a coordinated action. It was something I came up with quietly. Seeing that it was working, Jingjing smiled brightly and gently waved her little fist. Okay. The corrupted wind eagle beast, under attack, began to struggle fiercely. He performed a somersault in midair. They threw the two little ones that were biting and scratching their bodies off. Ah-too! Suchio, who was watching the battle, was prepared and calculated the landing point of the two little ones in an instant. 2 water slimes were then sent over in advance. The water slime has just arrived at the location. 2 adorable little things just fell from the sky. It hit their soft, bouncy skin. Most of the damage from the fall was transferred to the slime. Yeah. The slime was flattened into a large shape, like a waterbed. They caught the 2 of them easily. So that Dowda and Pow Pow were not hurt at all. Even the slime had some doubts. I have 9,318 health points. These little people have 13,170 health points. Why should someone with less blood take the place of someone with more blood? They don't understand. But after jumping off the waterbed, the 2 of them casually touched the waterbed that had been deformed by the pressure. Are you alright? The waterbed became crystal clear instantly. Yeah. But they didn't have much time to react. The corrupted wind eagle beasts in the sky immediately launched another attack. Aim at the 2 little ones and the slime on the ground, then. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Its feathers were being fired off like crazy, as if they were free. Fortunately, Dowda and Pow Pow were quite agile, dodging left and right and only getting hit by 4 feathers. With over 900 of them under their defenses. Health points only decreased by a little over 4,000. Still very healthy. The slow-moving slimes were hit by a few more feathers. In addition, their defense is still no match for Cerberus, and their health points have dropped significantly. But fortunately they have soft, flexible bodies, so their health points won't drop too much at once. In addition, there's the active physique talent and the holy light blessing. This allows them to recover 108 health points per second. This little injury will heal in no time. Compared to the 3 little ones, the slime's biggest advantage is their endurance. So, it shouldn't be a problem if you get injured a little more, right? Tsuchiyo said kindly. The slime shrugged inwardly. What else could I say? Yeah. Just do as your master says. The next moment, Tsuchiyo looked at the corrupted wind eagle beast in midair, trying to escape and create distance again. If it could fly a little higher. My frost fire dragon lizard can't reach it. Whether we can trick them into buying it again is still unknown. The slowing effect applied to it by the frost fire dragon lizard was about to wear off. Tsuchiyo smiled slightly. You think you can just run away after offending me? Get down here! Immediately. Tsuchiyo issued an order to the slime. Water slime, use taunt! The next moment, the corrupted windhawk suddenly turned around in midair. Its gaze sharpened. It pounced on the water slime on the ground. Cracking dash! They were ridiculed. The corrupted windhawk beast charged straight down. It aimed at the low-health water slime and pounced on it. In the blink of an eye, a slime was wiped out. The effect is outstanding. But of course, this is not the effect Tsuchiyo wanted. Instead, they targeted the opening when the corrupted windhawk landed. Wolves! Charge! The bloodthirsty wolves who had long harbored resentment. Without saying a word, he directly burned his own blood to activate the bloodlust skill. Attack speed increased by 30%. Countless wolf heads rushed up and began to tear and bite. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. Although the frequency of these damage numbers is the same as that of the bloodthirsty Bat King. But the damage dealt was on a completely different level. Minus 998. Minus 1037, plus 4%. Minus 1078, plus 8%. Minus 1117, plus 12%. Minus 2437, plus 144%. Minus 2475, plus 148%. In just a few seconds. Unity buff at its maximum. The damage that each wolf pack can deal has also soared to over 2,400. Whoosh! The slime, resurrected by Tsuchiyo, stood there dumbfounded, staring at Tsuchiyo. I can't believe my death was so worthwhile. If every life could be exchanged for this much damage. Dying a few more times wouldn't be a bad thing. That's what you were thinking, right? Tsuchiyo looked at the dazed slime and a kind smile appeared on her face again. The slime shuddered, and the liquid inside its body swayed slightly. Yeah. Tsuchiyo couldn't help but sigh. With history like this, what more could the Lord ask for? Immediately. Slime! Use taunt! Slime! Use taunt! Slime! You taunted me too early, oh too late, he's already dead. Amidst the relentless attacks of countless slimes, Tsuchiyo also made sure to test the feel of her new skill. Flying cards. Magic points minus 100. A card bearing the image of a dark blue iron spinning blade appeared between Tsuchiyo's fingers. Aiming at the corrupted wind eagle beast, Tsuchiyo threw it directly at it. Call out. The flying card gradually grows larger as it flies out of the air. A phantom image resembling an iron blade appeared at the edge of the card. It spun straight towards the corrupted wind eagle beast. Minus 423. Boom! Minus 1692, 5 times. The card-cutting effect has been triggered. Minus 634, critical hit. Boom! Minus 2536, 4x. Oh! Tsuchiyo's eyes lit up. The moment the flying card hit the corrupted windhawk beast, it caused more than 2,000 direct injuries. It also triggered a rare card-cutting effect, allowing for another attack. The newly launched attack, still benefiting from Tsuchiyo's high critical hit rate of 60%, landed a critical hit. Another 3,100 health points were deducted from the corrupted windhawk beast. And the flying cards don't just fly out. It will fly back. Soon. The flying card, having reached its maximum distance, spun back again. Minus 421. Boom! Minus 2,947, 7 times. It lost another 3,100 health points. My goodness! This flying card, with the corrupted Windhawk possessing approximately 200 magic resistance. It only attacked one unit, yet it dealt a total of 8,653 damage. As expected of my card master skills! As expected of a flying card. This is a card throwing skill with a cooldown of only 10 seconds. Tsuchiyo was extremely satisfied. Cracking dash! But just then, a long screech suddenly came from the distant corrupted Windhawk beast. Tsuchiyo looked up. The corrupted Windhawk was found to be completely red and no longer affected by the slime's taunt effect. Tsuchiyo raised an eyebrow. This is a hidden mechanic of most bosses. Second stage super armor mode, huh? The next moment, the corrupted Windhawk suddenly folded its wings in midair. Then, aiming in Tsuchiyo's direction, he suddenly whipped up a gust of wind. Its dark green feathers, like a dense rain, shot directly towards Tsuchiyo. Feathers flew everywhere. Chapter 108 Successfully Killing the Corrupted Windhawk Beast. Chapter 108 Successfully Killed the Corrupted Windhawk Beast. A continuous barrage of dark blue feathers, like Gatling guns, suddenly launched a fierce attack on Tsuchiyo. Although it has already exited the invincibility mode. But this is the state of full power. No one could possibly control it during this period of time. Tsuchiyo smiled coldly and shouted, "Run!" In an instant, all the summoned beasts moved at the sound. They scattered. Feathers flew everywhere. After all, it was the corrupted Windhawk beast's ultimate move. That's a killer move. Which traveler could withstand such a test? Fortunately, it has the wind whisper effect. All pets are extremely fast. Apart from a clumsy slime. Although they were already struggling to move. But this inching movement couldn't escape the barrage of feathers flying everywhere. The area of effect of the firepower. In the eyes of the corrupted Windhawk beasts, they were simply the perfect targets. Yeah. Just when the water slimes felt their fate was sealed. Suddenly, several bloodthirsty wolves with incredible speed rushed over. They picked them up and headed outside. Wah! The water slimes, which were dangling in their mouths, felt wet and hot, and occasionally even a little sore, so they weren't comfortable. But with the help of the bloodthirsty wolves, they were able to escape the barrage of flying feathers. I am already extremely grateful. A slime being held in someone's mouth looked to the side. They discovered that most of their companions were being carried off by bloodthirsty wolves. Except for 3. Because the 3 slimes were being carried above Daodu, Pao Pao, and Jingjing's heads, running away into the distance with a clattering sound. Yeah. The slime looked at its 3 little companions who were able to carry them away from the range of fire, and made an envious sound. Tsuchiyo also watched from afar as the 3 slimes were lifted up and swayed back and forth. Unintentionally speaking. It reminds me of when I was in high school, watching the women's 800 meters. But that happened so long ago. To give an example from something close to home. This should be the Destiny Battlefield event that will be updated in version 1.1 of Destiny. A preview of version 1.1 should be released soon. Just as Tsuchiyo was pondering, several feathers leaped over the army behind them amidst the chaos and shot straight towards Tsuchiyo. Humph, you want to kill me? Tsuchiyo roared and activated his skill on the spot. Crouch down and cover your head in defense. He immediately hid behind the largest elite direwolf. Countless feathers rained down from the sky. It pierced the body of the elite demon wolf. Minus 1,382. Minus 1,382. Then, through the elite demonic wolf, it pierced the wandering tentacles summoned by Tsuchiyo and wrapped around its body. With the defensive force of the wandering tentacles blocking the way, only 2 insignificant damage numbers appeared above Tsuchiyo's head. Minus 691. Minus 691. After sustaining the damage, Suchio, with only a third of his life remaining, stood up from behind the elite demonic wolf. He sneered at the corrupted wind eagle beast in the sky. Ha, that's it! Elite dire wolf. Wandering tentacles. They stared blankly at Suchio, unsure of what to say for a moment. The owner's other parts are unknown. But she's really stubborn. The corrupted wind eagle beast also seemed to hear Suchio's voice. Ho! A wisp of foul-smelling, light breeze immediately blew across its surface. No, it's a wisp. No, it's just one stream. All the dark blue feathers stuck in the ground also began to move. The feathers at Suchio's feet gradually flew away from the muddy ground. Barrel hook. If we say that. Feathers flying everywhere. Is the corrupted windhawk beast's obvious and deadly move. That barb is the corrupted windhawk beast's hidden killing move. At first, the corrupted windhawk attacked from the front with its feathers. Once blocked by front row characters, they pose less of a threat to the back row. However, when using barbs, then the situation will reverse. Those feathers hidden at the edge of the battlefield then launched a new round of attacks from back to front. Whoever lagged behind before will die the fastest now. Moreover, it is affected by the angle. The closer a character is to the corrupted windhawk, the more damage they will take from the feather slash. Feathers flying everywhere, paired with barbs. This combo was executed. Even a god would die here. But you want to take the feathers back, right? Suchio immediately produced a fool card that he hadn't seen in a long time. See, did I agree? The next moment, the fool's card in Suchio's hand suddenly revealed a familiar image of a dark blue iron swirl blade on its back. Immediately, Suchio aimed at the corrupted wind eagle beast that was casting a spell in the sky and flicked his finger to shoot it directly. Normally speaking, Suchio's attack range is insufficient to hit the corrupted windhawk beast. Let alone Suchio. Even the Frostfire Dragon Lizard and the Bloodthirsty Bat King couldn't attack enemies that far away. But now, times have changed. Suchio is already level 20. I even learned how to throw cards. The attack range of the flying card is a full 60 yards. Suchio discovered it by accident. Cards in the card selection skill. It can actually be added to the card throwing skill. This expands the attack range of the cards. The next moment, the Fool's card depicting the letter Fool has already stretched across the sky. It shot straight at the corrupted windhawk beast. From Suchio's blind spot, the dark blue feathers in the mud behind him also rose up from the ground at the summoning of the corrupted wind eagle beast. It is about to pass through Suchio's back and fly towards the corrupted wind eagle beast. Call out. Just as the feather was about to pierce Suchio's neck, the flying card depicting the Fool struck the corrupted windhawk beast at the limit of its attack range first. Laugh. The sound of a knife slicing meat came from midair. Gah! The corrupted wind eagle beast felt its connection to the feathers being severed instantly. Each feather seemed to stand still, as if time had stopped. It stopped abruptly in midair, hovering at the back of Suchio's neck. I was one step ahead! Suchio smiled confidently. The Fool's card is activated. The corrupted windhawk's hook attack was interrupted. The feather cannot be retrieved. The next moment, the dark blue feathers slumped down and scattered on the ground. Now's the time! Suchio found an opening where the corrupted windhawk beast couldn't attack. This caused the slimes to use their taunt skill again. Perhaps because the distance is too far. A single slime's taunt wasn't enough to lure the corrupted windhawk down. Then bring out all 8 at once. 8 slimes used the taunt effect simultaneously. The corrupted wind eagle beast in the sky couldn't resist the temptation immediately. Hi! I'm here! Ding! The boss, corrupted windhawk beast, has died. Bring its corpse back to the Church of Light to receive a special reward. Ding! Congratulations on successfully defeating the corrupted windhawk beast, LV23. Experience plus 3,220, copper coins plus 348, turbid wind feather plus 1. Ding! Fate triggered, additional experience gain plus 12,880, 4x, copper coins plus 5,568, 16x, and turbid wind feathers plus 11, 11x. After Tsuchiyo resurrected the dead slime horde, he clapped his hands casually. That's easy. Just as Tsuchiyo finished speaking, the wind pouch in the backpack suddenly vibrated. A familiar, slender, and athletic female figure floated out from within. Warriors, you did it! Chapter 109 Wind Eagle Beast Xiaoqing, Charm Triggered, 6x Favorability. Chapter 109 Wind Eagle Beast Xiaoqing, Charm Triggered, 6x Favorability. Thank you, warrior, for helping me suppress the rampaging mount. As soon as Sylvie came out, she thanked Tsuchiyo. Tsuchiyo waved his hand. Hey, we're all family, no need for formalities. Sylvie was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. A family? Seeing Sylvie's confusion, Tsuchiyo crossed his arms and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, his face immediately filled with piety. We are all followers of the wind spirit Sylph, so we are all one family. Sylvie felt something was off, but couldn't quite put her finger on it. What you said makes some sense. However, she soon stopped caring about these things. Instead, he turned to look at the huge corpse beside him. Little Qing, it's been so many years. So you've been corrupted by the Abyss's aura too? She floated to the side of the corrupted wind eagle, placed her hand on it, and remained silent. Her expression was full of longing. It was as if I was recalling the memories of riding alongside this wind eagle beast. Tsuchiyo did not interrupt her, but waited quietly for her to compose herself. But a question lingered in my mind. Xiaoqing, why does that sound like the name of a snake? After a long silence, Sylvie spoke. Traveler, please activate the wind bag and release the soul of my friend. Tsuchiyo nodded slightly. Leave it to me. Helping people find relief is something I'm best at. Tsuchiyo immediately took out the wind pouch. A gentle breeze also blew out from the wind bag. The wind stirred the feathers of the corrupted wind eagle beast, scattering the black grime from its body. Apart from the presence of impurities on the body surface, even the abyssal aura rooted within the corrupted wind eagle beast was gradually purified by the wind pouch at this moment. As the demonic energy was stripped from the corrupted windhawk beast's corpse, the dark skeleton cave key in Tsuchiyo's backpack also began to vibrate. Ding! The key to the dark skeleton cave absorbed pure demonic energy, energy plus 1. Ding! The key to the dark skeleton cave absorbed pure demonic energy, energy plus 1. Ding! The dark cave key is full of energy. Opening attempts plus 1, experience plus 1. Ding! The key to the dark skeleton cave absorbed pure demonic energy, energy plus 1. The familiar notification sound. Hearing these system prompts, Tsuchiyo couldn't help but feel hopeful. Killing a treant grants 1 energy point, while purifying a green wind knight grants 10 energy points. Sylvie, the archer captain, provided 30 energy points after being purified by herself. How much energy can this boss provide? Call out. As the abyssal aura was continuously drawn out, the corrupted wind eagle's body began to shrink gradually. The dark blue feathers gradually turned blue. Previously it looked like a violent, bloated, and dark monster. It gradually became gentler, more agile, and brighter. Until the final notification sound of the dark skeleton cave key rang out. Tsuchiyo glanced at it. A total of 101 energy points were extracted. This single corrupted wind hawk beast provided me with 1 opening opportunity. We're 1 step closer to the upgrade. No longer paying attention to the key, Tsuchiyo looked at Sylvie in front of her. She saw the corrupted windhawk beast. It should be called the windhawk beast now. Seeing that the windhawk beast had returned to its familiar appearance, her expression became even more relaxed and natural. I can feel that your tormented soul has found peace. The next moment, a translucent, cyan-colored phantom of a soul floated out from the corpse. Cracking. The soul opened its eyes, saw Sylvie, then smiled, lowered its eagle head, and nuzzled her affectionately. Tsuchiyo smiled slightly. They have such a good relationship. Upon hearing the sound, the windhawk beast looked up at Tsuchiyo, then immediately turned its head away, letting out a furious shout. Snort! Tsuchiyo. Why are you still holding a grudge? Sylvie, who was also a soul, smiled and comforted her. Stop fooling around, Xiaoqing. It was this warrior who stopped you from going crazy. Upon hearing its master's voice, the windhawk beast reluctantly turned around and immediately began to complain. But master, he hit me, it hurts so much. Tsuchiyo wore a helpless smile. That's just how battles are. They even set their dogs on me. Tsuchiyo's smile froze, and he saw that Sylvie's smile also froze on her face. He also used a strange power to keep me focused, leaving me powerless to fight his evil things. Sylvie turned back, a strange look rising in her eyes. A bead of cold sweat also appeared on Tsuchiyo's forehead. Not only that, he also used an ability that prevented me from using my skills, making it impossible for me to resist. Stop talking! Tsuchiyo quickly stopped her. You're making it sound like I force you to do anything. We were just having a proper fight. Result. I heard the word serious. Sylvie suddenly spoke up. A proper battle? What skills do I have? When you were fighting me properly back then, you even used a whip to beat me? Tsuchiyo was speechless for a moment. That's a skill. You're so powerful, I can't beat you without using a skill. Seeing that its master was wary of this man, the windhawk beast fanned the flames, saying, What? This man actually dared to whip his beautiful mistress? What a bad man! If I were here, I would never let that bad man hurt you in the slightest. Why don't we just start now? Noodles! Tsuchiyo glared at the wind eagle beast. And you still dare to stir up trouble. Believe it or not, I'll take care of you too, master and servant. Alright, Xiaoqing, stop fooling around. But at that moment, Sylvie interrupted. Don't think I don't know you're exaggerating again. We should thank this warrior for enabling us to meet now. Hurry up and thank this brave warrior. Ding! Captain Sylvie of the Light Breeze Archers has increased your favorability by 50. Current favorability is 80, nodding dot. Thank you, warrior. The windhawk beast, its beak agape, realized its attempt to start a fire had failed and was speechless for a moment. Of course, she wasn't some unreasonable bird. So he reluctantly said, Humph! Thank you, you bad man! Ding! Wind Eagle Beast Xiaoqing's favorability towards you plus 5, current favorability minus 15. You don't see eye to eye. Oh. Even if your favorability rating increases, you still don't like me, right? Just you wait, sis, you're in for a surprise. Tsuchiyo snorted inwardly and gritted her teeth, saying, You're welcome. It's what I should do. As soon as Tsuchiyo finished speaking, 2 unexpected notification sounds suddenly rang in my ears. Ding! Charm triggered. Captain Sylvie of the Breeze Archers gains an additional 200 4x favorability towards you, current favorability 280. Like-minded. Ding! A lucky charm has been triggered. The Wind Eagle Beast, Xiaoqing, has gained an additional 6 times favorability towards you. Your current favorability is between 15 and 10. Tsuchiyo's eyes widened in surprise. I almost forgot. My own destiny has unlocked Effect 3 charm. Affection level can be increased further. The 2 NPCs in front of me have increased their favorability towards me by 2 levels. Nice! Tsuchiyo thought to herself with secret delight. And the Wind Eagle Beast Xiaoqing. I don't know why. I feel the man in front of me. It suddenly looks much better to me. Even those despicable things he did to himself before. They've all become things I would do if I were him. Something's not right. Something just doesn't feel right. She quickly turned her head to look at her master. Master Eye. As a result, it saw that its owner had already taken a few steps away from her, and then floated towards Tsuchiyo's side. Reach out and grasp the man's hands. Warrior, may I call you Twilight? So intimate? The wind eagle beast, Shao Qing, was stunned in mid-air. I'm still standing right there. Chapter 110 What are you going to do to my master? Chapter 110 What are you going to do to my master? Senior, do as you please. Tsuchiyo smiled slightly. I'd love for the NPCs to have a higher level of affection for me. The higher your affinity with NPCs, the easier it is to trigger hidden storylines, receive hidden quests, and obtain hidden rewards. Don't even mention that Sylvie wants to call herself Twilight. Even if she wanted to call herself a bad man like the Windhawk Beast, it wouldn't be impossible. That dusk. No, you can't! The Windhawk Beast quickly interrupted. Perhaps it's just a wild animal's instinct. She always felt that. If this continues, I might lose my master. Sylvie couldn't help but frown slightly. Children should not interrupt adults. Tsuchiyo finally found her chance. Go inside! Immediately, Tsuchiyo manipulated the wind pouch to collect the wind eagle beast into it. In a short time, the world is quiet. Sylvie finally looked at Tsuchiyo and started talking about serious matters. I'm very grateful that you can help me get Shaoqing back. And the fact that you're only level 20 proves even more to me that you possess immense strength. There's something I can ask you to do. Tsuchiyo grinned and said, Please speak freely, senior. Just call me Sylvie, Sylvie said with a faint smile. Sylvie had just said that when the wind pouch in Tsuchiyo's backpack started to move wildly. Even without a sound, Tsuchiyo could sense it. That was the mournful cry of a certain mount. Tsuchiyo was overjoyed. Seriously. Your name already has green in it, so what's wrong with it being a little green? Ah? What's wrong? Immediately, Tsuchiyo spoke to Sylvie in an extremely gentle and caring voice, after activating the amplification function that could be heard even through the wind pouch. Miss Sylvie, what are you referring to? The wind bag stirred even more. Tsuchiyo laughed even more happily. Sylvie composed herself and said to Tsuchiyo, In that battle hundreds of years ago, my archer squad and I were not the main force in this battle. We were just responsible for going out of the city to support the legion that was coming to meet us. The vast majority of our legion's troops have gone deeper into enemy territory to provide support and cover the rear. But our team waited a long time. What we got was neither the heavily wounded soldiers from the front lines nor the legion commander who came to their aid. What we've been waiting for is an endless army of the dark faction. In the end, our squad was isolated and helpless, and fell on this battlefield. Tsuchiyo understood what these words meant. Were the troops at the front completely wiped out? Sylvie remained silent for a long time, then shook her head slightly, leaving only one sentence. Perhaps. Clearly, she didn't want to believe it either. As Sylvie said those words, the commotion from the wind bag gradually subsided. So what do you want me to do? Upon hearing this, Sylvie tried to make a request. Twilight, you possess the wind spirit's wind pouch, you have sufficient strength, and you were born in such a peaceful era, free from war. So I was hoping you could help me venture deeper into the swamp forest? Sylvie turned her head to look further away from Windri's city. Our legion is ahead. Tsuchiyo, who was familiar with the map, raised an eyebrow. If the area beneath our feet is considered a neutral map close to the light faction, let's delve deeper. Even if you cross the invisible faction line, you're now in an area closer to the dark faction. What have I done to deserve this? You want me, a level 20 player, to go to the opposing faction? Same as the light faction. Under the command of the light dragon of the light faction are 4 spirits: wind, fire, water, and earth. They are Sylphs, wind sprite; fire sprite, salamander; water sprite, undine; gnome, the earth spirit; The dark dragon of the dark faction also commands 4 dragons. Durin, the poisonous dragon. Sulfur, fire demon dragon. Frost, the frozen dragon, ice demon dragon. Hurricane, wind demon dragon. The dark forces on the other side of the swamp forest. It was a level 3 main city under the command of the poison demon dragon Dulin. Firefly Poison City. Speaking solely from the perspective of level. Ingdu City and Fingxi City are at the same level, both being level 3 main cities. However, to examine the differences in combat strength between the 2 cities in detail, Suchiyo only said one sentence. I defended the city myself, and almost failed to hold it. This statement is enough to demonstrate the fighting strength between the 2 cities. That's a bit difficult. Suchiyo thought to himself. If it's just an ordinary monster, then I'm not afraid. What I'm afraid of is that Taluna. Encountering that woman again in the territory of the dark faction. I'm afraid I'll be captured and taken back to the dark camp to be their bandit son-in-law. Thinking about it this way, Suchiyo's expression became much more serious. It's not that it can't be done. Leave it to me. But Sylvie naturally noticed Suchiyo's hesitation. It's all right, you don't need to go now. She quickly explained. You're only level 20 now, it's too dangerous for you to go there. Let's wait until you're a higher level. Besides, I have nothing to give you right now, so it feels like I'm trying to get something for nothing. Suchiyo smiled slightly and joked. If you have nothing, then repay with your corpse. After all, this is the corpse of the Azure Wind Knight. Once we return to Windbreak City, we will hand the body over to the Wind Spirit Sylph. That reward is far beyond what a mere remnant soul can compare to. Upon hearing this, Sylvie froze on the spot, her expression turning frightened. You won't even spare my corpse? Suchiyo glared at him. What are you thinking? I'm not that kind of person. Something inside the wind pouch paused for a moment. This immediately sparked a wave of discontent. Buzzing. Sylvie's remnant soul drifted back half a step, terrified. My body is indeed with you, and I can't stop you from doing whatever you want. But wouldn't all that be left be bones? Or are you talking about yourself? You even know the bones. Suchiyo quickly waved his hand. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. The wind sack is making an even bigger commotion. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Sylvie added. You. Me. I'm an old lady who's hundreds of years older than you. Suchiyo roared inwardly and hurriedly explained. Age is not a problem at all. No, that's not the point at all. Suchiyo's wind pouch was vibrating wildly in his backpack. It was as if the wind capsule could be broken through at any moment. What are you going to do to my master? Chapter 111 What is your relationship with Miss Meow? Chapter 111 What's your relationship with Miss Meow? Finally, I've convinced them. Suchiyo glanced at the now calmed wind pouch and let out a long sigh of relief. Women are so hard to please. When can I finally get a woman to serve me? As soon as Suchiyo finished speaking, 3 beams of light appeared around him. Bean, Bubble, and Quiet then appeared. Thank you for your hard work, Master. Let me give you a massage. Hug. One person patted Suchiyo's shoulder, another massaged her arm, and yet another, whose purpose was unclear, threw herself into Suchiyo's arms. Suchiyo took a deep breath. I instantly felt all my fatigue vanish. People live for Cerberus. The 3 little ones tilted their heads, wondering why their owner said that. But they can sense that their owner is happy, and that's enough for them. Beep beep beep. Just then, a notification appeared on Suchiyo's friend list. Suchiyo clicked to take a look. It was sent by a player whose avatar was as bright as a light bulb. That bald guy looks so familiar. The message was activated, and a familiar voice came through. Hey boss! Long time no see. It was a man's voice. Suchiyo narrowed his eyes and pondered for a moment. It's been so long since a man has appeared in my life lately. Suddenly a man's voice came through. I'm actually not used to it. Maybe we should delete it, it's fine if it's just women. Just as Su Qiuxing had this thought, other sounds came through the voice chat. Archer Aoxue. Boss, it's been so long, have you missed us? Thunder Mage. You must be pretty busy lately, right? Su Qiu didn't know how to reply for a moment. If I hadn't seen their IDs, I would have forgotten who these three people were. At that moment, another clear, cold female voice came from within. Twilight, it's been a long time. Su Qiu typed a reply. Oh, isn't this Wan Xia? It's been a while since I've seen her. The three men fell silent. Baldy's angry claws felt a pang of grievance. I was the one who greeted the big boss first. The Mage Thunder and the Archer Ao Shui found it disgusting and both slapped the bald man across the face. Su Qiu immediately felt better. This sound is definitely a good omen. How come you guys have time to message me? It's been a while since I've seen these people. The bald man grinned angrily. One is that a few of us have taken on a task and would like to get your opinion, sir. And another one is... The bald man secretly glanced at Xia Yubing behind him and asked. Boss, just between us, how did you get to know the eldest daughter of the Miao family, the family of poisonous insects? Su Qiu was stunned for a full 2 seconds upon hearing this. Who? The Miao people, known for their poisonous goo? Young miss? Why does this art style suddenly feel off? Didn't you just ask about the task? Seeing Su Qiu feigning ignorance, the bald man leaned closer to the camera and lowered his voice even further. Boss, there are only a few of us here, so don't pretend. Then his tone suddenly became more serious. Didn't I tell you back when we were in the newbie village that a bunch of Koreans came to our Jinan city? Su Qiu nodded. This was said to his face by the bald man. It would be too much for him to say he didn't know. Based on the observations of my family's martial arts school over the past few days, it has been confirmed that they are indeed coming for you. But their counter-surveillance capabilities are extremely strong. They quickly discovered that my people were tracking them, so they all disguised themselves as ordinary people and hid in the crowd. At this point, the bald man looked at Ao Shui and Lei Ting beside him. I was just about to ask those two families for help to screen the identities of those Koreans, but then... Overnight, all those Koreans died. Their bodies were torn to pieces. Su Qiu frowned. Dead without a complete corpse? How terrifying! Wait, how did it suddenly turn into a creepy story? Upon hearing this, the bald man continued. That's the crux of the matter, boss. Dude, you probably really don't understand this world. Martial artists do exist in this world. Those people aren't bound by the laws of ordinary people like us. Su Qiu scratched his head, his face full of confusion. But what does this have to do with me, an ordinary citizen? Xia Yubing, who had remained silent behind the three, finally spoke up. Then, Mr. Huang Hun, an ordinary citizen, let's be frank. Someone helped you secretly eliminate those assassins who came looking for you. The method of death without a trace is only used by the Tang family of hidden weapons and the Miao family of poisonous insects. The Tang family has never left Sichuan, so it couldn't be them. It can only be the Miao people who use poisonous goo. It's summer now, and it's time for the Miao people to travel all over the country to find young goo. And, at this moment, the Mage Thunder smiled helplessly and spoke. The eldest daughter of the Miao family, who uses poisonous goo, is still in Jinan City. On the night of the incident, she did indeed secretly hypnotize the person guarding her and slipped out of the city guest house. Although after we questioned her, she said she didn't do it, and that she just ran away to relieve her boredom. The Mage Thunder sighed inwardly. Who knows? What if the murder was just for amusement, as Miss Miao said? Su Qiu thought to herself. Goodness! I only need to go out for a short walk in the evening. These things happened in another corner of Jinan City. So you suspect that this Miss Miao knows the anonymous player, which is why she helped him? The group nodded slightly, their meaning clear. Archer Aoxue added at this moment.
Fortunately, that young lady intervened and killed the group of assassins who had concealed their identities. Otherwise, my dad and I would have to stay up all night reviewing the surveillance footage again. This is no small matter. It was also in the early hours of the morning that we discovered that a few people had given themselves away due to panic, which allowed us to successfully capture the rest of them. Good heavens, they're all undocumented immigrants. And they've all been trained. Listening to what the others were saying, Suchio was not surprised by the Miao family's eldest daughter. Instead, it changed the way we looked at these people. You all have connections, right? I'm just an ordinary citizen. The three of them then exchanged a smile. Hey boss, what kind of background do we have? Bald man with angry claws wore a simple, honest smile. I'm not good at studying. My family owns a martial arts school and a security company, so I just practice martial arts. Archer Aoshio wore a sly smile. I wasn't good at studying either. I served in the army for a few years and now I'm an auxiliary police officer. I still listen to my dad. The Mage Thunder gave the two of them a disdainful look. I was a good student, but my family was very strict, so I was forced to take the civil service exam. I became socially anxious, so my dad put me in charge of receiving foreign guests in order to train me. Seeing that all three of them had revealed their true intentions, Xia Yubing also spoke up. I inherited some family property, opened a club, and started a guild. The hotel that welcomed the young lady from the Miao family is my family's. Upon hearing this, Suchio noticed that everyone was looking at her. It seems to be waiting for something. Suchio cleared his throat helplessly and said seriously. Suchio nodded. 24 years old, a student. Chapter 112 The Restlessness of the Broken Antlers. Chapter 112 The Restlessness of the Broken Antlers. Boss, stop messing around. Just kidding. Clearly, the group did not believe Suchio's self-proclaimed identity. But I am indeed 24, and I am indeed a student. Suchio raised an eyebrow, recalling what she was doing in her past life, and said with a smile. I'm a senior at the University of Science and Technology of China, and I'll be graduating soon. Everyone fell silent instantly. Is this for real? This big shot is actually a bit younger than them. Xia Yubing stared wide-eyed, looking somewhat incredulous. Younger than me? After chatting briefly about everyday things, Mage Thunder suddenly received a phone call and went to the side to talk to it. Just then, the bald man started talking about the mission they had taken on. Boss, we've received a mission to post a notice at the Windry City Lord's mansion. As she spoke, Ao Shui sent over a task panel. Searching for the traitor of Windbreak City. Mission objective. Lord Kosh has issued a bounty for the family traitor, Braun Bueller, who was directly responsible for the death of the old lord several months ago. Quest rewards, Windbreak City reputation, Windbreak City favorability, Treant pet egg. Mission hint, Braun Bueller, the old city lord's most favored grandson, is on the run. This matter may not be as simple as it seems on the surface. Search for clues among the city's residents. Almost all the players in Windry City have received this quest. We want to be the first to find it and get the reward. The bald man chuckled. So, we'd like to ask if you have any leads or suggestions? Suchio responded with a smile. I suggest you abandon this mission. The bald man nodded. Suchio's words left the bald man momentarily speechless. Xia Yubing asked. Is there a problem with this task? Suchio nodded. There's a minor problem. What minor problem? In a while, Kozish will no longer be the city lord. The bald man's eye twitched. You call this a minor problem? Doesn't this mean the task is completely eliminated? Ao Shui analyzed Suchio's answer. Does that mean he's no longer the city lord? Even if we find Braun Bueller, we won't get the reward, right? He immediately nodded. Destiny, this game is really complicated. With your answer, we've saved a lot of time and manpower, so we can continue grinding and leveling up. Xia Yubing parted her lips slightly, asking in confusion. Could it be that Kozish is going to step down? If it's just about giving up a seat, then I should still be able to get a tiny bit of reward, right? Tsuchiyo shrugged. No, he's dying. The bald man's eyes lit up immediately. Is he about to die? Then this is another hidden quest. We can save him. Ao Shue slapped the bald man across the face. Listen to what the big shot said. Everyone looked at Tsuchiyo again, and Tsuchiyo responded with a smile. He's not sick. It's just that I'm on Bronbill's side, and I'm going to kill him. Hiss! The bald man gasped. Goodness gracious! The best way to solve a problem is to get rid of the person who caused it, right? He and Ao Shue exchanged a glance. Fortunately, I didn't stand on the opposite side of the big boss. The bald man chuckled. Boss, do you need any help? At this moment, the monk Lei Ting returned after finishing his phone call, sighing helplessly. What's wrong? The bald man asked. Mage Thunder said directly. The matter of the eldest daughter of the Miao family. After she found out that Lin Zian from Yanjing was also playing Destiny, she asked us to prepare a game pod for her. She wants to play too, is that alright? The bald man didn't see anything wrong, so Archer Ao Shue tried to guess. Could it be that Miss Miao is refusing to pay? The monk nodded, then said indignantly. Yeah, my dad said he doesn't understand games and told me to spend money to buy them for her. 188,000. These ancient martial arts families aren't short of money, yet they try to take advantage of such a small thing. After a brief complaint, the Mage Thunder looked at the group. What did I just miss? Tsuchiyo said meaningfully. Nothing. Go to Qingchuan town, there are things you need to do there. The mage Lei Ting was slightly taken aback, then said with delight. I should be able to complete the mission by going to Qingchuan town. The bald man then placed his hand on the Mage Thunder's shoulder. No. You can abandon the mission once you get to Qingchuan town. Thunder Mage. The eldest daughter of the Miao family, known for their poisonous goo techniques. After hanging up the chat, Tsuchiyo muttered to himself. In this life, even these reclusive ancient martial arts families have come into contact with destiny ahead of time? This can be considered a good thing. After all, faced with the attribute bonus of destiny, the improvement that ancient martial arts can bring to physical fitness is negligible. Taking Tsuchiyo's current real-world attributes as an example. In less than half a month, he has already achieved what elite members of powerful families have cultivated for more than 10 years. The earlier you play Destiny, the more attributes you will be able to bring when Destiny comes into reality. The more people understand the importance of Destiny. Tsuchiyo smiled slightly. Then, there will be even more ways to make money. Tsuchiyo got up, opened the map, and looked deeper into the swamp forest. The coordinates Sylvie gave me are further west, if I remember correctly. Tsuchiyo's eyes flashed. The Treant clan's stronghold is also in that direction. Immediately, Tsuchiyo held a hellhound in each hand and placed another hellhound around her neck. They headed west. On the way, Tsuchiyo didn't forget to check the spoils from killing the corrupted Windhawk beast. The body was retrieved into the wind bag. He then received the loot from the purified Azure Wind Knight and similar soul monsters as usual. Wind fruit. Description: a green fruit formed by the wind. Effect: increases wind element affinity by 3 and movement speed by 3% after use, maximum usage 20. Sure enough, something new fell out. Tsuchiyo smiled sullenly. Wind leaf, wind flower, and now there's wind fruit? Since it could increase movement speed, Tsuchiyo used it directly. Ding! You have used the item Wind Fruit. Wind attribute affinity plus 3, movement speed plus 3%, 1 to 20. If I use all 3 wind items to their full potential, I can gain 120 points of wind elemental affinity. And a 120% movement speed bonus. Wow! That would truly be faster than flying. Besides the wind fruit, Tsuchiyo's attention was also focused on the boss materials dropped by the corrupted Windhawk beast after its death.
turbid wind feathers. The feather was entirely dark green, with a forked end. It doesn't look like it's been taken care of very well. However, Tsuchiyo could still sense that it contained extremely strong wind elemental power. As for the essence, Tsuchiyo also checked. Ding! Essence detected in the murky wind feather material catapult, wind eagle arrow, wind guide. These essences don't quite match his current summon beasts. I can't acquire skills from it myself. Since it's related to the wind, I'll go back to Windbreak City if I have the chance and ask that drunken elf. After putting away the feathers, Tsuchiyo took out the last skill upgrade stone from his backpack. Use. Ding! Your green excellent level skill card selection has successfully been upgraded to blue superior level. Card selection. Introduction. Why do you always seem to draw the cards you want? No, for card players, that's not called drawing cards, it's called selecting cards. Quality, excellent blue. Level 2. Effect 1. Draw card. Choose one card from your deck for your next attack. The cost of mana and the skill cooldown are related to the card. All cards share the same cooldown and have 2 charges. Effect 2. Deck. Currently unlocked. Number 0 Fool, Number 1 Magician, Number 2 Priestess, Number 8 Strength. After the card selection skill is upgraded to blue excellent level, all cards gain +1 charge. In other words, Tsuchiyo can use 2 cards consecutively without consuming mana. Now I can fight much more flexibly. Rustling sounds. Just then, a sudden noise came from the bushes not far from Tsuchiyo's side. Tsuchiyo immediately went on high alert. I released the bloodthirsty Bat King, wanting it to check out what enemies were there. Before the bloodthirsty Bat King could even fly over, one of the props in Tsuchiyo's backpack made a sound again. It was the vibrations caused by the broken antlers. Tsuchiyo's eyes widened slightly. Could there be a tree spirit nearby? Chapter 113 Your binding method is unprofessional. Chapter 113 Your binding method is unprofessional. Squeak! Just then, Tsuchiyo's bloodthirsty Bat King sent a message. Tsuchiyo then looked into the bloodthirsty Bat King's shared field of vision. Da-da-da. A creature with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a deer is running around. She was slim and simply dressed. It uses only 2 leaves as its sole equipment. Tsuchiyo clicked her tongue in amazement. Look how poor the kids are, they can't even afford clothes. Of course, this is the lifestyle of the tree spirits. Those that help plants grow prefer to be close to nature. The male tree spirits were completely naked. The tree spirit's hair wasn't actually fur, but rather long, thin tendrils. The tree spirit in front of them didn't look very old, in fact, it looked quite young. But the vines on its head were withered and yellow, and it didn't look to be in good condition. Through the bloodthirsty Bat King's careful observation, the tree spirit's eyes weren't a normal emerald green, but a strange purple. Tsuchiyo understood. This is a tree spirit infected with the abyss's aura. But the tree spirit doesn't seem to be after Tsuchiyo right now. She dodged left and right, as if she were avoiding something. The next moment, Tsuchiyo had her answer. Hee 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 hee. Behind the tree spirit, 2 mother tree demons, each 20 meters tall, strutted along their 4 thick tree limbs, closely following behind. While letting out an unpleasant, eerie laugh, he unleashed a flurry of flying leaf blades at the tree spirit. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several leaves pierced straight into the fawn's smooth back. Here we go again. The deer remained vigilant throughout. The moment she heard the wind being broken open, her slender hooves sprang to life. Jumping left and right repeatedly, he successfully dodged those flying leaves aimed at vital points. Then, in the instant of dodging, a green light flashed in his hand. A wooden spear, seemingly grown naturally, appeared in her fair little hand. In the instant she turned around, he hurled the wooden spear fiercely behind him. Click! It didn't look very hard. Compared to the giant tree demon, it was like a toothpick, a wooden spear that was as hard as an iron nail. It plunged deep into the trunk of the mother tree spirit. -1012. It caused them considerable damage. Even if Zhongli were here, it would take her a while to deal over 1,000 damage. Suqiu couldn't help but look at the wooden spear stuck in the tree demon's body, which was glowing with a faint light. This fawn doesn't look like an ordinary deer. Squeak, squeak, squeak? The bloodthirsty Bat King asked if he could help. Suqiu shook his head slightly. Don't make a move yet. Based on my memories of my past life, the beliefs of the tree spirit settlements are chaotic. Among them were settlements that sought refuge in the abyss. Those settlements also possessed a pair of purple eyes. Observe for a while before confirming their identities, Suqiu ordered. But when Suqiu looked at the camera again, I realized there was no need to look at it anymore. The tree spirit that was being chased had broken out of the bushes and appeared in front of Suqiu. Human? A youthful, questioning voice came from the tree spirit. Humans and tree spirits had clearly had contact before, and were even friends not long ago. But at this moment, there was no relaxation on her face. Instead, after a slight surprise, his expression turned even colder. So it was you who lured the tree spirit to our settlement? Suqiu looked puzzled. Who? These words sound as if I had led the Japanese here. Hee. Before Suqiu could ask any further questions, the two enormous tree demons had already torn through the trees and quickly caught up with them. The tree spirit did not attack Suqiu the moment it saw him. Instead, they still consider the tree spirit their primary target. Because it knows that humans dare not harm them, the tree spirits. Splash! Countless vines suddenly emerged. It lashed out towards the tree spirit. The tree spirit, who was fleeing for its life, was slightly taken aback when it saw Suqiu. His footwork slowed down. They couldn't escape the range of the vine's multiple attacks. We have no choice but to tough it out. She felt a surge of resentment and glared at Suqiu. The tree spirit only attacks her, not the human. This made her even more convinced that he was the one who brought these two tree spirits with him. Ding! Aunt Leah's affection level towards you has decreased by 10. Current affection level is -1563. She hates you to the core. Suqiu. What is that? This initial level of goodwill is even more hateful than if the dark faction saw themselves. Sure enough, it was the guys from the abyss who double-crossed them. And that tree spirit named Leah. There's no time to think about that now. The only thing I can do is gather the little magic power that remains in my body. Thorn tree armor. Leah's originally soft skin was now glowing with a yellowish-brown halo. It's like being covered with a layer of transparent armor. This scene immediately reminded Suqiu of Catherine's appearance after unleashing her full power, clad in a suit of radiant armor. Snap, 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 snap. Countless vines then lashed out at Leah. -215. -214. -218. -340. -215. A dense barrage of damage numbers erupted from above Leah's head. Fortunately, Leah activated her thorn armor, so the damage she took wasn't too high. And the treant is the attacker. Then he suddenly let out a painful howl. God dash! Several damage numbers also lit up above their heads. -108. -107. -111. -105. How many times did I hit the tree spirit just now? The damage numbers above their heads appeared countless times. Suqiu was extremely envious upon seeing this. As expected of the thorns, a racial ability of tree spirits. This passive damage reflection effect is practically a counter to any creature with high attack but low health, including Suqiu herself. Well! After Leah gritted her teeth and let out a painful shout, the yellowish-brown light on her body dissipated. The health bar above his head was also almost empty. This is evident. Even with her defensive skills activated, she was barely holding on. Immediately, Her limbs went weak, she lost her balance, and fell to the ground. Even though she had seriously injured him, she still stared at Tsuchiyo with her bright purple eyes, which was extremely hateful. Ding! Trained Leah's affection level towards you has decreased by 15. Current affection level is minus 1578. She hates you to the core. Tsuchiyo glared at him. Hey, no, little thing. I didn't say a single word from beginning to end, did I? Upon hearing this, Leah bit her lip and said fiercely, I have nothing to say to you human traitors. He immediately twisted his neck. Goo, just kill me. A traitor to the human race? Tsuchiyo recognized the words and frowned slightly. The tree spirit also approached at this moment, letting out a cackling laugh. Tsuchiyo's translator understood. The two tree spirits said that this strong young man was sensible. They didn't ruin their important hunt for the tree spirits. I'll reward myself later. Immediately. The tree spirit once again extended several vines toward Leah. But this time, they did not use multiple whipping techniques. Instead, it was wrapped. The vines quickly bound Leah's antlers, arms, and 3 hooves. Only one hoof remained, struggling and thrashing wildly. What are you doing? But her struggles were to no avail. Instead, the two tree spirits became even more excited. He, you little tree spirit, you can't escape Auntie's grasp. He, your primordial power is mine. After absorbing it, I will be able to learn the birth sapling skill. He, let me give birth. I want to give birth to saplings. Immediately, a dark green light shone on the vines. Leah also suddenly felt that the primal power within her body that was resisting the abyss's aura was gradually dissipating. But at that moment, the two tree spirits and one tree sprite present suddenly heard that human voice from outside the orange tree again. Your way of tying it up is unprofessional. Chapter 114 Human. What are you doing? Ugh. Chapter 114 Human. What are you doing? Ugh. Heh? The two tree spirits didn't understand why this human was saying that. There are even people who say they didn't tie it professionally. He, a human, if you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. He, what are you doing, you lowly human? The next moment, the two tree spirits saw several beams of light suddenly appear around Tsuchiyo. More than 30 bloodthirsty demonic wolves appeared instantly, protecting Tsuchiyo among them. Seeing this, the tree spirit Leah, who was bound and unable to move, noticed. I am even more certain now. This human in front of me is definitely a lackey of the dark faction. Even his summoned creatures are bloodthirsty demon wolves from the abyss. I don't know why. The humans seem to have gotten into a fight with the tree spirit. But even if there are disputes, I probably won't survive today either. Even if I die, I must never reveal the location of the settlement. Immediately, Leah prepared to detonate the last bit of primal power within her body. Even when the source is exhausted, one will transform into a large tree. To lose thought and wisdom, to lose form and ability. But that way, at least the tribe's coordinates wouldn't be exposed, and they wouldn't have to suffer the erosion and pain of the abyss's aura anymore. To live forever with nature. But just as she was about to detonate herself, the bloodthirsty wolves suddenly went berserk. They charged straight towards the tree spirit. And, with lightning speed, they instantly tore the two tree spirits apart, leaving only their trunks. The next moment, several tentacles suddenly burst out from behind Tsuchiyo's body. The two tree trunks were tied together in a fancy way. Jia! The tree demon exclaimed in surprise. Tsuchiyo said expressionlessly. That's what you call professionalism. The two tree spirits trembled in terror. He. You're certainly professional, but how dare you lay a hand on us? He. I can't muster any strength at all. He? Who are you? Upon hearing this, Tsuchiyo grinned. Just a summoner who was passing by. I'm too lazy to chat with the tree spirits. Tsuchiyo immediately activated the strangulation skill on the wandering tentacles. Click, click, click. The bark on the tree spirit's body was constantly being squeezed, producing an unpleasant friction sound. Ultimately, it was crushed into pieces by the wandering tentacles. It transformed into 31 tree hearts. It was taken into Tsuchiyo's possession. On the other side, Leah stared blankly at the scene, utterly shocked. The tree spirit that had been chasing him all day was dead just like that? It hasn't even been a minute, right? This human. How can he be so strong? The result came at this moment. Thump! Leah suddenly felt a sharp pain on the top of her head. His head was knocked down as well. -1. Pain! She quickly looked up and saw that it was the human who had easily destroyed the tree demon who had given her a hard flick on the forehead. What are you doing? Leah clutched her head between the two tiny fawn antlers, staring at Tsuchiyo in pain. I don't like the look of you. Tsuchiyo withdrew his hand, his expression unfriendly. I saved you, and this is your attitude? Leah was momentarily speechless as she tried to save him. Because I did survive. Otherwise, it would have become a tree devoid of any consciousness. But she still muttered to herself. Who knows if this is all a show you staged yourself? Tsuchiyo's eyebrow twitched, and she tentatively asked. So suspicious by nature, you really have sided with the tree spirits of the abyss. Upon hearing the word abyss, Leah suddenly turned her head and let out a scream. I don't. You are not allowed to insult my race! The scream, a result of the stress response, startled Tsuchiyo, causing her eyes to widen slightly. Why are you yelling so loudly? He glanced down at Leah, who was badly damaged and unable to stand up. Tsuchiyo narrowed her eyes. Based on my understanding of abyssal erosion, the tree spirit looks alive, but it's not far from death. Based on the idea that clues should not be wasted, Tsuchiyo held a priestess card in her hand and handed it to Leah. Take it. Leah stared warily at the card in Tsuchiyo's hand, and subconsciously moved back a little. What's this? At first, it was that human who gave their settlement a strange thing. Then the entire settlement erupted with an abyssal aura. Once the level of affection drops, will it be difficult to communicate with this person? Tsuchiyo patiently said. Something that can save your life. I don't want you humans! He hadn't even finished saying his sentence. Leah suddenly clutched her tiny, delicate leaf, which she could barely hold in one hand. The purple light in his pupils brightened, and the color deepened. Just now. Because he wanted to self-destruct, he used the primal power that suppressed the abyss's corruption. Now, the abyssal energy is about to backfire. -10-10-10-10-10. In addition, her health points were about to be depleted. If this continues, even if I die, I will become a walking corpse, a lackey of the abyss. You need to get treatment immediately. Only by quickly restoring health can we temporarily suppress the rampage of the abyss's aura. But she has too few health points. My mana was completely depleted in the previous battle. If this continues, I'm really going to die. Just as she was dying, she saw the human sigh and come to her side. Human, what are you doing? Tsuchiyo was too lazy to explain, so he simply reached out and slapped the priestess card onto Leah's chest. Wah! Leah thought this human had come to kill her, and had already closed her eyes, waiting for her final reward. Suddenly, I felt a warmth on my chest. My whole body suddenly gained some vitality. +790. What did you do to me? Tsuchiyo raised an eyebrow. Blind monk, huh? Can't you see I'm healing you? I don't want you humans! +790. My body warmed up again. The surge of abyssal energy was actually suppressed. At the moment when the state is stable, the primal power deep within her body finally recovered. The body begins to continue its recovery process. A full half-minute later, she slowly opened her eyes. Is the condition stable? Although Leah was still staring at Suchio, she finally replied in a muffled voice. This human. He seems a bit different from the previous human. Ding! Trant Leah's favorability towards you has increased by 20. Current favorability, minus 1,558. She hates you to the core. Ding! Charm triggered. Trant Leah's affection for you increases by an additional 100, 5x, current affection minus 1,458. Hates you to the bone. Although it was increased by an additional 5 times. It rose by a full 100 points. But that's still a drop in the ocean. He wanted to make the tree spirit completely lower its guard against him. It will take quite a bit of effort. Immediately, Suchio took out the broken antler from his backpack, which symbolized the friendship between humans and tree spirits. Looking directly at Leah, he said, "To make a long story short, do you recognize this? I'm here to help you." Suchio hadn't finished speaking. Then I saw the purple light in Leah's eyes intensify even more. The voice was filled with boundless rage. "You humans, you've used this trick again!" Ding! Trant Leah's favorability towards you has decreased by 500, current favorability is minus 1958. She hates you to the core. Suchio? Chapter 115 The Tree Spirit Settlement. Chapter 115 The Tree Spirit Settlement of Braun. You're trying to scam me, aren't you? Isn't it said that antlers are a symbol of friendship? Your friendship is only worth minus 500, right? Just as Suchio was inwardly sighing that things were going badly. Leah's anger suddenly subsided. Huh! That's not right. Leah leaned closer, looking at the broken antler in Suchio's hand. Is this for real? This time? Suchio seized on the key word. Did someone bring a fake one over before? Hearing Suchio's question, Leah instinctively turned her head away. Why should I tell you? However, thinking of the deer antlers in Suchio's hand, Leah hesitated slightly, then frowned and changed her words. But since you can produce real antlers, you are indeed a true friend of our forest spirit community. She turned around and faced Suchio directly. But that doesn't mean you can gain my trust. But I can tell you something. Ding! Tree Spirit Leah's favorability towards you plus 1,000, current favorability minus 958. We don't see eye to eye. Upon hearing this system notification, Suchio raised an eyebrow. Hey bro, I misunderstood you. The antlers are real. It's this increase in favorability. Not enough. A familiar voice reached Suchio's ears. Ding! Tree Spirit Leah's affection for you plus 1,000, 1x, current affection level 42, nodding. TSK, how come it's only double the favorability? Suchio couldn't wait to get a 6x increase in favorability. Another NPC friend will be added, someone you'll be sworn brothers with until the end. I didn't mean anything by it, I just wanted to have more friends and more options. The proper way, the way of the road. Don't overthink it. But this increase in favorability is not good for Leah. That was too exciting. I don't know why. Just a moment ago, I saw Suchio. Leah suddenly felt that this human wasn't so bad after all. I only saw this human by chance, which delayed my progress and allowed me to withstand the tree demon's attack. He didn't do anything wrong. Moreover, it seems he genuinely doesn't understand what's happening in his settlement. He had just helped me defeat the tree demon, healed my wounds, and suppressed the abyss's corruption. Otherwise, you'll become a tree that anyone can pick or cut down. As it turns out, she had previously spoken ill of him. I think I really shouldn't have treated him that way. Hey, human! Leah pinched her fingers together with her 2 little hands. What's your name? Suchio chuckled. Just call me Gidge. Leah pondered the name, finding it awkward to pronounce, but still said it. Brother, this isn't the place to talk. She first straightened her 2 hind legs, then stretched out her 2 slender front legs to stand up. He patted the withered leaves and twigs off his clothes and said to Suchio, You have broken antlers,
and there are some things I cannot decide. I will take you back to our settlement, where you can speak with our chieftain."
Tsuchiyo nodded, indicating that she didn't care.
Leah also walked forward. "Let's go then, brother."
Tsuchiyo grinned and followed behind Leah. On the way, Tsuchiyo watched as Leah's deer tail swayed from side to side. While listening to her explanation.
7 months ago, in winter, a human claiming to be from the Bueller family came covered in blood, also carrying a broken antler, saying that Windbreak City was in danger, and he had come to ask for help. Because our forest tree spirit settlement is on good terms with the Bueller family, and that person had visited our settlement before, the guards didn't examine the antlers carefully, so we quickly took him to meet my mother, our chieftain. The moment he saw our clan leader, he suddenly unleashed the power of the dark faction and opened the gate of the abyss. At the same time, rampaging swamp monsters have also appeared around the settlement. Amidst internal and external wars, many members of our tribe returned to the embrace of Mother Nature. Fortunately, our clan leader exhausted her original power and led the remaining clansmen to escape the encirclement and go into seclusion. But the rest of us are all tainted by the abyss. At this point, Leah slowed her pace, lowered her head, and spoke in a low voice. Even if we were isolated from the world, we wouldn't know how long we could live. Upon hearing this, Tsuchiyo stopped looking at the interesting deer tail and confidently patted his chest, saying, "Don't worry! I'm here to solve your problems."
Leah felt a little warm inside after hearing Tsuchiyo's encouragement.
"I hope so. All you can do is fight. What kind of help can you really be?"
Although that's what they say. But Leah's deer tail wagged even faster. Ding! Trant Leah's favorability towards you has increased by 18. Current favorability, 60, neighbors. Ding! Trant Leah's affection for you plus 90, 5x, current affection 150. Like-minded. Tsuchiyo wished she could hug her beloved Mei Yun and kiss her heart a few times. This is magic. It works so well. They only exchanged a few words. The favorability rating increased by 5 levels in a row. If you hand it over to someone else, who knows how long they'll have to take good care of them and feed them. Now. Tsuchiyo glanced at Leah, who was secretly looking at her. It feels like Leah is going to be the one serving me the best food and drink. Crunch! It's only been an hour or so. The tree next to Leah suddenly transformed. It transformed into a newly spawned tree spirit. How come there are some here too? Leah immediately went into battle alert, conjuring a familiar wooden spear in her hand. Let's fight together. Before we knew it, Lilia also regarded Tsuchiyo as a comrade in arms. He also added an enchantment to Tsuchiyo as well. Wood Essence. Effect: the next 2 attacks will deal 30% extra damage to enemies of the wood type. This enchantment. This is absolutely amazing. Tsuchiyo's damage was already extremely high. With the addition of this Wood Essence weapon enchantment, the damage becomes even more terrifying. It's a pity that I can't add it to all the summoned beasts at once. I want to add status effects to my summoned beast. Leah can only continuously unleash her original skills to slowly enchant all her summoned creatures. On the road, Leah also asked Tsuchiyo about it. Why do you possess a summoned beast from the abyss? The power of the abyss is terrifying. After all, the abyss isn't so friendly as to selflessly reward every supplicant. Tsuchiyo then borrowed a boastful and profound saying from a mage player in his previous life. Power itself is not frightening. What is frightening is its master. After hearing Tsuchiyo's answer, for a long time on the road, Leah remained silent and deep in thought. Even the frequency of its tail wagging has decreased significantly. This made Tsuchiyo feel bored. Fortunately, you'll encounter quite a few monsters on the way to the forest spirit settlement. Keep yourself occupied. Perhaps it was the primal power within Leah that was so alluring. Or perhaps Tsuchiyo removed the broken antler. On this day-long journey, the two encountered countless attacks from tree spirits. After the sun sets, it rises again as usual. Leah finally stopped thinking.
Arrive. Our settlement of forest tree spirits. Ding! You have arrived at the Treant village of the forest. A system notification sounded. Tsuchiyo hadn't even had time to see what area she had arrived in. The ground in front of him suddenly shattered. 2 vine buds, each large enough to be a car, have sprouted from the ground. The pinkish-purple flower bud opened its large mouth, aimed directly at Tsuchiyo, and exhaled a breath as clear as mist. Human! Who are you? Lia, were you coerced by the humans? A foul-smelling, fierce wind, accompanied by a deafening sound, emanated from the flower buds. Although the sound of the flower bud was full of reverberation. But you can still tell it's a female voice. However, Tsuchiyo had no time to pay attention to these things. Her eyebrows twitched slightly. Not again? Fortunately, this time Lia helped explain. She took the broken antler from Tsuchiyo's hand and handed it to the 2 guards. This time, the guards carefully examined the antlers. It has been confirmed that this is a genuine one. Now, the 2 flower buds shrank back, no longer getting so close to Tsuchiyo. Ding! Tree Spirit Yuna's favorability towards you plus 500, current favorability minus 951. We don't see eye to eye. Ding! Tree Spirit Tina's favorability towards you plus 500, current favorability minus 963. We don't see eye to eye. Having the broken antlers makes raising my affinity with the tree spirits so fast. Tsuchiyo smiled inwardly. It's a pity. Antlers can only be used once against NPCs. But... Ding! Tree Spirit Yuna's affection for you has increased by 1500, 3x, current affection level 549. Like-minded. Ding! Tree Spirit Tina's favorability towards you has increased by an additional 2000, 4x, current favorability 1037. Sworn Brotherhood. I am devoted to Meiyun, Tsuchiyo said, her heart overflowing with emotion as she wept. With the help of Meiyun. The 2 tree spirits have a high level of affection for Tsuchiyo. It skyrocketed to even higher than Villia's. What does sworn brotherhood mean? It's like growing old together and dying side by side. That's like starting the strategy mode. Can one, dear antler, only increase the tree spirit's favorability once? Tsuchiyo was immediately excited. I have several of them. Immediately. The 2 giant flower buds retreated back into the ground. Then 2 figures emerged from the trees in the distance. That's right. It walked out of the tree. The tree is like a portal, or like a separate space. It houses the tree spirits. Lia, it's been a long time. Where have you been these past few days? 2 beautiful, spherical tree spirits emerged and showed concern for Lia. After a brief chat, the tree spirit turned its attention to Tsuchiyo. Tree spirits are generally quite tall because their lower bodies are deer. It makes her figure appear more slender. These 2 tree spirits, meeting for the first time, were 1.85 meters tall, the same height as Tsuchiyo. One of them was 1.9 meters tall, a head taller than Tsuchiyo. The 1.9 meter tall tree spirit was Tina. She nodded slightly, her tone rather indifferent. Sorry, friend, it's a special time. The 1.85 meter tall tree spirit is Yuna, who is quite gentle. Come in. Tsuchiyo's expression turned serious for a moment. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Tsuchiyo followed behind the tree spirits. We entered a forest that looked no different from the forest outside. However, the ground in this forest was not as muddy. The trees were also spaced slightly apart. We entered the forest. Tsuchiyo watched as the 3 deer tails swayed at different speeds. Familiar voices also reached my ears. Creak, creak. Every tree in the vicinity made a sound. Then, tree spirits of varying sizes emerged from them. Every tree spirit has an excellent physique due to regular exercise, with an alluring 6-pack. A well-defined and graceful muscle profile. Their skin tone is either fair or tan. The flavors vary. Some of them exude the pure scent of fresh grass. Some of them exude a delicate floral fragrance.
Some exude the inclusive scent of earth, etc. Something seems off. Until now. Tsuchiyotsai finally realized what was happening. He asked Leah, who was closest to him. Why are all tree spirits female? Chapter 116. Since we're already here, let's bury him here. Chapter 116. Since we're already here, let's bury her here. Leah lowered her head again upon hearing this, and the other two tree spirits who were acting as guards also fell silent for a moment. Because of that battle. But then, a mature voice, so reassuring that it instantly put people at ease, came from afar. Tsuchiyo looked over upon hearing the sound. A tree spirit with two enormous leaves covering its chest emerged from the trees at the very center of the forest. Her antlers were longer and larger, but they didn't seem to be showing off. On the contrary, she gives off a feeling of being an empress. Even without the antlers, this tree spirit is at least 2 meters tall. Fair skin and tall figure. Apart from the 2 small braids that were twisted into a bun on top of her head, the rest of her hair reached her waist. A pair of phoenix eyes opened slightly, and their gaze was fixed on Tsuchiyo from the moment they appeared. A faint smile played at the corners of her lips, making it impossible to read her thoughts. Besides the leaves, she was wearing an elegant and dignified vine-leaf skirt adorned with natural yellow and white flowers. The leaf skirt was tied to her body with fine silk threads on both sides. Besides highlighting her fair skin, the light brown deer body is also slightly concealed, showcasing its elegance and refinement. The entire tree spirit can be summed up in just 2 words. Queen. Chieftain. The tree spirit appeared. The other tree spirits bowed slightly, kneeling on their 2 front legs and sticking their buttocks out. Chieftain. Tsuchiyo also knelt on one knee, following the other tree spirits, and performed a proper Church of Light ceremony. No need for formalities, everyone. With a wave of his hand, the tree spirit chieftain caused all the tree spirits to stand up again. Because of that battle, all the male tree spirits of our forest perished. Only 99 of our compatriots survived. Even if we survive, we will be tainted by the abyss and our lives will be uncertain from day to day. Moreover, for us, who have no opposite sex and are unable to reproduce, extinction is only a matter of time. In our final days, we forest spirits only wish to stay quietly with our people, living a life free from worldly strife. Although it's about something as serious as genocide. But the Treant chieftain's voice remained calm throughout. It truly embodies the composure to remain unmoved even if Mount Tai collapses before you. The tree spirit chieftain gently waved his hand. The broken antler that Leah held in her hands floated up. It flew into her hand. Ding! Tefara, the forest Treant chieftain, has increased your favorability towards you by 200. Your current favorability is minus 1,354. She hates you to the core. Ding! Tefara, the forest tree spirit chieftain, has gained an additional 603x points of affection towards you. Current affection level, minus 754. We dislike each other. Friends who have come from afar. The tree spirit chieftain looked at Tsuchiyo, his tone indifferent. I have already told you about the situation in our settlement. There's nothing I can do to help you. Please leave. Upon hearing this, Tsuchiyo let out a calm sigh of relief. Even with the addition of antlers and charm to increase favorability several times over, it simply escalated the hatred to the point of mutual loathing. Still falls under the category of negative favorability. The fact that the clan chief didn't physically kick him out is already a huge favor. But she still immediately told him to leave. No. Tsuchiyo's gaze settled. It seems I need to find a breakthrough on my own. Tsuchiyo immediately spoke. No, chieftain. I brought the antlers here not to ask for help. Straightening his back, Tsuchiyo looked up at Chief Tefara not far away and said sincerely, I'm here to help you solve your problems. Upon hearing this, Leah, who had been traveling with Tsuchiyo, couldn't help but feel pessimistic. Help us? Help with what? You can't help us reproduce. In the end, won't we still be wiped out? Chief Tefara's smile remained unchanged. Just as she was about to say something, she suddenly noticed something, and her gaze shifted to the distant woods. Tsuchiyo also sensed the presence of others and turned his head to look to the side. Just then, several loud, rough voices came from there.
What a lively day! Even the forest tree spirits have come out. So they knew in advance that the dark night treant was coming, and lined up to welcome me, huh?
As the sound appeared. What appeared before Tsuchiyo's eyes? There were more than a dozen robust tree spirits, each over 2 meters tall. These tree spirits are different from the tree spirits of the forest. Their bodies are darker in color, with a slight bluish tint. Even the color of his pupils is green with a hint of blue. The ends of the antlers on its head are flat, as if a section of them had been cut off. Apart from that, it is no different from a forest tree spirit. However, they were all male tree spirits, none of them wore clothes, unlike the female tree spirits who were more reserved and knew to cover themselves. Tsuchiyo has something she's embarrassed to say. Clothes aren't important, she just likes to be understated.
Are they the dark treants?
Hearing Tsuchiyo's soft murmur, Lia, who was closest to Tsuchiyo, quietly replied.
That's right. They are one of the tree spirits that have sided with the dark side, the night tree spirits.
As she spoke, Lia frowned slightly.
When our settlement was powerful, they didn't dare to say a word and never came over to say hello. After we were injured, they heard that we were left with only females, so they often came over. They're using the excuse of continuing their bloodline to try and annex our settlement. He's clearly asking for a beating.
At this point, Lia tilted her head back and glared angrily at the dark tree spirits in the distance. A faint green light shone on its body, ready for battle at any moment. Upon hearing this, Tsuchiyo nodded in agreement.
That's right. They say they're helping to continue the bloodline, but they're clearly just lusting after your beauty. If it comes to a fight, I'll definitely be the first one to go.
Hearing Tsuchiyo's affirmative tone, Lia nodded secretly. Tsuchiyo was unaware of her other strengths. But I acknowledge that he's a good fighter.
Brother, you're a good person.
Ding! Tree Spirit Lia's affection for you plus 15, current affection 165.
Like-minded.
Ding! Treant Lia's affection for you plus 45, 3x, current affection 210.
Like-minded.
Lia is so innocent. Tsuchiyo felt a little embarrassed to try and increase her favorability any further. Then he looked righteous and awe-inspiring.
I only did what a friend of the forest tree spirit should do. To say I'm a good person like that makes me feel incredibly ashamed.
Ding! Tree Spirit Lia's affection for you has increased. Ding!
What brings you uninvited guests, several dark treants?
Queen Tefara smiled and gave the sudden visitor, the dark treant, a merciless response.
You really are forgetful.
The leader of the dark treants looked at the treant queen with an arrogant expression.
Didn't our king send you a message? Inviting you to visit our territory? It's been a week and you still haven't replied, so I came to ask.
Tefara calmly replied.
If I remember correctly, I also replied and refused a week ago.
The large night elf, taking advantage of its height, looked down at Tefara.
Our king desires your agreement. Our king will not receive the rejection letter.
Upon hearing this, the group of forest tree spirits were slightly tempted, their faces filled with a hint of hostility.
That's outrageous.
Lia bit her lip and said,
Isn't this just forced buying and selling?
Tsuchiyo corrected him, saying,
That's not how you use idioms.
With a helpless sigh, Tsuchiyo turned to look at the dark tree spirits. Any normal handsome guy. It was obvious that these dark tree spirits were there to cause trouble. Tsuchiyo narrowed his eyes slightly. After being feasted on the eyes of beautiful women for too long, seeing this group of almost naked philosophical male tree spirits for a moment made me feel a little uncomfortable. Tsuchiyo clenched his fists involuntarily. Why would other men appear in a community full of beautiful women? But it's quite a coincidence. The dark tree spirits thought the same thing. The leader of the dark tree spirits looked at Tsuchiyo from afar.
Where did these bird-like people come from? Didn't the forest spirits break off relations with humans? Where did this human come from? Caught to relieve boredom? Then he'd have to jump to reach it, right? Ha 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 ha!
Tsuchiyo raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. This group of corpses. It seems that he did mention a problem he hadn't considered. But
this is not something you should be doing.
Tsuchiyo hadn't yet expressed her feelings. I saw the figure next to me move instantly. A wooden spear suddenly slashed through the air. It shot straight at the leader of the dark trance. Ding! Entering battle mode. A system notification sounded. The ID of the dark trant also appeared before Tsuchiyo's eyes. Dark trant Erdenen. But the wooden spear struck Erdenen just as it was about to hit him. It was held tightly in a large, strong hand. Erdenen held the wooden spear in his hand, his smile widening.
You're already in such a hurry?
Leah's face was filled with anger.
Don't talk about Gidge like that.
At this moment, Tefara, the Trant chieftain, turned her purple eyes and continued speaking.
This human is our friend. How dare you use such foul language to insult my people and friends? Do you not respect us, the tree spirits of the forest?
Upon hearing this, the dark Trant Erdenen suddenly burst out laughing.
You're only just finding out? The forest tree spirits, who are struggling to survive, have the nerve to say they don't take you seriously? Only our king is immune to the abyss's aura and can help you reproduce, yet you're still so ungrateful? You king who rejects us once, twice, 5 times, 10 times, do you really think you're some kind of treasure?
Before the night elf could finish speaking, he suddenly noticed vines appearing out of thin air. Tie it up tightly, cover its mouth, and make it unable to utter a single word.
My patience also has its limits.
Tefara, the Trant chieftain, still wore a smile, but a cold purple light flashed in her eyes.
We, the tree spirits of the forest, also have honor to speak of.
Tefara had barely finished speaking. All the tree spirits in the forest stood up. Wooden spears and bows materialized in their hands, pointing towards.
Declaring war, is that it?
Seeing this, the Night Elf Erdenen revealed a provocative smile.
You started this!
Leah was furious when she heard this. It was clearly these guys who provoked us first, and they keep using foul language. So how did it end up in their mouths? So it's as if our own settlement started the trouble first?
With less than 100 trants left, how can they possibly fight against us Dark Knight trants? Fine, be tough then. If you want to die, our king won't let you go.
Erdenen smiled.
I've got your words in mind. I will report your declaration of war to our king. He's been waiting for a long time.
As a result, just as Erdenen turned around, suddenly, the human voice came to my ear.
Several distinguished guests traveled a long way to come here, but they got angry because of me, an outsider, and left without a word. I feel very guilty about that.
For a moment, all the tree spirits were slightly taken aback. They never expected this. A tiny human being actually speaking at this moment. Tefara, the Trant chieftain, slightly suppressed her smile and narrowed her eyes. She didn't know what Tsuchiyo wanted to do. Leah looked at Tsuchiyo with some confusion. He had just acted rashly, which had already led to a war. Why was Tsuchiyo saying this now? Should we apologize? The dark trance sneered.
Humans, it's too late to apologize now. If you want an apology, I might consider giving you a quick death when my army is at the gates.
Erdenen also looked at Tsuchiyo with disdain.
Human, what do you want to do?
Tsuchiyo walked forward, saying as she went.
We humans have an old saying.
As she spoke, a familiar light shone around Tsuchiyo.
A friend is coming from afar.
The light faded. Bloodthirsty wolves, frost-fire dragon lizards, bloodthirsty bat kings, bloodthirsty bats, and water slimes appeared all around in an instant. Surround the dark trant. Tsuchiyo also smiled and said the second half of the sentence.
No matter how far away, they will be punished.
Immediately, Tsuchiyo looked up at Erdenen, who was a head taller than her, and welcomed him.
Since we're already here, let's bury him here. Chapter 117 Humans, you are powerful. Chapter 117 Human, you are powerful. Human, you want to make a move? Upon seeing the two-headed wolves suddenly surrounding his squad, the knight treant Erdenin instinctively panicked. Could this human, who only appears to have a face, be an apostle of some great being from the abyss? Only those who have faith in the abyss can form a pact with abyssal creatures. That's something even the dark treants have to think twice about. But Erdenin stared at Suchiyo intently. But no matter how you sense it, this person is a member of the light faction. So, he quickly calmed down. When two tribes are at war, envoys shall not be killed. If you dare to attack us, the forest tree spirits will be ostracized by the entire forest race. Upon hearing this, Suchiyo couldn't help but chuckle. Look at you, you're blind. Which eye of yours saw that it was the forest tree spirits who did it? Once these words were spoken, even the entire tree spirit clan was stunned. What's the meaning? They don't need to do anything? But at that moment, roar! Ha! All the summoned beasts responded and moved. The three little ones standing next to Suchiyo also charged out instantly. You really dare to lay a hand on me? The dark trance quickly went into battle mode. The more summoned beasts you have, the weaker your combat power becomes. It's one thing for your summoned beasts to scare outsiders, but you think you can scare me? A level 20 human dares to challenge me, a level 23 master. The moment the group of dark trance withstood the damage. Minus 1018, unity plus 4%. Minus 1059, unity plus 4%. Minus 1100, unity plus 4%. 950-106-106. This. Why does it hurt so much? This is just the first round of damage from the summoned creatures. The outermost dark treants have already lost a third of their health. Core death! The leader, Erdenin, was both shocked and furious. The wooden spear that Lia had just thrown at him, which he was holding in his hand, began to shine again. But this time, the light changed from green to purple. Squeak! This wooden spear, empowered by energy, also grew considerably longer and thicker out of thin air. His muscles are bulging. It was about to sweep across the summoned beasts in front of it. Result. Puff. The wooden spear only managed to hit the first monster before it stopped moving. He looked over in surprise. A slime the size of a millstone was discovered, which had been reduced from an O to a B by its own wooden spear. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't get past that last little connection point. It's so resilient. He also looked at the health bar above the slime's head. That was a powerful sweeping blow from my own hand. It only took away a quarter of its health. It's too hard. Just this one attack. Erdenin immediately sensed something was wrong. Squeak, squeak, squeak! Just as he was beginning to consider quitting. Then, a dense cacophony of strange cries came from above. Immediately afterwards, countless blood needles rained down like a dense storm. We'll see if it hurts or not. It's really annoying. He raised one hand to shield his eyes from being pricked. Based on what that little tree spirit did just now, we can already declare war. There's no need to stay here. He immediately and steadily gave the order. Summon Tunnelvine, prepare. Before Erdenin could finish speaking, he heard the human voice in the distance. That's it. Suchiyo shrugged, her face full of disappointment. Is this all the Dark Treant race has done after siding with the dark side? A captain used all his strength and couldn't even take down a slime? No way, no way? You're not thinking of running away again, are you? As soon as Suchiyo said this, Erdenin's face suddenly darkened. The entire team was no longer tempted to run away. Damn it! Humans! All the Dark Treant's purple eyes lit up. Thorn tree armor. Summon. Paralyzing flower vine. Dark blessing. The essence of the Dark Treant. In an instant, the night trance immediately maxed out their buffs. I was going to spare your life. But you're so eager to die? Erdinan's face was contorted with rage, and the wooden spear in his hand had transformed into a long wooden lance. Let me show you the consequences of provoking us, dark trance. Tsuchiyo picked at his ear. Why does the corpse talk so much? Ding! Congratulations on successfully eliminating the dark treant horde, level 22, 25. Experience plus 20,064, copper coins plus 165, tree heart plus 12. Ding! Fortune triggered. Gain an extra 80,256 experience, 4x, 2,805 copper coins, 17x, and 168 tree hearts, 14x. Tsuchiyo squatted beside Erdinan's body, his face full of dejection. I thought it would be something really amazing. As she spoke, Tsuchiyo snapped her fingers. Mana cost. 4 water slimes and 7 bloodthirsty wolves were resurrected. Drizzling. Tsuchiyo also unconsciously reached out her hand. Several beams of green light slowly receded from the corpses of the dark treants. These lights are the wandering tentacles in battle. A parasitic seed planted for the enemy. I don't know why. Ever since Tsuchiyo used the parasitic seed to kill someone in reality, the wandering tentacles seem to have unlocked an extraordinary hobby. As long as there is fighting, you absolutely must plant parasitic seeds. They wouldn't stop until they had completely drained the enemy's health. Tsuchiyo naturally didn't care. As long as they don't pick at their food, they're good babies. The corpses of the dark trance gradually softened and sank because they had been implanted with parasitic seeds. It melted into this land. All the tree spirits of the forest stared blankly at this scene. Leah's fingers trembled slightly. You just solved everything like that. It was resolved without causing any harm? Upon hearing this, Tsuchiyo pointed to the health bar above his head. You're injured. Leah looked up and saw. Tsuchiyo 1810 to 1820. I just got splashed by the dark trance damage, it hurts terribly. Then, in the next instant, Tsuchiyo's health points were fully restored. It doesn't hurt anymore. Forest tree spirit. Why did you attack me just now? Leah's expression was somewhat complicated. I regretted it the moment I made the move. I knew they came here on purpose to provoke us, but I just couldn't help it. Anyway, there was bound to be a battle between us and the Dark Treant clan. But if you do that, you'll also get on their list. Tsuchiyo immediately spoke with righteous indignation. We're friends. Of course we should fight the enemy side by side. Besides, those corpses, no, those enemies were using me as a lead to deliberately provoke you. You stood up for me, so naturally I'll go to great lengths for my friends. Leah's pupils trembled slightly. Brother. Ding. The tree spirit Leah's affection for you has increased. Ding. Tree spirit Yuna's affection for you has increased. Ding. Tree spirit Tina's affection for you has increased. Ding. A message from the Treant Sona to you. Tsuchiyo shrugged inwardly. Is it difficult to increase favorability? Isn't this easy? Apart from. Tsuchiyo looked at Tefara, the tree spirit chieftain, who was standing in the crowd. After my speech just now, all the tree spirits in the village have increased their favorability towards him. Tefara's affection level, however, hasn't increased at all. Could it be? Did this NPC see through my trick? At this moment, Tefara, the Treant chieftain who had been observing from beginning to end, spoke up. My human friend, I have seen your bravery. She bowed slightly, then turned back with a smile on her face. Tsuchiyo saw her pale brown deer tail drooping gently within it. Tefara's voice came from beside my ear. Human friend, please come inside and let's talk in detail. Then I shall respectfully comply. Shrugging, Tsuchiyo followed behind the tree spirit chieftain, heading towards the thickest tree in the distance. Just before going in, Tefara didn't forget to say to her fellow dryads. Everyone, go back to the tree and rest. This matter will surely come to a conclusion. After speaking, Tefara glanced at Leah. Leah, come along too. Leah was slightly excited. Can I do it too, Mother Clan Chief? Tefara's smile deepened. Let's come together. Then, Suchio and the first tree spirit they encountered, Leah, followed behind the tree spirit chieftain and entered the tree. The abilities of the tree spirits are quite interesting. They can carve out a space within the tree. It was used for his own residence. It saves a lot of space. Furthermore, the opacity of the bark can be adjusted at will. You can choose whether or not you can see outside. Suchio couldn't help but think seriously. You can see out from inside, but you can't see in from outside. That's exciting. I just don't know if it's soundproof. But at that moment, Tefara spoke. Humans, you are powerful. Suchio withdrew his attention and looked at Tefara, who was half-sitting on a wooden seat covered with animal skins. Tefara, with a dignified demeanor, a smile on her face, and her eyes glowing purple, stared at Suchio and asked directly. I don't think I've actually asked you yet, what brings you to the tree spirit clan of the forest? And why is this antler, which my clan gifted to the Bueller family, in your possession? Upon hearing this, Leah turned around and looked at Suchio. The first time I met Suchio, it was somewhat unpleasant. He didn't even know why he sought out the tree spirit. Suchio, who had also sat down, shrugged and gave a brief explanation. The position of head of the Bueller family in Windbreak City has been usurped. The current rightful heir wants to reclaim the power, but he is not capable enough. So I've come to see if the forest tree spirits can renew their previous cooperative alliance. Upon hearing this, Tefara sighed softly, her smile fading, and she lowered her eyes slightly. Is that so? Does the clan leader look disappointed? Suchio raised an eyebrow and asked. Tefara responded with a smile. I wouldn't say I'm disappointed, it was just what I expected. Seeing my friend's heroic fighting posture, I thought that all the members of the Bueller family were such strongmen. So they want to borrow troops to help defend our tribe. After stating her purpose, Tefara looked at Suchio and said something that Suchio could have guessed. After all, the Dark Treant clan will definitely come to harass us frequently in the future. At least I want to protect my girls from foreign invasion within my power, so that they won't have to suffer so much when they die. Upon hearing this, Leah's too long, pointed deer ears drooped down. Clan Chief. Tefara's words were quite pessimistic. There's no way around it. Corroded by the abyss's aura, they will die sooner or later. All the male tree spirits in the tribe have died in battle, and the tribe will be wiped out sooner or later. These are the two questions facing the forest tree spirit. These two questions, unfortunately, hit this race's Achilles heel. Since the Bueller family is now in dire straits, I think it's best to prepare for relocation. Tefara took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and said in a low voice. Suchio smiled slightly. Don't be so pessimistic about everything. With me here, the Dark Treant won't harm anyone in the slightest. Leah glanced at Suchio silently and pursed her lips. Tefara shook her head slightly upon hearing this. Friend, you have no idea how powerful the Dark Treant is. Suchio responded with a smile. Chieftain, you have no idea how powerful I am. Leah nodded quietly. That's right. Brother is amazing. Seeing Leah's expression and Suchio's confidence, Tefara, with a maternal glow, looked at Suchio as if watching a playful child and said, Even if you can stop the Night Elves' attack, or even if you are powerful enough to enter the Dark faction and uproot the Night Treants. But they were merely catalysts that slightly accelerated the demise of our race. With those two problems in place, the destruction of the forest tree spirits is only a matter of time. But then she saw Suchio extend one finger. What if I could help the forest tree spirits solve a problem? Is there reproductive isolation between humans and forest spirits, and are they able to reproduce? Suchio didn't know. But as for suppressing the erosion of the abyss's aura, then he'll have something to say about his wind pouch and the key to the dark skeleton cave.
Result. Just as Tsuchiyo was pondering, suddenly, 2 system notification sounds rang in my ears. Ding! Tefara, the forest tree spirit chieftain, has reduced your affinity with you by 50. Ding! Treant Leah's favorability towards you has increased by 20. Tsuchiyo? Tefara, the Treant chieftain, stared at Tsuchiyo. Although she smiled, there was no real joy in her voice. Friend, what you said is somewhat unreasonable. Leah blushed slightly, turned her face away, and her eyes darted around a little. Tsuchiyo was so startled that she stood up immediately. What are you thinking? That's not what I meant. I said I can get rid of the abyssal aura for you. Upon hearing Tsuchiyo's explanation, even Tefara, who had always remained calm, paused for 2 seconds before explaining. I'm sorry, I thought you were so powerful, my friend. They want to solve the fundamental problems of our race. Tsuchiyo looked at Tefara, his brow twitching slightly. Look at those words, how nicely they're spoken. So you think I'm not strong enough or big enough? Wait. I'll show you what I'm capable of sooner or later. Leah's cheeks flushed even more, her expression somewhat complicated, and she muttered to herself. It startled me. Sure enough, we'd only known each other for 2 days. My brother wouldn't have those kinds of thoughts. Chapter 118 Ding! Tefara, the tree spirit chieftain, has -1 point of affection towards you. Chapter 118 Ding! The tree spirit chieftain Tefara's favorability towards you has decreased by 1. After calming down slightly, Tsuchiyo sat down again. Tefara also looked at Tsuchiyo, her usual smile returning to her face. Friend, are you saying you can solve the problem of my race being tainted by the abyss? But as far as I know, the abyss of faith of the dark faction and the celestial realm of faith of the opposing light faction are 2 planes whose combat power surpasses that of the Terra continent. Although what we've been touched by is just a trace of aura leaked from the abyss, it's not very powerful. However, in addition to the special constitution of us tree spirits, the abyssal aura has penetrated deep into our bones. But to solve this problem, although we don't need the power of the heavenly realm, we'll at least need the power of the 4 elves under the throne of the light dragon. Speaking of which, Tefara expressed some doubt. Friend, it's not that I doubt you. If I'm not mistaken, you haven't sought a job change from the Church of Light yet. Do you truly possess the power of any one of those 4 great elves? Upon hearing this, Tsuchiyo gave a helpless smile. What a coincidence, isn't it? I happen to have one of Lady Sylph's items here. Is this what you meant? Chief Tefara and Leah stared at the wind pouch in Tsuchiyo's hand. An item imbued with the abilities of the wind spirit, Sylph? Leah tilted her head in confusion. Why does it look like a wine sack used by you humans to drink alcohol? Tsuchiyo looked somewhat embarrassed. Is it possible that this is a wine sack used for drinking? If I have the chance to meet that little foodie, Nam, the Earth Elf, someday, ask her for a rice bag. What a complete good-for-nothing. At this moment, Tefara, the Treant chieftain, spoke up. I can feel that there is indeed that person's power in this, and it's not weak. At this point, Tefara glanced at Tsuchiyo. Although the Light Dragon and the 4 elves of the Light faction are the closest to the human race. But it's not right to just hand over such a magical artifact to someone you don't get along with. What is the identity of this human in front of me? Friend, whether you know this or not, I'll remind you anyway. Tefara spoke. A great alchemist from 1,000 years ago proposed the law of conservation of energy in the concept of destiny. Energy is conserved. It cannot disappear or appear out of thin air, but can only be transferred from one object to another. After saying this, Tefara saw that Leah looked blank and assumed that Tsuchiyo didn't understand either, so she explained. Let me give you an example. After the abyssal aura is dispelled, it will not disappear directly, but will instead parasitize another living being or object. Friend, if you do not have a vessel to contain the abyss's aura, it's better not to do this kind of useless work. Tsuchiyo nodded slightly. I have containers too. However, facts speak louder than words. No matter what I say, Only the clan leader can believe it after seeing it with his own eyes. Chief Tefara paused for a moment, then made a decision. Come to my side. As the chieftain of the forest tree spirits, he possesses the strongest fighting power. Even if there is any danger, I can withstand it. No! Chieftain! Leah suddenly spoke up and stood up from the ground. Let me do it. This matter is of great importance and significance. As the clan leader, it would be best if we tried it first. Immediately, Liao looked at Suchiyo. Moreover, I trust my brother. Brother? Chief Tefara was taken aback. Based on my investigative skills, I am able to see Suchiyo's ID. But his name is clearly Huanghun, Dusk. Is Gij some kind of code name or designation for this human? Then I'll leave it to you, Leah. Chief Tefara calmed her breathing. Leah is right. As the protector of the forest tree spirit, I cannot be the first to arrive. If any danger is encountered, the destruction of the forest tree spirit will come even faster. And his own daughter, Lia, was also the tree spirit whose entire race had suffered the least from the corruption of the abyss. Even if an abyssal aura surges, it's best to suppress it. Immediately, Tefara looked at Suchiyo solemnly. If anything seems amiss, stop immediately. Suchiyo smiled naturally. Absolutely. Liao looked at Suchiyo, who had gotten up and approached her, and asked softly. Let me ask beforehand, brother. Leah pursed her lips, somewhat unable to look Suchiyo in the eye. Will it hurt? Suchiyo thought for a moment. Maybe, but I don't know. After all, those who had their abyssal aura purified were all dead. Liao raised her head, looking at Suchiyo with innocent eyes. I believe in my brother. Then he clenched his little fist. Even if it hurts, I will endure it. Suchiyo smiled and nodded slightly. Don't hold back, just yell if it hurts. This is also my first time trying, purifying the abyssal aura of living things. If it hurts, I will stop. We will proceed step by step. Lia hummed in agreement and relaxed slightly. Meanwhile, Tefara watched this scene with a smile from the main seat of the treehouse. Although his appearance remained unchanged. But a storm was brewing in my heart. Are you sure? Are you purifying the abyss's aura? But she couldn't stop it. After all, the process of purifying the abyssal demonic energy has already begun. What if my interruption causes my daughter to get hurt? Suchiyo grasped Lia's outstretched, soft little hand. Lia then released the primal power within her body. In an instant, the abyssal aura, extremely active and corrosive, erupted instantly. Linglia trembled all over and became delirious. She gasped for breath, forcibly suppressing the abyss's encroachment with her own willpower. Brother. Hearing Lia's voice, Suchiyo activated the wind bag with a thought. Sure. In an instant, Suchiyo herself is like an eye of the wind. A gentle breeze blew around. Suchiyo and Lia only felt cool. Meanwhile, Tefara, in the distance, kept her lips pursed and her pupils slightly constricted as she stared at her fingertips. This wind! It's a wind that blows straight to the soul! The wind spirit sylph actually entrusted such a powerful item to someone who was barely level 20. In terms of power, I belong to the neutral camp and do not believe in any else. There was only a trace of respect for the strong towards the wind spirit sylph. So, what is the relationship between this human and the wind spirit? With these thoughts in mind, Tefara also began to take action. To prevent the abyss's aura from leaking out, the only thing he could do was draw the abyssal energy into his body. As the clan leader, I possess the most powerful primal force. It can also suppress a significant amount of abyssal energy. If this human isn't skilled enough at using the tools, then they should do it themselves. However, Suchiyo did not give Tefara such an opportunity. The wind bag cleansed Lia's soul, blowing wisps of abyssal energy out of her body. Next, it was Suchiyo's turn to take the dark skeleton cave key from his backpack. Since this key is particularly fond of demonic energy,
Compared to the abyssal aura, which is a level higher than demonic energy, you'd probably prefer this key, right? Just as expected. The moment the key to the dark cavern came into contact with the abyss. After a long time, I felt an extremely strong excitement from it. Ding! The key to the dark cave absorbed the abyss's aura, energy +1. Ding! The key to the dark cave absorbed the abyss's aura, energy +1. Ding! The dark cave key is full of energy. Opening attempts +1, experience +1. Ding! The key to the dark cave has absorbed abyssal energy, energy increased. Ding 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 ding! A barrage of system notifications appeared at a rate of more than 10 times per second. It completely filled up Suchio's log function. The energy marker for the key to the dark skeleton cave. It fills up every few seconds, turning into 1 experience point, and increasing the number of times it can be opened by 1. Linziyun was probably dumbfounded. How could the money she was spending here seem endless? Suchio smiled slightly and looked carefully at the key. After improving my experience more than 10 times, Suchio discovered the key is absorbing the abyss's energy at a slower and slower rate. What happened? Even though the abyssal aura emanating from Minglia was still very strong. When Suchio connected to the key with her mind. Understood. Indigestion. Really. As for the key, these abyssal energies are like sumptuous feasts, delicacies from land and sea. But it was just a little kid, it didn't even have teeth. Faced with such delicious food, all you can do is suck hard, keep it in your mouth, and try to swallow it little by little. At this stage, this key is truly only suitable for absorbing ordinary demonic energy. Suchio glanced at her keys. I gave you a chance, but you failed. Although he complained. But Suchio still really liked this key. But it's just slow. Of course, this applies to Suchio. This ability allows for the stable absorption of abyssal energy. Tefara was utterly shocked. They really did it! The aura of the abyss is steadily diminishing. A glint of light flashed in her eyes as she looked at Suchio, as if she had seen the light. We've seen the future. Until she heard Suchio squeeze out a sentence with a dissatisfied expression. It's so slow! Tefara's eyes widened slightly. Still think it's too slow? The tree spirit is constantly fighting against the abyss's aura. The abyss's aura is also stripping the tree spirits of their life force. Every wisp of abyssal energy extracted is equivalent to extending the tree spirit's lifespan by several days. This kind of progress is considered slow? But after thinking about it this way, a thought arose in Tefara's mind. Perhaps he felt it was slow because he was thinking of our forest tree spirit clan? Ding! Tefara, the forest tree spirit chieftain, has increased your favorability towards you by 100. Your current favorability is -604. You are mutually disgusted. Suchio was slightly distracted. How come the clan leader, who was wary of me from the beginning, suddenly has a higher opinion of me? And this number is quite high. And then, in the next moment, Suchio's charm seemed to be unwilling to accept it. Ding! Tefara, the forest tree spirit chieftain, has increased your affection for you by 606x. Your current affection level is -4. We've never met before. Hiss. Upon seeing this, Suchio couldn't help but gasp. This level of favorability completely surpasses the "we don't see eye to eye" level. They've reached the level of complete strangers. This means she already genuinely wanted to improve her relationship with me. Suchio glanced at Lia in front of him, then secretly glanced at Tefara, who was observing the area. If I'm not mistaken, Lydia is Tefara's daughter. Unconsciously, Suchio pursed her lips, suppressing the thoughts in her heart. Damn it! What was I thinking? Focus on absorbing the abyss's energy. But this process did not last long. Soon. The dark cave key is so slow, it only increases energy by 1 point every 2 or 3 seconds.
In contrast, Leah exudes an abyssal aura. Less than 1/10 of it has been cleared. Suchio simply stopped the purification process. Let's talk about it after we've digested the key. At that time, the efficiency will be even higher. At that moment, Tefara's fingertips lit up with a green light, which shone on Leah. It drew upon her primal power, suppressing the remaining abyssal aura once more. Soon, Leah's condition stabilized. Ding! Tefara, the tree spirit chieftain, has reduced your affinity with her by 1. Suchio? So doting on his daughter? Chapter 119 Treant Leah requests entry into your room. Chapter 119 Tree Spirit Leah requests to enter your room. I just answered unconsciously. I didn't even have any thoughts about it yet. Tefara then spoke up and asked, Friend, why did you stop? Suchio's brow twitched, and he explained. The matter of the abyss's aura is of great importance. It's best to proceed gradually. Tefara expressed her understanding and then quickly reached out her hand. A green light shone beside Suchio. They wrapped Leah up and brought her to her side. Thank you for your help today. Please get some rest. I need to take care of Leah, so I won't see you off. Tefara took Leah and added, I have already contacted other members of the tribe. Friend, why don't you stay with my tribe for now? Suchio glanced enviously at Polia with her head pad and replied, It's entirely up to the clan leader to decide. He then turned and left the treehouse. After leaving the treehouse, Suchio's vision suddenly opened up. I turned around and looked. The treehouse that was just 100 square meters in size is now just a large tree that takes 3 people to encircle. I can't help but envy how the forestry spirits manage their land planning. They really save land. Mr. Twilight, please come with me. Your room has been prepared. A tree spirit came to Suchio and stepped aside to invite him. It was Yuna, whom I had met before. She was about the same height as me, spoke softly, and had a graceful figure. Suchio smiled slightly. Miss Yuna has already booked a room for me. Yes. Then I'll trouble Miss Yuna to lead the way. Please come with me. Suchio then followed the familiar deer toward a tree. On the way, Suchio kept thinking. We need to find a way to increase the digestion speed of the dark skeleton cave key. Otherwise, it will take several days just to deal with Leah. 99 tree spirits. I'm afraid it will take me a month or 2 to completely purify it. At that time, Bran and Zhongli, who are still stationed in Qingchuan town, have probably already been discovered by Fingxi City and war has broken out. Extract and purify the abyss's aura. The best solution is to borrow the power of the opposing celestial realm. In other words, asking the Church of Light is the best way. Just then, Suchio heard a friend notification. Are you there? Catherine. Suchio's eyes lit up immediately. It's like seeing a blanket when you're sleepy, or seeing a girl when you're looking for pleasure. After Suchio and the others entered their treehouse, they typed a reply. I'm here, what's wrong, Catherine? Catherine replied immediately. I suddenly realized that you're already level 20. Have you changed your mind? If you still want to kill that poison swamp dragon lizard? I can send you the boss's coordinates. And there's more, Catherine hurriedly said. These past few days, I've also been reinforcing my blessings. If you have time, come back to Windbreak City. I'll give you a new and even more powerful blessing. Upon hearing this, Suchio's face showed distress. I'm currently very far away, and there are no teleportation points around, so I can't go back. But you can send me the boss's coordinates, no problem. Upon hearing this, Catherine felt a pang of disappointment. The words of other believers echoed in his mind. Some men use business trips or being far from home as an excuse to avoid coming back to see their wives. But Dusk is definitely not it. He's in the swamp forest now, it's definitely going to be difficult for him to come back. After convincing herself, Catherine nodded. Okay, I'll send you the coordinates of the poison swamp lizard shortly. But you really have to be careful.
Although you can revive, the farther the corpse is from the revival point, the longer the revival process, and the longer the weakened state will last. If the circumstances are even more unusual, death will permanently deduct your attributes. Tsuchiyo felt a warmth in her heart and sighed with emotion. With a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? Etc. Did I say that somewhere? Who was I saying this to? Don't worry, I won't die. Tsuchiyo's lips curled into a confident smile. Even if I return to Windbreak City to see you, I will definitely walk in through the main gate in grand style. If nothing unexpected happens. When I return to Windbreak City, I should bring Brown with me. They began their siege. Suddenly, Catherine on the other side of the screen blushed and almost buried her head in her chest. Ding! Cardinal, perspective, Catherine's favorability towards you plus 100, current favorability is 10,653, like brothers. Ding! Charm triggered. Cardinal, perspective, Catherine's favorability towards you increases by an additional 500, 5x, current favorability is 11,153, like brothers. Tsuchiyo raised an eyebrow. What happened? I didn't say anything, did I? This can actually increase favorability? Tsuchiyo quickly changed the subject. By the way, Catherine, there's something I need to ask you. Upon hearing that Tsuchiyo had a need, Catherine quickly said, What's up? It had been a long time since he had heard that Tsuchiyo needed his help. Does the Church of Light possess any items capable of purifying the Abyss's aura? It was noon in Windbreak City. At this moment, Catherine was walking in the Wind Elf statue square in Windbreak City. Recently, Baron Kozish issued a mission to find a trader. Most of the travelers went out of town to look for people. The entire city of Windbreak was quiet and still. An item for purifying the Abyss's aura? Catherine was slightly puzzled. If you want to purify demonic energy, you do have the mandrake flowers you once collected. If you want to purify the Abyss's aura. Catherine looked somewhat embarrassed. Only cardinals have access to such high-level secrets, and I am currently too inexperienced. Tsuchiyo on the other end of the communication nodded slightly. Understood, I'll go and take down the poison swamp lizard. Next week is the 7th day after the dragon lizard's death. Frostfire dragon lizard. Just then, the figure of a slightly lively girl came from beside Catherine. Oh! Isn't this the beautiful Miss Catherine? Upon hearing this, Catherine instinctively hid her hands behind her back, widened her eyes, and turned around to look at the person who spoke. It was as if there was some kind of man hiding behind her. Are you Miss Winnie? Catherine gazed at the slender bard dressed in green before her, and memories flooded her mind. It's been a long time, Miss Winnie. What are you doing here? Winnie shrugged helplessly. I'm busking here. After all, I'm not a follower of the wind spirits, and I don't have a formal job. I still need to work to earn money. As she spoke, Winnie took a brown bottle from her backpack, took 2 sips, and then a hint of reproach appeared on her rosy cheeks. But the travelers have all left the city these past 2 days. There were already quite a few people taking advantage of me for free, and now there's even less profit to be made. Winnie shook the nearly empty bottle and approached Catherine familiarly. Huh! Where's that top-ranked guy? Isn't he with you? I think I just heard the voice of the top-ranked guy. I don't know why. When Catherine heard Winnie use the term, top dog, I feel strange. I always feel like the money that the top-ranked person earned was from their own donations. Catherine gracefully shook her head slightly. He's been busy at dusk and hasn't been back for a long time. I can only contact him via text message. But before she could finish speaking, Tsuchiyo's voice came from the other end of the communication. Is this Miss Winnie? Winnie peeked out, adjusting her hat, and looked at the system interface that Catherine was hiding behind her. Oh! Young man, you're here. Tsuchiyo was much happier when she saw Winnie. Meeting is fate. Enjoy. Ding! Traveler Twilight has transferred 10,000 copper coins to you. Catherine, please transfer some money for me. Catherine. Winnie. Who is this rich guy? Okay, Dusk. Catherine accepted the money, her expression unchanged, but she felt a pang of sadness as she transferred it to Winnie. No, no, no! Winnie quickly waved her hands, refusing to accept it. This is hardly a matter of fate. Why should I give myself money? The reason given for giving yourself money is too casual, isn't it? Meanwhile, Tsuchiyo on the other end of the communication line was filled with excitement. Miss Winnie, you are unaware of this. After hearing you sing that poem last time, I actually saw the wind spirit in person. I even received the best mission I've ever seen from the stunningly beautiful and captivating wind elf. This must be because you blessed me. I have to spend money. I absolutely have to spend money. Catherine's eyes widened slightly. He received the quest directly from the wind elf at dusk? Then, if I ask him to help me complete the quest and kill the monster, wouldn't that be a waste of his time? And isn't beautiful sights are pleasing to the eye the right word to use here? Oh, Winnie said sheepishly, pocketing the money and smiling. That's a bit too much. Catherine was speechless for a moment. Then you shouldn't charge me. Tsuchiyo immediately put her hands together in prayer. So I hope Miss Winnie will grant me good luck again this time. And help me get through this difficult time. Sir Elf Men. After accepting the money, Winnie finally realized what had happened. Overcome the difficulties? Winnie glanced at Catherine, who was a head taller than her, and said to Tsuchiyo in the camera. Didn't you just say you were busy with the task Lady Wind Elf gave you? Under Catherine's watchful eye, Winnie was forced to add the honorific, adult, after Wind Fairy. In the Wind Spirit's judgment, the task I'm giving you should be of the most appropriate difficulty. How could it be difficult? A look of pity rose on Tsuchiyo's face. In the swamp forest, I encountered a race corrupted by the abyss's aura, the forest trance. Upon hearing the name, tree spirits, Catherine's eyes widened slightly. As a native of Windrise City, she had naturally heard of the reputation of the tree spirit clan that had protected her since childhood. But she was just like the vast majority of people in Windrise City. All that is known is that the tree spirit clan disappeared overnight. What exactly happened? I don't know. But now she knows. Have the tree spirits been corrupted by the abyss's energy? Now she understood why Tsuchiyo had asked about ways to purify the abyss's aura. It turns out it was for the tree spirit clan, and for Windrise City. And yet, he actually called him to inquire about his help in getting him promoted to cardinal. I'm such a bad woman. I see. After hearing the news, Winnie casually summoned a simple wooden harp. Her fingers gently traced the strings, a serene smile appearing on her face. Trust the wind. Catherine turned her head to look at Winnie beside her. I don't know why. This scene? It reminded her of her childhood, sitting on the roof of her house at night, holding her head in her hands, gazing at the wind spirit statue. Winnie's smile is just like that of the wind fairy, Lady Sylph. If you pray sincerely, I believe the wind spirit will hear your request. On the other end of the communication, Tsuchiyo also smiled. With Miss Winnie's words, I'm relieved. The forest spirit settlement, at dusk. Since even the wind spirit has said so, shouldn't there be some changes on my end as well? Tsuchiyo hung up the phone and sat on the bed in the treehouse, waiting for something. Not long after, a notification then reached Tsuchiyo's ears. Has Sylph appeared to us? Tsuchiyo happily clicked on the prompt. Ding! Traiant Leah requests to enter your room. Do you agree? Chapter 120 The Second Purification. Chapter 120 The Second Purification. It's still daylight, why did you come over? Tsuchiyo glanced at the sky outside and decided to let her in. What do you want from me? As soon as Leah entered the treehouse, she said to Tsuchiyo shyly. That. Brother, I've come to thank you. Tsuchiyo observed. The purple hue in her eyes was noticeably lighter compared to before she purified the abyss aura that morning. After resting, my mental state has improved a lot. Moreover, his breathing became more stable. After you helped me purify some of the abyssal aura in my body, some of my original power no longer needs to be wasted on suppressing the abyssal aura, which has instead increased my combat power." Leah pointed to the top of her head. There, the number L.23 is revealed. "I also got promoted." After saying this, Leah pointed her finger. "Brother, you won't blame me for being mean to you before, will you?" Leah came here to apologize. If we're talking about the entire Forestry Spirit clan, who had the worst attitude towards Tsuchiyo from the start, it has to be me. As it turned out, this human really did his best to purify the abyss aura for himself. From beginning to end, he was thinking of the Tree Spirit clan. This makes me feel somewhat apologetic. I must apologize and make amends before I can feel at peace with myself. "Brother, is there anything you need?" Leah's hands were a little awkward. "Our tribe doesn't have any special products right now, and the land is barren, so we don't have much to give back to you. So is there anything you can't do by yourself? I can help you with it." Tsuchiyo raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Is this the effect of having a high level of favorability? He immediately stood up and smiled slightly. "I still prefer your previous rebellious self. Try to get back to your old self." Liao was taken aback. Huh! She didn't immediately understand what Tsuchiyo meant. But at that moment, Tsuchiyo received a message from Catherine via the system. Commission name, Slay the Poison Swamp Lizard. The coordinates have been sent. Tsuchiyo input the coordinates into the map. The location was found to be further southwest. The area there is shown on the map using a red fog of war. That's enough to show that this is a dangerous area. And that area is now the territory of the Dark Faction. Do you know where you are? Tsuchiyo asked Leah, who came closer on her deer hooves. After carefully identifying the coordinates, she frowned slightly. This is a poisonous swamp, a dead land without forests, and it covers a large area. At this point, she looked at Tsuchiyo with a puzzled expression. There are many swamp monsters and poisonous lizards of level 25 and above there. Why are you asking this, Gidge? Tsuchiyo glanced at Leah, who seemed a little upset, and asked. You seem to know this place very well? Upon hearing this, Leah hesitated for a moment before nodding. This place used to be our water source. But after our clan suffered an accident, other forest monsters took over this place and polluted the lake, turning it into the territory of the Dark Faction. We also consider taking back this lakeside, but there are tree spirits everywhere outside. If the tree spirit discovers it, it will alert the entire forest. As she spoke, Leah shook her head. Our tribe is struggling to survive right now, let alone reclaim our territory. Immediately, Leah looked up at Tsuchiyo and said sincerely, Thank goodness for you, brother, who can help us purify the corruption of the abyss. Tsuchiyo shrugged. It's just a bit slow. But the words had barely left his mouth. Tsuchiyo suddenly sensed that the wind pouch in his backpack was moving. Ding! The wind pouch has detected your affinity for the wind element, and has converted it into a wind catcher. Wind catching bottle. Description: a story bottle capable of capturing 1,000 winds. Effect 1, backpack capacity increase, 100,100,100. Each point of wind element affinity increases backpack size by 10%. Effect 2, cleansing wind, purifies dark demonic energy and abyssal aura. Each point of wind elemental affinity increases purification efficiency by 10%. Immediately, the wind pouch from Tsuchiyo's backpack appeared in his hand, emitting a blue light. The light faded, and it transformed directly into a small glass bottle. The glass bottle contained tiny specks of blue light, like fireflies, creating a dreamlike scene. However, Tsuchiyo squinted at the transparent glass bottle in her hand, speechless for a moment. Lady Sylph's use of cheat codes seems a bit deliberate. Now, we have no choice but to keep this wind-catching bottle. Tsuchiyo's current wind element affinity is a full 60 points. That is, the 10,000 cubic meters backpack has been expanded by another 60%.
It reached 16,000 cubic meters. This way, more corpses can be stored. Of course, the most important thing is effect 2. My 60 points of wind element affinity directly increased the purification efficiency by 6 times. Now I'll be able to purify the abyss's aura even faster. Tsuchiyo smiled slightly. What is this? Lia stared at the beautiful glass bottle in Tsuchiyo's hand, her eyes sparkling with fascination. Tsuchiyo thought for a moment and responded seriously. This is a good thing that can make you better. Ding! Tefara, the tree spirit chieftain, has reduced your affinity with her by 10. Tsuchiyo? Why is this clan chief eavesdropping? But right now, my dark skeleton cave key has cooled down. Let's try again. Tsuchiyo got up and together with Lia, went to Tefara's tree again. Can we start the second purification so soon? Upon hearing Tsuchiyo's purpose, Tefara was slightly surprised, but immediately began preparations. The sooner we purify the abyssal aura of our people, the sooner they can be freed from their suffering. Bring it on! This time, after the wind pouch evolves into the wind catcher bottle, Tsuchiyo discovered it. The wind blown from the wind-catching bottle became finer, but also more intense. It's like a series of grinders, shredding the abyssal energy into even smaller pieces. Absorbing the dark skeleton cave key is also much easier. This time, even though the purification time in the morning had already passed. But if you're still enjoying your meal, experience +1. Experience +1. Experience +1. The notification sound kept increasing as the number of times permissions were granted increased. With a total purification efficiency of 700%. When the key signal comes back that it's full, Lia has even regained her senses. The abyssal aura that once clung to her essence no longer affected her life at all. Even her eyes lit up with their natural emerald green. Lia stood up from the ground again, feeling much lighter, and even her fur was softer and shinier. I feel much better. She looked at her hands and had a strange feeling. I seem to have rediscovered the presence and emotions of every member of my tribe. Upon seeing this, Tefara excitedly stood up from the ground. My daughter, my daughter! His own primal power was far stronger than that of his daughter, Lia. She was always worried that her dearest daughter would pass away before her. But now, this problem was solved on the very first day that humans arrived at the settlement. Human, thank you for your contributions to Lia and to my forest spirit community. Tsuchiyo smiled calmly. Chief, you flatter me. This is what I should do. Tefara wanted to thank the protagonist again, but her current settlement was truly impoverished. He had nothing but his people. I can't possibly use my own people to thank this human, can I? I will definitely repay you handsomely, my friend, the forest spirit. Tsuchiyo waved his hand, not believing in this empty promise of prostitution. Just then, as it was getting late, Tsuchiyo also received a message from Zhongli. Brother Su, dinner's ready! Tsuchiyo said goodbye. Then the clan leader and Lia should rest first. I'm going to rest too. After saying that, he logged off. Tefara excitedly grabbed Lia, while Lia looked worriedly at the spot where Tsuchiyo had disappeared. Is he still resentful towards me? At the dinner table, Zhongli asked. Brother Su, do you have any clues about the tree spirit? Tsuchiyo added a piece of braised pork belly with a perfect balance of lean and fat, an enticing caramel color, and a rich aroma of wine. After feeding it into his mouth, he said with satisfaction and pride. I've found it. I've also found the tree spirit settlement. Wow! Zhongli exclaimed with delight. Brother Su is amazing! Tsuchiyo shoveled a couple of mouthfuls of rice into her mouth and continued. But the tree spirits are very sensitive to outsiders after being injured, and they are wary of other races. There are also some problems within their own tribe. I am now trying to find a way to solve these problems. Upon hearing this, Zhongli nodded her little head and added another piece of meat to Tsuchiyo's plate. Brother Su, you've worked hard. Then he asked. What's wrong with the tree spirit?
Is there anything I can do to help? After all, this was originally their task, but now it has all been handed over to Tsuchiyo to complete. He was left to explore the swamp forest alone for so long. As the team leader, Zhongli still felt a little guilty. Tsuchiyo shook her head slightly and sighed. Fertility issues. Zhongli, with chopsticks in her mouth, said, The issue of childbirth. She suddenly realized. What's the problem? Oh, the tree spirit race has no males and cannot reproduce in a normal way. After hearing Tsuchiyo's explanation, Zhongli finally put her head down in her bowl and started eating absent-mindedly. I thought it just now. It turns out that Brother Su is going to marry into the Tree Spirit clan and become a stud to help the Tree Spirit clan solve their reproduction problem. Through this period of time, I have come to understand fate. Zhongli knew that. Fate is very realistic. There are indeed things that can happen between characters. And, because destiny is a game, the player's body will not enter into it. So, they say you can just be comfortable and not take responsibility. There's even a player named Turkey-flavored rice crackers, who updates his status daily and has started trying to win over various NPCs. On the official website of Destiny, many players have created a section called Destiny World Custom Girl Appreciation. Specially updated content featuring various races and paid guides. For a moment, Zhongli's mind became more and more confused. What am I even thinking? Zhongli quickly picked up her bowl and started shoveling rice into her mouth even faster. After finishing his meal in a flash, he ran back to his room. Brother Su, just leave the bowl after you finish eating. I'll come out and wash it in a bit. Bang! The door closed. Tsuchiyo's eyes widened in disbelief. I've known Zhongli for so long. This is the first time I've seen him eat faster than me. No way. She must have some nice things in her room. Good. After finishing her game, Tsuchiyo shrugged, took the 2 bowls to wash, put the food in the refrigerator, and returned to her own room. It's back online. Tsuchiyo then walked out of the settlement. The 2 tree spirits who were on guard duty during the day approached Tsuchiyo and said, Mr. Dusk, it's getting dark. Are you alright all by yourself? Mr. Dusk, the forest is dangerous at night. I'll accompany you. No need this time. Tsuchiyo shook his head slightly and smiled amicably. I'll make it up to you twice as much when I get back. Upon hearing this, the 2 tree spirits were slightly taken aback, their little faces blushed, and they moved their hind hooves slightly. How could a human be like this? Ding! Tree Spirit Yuna's favorability towards you increases by 50. Ding! Tree Spirit Tina's favorability towards you plus 100. Is there a hidden dungeon in Chapter 121? Chapter 121 has another hidden dungeon? This will do. After getting away from the tree spirit's gathering place, Tsuchiyo reached out and summoned all his pets. Woo! As soon as Daodu, Pao Pao, and Jingjing came out, they hugged Tsuchiyo's leg. He buried his head in Tsuchiyo's abs and rubbed against him. Master, I miss you. It seems she really misses herself. As usual, Tsuchiyo picked up one at random, and then looked at the bloodthirsty Bat King. The bloodthirsty Bat King squeaked, and activated its ability to disappear into the darkness. He led the blood bats to explore the surrounding areas. The swamp forest at night is a forbidden place for travelers. But for Tsuchiyo, it doesn't matter. Time to fight monsters. After all, I really lack experience right now. It takes 365,000 experience points for a player to level up from level 20 to level 21. This alone is no small amount. And Trials of Fate 2. Task restriction, upgrade function temporarily sealed. Mission objective, upgrade all skills to level 3 to unlock the upgrade function. Task prompt, you can successfully upgrade your skill by acquiring a skill imprint, or consuming experience points. Mission reward, version 1.1 countdown 1D, version 1.1 will be unlocked once enough players have completed Trial of Fate 2. Current version countdown,
999,984D-18H-39M-42S. This can also be considered a kind of fate, a setting that enhances player motivation. If the player does not level up for a long time, that means the 1.1 version won't be released until after 2739. Only then will new gameplay be unlocked and new maps opened. For every player who reaches level 20 and passes the trial, the countdown to the new version will decrease by 1 day. Tsuchiyo glanced at the countdown. Half a month has passed since the server opened. After marveling at how quickly time had passed, Tsuchiyo opened his experience panel. To complete this trial, you need to upgrade all your skills to level 3. Without the skill imprint. Normally, the experience points required to upgrade a white, common level skill from level 2 to 3 are the same as those required for a character to upgrade from level 20 to 21. Both are 365,000. But Tsuchiyo glanced at his own skills. Card cheating technique, blue quality, 4x experience. Choose a card, blue is excellent, grants 4x experience. Whiplash, purple epic, 8x experience. Flying card, blue excellent, 4x experience. In addition, there's the 1 tube experience bar that's already maxed out. A total of 21 tubes of experience. That's not all. When I reached level 20, I also upgraded my card selection and card throwing skills from green, excellent, to blue, superior. We also need to make up for the lack of experience gained from upgrading the previous excellent skill from level 1 to level 2. Total. Hiss! Tsuchiyo glanced at the final number. 7,995,000. Tsuchiyo swallowed hard and tried to encourage herself. In this life, although I have to put in more effort than in my previous life, I have also learned more advanced skills. Fortunately, back in the newbie village, when I killed the ancient witch skeleton, I obtained 2 level 2 green excellent grade skill spirit seals. After addition and subtraction, 1,460,000 experience points were reduced. Now, my experience points are now only 6,535,000 short. So much experience. How can I bear to let my summoned beast fight monsters for me for so long? Tsuchiyo clutched her chest, her face filled with extreme grief. Hiss! Just then, a giant grass python spawned next to Tsuchiyo. Tsuchiyo immediately gave the order. Go! Raise it! The frost-fire dragon lizard squinted, silently staring at Tsuchiyo. Huh! Don't you have a conscience? Heh. You'd better remember what you just said. The bloodthirsty demon wolves, on the other hand, took action ahead of time. The 2 wolves roared and pounced on the giant grass python. Tsuchiyo's face suddenly hardened. Look at Wolf, and then look at yourself. The frost-fire dragon lizards rolled their eyes and turned their heads away. The most basic and blunt form of attack was used to respond to Tsuchiyo's actions. Tui! Under the attack of numerous pets, the giant grass python died before it could even react. I'm so touched that I could cry from the effort you guys put in to help me gain experience. Tsuchiyo rubbed the head of the frost-fire dragon lizard closest to her. The frost-fire dragon lizard snorted and turned its head away. Heh! I forgive you! Only the slow-moving water slimes stared blankly at this scene. They are still trying to get to the battlefield. The battle ended as a result. For a moment, they stood still, beginning to doubt Shishing. But the battle is not over. Tsuchiyo stared at the monster spots marked by the bloodthirsty Bat King, his eyes gleaming with determination. I don't have enough experience points, I need more. Time flies by so quickly. Every time Tsuchiyo's dark skeleton cave key finishes digesting the abyssal aura, Tsuchiyo then returned to the settlement of the forest tree spirits. Reactivate the wind-catching bottle to purify the abyssal aura emanating from the tree spirits. After purifying it, I headed back towards the poison swamp dragon lizard to explore the area. Repeating the cycle. With Tsuchiyo's purification, The tree spirits throughout the entire forest's tree spirit community felt an overwhelming surge in their affection for Tsuchiyo. It's rising rapidly. During this period, the key to the dark skeleton cave also gained a lot of experience. Ding! The dark cave key has reached full experience points and has been successfully upgraded to level 2. On the third day, Tsuchiyo heard the system notification. The process of purifying the tree spirit was stopped. Let's stop the purification here for today. The key also lit up with a light at the same time. Tsuchiyo took out the key. Key to the dungeon. Description: the key to unlocking dungeons. Possessing it grants access to hidden dungeons. Level 2 0 to 4000. Energy 0 200. Remaining 684 to 10,000. Effect: a universal key that can open dungeons and is used to detect nearby hidden dungeons. After clearing a dungeon for the first time, you will gain control of that dungeon, 1 to 2. After clearing a new dungeon, control will decrease by 1. It's changed! Tsuchiyo's eyes widened slightly. Originally, this key could only control the dark skeleton cave instance. However, now, my dungeon key can now detect nearby hidden dungeons. If nothing unexpected happens. The higher my dungeon key level is, the more hidden dungeons I can gain control over. Tsuchiyo gasped. Moreover, all my dungeon runs are rechargeable. Thinking about this, Tsuchiyo was full of energy. This means that the accelerated growth of our own teammates in dungeons is sustainable. Moreover, I haven't done a dungeon run in ages. Huanhuan, what happened? Tifara diverted some of her primal power to help the treant, who was sitting after being purified, regain its stability. Looking at Tsuchiyo, who had stopped, he asked, "Why did it stop?" Tsuchiyo said it was nothing and chuckled. "It's the item I used to purify the abyss that got upgraded. Now, the purification speed should be even faster." Tsuchiyo looked to the side at the tree spirit that had just been stabilized. The wind chaser bottle and the dungeon key are activated once again. The purifying ability of the wind catching bottle itself remains unchanged. But the rate at which the key to the dungeon is being consumed has doubled. From initially jumping a dozen times per second to gain +1 energy, it has evolved to now jumping about 30 times per second. Even the tree spirit, whose abyssal energy had been absorbed, sensed something amiss. This cupping therapy has a really strong suction. It feels like impurities in my body are being rapidly expelled. This slightly painful treatment lasts for 10 seconds to half a minute, which is already quite remarkable. But Tsuchiyo controlled the key to the instance for several minutes. "I want it, the pain is unbearable." The tree spirit trembled like a leaf. "Chief, please help me." Seeing this, Tifara quickly mobilized her primal power again, like a lid, to isolate the key to the dungeon from the abyssal energy within the tree spirit. Until then, the tree spirit's body went limp, and it collapsed to the ground. He fell into a deep sleep with barely breathing. Tifara reached out and summoned a ball of green light, enveloping the tree spirit. She frowned slightly as she looked at Tsuchiyo. "What did you do to my people?" Tsuchiyo was also momentarily embarrassed. "Just sped it up. I never expected that my purification would become so powerful." After forcibly terminating the purification process, Chief Tifara sighed softly. "Perhaps it's because this child is a bastard that he has a weaker constitution." He then added to Tsuchiyo, "Thank you for your help today. You should go and get some rest. Perhaps only warriors can withstand this level of purification." Tsuchiyo blinked. "Chieftain, there's still a bit of abyssal energy in her body. Shouldn't I help her deal with that last bit?" Tifara gently stroked her frightened tribeswoman with a hint of helplessness. "Let's talk about it when she wakes up. If they really can't hold on, I will absorb their abyssal aura into my body. At that time, I will be the one to suffer." Tsuchiyo was momentarily moved. "Chieftain, you are truly a good tree spirit." Immediately afterwards, Tsuchiyo took his leave from the clan chief.
Mr. Twilight, you've come out. When will it be my turn to date the handsome Twilight guy? Brother Huamhan, could you purify it for me again tonight? As soon as Suchio left the treehouse, he was surrounded by a group of tree spirits that appeared out of nowhere. These tree spirits were either purified of the abyss's aura by Suchio and, having tasted its flavor, wanted to do it again. Or perhaps they've heard that purifying the abyss's aura is very comfortable, and they're thinking of trying it out as soon as possible. This left Suchio helpless. Cupping is just a way to remove toxins, is it really that satisfying? And each of them spoke as if they had done something drastic. Let's do it another day, everyone. Suchio forced a bitter smile through it. I can't clean it up today either, I need to rest and go for a walk. Then, amidst the tree spirit's envious reluctance, Suchio left the forest tree spirit settlement. After leaving the settlement, Suchio took the dungeon key out of his backpack. We were just in the treehouse a moment ago. The key to the copy is emitting a faint glow. It seemed to be guiding Suchio in a certain direction. The description states that this dungeon key can detect nearby hidden dungeons. This proves one thing. A glint of light flashed in Suchio's eyes. There's also a hidden dungeon near the forest spirit settlement. Chapter 122 Poison Lizard. Chapter 122 Poisonous Lizard. Is the direction the light is pointing southwest? Suchio looked at the map, at the fog of war that he had already illuminated quite a bit of. This direction seems familiar. With a wry smile, a possibility arose in Suchio's mind. Could it be? When Suchio finally arrived at her destination after more than 10 hours, her brow twitched involuntarily. That's really true. What appeared before Suchio was a vast, boundless swamp lake. This swamp looks like it was formed recently. Although the water has turned into mud and has a smell, it is not yet a foul-smelling, sticky swamp. But there are already hordes of swamp monsters here. Suchio watched the swamp monsters that appeared and disappeared into the mud from time to time, and silently gave commands to his summoned beasts. Go! Let's lure them out. Suchio originally wanted to send his summoned beasts into battle. But when he thought about how his beloved summoned beasts had been dirted by the swamp, Suchio immediately gave up the idea. Squeak! Upon receiving the order, the bloodthirsty Bat King led a swarm of small bats and flew over. Like an airplane equipped with machine guns, they fired a dense barrage of blood needles at the monsters in the swamp. -814. -1. -1. -1. Although the damage is not high. But the slime monsters and swamp monsters, itchy from being pricked, still moved towards the shore. They launched an attack on Suchio's summoned creatures. The frost-fire dragon lizards had all gathered their flaming liquid, ready to attack at any moment. Suchio, however, had already prepared a flying card. With this skill's 3x attack range, add a magician card, and it spins right out. Thud! Smack, 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 smack. The magician exploded. Suchio saw 7 damage numbers of -156 appear before her eyes. In other words, the first slime monster is surrounded by at least 7 other identical monsters. The flying card then spun directly into the mud. More than a dozen damage numbers lit up. That's really impressive. A huge wave of slimes is approaching? Suchio grinned. And this isn't even the last wave. Now we can finally farm experience and materials properly. After all, from the time I obtained the water slime until now, it's been a long time since I've farmed swamp monsters or similar creatures. This is a good opportunity. Extract some of the essence that the water slimes can use. Call out. The flying card went and came back, after repeatedly triggering critical hits and bad luck. The leader of the slimes has lost 1/5 of its health, although they were also affected by the magician's slowing effect. It will take some time before we actually reach the shore. However, they entered the Frostfire Dragon Lizard's attack range first, with the added benefits of the essence from the high-temperature throat. Frostfire Lizard's attack range increased by 50%.
It reached a full 45 yards. Much farther than Su Qiuyuan. Enough to attack the enemy multiple times before they get close. In addition, the frost fire dragon lizard can move on its own. This makes them ideal for kite-flying attacks. Suqiu also has long arms, and is the same way. Unfortunately, Suqiu's attack range is the same as that of a normal long-range character, only 20 yards. Fortunately, Suqiu had a flying card, which extended his attack range to 60 yards. This ensures that Suqiu doesn't get too close to the monsters during battles. Tui! 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 Several spraying sounds rang out in succession. 1312-106-106. 1317-106-106. 1316-106-106. Clap, 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 clap. Whenever the frostfire lizard's flaming liquid hits the slime, it will blast out small craters. The effect is outstanding. The more attacks the dragon lizards launch, the more damage they inflict. This clearly shows that these slimes are monsters with high physical resistance and low magic resistance. Continue the attack! Even without orders, the frostfire dragon lizard was already gathering strength for its next attack. The volley of fire from the frostfire lizards failed to kill any of the slimes, because their attacks weren't targeting a single monster. Instead, they each fired freely. Every enemy that can be attacked is coated with the slowing slime effect. This further slows down the speed at which the slimes approach. Woo! Each of the melee-focused bloodthirsty demon wolves cast a grateful glance at the frostfire dragon lizards. Even a second's delay in reaching the enemy is a second's worth of effort. Because even if they are far apart, they've already smelled the stench. Every time I encounter this kind of monster, even the bloodthirsty wolves hesitated. They are two-headed wolves, although each attack can cause damage twice. But this also means each attack requires taking 2 bites of the stinky mud. Just imagining that scene makes the bloodthirsty demon wolf even more grateful to the frostfire dragon lizards. But there were only 4 frostfire dragon lizards after all. Even if they could slow down, the slimes still managed to get close. The first to reach the shore were slime monsters the size of cars. Puff puff. The first wall blocking their path was not the bloodthirsty demon wolves. Instead, they completely ignored the water slime's bioweapon-like smell. This is using magic to fight magic! Suqiu smiled slightly and began her relentless bombardment. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Boom 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 boom. Countless cards, accompanied by countless explosions. They blasted the slime monsters on the front lines to smithereens. But soon, the mud fragments slowly began to wriggle, trying to come together again. Suqiu would never give them such an opportunity. All the summoned beasts immediately charged forward. They were quickly harvesting the corpses of these slimes that had lost their life points. If you don't want to use your mouth, you can only scratch with your paws. With the high damage output of the bloodthirsty demon wolf, even though slimes and swamp monsters have considerable physical defense and damage reduction, their health points continued to plummet as if they had eaten Vale's soil. Ding! Congratulations on successfully defeating the slime monster LV-22, experience plus 729, copper coins plus 36, and primordial core plus 1. Ding! Fate triggered, additional experience gain plus 3645, 5x, copper coins plus 648, 18x, and primordial core plus 11, 11x. Ding! Congratulations on successfully eliminating it. Ding! A barrage of system notifications rang out. Suqiu's experience points are also constantly increasing. The amount of protocore materials in the backpack is also increasing. Certainly. It wasn't just level 21 and 23 slimes and level 25 swamp monsters that successfully made it ashore. There's also a poisonous lizard, which is also level 25. These poisonous lizards looked quite similar to the fire lizards that Suqiu had seen in the east of the beginner village. However, their bodies are dark green. Its scales are quite fine, and it has a short, fish-like dorsal fin on its back. Their tails are also longer and thinner. Most importantly, they stink worse than salamanders. Now I have no choice but to resort to killing. Tsuchiyo's face was serious. For the sake of our noses. Roar! Ah! Squeak! The numerous summoned beasts looked with one mind at the poisonous lizard that had climbed ashore and was sticking out its black tongue. Prepared to go all out in the battle. A venomous lizard's attribute panel popped up in front of Tsuchiyo's eyes. Poisonous lizard. Description: a lizard that lives in swamps, constantly immersed in the swamp, possessing a certain level of venom and venom resistance. Level 25. Attack 1400. Life 28,000. Skills: spit, highly toxic substance, poisonous mist. Haha. Description: hee shaw. Effect: increases the attack range of the poison lizard. Toxic substances. Description: let me show you. The quantum rat poison method. Effect: the attack inflicts the poison status on enemy units. Poisonous fog. Description: humph. You have quite the nerve. Effect: spits out a cloud of poisonous mist, continuously inflicting poison status on enemies within the area. Chapter 123 Excellent Boss, Poison Swamp Dragon Lizard. Chapter 123 Excellent Boss, Poison Swamp Dragon Lizard. It's basically a guy who can attack from a distance. Tsuchiyo conjured a luminous token in his hand and made his judgment. Just like my frost fire dragon lizard. Moreover, there are slimes and swamp monsters in the front row acting as tanks to attract aggro. They are in the back row and they are responsible for output. Call out. With a thud, Tsuchiyo tossed the card at a swamp monster that had crossed the battle line, and judged. The monsters in this place even know how to form combinations. Tsuchiyo raised an eyebrow. I would believe you if you said this was the monster configuration in the dungeon. While making jokes, Tsuchiyo's hands didn't stop. With his attack speed maxed out, Tsuchiyo transformed into a charging cannon. Bang 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 bang. Cards were thrown one after another towards the front lines. And the poisonous lizards protected behind the swamp monster. They've also entered combat mode. It opened its mouth and spat out mouthfuls of venom in Tsuchiyo's direction. Tui! The water slimes at the forefront of their own battlefront. It was the first to be affected by the venom. -912. -914. -911. -91, poison first level. -183, poison 2 layers. -274, poison 3 layers. He only received 3 mouthfuls of venom. The book slime instantly lost more than 2,700 health points. The poison effect on his body has also stacked up to 3 layers. It can deduct 274 health points per second. Damn it! Why can't my burns and frostbite be on top of each other? Tsuchiyo said this, although no one was explicitly named. But the frost-fire dragon lizard still felt like it had been tagged. We need to get down to some real skills. Then they immediately started laying their babies on the spot. After giving birth to 4 new baby lizards, they immediately increased their output. It also sprayed out corrosive sulfur liquid. They launched an attack on the poisonous lizards that were being protected in the back. The poisonous lizards looked up, momentarily bewildered. Have you ever heard of a flaming liquid that falls from the sky? I had never heard of it before. But now I've seen it with my own eyes. Rat! The frostfire dragon lizard, leading its little lizards, used its long arms to cross the stinking mud. Attack those poisonous lizards directly. Ha! You all stink like that! Ha! Let your poison power stack! Ha! So you've made my master speak ill of us behind our backs! These bursts of fiery liquid, imbued with fury, directly disrupted the formation of the poisonous lizards.
And it dealt considerable damage. 1508-161-162, plus 50%. 1507-161-162, plus 50%. 1511-161-162, plus 50%. Tsuchiyo looked at the damage and felt the rage of the frost fire dragon lizards. He suddenly had a sense of déjà vu. Why do I have this feeling that we were completely irreconcilable back then? At that time, salamanders also used this method to fight water snakes. But back then, when the fire salamander attacks the water snake, it is empowered by rage, causing its damage to double. At this moment, their rage increased their damage by 50%. I don't know if she's not as angry as she used to be, or maybe she's taking out her anger on someone else. Tsuchiyo squinted and turned to stare at the angry frost fire dragon lizards. But after sensing Tsuchiyo's gaze, the frost fire dragon lizards immediately put on an innocent expression. Until Tsuchiyo turned around. They started gritting their teeth again. Tsuchiyo had found the other half of the frost fire dragon lizard's anger, and wanted to vent it on them. I've treated the little lizards quite well, haven't I? They wouldn't kill their master, would they? That's what I was thinking. Tsuchiyo felt that after this battle was over, she had to take good care of them. Squeak! Just then, a warning came from the bloodthirsty Bat King. Tsuchiyo didn't need to look up. He took a step back and jumped several meters away. The next moment, a cloud of green mist appeared as if it were about to topple over, right where Tsuchiyo had just been standing. Poisonous fog. It was the poison mist skill released by the poison lizards. Observations based on the lens of the bloodthirsty Bat King. A poisonous lizard tilted its head back and spat out a cloud of greenish bubbles the size of an ostrich egg. The bubble was thrown at Tsuchiyo's head and then exploded, turning into a cloud of poisonous fog that could cover an area of tens of meters in radius. You've got some skills. Tsuchiyo grinned. Until you capture the king first, you can catch the thief? A frost fire dragon lizard nodded in agreement. Ha! The master has finally realized he's a thief. Tsuchiyo's eye twitched. Say one more word and I'll hit you. The frost fire dragon lizards immediately and diligently shifted their attention back to the battlefield. We'll target that stinky lizard that spat out poison mist earlier. Tsuchiyo also became more careful about his positioning. Don't get too close to the dragon lizards from behind. Don't get too close to the wolves. To prevent the poisonous lizards from spitting poison mist at him and affecting the other summoned creatures. The battle lines were thus stabilized. With the permanent blessing of holy light, either you nor your summoned beasts will lack stamina. If too many summoned beasts die at the front line in a short time, and danger arises, withdraw! Tsuchiyo beckoned his summoned beasts to turn around and run. Those monsters are all idiots. They simply can't catch up with themselves and their summoned beasts. At first, the movement speed of the water slimes might be worrying. However, after one's wind element affinity reaches 60 points, the Wind Whisper buff provides a movement speed bonus of up to 32% to all allies. Water slimes run as fast as rolling. When the enemy could no longer catch up and could no longer pursue them, they crawled back into the swamp. Tsuchiyo is making a comeback with his recovered summoned beasts. The once peaceful swamp. Also on this night, he suffered countless attacks from Tsuchiyo. Tsuchiyo also took advantage of this momentum. It took a whole day and night to get going. Even the most resilient abyssal wolves. I also feel that the owner is indeed very capable. But as the party being tormented, the monsters in the swamp were completely exhausted. Even the monster respawn rate has slowed down considerably. Hee hee hee. Tsuchiyo stood by the swamp again, a sunny smile on her face. By this time, the hostile poisonous lizards had already staggered and given up struggling. Now I should be able to say I've cleared out this swamp, right? Just as Tsuchiyo was wondering. The next moment, Tsuchiyo heard a system notification he hadn't heard in a long time. Ding!
You have disturbed the sleeping boss, the poison swamp lizard. It is very angry now. Immediately. The center of the swamp in front of Tsuchiyo. Suddenly, one bubble after another appeared. It was as if some monster had awakened from the heart of the swamp. Not long after, a giant lizard head, the size of a car. Then it emerged from the swamp. Tsuchiyo's eyes naturally lit up with the boss's stats panel. Poison swamp dragon lizard. Synopsis: a descendant of the venomous dragon Dulin, possessing a faint trace of dragon blood, making it extremely poisonous. Its combat power is extraordinary. It has been sent here to infiltrate and enter a certain secret realm. Quality: excellent blue. Level 30. Attack 3000. Life 500,000. Skills: Tui poisonous substance, poisonous aura, poison mist, summon, poisonous exploding lizard. Hee hee, shaw. Description: hee hee, shaw, shaw, shaw. Effect: the poison swamp lizard's attack range is increased, and it can attack 2 units with each attack. Highly toxic substances. Description: are you toxic? Yeah, right. Effect: attacks inflict a deadly poison effect, each attack applying a resistance reduction effect to the target, lowering their defense and magic resistance. It also inflicts an additional poison effect. Poisonous aura. Description: I am a moving natural disaster. Effect: the poison swamp lizard is constantly surrounded by poisonous mist, inflicting a poison effect on nearby enemies. Summon. Poisonous lizard. Description: poison lizard. Charge. Effect: hatches a swarm of unstable, highly venomous lizards that charge at enemy units and begin to self-destruct. In this guy's profile description, Tsuchiyo saw a familiar word. The bloodline of the dragon. Chapter 124 Slime Enhancement. Chapter 124 Slime Enhancement. Ho dash! The frostfire dragon lizards let out a low, threatening growl the moment they saw the poison swamp dragon lizard. Inside the poison swamp dragon lizard, he possesses a trace of dragon blood from the poisonous dragon Durin. No wonder you guys were so excited after seeing that guy. Upon hearing this, the frostfire dragon lizard snorted loudly. Excited? You do not say? I was so excited I wanted to kill that dragon lizard right then and there. To seize its dragon bloodline and attach it to oneself. Tsuchiyo smiled sullenly. Don't you guys even consider our fighting capabilities? With her smile fading, Tsuchiyo looked at the huge thing in the distance. I have to say, that dark green lizard was truly terrifying and powerful. The swamp lizard slowly emerged from the swamp. A massive body, thick carapace, and pungent poisonous gas. Every single point makes a simple and straightforward declaration. It's not to be trifled with. And perhaps it's due to the influence of the dragon's bloodline. This swamp lizard is worth a whole horse. It's only a level 30 boss, but it has a whopping 500,000 HP. Even a level 23 corrupted windhawk, even a blue quality boss of the same level. There are only 200,000 blood. This giant dragon lizard is only level 7 above, yet it has over 300,000 health points. Let's improve our combat strength first. Before the poison swamp dragon lizard reached the shore, Tsuchiyo reached out and opened the Card Master's class panel. Ding! Essence detected in the materials pronuclear fission, toxic bodily fluids. Ding! Detected essence within the pronucleus containing slime pronuclear division, green, toxic fluid, green, elastic tentacle. Ding! Pronuclei have been collected, 500 to 500. Extract essence pronuclear division toxic fluid? Ding! Pronuclei covered in mucus have been collected, 500 to 500. Extract essence? Pronuclear division, green, toxic fluid green, elastic tentacles? Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the essence pronuclear division, green, toxic fluid, green, and elastic tentacle. After several notification sounds rang out in succession, Suchiyo immediately had 3 cards with different designs in his hand. One image depicts pronuclear fission, the effect of which is that after death, the body splits into 3 parts, which can then recombine to revive the individual. The image depicts a slime arranged in an equilateral triangle on a battlefield, slowly moving towards the center and converging. One is a toxic bodily fluid. Its effect is to inflict poison on enemies when attacking them, or when being attacked. In the sewer, a rat bit into a slime, and as a result, its mouth emitted a bluish smoke of corrosion. One is an elastic tentacle. A large slime extended 2 extremely long tentacles, the ends of which were stuck to 2 immobile people, and slammed them together. The impact made them see stars and fall into a state of dizziness. Elastic tentacles. Description: catch both near and far. Effect: deals damage to 2 units and attaches them to the tentacles. A strength check is then performed, and the result of the check adds displacement, slow, and stun effects. This skill is quite interesting. Suchiyo smiled slightly. This is equivalent to giving the water slimes a control skill that is more of a functional skill. Then, based on the strength assessment results, decide whether the enemy can be pulled back. If we're dealing with those who slip through the net after breaking through the battle lines, it might actually have a surprising effect. But Suchiyo gazed at the swamp dragon lizard in the distance, whose eyes alone were as big as slimes. I temporarily gave up thinking about it. No matter how you think about it, these flexible tentacles won't have any effect on that big guy. It's even possible that I'll take myself with me. Suchiyo's mind was filled with. The poison swamp lizard resembles a kappa, with several slimes attached to its head by tentacles. Ding! Summoning. Slime horde successfully fused with pronuclear fission, toxic fluid, and elastic tentacles. A system notification sounded. Suchiyo's water slimes then lit up with streaks of green light, successfully merging these essences, resulting in enhancement. After that, this is the most direct way to enhance attributes. Suchiyo clicked on the card pouch at her waist. Immediately, a familiar summon enhancement interface appeared before my eyes. Ding! Upgrade the card summon, Bloodthirsty Wolf, by spending 32 gold coins, 320,000 copper coins. Chapter 125, Everyone gets upgraded. Chapter 125, All upgrades. Currently, Suchiyo's summon beasts want to level up from level 7 to level 8. It will cost a full 320,000 copper coins. It's so expensive! Suchiyo glanced at her backpack. 672 gold, 84 silver, 36 copper. He couldn't help but feel fortunate. Luckily, I still have some money. Each time the dark skeleton key gains 1 extra charge. Then Linzian will send money to Suchiyo. In addition, Suchiyo's luck with money is really amazing. Before she knew it, Suchiyo had already accumulated more than 6 million in currency. Without saying a word, Suchiyo immediately started spending money. Gold coins minus 960,000, 320,000 plus 630,000, Bloodthirsty Demon Wolf upgraded to level 9. Name: Bloodthirsty Demon Wolf, Elite Demon Wolf Cerberus. Level 9. Attacks: 173624673253, originally 141619992635. Defense: 509 759 1133, originally 416 618 to 923. Life: 21416 32024 to 47936, originally 17672 26,408 to 39,512. Gold coins minus 960,000, 320,000 plus 630,000, Frostfire Dragon Lizard upgraded to level 9. Name: Frostfire Dragon Lizard. Level 9. Attack: 1579, originally 1304. Defense: 312, originally 250. Life: 13104, originally 10608. Gold coins minus 960,000, 320,000 plus 630,000. Bloodthirsty Bat King upgraded to level 9. Name Bloodthirsty Bat King. Level 9. Attack 1790, originally 1439. Defense 416, formerly 365. Life 8717, formerly 7308. Gold coins minus 960,000, 320,000 plus 630,000. Wandering Tentacle upgraded to level 9. Name Wandering Tentacle. Level 9. Attack 3432, originally 2746. Defense 529, originally 467. Life 0, originally 0. Verdict 102. Gold coins minus 960,000, 320,000 plus 630,000. Slime upgraded to level 9. Name Slime. Level 9. Attribute Water. Attack 754, originally 648. Defense 739, originally 529. Life 11042, formerly 9318. All summoned beasts have been upgraded to level 9. The attributes will increase significantly. The battle is now much more secure. Finally, Tsuchiyo glanced at the 192 gold coins he had left. I glanced at it again and saw that it would cost 1.28 million to upgrade from level 9 to level 10. I can afford it. To ensure the success of this battle, Tsuchiyo then spent another 1.28 million on the Frostfire Dragon Lizard. After all, that swamp lizard possessed a highly toxic aura. It can inflict poison status and reduce the health of nearby enemies. In this way, the Frostfire Dragon Lizard, which has the ability to attack from a distance, becomes very useful. Moreover, these guys were fueled by anger. It can deal more damage to enemies with dragon blood. Ding! You have spent 1.28 million copper coins to successfully upgrade the Frostfire Dragon Lizard to level 10. That makes it much easier. Tsuchiyo prepared himself, looked at the swamp lizard walking towards the shore in the distance, and a whip materialized in his hand. Bring it on! As soon as Tsuchiyo finished speaking, a system notification I'd never heard before rang in my ears. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully upgraded a card to level 10, unlocking the card upgrade feature. Tsuchiyo? Upgrade? I saw these two words. Tsuchiyo's eye finally realized what was happening. My own card player class description states: you can spend money, experience, and materials to upgrade, rank up, and mutate your cards. For the past 2 weeks or so, I spent my own money to upgrade my summoned creatures. Collect materials to mutate summoned creatures. Now, can I finally level up my pet? This isn't the hint. I'd completely forgotten that card masters have an upgrade function. Tsuchiyo smiled sullenly. I was just about to check how this upgrade function works. Squeak! Suddenly, a bloodthirsty bat let out a scream. Tsuchiyo took off running. A huge black shadow descended from the sky. Bang! The swamp dragon leaped out of the swamp. It crashed into the center of the battlefield, not far behind Tsuchiyo. So direct? Tsuchiyo's eyebrow twitched. Minus 241. Minus 241. Minus 241. Above the heads of all the summoned beasts, including Tsuchiyo, the numbers indicating the deduction of their health points simultaneously lit up. Chapter 126 I also want my belly to get bigger. Chapter 126 I also want my belly to grow bigger. Tsuchiyo saw the poisonous swamp dragon lizard fall from the sky and was completely unharmed. They even chased after me. Turn around and you get a flying card plus magician. The moment of slight deceleration. Tsuchiyo didn't forget to criticize skills again. The whip lashed hard across the face of the poisoned swamp dragon lizard. Snap! A loud sound rang out. Sensitive. Damage taken plus 10%, Attack speed minus 10%, movement speed minus 10%. Fight this guy who can automatically deduct the health of nearby units. We need to be quick and decisive. Otherwise, the treatment burden would be too great. Roar! Squeak! The bloodthirsty wolves and bloodthirsty bats also activated their bloodthirsty skills simultaneously. Attack speed increased by 30%. Charged over and unleashed a barrage of attacks on the poison swamp dragon lizard. The poison swamp dragon lizard has dominated this swamp for so long. How long has it been since I've seen a creature that dares to challenge me? Oh woo! It opened its enormous mouth wide. It viciously bit down on the bloodthirsty demon wolf. The once massive, bloodthirsty wolf now resembled a helpless rabbit. It was being held in the mouth of a swamp lizard. They lost all ability to resist. Ah! The bloodthirsty wolf let out a painful howl. Under the biting of 2 rows of sharp teeth, the health points dropped rapidly. In just a few seconds, his health was reduced to less than half. But it kept shaking its head. It scratched and bit with a face full of hatred. They want to retaliate. Tsuchiyo took a deep breath, her gaze hardening. I understand what you mean. Immediately, a portion of Tsuchiyo's magic power was burned. He used the only skill among all the bloodthirsty demon wolves that he had the right to use. Heat storage organ mutated. The next moment, the bloodthirsty wolf that was just struggling. His body size suddenly increased slightly. A dazzling, fiery red light shone from the mouths of the 2 wolf heads. Ha! Sensing something amiss, the swamp lizard suddenly released its grip. He wanted to throw the half-dead corpse out of his mouth. But it was too late. The moment it let go, he discovered that the sharp claws and fangs of the 2 wolf heads had gripped his lips and cheeks. It's fixed to my face. The next moment, the light made its pupils narrow and shrink. Bang! A violent explosion suddenly burst from its mouth. A cloud of gray smoke was blasted out. Amidst the gray fog, a terrifying 4-digit damage spike was unleashed. Minus 4,312, critical hit. It works great! As he said this, Tsuchiyo waved his hand and revived the bloodthirsty wolf that had just died. Tsuchiyo rarely uses this move during battle. One reason is that a living wolf pack can always produce higher output. Even if you are seriously injured, as long as your health is fully restored, you will be fine. Another point is, I want one too! Master! Let me grow bigger too! It stinks so bad, Master! I want to go blow it up too! Hearing the sounds of the 3 little ones being thrown over to her, Tsuchiyo's eyebrows twitched. An evolved form of the bloodthirsty demon wolf. Cerberus also shares the ability to store heat. But, after transforming into human form, they activated their heat storage organ skills. Your belly will get bigger and rounder. Tsuchiyo was somewhat averse to this kind of thing. But these 3 little ones seem quite persistent about this. Why can ordinary wolves do it, but I can't? I want to be bigger too. I'd like to try it out beforehand. Tsuchiyo was shocked. What do you want to try out in advance, Jingjing? What you should be doing is focusing on growing up in peace. Quietly, slightly surprised, she responded with a puzzled look. I just want to experience what death feels like in advance. The battles to come will definitely be more difficult than they are now, so it's better to get used to it sooner rather than later. She stretched out her tiny fingers, pointing at the bloodthirsty demon wolf that had just been resurrected, and immediately rushed out to continue fighting. If we become familiar with the feeling of death and resurrection, you should be able to get back into battle just as quickly, Master. What's wrong with you? Tsuchiyo guiltily looked away, her voice sounding even more guilty. No, it's nothing. Just fight like normal. When Daodu and Pao Pao saw that their owner wouldn't let them grow bigger or experience new ways to play, they snorted in anger. Then, barefoot, he ran towards the poisoned swamp dragon lizard. They're getting angry at the poisoned swamp dragon lizard.
I'll beat you to death. Just seeing you makes me angry.
Jingjing nodded quietly.
Thank you, master.
My owner is so kind. I feel sorry for them and I don't want them to self-destruct. Then we should make even greater contributions. Chapter 127 The Big One is Coming. Chapter 127 The Big One is Coming. Immediately, Jingjing, with a blank expression, also rushed towards the poison swamp dragon lizard. His eyes immediately turned red. The bloodlust skill has also been activated. He began to unleash his hurt. Hiss 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 hiss. The wolves took bites of the poisonous swamp lizard. Minus 942, Unity plus 4%. Minus 979, Unity plus 8%. Minus 1016, Unity plus 12%. Minus 1053, Unity plus 16%. Minus 2336. Unity plus 148%. When the Unity buff is at its maximum, each attack from the bloodthirsty demon wolf breaks through the defenses and deals over 2000 damage. These numbers gave Suchio a headache. It's really hard. Through a series of physical and elemental attacks from the bloodthirsty demon wolf and the frost fire dragon lizard, Suchio also figured it out. This poison swamp dragon lizard boasts a defense of over 800 and an elemental resistance of over 600. Its poison resistance is almost maxed out. The venom of the bloodthirsty demon wolf and the toxic bodily fluids that the slime had just learned could not harm it at all. Monsters enhanced by dragon blood are indeed powerful. While sighing, Suchio conjured a light card with his right hand and threw it at the poisoned swamp dragon lizard, while his left hand continuously resurrected the dead bloodthirsty demon wolves. Although the bloodthirsty dire wolf's unity buff was fully stacked. However, the bloodthirsty wolves on the front lines were dying extremely quickly. Suchio's magic points. The money is either spent on maintaining summoned beasts or on reviving them. Ton ton ton. After gulping down a mana potion, Suchio revived again. Using potions has become the norm when fighting bosses. When fighting mobs, you'll have the blessing of holy light. Both health and mana regeneration are guaranteed to a certain extent. But when it comes to fighting the boss, you need to use your skills and revive your summoned beasts. My mana was quickly running out. No sooner had he finished speaking than another bloodthirsty wolf on the front lines was swatted dead. Suchio's eye twitched involuntarily. Will this ever end? At this rate, we'll have to be careful with our mana. Suchio immediately began to think. Should we retrieve the water slime that we're using as a tank, or should we retrieve the bloodthirsty bat king that we're using as bait? Neither of these two summoned creatures deals high damage. Water slime possesses the active body skill, which allows it to regenerate 110 HP per second. Although it doesn't cause as much damage as poisonous fog. However, compared to the bloodthirsty demon wolf, it can be said to be the unit that can survive the longest next to the poisoned swamp dragon lizard. Even if you bite into a poisoned swamp lizard, it's like biting into a popping boba in a milk tea, bursting with juice. Water slime can also crack. It turned into 3 little slimes. They will revive once they get close to each other. It can be said that the battery life is MA. The words of the bloodthirsty Bat King. They and the blood bats would occasionally disappear into the darkness. The moment the cloaking is broken, attack the poisoned swamp dragon lizard's eyes first. Target its vital points and attack relentlessly. This prevents the poisoned swamp dragon lizard from fully focusing on dealing with the summoned beasts around it. This could have been a great harassment attack. But no harm done. But we can't expect too much from them. After all, they're really just little guys used for scouting. After thinking it over, Suchio decided not to leave. One cannot judge a person's contribution to a battle solely by the amount of damage they inflict. The contribution of some summoned creatures cannot be reflected in numerical values. Upon thinking about it, Suchio's smile froze on her face. It seems like I'm the most useless one. Therefore, Suchio decided to reduce the number of times he used his skills. Apart from Strength. Suchio held a power card between his fingers.
Should we use it? This power card can be considered Suchio's trump card. Just use it on yourself. After the attack power is increased, almost all summon beasts will also receive a significant boost. But after 30 seconds, Suchio always had a feeling. Even though I didn't feel any pleasure, I felt incredibly weak, even more exhausted than afterward. This psychological effect that isn't written on the panel is such a waste. But at that moment, coax. Just then, a sound like a pump rapidly flowing through the chest of the poisoned swamp lizard came from its chest. Chapter 128 Summoning. Poisonous Lizard. Chapter 128 Summoning. Poisonous Lizard. Retreat! Immediately, Suchio hurriedly ordered everyone to disperse. The poisoned swamp dragon lizard suddenly opened its mouth. Countless thick, fishy green poisonous fumes spewed from his mouth. Just like the fire rain skill that the flame dragon lizard used back then. Clouds of poisonous mist also fell directly from the sky. It almost covered the entire battlefield. Suchio glanced at the poisoned swamp dragon lizard's health bar. Under the relentless attacks of his summoned beasts. Even though the poisoned swamp dragon lizard has a full 500,000 health points. 180,000 lives have already been scraped away. But that doesn't stop Suchio from making a sarcastic remark. This coiled dragon lizard is really tough. If it were that windhawk beast we encountered before. I'm almost out of my mind from beating myself. Minus 500. Minus 500. Minus 500. These poisonous fumes are extremely damaging. Even at full health, his own bloodthirsty wolves can only survive for 42 seconds under this poisonous fog. Roar! Ha! The summoned beasts retreated to areas free of the poisonous fog. These poisonous fumes are extremely dangerous. This caused the already poisoned summoned beasts to lose even more health. Now, we have no choice but to take action. Logically speaking. Facing such a powerful enemy, it is best to have at least one squad of priests with you. Only through continuous purification and healing can the team's health be stabilized. But Suchio herself. I'm going to be so strong I can fly bricks. This is the essence of assassin skills that Suchio learned. The power card in Suchio's hand shattered instantly. It transformed into specks of golden light and drifted into Suchio's body. Whoosh! Suchio's aura immediately rose. Damage suddenly increased. All summoned beasts also become stronger in all attributes. Roar! The vast majority of summoned beasts. All attributes must be related to Suchio's magic attack stat. Suchio's magic attack value increased. The bloodthirsty wolf, which was almost dead just now, suddenly has its health points increased by a large margin. But that's not all. Suchio then produced another card. After upgrading the card selection skill to blue excellent level, it has 2 free charging uses. That power just now was one of those recharging opportunities. And this second free power card. Suchio slapped him directly at Dodo, who was pinching her nose, standing next to her. Babble! Dodo didn't react for a moment, and let out a soft gasp of surprise. The next moment, she, Bubble, and Quiet all simultaneously emitted an even more intense light. Damage increased again. Suchio casually swiped open the bloodthirsty demon wolf cards panel to take a look. After gaining the power boost, his magic attack skyrocketed to 707. The attack has nearly doubled. The bloodthirsty dire wolf's attributes also skyrocketed. Attack 3934, originally 1736. Defense 1141, originally 509. Life 48276, originally 21416. And as the most powerful of the 3 hell-headed wolves. After its attributes were enhanced, and it also gained the unique advantage of a power card. The attributes are even more explosive. Dodo. Attack 7754,
originally 2635. Defense, 2555, originally 923. Life, 36123, originally 13170. For the summoned creatures. The damage bonus from one's own power cards is actually a small fraction. Their attributes increase far less than after their base stats are improved. But this attribute is enough for the poison swamp lizard to know what truly means to be powerful. A woo! Bubble instinctively let out a howl. Then he rushed straight into the poisonous fog. A pack of bloodthirsty wolves followed closely behind. Without any hesitation, they followed Cerberus and charged towards the poison swamp dragon lizard. After the attribute boost, their own health points also increased significantly. All summoned creatures were also able to sustain themselves for longer. But this invincible state can only last for 30 seconds. We need to hurry. Ho dash! The frostfire lizards, who had disliked the poison swamp lizards from the beginning, simultaneously spewed out huge amounts of flaming liquid. The flaming liquid sliced through the poisonous mist, shooting out projectiles that accurately struck the swamp dragon lizard. Minus 3,243. Minus 325. Minus 325. Minus 3,240. Minus 325. Minus 325. Minus 3,249. Minus 325. Minus 325. A simple volley that reduced the poisoned swamp dragon lizard's health by nearly 25,000. That's 5% of the poisoned swamp dragon lizard's health bar. Suchio could tell that. It was somewhat driven by personal grudges. Roar dash! The poisoned swamp lizard was in pain. He let out a deafening howl of pain, looking up at the sky. What's going on? Why does it suddenly hurt so much? After the frostfire dragon lizard's attack, which came later but arrived first, ended, the bloodthirsty wolves successfully reached the poisoned swamp dragon lizard. An even bloodier battle ensued. At this point, we don't care about the smell anymore, let's just go all out and get to a minus 3,078, unity plus 4%. Minus 3,201, unity plus 8%. Minus 3,324, unity plus 12%. Minus 3,447, unity plus 16%. The swamp lizard was in even more pain. Same recipe, different damage. Are these guys on drugs? How can they be so strong? Immediately, the poison swamp lizard has activated its combat skills. Summon Poisonous Lizard. Chapter 129, Slay the Boss and Clear the Trial. Chapter 129, Slay the Boss and Clear the Trial. The next moment, several green orbs of light then appeared around the bloodthirsty demon wolves that surrounded the poisoned swamp dragon lizard. The ball of light dissipated. 10 venomous lizards with emerald green bodies, resembling zombies, appeared out of nowhere. Bloodthirsty wolves in battle. Suddenly attack from both sides. We're surrounded from the opposite direction. These highly venomous lizards are not like ordinary venomous lizards. There will be battles fought with intelligence. But at least they acted as if they had lost their minds, launching a reckless attack on the bloodthirsty wolves. And it was a suicidal attack. They approached the bloodthirsty wolves while spitting venom at them. The body continues to swell. He looks like he's about to explode. Playing the game of mutual destruction? But at that very moment, Suchio seized the opportunity. Slime, use your elastic tentacles. An order has been issued. The water slimes that arrived on the battlefield later. Suddenly, a full 16 tentacles extended out. It stuck to the 10 highly venomous lizards. They couldn't drag the huge swamp lizard. These few highly venomous lizards are still fine. Not to mention, they have now been enhanced. His whole body was covered in pua. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless tentacles shot out, It only sticks to the highly venomous lizard. Then the tentacles tightened suddenly. The highly venomous lizard pulled with such force that it knocked people over. They collided. And just at that moment, their size has expanded to its limit. Bang, 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 bang. Countless violent explosions echoed behind the bloodthirsty demon wolf. But their self-destruct damage. But the two-headed wolves were not harmed in the slightest. Go ahead and output whatever you want. Tsuchiyo confidently gave the order. Leave the rest to me. Good. Doubter gratefully raised both hands. Then he turned around and scratched the swamp lizard with his claws again. Roar dash! The poison swamp lizard is in excruciating pain. Stomping feet again. Sweeping away the tail again. But I don't know why. These guys in front of me. It's much more durable than before. They're all barely alive. But my attacks don't hurt at all when they land on them. It was angry. It was really angry. Let's just say I couldn't beat him. But if I can't fight anymore, I'm going to die. However, by now, the poison swamp dragon lizard has already used every trick in the book. Since all attacks are ineffective. That. Ding! Congratulations on successfully defeating the boss poison swamp dragon lizard. A deafening system notification sounded. This battle has finally come to a successful conclusion. Ding! Congratulations on successfully defeating the boss poison swamp dragon lizard. Rewards: 200,000 experience, 5 gold, and 5,000 reputation with the Church of Light. Ding! Hidden hint: Forest Spirit reputation plus 10,000. Nice. Tsuchiyo clenched his fist and let out a long sigh. After entering the big world, defeating this kind of boss will no longer trigger a worldwide announcement. After all, players from all over the world are scattered across various major cities and regions. Bosses are everywhere. If the announcement is made every time a kill is achieved, then the announcement interface will look too cheap. At this stage, to trigger an announcement notification, you have to do something big. Tsuchiyo shook his head slightly, then suddenly felt weak all over. I lost some strength, not much, but it was painful enough. Not just Tsuchiyo. All the summoned beasts let out a whimper. Oh! Hiss! Chirp chirp. Yeah. Only summoned beasts whose attributes are not entirely derived from magical attacks are in a better position. Ding! Congratulations on successfully defeating the boss poison swamp dragon lizard. White Cardinal Catherine has been promoted to a 10-star Cardinal. Ding! Cardinal Catherine has successfully completed the auxiliary test for Purple Cardinal. She will be promoted to Purple Cardinal upon completion of the combat power test. Chapter 130 today is also a peaceful day. Chapter 130 today is another peaceful day. 2 more system notifications came in succession. Tsuchiyo smiled slightly. He only came to fight the poison swamp dragon lizard so that Catherine could be promoted to Cardinal. Now, the poison swamp lizard has died a worthy death. Tsuchiyo had just finished speaking. Then I saw a few lizard worms crawling by. I only recognized it after looking closely. It was their own frostfire dragon lizards, weakened as they slowly made their way toward the poison swamp dragon lizard. Hiss, dragon bloodline. That appearance was truly disgraceful. You can all take a break. Tsuchiyo chuckled, got up, patted them, and walked towards the corpse of the poison swamp dragon lizard. Hiss, thank you, master. The frostfire dragon lizards were deeply moved. Unexpectedly, even though she had secretly criticized her master, he was still so good to her. After the power effect wears off, I also felt weak. But compared to the summoned beasts, they are much more resilient. On the battlefield, the poisonous fog had slowly dissipated with the death of the swamp lizard. Tsuchiyo arrived at the corpse of the poison swamp dragon lizard. Under the expectant gaze of the frostfire dragon lizard, it reached out its hand. A bloodthirsty demon wolf lay sprawled on the ground nearby. Frostfire dragon lizard ? After a slight pause, the dragon lizards comforted themselves. That's normal. After all, the wolves suffered the most casualties in this battle, so it's reasonable for their owner to comfort them first. After Tsuchiyo finished petting the bloodthirsty wolves, she immediately got up and went to nearby the water slimes. At this moment, the water slimes were stunned by the self-destruction of the last of the highly poisonous lizards. Although he did not die, but his body had been dyed green, just like the faces of the frost-fire dragon lizards. Frost-fire dragon lizard. _ Master, you're not deliberately keeping me in suspense, are you? I don't think so. He was just concerned about his companion, he must be. Finally, Tsuchiyo stood up and reached out her hand. They caught the bloodthirsty Bat King that flew down from the sky. Squeak. The bloodthirsty Bat King snuggled up to Tsuchiyo and acted like a spoiled child. The Frostfire Dragon Lizard was instantly enraged. Heh! Heh! Master! Are you ever going to stop? Ha! You did that on purpose! Heh! Heh! Don't move! Let me do it myself! A group of lizard-like insects moved even faster on the ground. Tsuchiyo turned around and grinned. You little brat, you dare talk bad about me! At last, Tsuchiyo stopped playing and placed his hand on the corpse of the poisoned swamp dragon lizard. Ding! Decomposition successful, good fortune triggered. Ding! Bonus experience gained, plus 24,058 for X, copper coins, plus 2,480, 8X, venom sac, plus 18X. Besides the materials, some equipment and items also dropped on the ground. Tsuchiyo didn't bother looking at those things and directly activated the card master class effect. I checked out the boss material for venomous sac. Ding! The material venom sac contains poison blood, explosive toxin hormone, toxin aura, summon, poison lizard, and dragon bloodline. Tsuchiyo's eyes lit up. As expected of a level 30 boss, this one source contains so much essence. Fortunately, I managed to collect a total of 18 materials. Otherwise, there might not even be enough for his summoned beasts to share. Immediately, Tsuchiyo clapped his hands, clap clap clap. Dinner's ready! In an instant, all the summoned beasts looked up, forcing their eyes open as they stared at Tsuchiyo. The slimes have no eyes and make no sound. After being exposed to the venom, their reactions slowed down considerably. It seems like they're still detoxing. The lizard-like insect that had already crawled over stuck out its tongue at Tsuchiyo. Hey! I'm coming! Humph! I hate you! Heh! Master, you're a bad guy! Daodu, Jingjing, and Pao Pao ran over and clung to Tsuchiyo. It is replenishing its owner's energy. Tsuchiyo smiled slightly. Today is also a day of peace. He immediately smashed all the venom sacs in his hand with one hand. Ding! Congratulations on successfully extracting the essence. Ding! Congratulations on successfully extracting the essence poisonous blood. Poisonous blood. Description: my blood is coated with deadly poison. Effect: health plus 1000, inflicts poison status on nearby enemy units when injured. Chapter 131 Successfully Extracting the Dragon's Bloodline. Chapter 131 Successfully Extracted Dragon Bloodline. This poisonous blood can both increase survivability and inflict poison effects? Nice one. Tsuchiyo grinned and immediately exchanged for 5. Bloodthirsty Demon Wolf, Frostfire Dragon Lizard, Bloodthirsty Bat King, Wandering Tentacle, and Water Slime. Everyone gets a share. In an instant, all of Tsuchiyo's summoned beasts have their maximum HP increased by 1000. Ding! Congratulations on successfully extracting the essence explosive hormone, toxin aura. Both of these essences are applied to water slimes that inherently possess toxins. The explosive hormone grants the water slime a unique ability. During battle, they can actively detonate a portion of their own health to inflict area of effect poison damage on surrounding units. Besides that, The explosive toxic hormone can also be combined with the toxic bodily fluids of water slime. This makes the poison damage even more severe. Add to that the aura of toxins. Any enemy unit that gets close to the water slime will be poisoned and lose health. The death of the poison swamp dragon lizard was well worth it. Both essences have been added. Tsuchiyo sniffed slightly and discovered. After the water slime became poisonous, it also developed a taste. But it doesn't smell like a swamp monster or a poisonous lizard. It is a kind of a delicate and subtle fragrance. It smells a bit like Tallulah's. Tsuchiyo picked up a water slime and made a serious judgment. But instead of the lingering scent of Taluna, it gave off a sense of naivety. Except for water slimes. Tsuchiyo discovers that the explosive fire wolf can also receive the boost from the explosive poison hormone. It's the kind of fiery wolf that mutates into a self-destructing form after the bloodthirsty demon wolves activate their heat storage organs. After being infused with this essence, when the exploding wolves self-destruct, their damage is increased by 10%, and the explosion damage is broken down into 80% fire damage and 20% poison damage. In the Destiny path, mixed damage is the worst. Does the enemy have resistance to a single attribute? It's okay, I have dual attribute damage. There's bound to be one that suits you. Just like the two bloodlines of the Frost Fire Dragon Lizard, they are impossible for enemies to defend against. Tsuchiyo had just enhanced the explosive fire wolf when he felt three sharp gazes. Although the three boys didn't say anything, it seemed like they said everything. Tsuchiyo felt a chill run down her spine from being stared at. Go and have fun by yourselves. He covered his face with one hand and burned off a large portion of his magic points with the other. Oh dash! Then the three little ones that had grown up were extremely happy. Look! I've grown bigger! I'm older than you. Oh dear, my stomach is jiggling when I run fast, so I'll walk slowly. Tsuchiyo quickly tried to dissuade him. Stop talking! But after the three little girls nodded, they giggled and ran off to play in the distance. Under the frosty fire dragon lizard's almost tearful gaze. After praying for a long time, Tsuchiyo finally continued to extract new essence. Ding! Congratulations on successfully extracting the essence summon. Poison Lizard. This essence is perfect for Frost Fire Dragon Lizard and Bloodthirsty Bat King. After incorporating this essence, the small lizards summoned by the Frost Fire Dragon Lizard, and the bloodthirsty bats summoned by the Bloodthirsty Bat King. They all possess the additional ability to self-destruct. These extra summons can rush directly in front of the opponent. Deals poison damage to enemies based on a percentage of the user's own health. Let's leave the little lizards aside for now. They are all ranged attacks, which can help with damage output. But the blood bats are a different story. Blood bats, which don't have high attack power to begin with. With the ability to self-destruct, we can finally cause damage. Of course, in the end, it still comes down to consuming Tsuchiyo's magic points so that the bloodthirsty Bat King can continuously sacrifice himself. Only then can one summon a self-destructing bat capable of fully utilizing this ability. I wonder when you'll be able to evolve again. Tsuchiyo rubbed the bloodthirsty Bat King again. There were still beads of blood on her body. Wait for the bloodthirsty Bat King to evolve again, until it reaches the purple epic level. You will then be able to obtain the purification of the crimson killing intent. This essence sounds amazing just from its name. Squeak! The bloodthirsty Bat King also expressed that he would work hard. At last. Tsuchiyo paced back and forth expectantly, under the eager gaze of the Frostfire Dragon Lizard rubbing its feet. Tsuchiyo extracted that essence. Ding! Congratulations on successfully extracting the Essence Dragon Bloodline. Chapter 132 The Golden Legend. 3 Attribute Bloodline. Chapter 132 The Golden Legend. 3 Attribute Bloodline. Ho! The Frostfire Dragon Lizard was extremely excited upon seeing this. Spitting out apricots, wagging its tail, its eyes were fixed on the cards in Tsuchiyo's hand. This time, the card in Suchio's hand was no longer half red and half blue, unlike the previous dragon bloodline card. Instead, the pattern was completely changed. In the distance, there is a poisonous dragon with an injured tail. The venomous blood flowing from the dragon polluted a winding river. The river water was dyed green. The creatures along the river near the poisonous dragon have all died and turned into skeletons or zombies. The trees had all turned into dry black charcoal. The closer you are to the card, the lighter the color of the river water becomes. Gradually, some organisms also survived. From bizarrely shaped plants to animals, and then to organisms whose forms gradually become more normal. At the end of the picture, it was a giant dragon lizard with 2 horns on its head that had withstood the corrosive effects of the toxins. But the dragon lizard in the picture is not the one that Suchio just killed. Because of the guy I just dealt with. It has no horns on its head. Completely different from the cards. On the contrary, it looks somewhat like a younger version. The venomous dragon Durin. This card has a story to tell just by looking at it. Suchio smiled slightly, leaving a clue in her mind. Maybe the core story of the card is about Dulin. But the essence extracted from the cards themselves has this function? Ho! Before Suchio could think further, the frost fire dragon lizard's voice rang in his ears again. Suchio smiled helplessly. Alright, I know you want it, here you go. Immediately, Suchio fused the cards in his hand into the card to summon Frostfire Dragon Lizard. The next moment, all the Frostfire Dragon Lizards shone with a purple light that was more dazzling than ever before. Suchio gazed at the beam of light and suddenly thought. There are no blood fusion stones this time, so bloodline fusion shouldn't be a problem, right? Suchio had barely finished speaking. The 4 dazzling purple lights suddenly trembled violently. Holy crap! No way? Suchio was startled when he saw the ball of light tremble. Could I have actually been poisoned by his own prediction? 4 dazzling purple lights appeared, and the vibration speed increased rapidly. Until the next moment, they cracked. It split into a full 8 clusters of light. At the same moment, the ball of light split open. The color of these light clusters also changed from purple to gold. Gold. Legend. The Frostfire Dragon Lizards, who had been in the epic tier for a long time, fused with the dragon bloodline this time. Successfully advanced to the gold legendary level. The problem that Suchio was worried about did not occur. Gradually, the golden light faded. A total of 8 Frostfire Dragon Lizards slowly appeared in front of Suchio. Original. The Frostfire Dragon Lizard has dark red skin with a light blue membrane covering its body, giving it an overall purplish appearance. Now, the Frostfire Dragon Lizard's body color has turned light purple, making the colors look more harmonious. Its body became more slender, and the tip of its tail turned a soft emerald green. It looks more vibrant with the addition of silk grass. Some soft bone plates grew from the area around the eyebrows and eyes of the skull, while the pupils remained golden. It looks more dynamic and more spiritual. If it continues to evolve, it might actually become sentient. The fusion is complete. A series of system notifications then rang in Suchio's ears. Ding! Your Frostfire Dragon Lizard has successfully fused with Dragon Bloodline, gaining the innate Poison Dragon Bloodline. Poison Dragon Bloodline. Effect 1. Each attack inflicts additional poison damage equal to 2% of the user's maximum health. Effect 2. Health plus 10%. Ding! Your Frostfire Dragon Lizard has successfully advanced to the next tier, and the Fire Dragon Bloodline effect has been enhanced. Fire Dragon Bloodline. Effect 1. Each attack deals additional fire damage equal to 1% to 2% of the user's maximum health. Effect 2. Health plus 10%. Ding! Your Frostfire Dragon Lizard has successfully advanced to the next tier, and the Water Dragon Bloodline effect has been enhanced. Water Dragon Bloodline. Effect 1. Each attack deals additional water attribute damage equal to 1% to 2% of the user's maximum health. Effect 2, Health plus 10%. Chapter 133 Hidden Dungeon Origin Chief Forest. Chapter 133 Hidden Dungeon Origin Chief Forest. These notification sounds rang out. The Frostfire Dragon Lizard's tankiness was suddenly increased by a whole level. Consider the attribute of tankiness that is crucial for survival. Sucho quickly asked. Are you alright? You seem to be swaying. The Frostfire Dragon Lizard initially raised its little head proudly, ready to say that it had done it on purpose. I just wanted to make my owner worry a little. But when the words were about to come out, the first thing the owner said was that they were concerned about him. He couldn't speak for a moment. He could only lower his head and utter sounds of shame for his actions. Oh, it's nothing. I don't believe it. Something must have happened. Heh. It's really nothing. Don't be stubborn. Let me check. No. Let me see. Although the Frostfire Dragon Lizard was somewhat resistant. But Sucho still opened their attribute panels to check. Name, Frostfire Dragon Lizard. Level 10. Attack, 2231, 650% magic attack. Defense, 515, magic attack 165%. Health, 25336, 5067, magic attack 6000%. Talents, liquid sulfur, high temperature throat, elastic mouth, scales, dragon bloodline, fire, water, poison, slowing slime, poisonous blood, summon poison lizard. Skills, corrosive sulfur solution, spawning. This attribute. Terrifying as a lizard. He's clearly just an AD, attack damage, character. But it has a whopping 25,000 health points. It's even higher than the bloodthirsty demon wolf. Suchio is about to say that sentence she said countless times again. It's incredibly meaty, but also deals a lot of damage. A full 2,200 attack power. If the bloodthirsty dire wolf didn't have the command aura, then the Frostfire Dragon Lizard would definitely be number one. But the reason why the bloodthirsty demon wolf has such terrifying combat power is because it relies on having a powerful creature like Cerberus as its captain. Suchio looked at Do-Do, Bubble, and Jing-Jing, who were stroking their bellies in the distance with a radiant maternal glow. The first thought that came to mind was, "Stop playing like that!" He immediately reached out and beckoned. "I've taken all the mana back." The three little girls' bellies instantly flattened. He cried out in despair. His eyes glazed over. My baby, tummy! That's all. I haven't tried self-destruction yet." Seeing this, Suchio felt as if she had done something even more inhuman. Damn it! Suchio then continued to think. If only we could capture Cerberus. If we capture other powerful creatures. That would make their own army even stronger. But let's talk about now. Our own army's combat effectiveness is already quite good. But at that moment, Suchio heard another unexpected system notification. Ding! Your water slime has absorbed a large amount of toxins, and its active constitution effect has mutated into toxic constitution. Toxic constitution. Description: it can't kill me. It just can't kill me. Effect 1. Restores 2% of maximum health per second. In toxic environments, it can absorb toxins to achieve a faster health recovery rate. Effect 2. Increased poison resistance. The more toxins absorbed, the higher the resistance. Hiss! Upon seeing this, Suchio raised an eyebrow. Does being in a more toxic environment lead to faster health regeneration? Moreover, the more toxins absorbed, the higher the toxicity resistance? This kind of physique that cultivates through poison. Calamity poison body. This system notification was then displayed. Suchio felt. The water slime's bodily fluids changed from a nearly transparent light blue to a nearly transparent blue-green. It was a little cloudy though. But that doesn't stop it from still looking very pettable. Phase 2, huh? It smells even better. But it doesn't have a strong pungent smell. Suchio could still vaguely sense it. The water slimes around me are like photosynthesis. It's purifying the toxins in the surrounding area. I'm so touched. Suchio covered her face and wept. Family members, who can understand? In such a foul-smelling environment, my pet automatically learned the ability to purify the air and emit fragrance. Where can you find such a thoughtful little one? After shoving his face into the slime and rubbing it vigorously, Suchio felt the slime completely purify the poison that had entered his lungs. The main focus is on comfort. Next, let's see what equipment this big boss dropped. Although I don't have any spare equipment slots right now. But if I get better equipment, I'll just switch to it. But at that moment, Suchio's copy key vibrated again. Just now, when I was fighting. The key to the instance calmed down quite humanely, without disturbing its own fight. The battle is now over. It jumped out again. Ding! The dungeon key has detected a hidden dungeon nearby. Ding! Scan complete. Ding! A hidden instance named Source Forest has been detected. Chapter 134 Miss Manhwaedit. Chapter 134 Miss Manhwaedit of the Meow family. Wait! Suchio pinched her brow. This instance seems familiar. Isn't this the hidden dungeon unlocked by Lin Ziyun's Li Guild? Suchio glanced down at the dungeon key in his hand. Are you trying to force me to eliminate Lin Ziyun prematurely, like in a hidden dungeon? I love this kind of thing the most. Thinking of this, Suchio looked around. I can't help but think. To unlock the Origin Forest, you need to defeat that level 30 poison swamp dragon lizard. Suchio nodded secretly. Lin Ziyun and the others discovered the Origin Forest about 2 months after the server opened. I unlocked this dungeon more than 40 days ahead of schedule. Now, it seems I got here first. Immediately. Suchio then opened the interface of the Origin Forest dungeon. Dungeon name, Origin Forest. Instance type, survival. Dungeon description, there is a nearly dead tree underground. Some tree spirits are collecting source energy in the perilous wilderness in order to activate the ancient tree heart of the tree. Instance quest, main quest, protect the little tree spirits that collect source energy. A maximum of 2 little tree spirits can die. Instance quest, extra, release the imprisoned tree spirits. They will provide more source energy to the heart of the ancient tree and allow for faster source energy collection. Dungeon time limit, 24h. These are the requirements for the Origin Forest instance. Suchio pondered, stroking his chin. Survival type dungeons. The goal is simple, to survive. It's either about protecting the target unit or protecting yourself. Unlike exploration-based dungeons, it is not particularly time-consuming and yields very little benefit. It's not like a combat-type dungeon, which is extremely difficult and easy to fail. Survival-type dungeons, if properly configured, are long enough to keep you alive. Clearing the dungeon will be a piece of cake. However, this Origin Forest. The instance has a 24-hour time limit, so you only need to stay inside for 1 day? This timing is normal. Most of the survival dungeons in Destiny. It usually takes 3 to 5 days to succeed. In comparison, this 24-hour source forest is so much more user-friendly. I'm actually kind of looking forward to it. In his previous life, after Lin Ziyun discovered the Origin Forest instance, I haven't developed a close relationship with her yet. Given that he is a physical attack assassin, he has no interest in source energy that can increase the maximum mana. So I've never actually run this dungeon. However, in this life, I am a card player, a summoner-type character. The biggest problem is the lack of maximum mana. Now I have no choice but to swipe it. He sent a message remotely to Lia, a member of the Forest Tree Spirit clan. I have some things to take care of these next few days, and I need to celebrate the Dragon Boat Festival, so I won't be going back for the time being. Suchio then turned around and used the dungeon key. Ding! Enter the hidden dungeon Origin Forest? Click to enter. Ding! Teleporting to the origin forest. Qingchuan Town.
This is where you do your missions?
A lively girl, about 1.5 meters tall, with a slender figure and a pure and innocent aura, tugged at her light green priest's robe.
It's so hot, it feels like I'm back in Yunnan province.
Her voice was soothing, and her bright eyes were framed by a pitiful frown.
We've gone back to the mountains where there's no air conditioning and only insects.
Behind her, a bespectacled monk smiled obsequiously.
Yes, Miss Meow, that's how it is here. However, since Miss Meow is homesick, how about I arrange a car to take you home this afternoon?
Before she could finish her sentence, the girl called Miss Meow turned around with a smile.
Has Uncle Lei forgotten? Yu Tong didn't come to Xishan province for sightseeing this time. She came back home to refine a satisfactory goo worm for testing. Yu Tong dares not return to Nanyan province until she finds a satisfactory goo worm.
The monk's brow twitched.
Uncle?
I'm only 25. You call bald guys and repressed perverts.
Uncle.
Fine, but you call me uncle, too? You still know you're here to take an exam? How long have you been eating, drinking, and having fun in Jinan City? And it was all our money that was spent. Made. In a short time. The image of the bald man and the repressed pervert rose in the monk's mind again. His fist hardened instantly. Those two bastards, upon hearing that Miao Yuetong had arrived in Qingchuan Town, turned around and disappeared into the strange area. He doesn't answer calls, doesn't reply to messages, and has set his status to invisible. Don't let me catch you too. But in the end, the monk calmed down a bit. I heard. The Miao people use poisonous insects to test and search for goo worms every year, and they always use humans as goo. The selected goo worms need to be placed inside a human body, and then nurtured. He felt a sudden pang of panic. This woman has already killed over 100 people for the boss, and she still wants to raise goo poison. How many is she going to kill? Sure enough. Women are dangerous. Being bald and having a reserved personality is still the safest option.
Didn't you say you got a mission? Give it to me, I'll go play by myself.
Just then, Miao Yuetong suddenly spoke up.
Didn't you just say you were going to refine goo poison?
The mage thought to himself, but then a thought flashed through his mind. I suddenly had an idea. Looks like I can finally dump the responsibility. Immediately, the mage used the superb acting skills he had learned from Su Qiu. His face was filled with regret and embarrassment for a moment.
I'm sorry, Miss Meow. This mission was requested by our Feiyan guild from other guilds. I'm not high enough in status, and I'm afraid the guilds over there won't agree.
Upon hearing this, Miao Yuetong gave a small scoff.
Ha! An excuse. What kind of guild? You can't even handle a government official like yourself from Jinan City?
The monk was overjoyed and exclaimed that the bait had been taken. It immediately became difficult to understand.
It's a guild under that Ms. Lin.
Upon hearing this, Miao Yuetong tilted her head in confusion.
Ms. Lin? Who is that Lin Yuxia?
But as soon as she uttered the name, she suddenly thought of that woman. He narrowed his large eyes for a moment, his tone becoming slightly somber. Are you talking about Lin Ziyun? The monk was terrified.
Please don't ask me. I'm just a minor official. I wouldn't dare mention Ms. Lin's name.
After receiving confirmation, Miao Yuetong tilted her head back and blinked innocently. Oui. She grinned slightly, revealing a row of snow-white teeth. Her smile looked incredibly sunny and adorable.
Then I'd like to trouble you, Brother Lei, to take me to see Sister Lin's guild.
The monk suddenly shuddered. That's right. A smile that hides a dagger.
Really?
The legends are all true. I heard. In every martial arts competition, Miao Yuetong would always finish second, narrowly losing to Lin Ziyun. Therefore, she was extremely dissatisfied with Lin Ziyun.
Then please follow me, Miss Meow.
The monk breathed a sigh of relief. Once I get rid of this woman, I can finally enjoy playing the game. I've been forced to help her level up these past few days, and those two idiots have been mocking her for having such high levels. Immediately, the monk turned around, adjusted his glasses, and led the way, guiding Miao Yuetong toward the Tianshu residence. Chapter 135 The Withered Wind-Rising Tree, the Tree Spirit. Chapter 135 The Withered Tree of Rising Wind, the Tree Spirit. Ding! You have entered the Origin Chi Forest. A system notification sounded. Suchio arrived at a desolate highland. Behind them stood a massive, ancient tree, hundreds of meters tall, withered and dilapidated, seemingly dead. Below the slope in front of them lay a dense forest. The jungle was faintly shrouded in a bluish-green mist. It's much prettier than the swamp forest. Suchio's assessment was met with nods of agreement from all the summoned beasts. Moreover, the air quality here is better than in swamp forests. The slime nodded, then suddenly froze. Yeah. It seems there's no more toxic gas here that it needs to purify. Suchio laughed heartily upon hearing this and patted its soft, bouncy head. Per slime, just got a job and now it's unemployed. Yeah. The slime felt even more upset. However, it quickly sensed something, and turned its head, which hadn't yet bounced back, to look at the fluorescent forest below the slope. There's still poison gas there. And its employment environment. But at that moment, Suchio's attention was drawn to the huge, dead ancient tree behind him. This tree must be at least 100 meters tall. If we compare it with real-world reference points. Each floor is about 3 meters high. 100 meters is more than 30 stories. And the ancient tree in front of me has become twisted and bent due to its death. It goes without saying. If the ancient tree is restored to its original appearance, what a magnificent sight that would be! Suchio stood under the tree, tilting her head back and marveling at it. My next task is to collect source energy, and then give this tree, Suchio hadn't even finished speaking. I saw it suddenly. A tiny head, no bigger than a finger, suddenly emerged from the huge hollow in the trunk of the dead giant tree. Humans? Its little head and pointed ears stared at Suchio with a surprised look. Do you really exist? Suchio raised an eyebrow. What's the problem? Her little head suddenly flew up, revealing her entire body. However, she was only the size of a palm and dressed in tattered clothes. It has 2 small, transparent wings on its back, making it look like a legendary elf. I'm sorry, I've been here too long as a spirit. The little guy smiled sheepishly, then said somewhat excitedly. I am a tree spirit, the tree spirit of the wind-rising tree. Aside from the bad guys in the forest, I haven't seen a creature I can talk to in a very, very long time. Suchio responded with a smile. Don't get excited, speak slowly. While responding, Suchio had some doubts in her heart. This Origin Forest dungeon even has such a well-developed storyline. The tree spirit fluttered its little wings and flew to Suchio, looking like it wanted to say something, but quickly shut its mouth. No, now is not the time to chat. I bet you're here for the Origin Chi. This may seem a bit sudden, but we need to get started right away. The tree spirit spread its arms, revealing the withered ancient tree behind it. If we don't absorb some source energy soon, the wind-rising tree will wither and die. As the tree spirit finished speaking, a panel suddenly appeared in front of Suchio's eyes. The tree where the wind rises. Health points 1000. Countdown 30M00S. Note: if either the Tree of Wind's health or its countdown timer is reduced to 0, the dungeon will be terminated prematurely. Hiss! Suchio couldn't help but gasp. In another half hour. I'll send this tree. The tree spirit hurriedly said. Please help me gather some Origin Chi. At the very least, the wind-rising tree must survive in order to produce a continuous supply of origin energy. As soon as the tree spirit finished speaking, a system notification appeared before Suchio's eyes. Ding! The tree spirit is about to set off to collect source chi. Please take precautions. Suchio couldn't help but smile bitterly. That was certainly sudden. Let's go! Immediately, Tsuchiyo led his troops, protecting the tree spirit within them, and headed towards the forest below the slope.
Thank you for coming, otherwise I wouldn't know what to do.
On the way, the tree spirit, carrying a flower basket the size of a fingernail in both hands, excitedly flew around Tsuchiyo.
The tree of wind will die if it runs out of source energy. If the tree dies, I will die too.
Tsuchiyo helplessly picked at his ear. This tree spirit was flying around in front of my ear. It always makes a buzzing sound when it flaps its wings.
Just like a mosquito. It's a little annoying.
Tsuchiyo suppressed the urge to pat her and asked,
Are you the only tree spirit here?
If there is only one tree spirit, the efficiency of collecting source gas would likely be much lower. Within the specified time.
How much source energy can I obtain?
The tree spirit shook its head, then nodded.
There were other tree spirits, but they all died when they went out to collect source energy for the rising wind tree. Some of the more capable ones didn't die, they survived. But they were imprisoned by the monsters and forced to collect their source energy.
At this point, the little tree spirit puffed out its little chest.
I've been captured before, but I survived because I'm weak.
Tsuchiyo's eye twitched. This doesn't seem like something to be proud of, does it?
But I'm back. The rest of my family isn't.
The little tree spirit stopped circling around Tsuchiyo, its voice lowered.
I dare not go out alone. If I die outside, my family will truly be gone.
Upon hearing this, Tsuchiyo fell silent for a moment. Above the field of vision. This shows the wind-rising tree, which needs source energy to survive. After the tree spirit left the area around the wind-rising tree, the tree that rose in the wind seemed to have lost its life support. The countdown has begun. 29M24S. 29M23S. 29M22S. Tsuchiyo glanced at the tree spirit beside her, who was struggling to carry a small basket with both hands. This little guy. It's probably to protect their home that they've never left the tree of the rising wind. But if no travelers appear, this tree spirit, this tree of rising wind, this origin forest instance, it's a doomed situation. Tsuchiyo couldn't help but take a deep breath.
That's why I hate dungeon stories that are too immersive. It's so much simpler to just unleash your Muzu attack and start fighting.
Just then, the bloodthirsty Bat King suddenly spoke.
Squeak dash!
Tsuchiyo's gaze shifted. Look directly ahead where the bloodthirsty Bat King is issuing a warning. That direction on the map. A group of red dots are approaching you at an extremely fast speed. The tree spirit was suddenly startled. Hold the flower basket tightly to your chest with both hands.
What happened? What happened?
Tsuchiyo spoke calmly.
Step back. I'm about to start the battle.
Chapter 136 This history is poisonous. Chapter 136 This history is poisonous.
Be careful. Those monsters are very powerful.
Before the monster even appeared, the little tree spirit hurriedly spoke up.
Those monsters all possess magic because they have always lived in the source energy. Magic?
Tsuchiyo raised an eyebrow. The effect of source chi is to increase the player's maximum mana. It's understandable that a monster that constantly absorbs primal energy would know some magic. And Tsuchiyo then produced a fool. The people I fear least are those with magical abilities.
Rustle, rustle!
Just then, a series of dense rustling sounds came from the bushes dozens of meters in front of Tsuchiyo. The red dot on the map was now fully visible in front of Tsuchiyo.
A woo!
Wolf-shaped monsters, seemingly assembled from plant stems, leaves, and branches, suddenly burst out of the bushes. As soon as it appears, they're a bunch of monsters. It's clear that the Source Forest Survival Instance tests players' ability to help each other and survive together. The monster's attributes also lit up before Tsuchiyo's eyes. Wood wolf. Description: a plant that gained a wolf-like form by absorbing source energy. Level: 25. Attack: 1800. Life: 20,000. Skills: I want to bloom, I want to sprout, burst, whip thorns. I want to bloom. Description: the wood wolf's head is split into 5 petals like a flower. Effect: can be switched to ranged attack mode, projecting highly poisonous flower seeds at enemies. Burst. Description: I'm going to crack. Effect: in ranged attack mode, enchant normal attacks with the burst effect, causing area damage. I want to sprout. Description: vines sprout from the back of the wood wolf like buds. Effect: can be switched to a multi-attack mode, lashing out with thorny vines at enemies. Whiplash. Description: just bear with it, it won't hurt. Effect: in multi-attack mode, normal attacks are enchanted with the bleed effect, causing continuous bleeding damage. This monster is interesting. Taking in the attributes of the wood wolf, Tsuchiyo couldn't help but feel a surge of interest. It includes remote attack mode, multiple attack modes, and its original form. This monster has 3 forms. As long as there is sufficient command. Therefore, just this one type of monster is enough to form a fully equipped army. Tsuchiyo's assessment of this is: that's so flashy! Suki! Roar! The bloodthirsty demon wolves, also belonging to the wolf family, let out a furious roar and formed a battle formation. Claws extend from the toes, ready to fight at any moment. Roar dash! The wooden wolves on the opposite side also pounce first, closing the distance with Tsuchiyo's group. Just as the bloodthirsty wolves were about to attack, the voice of the dragon lizard reached their ears. Ha! The frost fire dragon lizard declares that it has just completed its evolution. This is a perfect opportunity to practice. The bloodthirsty wolves looked at each other and nodded, remaining stationary beside Tsuchiyo, forming a defensive line. There was no proactive action taken. The frost fire dragon lizards all opened their mouths. Put. A series of familiar, toxic flames streaked across the sky. It hit the charging wooden wolf squarely in the face. 1860-506-506-451. 1863-506-506-451. 1862-506-506-451. 1866-506-506-451. It was clearly just 8 clumps of flaming liquid that exploded. But it dealt damage to the enemy as if a whole platoon had been fired. Each sip of flaming liquid can directly deal 3,300 damage to the wood wolf. That's a whopping 16.5% of the wood wolf's health. Minus 186, poison level 1. Minus 373, poison 2 layers. Minus 186, 1 layer of burn. Minus 373, 2 layers of burn. Minus 186, cold floor 1. Minus 373, cold level 2. Attack speed minus 20%. Movement speed minus 20%. The injured wood wolves will instantly display multiple abnormal statuses above their heads. The triple debuff of poison, burning, and cold damage stacks up to 2 layers. It can deal 1,119 points of continuous damage per second. Furthermore, attack speed and movement speed have been further reduced. TSK. Tsuchiyo gave the frostfire dragon lizards a look of disdain. How disgusting, referring to the fighting style. Upon hearing this, the frostfire dragon lizard glanced at Tsuchiyo and let out a shy voice. Well taught by the master. Tsuchiyo's eyebrow twitched. That wretched lizard, how did it learn to speak in such a sarcastic and unsettling way? Who did it learn that from? The wooden wolves took the first round of damage. Activate the skill immediately. Either their faces were beaming with joy, or grass grows on its back. The wooden wolf, its mouth agape in a smile, revealed the flower stamen inside. A fist-sized flower seed, glowing with a bright yellow light, was sprayed directly from its mouth. The water slime, positioned in the middle of the team, immediately activated its taunt skill. The wooden wolves instantly turned the tables. Flower seeds stretch across the sky. It hit the water slime. -419. -420. -411. You need to know. These wood wolves have a combined attack power of 1800. However, against a water slime with a defense of 1200, the damage it can inflict is only 600. In addition, there's the effect of a soft and bouncy body. They will only suffer 70% of the direct damage. The remaining 30% of the damage will slowly drain your health unless the enemy dies. -30-30-30. Rat rat rat. Just then, a new wave of attacks from the dragon lizards came. It struck the wooden wolves once again. Those leering wooden wolves were targeted and killed instantly. The water slime's health points will no longer decrease. And even if the water slime is injured, under the mutated toxic constitution, it can restore 346 health points per second. This tiny wound, only an inch or two in size, healed on its own. Ah! The laughing wolf, which attacks from a distance, dies suddenly, and then it's the grass wolf's turn to attack from a melee. A wood wolf with vines growing on its back. Just like Tsuchiyo, who grew out of his hand. Its attack range is shorter than that of ranged classes, but longer than that of melee classes. They haven't even gotten close to Tsuchiyo's battle lines yet. The thorny vines on its back lashed out first. Clap clap clap. Compared to flower seeds that can cause area of effect explosive damage, this vine whip, which can cause bleeding, is even more effective. I wonder if it's because of the water slime's constitution. Once the skin is broken, the bleeding damage is 50% higher than normal damage. Fortunately, the wood wolf doesn't deal much damage. Water slimes still recover much more health than they recover from continuous health loss. This made the water slimes even more confident. Each one extended 2 small tentacles, but did not activate the elastic tentacle skill. Instead, he put his hands on his hips, looking quite smug. "Iya, you haven't eaten yet." That's so pretentious. I don't know who he learned it from. The wooden wolves also gained 2 more layers of poison buff from this round of attacks. Before they had done anything, they could only tremble and weakly utter a warning to their allies. Ugh, this history is toxic. Chapter 137 Soaring Source Chi Spring. Chapter 137 The Sky-Piercing Source Chi Spring. As the last wooden wolf fell, the numerous summoned creatures returned to their original positions. Tsuchiyo clapped his hands, looking relaxed. Done! The Frostfire Dragon Lizard squinted and looked back, silently staring at Tsuchiyo. It seems to be saying, "I love you the most, Master," Tsuchiyo thought shamelessly. The Frostfire Dragon Lizards, who possessed a telepathic connection with each other, were instantly enraged. "Pa! I didn't mean that!" Tsuchiyo smiled slightly, stroking his chin as he looked at the Frostfire Dragon Lizard whose damage output was off the charts. "Now that you have 3 types of dragon bloodline, it's not appropriate to call you Frostflame Dragon Lizard anymore, is it?" Humph! The Frostfire Dragon Lizard exhaled through its nose, turned its head away, and looked like it didn't want to talk to Tsuchiyo. The other 4 newly arrived Frostfire Dragon Lizards nodded slightly in response. What name does the Master want to give us?" After careful consideration, Tsuchiyo said, "We called you Frostfire Dragon Lizards because you have both water and fire bloodlines in your bodies. And now, I possess the bloodlines of water, fire, and poison." Tsuchiyo grinned. "Then let's just call her the Mistress. Pa! Pa! Pa!" The leader didn't want to pay any attention to Tsuchiyo's Frostfire Dragon Lizards. Suddenly, in a moment of joy, he turned his head away. It spat out several balls of flaming liquid, symbolizing love, towards Tsuchiyo, to demonstrate their respect and love for their owner. It's a pity Tsuchiyo did not activate the friendly fire mechanism. These vaginal fluids will not cause any harm to Tsuchiyo. Then I'll call you Frostfire Poison Lizards. Destiny, the initial map of Terra, was a continent with a Western-style worldview. It most resembles the Western dragon in appearance. It's just a lizard. The frostfire poison lizard glanced at Tsuchiyo.
Heh! Heh heh, a perfunctory response. What will you call me when I have 4 kinds of dragon blood? Ha! That's right. Heh heh. Let's see how you try to fool us then.
After finishing, Tsuchiyo looked at the little tree spirit that was frozen in midair.
We're done fighting, let's keep going.
The tree spirit shuddered at the sound. Ah! Only then did they realize that the battle was over. She rubbed her eyes with her tiny, toothpick-like fingers, turned her head to look at Tsuchiyo, and for a moment could hardly believe it. Those monsters are so powerful. They even ate so many of their own compatriots. As a result, these humans' pets easily smashed them into pieces of wood.
Human, you are amazing!
Tsuchiyo shrugged.
It's alright. You can focus on collecting the source energy. Leave the fighting to me.
As he spoke, Tsuchiyo's vision of the tree spirit's attributes appeared before his eyes. Tree spirit. Description: the companion tree spirit of the wind-rising tree. Level 2. Attack 20. Life, 2000. This attribute. They definitely need protection.
Alright. Then I'll leave it to you, human.
The little tree spirit then sped up and flew forward.
The nearest gas collection point is just ahead.
Tsuchiyo followed behind, continuing their walk through the cool forest. I have to say, this forest is much more comfortable than the swamp forest. It feels like I've gone from a steamer to an air-conditioned room. I felt completely relaxed and much more at ease. And the ground is real ground. Not the sticky, gooey swamp where every step leaves a dent. I just don't know why. I just dealt with a wave of monsters. But Tsuchiyo always felt. This forest is lifeless. It was very desolate and lonely. It's like being all alone in the entire forest. Thinking of this, Tsuchiyo paused for a moment.
It seems that I really am the only one here. Arrive!
Just then, Tsuchiyo heard the voice of the tree spirit. Then we saw the little tree spirit accelerate and fly ahead. Without the 3D surround sound of the mosquito ASMR, Tsuchiyo felt much more comfortable with her ears.
This is it!
From the bushes in the distance, the tree spirit seemed to be waving at Tsuchiyo. Tsuchiyo parted the bushes and approached, looking at the spot the tree spirit's little hand was pointing to. There is a small, ancient altar made of piled stones. The altar is surrounded by natural flowers and plants, giving it a vibrant appearance. Tsuchiyo moved closer. In the center of the stone altar, there is a hole that looks like a well. The cave entrance extends deep underground, its depths unfathomable. Tsuchiyo did not show any intention of testing how deep Ishii was. Because from the center of the stone well, a bright blue, translucent gas is continuously being ejected outwards. Hiss. It looks like a gas well, but the power is very weak. Tsuchiyo looked up. The blue, translucent gas was sprayed into the air, gradually becoming transparent until it could no longer be seen. Upon seeing this, Tsuchiyo understood. Why was the forest I saw on the highlands filled with a bluish-green mist? That mist is what's known as primordial energy. But why come here to collect source energy? Tsuchiyo asked.
Isn't the source energy everywhere in this forest?
Upon hearing Tsuchiyo's question, the little tree spirit shook the small basket in its hand, displaying an air of matter-of-factness, and replied,
Because my basket is too small.
Tsuchiyo. Is this a problem with the size of the basket? Your basket isn't even the size of a fingernail yet, so how much can it hold even if it's bigger?
Besides, I only have one basket.
The tree spirit looked at the geyser gushing forth primordial energy.
In other places, I can only store a tiny bit of origin chi. But here, I can store so much source energy.
Tsuchiyo's eye twitched, and she gave up asking further questions. Is it too early for the tree spirit to know that its own questions are being asked? The tree spirit's answer was too early for me.
Right, humans.
The tree spirit spoke again.
Origin chi is a good thing. When I start collecting it later, some bad guys will come over because they smell it.
You absolutely must protect me. After Tsuchiyo said there was no problem, the tree spirit nodded in relief.
Then I'll start collecting.
The little mosquito, carrying a basket, flew downwards. He knelt on the stone altar, placed his hands on the stone surface, and said softly,
The source of life force is hidden within.
Show me your true energy.
In the name of the tree spirit, I beg you, lift the seal.
As the brief chanting ended, the black, concave patterns on the stone altar under the tree spirit's hand suddenly lit up with a green light, as if they had been activated.
Squeak!
Hearing the loud noise, the bloodthirsty Bat King sent a warning to Tsuchiyo. Upon hearing this, Tsuchiyo also looked down at her feet. Ground.
It's vibrating.
It seemed as if some kind of power was about to burst forth from that hole.
Yeah.
The slime's voice trembled from the ground. The soft, elastic surface of the body was shaken so that ripples spread out in layers. As the stone altar trembled, an even stronger and more concentrated source energy burst forth from the small hole at its center.
Puff 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 shishi dash.
A dense blue mist of light shot into the air like a fountain. Compared to the previous geyser that spouted 5 meters high, and then stopped, this is much better. The current-rich fumes can shoot directly up to 20 meters high. It looks just like a bright blue mushroom shooting skyward.
It's spectacular. It looks quite nice.
Tsuchiyo smiled slightly. And then the source energy erupted. A patch of red dots, appearing from afar, has also appeared on the map. Tsuchiyo turned her head to look.
The monster is coming.
Chapter 138 Origin Chi Bead. Chapter 138 Origin Chi Bead. Ding! The tree spirit is collecting Origin Chi. Protect it until it finishes collecting. 59 seconds. 2 system notifications sounded in succession. A 1-minute countdown appeared before Tsuchiyo's eyes.
Just hold on for 1 minute, and the collection is complete.
Tsuchiyo looked at the monster surrounding him, and smiled slightly.
I don't know if you guys can even last a minute.
Wood Wolf. Isn't this countdown supposed to give that human and the tree spirit enough time to hold out for 1 minute? How did it become about making yourself hold on for a full minute?
Roar!
The lead Wood Wolf gave a command to the 19 Wood Wolves behind it.
Roar! Wolves! Let's show them what we're made of.
How strong can a level 20 human and its summoned creatures be? All Wood Wolves will directly bloom and grow grass. They launched a swift attack on Tsuchiyo and his summoned beasts. Tsuchiyo casually turned to look at the tree spirit. At this moment, the tree spirit spread its arms to cast a spell. Buzz. The small flower basket in her hand was like a bottomless pit, constantly absorbing the source energy gushing out from the geyser. Tsuchiyo looked closely and discovered. Under the tree spirit's spell, the source energy spun rapidly. The gushing air, reaching a height of 20 meters, was abruptly cut off and sucked into her flower basket. And gradually it condensed into a ball of translucent blue within her flower basket. Ah! At this moment, a howl came from the bloodthirsty wolf, and Tsuchiyo turned around upon hearing it.
Ha! Finished?
Quietly leaned closer and nodded silently. Tsuchiyo glanced up at the time. 48 seconds.
It took 12 seconds, that's a bit slow.
Humph! The Frostfire Poison Lizard immediately declared that it had nothing to do with her, and that she shouldn't be made a scapegoat all the time. Tsuchiyo's mouth, which had just opened, closed again. Those wretched lizards. They've really mastered it. They've even learned to answer questions quickly.
Bring over their loot.
Hearing Tsuchiyo's order, the bloodthirsty wolves approached, each carrying a ball of light in its mouth. Because there are more demon wolves than wood wolves. Some of the dire wolves, in order to keep themselves busy, 2 mouths together held a ball of light, and they ran over in a silly manner. Just so Tsuchiyo could rub her head. Only water slimes. Before they even encountered the wood wolf in the battle, the wood wolf was already dead. They wanted to bring back a ball of light, but they missed it. After going back and forth, he stood there stunned, rubbing his hands together sadly. After having elastic tentacles, they seemed to have taken a liking to using their tentacles as hands. Okay. Suchio rubbed the heads of the demon wolves while reaching out to take the ball of light. Touching the ball of light triggered a notification. Ding! Fortune triggered. Gain an extra 2,624 experience, 2x, 952 copper coins, 17x, and 11 wisteria flowers, 11x. Ding! Fortune triggered. Gain an extra 14,432 experience, 11x, 448 copper coins, 8x, and 6 wisteria flowers, 6x. After being blessed with good fortune, Suchio made a fortune. Monsters in dungeons, unlike monsters outside, do not respawn. But the good thing is that the monster density is high. You can earn more in the same amount of time. There aren't enough monsters for me to kill. Suchio looked helplessly at the wisteria flower as material. Ding! Essence detected in the material. Vine flower. I want to bloom. I want to sprout. Upon seeing these two highlights, Suchio instinctively turned them off. Then he looked at his adorable, bloodthirsty demon wolves. Won't. These essences are for use by wolf-like creatures, right? What if his own wolf head could also split into 5 pieces? Suchio then looked at Do, Pao Pao, and Jing Jing, who had already transformed into human form. Little girls can be very clingy. If, as they approached, their faces suddenly split into 5 pieces. Suchio, with all the knowledge he had accumulated throughout his life, could only come up with one sentence that demonstrated high emotional intelligence. All I can say is that it's an extreme pressure level. Biting her lower lip, Suchio squinted as she continued reading the system notification. If it really is for wolves, then we don't need this essence. The world is vast. The wolves are not lacking in 1 or 2 gems. Ding! The essence I want to bloom and sprout has high compatibility with the Wandering Tentacle card. Fusion and mutation are recommended. Call. Suchio breathed a long sigh of relief. I broke out in a cold sweat. Just now. Suchio felt as if the world had been saved. If it's for use on wandering tentacles, then it's fine. Tentacle. Immediately, Suchio directly fused the 2 new essences into the wandering tentacles. Ding! The wandering tentacle has successfully fused with the essence. I want to bloom. Description: unlocks the flowering state for the wandering tentacles. Effect: when in bloom, it can deal ranged area of effect damage to enemies. Flowering pattern. Attack power 0.7. Attack range 10. Each attack deals area of effect damage. I want to sprout. Description: unlocks the sprouting state for the wandering tentacles. Effect: in the sprouting state, it can deal multiple attacks to enemies. Germination mode. Attack power 0.4. Attack range 3. Each attack deals damage twice. The fusion is complete. Suchio felt that the wandering tentacles inside her body had become something else. Just as he was about to take a look at the 2 new modes of the wandering tentacles, a system notification suddenly sounded in my ear. Ding! Tree spirit harvest complete. Before we knew it, a minute has passed. Suchio turned around upon hearing the sound and looked at the little tree spirit. I'm doomed! The little tree spirit smiled happily. Her wings flapped rapidly, as if the flower basket in her hands was very heavy. In that flower basket, no bigger than a fingernail, lay a bead that glowed with a blue fluorescent light. It's obvious without even thinking about it. This is a highly concentrated source energy bead. The spring that produced the source gas was harvested by the tree spirit. It looked as if it had been drained of its vitality, and it became listless. It can only spray out a stream of air that is only a dozen centimeters high and is almost transparent. It's no longer concentrated, it's become quite diluted. Seeing that Tsuchiyo's attention was still on the spring, the tree spirit smiled and reminded him. All gas springs that have been collected look like this. It needs some time to recover before we can continue harvesting. My chieftain says this is called sustainable. After a moment's thought, the tree spirit decided to give up. I forgot. She struggled to lift the small basket with both hands. Let's go back. Tsuchiyo nodded. Next, I should be able to protect you back to the high ground without any problems, right? The tree spirit nodded its little head. Yes, that's right. So Deo. As soon as she answered, she suddenly remembered something and quickly checked the time. I only relaxed after discovering that I had completed the halfway point in just 8 minutes. There's enough time to get back, so there's no need to rush. Then, under the protection of the summoned beast, the tree spirit went straight back to the withered giant tree. This time, we'll return to our target point. Because Tsuchiyo was familiar with the process, he directly expanded the protective circle of the summoned beast. Before the monster even got close, it was instantly torn into wisteria blossoms. Then the blood bat, who was in charge of logistics, brought it back to Tsuchiyo. So, the journey home took only 7 minutes to reach the tree where the wind rises. Thank you. The tree spirit, carrying a small basket, circled Tsuchiyo several times before flying towards the tree hole where she had appeared. I'm home. Just after the tree spirit flew into the tree hole, a loud system notification entered Tsuchiyo's ears. Ding! Congratulations on successfully collecting 1 unit of source energy. Current inventory resources, 0 vine flowers, 1 unit of source energy. Ding! Congratulations on unlocking the production panel for the Tree of Wind. Producing 1 tree spirit consumes 20 vine blossoms. To produce 1 great tree spirit, 80 vine blossoms and 1 source Chi are required. To produce 1 ancient tree spirit, 500 vine orchid flowers and 10 source energy are required. Upgrading a level 1 flower basket consumes 5 vine flowers and 2 source energy. Upgrading to level 2 flower basket consumes 10 vine flowers and 4 source energy. Upgrading to level 3 flower basket consumes 20 vine flowers and 8 source energy. Chapter 139 Producing the Second Tree Spirit. Chapter 139 Production of the Second Tree Spirit. It has appeared! Tsuchiyo couldn't help but smile slightly. That's what makes survival-type dungeons so interesting. Almost all survival-type dungeons. Both can collect a type of duplicate resource. These dungeon resources can be used to produce, craft, and upgrade various items within the dungeon. This is to help players survive better. This is practically the core gameplay of survival dungeons. Otherwise, living a life of constant running around would be too boring. I remember that as long as a certain condition was met, you could obtain a passage that allowed you to travel back and forth to the survival instance at any time. Tsuchiyo looked up at the sky. In my previous life, various wealthy conglomerates are throwing money around. Very few people are able to meet the hidden conditions of the dungeon. Even completing the survival dungeon is difficult. After all, dungeons have time limits. Tsuchiyo glanced at the countdown to the Tree of Wind, which had increased from 15 minutes to 45 minutes. A helpless smile. At the very least, we have to accomplish more within the allotted time to count. So, the first goal. Let's extend the life of the wind-rising tree until the 24-hour dungeon ends. Crunch! Just then, the huge withered tree in front of Tsuchiyo trembled slightly. The sound of trees growing rapidly and rubbing against each other could be heard. But perhaps this dead tree is just too huge. Tsuchiyo still couldn't tell how much it had changed with the naked eye. Therefore, it is clear that it will take a lot of effort to restore this windblown tree to its former glory. Buzz! Just then, a mosquito suddenly emerged from the tree hole. It charged straight at Tsuchiyo's face. Tsuchiyo was quick-witted and agile. Smack! It's like catching a mosquito with your bare hands. -500, critical hit. A crimson critical hit number appeared in Tsuchiyo's hand. What? Suchio quickly opened her arms. If it doesn't open up soon, this only tree spirit will suffocate. The tiny tree spirit was lying in the palm of his hand. With eyes swollen like mosquito coils, his voice came out in fits and starts. Human, what are you doing? She shook her head, forcing herself to wake up. Then, looking utterly aggrieved, she sat on Suchio's lap. I wanted to share the joy of the ancient tree's revival with you. Why did you hit me? Suchio's mind worked extremely fast, and he said righteously and sternly. This is a way for us humans to share joy. It's called a high five. I got a little too excited after seeing the changes in the ancient tree. Sorry. Hearing Suchio's response, the numerous summoned beasts stared silently at Suchio. The master's skin is indeed thicker than this tree bark. The little tree spirit was immediately delighted. Right. I knew it. You're happy too. She wanted to fly, but found her wings were wrinkled from being flapped. So he sat on Suchio's hand, smoothing out the wrinkles in his wings, and excitedly said to Suchio. The Tree of Wind has received the source energy from earlier, although it is still some distance from being able to live self-sufficiently. But it has at least partially restored its functionality. Is there anything you want? The Tree of the Rising Wind can help you. Upon hearing the sound, the panel from before appeared before Suchio's eyes. By simply spending vine orchid flowers and source energy, one can produce tree spirits, enhance flower baskets, construct buildings, and more. I recommend producing another tree spirit. The little tree spirit continued. With one more tree spirit, we can collect twice as much source energy. Moreover, the tree spirit doesn't expend any source energy. It only needs the vine-shaped flower. However, as soon as he said this, the tree spirit couldn't help but remind him. However, because each time the geyser is collected, it takes some time to recover. So every additional tree spirit that arrives means we'll have to allocate more troops. Of course, we don't have to send the tree spirit to the air spring. Little tree spirit added. After all, the forest is full of origin chi, but it's very thin. Letting the tree spirit stay in the forest for a while longer will allow it to collect source energy, but it will take some time. So no matter what, I think producing a tree spirit is a good choice. It's really not because I wanted to see my people. No. Upon hearing this, Suchio couldn't help but smile sheepishly. You don't want to see your clansmen? Then I'd better not summon a tree spirit. Upon hearing the sound, the little tree spirit suddenly froze. But before she could speak, Suchio said directly. I'll summon one great tree spirit, and 2 tree spirits. Immediately. A system notification came from the Tree of Wind. Ding! Consume 120 vine orchid flowers, 1 source energy, and produce 2 tree spirits and 1 great tree spirit? Suchio clicked OK. Half of the wisteria flowers in the backpack were instantly consumed. The Tree of Wind also began to operate. Inside the enormous tree hollow, bursts of blue fluorescence began to illuminate, preparing to produce tree spirits. The little tree spirit in Suchio's hands opened its beady eyes and froze again. I didn't react for a moment. You summoned 3 members of your clan? After the little tree spirit murmured something, it lay directly on Suchio's hand with a smile on its face. Thank you. Thank you, human. I have more people now. Several more. I don't have to look at the moon alone at night anymore. I have other spirits to keep me company when I sleep. Suchio remained silent, simply gazing at the tree spirit in his palm. Ha ho 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 ha ha. The laughter lasted for a while. Suchio's palms were wet. No! I'm so happy! But the tears just won't stop. The summoned beast also moved a little closer at this time. They all remained silent, quietly watching the tree spirit. Dauda and Jingjing clung tightly to Suchio's clothes. This feeling. They have experienced the abyss. In the abyss filled with battle. Death is a common occurrence. What impressed them most was that evening. Before the blood moon rose, they smelled a strange odor and fell into a deep sleep. When they woke up, their entire clansmen had been turned into raw materials. They are being collected one by the stone statue demons and transported to unknown places. And he survived by accident. This feeling of losing family members, and then gaining them back. It made them purse their lips and feel a lump in their throats. She buried her head in Tsuchio's body. The taste of Tsuchiyo will be imprinted in my mind once again. Just in case. What if I lose my family again? We must find it by relying on our own noses.
Has Alice had dinner yet?
Just then, a strange, lazy voice came from the tree hole. Focus everyone's attention on it. The little tree spirit, under the watchful eyes of many, momentarily withdrew its hand from scratching its chest. Then he lifted it up, waved to the strangers in front of him, and gave an awkward smile.
Good morning?
The little tree spirit, who was crying her eyes out in Tsuchiyo's arms, turned around when she heard the sound, and tears welled up again.
Lala! It was you who was resurrected!
She then hurriedly flapped her wings and flew wobbly toward the tree spirit that seemed to have just woken up. The lazy tree spirit also flew over and quickly caught her. Before she could ask anything, Alice in her arms started crying.
Great! Lala! You're alive! Wah! I'll tell you! Slurp! As long as the tree of wind remains, everyone will surely return.
Upon hearing Alice's voice, the tree spirit Lala paused slightly and turned to look at the nearly withered wind tree. In an instant, everything became clear.
So I was already dead.
Moreover, the clansmen also. She hugged Alice tightly in her arms.
Although I don't know how I died, but...
Thank you, Alice, for persevering all this time on your own.
I'm home.
Chapter 140 Powerful Lower Back Muscles. Chapter 140 Powerful Waist Muscles.
Thank you, human, for helping Alice save the wind-rising tree, allowing us to successfully revive.
Tree Spirit Lala chuckled.
I'll treat you to the finest air.
Then, empty-handed, as if holding something, he placed it in front of Tsuchiyo. Tsuchiyo. Excellent air? This is the first time I've seen someone describe eating the northwest wind in such a fresh and elegant way.
Lala! You can't do that!
Tree Spirit Alice quickly reprimanded. Lala shrugged and made a helpless sound. But I have nothing. Even if I wanted to stay with you, I could only do so after we've evolved a few more times. Tree Spirit Alice blushed and quickly covered Tree Spirit Lala's mouth with her hand.
What are you saying?
Just then, the remaining two tree spirits finished their casting and emerged from the tree hole. The two tree spirits are one small and one large. The larger one is just a tree spirit. The smaller one is just the spirit of the big tree. Don't ask what's big or small, Tsuchiyo doesn't know. After they flew out, they quickly learned what was going on. They hugged each other, and Alice burst into tears again. The small tree spirit flew over and politely thanked Tsuchiyo.
Thank you, human. You must have come here for origin energy as well. We will collect it, but please protect us.
Tsuchiyo hummed in agreement, and the tree spirits exchanged smiles, composed themselves, and began to compose themselves.
Let's begin collecting the next round of source energy.
After all, it only extended the life of the wind-rising tree by half an hour. After discussing it with them, Tsuchiyo assigned them tasks. Send a large tree spirit and a small tree spirit to accompany Tsuchiyo's troops to the next two source energy springs to begin collecting energy. 2 tree spirits guard the doorway of my house. Just immerse yourself in the forest at the foot of the slope and collect the materials slowly. The 2 tree spirits guarding the home return from time to maintain the energy of the wind-rising tree. Don't let it continue to drain its energy, and put its life on the countdown again. With the tasks assigned, all the tree spirits sprang into action.
The next nearest source of chi comes from here.
After the large tree spirit pointed the way, Tsuchiyo followed behind her with 13 bloodthirsty demon wolves, 3 frost fire poison lizards, and 4 water slimes. The remaining troops included the bloodthirsty Bat Queen and her 50 bloodband bats. Everything was entrusted to the small tree spirit, who escorted her to gather resources. The two teams had just gone downhill when they parted ways, one on the left and one on the right. To prevent accidents, Suchiyo also specially assigned Do and Jing to another team. There's Daodu, who excels at fighting, and Jing, who excels at calm thinking. That means the journey is safe. Throughout the journey, Suchiyo kept his eyes on the tree spirit. I wonder if it's because the great tree spirit carries a greater burden. As she flew, she would sway up and down from time to time, which was quite eye-catching. If it were in human form, it would definitely be on par with Tallulah. Just as Suchiyo was making his judgment, he suddenly heard the voice of the tree spirit. "You're so kind, my friend." Suchiyo waved her hand. "No need for thanks, I'm tired of hearing them." "No!" The tree spirit laughed and flew to Suchiyo's side, its two little steamed buns bobbing around. His tone was very gentle. "You must be because if Alice has to go off to collect source energy separately from us right after meeting us, she'll definitely be very lonely. So you left Lala with her so they could have a good chat. That's why you made that arrangement, right?" The more Shuling analyzed it, the more accurate his guess seemed. "After all, for us, it was just a nap. For Alice, it was a long, long time of lonely vigil. How do you raise me? Didn't I tell you? Otherwise, why would you let someone you've never met before come and keep you company?" Suchiyo shrugged. "Who knows? Maybe I'm just after you." The great tree spirit smiled gently. "You really love to joke around." "No, I'm serious." After a brief complaint, Suchiyo looked at the wisteria flower materials in her backpack. Until just now. After using wisteria flowers as currency for consumption, Suchiyo-tsai understood. Why is it that when extracting essence from wisteria flowers, unlike other materials, you don't need to collect hundreds of them to extract the material? So that's where the bulk of the spending is. Suchiyo glanced at the time when he had just chosen to produce the tree spirit. The system notification that came to my ear. "Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully spent 100 Vine Garden flowers to unlock the dungeon achievement Vine Garden 100 flowers. Vine Garden flowers. Effect: increases the number of wisteria flowers obtained by 10%. Dungeon achievements. As the name suggests, it's an achievement that only works within a dungeon. This Fujiwara Hayaka buff is equivalent to getting extra material drops after defeating monsters. It can be considered a weakened version of good fortune. Ah! This time, it took a full 10 minutes before I heard the voice of the money-bringing boy. Red dots lit up on the map. It's finally here. Suchiyo was worried about being short of money. Immediately, Suchiyo turned her head to look at the bushes directly in front of her. There, a bright red flower, the size of a millstone, is blooming. But this monster's ID isn't a flower, but wood snake. Description: a plant that gains a form, snake, by absorbing source energy. Level, 26. Attack, 2,200. Life, 18,000. Skills: vines entangling, vines strangling, I want to bloom, fragrant poisonous aura, powerful waist muscles. I want to bloom. Description: the head of the wooden snake is split into 5 petals like a flower. Effect: can be switched to ranged attack mode, projecting highly poisonous flower seeds at enemies. Poisonous fragrance. Description: this is exactly the taste. Effect: the wooden snake emits a subtle, poisonous fragrance that causes enemies to fall into a coma without realizing it. Strong lower back muscles. Description: you're such a charming little waist. Effect: enhances the power assessment of vine entanglement and vine strangulation. Suchiyo's gaze sharpened. This strong lower back muscle. Could I extract it and install it on myself? Don't go there, human! Just then, the tree spirit beside Suchiyo reminded him. That flower isn't a flower, it's a snake with its mouth wide open.
The green leaves and flower stems below are all part of its body. If you get too close, you'll get entangled, and then you won't be able to escape. Don't be fooled by it.
Tsuchiyo looked at the tree spirit with a serious expression.
I'd rather be fooled.
Then he pointed to the huge patch of bright red flowers.
But it just drove itself right in the middle of the road. Anyone with a normal mind can see that something's wrong with these flowers that suddenly appeared.
Wood snake.
Tsuchiyo. There can't really be someone who can't see through such a simple disguise, can there?
Tree spirit, hee.
Tsuchiyo.
Then he silently turned around, and a special light card for use in battle lit up in his hand. I'm going to pick a flower. Chapter 141 Wood Spirit Altar. Chapter 141 Wood Spirit Altar.
Puff 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 puff.
The wood snake seemed to know they had been discovered. The prematurely split top of its head aimed directly at Tsuchiyo and launched a continuous barrage of flower seeds. A slender, vine-like body, topped with a head that can spew out flower seeds. Tsuchiyo immediately pictured a pea shooter in his mind. But the wooden snake in front of us is much uglier than the pea shooter. Yeah. The water slimes immediately started taunting. The wooden snakes couldn't harm Tsuchiyo and the tree spirit in the slightest. Immediately, the frost fire poison lizards also launched a counterattack. Rat! Under the deliberate concentration of fire, a wooden snake with less health than a wooden wolf was shot dead on the spot. Certainly. This is just the beginning. Some wooden snakes found that their firepower couldn't penetrate the water slime. It folded the flowers from its head, like a snake on the ground. Drill into the ground and drill out of the ground. They rushed towards Tsuchiyo, preparing for close quarters hand-to-hand combat and binding. They want to fight in close combat. Naturally, they were met with a barrage of fire from the frost fire poison lizards. Tsuchiyo also became interested. Let one slip through. Upon receiving the order, the wolf lizards released a wooden snake that had been severely damaged. Just as the wooden snake thought it had successfully broken through the defenses and was preparing to attack the human commander and the tree spirit, I suddenly saw it. On that human. Suddenly, 5 tentacles extended. Hiss? What's going on? Why do humans also grow vines on their bodies like I do? Not only that, the human's 5 tentacles had also split open into 5 segments at their tips. The wooden snake was instantly startled. Shouted out. Hiss! A monster! Tsuchiyo chuckled. Don't praise me. If these wooden snakes are pea shooters. So at this moment, am I a triple shooter? No. A quintuple shooter. It can spew out 5 flower seeds at the same time. In that game, one person could defend all 5 lanes. Pooh! Tsuchiyo snapped out of her daze, a thought suddenly forming in her mind. Its 5 tentacles aimed at the wooden snake and unleashed a barrage of attacks. Pft! 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 Tsuchiyo's eyebrow twitched. As expected of a wandering tentacle, even its attack sound effects are amazing. As for the attack effect, it is also very pleasing. The attack power of the wandering tentacles is extremely high. Even in ranged attack mode, the damage is reduced somewhat. The panel attack is still a whopping 2,402. These 5 flower seeds were fired. Minus 1801. Minus 1,799. Minus 1803. Minus 1800. Minus 1,798. The wooden snake instantly lost 9,000 HP. Extremely high damage. And crunch, crunch. Strange sounds emanated from the wooden snake. Hiss. The wooden snake itself seemed to sense something. Hiss. Ho. Soon, a series of -240-240-240 appeared on its head. The number +240 +240 +240 appeared above Tsuchiyo's head. These wandering tentacles. What I just spat out wasn't flower seeds. Instead, it fired the parasitic seed like a bullet.
The effect is amazing. This way, even when the enemy is too strong to approach, seeds can be planted remotely.
Tsuchiyo smiled slightly, preparing to retract the tentacles on her body. But at this time, the wandering tentacles, however, seemed to be expressing a hint of coquetry and resistance. They haven't had a good meal in a long time. Left with no other choice.
Hello, why don't you turn around first?
Tsuchiyo spoke to the tree spirit beside him and approached the wooden snake whose life points were slowly draining away. The tentacles on my body immediately activated the "I want to sprout" skill. The next moment, Tsuchiyo saw that the parasitic seeds on the wooden snake had grown into tiny fleshy limbs that he could control. Just like the tiny tentacles that sprout from the wandering tentacles on my body. Those fleshy limbs and tentacles used the entangling techniques simultaneously. The wooden snake was completely and securely bound. Woo! Its serpentine head was also forcibly pried open into 5 pieces by the tentacles. Its mouth was drooling, and it twisted its body trying to struggle, but under the absolute suppression of the power judgment, it couldn't move at all. The paralyzing toxins secreted from the tentacles flowed into the gaps in the scales of the wooden snake, injecting venom into its body. The wooden snake is paralyzed, and its resistance gradually weakens. In the end, the wooden snake completely lost its ability to resist. The snake's eyes lost their luster. It was at this time. The largest wandering tentacle on Tsuchiyo's body meandered around the tip of its tail. Then, like a leech, it attached itself to its tail, which had a sharp spike. Gradually began to devour. Woo-wah! The scene before him made Tsuchiyo squint. Just now, Tsuchiyo began to have doubts. Was it the right decision to let the wandering tentacles absorb those 2 essences? And, damn! How come those wandering tentacles are so skilled? After a long while, the wooden snake's health points were reduced to 0, and Tsuchiyo's wandering tentacles quickly digested it. It emitted a ball of light symbolizing the dropped object. Tsuchiyo stared at the ball of light, hesitating for a long time. Can I turn back now? Upon hearing the tree spirit's voice, Tsuchiyo replied that she could. We need to speed things up. I just let the wandering tentacles have a good time. It took quite a while. Then, following the direction indicated by the tree spirit Shilu, everyone began to run forward. This time it's a bit far. When Tsuchiyo returned to the Tree of Wind, 25 minutes had passed. Fortunately, Tsuchiyo had the 2 tree spirits, Alice and Lala, take turns guarding the high ground. This meant that the countdown to the Tree of Wind did not pass much. On the other side, the summoned beasts led by Dauda and Jingjing have not yet returned. It has to be said that collecting source gas is indeed a physically demanding task that is a race against time. Tsuchiyo couldn't help but sigh. Then I'll go in first. Shilu, carrying her basket, said goodbye to Tsuchiyo and went into the tree hole. Crunch, crunch. As the ground trembled once more, the wind-rising tree moved even more imperceptibly. The Wind Rises tree warehouse interface in front of Tsuchiyo was also updated. Ding! Congratulations on successfully collecting 1 unit of source energy. Current inventory resources, 318 vine flowers, 1 unit of source energy. Tsuchiyo also happened to be examining the differences between the tree spirits. Tree spirits are slow-moving, have low health, and no attack power. The Great Tree Spirit has moderate movement speed, moderate health, and a certain level of attack power. Ancient Tree Spirits are fast-moving, have high health, possess considerable attack power, and also have additional skills that can aid in combat. There seem to be more above that. But that would require the Wind Tree to be upgraded to level 2. Upgrading the Tree of Wind will unlock even more features. Just then, the Tree Spirit Alice flew over from the distant slope and happily said to Tsuchiyo, Then we can produce powerful tree spirits to fight. This will also solve the problem of insufficient troops. This feature is absolutely essential. But source energy is too difficult to collect. I have hundreds of round vine flowers, but no source energy. Suchiyo then took the opportunity to check the upgrade requirements for the Tree of Wind. Suchiyo first saw an architectural drawing. Wood Spirit Altar. Description: can convert round vine flowers into source energy in a certain proportion. Resources: 500 round vine flowers, 10 source energy. Time: 1 hour. This is a building that can convert vine flowers into source energy. Suchiyo's eyes lit up. This building is the perfect match for my innate talent for making money. Chapter 142: A Real-Life Encounter with manhwaedit. Chapter 142: A Real-Life Encounter with manhwaedit. All we need is this wood spirit altar. The more wood wolves and wood snakes you kill, the better. The more source energy you can obtain, the more source energy you can acquire. It's like spending money to buy wood or spending crystal or to buy high-energy gas in some games. Let's build this first when we have enough resources. Suchiyo closed the interface. After all, I want to build this structure that allows me to exchange wisteria flowers for energy. We also need enough source gas. Ultimately, it all comes down to a lack of source energy. Suchiyo looked at the tree spirits who were chatting with each other while carrying baskets. Through communication, Suchiyo also learned a general idea of the data. It takes 1 to 2 hours to successfully collect 1 unit of source energy from ordinary tree spirits in the forest. The specific situation depends on the concentration of naturally distributed source gases in the forest. A powerful tree spirit or an even stronger ancient tree spirit will definitely be faster. But the specific numbers, we'll only know for sure after we actually collect the data once. Squeak. Just then, a bloodthirsty bat flew over from the distant slope. Hearing the bat's cry, Suchiyo smiled slightly. You're back too. Immediately, Suchiyo turned her head to look down the slope. A group of summoned creatures protected the small tree spirit in the middle as they approached. Suchiyo nodded secretly. Through the cardmaster's contact, Suchiyo sensed it. In this battle where they split their forces, they encountered a considerable number of enemies, but none of their summoned beasts died. The frost fire poison lizard wore a proud little expression. Hooray! How about that? I'm awesome, right? Suchiyo snorted. I just didn't want to waste mana to revive you. Heh! I hate you! Just as Suchiyo was interacting with the frost fire poison lizard, the great tree spirit has already flown to the other tree spirits. Really? It's true. I sensed it. Oh my god! Oh my god! Suddenly, several tree spirits cried out in alarm from there. Suchiyo looked over upon hearing the sound. Just then, the tree spirit Alice flew over. Friend! Alice excitedly said as soon as she arrived. Sister Luo saw something big. Suchiyo raised an eyebrow, her interest piqued. Oh? Is it as big as Hiru? Alice gestured with both hands. Much bigger than Shiru. Hiss! Suchiyo gasped. This is huge. Alice nodded and continued. That great energy spring seems to be able to accommodate 3 tree spirits collecting source energy at the same time. In a short time. Suchiyo's smile froze on her face. I was so stupid, really, I should have thought of that sooner. The tree spirit Lala floated over from the side, patted Suchiyo's shoulder with her little hand, and let out a lazy laugh. There's nothing I can do, young man, Alice is just that innocent. If you want to, oh! She hadn't finished speaking. A group of tree spirits covered his mouth and dragged him far away. Sorry, you didn't hear anything. Alice too. Suchiyo's eyebrows twitched involuntarily. This isn't Lala, this is clearly Serena. Before leaving, Lala gave herself an okay sign. Suchiyo gasped. 300 origin chi per use? That's not cheap. More importantly, that tree spirit isn't even as big as mine. How many times will they have to evolve? In any case, simply evolving into a great tree spirit is definitely not enough. A normal tree spirit is about the size of a fist. The tree spirit was about the size of a palm. How powerful is the ancient tree spirit? Suchiyo pinched his chin, thought for a moment, and then remembered what Ai Li had said about upgrading the wind tree. After the tree of wind is upgraded, these tree spirits should all be strengthened. Let's increase the scale of the tree spirits first. Suchiyo's heart stirred. 2 units of source gas are reserved. The 500 vine flowers in the backpack transform directly into 25 tree spirits. These tree spirits only need to collect source energy near the highlands. Even a single tree spirit can only collect 1 unit of data per hour. Over time, you can collect quite a few of these tree spirits in just 1 hour. After the new tree spirits were produced, the many tree spirits lingered together for a short while. They then continued their grand plan to collect source gas. Suchiyo led the 3 tree spirits toward the target source of energy spring. Along the way, I didn't forget to look back at the little tree spirits who had already spread throughout the forest and begun to slowly move to collect the scarce source energy. Next, it's time to start the game. Miss Meow, I have already asked Sister Ziyun. Zhongli gave an awkward smile. She said she couldn't share this task with you. Miao Yuedong's innocent face suddenly lost its focus in her eyes. He wore an expression of profound grief, as if he had lost his parents. Why not give Yuetong a chance to play games with her? Mingming Yuetong admires Sister Lin so much. Seeing Miao Yuedong's incredibly realistic acting, the women of the Tianshu Guild fell silent for a moment. They all thought the same thing. You're kidding me. Clearly, in the last martial arts battle, after you lost the fight, you said you would plant an obedience curse in Lin Ziyun's body. You said you wanted to turn her into your personal weapon. The fact that Lin Ziyun didn't kill you with a single sword strike shows how magnanimous she is. You still say you want to play games with your idol, Sister Lin? Has your brain gotten worms in it? If it weren't for the fact that Miao Yuetong in front of me is the eldest daughter of the Miao family, a family specializing in poisonous goo, and her second stage cultivation is more powerful than theirs. They don't even want to talk to me. Then I don't want any missions, just let me follow you. Miao Yuetong blinked her big eyes. You wouldn't want me to be followed by those stinky men, would you? Master. Bald head. A man who is secretly passionate. Zhongli also pursed her lips, her face extremely unpleasant. Okay then. Yes, Yutom likes you the most, sisterly. That's why I forgot to cook today. At a plastic table in front of a food stall outside a northeastern restaurant, Zhongli lowered her head dejectedly. I'm sorry, Brother Su. Her short, ear-length hair fell down, and her bangs covered her face. What's there to be embarrassed about? Suchiyo breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't anything serious. Half an hour ago. Suchiyo was hungry. She glanced at the time and realized it was already evening, and Zhongli still hadn't called her for dinner. Suchiyo thought something had happened to Zhongli. It's the middle of summer, and I was planning to go out to eat today anyway, so this just happened to be the day I ran into this. Hearing Suchiyo's words of comfort, Zhongli felt a warmth in her heart, and a beautiful smile appeared on her lips. The chubby guy at the opposite table, shirtless, was completely stunned. I'm blanching up, love. Suchiyo drew circles with her chopsticks. It's all right. There's always a way out. The bridge will straighten itself. He added a piece of sweet and sour pork to Zhongli's bowl and continued. Nothing is more important than eating. Eating something sweet will make me feel better. While it may not solve the problem, it at least allows us to approach it with a better mindset. Upon hearing this, Zhongli's eyes lit up. She immediately brushed her hair behind her ear and took a small bite of the crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, sweet but not greasy, sweet and sour pork. Wow, it's so hot! I took a few breaths of cold air, but I don't know if it was just psychological. The sweet feeling did indeed make Zhongli feel less heavy-hearted. Tasty! But then she realized. Shouldn't it be that there's always a way out and things will work themselves out? Suchiyo took a swig of draft beer. He laughed heartily.
Humph. If there's no road through the mountains, we'll make one. If the bridge isn't straight, we'll bend it. Upon hearing Suchio's words, a young student who was sitting back to back with Suchio silently got up and sat down next to the chubby guy. They were afraid that they too would be caught in the mountain road. Fatty was gazing at Zhongli with fascination when he said with disdain, "What are you doing here?" "Shut up! I won't do it!" Just then, from a distance along the street of food stalls, came a series of low gasps of surprise. "Wow! A beautiful woman! If you even dare to be tempted, I'll call the police. That little girl is so pretty, and her clothes are beautiful too. Is it Hanfu? This beautiful woman looks somewhat like she belongs to an ethnic minority group. Whose little princess is this? What are you doing at our food stall? Are you lost?" "I don't know." Driven by her innate love of watching a spectacle, Suchio turned her head to look. I spotted a petite beauty wearing a light blue long-sleeved blouse and a knee-length skirt, with an ethereal and down-to-earth air about her. Why would a beautiful woman suddenly appear at a street food stall? Suchio took a sip of beer and teased Zhongli with a smile. "But I'm still far inferior to you." However, before she could finish speaking, Zhongli's expression froze on her face. Just then, the pretty girl raised her hand, and a tiny, almost invisible insect landed on her fingertip. She turned her head and fixed her gaze on Zhongli. "Found you, sisterly!" Chapter 143 You are not allowed to harm Suchio. Chapter 143 Don't lay a hand on Suchio. Damn it! Why? That man has two beautiful women with him. I was already heartbroken and was trying to drown my sorrows in alcohol. Why did I have to see this scene? It hurts. It hurts so much. Damn it. Just because someone is handsome doesn't mean they can do whatever they want. He must be in so much pain. Let me take his place. Manhwaedit sat to Suchio's left, listening to the whispers coming from the other tables. Two big eyes curved into crescent moons. Everyone says that Li Jie and I are beauties. She looked at Zhongli, who had moved to sit to Suchio's right, and let out a pure laugh. To be able to have dinner with two beautiful women like us. This handsome Chiogage is so lucky. Result. When she looked at Suchio with a smile, her smile suddenly froze. Brother Chio, why do you look even more shocked than everyone else? Why the shock? If I had known Xiaoli's friend was coming, I should have found a more expensive restaurant. Suchio muttered to herself. After making sure the boss couldn't hear, she raised her voice and asked him to add another set of chopsticks and a bowl. He glanced at the little girl in between his gazes. Manhwaedit. Suchio felt a chill run down her spine. I haven't had much contact with this woman, but I'm fairly familiar with her. When I chatted with Baldi and his group before, I pretended to be ignorant, and didn't know them or understand the structure of this world. And this Manhwaedit, the eldest daughter of the Miao family, who is poisoned by goo poison in the real world. Breaking Bad and Destiny. In my previous life. Although Manhwaedit chose the profession of a nurse, such as a priest. But it led to a toxic outcome. Almost all the skills I learned were for applying debuffs to enemies. This fully embodies the saying. There is more than one way to defeat an enemy than to be stronger. You can also weaken your enemy to the point where they are weaker than you. Furthermore, she possesses an exceptional understanding of poisons and curses, which she has perfectly integrated with her alchemy profession. He thus became the deadly poison master that no force in the destiny path wanted to provoke easily. No one could have imagined that this little girl would have such an exceptional talent for concocting poisons. When I was still an assassin, I bought all sorts of strange poisons from her, so I became somewhat familiar with her. This little girl is probably short because she's not growing tall. Therefore, no matter what happens, you must strive to win and prove that you are better than others. He's a very troublesome guy. With a sigh, Suchio decided to try his best not to have a deep relationship with her. Then he looked to his right, at Zhongli, who looked completely bewildered. For a moment, it felt as if a million thoughts were racing through my mind.
although he possesses extremely high intelligence and strong mental strength. With just a little sensing, Zhongli's gender can be detected. But Suqiu also has her own principles. Suqiu admitted that she still didn't know how to use her mental power to detect the other person's genitals. After all, in various storylines, cute-looking boys usually have a key that can drive a big car. Suqiu didn't want his ideal of Zhongli, who was both elegant and capable in the kitchen, to be shattered because of a big key. But now, hey. How do you say that the fantasy is even more wonderful? Suqiu suddenly smiled and added a chicken leg to Zhongli's chicken stew with mushrooms.
Come on, shall we eat?
Zhongli said.
Oh,
lowered her head and took a bite. I don't know how I got it just now. The moment I saw Miao Yuetong, he quickly moved to sit next to Brother Su. She was afraid that when Miao Yuetong sat down, she would become the woman furthest away from Brother Su. But now, Zhongli glanced at Brother Su, who had suddenly shown concern for her. A warmth suddenly filled my heart. Brother Su is proving it with his actions. He's on his own side. As Miao Yuetong looked at the two people in front of her, a feeling suddenly rose in her heart. Am I an outsider? That feeling. From birth. What I like most is getting things that aren't easy to obtain. Winning hard-won honors. The biggest difficulty encountered so far. Just to win once, Lin Ziyan. Thinking of this, Miao Yuetong's face became even more innocent. Since Lin Ziyan couldn't get revenge, let's play a little prank on her female subordinates first.
I'm late, he.
Miao Yuetong accepted the plastic-sealed disposable bowls and chopsticks from the shop owner with both hands.
Thank you, boss.
Suqiu, with the expression of a caring older brother, took the plastic-sealed tableware from her delicate little hands.
Hey, it's not too late. More people mean more chopsticks.
After opening the package, I politely poured her a glass of juice.
Sister Yuetong must be thirsty after walking so far. Let her moisten her throat first.
Miao Yuetong was slightly taken aback.
Brother Chiu, you're so kind. Let's have a drink.
He then very proactively clinked his glass against Suqiu's. Water splashing. A tiny white dot, invisible to the naked eye, splashed into Suqiu's glass like a bubble, and quickly disappeared beneath the ripples on the surface. Upon hearing this, Suqiu also adopted a big brotherly expression, patting his chest and guaranteeing.
We have to have a drink. Come on. Let's have one. No. Brother Su.
Then, before Zhongli could finish speaking, Suqiu tilted his head back and gulped down the contents of the cup. Zhongli didn't know how to start the conversation for a moment. The most widely known news in the martial arts world. Never eat at the same table as the Miao family, who use poison and goo, or the Tang family, who use hidden weapons. But this kind of thing. How would an ordinary person know? Immediately, Zhongli frowned and stared at Miao Yuetong with an unfriendly expression.
You didn't harm Brother Su, did you?
Miao Yuetong blushed and said shyly.
What are you saying, Sister Li? If anyone was targeted, it was Brother Chiu who targeted me.
Upon hearing this, the surrounding diners suddenly hardened their fists. The look in his eyes as he looked at Suqiu was filled with murderous intent.
What's the emergency number again? 110.
Humph.
Crack, crack, clenching fist, let's just call 120. If you dare lay a hand on Brother Su, I will absolutely not forgive you.
Zhongli clenched her fists and gritted her teeth as she spoke each word with clenched teeth.
Oh dear, Sister Li is angry.
Miao Yuetong revealed a mischievous smile.
Then you must tell Sister Ziyun that Yuetong misses her terribly.
Seeing Miao Yuetong's appearance, Zhongli became even more certain. She definitely did it. Immediately, Miao Yuetong smiled and looked at Suqiu.
Brother Chiu is drinking very heartily.
Suqiu waved his hand confidently and said,
This is nothing. We take 10 times more. Brother Chiu is amazing.
Miao Yuetong exclaimed, just as she saw someone walking their dog by. She ran over, patted the puppy, then ran back and giggled.
The puppy is so cute.
He then looked at Su Qiu and suddenly said something completely irrelevant.
Brother Qiu, can you bark like a dog?
Zhongli's gaze suddenly became even more piercing.
This manhwaedit.
They really did it. Is it another obedience curse? Su Qiu replied calmly.
Of course I can.
Manhwaedit's mind raced, and at the same time, a genuine smile of interest appeared on her face.
Then say it out loud for me.
Zhongli looked at Su Qiu urgently.
Brother Su.
Su Qiu, as if under a spell, spoke without hesitation.
Then say it to me.
Zhongli. Manhwaedit. Everyone. Manhwaedit didn't react for a moment. What did you just say? Su Qiu revealed a smile even more innocent than Manhwaedit's. What did you just say? Zhongli opened her mouth slightly in surprise, not reacting for a moment.
What's going on?
Chapter 144 You scumbag. Chapter 144 You scumbag.
Didn't you make a move?
Zhongli looked at Manhwaedit with a puzzled expression. But Manhwaedit also looked puzzled and surprised.
It doesn't look like it. How come you're alright?
Manhwaedit stared at Su Qiu with great surprise in her eyes. Su Qiu swirled the wine in her glass, a strange expression rising on her face.
What could possibly happen to me after just half a glass of beer?
Manhwaedit pursed her lips slightly, her big eyes filled with confusion. As a goo master, one can have some connection with goo worms.
I'm absolutely certain.
The obedience goo did indeed enter Su Qiu's body just now. But why hasn't anything happened? Why doesn't Su Qiu bark like a dog? Return. He even deliberately mimicked his own speech. Manhwaedit suddenly got angry. It seems he wanted to verify his idea. Manhwaedit stared at Su Qiu, a little unconvinced, and said,
Brother Qiu, another cup.
Zhongli quickly stopped her, saying,
Brother Su can't hold his liquor. He can't drink anymore.
Su Qiu waved his hand dismissively and said,
Hey Shaoli, you just don't understand. Alcohol tolerance depends on individual constitution. Your brother Su is in good health and can drink a lot.
Zhongli was so anxious she was on the verge of tears.
I wasn't talking about alcohol tolerance.
But I'm talking about body constitution. Su Qiu smiled mischievously.
Since Sister Yuetong has raised her cup, how can I not drink it?
Immediately, Su Qiu clinked glasses, tilted his head back, and downed another glass of wine. Manhwaedit held her glass in her hand, secretly watching Su Qiu. Indeed, some people are born with strong constitutions and have a certain degree of immunity to some types of goo worms. But this time. But Brother Qiu said you could have 10 more cups. Manhwaedit directly cast 10 obedience goo. The dosage is absolutely sufficient. You can make even a pig meow like a cat. Manhwaedit refused to believe that she couldn't get Su Qiu to listen to her this time. Seeing that Su Qiu had finished his drink, Manhwaedit quickly said,
Brother Qiu, please call him.
Su Qiu replied immediately.
A moment. What's going on?
Why are my goo worms not working? Manhwaedit gulped down the remaining delicious orange juice and quickly began to think. The man in front of me. Either they have an exceptionally strong constitution and are immune to the poison of the goo worms. Or perhaps they are born with the ability to poison. Su Qiu raised an eyebrow after being glared at by Manhwaedit.
Brother Qiu!
Manhwaedit moved her chair closer, staring intently at Su Qiu's handsome face, somewhat unconvinced.
Don't you feel anything?
Su Qiu asked solemnly.
I'd like to pick a flower. Does that count as having feelings?
Manhwaedit. Zhongli. As for feeling, Su Qiu really has it. Because its own wandering tentacle struck again. The reason I say, again, is because when the first obedient goo entered its mouth, the wandering tentacles automatically triggered the counterattack mode. Just as a soft, delicate tentacle, about the thickness of a toothpick, sprouted from Su Qiu's palate, it directly activated the pill-swallowing function. They ate it. And the second glass of wine just now. He drank 10 obedience goo in one go. The wandering tentacles were also intrigued and instantly activated their sprouting and entangling skills. Suchio suddenly felt. A cluster of fine tentacles appeared in his mouth. And, based on the empathy transmitted by the wandering tentacles, they were so fine that they wrapped around every single obedient goo. It's hard to imagine. This is something a human can do. After a while, these obedient goo worms had no effect on Suchio at all. How so? Miao Yuetong stared intently at Suchio with wide eyes. I wish I could study Suchio properly. None of this works. I'll have to use the super obedient goo that I specially prepared for Lin Ziyun. This is an extremely obedient goo, a goo worm that has been with me day and night for several years. To some extent, you can even empathize with it. But this kind of poison should not be used lightly. High cultivation value is only one aspect. The key point is, if the super obedient goo is harmed, it will feel the pain as if it were its own. Therefore, Miao Yuetong never uses it lightly. However now, in order to investigate what exactly was happening inside Suchio's body, a hint of determination appeared in Miao Yuetong's eyes, and she raised her hand to order another draft beer. Brother Chio, could you have another cup? Suchio smiled and immediately downed the wine and snacks, in one gulp. Zhongli was shocked. You're not even going to act anymore? But at this moment, Miao Yuetong only had Suchio in her eyes. Didn't your brother Chio already say that? Even if I drink it 10 more times. Before she could finish speaking, Miao Yuetong suddenly hugged her petite body, a blush spreading across her fair face. I feel a little short of breath. She stared at Suchio with an incredulous look in her eyes. What did you do? Suchio spread his hands, looking completely innocent. I haven't even activated the parasitic seed yet. Zhongli glanced at Dingjun. You're definitely acting again. A layer of dampness appeared on Miao Yuetong's forehead. I didn't. The surrounding guests immediately turned their faces away, their foreheads covered in cold sweat. Young people are really bold. He has 2 beautiful women. Damn it. Why don't I have a girlfriend? Miao Yuetong was about to say something, but the empathy transmitted by the goo worm made her quickly shut her mouth. But his gaze was fixed on Suchio. When? Was I poisoned? Or was I drugged? Wrong. Having raised goo poisons for years, he is now immune to all poisons. Moreover, this empathy comes from within. It's my own destined goo. An incredibly obedient goo. What exactly is inside his body? It can actually ignore the effects of its own goo worms. It even backfired and affected me. Miao Yuetong had no idea what was going on. But it must have been Suchio who did it. If that's really the case, the only solution now. It means severing the connection with your natal goo. But, my mental state is too unstable right now. There's simply no way to calm down and focus on unbinding. This feeling of being controlled by someone else. I dislike it the most. Miao Yuetong immediately burst into tears. Brother Su, please let me go. Don't say things that could be misunderstood. Suchio quickly stood up. I didn't do anything. Its own wandering tentacles still haven't digested the new goo worm. It seems that because this obedient goo was very powerful, we played with it for a while longer. Don't ask Suchio why she can distinguish the obedience goo. I've seen it before. But, absolutely not sold. Absolute. The thought of the obedience goo. Could it be? Suchio immediately ordered the wandering tentacles to disable their skills. Miao Yuetong finally slumped onto the table. Suchio's eyebrows twitched. Good boy. It really is a natal goo that can resonate with the user. Su accepted it. How are you? Suchio asked calmly. Although I did indeed tamper with it. As early as when Miao Yuetong sat down, Su Qiu took the initiative to unpack her disposable tableware and put the parasitic seeds into the cup. Originally, I thought it was. If she harbors no ill will towards me, the parasitic seed will simply dissipate, and nothing will happen. Pity. She also put an obedience spell in her own drink. He wanted to embarrass himself. Then you can't blame me for returning the favor. At this moment, Miao Yuedong sat up again, revealing a tearful expression. Brother Qiu, you're such a bad person. Su Qiu and Zhongli were suddenly taken aback. What's going on here? Su Qiu was also caught off guard. But Miao Yuetong continued. I was here first. Zhongli opened her mouth slightly in surprise, unable to utter a word. These are my own words. But Brother Qiu, you've fallen for Sister Li. Miao Yuedong's lips trembled, and her eyes reddened. I agreed too. I can share her with Sister Li, so why do you have other women? Su Qiu's eyes widened. What did you agree to? When have I ever liked you? When have I ever had another woman? At this point, Su Qiu was speechless for a moment. This was the only point that Su Qiu didn't know how to deny. All I can say is, I didn't do anything. But Miao Yuetong sat up straight, pursed her lips, and suddenly revealed a smiling expression. Something that just happened. Now you're saying you didn't do anything, is that it? What? This Miao Yuetong? Using this tactic? Then she gently patted her slightly protruding belly, which was a result of drinking 3 large glasses of iced beverages. Do I really have to tell the truth? What are you going to say now? Even if Su Qiu wanted to stop him, it was too late. Immediately, a series of scrambling sounds of chairs coming from all directions. Countless strong men had tears of envy in their eyes. Go to hell! You social butterfly! It's because of people like you that I can't find a girlfriend. I was born into this world to destroy people like you. Our FFF group burns people like you. Su Qiu quickly looked at Zhongli. Shaoli! Please help me explain. But Zhongli is nowhere near Miao Yuetong's level. After stammering for a long time, he could only blush and squeeze out a sentence. Brother Su and I are just roommates. We really didn't do anything. We just play games every day normally. Upon hearing this, the men's muscles bulged. Their veins popped. They unleashed their blood rage. Living together? Huh? Oh, you've already moved in, and you're saying you haven't done anything? You play games every day, huh? You little brat. You must have some kind of hypnosis software. Hand it over. We might not let you off the hook. Su Qiu was speechless. You guys have been reading too many comics. There's no such thing. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Qiu thought of Miao Yuedong's obedience goo. To some extent. The obedience goo, used as a truth serum, seems to be quite a form of hypnotic software. As expected. You're still not handing it over, are you? Soon, 2 burly policemen arrived. We received a report that someone was opening a bank account in a public place, and that must be you. But they don't need to look for it, they can see it anyway. Su Qiu, who is male on both sides and male on top of male, is their target. Come with us. Chapter 145 Monster Camp. Chapter 145 Monster Camp, Source Forest. The destiny path is better. There's no backstabbing or intrigue in the real world. Su Qiu sat on the slime and, together with the 3 tree spirits, slowly moved towards the large source energy spring. Heh? So, how did you get out? Upon hearing the Frostfire Lizard's question, Su Qiu shrugged helplessly. It's all because your master has good connections and knows people in the Ministry of Justice, so they released him. The Frostfire Poison Lizard rolled its eyes and spat out a curse. It spat out a mouthful of fiery liquid, which struck the wooden snake flower in the middle of the road in the distance. Su Qiu gave a sullen smile. I really didn't expect that. You might run into someone you know there.
Officer, please believe me, I really didn't do anything. Inside the police car, Suchio tried to explain. If this really happens at the police station under the Ministry of Justice, I'll have to skip so many of Zhongli's meals. Even if Xiao Lily can bring it over when she visits him in prison. But Suchio wanted to eat a bite of her freshly made food even more. What? Why aren't you worried about missing out on playing Destiny for several days? Destiny is work, for women, it's life. Just then, the policeman in the driver's seat chuckled and replied, If you call me boss, I'll believe you. Upon hearing this, Suchio's expression froze. That voice, it sounds so familiar. As a result, the tall, thin policeman in the passenger seat next to him slapped him on the head. They knocked his hat off. Drive your car properly! When his hat fell off, a shiny bald head was revealed, seemingly capable of illuminating the darkness. The policeman who slapped him also turned around, revealing a face less handsome than his own. Boss, nice to meet you. This conversation is so familiar. Suchio was slightly taken aback. I'll blanch you too. Isn't that bald Furious Claw and Archer Proud Snow? The bald man picked up his hat, put it back on, chuckled, adjusted the rearview mirror, and said to Suchio. Boss, is this our first meeting? Suchio smiled awkwardly and raised the silver bracelet on her hand. Yes, I didn't expect that our first meeting would be so awkward. Ao Shui turned around, took out the key, unlocked Suchio's handcuffs, and explained in a distressing tone. We heard from the monk that the eldest daughter of the Miao family has secretly slipped out again. Fearing she might use her goo worms to harm people, we quickly searched the entire city. We finally found her through the surveillance footage, and just then someone nearby called the police because she had caused trouble. We were so scared. We rushed over. I never expected the victim to be that young lady, and to run into you. Lucky you. Suchio twirled her wrist, recalling Miao Yuedong's smiling face, and snorted coldly, gritting her teeth as she said, Short and cheerful, girls are usually lucky in getting pregnant. The bald man responded with a smile. Of course we believe you didn't lay a hand on Miss Miao. Otherwise, let me tell you, if Miss Miao wanted to, you might already be dead and torn to pieces. Suchio smiled sullenly. To be honest, if I wanted to, the eldest daughter of the Miao family would be dead and mutilated by now. So, Suchio looked at the two of them. You figured out my identity long ago? Upon hearing this, the bald man subconsciously glanced at the car escorting Miao Yuetong in front of him and lowered his voice, saying, It's all because of what happened a couple of days ago, when Miss Miao killed over 100 people. We also checked the surveillance footage and found that you had been in contact with those people. Plus, there's that Li, also known as the beautiful Zhongli, who's from our side, so naturally she recognized you too. At this point, the bald man gave a lewd smile. Boss, you really lied to us and said you had nothing to do with Miss Miao. They're helping you kill people, and they're also saying they're carrying your child. Ao Shui also joked. Boss, is there really something going on between you and Miss Miao? Who doesn't love to hear some rumors from the martial arts world? Suchio fell silent for a moment. What can I say? After all, now Miao Yuetong really does have her own seed inside her belly, a parasitic seed. But now of all times. They misunderstood the term, parasitic species, as referring to the family planning policy. Suchio thought for a moment, then solemnly said, If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tell Miao Yuetong. Balbi and Ao Shui immediately shuddered and ended the conversation. I'm not going to say anything more. You absolutely mustn't tell Miss Miao about this. Upon hearing the sound, Suchio raised an eyebrow and looked at a small insect that had flown out of the car window. You two are finished. Those are Miao Yuetong's goo worms. Miao Yuetong also knows about this. But, for the sake of being brothers. Taking advantage of the two's inattention, Suchio reached out and flicked his hand. The already translucent, wandering tentacles instantly activated there. I'm going to bloom. State. The tip split into 5 petals,
spitting out an extremely tiny flower seed that precisely crushed the little insect. After all, the beautiful vermouth from the distillery once said, "Secrets are a man's best weapon." Let's give them a chance after we're out of the dungeon. Tsuchiyo smiled slightly and prepared to check her backpack. After all, after defeating the boss, I got quite a few items that I couldn't use. It's just ahead, Tree Spirit Alice said happily. Perhaps it was seeing so many of her people that Alice seemed so motivated. Tsuchiyo looked at the Tree Spirit and asked, "Isn't Lala with me this time?" "Every time I act with the Tree Spirit, it always feels like I'm being chosen by a concubine. There are so many beautiful women. Tsuchiyo will never know who she will team up with next. Of all the members in this team, only Alice is truly familiar with the place, followed by the little Tree Spirit." Upon hearing Tsuchiyo's question, Alice was speechless for a moment. The little Tree Spirit floated over and pointed with its finger, explaining, "Because we all believe that Lala will corrupt you, a good person." Upon hearing this, Tsuchiyo solemnly replied, "You're right. But I love challenging my weaknesses." This left the newly joined Tree Spirit somewhat bewildered. The target this time is a chi spring for 3 people. She pointed blankly to the way she had come down. "Then I'll leave?" "No need," Tsuchiyo said confidently. "It's okay if there are more people, I can handle it." The little Tree Spirit's gaze towards Tsuchiyo immediately changed. "You're all cut from the same cloth." Just as the group was chatting, they arrived at their destination. Tsuchiyo looked back at what was in front of her. "I discovered that this place is different from the chi spring I visited before. Here. So many monsters!" Alice covered her mouth, exclaiming in a low voice. "Perhaps the source energy springs here have accumulated too much. It has already started to leak. This has turned this place into a gathering place for monsters." Seeing this, Tsuchiyo jumped off the slime. "Get ready to capture the demon!" Chapter 146 Extraction Flower Tower. Chapter 146 Extracting the Flower Tower, whoosh. There is a strangely shaped flower in this campsite. Certainly. This does not mean that it was driving in the middle of the road. This is not surprising. Or does it mean that it looks like a giant pineapple? A huge green flower bud rose from the ground, growing above the source energy spring, trembling slightly, as if it were continuously absorbing source energy. Its red petals swayed in the wind, radiating a much denser source energy than that found in ordinary forests. Hiss! Countless wooden wolves and wooden snakes lay sprawled on the ground, their heads bursting open. With each breath, the flowers in my head contracted and expanded, looking extremely comfortable. The Tree Spirit Alice leaned closer and whispered an explanation. "That flower is called the Extraction Flower Tower. It can automatically collect source energy and also guard the surroundings. It is a building belonging to our Tree Spirit clan." Alice thought for a moment and used the word architecture. She then looked at the extracted flower tower in front of her. "But this flower tower is strange, and it's full." "Full?" Tsuchiyo raised an eyebrow, a good guess rising in her mind. "Does full mean that it's currently filled with primordial energy?" The other Tree Spirit nodded. "Yes, it's already filled with origin chi, but because no Tree Spirit came to collect it, it burst itself." The little Tree Spirit nodded and affirmed. "Foolish flower. Moreover, because no flower spirits have come to collect it for so long, this extraction flower tower has become a wild flower tower. It will automatically attack alien creatures." Upon hearing this, Tsuchiyo looked at the monsters surrounding the extraction flower tower and thought to himself. "It seems that we have now become alien species." Several Tree Spirits nodded. "However, as long as we can reach it, we can communicate with it. Maybe we could even collect a lot of origin chi. We've really run into a warehouse. This sounds perfect for looting." "I see." Tsuchiyo grinned, then looked at the monsters that were absorbing his origin energy. "You're gathering to absorb source energy, huh?" "Immediately." Tsuchiyo waved his hand.
All done!
Immediately, the 10 bloodthirsty demon wolves surrounding Tsuchiyo howled and charged out. The 3 frost-fire poison lizards squatted down on the spot and laid an egg behind their rear ends. The baby lizard was born the next moment. Along with the large lizard, they launched an overwhelming barrage of firepower at the group of ecstatic wooden creatures. Although this time we will be facing a large camp. However, Tsuchiyo did not bring many troops with him. Most of the summoned beasts continued to protect the other tree spirits and collect source energy. Never stop for a moment. Friend, Alice said timidly, hiding behind Tsuchiyo. There are far fewer wolves helping me than you have ever helped me before. Are you really sure you're okay? Tsuchiyo confidently said. It doesn't matter, I'll take action. Immediately. Magic points -100. Tsuchiyo conjured a flying card in his hand, aimed at the pile of wooden wolves in the distance, and shot it out. Hiss 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 hiss. The flying card has an extremely long attack range. Spin a card out. The wooden wolves and wooden snakes, which formed a straight line, all displayed considerable damage. -838. Bang! -2514, 3x. -840. Bang! -6728x. -1263, critical hit. Boom! -8841, 7 times. That's the damage from a level 2 flying card. Tsuchiyo grinned. After killing so many monsters, Tsuchiyo had already accumulated a lot of experience points. So I first enhanced my active skills. Flying cards. Quality, excellent blue. Occupation, card master. Level 2. Effect, consumes 100 mana points, launches an energy card forward, and returns after reaching a range 3 times the attack distance, dealing damage equal to 150% to 225% magic damage plus 2% to 3% of maximum mana, to all enemies along its path. The energy card benefits from attack effects. Cooldown, 10 seconds. After the damage was increased. Originally, I only had 312 magic attack power, but with the amplification of the flying card, the direct damage is a whopping 988. Even after breaking through the monster's magic resistance, it still dealt more than twice the direct damage. In addition, there's a 60% critical hit rate bonus. This card is flying. A wooden wolf and a wooden snake in a straight line, half a tube of blood evaporated instantly. The frost-fire poison lizard had just spat out a mouthful of flaming liquid when it saw that the enemy had already suffered heavy losses. She turned around with wide eyes and stared at Tsuchiyo. One's own master. It seems even more powerful now. Tsuchiyo chuckled as well. I often feel out of place with you because I'm too strong. Pa! The frost-fire poison lizard regained its senses and launched another attack on the enemy. After getting the flying card. Although I possess a fairly strong ability to clear away miscellaneous items. But it can't be used all the time. At least within 10 seconds of cooling down. I can only rely on basic attacks now. -162. Bang! -483, 3x. I just ate a card of Wood Wolf, now I'm happy. You've run out of skills. How can a summoner fight me if they don't have any skills? And he only brought such a small number of summoned beasts. And they even dare to show their faces? Are those 3 little tree spirits still hiding behind the summoner? Roar! It let out a roar. All the smiling wooden wolves, with bright red flowers on their heads, simultaneously aimed their gazes at Tsuchiyo. Just take down the summoner. We can capture 3 more tree spirits to offer to the Twisted Tree Demon boss. However, the next moment. Card cheating activate. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Countless densely packed cards formed a line from Tsuchiyo's hand and swept towards the group of wooden wolves. -161. Bang! -805, 5x. -163. Bang! Minus 1304.8x. Minus 243, critical hit. Bang! Minus 1458.6x. Every second, Tsuchiyo was able to throw out a full 5 light cards. Unleash the most devastating damage on the enemy. This pack of wood wolves only had 22,000 health points in the end. In Tsuchiyo's hands, they couldn't even last 3 seconds. In addition, the summoned beasts around Tsuchiyo have already taken initial shape. Water slime taunts, bloodthirsty wolf responds, bloodthirsty bat king interferes. In other teams, frost fire poison lizard launches a ranged attack. Not only that, Tsuchiyo confirmed that she was in a safe environment. Tsuchiyo burst into laughter. The wandering tentacles residing within Tsuchiyo's body emerged from various parts of her body, each tip unfurling into a delicate pink, fleshy flower. Together with Tsuchiyo, they launched a fierce attack on the monster in the distance. Rat rat rat! Minus 2,142. Minus 80 defense. Minus 2,225. Minus 2,227. Minus 214, poison level 1. Minus 428, poison 2 levels. This is damaging. She is in no way inferior to Tsuchiyo. It's even significantly higher. Wandering tentacle. I mean, is it possible that since I'm a summoned beast, my damage output should be higher than my master's? This is a series of fierce attacks. It woke up the entire camp. Roar dash! The monsters from the other end of the camp rushed over. They headed straight out in Tsuchiyo's direction. That's more like it! With a flick of his fingers, Tsuchiyo discarded all the cards with even greater ease. I have to say, Tsuchiyo, unleashing his full power, is at an off-the-charts level. Even enemies possess magic resistance due to their long-term consumption of source energy. But it's nothing compared to Tsuchiyo's extremely high frequency of damage. When the battle fully unfolded, the giant flower growing on the source energy spring also suddenly reacted. Laugh. It looks like a giant wooden snake that has eaten its fill. Suddenly, the flower shot up and sprayed a cluster of seeds into the sky. Bang! Flower seeds burst open from the sky. It was thrown towards the direction of Tsuchiyo's summoned beast on the battlefield. Carpet bombing? Tsuchiyo raised an eyebrow and continued to order. Ignore me, keep fighting! Then the wandering tentacles stretched out. It completely enveloped Tsuchiyo. Da-da-da-da-da! A dense swarm of flower seeds swept across. Tsuchiyo's summoned beast suddenly lost a significant amount of health. But he is still relatively healthy. Tsuchiyo himself was also protected by the defensive power of the tentacles. We survived the attack. It means there are not many health points left. Fortunately, when the wandering tentacles attacked earlier, they had already planted parasitic seeds on the units in the distance. Plus 107 plus 107 plus 107. Countless numbers indicating life recovery lit up above Tsuchiyo's head. The lost health points were quickly replenished. With the parasitic seed here, as long as they can't kill me instantly, I can live forever. This is Tsuchiyo's reliance. The summoned beasts that received Tsuchiyo's orders no longer had such convenience. The only way to recover is through the self-healing effect of holy light blessing every second. Therefore, the summoned beasts are all very close to the water slime. As long as you pull the slime over when you're about to get hurt, and use it to absorb the damage, you'll be fine. And the water slime, the person involved in this fighting style, could only respond with Yeah. Chapter 147 Frostfire Poison Lizard Job Advancement. Berserk Attack Speed. Bloodline Breath. Chapter 147 Frostfire Poison Lizard Job Advancement. Berserk Attack Speed. Bloodline Breath. Done! With the last wooden wolf falling, the battle came to an end. Tsuchiyo, accompanied by 3 tree spirits, arrived at the side of the large flower bud. Extraction Flower Tower. Description: Wild extractive flower towers can collect source energy and provide a certain degree of protection. Attack, 10,010. Lifespan, 35,012 to 50,000. Storage, 10 to 10. Functions, data collection, storage, and counterattack. The attributes seem quite ordinary. Tsuchiyo smiled. However, we can't expect too many warehouses. After all, the wood wolves and wood snakes in the vicinity die. This enormous extraction tower also obediently gave up the struggle. Just stay where you are. Pretending to be a flower.
It really is our extract flower tower.
Several tree spirits circled the extraction flower tower for a while, then confirmed.
And she also suffered from indigestion. With a little communication, we should be able to collect the data. It's much more convenient than collecting it ourselves.
Tsuchiyo felt that this would save her a lot of trouble. And look at this warehouse. I've definitely saved up 10 units of source energy. Once we transport them all back, we can build the wood spirit altar right away. Then add your own wisteria flowers. The expansion and reconstruction speed of the Tree of Wind has taken off like a rocket.
Ugh!
But before Tsuchiyo even got close to the flower tower, she felt a little dizzy. It's just like inhaling carbon monoxide. Ding! The source energy is too concentrated. You have been poisoned and are unconscious. Fainting. Effect, movement speed minus 10%, attack speed minus 10%, chance of spell failure. Tsuchiyo held her breath and took a few steps back.
The source energy here is indeed quite concentrated. This source energy is bad for you, don't come any closer.
Tree Spirit Alice reminded Tsuchiyo before flying towards the extraction flower tower with the other two tree spirits.
Leave it to us.
Tsuchiyo was somewhat unwilling, but there was nothing she could do. Yeah. But just then, the water slime came close. The toxic blood is being purified. In a short time, Tsuchiyo felt that the air around her was much fresher. The fainting debuff that had just appeared above my head also dissipated.
It's so great to have you.
Tsuchiyo picked up the slime and rubbed it vigorously in his arms a few times. Tsuchiyo feels even better. Alice smiled and said softly,
We've collected quite a lot, lots and lots.
The little tree spirit also explored up and down with its two tiny hands.
You can tell it hasn't been harvested in a long time. Let's help it.
Several little tree spirits nodded, flew upwards, and sat on the top of the petals. Then 6 little hands were placed on top of the flower tower.
Is it because it hasn't rained? Why does it smell a bit bad? I find this rich, primal energy quite fascinating.
Tsuchiyo. You'd better be talking about gathering, not about replenishing. Then, the tree spirits closed their eyes, a green light shone from their bodies, and they began to communicate with the flower tower. Tsuchiyo also took this opportunity to look at the monster corpses around him. After wiping out the entire camp. At this moment, the summoned beasts dispersed. Help Tsuchiyo retrieve the props. Tsuchiyo also checked his own panel after a long time. When the Frostfire Dragon Lizard reaches level 10. My own card master class has unlocked the upgrade feature. But I was busy killing the poison swamp lizard at the time and didn't have time to check. I finally have some free time. Rank up, grants summon beasts a class, increases their class rank, and unlocks their equipment slots. Tsuchiyo, ?
What?
Am I seeing things correctly? Upgrading a summon's rank can unlock its equipment slots? Summon beast. There's an equipment slot? Tsuchiyo subconsciously turned his head and looked at the frostfire poison lizard that was biting a ball of light as it approached. The image of those large lizards waving their staffs with their claws instantly popped into my head.
Ouch, my eyes!
Tsuchiyo sighed, rubbing his forehead. The frostfire dragon lizard narrowed its eyes. Through understanding the owner, the master must have thought of something very offensive. However, Tsuchiyo quickly sat up straight again. Since we're on the topic of equipment, then it all comes down to one thing: profession. In addition to common profession-specific equipment such as rings and necklaces,
Most of the equipment has class restrictions. Will my pets have jobs too? With the question in mind, Suchio opened the upgrade function panel. Ding! Frostfire Lizard detected as a currently upgradable unit. Analyzing class compatibility. Ding! Analysis complete. Frostfire Dragon Lizard's class compatibility is Warrior -6%. Knights -31%. Assassin -5%. Shooter 97%, recommended. Priest -3%. Mage -22%. Is shooting the most suitable profession? Suchio nodded slightly. That aligns quite well with my guess. This professional analysis is based on the summoned beast's attack pattern, three-dimensional attributes, and the essence it possesses. The second most suitable knights are probably those that are also tanky enough. Ding! Do you wish to assign the Frostfire Venom Lizard to the Archer class? Suchio clicked Select. By understanding this, even if you've already chosen a career, you can still benefit from it. If a summoned beast acquires other essences in the future, causing a significant change in its attributes, its class can still be changed. Very flexible. Ding! Upgrade successful. Frostfire Poison Lizard has successfully upgraded to Archer Level 1, unlocking one equipment slot. After the notification ended, Suchio remained sitting there blankly. It took a moment for him to realize. That's it, I've already leveled up? Suchio was taken aback and looked at the Frost Flame Poison Lizard that had just been upgraded. But at that moment, Suchio heard 3 more system notifications in succession. Ding! Your Frostfire Poison Lizard's initial rank is detected as Gold Legendary. You are currently learning a Gold Legendary class talent and a Purple Epic class skill. Ding! Your Frostfire Venom Lizard has successfully learned the Frenzy Attack Speed, Gold, talent. Ding! Your Frostfire Poison Lizard has successfully learned the skill Breath, Purple. Berserk Attack Speed. Brief description: you speak incredibly fast. Rank, Golden Legend. Effect: each time you attack you gain 1 stack of Frenzy. For each stack of Frenzy you have, your attack speed increases by 10%, up to a maximum of 50 stacks. Before you see this talent, Suchio still felt normal. Each attack increases attack speed by 10%. But then I saw the last number. They were stunned and stood there dumbfounded. Tao Xiao? 50 floors. That's practically 5 times the attack speed. Goodness. Frostfire Lizards are good at everything as AD, attack damage carrier. It deals high damage, is very durable, and has a long attack range. The attack speed is a bit slow. This is really bad. Attack speed is instantly doubled. It increased 5-fold. Suchio looked at the Frostfire Poison Lizard and burst into laughter. From now on, I will be the #1 magic machine gun in the Chinese server, and you will be the #1 physical machine gun in the Chinese server. The Frostfire Poison Lizard hadn't yet realized what had happened to it. I just feel a slight itch in my throat. The next moment, it coughed twice. Immediately, a burst of scorching fire erupted from its mouth. It turned a fan-shaped area in front of them into a sea of fire. It even burned the extraction flower tower. Not only that, the Frostfire Lizard then spewed out a second burst of extremely cold icy vapor from its mouth. Extinguished the area that was just ignited. Then, under Suchio's shocked gaze, the Frostfire Lizard unleashed a third breath. This time it sprayed out. It was a green, highly poisonous breath. The already disaster-prone land and plants withered and turned black after being contaminated with toxic gas. Utter death. Suchio's eyes lit up. This is it. The Frostfire Venom Lizard's own mastery of an epic skill breath. Breath. Description: he exhales a breath imbued with the blood of a dragon. Rank Purple Epic. Level 1. Effect 1 First stage, exhales a scorching breath, dealing fire damage to a 30-degree area in front and inflicting a burning effect.
Effect 2, second stage, exhales an extremely cold breath, dealing water attribute damage to a 30-degree area in front and inflicting frostbite. Effect 3, the third stage involves exhaling a highly toxic breath that deals fire damage to a 30-degree radius in front of the user and inflicts a poison effect. How do I trigger the gift of the ocean and water god in Chapter 148? How do I trigger the gift of the ocean and water god in Chapter 148? Good heavens! Suchiyo looked at the golden talent and purple skill with extreme envy. So you're not pretending anymore, huh? So you're laying your cards on the table, huh? They're openly cheating, aren't they? Suchiyo only said one sentence. I like. Immediately, Suchiyo also opened the Frostfire Poison Lizards panel. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered. The Frostfire Poison Lizard now has two sets of stats. One is a normal attribute panel. One set is Name, Frostfire Poison Lizard. Rank, Golden Legend. Level, 11, Base Level 10, plus, Archer Level 1. Strength, plus 15%, Attack Power. Agility, plus 20%, Attack Speed, Movement Speed, Evasion Rate. Constitution, plus 5%, Health Points, Health Regeneration, Physical Resistance. Intelligence, plus 0%, Mana Points, Mana Regeneration, Magic Resistance. Talent Berserker Gold. Skill, Breath Purple. Equipment Empty. Note 1. You will receive one job skill point for each level up, which can be used to upgrade your job skills. Note 2. A normal job skill requires 1 skill point, an excellent skill requires 2 points, a fine skill requires 4 points, an epic skill requires 8 points, and a legendary skill requires 16 points. Note 3. Monsters now drop skill stones, which are used to upgrade pet skills. Upon seeing this panel, Suchiyo's eyes lit up. It looks like it's come to life. This stat panel is almost identical to the player's. Suchiyo glanced at the Frostflame Poison Lizard beside him and grinned. The Frostfire Poison Lizard's combat power has now been further enhanced. The damage increase is a minor issue. It increased by a mere 300 points. Etc. How come the boost is higher than my base attack? Suchiyo suddenly realized that she might be a little bit. Aside from damage, the most significant increases are movement speed and attack speed. One is a 20% increase in agility, which improves the Frostfire Venom's base movement speed and attack speed, making it more agile. One of them is that it improves physical attributes. This 5% directly increases the Frostfire Poison Lizard's defense and health. Defense, 515 to 541. Health points, 25,336 to 26,272. After health points are increased. The Frostfire Poison Lizard's dragon bloodline also deals higher additional damage. Closing the properties panel, Suchiyo could only sigh inwardly. You call this a marksman? A marksman with 20,000 HP and 500 defense. These stats alone are enough to make it a normal level 30 monster. But my Frostfire Poison Lizard is only level 10. Although you can't calculate the difference between summoned beasts and regular monsters like this, it still feels really satisfying to think about it this way. Suchiyo chuckled and ruffled the Frostfire Poison Lizard, which was still staring blankly at the spot where he had burned it with his breath. Obviously, she hadn't recovered from the shock she just experienced. What happened? What happened? What happened? The three tree spirits felt the extraction flower tower beneath them tremble. But no source energy gushed out. Instead, a significant amount of health points were evaporated. I'm still losing blood. I turned around and saw that. It was those big lizards who did it. The little tree spirit hurriedly asked. Why are you being so arrogant? The Frostfire Poison Lizard quickly grinned. Oops, accidentally. She thought that the extract flower tower had secretly attacked again. That's good. The tree spirits continued to absorb the source energy. Suchio also looked at the lizards. Now that an equipment slot has been unlocked, Suchio immediately checked her backpack. After killing so many monsters, I still have quite a few archer-specific equipment in my backpack. Putting everything else aside. Speaking of the Azure Wind Knights, archers, alone, they dropped a lot of high-quality archer-class equipment. Ha! Upon hearing the sound, the frost-fire poison lizards became excited. You can have your own equipment now. 3 frostfire poison lizards immediately approached, their tails wagging back and forth. We're all looking forward to seeing what great equipment Suchio will pull out of his backpack. The next moment, a white light shone in Suchio's hand. Gentle Breeze Longbow. Description: the longbow, imbued with the blessing of the wind, is the standard weapon of the Azure Wind Knight Archer. Rank Blue Excellent. Level 10. Effect 1, Attack Power plus 30. Effect 2, Rapid Fire. There is a 20% chance to unleash an additional attack when attacking, dealing 50% damage. Ha! Seeing this equipment, the Frostfire Poison Lizard's eyes lit up. That's it! The equipment his master gave him? Great equipment! Although the attack power was increased a bit, it was still calculated based on human standards. But the rapid fire effect too is simply a god-tier skill. A 20% probability seems very low. But I speak very fast. After a few quick attacks, the attack speed is maxed out. It can spit out 3 or 4 mouthfuls of inflammatory liquid per second. Which enemy could withstand such damage? Suchio also said at this moment. Your current base level and class level combined are only level 11. Make do with this for now. Suchio took out 3 Azure Wind longbows from his backpack, patted his waist pouch, and made a promise. Once you level up, I'll have plenty of equipment. Ho dash! The Frostfire Poison Lizard's eyes lit up. This is it. My own master. Immediately, 2 translucent arms grew from the back of the Frostfire Dragon Lizard. Pick up the equipment that Suchio had laid out. Then, the longbow and the arm disappeared together. Ding! Your Frostfire Dragon Lizard has been successfully equipped with the Breeze longbow. That means the equipment is successfully assembled. After realizing that I actually have the equipment, and have really become stronger. In a short time, the Frostfire Dragon Lizard felt that it could put aside its past grievances with its owner. She leaned closer and gently licked Suchio's palm as a gesture of friendliness. At this moment, a series of system notifications immediately lit up. Attack speed plus 10%, Berserk 1 stack. Attack speed plus 20%, Berserk 2 stacks. Attack speed plus 30%, 3 stacks of Berserk. Suchio. Frostfire Dragon Lizard. Huh! Does that even count? If that counts. Suchio's expression suddenly turned serious. How exactly did we trigger the gift from the god of the ocean and water? The Frostfire Dragon Lizard was so frightened that it immediately shrank back. Ha! You! Ha! What are you trying to do? Upon hearing this, Suchio gave a soft shushing sound. I don't know why. The owner's expression was clearly very gentle at that moment. But the Frostfire Dragon Lizard was extremely afraid. Want to run? Now! Can they escape? Give it a try. Just as the Frostfire Dragon Lizards were pondering how to sever their master-servant relationship with Suchio, the voices of the tree spirits came from the side. We've finished collecting the data. Chapter 149 Twisted Tree Demon. Chapter 149 Twisted Tree Demon. We've finished collecting! Hearing the sound, Suchio turned her head to look. 3 tree spirits flew over. 2 small hands carrying flower baskets, flying with difficulty. You can go back now, Alice said with a smile. My sister's basket is big, so she collected 2, while we, Yiling, collected 1. As she spoke, she turned to look at the extract flower tower, which had lost a considerable amount of weight.
One more trip should be enough to collect everything.
Tsuchiyo nodded slightly and asked in return.
What should we do with this big guy? Won't it be attacked by other wood spirit creatures if we leave it here?
The little tree spirit shook its head.
No, it usually won't, as long as it doesn't attack on its own initiative. Because for those wood spirit creatures, anything that can help them collect source energy is a good thing. But even if we collect the resources, we don't give them to them, so they try to kill us.
Tsuchiyo nodded secretly.
Seeing those tree spirits able to use source energy makes me feel even worse than not being able to use source energy myself.
That's roughly the idea. The tree spirit Alice pondered for a long while, puzzled.
I guess so.
After chatting for a while, the group headed towards the Tree of Wind. On the way, Tsuchiyo did not forget to check the construction information of the Extraction Flower Tower. Extraction Flower Tower. Description: wild extractive flower towers can collect source energy and provide a certain degree of protection. Cost: 200 vine flower. Time: 30 m.
Wow, that's a bit expensive.
Tsuchiyo stroked his chin thoughtfully.
It's one thing to upgrade the Tree of Wind if it can only be maintained for 24 hours. Why does it take so long to build a resource-gathering building that looks like it's a very common thing? It's not a copy that can exist forever.
After a helpless grumble, Tsuchiyo opened up a shared perspective. They found 3 nearby source energy springs that they and their summoned beasts had already visited. Then it cost 600 wisteria flowers. 3 tree spirits were dispatched to begin constructing the Extraction Flower Tower. With the Extraction Tower in place, it will be much safer and more convenient for the tree spirits to collect the flowers. There's no longer a need to spend several minutes defending against monsters that are drawn by the source energy after reaching the destination. It's very useful in dungeons where every second counts. Anyway, after we just wiped out that monster camp,
the number of wisteria flowers on my body has exceeded 4 digits. Once I've spent 1,000 wisteria blossoms, will I unlock the Fujiwara Chika achievement?
Tsuchiyo smiled slightly and looked at the wind-raised tree highlands, which was in dire need of reconstruction and beginning to show signs of vitality.
In reality, there are bald guys who help me take care of things. Now, just focus on grinding monsters and collecting materials.
On the other side of the Genki forest, there is a huge sinkhole. Inside the sinkhole grows a giant, pitch-black tree that is almost identical to the tree of the rising wind. The entire sinkhole and the cliffs surrounding it. It was covered with black vines that seemed ready to spring into action. Upon closer inspection, these vines are like the blood vessels of a living organism. With a slight twist, it absorbs the life force of the surrounding forest with each breath. Compared to the distant forest, this sinkhole did not have that bright blue aura or mist. It seems that the surrounding source energy has been completely absorbed. At the base of this giant tree, a scene identical to that of the wind-rising tree unfolded. Here, it also has tree spirits. These tree spirits, a dozen or so, were sallow and emaciated, and flew very slowly, as if they would fall to the ground at any moment. Even so, beside them, there were still many snake-shaped, wolf-shaped, and eagle-shaped wood spirit creatures. Shout at them. They were urged to continue collecting source energy. Then send the collected source energy to the side of the black giant tree.
Crunch!
Sensing the source energy, the giant black tree emitted a piercing twisting sound. A pained human face grew out of the huge tree trunk. Not enough. A long, deafening sound mixed with boundless greed.
We also need source gas.
With more origin chi, I can evolve to the next level. But the tree spirits were wiped out by themselves hundreds of years ago. The wind-rising tree was also completely infected by itself, losing its ability to reproduce. Relying solely on this half-dead tree spirit, I'm afraid I'll be trapped in this space forever. But at that moment, a message suddenly came from one of its vine roots. A moment later, the enormous black ancient tree suddenly emitted a startled, deafening sound.
The tree spirits aren't all dead.
This is the most shocking news it has ever heard in its hundreds of years. Even the dark leaves at the top of the tree were shaken and fell to the ground. Although it knew that the tree spirit race was difficult to wipe out. As long as one tree spirit remains alive, and as long as there is a chance to revive the other tree spirits, this race will be reborn. It also tried putting the corpses of those tree spirits in its tree hole. But it had no effect. Therefore, it gave up the idea of capturing the tree spirit early on. However, now, the wood spirits I produced brought back news that not all the tree spirits had died. Own. Another chance to evolve. All personnel mobilize. Hunt down the tree spirit. When the command was given, a scarlet name lit up above its head. Twisted Tree Spirit. He then issued an order. The wood spirit creations it imitated no longer slacked off. Instead, they all sprang into action at once. It spread everywhere. Begin searching for the tree spirit's trail. Janky Forest. The difficulty of this survival instance. This is just the beginning. Finally, we've gathered enough origin chi. On his way back to the Tree of Wind, Tsuchiyo received a message that his source energy had reached 10. Then, without saying another word, it directly cost 500 vine flowers and 10 units of source energy. On a vacant lot next to the Tree of Wind, set up to build a wood spirit altar. Then, a group of tree spirits flew into the tree hole of the wind-rising tree. Sufficient materials were retrieved from the tree hollow. Then we arrived at the area designated by Tsuchiyo and began construction. But unlike human construction, it didn't create a dusty mess. Instead, I planted a seed, and it quickly grew into a fruit. Today is a sunny and beautiful day. A group of tree spirits buried specific seeds in the soil. They were singing strange songs. Then they danced and sang in circles, placing materials next to the soil as they went. And the seeds quickly sprouted from the soil and began to grow into their proper shape. Tsuchiyo couldn't help but touch her forehead. This way of building is still too early for humankind. It's like digging a hole, burying some soil, counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then the building grows out. The extraction flower tower was built in the same way before when creating the source chi spring. Tsuchiyo looked helplessly at the distant woods. The source of the gas spring we visited this time was quite far away. I reckon the wood spirit altar will be finished by the time I return to the Tree of Wind. The thought had just arisen in my mind. A familiar voice suddenly reached Tsuchiyo's ears. Squeak dash! It was the warning sound of the bloodthirsty Bat King. After several random team formations. This time, the bloodthirsty Bat King followed him. And this warning means... A luminous card appeared in Tsuchiyo's hand as he looked at the approaching red dot on the map. A kind person has come to deliver materials. Chapter 150 Wooden Eagle. Strengthening the bloodthirsty Bat King. Chapter 150 Wooden Eagle. Strengthening the bloodthirsty Bat King. However, this monster seems to be different. Cracking dash! The sky was the first to emit a series of sharp cries. Tsuchiyo looked up at the sky. Several bright green eagles swooped rapidly toward him. Wood Eagle. Description: a wood spirit that gained a physical form, eagle, by absorbing source energy. Level, 27. Attack, 2,400. Life, 24,000. Skills: Wooden Eagle catches chicks, overlooking, flying feathers, movement. Wooden Eagle catches chicks. Description: this little penis can't escape the eagle's grasp, hee. Effect: increases health by 10%, increases size by 10%, and increases damage by 50% when attacking units smaller than itself. Looking down. Description: you can't hit me. There's nothing you can do, I'm just that powerful. Effect: increases damage by 50% when attacking ground units. Flying feather. Description: plucking all the feathers until there are no roots left. Effect: when activated, fires a feather upon attack, dealing piercing damage to the enemy. Positioning. Description: once the ghost blade is activated, movement becomes invisible, and the user's hands become deadly. Effect: increases the wooden eagle's evasion rate. Looking at the new monster panel, Tsuchiyo smiled slightly. That's interesting. This is a typical monster that fights by taking advantage of its superior strength. It deals extra damage when attacking small units and ground units. What a coincidence. Humans fall right within this range. It's equivalent to being in the Origin Forest instance. The wooden eagle is a monster that specifically kills itself. I'm so scared. Tsuchiyo looked at the frost-fire poison lizard beside him. What should I do if someone tries to hit my master? The frost-fire lizard hesitated for a moment, then said, Can I handle this myself? Tsuchiyo's eye twitched, and he waved his hand. Superior! Woo! The frost-fire poison lizards couldn't afford to provoke Tsuchiyo, so they had no choice but to open their mouths and aim at the wooden eagles in the sky. Rat! Tsuchiyo only had 3 frost-fire poison lizards by her side. But then I heard 4 attack sounds. It was a frost-fire poison lizard that triggered the rapid-fire effect of the breeze longbow. However, even with the bloodthirsty Bat King and blood-soaked bats attracting the attention of the dozen or so wooden eagles, the frost-fire lizard's attack was still ineffective. Miss. 2011-524-524-419. Miss. 1006-262-262-209. That evasion rate is a bit high. Thanks to the wooden eagle's high level of evasion, these 4 attacks only caused 2 instances of damage. One of the wooden eagles was reduced to low health. However, the fighting power of the wooden eagles is still very strong. Cracking dash! The wooden eagles, in pain, let out a long screech and shifted some of their attention to the ground. They began to retaliate against the frost-fire poison lizards that had attacked them earlier. They each have a wing made of leaves. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Flakes of leaves, like flying leaf blades, shot towards the frost flame poison lizard. Logically speaking, when archers become the target of the enemy's attack, you need to use positioning to dodge. But the frost-fire poison lizards either dodged nor avoided them. -2503. -2511. -2512. -2510. A dozen or so damage numbers appeared densely on the frost-fire poison lizard, with the added advantage of a commanding position. Even if these attacks broke through the defenses, they still received additional bonuses, causing considerable damage to Tsuchiyo's summoned beasts. If it were a regular archer, under the salvo, they've died countless times already. But the frost-fire poison lizards stand tall beneath leaf feather. Not a single one died. This is the incredibly sturdy frost-fire poison lizard. Survived this round of damage. The frost-fire lizard's counterattack became even more swift. Hoo. Normal attack, spawning, breath attack, corrosive sulfur, normal attack. Use whatever means of damage you have to deal damage to the wooden eagle in the sky. Whether I win or not. Once A goes out, a berserk buff will be stacked, increasing attack speed by 10%. As long as the attack speed is fast enough. That is. My turn, and my turn again. The wooden eagles were attacked by the frost-fire poison lizards. Instead, it will reduce attack speed by 20%. One increases and one decreases. The damage that the 2 sides can inflict is on a completely different level. A few seconds passed. The popping sound in Tsuchiyo's ear. It's almost turned into a sputtering sound. The chins and tongues of the frost-fire poison lizards were so fast they were almost blurry. My throat is throbbing rapidly. The jets of scalding liquid flew through the air in a line, transforming into an attack method resembling a laser tower. Whoever the red line connects to will have their health points drop rapidly. It doesn't look like an arrow shot by an archer at all. The damage was already quite high,
And then there's this incredibly fast attack speed.
Tsuchiyo couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement.
Forget monsters, I probably couldn't stand it myself.
In the meantime, although the wooden eagle also launched an attack, it tried its best to dodge. But in the face of 5x speed, where can it go if it keeps flashing? Moreover, the frost-fire venom lizard is not fighting alone. Some slimes had already climbed onto them. And it spreads out, forming a layer like a protective film. Even if the wooden eagle could accurately hit the frost-fire poison lizard, the damage will be absorbed by the water slime first. Only the half that had penetrated the skin remained, striking the frost-fire poison lizard. This damage is even less significant. Soon, the wooden eagles in the sky battlefield were all killed. Squeak! Despite not being particularly strong in combat, the bloodthirsty Bat King survived after consuming 26 blood disciple bats, thus completing its task of restraining the enemy. But it didn't fly down directly. Instead, it cautiously surveyed its surroundings. Because the enemies they sensed just now weren't just aerial units. Tsuchiyo also conjured a priestess card and used it to heal the frost-fire lizard. But then a wave of ground enemies attacked. That makes things much easier to solve. The bloodthirsty wolves, who could only watch helplessly, charged forward and tore the wooden wolves on the other side to shreds. He vented his anger intensely. This monster, although very aggressive, didn't attack me. Tsuchiyo looked behind him while collecting monster materials. There's a little tree spirit there, helping the summoned beasts gather monster materials for them. The monsters used to come here specifically to kill the tree spirits. Tsuchiyo shook her head slightly and looked into the distance. I don't know why. Tsuchiyo had a feeling that a storm was brewing. But before that, let's strengthen our own troops first. Ding! Essence detected in the material vine flower high ground, flying feather, movement. Ding! The skills. Looking down, flying feather, and positioning essence are highly compatible with the card. Bloodthirsty Bat King. And fusion mutation is recommended. Looking at the newly extracted essence before him, Tsuchiyo's lips curled into a smile. These wooden eagles are like a dream come true, bringing you a wife when you're sleepy.